I was originally a top student, but awakened the angler life profession during the universal job transfer ceremony, which was deemed utterly useless. Even the campus belle was worried about me. While the whole school mocked my fishing rod as my natal artifact, I secretly bound the SSS-grade Universal Fishing System. Mental power directly soared to 30,000 points, the fishing rod comes with 1,000 magic power. Even more outrageous was the innate talent luck. Consuming spiritual power allows for 100% successful fishing of divine artifacts across all realms and their fusion. While others were still caught up in debates about which profession was stronger, my fishing rod has quietly connected to myriad realms, and the first divine artifact is about to blow everyone's mind. Chapter 1: The Awakening Ceremony. Earth, Hwaxia Capital University. The playground was filled with over 200 students, listening intently to the principal's speech on the podium. Students, the 3 years of high school have passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years of study, 3 years of effort. I believe you are now fully prepared. Please bring out your best selves, and I hope each of you can become a great professional. Suchin stared at the podium, his heart surging with excitement. Having crossed over to Blue Star for 5 years, I've come to understand and adapt to this world, finally awaiting the day of awakening and class transition. This Blue Star was entirely different from his previous life. 500 years ago, the other world descended upon Blue Star, and overnight, countless secret realms of all sizes appeared across the planet. After the arrival of the other world, the world's fundamental rules underwent earth-shattering changes. The most visible change was the digitization of reality. In simpler terms, the invasion of game mechanics into the real world. Adults who have reached the age of 18 can undergo an awakening to choose a profession, becoming career holders. They can then enhance their strength by gaining experience through clearing secret realms and hunting exotic beasts. From the initial descent of the outer realms to the present day, over 500 years, countless predecessors have summarized numerous methods to conquer secret realms through bloodshed and death. Even the awakening and job transfers have been continuously refined over hundreds of years, achieving a 100% success rate. Everyone has the potential to awaken their abilities, but the strength of one's profession is undeniably tied to their dedication to learning. The awakening and class change ceremony begins now. Please make preparations. All homeroom teachers, maintain order on site. The principal, beaming with vigor, delivered an impassioned opening speech that stirred thunderous applause from the audience. The head of the Academic Affairs Office brought today's list of awakened students. After receiving it, Principal Zhou Yuan waved his hand to signal, and the thunderous applause gradually subsided. Next, please have Lu Rushuang from Class 1 of Grade 12 prepare for the awakening and job transfer. After the principal finished reading the name, the entire hall erupted in cheers. Lu Rushuang, one of the two most beautiful girls at the Capital University, had a figure and looks that captivated countless male students. Despite being able to rely on her looks, she was also a top student, consistently ranking among the top 3 at Capital University throughout her 3 years of high school. Not only did the boys fawn over her, but even the girls couldn't help but cast envious and jealous glances upon hearing Lu Rushuang's name. Lu Rushuang, ah, my goddess. Dream on, you toad, you're not even worthy of licking my feet. Stop dreaming about her, such an exceptional woman, even admiring from afar feels like a sacrilege. The only place to have her is in your dreams. Enough about the goddess. This year's most talked about should be Su Chen, right? Damn it, for 3 years straight, he's held the top annual ranking, even surpassing the goddess. What a beast. Amid the student crowd, listening to their whispers, Su Chen's lips curled slightly upward. There was pride, but also worry. What made him proud was that since his transmigration, his physical attributes in all aspects, hearing, intelligence, memory, were unexpectedly superior, surpassing ordinary people by a notch. Suchin believed that this was the effect of his soul merging with the original host after crossing over. Suchin suppressed the smile on his lips, though inwardly, he still felt a hint of worry. For 3 consecutive years, he had ranked at the top of his class at the Kyoto Academy, achieving perfect scores in all courses. He had even compiled a set of study materials that became part of the school's curriculum. Yet, Suchan also knew that academic excellence didn't guarantee becoming a high-tier professional. If he were to transition into a low-tier, underwhelming profession, he couldn't imagine how many people would be disappointed. But think about it, walk your own path and let others say what they will. This thought brought Suchan a great deal of comfort. Just as Suchan was lost in thought, the transfer platform suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. A phantom of a holy sword materialized in the air, stirring excitement throughout the venue. The sacred blade radiated majestic holy light, resembling a newly risen scorching sun, dazzling beyond measure. That's a divine manifestation. It must undoubtedly be a rare profession. That sword looks like the paladin's sword, but it's not exactly the same. What class is this, exactly? The students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Even the principal, upon witnessing the awakening phenomenon, could no longer remain seated. With a solemn expression, he stood up, his mouth agape, utterly speechless for a long moment. This is the career that the principal nearly blurted out, but ultimately denied himself. In the next moment, the holy sword erupted with a burst of golden light, and a pair of white wings suddenly appeared in the void. The second pair, the third pair. A seraph? Heavens, it's actually a seraph, a class that has never appeared before. The students gasped in awe at the magnificent and solemn phenomenon, while the mentor's voice trembled as it rang out at that moment. Student Lu Rushuang, awakened innate profession, Holy Swordmaster Seraphim. Heavens, it's truly a seraph. In all of China, only one angel has ever appeared, and that was merely a sword saint, not a six-winged one. The goddess is truly amazing. What should I do? I love her even more now. Even Su Chen, who possessed a system, was utterly shocked upon witnessing this scene. Not to mention the six-winged angel, even the holy swordsman profession alone was already considered the strongest existence within the S+ tier. The holy light gradually subsided as the six wings merged into Lu Rushuang's body, and even the phantom of the holy sword disappeared within her. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted, with countless fervent gazes fixed on Lu Rushuang. Without a doubt, she was the undeniable star of the day. Lu Rushuang basked in the crowd's adoration and envious glances, yet her own eyes were drawn in Su Chen's direction. Descending from the career transition platform, she slowly made her way to Su Chen's side under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Not bad, a six-winged angel, quite powerful." Lu Rushuang's face broke into a smile as she snorted arrogantly, "You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" "Of course. You'll have to work hard then, but I think your chances are slim. From now on, you'll immediately be my boyfriend." Humph. Su Chen laughed, but the crowd of gossip-loving classmates around him were on the verge of tears. Why on earth does our goddess have to become a simp? Goddess, choose me instead. I'd willingly give up 20 years of my life. The scene was filled with wails of despair. There's no helping it, Su Chen isn't just a top student at Kyoto University, but his looks are also devilishly handsome. Men really can't catch a break. Ahem. Su Chen was actually pleased inside, spared from the bitter resentment of being ridiculed by the crowd like the protagonists in those YY novels. With this transmigration, I'm undoubtedly the protagonist archetype. Lu Rushuang, as the heiress of the Huaxialu family consortium, grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth and received excellent upbringing. Such a goddess has her heart set solely on him, which is truly Su Chen's good fortune. I can only blame myself for being too handsome. Chapter 2, Lifebound Magical Artifact. Of course, during these 3 years of high school, Lu Rushuang had openly and covertly expressed her affection for him, and deep down, he was overjoyed. However, having lived 2 lives, Su Chen understood that the easier something is to obtain, the less it is valued. Therefore, over these 3 years, Su Chen always played hard to get, ensuring Lu Rushuang's heart remained firmly in his grasp. What if I win? Su Chen laughed. What? You think you can win? My goddess is a six-winged angel, how do you plan to beat her? Exactly. Academic excellence doesn't guarantee awakening a high-tier profession. A six-winged angel is already a miracle unseen in 500 years. Su Chen, I admit you're a handsome bastard, but mark my words today, if you can surpass Goddess Wu's career achievements, I'll stream myself washing my hair upside down. I second that. I'll join you in live streaming dog barks. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the classmates expressed their dissatisfaction and disbelief. Of course, most of it was jealousy. After all, having their goddess act like Su Chen's devoted follower, who could stand that? Lu Rushuang playfully brushed her hair aside and said with a coy smile, "If you win, I'll do whatever you say. But let's be clear up front, no asking me to stay away from you or anything like that." Holy shit, the entire crowd was floored. Coming to awaken and change classes, only to be force-fed a mouthful of dog food, there's simply no justice in this world. Okay, Su Chen agreed decisively, since regardless of winning or losing, he was the biggest winner of the day. No matter how formidable Lu Rushuang is, she's still my woman. The job change awakening continued as the mentor's voice rang out incessantly. Wang Wei, awakened profession, chef. Lu Yang, awakened profession, warrior. Ming Feng, awakened profession, archer. The scene was filled with continuous wails. It seemed that after Lu Rushuang's awakened perverted level profession, there were no more decent occupations left. Although the success rate is 100%, it cannot be guaranteed that everyone will obtain a high-level profession upon job transfer. Every profession can undergo second, third, and up to ninth advancements by continuously gaining experience. However, with the profession level cap set in place, no matter how many advancements one undergoes, they still fall far short compared to higher-tier professions. The next awakening class changer, Su Chen. As the mentor's voice sounded, the noisy scene quieted for a few seconds. The top student at Kyoto Academy, the school's heartthrob among female students, and the sworn enemy of male students, his name evokes both admiration and resentment. Upon hearing this name, the male classmates gritted their teeth in anger. The grudge of stealing one's wife is unforgivable under the same sky. I second that. The female classmates erupted in screams. Lu Rushuang clung tightly to Su Chen, asserting her claim, almost dragging him by the arm to the awakening platform, as if fearing another woman might snatch him away. The principal, homeroom teacher, and all the school administrators also turned their gaze toward Su Chen's direction. Principal, do you think Su Chen can successfully transition to an advanced profession? The principal took a deep breath. It's hard to say. Lu Rushuang's S+ class 6-winged seraph profession was today's surprise, but no other high-tier professions have appeared since then. I believe with Su Chen's abilities, even if he can't surpass Lu Rushuang, he should at least be able to reclassify into an S-tier profession, right? The principal's eyes burned with anticipation, naturally hoping that Su Chen would transform into a high-tier profession. That way, at least this year's awakening ceremony would yield 2 S-rank professions for the school. Go for it, no matter what happens, I'll always support you. Lu Rushuang's gentle voice echoed in his ears. Su Chen smiled, naturally feeling delighted. Ever since they met in high school, Lu Rushuang had always cared for him unconditionally and stood by his side without hesitation. I will wait for my good news. After speaking, Su Chen slowly ascended the awakening and job transfer platform under the watchful gazes of the crowd. You can do it! Lu Rushuang gazed at Su Chen's retreating figure and spoke with unwavering determination. She naturally hoped that Su Chen could be promoted to a high-level profession even if not the best, as long as it wasn't a low-level one, that would suffice. After all, she genuinely liked Su Chen, but for the two of them to truly be together, it ultimately depended on Su Chen's own abilities. As the heiress of the Lu Financial Group, if the person she chose was a low-level professional, her family would undoubtedly disapprove. Buzz! Su Chen stepped onto the awakening platform, the formation activated, and a luminous barrier lit up. The energy within the formation began to circulate, and after roughly 5 seconds, Su Chen noticed it starting to grow increasingly violent. Suddenly, the entire awakening profession change magic array radiated dazzling light, enveloping the entire profession change plaza. What's going on here? Could this be another instance of someone awakening to an advanced profession? That's not right. Awakening a high-level profession should come with a phenomenon, but there's no phenomenon here. Everyone was astonished by the changes in the awakening and clash change magic circle. Such an intense burst of energy had suddenly erupted, yet no visible phenomenon appeared. It was absolutely unprecedented. The magic circle, now enveloped in golden light, shone as dazzlingly as the blazing sun, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The blinding radiance churned and surged, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Holy shit, no way, no way. Heavens, open your eyes, don't let him awaken as an advanced class, no. Please no, this bastard's already so damn handsome, and now he might get an advanced class too? How are the rest of us supposed to live like this? Don't fucking scream, look at the sky. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the glowing orb of the formation, someone noticed something unusual in the sky. All eyes turned upward. The clouds in the sky were gilded with a layer of gold, refracting light to reveal a breathtaking spectacle of vibrant colors. The next moment, faint silhouettes abruptly appeared in the sky. These suddenly appearing silhouettes turned out to be various weapons and equipment, each one gleaming with dazzling brilliance. Divine artifacts? Are those divine artifacts? Could it be that Su Chen has truly awakened an advanced class profession? I don't want to live anymore, this is so fucking unfair, he's the definition of a life winner. Amid the wails of the crowd, shadows of all kinds of divine weapons continuously emerged in the sky, making the entire expanse nearly impossible to look at directly. 1, 2, 100, 1,000, countless divine weapons kept pouring out, sweeping forward with thunderous momentum and rushing toward the awakening altar. The scene erupted in shock, and the overwhelming pressure caused many students to tremble uncontrollably. The homeroom teacher and the principal both widened their eyes. After a long pause, the principal finally snapped out of his daze and exclaimed, "Ha, a phenomenon, one that only appears for advanced professions. Su Chen truly is the strongest. I knew he could do it, I just knew he could." Classmates, steady your minds, as the clamor begins to rise incessantly. Just go wash up and sleep, the heavens aren't fair. Handsome is one thing, but being this damn strong too? Su Chen is such a despicable bastard. Not only does he have the goddess, but he also awakens the strongest profession? This is worse than killing me. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Su Chen within the awakening and clash change platform's formation remained utterly focused, because he was currently frantically absorbing energy to condense his own lifebound magical artifact. Chapter 3, The Angler of All Worlds. Lu Rushuang clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip lightly, her face flushed with excitement. Her fingernails dug deep into her palms without her noticing. Go for it. Though Lu Rushuang knew Su Chen had awakened a high-level profession, she still silently cheered him on. As the divine artifacts continuously poured into the formation, Su Chen steadily absorbed their energy. Only then did the light in the sky gradually fade, and even the radiance enveloping the awakening transformation platform formation slowly dissipated. Su Chen emerged from within the formation, appearing before everyone's eyes. What is that? Holy crap, the divine phenomenon is so powerful, yet this lifebound equipment is so underwhelming? Ha 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 ha. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. At last, I can breathe easy. As they gazed upon Su Chen within the awakening and job change formation, the lifebound artifact coalescing above his head, the crowd erupted in laughter. It wasn't exactly mockery after all. Regardless of the artifact, one's class rank was a clear indicator of status. But the artifact materializing above Su Chen's head was an utterly unremarkable fishing rod. Ha, the top student's fallen flat on his face. I gotta post this on my social feed. The principal's smile froze on his face. What on earth is that? A fishing rod? Did something go wrong? Lu Rujuang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had awakened as a six-winged angel, and her lifebound artifact was a holy sword. Su Chen's class change awakening displayed an anomaly, indicating an S rank or higher class. Yet his artifact looked so dull and lackluster the contrast was striking. On the job change plaza, the students' laughter grew louder and louder. Nothing could compare to Su Chen, but at least they could mock him relentlessly over this artifact. If nothing else, it would vent their jealousy. Yet within the formation, Su Chen wore a solemn expression, staring at the system interface that had abruptly materialized before him. Master Angler of all realms. Host, Su Chen. Occupation, Multiverse Angler Legendary. Level, LV1 Experience 0.0001%. Comprehensive attributes, Mental Power 10,000 30,000, Agility 30-50, Intelligence 30-50, Stamina 40-60. Fated Artifact Soul Hook Level 1, Spell Power Bonus 1000, can be socketed. Basic Talent Fortune consumes 10,000 mental power to gain 100% Lucky Fishing Bonus, guaranteed hit. Master Angler of all realms, capable of fishing for artifacts from every dimension and fusing them into oneself. Whoa! Staring at the system interface, Su Chen's eyes widened. His overall capabilities had undergone earth-shattering changes, with every aspect enhanced. Most astonishingly, his maximum spirit power had reached 30,000. Even his unassuming personal artifact now possessed a 1,000 magic damage bonus and could be socketed. Su Chen knew well about enchanting this artifact could be strengthened by embedding various attribute gems. But that wasn't the crucial part. The real shocker was that 1,000 points of magical damage considering he was only a level 1 first transformation practitioner. That damage output was downright terrifying. Wouldn't monsters in ordinary secret realms be swept aside effortlessly? Couldn't even low-level bosses withstand a single strike from his artifact? Insane. Only these two words could describe the shock surging through Su Chen's mind at that moment. Forget the artifact for now, his class skill? Fishing for divine treasures from across the multiverse and then fusing them? Crucially, he possessed the innate talent of luck, consuming mental energy to guarantee a 100% catch rate. This was downright insane. It took Su Chen a long moment to recover from the shock. Holding that seemingly unremarkable rod made of unknown material, he could feel an incomparably surging energy coursing through it. Su Chen, awakened profession, angler. Profession level, unknown. The instructor's voice echoed across the job change plaza, instantly silencing the surrounding clamor. Holy crap! Angler? Unknown level? Ha 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 ha. In the 500 years since the foreign realm descended, I don't think anyone has ever awakened to this angler class before? Fine, I'll concede the angler never appeared before. But what the hell is unknown level? And this lifebound artifact is utterly pathetic. Haha, does this mean we'll have to level up by fishing from now on? The crowd erupted in noise once more. The students buzzed with discussion. The emergence of a brand new class was undoubtedly the highlight of the day. But despite the strange phenomena during the awakening and class change, which seemed to hint at this class being incredibly powerful, but the fact that the signature artifact was just a plain old fishing rod? That was a bit of a letdown. It's over. He's finished. That's exactly how Su Chen's situation appeared to everyone. Quiet. The principal's shout through the microphone finally silenced the chaotic scene. Yet some still couldn't suppress their snickers. The principal stepped onto the awakening and job change platform, forcing a smile as he patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Su Chen, it's a bit of a shame, but regardless, unusual phenomena appeared during your awakening and job change. It should be a decent high-tier profession. Ahem. The principal cleared his throat twice before continuing. The angler profession hasn't appeared in 500 years. The school likely can't offer you much guidance. You'll need to explore, comprehend, and practice on your own from now on. The principal was genuinely kind, not forgetting to offer Su Chen some comfort. Ahem. Su Chen snapped back to reality, unsure how to broach the subject with the principal. True, his lifebound artifact looked utterly pathetic. But only he knew just how ridiculously powerful this seemingly unremarkable artifact truly was. Lu Rujuang stepped onto the awakening and job change platform, her voice gentle as she said, "It's okay. Regardless of rank, you're the only one to awaken an unknown profession. Just for that, you're the most outstanding." The previously noisy venue fell silent once more, only to erupt in a chorus of wails moments later. Damn it, what kind of fate is this? Holy, he just laid down and got it done. He skipped a lifetime of struggle. Just kill me now to add to the fun. You bastard. Awakening an unknown level class and getting comforted by the goddess? Have some shame. Out of nowhere, Lu Ruxiang dumped another load of love on them, nearly making the single folks in the crowd spit blood on the spot. Su Chen ignored the wails entirely. Smiling, he asked, "So, does that mean I won?" Lu Rushi pouted. "Fine, you win. What reward do you want?" Lu Rujuang genuinely cared about Su Chen's feelings. Even though he seemed a bit down now, she still asked thoughtfully. Su Chen shot a playful glance at the hundreds of eyes watching them, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Right here. Give me a kiss." Lu Rushi's face instantly flushed crimson. She bit her lip, her heart racing wildly, her entire face flushed with a delicate, intoxicating glow. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage, stood on tiptoe, and planted a kiss on Su Chen's right cheek. Instantly, a thunderous chorus of curses erupted from the crowd. "Oh my god. Don't treat us like humans? Just rubbing it in our faces." As he walked off stage holding Lu Rusong's hand, Su Chen shot a glance at the two individuals. "So, when we go live, remind me one does a headstand while washing their hair, and the other imitates a dog barking." Chapter 4, Level 30. After the job change ceremony ended, Su Chen and Lu Rushuang showered everyone with a generous helping of dog food. While it was a bit sickening, behind the scenes, Su Chen had become the fallen genius everyone talked about. Despite the strange phenomena during his awakening and class change, his unknown level angler profession became a laughingstock. Only Su Chen knew just how badass this Master Angler of All Realms title truly was. After the ceremony, Su Chen didn't linger with Lu Rusong. He made an excuse to head home and study the system. His one-bedroom government-subsidized apartment felt starkly austere, bare of furnishings, lacking even a television. Back home, he sat on the sofa studying the system for a while. The instructions were crystal clear: consuming 10,000 spirit power would grant a 100% luck bonus. Without delay, Su Chen launched his first fishing attempt. Begin fishing. Received fishing command. Consume 10,000 spirit to stack luck? Stack. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose to expend the mental energy to boost his luck value. As the system executed the command, a sudden surge of air rippled through the room, and the space before them seemed to tear open a fissure. The fissure grew wider and wider, nearly engulfing the entire living room. Within the rift lay a dazzling starry sky, dotted with countless stars. Begin fishing. Fish the stars? Su Chen was taken aback, but he followed the system's guidance and cast his line into the cosmic expanse. The hook vanished into the starry expanse, disappearing into the boundless darkness as time ticked by. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Su Chen began to wonder if this system was just a useless ornament. Just then, a sudden tug came from the fishing rod. Su Chen's eyebrows shot up as he began reeling in the line. In the depths of space, a brilliant light flared as an item slowly emerged, pulled from the void by the fishing line. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the legendary weapon, Xianyuan Sword. Fuse? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. A legendary grade weapon, not a single one could be found across the entire blue star. A seemingly unremarkable long sword appeared in his hand. Its surface showed signs of wear, yet he could sense the immense power radiating from its hilt. Fuse. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose to fuse with the Xianyuan sword. Fusion in progress, please wait. As the system voice faded, Su Chen felt his consciousness merge into the Xianyuan sword. The sensation was indescribably strange, yet he distinctly sensed his mind becoming inextricably bound to the blade. Fusion successful. Legendary power acquired. Note: fusion with Xianyuan sword successful. Sword will now actively protect its master. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Chen grew increasingly excited. Acquiring the power of Xianyuan meant that although he was merely a level 1 material, he was now a formidable figure wielding legendary power. His low level meant he couldn't yet walk around arrogantly, but within the capital city, he was undoubtedly an unrivaled presence. As for the Xianyuan sword's active protection ability, it was obvious he now possessed a guardian talisman. When facing a life-threatening strike, the sword would shield him. These two abilities alone had rendered him nearly invincible. 1 month later, at the entrance plaza of the Southern City's Secret Realm instance. What? A level 50 Sovereign Greatsword? For only 420,000 blue star coins? A level 60 Radiant Staff? Only 600,000 blue star coins? A full set of Sovereign gear for just 800,000 blue star coins? Pre-orders accepted for King tier weapons and gear? Where did all this stuff come from? This is gear that only drops from level 50 Secret Realm dungeons and above. I don't think we can even field a single team in Kyoto City capable of clearing a level 50 dungeon, right? Kyoto City, the small plaza at the entrance to the Secret Realm dungeon, had gathered no fewer than 100 people. Staring at the goods haphazardly tossed onto the vendor stalls, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. These top-tier items, rare even across the entire Blue Star, typically fetched millions at auctions, sometimes commanding prices beyond market value, yet here, they were being sold as cheap street goods. And the seller of these high-level weapons and gear was none other than Su Chen, the man who had awakened as an unknown tier angler during the class transition ceremony just a month prior. After the awakening and job change ceremony concluded, the entire capital believed Su Chen had likely perished. Who could have imagined he'd be here selling high-level gear rarely seen even in auction houses? Even the lowest tier king grade gear here was loot from level 50 dungeons. Even the strongest city lord in all of Kyoto City, a level 52 paladin, couldn't clear the boss of a level 50 Secret Realm dungeon, even with a full party. Yet these very items could only be obtained by defeating the dungeon boss. Could they be fake? Impossible. The stats and level can't be faked. But he's a level 30 angler, isn't that just for fishing? Something doesn't feel right either. Even if he's a middleman, these gear and weapons shouldn't be available on the market. And even if they were, he couldn't afford to buy this much. Could it be stolen? Stolen? Do you think someone who owns this gear could steal it? Staring at the top-tier gear casually tossed on the stall, the crowd murmured in stunned whispers. Su-chen sat calmly to the side, showing no interest in what others considered top-tier gear. Help yourselves. Everything's clearly marked. Fake? 10 times the money back. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 more dazzling weapons from his person and tossed them onto the stall as if they were worthless scrap metal. Just as the crowd was still debating the origin of these items, 2 screeching brakes echoed through the air. 2 enforcement squad vehicles pulled up outside the plaza. 8 officers in uniform emerged. Move aside, move aside. Are your ears deaf? The young enforcement officer leading the group, barely in his 20s, pushed through the crowd with an arrogant swagger, striding haughtily toward the stalls. His eyes lit up as he surveyed the gear on display. Whose is this? The young man pointed at the gear on the ground and demanded coldly. 6 or 7 law enforcement officers followed behind him, surrounding the stall, each with eyes burning with intensity. The clamor abruptly ceased as onlookers scattered. In this era, the enforcement squad wielded considerable authority. Ordinary folk avoided them like the plague, keeping their distance whenever possible. Su-chen, however, remained calm. Mine? What? Is there a problem? The law enforcement officers turned their gaze toward Su-chen in unison. Level 30? A fishing professional? Spill it. Where did you steal this gear from? Su-chen chuckled. Steal? Even if I wanted to, could I find a single piece in this entire capital city? The entire enforcement squad turned green with rage upon hearing this. Especially the young leader, whose brows furrowed. If you can't prove their legal origin, you're suspected of theft. The items are confiscated. You're coming with us to the tribunal for investigation. With that, the youth waved his hand, and the enforcement squad moved to seize the gear. Let's see who dares to touch a thing. Su-chen's expression turned cold as he glared at the enforcement squad. Oh ho, big mouth but no guts. Take him away. The young man sneered with utter contempt. In his eyes, a level 30 angler was no better than an insect. Chapter 5, Conflicted. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, began whispering among themselves. This is blatant robbery. Not just in the capital city, but across the entire Blue Star you could count the number of legendary gear and weapons on one hand. These enforcers are no different from bandits. They've set their sights on that top-tier gear. What a bunch of animals. Hearing the murmurs, the young enforcer narrowed his eyes and swept the crowd with a glare. Whoever keeps spreading rumors gets booked too. We're following standard procedure. Before he could finish, a cold laugh cut him off. Standard procedure for robbery, huh? The enforcement officer about to cuff Su-chen flushed with anger upon hearing this. You better keep your mouth shut. As he spoke, he drew his stun baton. Seeing the enforcement team's aggressive stance, Su-chen was utterly enraged. As a transmigrator who had lived 2 lifetimes, he had arrived in this strange world 5 years ago, a blue star teeming with secret realms and rampaging monsters. On the very day he activated his system, he had fished up the Xianyuan sword. For the past month, Su-chen had soloed dungeons daily, leveling up to 30. His primary goal was to accumulate mental energy for fishing. Moreover, he had slain bosses within the secret realms to acquire various skills. Through the system's fusion capabilities, he had integrated multiple abilities to the point where he could solo clear level 50 dungeons with ease, and even tackle level 70 dungeons alone. He was this powerful now? Yet he still had to live in fear, at the mercy of others? In the capital city now, he could push through anything. Why should he still be bullied by these scum? Bite your tongue and the storm will pass, but back down and you'll only get angrier. Buzz. At that very moment, a humming sound filled the air. An unassuming long sword materialized in Su-chen's hand, radiating an aura of power that seemed to chill the very air around it. I'm putting this out there today, these items are dungeon drops, clean as can be. If any of you try to pull a fast one, you'll leave your life here. The scene erupted. Young man, don't get angry with them. Common folk shouldn't fight the authorities, you'll only end up hurting yourself. Yeah. If it doesn't work, report it. Don't resort to violence. Once you fight back, you'll never prove your case. Good-hearted people were still numerous. They couldn't stand seeing these law enforcement officers flexing their authority, much less tolerate their bullying of merchants. But as common folk, they could only swallow their anger and endure. When several enforcement officers saw Su-chen draw his weapon, their eyes widened in shock. Legendary grade. These enforcement officers were all relatively high-level professionals, and they could instantly recognize that the weapon in Su-chen's hand was legendary grade. The young officer's eyes gleamed. After a mere 2 seconds of stunned silence, he coldly declared, obstructing law enforcement and attempting to assault officers constitutes criminal activity. Arrest him. Originally worried that confiscating such top-tier gear might invite criticism, they now had their excuse. The officers exchanged knowing glances and immediately assumed a confrontational stance. Seeing this turn of events, the onlookers quickly dispersed like scattered birds, fearing collateral damage and rushing far away. The 8 enforcers, all combat-oriented classes, were at least level 30. On the surface, Su Chen, a level 30 angler, seemed like a fish in a barrel, utterly defenseless. Yet, the very next second, as the enforcers closed in to attack, Su Chen swung his long sword. Hum. The air trembled as a powerful gust of wind swept over the 8 figures, sending them all flying backward in unison. Shouts of astonishment filled the air. With a single move, all 8 members of the enforcement squad were swept away, utterly defenseless. Holy! Is this the insane power of a legendary tier weapon? But that doesn't make sense either. Even if it is a legendary weapon, his own level is what it is. We're done for. We're in deep trouble now. The 8 enforcers were taken down in a single move, sending the onlookers into an uproar as whispers erupted. The 8 enforcers lay sprawled on the ground, groaning and moaning for a long while before struggling to their feet one by one. Call for backup. Blood still trickled from the young man's mouth. That blow had nearly killed him. He'd intended to challenge Su Chen to a fight, but after taking 2 steps forward, fear overtook him. He shouted for his team to call for backup. Young man, pack your things and leave immediately. Where to? Doesn't everyone know he's Su Chen, that genius student from the Capital Academy? We're done for. We've really messed up this time. The news spread like wildfire, yet Su Chen remained calmly at the scene, showing not a hint of panic. Within minutes, several vehicles pulled up outside the Secret Realm Instance Plaza. Over a dozen enforcers disembarked and marched in force toward the scene. Captain, it's him. Selling illicit gear and assaulting enforcers. The young man, seeing reinforcements arrive, hurried forward to exaggerate the situation, piling on false accusations. The captain, Zhou Changyuan, was under 50 years old. With a square jaw and a crew cut, he was a 45th level holy swordsman. In the capital city, he was considered a powerhouse in the 2nd tier, second only to the city lord. Zhou Changyuan listened to his subordinate's report with a dark expression. Glancing at his battered team members, he frowned slightly before shifting his gaze to Su Chen, who stood calm and composed. A level 30 angler? He took down all 8 of my men? When his gaze fell upon the legendary grade longsword in Su Chen's hand, Zhou Changyuan's eyes widened instantly. Then, seeing the gear scattered on the ground, he lost all composure. You're Su Chen, right? I recognize you, a student from the Capital Academy. You awakened as a fisher last month and got expelled. Get to the point. Are you conducting a household registration check? Su Chen cut Zhou Changyuan off, growing impatient. Ha! Zhou Changyuan chuckled, glancing at his team members, each bearing injuries of varying severity. Assaulting an enforcer? That's no small offense. You're coming with me. What a joke. Your people stole my gear and tried to gang up on me. That was self-defense, not assault. Look around, there are witnesses everywhere. Zhou Changyuan raised an eyebrow, scanning the onlookers with a slight smirk. Is that so? Did we enforcers gang up on him? The surrounding clamor instantly fell silent. No one spoke up. Not a single soul dared meet Zhou Changyuan's gaze. Who in the capital didn't know Zhou Changyuan was a vindictive, petty man? He had climbed to his current position as law enforcement captain by framing his former captain and stepping over others' corpses to seize power. Who would dare cross such a man? You might just fall asleep one night and never wake up again. Move. Handcuff him and confiscate his equipment. Turning his head, Zhou Changyuan's expression instantly turned icy. At his command, 10 men closed in. Su Chen gripped his long sword, his eyelid twitching. He understood clearly. Today, he either submitted to the false accusation and accepted his fate, or he knocked every last one of them to the ground. Even if he accepted the blame, he'd still have to serve time. If he fought them, he would inevitably become a wanted criminal in China, doomed to a life of perpetual turmoil. Chapter 6, foolishly trying to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice. Su Chen glanced at the anxious onlookers gathered nearby. Today's incident was unlikely to end well. Just as Su Chen was about to act, a crisp voice rang out like heavenly music. Stop! Everyone turned to see Lu Ruzhuang striding over, accompanied by several bodyguards in black suits. Rushuan, what brings you here? Su Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Ruzhuang to appear here. If I hadn't come, you'd have been bullied to death. Lu Rushi hurried to Su Chen's side, scanning him up and down. Satisfied he was unharmed, she exhaled in relief before turning to Zhou Changyuan with a cold tone. Captain Zhou, you're quite the authority figure, aren't you? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you're trying to forcibly seize people's property? Zhou Changyuan's expression changed instantly upon seeing Lu Ruzhuang. He knew full well who she was, the heiress of the Lu conglomerate, a true heavyweight in the capital. As a mere enforcement squad captain, he couldn't afford to cross someone like her. Miss Lu, what are you implying? We are simply enforcing the law impartially. Zhou Changyuan forced a smile, his tone softening. Enforcing the law? More like settling a personal grudge. Su Chen's equipment was obtained legitimately. What right do you have to confiscate it? Just because you, Zhou Changyuan, say so? Lu Ruzhuang retorted without mincing words. When had the young Miss Lu ever endured such indignity? Miss Lu, that's not quite accurate. Su Chen's equipment has an unclear origin and he attacked an enforcer. We have the right to take him in for investigation. Zhou Changyuan, seeing Lu Rushuang's unyielding stance, felt a surge of irritation. Yet he dared not offend her, forcing himself to continue. Assaulted law enforcement? More like you law enforcers are trying to seize someone else's property, aren't you? Lu Rushuang sneered coldly, pointing at the law enforcers sprawled on the ground. Su Chen acted in self-defense. Got it? Rushuang, thank you. Su Chen looked at Lu Rushuang, a wave of warmth washing over him. He knew she was doing this for his sake. No need for formalities between us. Lu Rushuang shot Su Chen a disapproving look before turning to Zhou Changyuan. Her voice turned icy. Captain Zhou, let me make this clear today. I'm vouching for Su Chen. If you dare lay a finger on him, the Lu group will never let you off the hook. With that, Lu Rushuang waved her hand. Bodyguards immediately stepped forward, shielding Su Chen behind them. Zhou Changyuan's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Lu Rushuang to defend Su Chen so fiercely, leaving him in a precarious position. If he continued to forcibly take Su Chen away, it would mean antagonizing the Lu financial group, a responsibility he couldn't shoulder. Yet letting Su Chen go felt unbearably frustrating. Those pieces of equipment were worth a fortune. Just as Zhou Changyuan was caught between a rock and a hard place, a black sedan slowly pulled up. The door opened, and a young man dressed in a sharp suit stepped out. Captain Zhou, what's going on here? All this commotion? The young man approached Zhou Changyuan, frowning as he asked. Young Master Chen Feng, what brings you here? Zhou Changyuan recognized the young man and hurried over, his demeanor extremely respectful. Chen Feng, the playboy heir of the Chen conglomerate and also a suitor of Lu Rushiang, was naturally known to Zhou Changyuan. I heard there was a disturbance here, so I came to take a look. Chen Feng said indifferently, his gaze fixed on Lu Rushiang. He paid no attention whatsoever to Su Chen standing nearby. Rushuang, what a coincidence you're here too. Is someone picking on you? Whoever it is, tell me. I'll break their legs for you. Lu Rushi glanced at Chen Feng but remained silent. She didn't want Su Chen to misunderstand. Faced with Lu Rushuang's icy demeanor, Chen Feng felt thoroughly annoyed. What's there to be proud of? Just wait until the day you come begging me. I'll crush you beneath me. Playing aloof with me? Su Chen? What are you doing here? Chen Feng's gaze fell on Su Chen, a flash of hostility flickering in his eyes. Su Chen is my boyfriend. Of course he should be here. Lu Rushuang said indifferently. Boyfriend? Chen Feng's expression shifted uneasily. Rushuang, when did Su Chen become your boyfriend? How come I didn't know about this? I don't think you, Mr. Chen, need to know about that, do you? Chen Feng was stung by Lu Rushuang's retort, feeling both angry and annoyed. But he dared not vent his anger in front of her, so he turned to look at Zhou Changyuan, his eyes filled with questioning. Zhou Changyuan promptly recounted the entire incident to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's face darkened instantly as he stared at Su Chen, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Rushuang, Captain Zhou was just doing his duty. Su Chen was illegally setting up a stall here. How could you possibly have a boyfriend who's just a street vendor? Chen Feng was notoriously arrogant and proud. The only person who could ever get this spoiled rich kid to speak politely was Lu Rushuang. Su Chen? What was he? A penniless loser. How dare he be Lu Rushuang's boyfriend? Chen Feng, do I need to spell it out any clearer? Su Chen is my boyfriend. His business is my business. Boyfriend. Chen Feng's heart clenched, then his gaze turned icy. Rushuang, I just hope you won't be deceived by some shady characters. Mr. Chen, first of all, we're not exactly close. Second, it's none of your business who I date. Lu Rushuang's words were a blatant slap in Chen Feng's face. Yet he was utterly powerless to respond. The Lu family wielded considerable influence in the imperial capital. Even the Chen family had to tread carefully around them. Otherwise, given Chen Feng's temper, Lu Rusong would have been stashed away in his golden house long ago. How could he let her speak to him with such arrogance? Captain Zhou, Su Chen is my boyfriend. I'm vouching for him today. Arresting Su Chen means you're opposing my Lu family. After speaking, Lu Rushiang turned to him. Where did you get all this equipment? Su Chen smiled faintly. A man of the mountains has his own ways. Seeing Su Chen's cheeky expression, Lu Rushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Silly boy. Chen Feng watched their playful banter with grinding frustration, utterly powerless to intervene. Su Chen, you just wait. Soon enough, I'll tear you to pieces. Young Master Chen, what do you think? Captain Zhou's forehead broke out in a sweat as he hurriedly sought instructions. What do you think? You handle it. With that, Chen Feng got into the car without looking back. Clearly, Lu Rushiang had pushed him over the edge today. Seeing Su Chen protected by the Lu family, Zhou Changyuan lowly and powerless didn't want a court trouble. Lu Rushiang, mark my words, someday I'll make you beg for mercy at my feet. Even as he settled into his seat, Chen Feng couldn't resist indulging in a little fantasy. Su Chen, are you okay? Lu Rushiang immediately asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you, Rushuang. No need to be so formal with me. But you've got all this great gear, aren't you a fishing pro? Don't you know? Anglers can reel in anything but fish. Chapter 7, Huaxia Trading Post. Lu Rujuang glanced at the items Su Chen had laid out on his stall. Her eyes lit up instantly. Su Chen, these items of yours, several of them are top-tier quality. Of course they are, Su Chen nodded cheerfully. By the way, this King's Greatsword is a level 50 item. Do you need it? It's yours. Su Chen pointed at the King's Greatsword cheerfully. Seeing the King's Greatsword, Lu Rujuang felt a stir of desire. After all, she was a saint sword user, a six-winged angel. That said, the Lu family's strength didn't really require such gear. Perhaps to outsiders, these items seemed quite impressive. But compared to the Lu family, they were still lacking. Yet her boyfriend, a professional angler, had managed to acquire so many fine pieces of gear from the Secret Realm dungeon. It truly exceeded Lu Ruxiang's expectations. I don't want it. Aren't you short on cash? You might as well sell it. Facing Lu Ruxiang's words, Su Chen felt no awkwardness. He was indeed short on cash, and Lu Ruxi knew his circumstances well. He lived in a government-subsidized studio apartment, barely scraping by. Why did Lu Rujuang choose to be with him? The answer was simple: love. The onlookers around them watched the couple display their affection, only to be met with a wave of envy and resentment. After packing up the items, Su Chen followed Lu Rusong into the car. He had originally planned to sell these items. But now it seemed many adventurers simply didn't have the money. Even a level 50 item like the King's Greatsword was now priced at just 450,000 gold. Few could actually afford it. On the way, Lu Rushuang suddenly suggested an idea to Su Chen. She suggested he list the gear he had on the largest trading platform website in China. There, you'll find players of all levels from across the entire nation. Compared to selling at the entrance of the Secret Realm, it would be much easier to sell them on the trading website. This was the first time Su Chen had heard of such a trading platform. After arriving home, Su Chen parted ways with Lu Rushuang and immediately pulled out his phone to start browsing. China's largest equipment trading platform app. After downloading it, he opened the app directly. Huaxia Trading House. Across the entire Blue Star, every nation operated its own trading house. Among them, Huaxia Trading House ranked as one of the largest trading houses in this parallel world. They not only operate trading centers in major cities across Huaxia but also maintain branches in the capitals of several major nations. Their purpose was to acquire hard-to-find equipment from around the world, including even artifact-level gear. Of course, the primary distribution channel remains the Huaxia Trading House. It specializes in facilitating various transactions for professionals. For example, gear, potions, and so on. In short, it had everything one could possibly need. At a glance, Su Chen recognized it immediately. This was essentially the same as the shopping platforms he knew before his transmigration, similar to Taobao, Pinduoduo, and JD. The difference was that the spending exchange had consolidated all the functions of the shopping platforms he knew before his transmigration. On the spending exchange platform, both brand new and second-hand gear could be traded. Even gear obtained through special channels could be traded here. Of course, that required connections. Moreover, the Huaxia Trading House isn't running a charity. Operating such a platform naturally aims to profit from commissions earned through transactions between buyers and sellers. Put simply, the platform charges a 10% service fee on every successful transaction. The exact rate depends on the transaction amount. For smaller transactions, the fee is 2%. For larger transactions, the fee is 10%. Of course, there is some flexibility, and the exact rate depends on the specific circumstances. If sellers are in a hurry or need funds urgently, they can sell directly to the platform. However, the price will definitely not be as favorable as selling to a buyer. Additionally, a 3% handling fee will be charged. But at least one thing is guaranteed. The seller's goods will definitely be sold. Consequently, nearly every professional across the entire Huaxia nation utilizes the Huaxia trading platform. That's precisely why Lu Ruxiang had instructed Su Chen to list his gear for sale here. His gear was of exceptional quality. If he was willing, the price would certainly not be low. With this initial capital, Su Chen could at least move out of the subsidized housing. He could move into a nice apartment in the city center. Life would gradually improve, no longer plagued by hardship. After opening the trading platform, following the prompts on the website, Su Chen tapped away at the keyboard. He completed identity verification and account registration. The platform also worried that sellers might list strange or questionable items. Therefore, every seller must undergo real name verification and identity authentication. The purpose was to prevent sellers from offering prohibited items. It took nearly 4 hours. Just as Su Chen was growing impatient. Finally, the review was approved. Although Huaxia trading platform was used by professionals throughout the entire Huaxia capital, this was actually Su Chen's first time using it. His predecessor had been equally clueless about such matters. He was essentially a pioneer. Following the app's instructions, Su Chen photographed each piece of equipment in his possession one by one, then listed them. After setting the prices, by the time he finished everything, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Glancing at the clock, Su-chen was utterly exhausted. After a shower, he drifted off into a deep, restful sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. He opened his phone and found that several sellers had already marked his listed gear as wanted and added it to their collections. However, they seemed hesitant about the price. At least for the King's Greatsword, Su-chen hadn't priced it at 500,000. Instead, he had set it at 1 million. This was the price Lu Rushi had given him. As the prodigy of the Lu family, she possessed formidable backing. She naturally possessed a clear understanding of how to price such equipment. Su-chen's previous selling price had been nothing short of a bargain. Had Zhou Changyuan and his crew not disrupted the sale, they would have been snapped up in no time. The price Su-chen had now listed was the true market value. No big deal. Since it's listed on the trading platform, if buyers want it, he could just transfer the funds directly, no need for him to worry about it. Besides, he had nothing else to do today. He couldn't just lie around at home all day, could he? Just then, a web notification on his phone caught his attention. North City's Secret Realm instance closed for 3 days. Temporarily closed to all adventurers. Reopening date to be announced. The Northern City's Secret Realm instance closed for 3 days? What's going on? Each of the 4 cardinal directions surrounding the imperial capital has a dungeon. The eastern and western ones are designated for newcomers. Typically, level 120 new players can enter these to level up, farm monsters, and gather gear. The Southern City dungeon, however, is for level 50 players. This is the same secret realm Su-chen visited before. The Northern instance is geared for players around level 30. Su-chen hadn't visited it back then because he found it uninteresting. But this piece of news definitely caught Su-chen's attention. Since I've got nothing else to do, why not go check it out? Chapter 8, The Little Girl at the Dump. Su-chen didn't have anything else to do. Since he'd come across this news, it seemed like the perfect chance to investigate. Although he had previously dismissed the Secret Realm dungeon in the northern part of the city. For some reason, ever since he saw this news, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the place. Perhaps he would encounter something there. With that thought, Su-chen rose and headed north toward the city. Upon reaching the entrance to the Secret Realm dungeon in the northern part of the city, he noticed a large number of law enforcement officers had gathered there. Many of these enforcers were above level 40. But none of them were opponents in Su-chen's eyes. Still, security in the imperial capital seemed far stricter than usual today. Law enforcement officers patrolled everywhere around him. Each wore a stern expression. Things didn't look good. Though puzzled, Su-chen wisely chose to leave. Since he couldn't get in, it was best not to antagonize the authorities. The Northern City's Secret Realm instance was off limits. Su-chen could only prepare to head back home. He still needed to sell his gear. Not long after setting off, a foul stench filled the air, making Su-chen wrinkle his brow. Only then did he suddenly realize that, without knowing when, he had arrived at the garbage station the imperial capital had established in the northern part of the city. This landfill had been deliberately planned and constructed in the northern part of the imperial capital. The primary reason for its northern location was that the northern part of the city was considered one of the more remote areas of the imperial capital. Adding the northern part of the city, there's only one secret realm instance and a few quieter streets. Consequently, few adventurers ever venture here. Consequently, the imperial capital's urban planners simply designated this area as a massive landfill. Gazing at the stench-filled dump before him, Su-chen couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. It stinks. But you couldn't blame him. This place was piled high with the entire capital's refuse. All kinds of household waste, plus discarded equipment and gear from various professionals. Needless to say, the smell was awful. Even though it's all trash, it's still a form of wealth. Su-chen was well aware of the value these scraps held. Don't be fooled by the piles of trash in the dump. Even before his journey here, Su-chen understood well. The individuals who truly held influence in a city, who could make real money, who could quietly amass great wealth. Among them, there must be those who operate garbage stations in their respective cities. Because the business of collecting trash is incredibly lucrative. Don't look down on the trash in the landfill. The saying that the world's wealth lies in landfills is no exaggeration. Before Su-chen, mountains of trash piled high in the vast landfill. It truly left him in awe. It must be said, this place truly was. Countless garbage trucks worked tirelessly at the base of the trash mountains. All around, swarms of insects like flies buzzed around the leftover scraps of food. Scattered throughout the area, ragged vagrants searched for scraps. Most of these people were those who had been weeded out from the ranks of China's professionals. This includes those with niche professions, careers lacking combat utility or commercial value. They couldn't earn even a meager income for themselves or their families through their professions. Thus, they could only scavenge the landfill, hoping to stumble upon treasure chests or similar finds. If luck smiled upon them and they managed to snag a decent item or two, it would be a real stroke of luck. Watching the scene unfold before him, Su-Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Even after crossing over to this world, he still couldn't escape the fate of being exploited and oppressed. Though Su-Chen wasn't currently homeless, his situation wasn't much better. Frankly, he was only fortunate to have the system, otherwise, he might have ended up scavenging trash himself. For us ordinary folk, just staying alive is hard enough. Most of the trash piled up in those mountains was discarded by the upper classes. In the eyes of these aristocratic families, might be considered less valuable than a pet dog they kept. But for ordinary professionals, especially vagrants like these, it's a treasure trove. Just one piece could fetch a hefty sum. With a bit of luck, it might even be their chance to turn their fortunes around. Just then, a commotion erupted from a group ahead. It seemed to have escalated into a physical fight. Su-Chen was utterly astonished. How could such things still happen even among vagrants? Robbery? How utterly beastly. He knew that among the homeless scavenging through trash here, fights sometimes broke out over scraps. But to be at the bottom of society and still harm each other like this, it was truly. But then again, he figured he understood. The lower one sank in society, the more desperate people became over meager survival resources, revealing their true, ruthless nature. Su-Chen's curiosity piqued, he moved closer. Suddenly, a girl of 17 or 18 appeared. Her clothes were ragged and tattered. In her hand was a shriveled woven bag. Her hair hadn't been washed in days, and her face was grimy. Yet her eyes were remarkably bright and alert. "This is what I came to see. How dare you take it from me?" the girl snapped. Though frail, she showed not a trace of fear. "You saw it first? Does that make the dump yours?" "Just because you saw it first," the man shouted back. Witnessing this scene, Su-Chen finally understood. There must be something valuable here. He stood to the side, arms crossed, wanting to see how it would play out. At that moment, the girl spoke again in a low, firm voice. "You'd better not force my hand. Otherwise, there aren't many here in this junkyard who could stand up to me." It seemed the girl really wanted that item. "All right, you want it?" The man grinned wickedly. "Then fight for it. If you beat me, it's yours." The moment the man finished speaking, the girl tossed aside the woven bag in her hands and launched a direct punch. Her movement speed was no slouch. Su-Chen couldn't help but be impressed. Judging by this, the girl was probably around level 15. But she probably couldn't afford to grind levels she needed to survive. After all, you need to eat to survive before you can level up. Still, the girl's strength was undeniably impressive. Even that man was being driven back step by step. Seeing him retreat, she stopped her attack. "Give it to me. I won't hurt you." The girl's combat skills were indeed impressive. Among newcomers, she was quite capable. But Su-Chen couldn't help but wonder if this girl possessed such skill. Why would she still be scavenging for trash? But perhaps she had her own reasons. Su-Chen didn't want to pry too much. The man, humiliated by the girl's defeat, grew furious. He made a move to draw his weapon, a rusty dagger. Seeing the man reach for a weapon, Su-Chen spoke up. "A grown man picking a fight with a young girl, and now you're reaching for a weapon? You really have some nerve." Chapter 9, Gear sold, money in hand. Su-Chen didn't waste words with the man. The moment he moved, the man was knocked straight to his knees. Realizing he was no match, the man quickly produced what the girl had demanded. It turned out to be a ring. Su-Chen examined it. The ring wasn't exactly top-tier gear. But at least it could fetch some cash. For instance, at a scrapyard, it could fetch at least a few thousand yuan. That could solve his immediate problem. Su-Chen didn't need this filthy thing. He frowned and declined to take it, instead turning to the girl. "Here, you keep it." Seeing this, the girl thanked him gratefully. But Su-Chen couldn't be bothered. Only after confirming the girl had retrieved the item safely did he walk away. He might as well call it a knight in shining armor moment. As soon as he arrived home, Su-Chen's phone rang. "Congratulations, Mr. Su. Your item listed on Huaxia Trading Exchange has been successfully sold. Listing, Sovereign Greatsword level 50 price, 1 million blue star coins. Radiant Staff level 60 price, 1.2 million blue star coins. King Set level 50 price, 1.6 million blue star coins. Proceeds, 3.8 million blue star coins. Platform service fee of 5% deducted. Your final earnings, 3.61 million blue star coins. The relevant payment has been transferred to your registered account. Please check your balance." Su-Chen. 3.61 million blue star coins in hand. This is fantastic. He really needed the money urgently. In this lifetime, Su-Chen wasn't exactly a wealthy or privileged man. He was just a bit good-looking and lucky enough to activate the multiverse fishing system. Otherwise, he'd be no different from the loser office drone he was in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be living in government-subsidized housing. Now, with 3.61 million in hand, he could buy a nice place outright. He could move out of his current neighborhood. Still, Su-Chen decided to rent a place for now. He'd finally got some cash in hand, and if he threw it straight into real estate, that would be a huge loss. Cash is best kept in hand. Hand it over to the real estate boss. Otherwise, he'd be the one taking the hit. It wasn't worth it, absolutely not worth it. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Su-Chen was taken aback. Who would be looking for him at this hour? Rushuan? Impossible. She shouldn't have time, at least not now. Opening the door, he found the girl he'd encountered at the junkyard standing there. Su-Chen had helped her, but he hadn't expected this girl to follow him here. What do you want? I helped you, but don't try to take advantage of me, Su-Chen said warily, eyeing the girl. Having lived an extra lifetime, Su-Chen was well aware of such schemes. Besides, no one knew who this girl really was. Appearing here at this moment, who knew what she intended to do? Hello, my name is Lin Xiaoya. Su-Chen, what do you want, Lin Xiaoya? Su-Chen looked at her. Lin Xiaoya's face was smudged with dirt, and her body trembled slightly. She seemed visibly nervous. However, there was no hostility in her eyes. I noticed you seem really skilled. Could you help me level up? Like, run dungeons and stuff? If I get good gear and make money, we split it 50-50. Lin Xiaoya held up her right hand with all 5 fingers extended. It was rather cute. Seeing her like this, Su-Chen couldn't help but smile. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? No, you seem nice. You followed me all the way here? Yeah. After you left, I thought about it for a long time. I want to level up with you, farm gear, and sell it for some cash. I need money, lots and lots of money, Lin Xiaoya murmured softly. Who doesn't need money? Su-Chen smiled. Come on in. After Lin Xiaoya entered, Su-Chen had her take a shower. He also paid for a delivery service to bring over a clean set of women's clothes. Fortunately, delivery services were highly developed in this world. After her shower, she slipped into the clean clothes Su-Chen had provided. She actually looked quite pretty. Thank you, Lin Xiaoya said. I just don't have any money to give you now. I'll definitely repay you later. Enough with the talk of repayment, Lin Fan interrupted. With that, Lin Fan took out a ruby and handed it to her. It's too valuable. Sell it for cash. That way you can find a place to stay and stop wandering around. But I haven't. Didn't you want to level up with me? I'm forming a raid group and from now on, you're my teammate. Su-Chen said. Gratitude washed over Lin Xiaoya's face. She desperately needed money and an escape from that foul-smelling scavenger circle. Though this ruby wasn't exactly a precious treasure. It could easily fetch at least 200,000 blue star coins. Without lifting a finger, Su-Chen had handed her 200,000 blue star coins. This was absolutely enough to turn Lin Xiaoya's life around. With 200,000 blue star coins, she could find a decent apartment in the imperial capital. Enough for 3 years' rent and living expenses. 3 years would be more than enough time to rewrite her destiny. It seemed she had met a benefactor. Thank you, Lin Xiaoya said, her voice trembling with emotion. It had been years since she'd spoken to anyone like this. As a scavenger, the law of survival at the bottom of society was etched into her bones. She couldn't trust anyone, and no one would ever help her. I said you don't need to thank me or repay me. This is what you deserve, Su-Chen said calmly. I deserve it? Lin Xiaoya stared at him, finding it hard to believe. Like I said, I'm putting together a team for the next dungeon run. You're joining my squad. Just follow my commands. Of course, I won't shortchange you. If we get good loot, I'll distribute it to you according to the team share ratio. I guarantee you'll reap huge rewards. The only cost? Loyalty to me as your team leader. Su-Chen stated. Lin Xiaoya nodded quickly upon hearing Su-Chen's words. Alright, I agree. Alright, one more thing, I'm moving to a new place. Would you be willing to come with me? Su-Chen looked at her. Lin Xiaoya's face flushed instantly at his words. She was, after all, a girl. Just following him like this. That wouldn't be right. Don't overthink it. I'm looking for a new apartment, a duplex. I'll live upstairs, and you can live downstairs. That way, you'll save on expenses too. Once you have money later, you can move out on your own. Until then, you can help me look after the place. What do you say? Of course, Su-Chen wouldn't force her if she insisted on finding her own place. That was fine too. But Su-Chen had another reason for doing this. In this dog-eat-dog world, the treachery of human nature was no empty phrase. A girl as beautiful as Lin Xiaoya, if she were to become homeless, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened to her. That was Su-Chen's true intention. Chapter 10, from now on, consider me your little sister. It wasn't because he was a doormat or some saint. Call it fate, I suppose. After all, he had originally gone to the northern city's secret realm instance to investigate the situation. But then, through a twist of fate, he encountered Lin Xiaoya. Su-Chen wasn't a superstitious person. But he firmly believed in destiny. There's a saying in metaphysics, go with the flow. Since heaven had brought him together with Lin Xiaoya, then perhaps this young girl could lend him a helping hand in the future. In a world where the weak get devoured by the strong, Su-Chen's original self hadn't exactly had it easy either. At least he had managed to attend school and afford tuition. Most others didn't even have the chance to study and discover their vocation. As for this Lin Xiaoya, though she had awakened a profession, it was likely due to her family's dire financial straits. Or perhaps she was even an orphan. This has kept her stuck at around level 15. She couldn't advance further, nor did she possess any particularly outstanding strengths. Even the class she awakened to was likely one of those commonplace, mundane life skills. In such a cutthroat competitive environment, she had no choice but to scavenge for scraps. Back at the junkyard, Su Chen had noticed Lin Xiaoya's decent skills. However, likely due to malnutrition, her strength and movements were undeniably unprofessional. But that wasn't her fault. Now that she'd be with Su Chen, he'd look out for her. It wouldn't take long for her to recover. Lin Xiaoya glanced at the ruby in her hand, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Seeing her hesitation, Su Chen didn't press the matter. "I'm just giving you a choice. If you don't want it, then forget it." "No, I mean..." Lin Xiaoya hesitated, unsure how to voice her thoughts. "What do you want to say?" "I can help with housework and watch the house, but I won't share a bed. I need my own room." Lin Xiaoya gathered her courage to say. "Ha!" Su Chen nearly choked on his own spit. Hey. Was he that shameless, sleazy kind of guy? No way. Just look at this handsome face of mine. There's no way I'm part of the sexually repressed crowd, okay? What are you thinking? I have a fiancée. I'm worried she might misunderstand. Alright, if you've decided to stay, you'll have to make do in the living room for now. I'm heading out. There's food in the fridge, help yourself. No need to be polite. From now on, you're like my little sister. Su Chen said calmly. Where are you going? To look at apartments. I'll tell my fiancé I have a sister now. After leaving his subsidized housing, Su Chen immediately headed toward Huaxia Trading House. The lobby of Huaxia Trading House was located within the second ring road of the capital city. It could be said to be the most renowned establishment in all of Huaxia. Given its status, the exchange naturally occupied a prime location. Of course, it was rumored that the shareholders behind the Huaxia Trading House were among the most prominent aristocratic families in Huaxia. But as for who exactly they were, someone like Su Chen, a mere nobody, certainly had no way of knowing or understanding. Su Chen stood at the entrance of the exchange hall and peered inside. The entire interior was filled with numerous crystal display cases. While he could browse some of the items listed on his phone. But in reality, if he truly wanted to find something worthwhile, it was best to come in person. Moreover, regarding the equipment he had previously sold, the trading post had already paid him half the proceeds. The remainder required him to deliver the gear to the exchange to complete the final transaction. Therefore, he walked straight inside. As soon as he entered the doorway, a staff member stopped him. Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase equipment? Su Chen promptly explained his purpose. The attendant promptly escorted him to the notarization office. After notarizing the equipment, the trading house deposited the final payment into his account. The transaction was complete. The rest was no longer Su Chen's concern. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Miao deliberately took a look around inside. It must be said, the interior of the entire trading hall was indeed resplendent with gold and splendor. Fully armed, highly skilled security personnel patrolled the area constantly. These personnel all wore black suits, with the exclusive emblem of Huaxia Trading pinned to their chests. The emblem looked unfamiliar to Su Chen. But he surmised it was likely the emblem of the family behind Huaxia Trading. The moment Su Chen entered the hall, a dozen pairs of eyes turned to him. All eyes were fixed on him. No wonder it's Huaxia's largest trading house. The security personnel are indeed of a much higher caliber, and the level of security here is probably among the best in the world. Su Chen murmured in admiration. The place was indeed extravagant and magnificent. Moreover, those permitted entry were invariably either wealthy or influential. While the official policy stated that any citizen of China, regardless of status or age, could enter the China Trading House. But in reality, this world still had its unspoken rules. The Huaxia Trading House openly welcomed any Huaxia citizen to enter. Even if you're a beggar. But the problem is, if you truly are a beggar, or just an ordinary person. Frankly speaking, it's rather embarrassing to walk in. Because it's simple. In such a lavish hall. Just seeing all those well-dressed people coming and going around you. You'd feel inferior yourself. As for beggars or ragpickers? They'd never set foot in here. Why would they come here? That'd just be courting trouble. That's the theory, but in reality, most who do come are either wealthy or noble. Su Chen took a look around inside. Countless stalls displayed an array of materials and equipment. Even some top-tier elixirs were available. The markups on these items meant each one carried a price tag of at least 100,000 blue star coins. That's precisely why only the wealthy or influential could afford to be here. If you don't have the means, why bother coming in? Wouldn't you just be asking for trouble? Even if you just came to browse, seeing these prices would make anyone feel sick to their stomach, okay? Because of this, ordinary people are practically non-existent here. After walking a few steps, Su Chen approached a counter. The female receptionist, noticing Su Chen's approach, greeted him with a smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I'd like to buy some forging materials, and also some pills to help me level up and run dungeons. I wonder if you have any here," Su Chen inquired curiously. The receptionist glanced at Su Chen, sizing him up. She understood immediately. Generally speaking, staff at such large trading houses were exceptionally adept at judging people and tailoring their service accordingly. To put it plainly, it's about who you are and how much you can afford. One glance at you and I know. There's nothing else to it. Chapter 11, The Manager Who Looks Down on People. That's why they call it a major brokerage firm. Though the receptionist did look down on Su Chen a bit. Su Chen could sense it too, and he was well aware of it. But one must admit, her professionalism was commendable. She maintained her smile as she explained, "Good day, sir. We offer forging materials, dungeon running potions, and such. The prices here are indeed significantly higher. Actually, for martial artists seeking to enhance their strength, purchasing products with better cost effectiveness is a wise choice," the receptionist said cheerfully. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. "Thank you, but could you show me the items first? If I decide to buy, I will." The receptionist nodded and retrieved a small box. "This is dragon bone, an essential material specifically used by crafters to forge level 30 legendary gear. While such dragon bone might seem insignificant to higher level adventurers, for those between levels 30 and 50, it offers quite the bang for your buck. And if you craft an entire set using this level 30 dragon bone, it can also trigger set bonuses for early dungeon runs and leveling up. It's quite a bargain and a solid choice. What do you think, sir?" the receptionist inquired. Just as Su Chen was about to take a closer look, suddenly, a man's voice cut in. This dragon bone is worth at least 200,000. Actually, our trading house usually recommends that adventurers like you choose some basic forging materials. And these materials will greatly benefit your career development, the man said to Su Chen with a smile. The female receptionist hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Su Chen frowned. Damn it, he really had run into someone who judged him by his appearance. "I'm here to buy dragon bone, why are you messing with me?" "I need dragon bones, not basic forging materials," Su Chen stated. "Sir, I've professionally planned for many top-tier practitioners. I have extensive experience. Sir, you're not yet suited for such high-grade forging materials as dragon bone." "Ha?" Su Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. How did this guy even become a professional manager? To actually say something like that to a customer. This is just asking for trouble. Besides, even if he looked like he was wearing ordinary clothes. What, are you going to snatch the dragon bone from me? Su Chen isn't some kind of god, there are security guards everywhere in this lobby. Still, since the other party put it that way, Su Chen saw no point in getting worked up. After all, the suggestion was made in a very polite and courteous manner. He couldn't very well lose his temper. Fine. Since your establishment fears I can't afford it and won't let me see it, then I won't buy it. With that, Su Chen turned and walked away. The man then turned to the female receptionist. You need to understand, the items here aren't for just anyone to buy or even look at. You'd better get it straight, we're here to serve major clients. This guy clearly can't afford it. Why waste your time? Su Chen had no intention of engaging with this man. But upon hearing the man's words, Su Chen's anger flared instantly. What did you say? Is there anything else you need, sir? The man remained surprisingly composed, his expression unchanged. Clearly, he'd seen his fair share of ordinary folks like Su Chen. Naturally, he didn't care if his words offended the other party. Even if he did, so what? Sir, you've misunderstood. Our Huaxia trading house welcomes anyone to. Enough. Do you think I don't know exactly who you meant by any Tom, Dick, or Harry? If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I won't let you off easy. Su Chen stared at him. His male pride seemed to have been struck. The man grew angry. Oomph. Listen here, sir. This is Huaxia trading house. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come in here looking for trouble. If you dare cause trouble here, you'll likely end up dead. And let me tell you, I've seen plenty of people like you before. That dragon bone is incredibly valuable. If you damage it and can't afford to pay for it, I'd like to know what you plan to do then? I'm telling you this for your own good. Do you really think you can afford it? If you could afford it, I'd quit working at Huaxia Trading House. The man said with disdain. Clearly, he was certain Su Chen couldn't afford it. But it wasn't entirely the man's fault for underestimating Su Chen. Su Chen's attire was simply too plain. The saying clothes make the man holds more than a grain of truth. Su Chen's temper flared. He addressed the female receptionist directly. I'll take all 3 dragon bones. What? The receptionist looked at him in surprise. Sir, that's 600,000 yuan. I said I'll take all 3 dragon bones. Didn't you hear me? Su Chen repeated coldly. Xiao Li, process this gentleman's payment. What are you standing there for? You're turning down business? The man remained utterly dismissive. He genuinely couldn't believe it. This young guy looked downright broke. Could he really make me back off? What a joke. This was the Huaxia trading house, after all. A beep sounded as the card reader successfully processed the 600,000 yuan. The female receptionist froze in shock. The male manager froze too. This situation was beyond salvage. Especially the male manager, his face instantly turned ashen. Good heavens, this was no ordinary person. Someone who could casually swipe 600,000 yuan. This had to be some hidden rich kid. At that moment, Su Chen turned his gaze toward the male manager. He remained silent, waiting for the manager to offer a reasonable explanation. The manager's expression suddenly shifted. Sir, spending 600,000 in one go, I assume this is money your family gave you? It's such a waste to blow through the money your family gave you like that. Or perhaps this money was stolen. I believe our security personnel should detain you immediately. We need to investigate this thoroughly. Hearing the man's words, Su Chen stared at him as if he were an idiot. Seriously, are people this bored nowadays? Honestly, if this guy had just apologized and admitted he was wrong, Su Chen wouldn't have said anything. But now, with his back against the wall, he dared to pull this stunt? Alright then, you're being stubborn, huh? Fine. Let's see how tough you really are today. Su Chen wasn't about to hold back. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Sudong, what are you doing here during work hours? Is there anything this guest requires, or is there something else? Chapter 12, Earthly Delight. The woman speaking appeared to be in her early 20s. She wore a white cheongsam with a high slit, her legs encased in sensual stockings. The figure-hugging cheongsam accentuated every curve of her voluptuous form. Especially when she moved, the sway of her slender waist and the sight of her legs encased in sheer stockings were captivating. It must be said, this woman was truly a vision. Even though Su Chen already had a stunning beauty like Lu Rujuang as his girlfriend, he still had to admit. This woman was truly a heavenly beauty. The cream of the crop. She had only appeared for a few seconds. Yet numerous male customers stared at her with wide eyes. Though they knew such a beauty was utterly beyond their reach. But that's just how men think. Even if you can't have her, it's never a loss to catch a glimpse, right? Women seem to possess an innate allure, especially with those almond-shaped eyes. A single glance could send one tumbling head over heels. To say she was utterly mesmerizing would be no exaggeration. To the men present, this woman's beauty could only be described as peerless and unparalleled. Every smile and frown tugged at one's nerves. Upon seeing the woman approach, the receptionist hurriedly relayed the matter to her. Only then did the woman glance at Su Chen with curiosity. Sir, since you're purchasing dragon bone, is there something unsatisfactory about it? Is there an issue with the quality? As the largest trading house in Huaxia Nation, Huaxia Trading House naturally valued its reputation. If goods sold were found to have significant quality issues, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Huaxia Trading House's reputation. This was precisely why the woman assumed Su Chen was dissatisfied with the quality. Su Chen, however, gave a cold laugh. The quality is perfectly fine. It's your staff who could use some serious training. The woman's expression immediately shifted upon hearing this. What did you do when assisting the customer? Before the receptionist could explain, Su Chen cut in, oh, this young lady has no issues. The problem lies with your floor manager. She sure has a way with words, first saying I can't afford it, then insisting on value for money. After I made the purchase, she turned around and threatened to call security to arrest me, claiming my money was stolen. I'm just curious, if my money is stolen, shouldn't that be a matter for law enforcement? Even the authorities didn't dare say my money was stolen. Your lobby manager here sure is bold. At this remark, the woman's face instantly turned so sour it looked like it could drip with water. This was no ordinary matter. This was a personal insult. If this customer insists on making a fuss about it, then this lobby manager would be out on her ear. And the manager, trying to dodge responsibility, quickly interjected, Manager Zhao, that's not how it happened. Does he look like someone who could spend 600,000 yuan in one go? We're talking 600,000 yuan here, not 6,000. With that cheapskate look, how could he possibly afford it? His money must be dirty. Hearing this, Su Chen learned for the first time what it meant to speak without fear of consequences. Truly, one won't cry until they see the coffin. So you're implying that money I withdrew from my own bank account is stolen? And the bank doesn't know? Su Chen stared at him with a cold smile. Alright, call the enforcement team here now. This matter won't be settled until it's resolved today. Hearing Su Chen's words, Manager Zhao finally panicked. Su Dong was nothing short of an idiot. How could he say such things to a customer? Whether the money was stolen or not was a matter for law enforcement. What business is it of yours, a lobby manager, to speak up here? What business is it of yours? This is getting serious, really. Zhao Yusen cut Su Dong off before he could finish. Su Dong, you'd better shut your mouth right now and get out. I apologize, Mr. Su. This incident stems from a training oversight at our exchange. I apologize to you here. My name is Zhao Yusen, manager of the VIP lounge at Huaxia Trading House. Please accompany me to the VIP lounge, Mr. Su. I will attend to you personally. Su Chen had originally intended to deal with Su Dong. But seeing how smooth-talking Zhao Yusin was, he merely gave a cold snort and said no more. After all, Su Chen didn't want to escalate matters with Huaxia Trading House. If things escalated to the point where neither side could save face, at worst, they'd just fire Su Dong. And that would be the end of it. But in the future, if he ever needed to handle matters at Huaxia Trading House, it wouldn't be so straightforward. That was precisely why Su Chen decided not to pursue the matter. Taking his dragon bone, Su Chen followed Zhao Yusin into the VIP lounge. Entering the VIP room from the main hall required passing through a long corridor. Naturally, the corridor was also carpeted. The walls on both sides displayed portraits of virtually every prominent figure in Huaxia Nation. Even the portrait of the nation's top leader was present. Moreover, display cases lining the walls showcased numerous world-renowned artworks. Each piece was priceless. Seeing these treasures, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. Huaxia Trading House truly possessed formidable capabilities. These pieces were all crafted by the hands of top-tier professionals. Where would ordinary people ever have the chance to obtain such things? Therefore, even the most inconspicuous handicrafts displayed in the farthest corners would start at no less than 5 million blue star coins. Please take a seat, Mr. Su. And kindly present your identity QR code. I need to scan it to verify your transaction history with our bank, if that's alright? Zhao Yusin said softly. Su Chen nodded and pulled out his phone, displaying his identity QR code. This was the unique identification QR code assigned to every individual in this world. With this QR code, no matter where you go, a simple scan would instantly retrieve all your information. This information was exceptionally precise. It represented the pinnacle of this world's technological and statistical capabilities. After about 5 minutes, Zhao Yusin finally walked in with a smile on her face. Behind her followed a man in his 50s. The man possessed a rather refined demeanor. He wore a pair of white gloves. One glance confirmed he was an appraiser from Huaxia Trading House. Generally, those who could enter this profession, especially those who could become appraisers at Huaxia Trading House, that must be quite a formidable force. Still, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder. What were this appraiser and Zhao Yusin doing here? He hadn't been selling anything. Everything he had to sell was practically gone. Hello, Mr. Su. This is our appraiser from Huaxia Trading House, Mr. Wang Zijuan. Chapter 13, The Life Ring. Su Chen nodded and then said, Mr. Wang. What brings you here? You must be Mr. Su Chen. Wang Zijuan's face lit up with excitement. Earlier, I saw the weapons and equipment you auctioned at our trading house. To be honest, I was truly astonished by your prowess, Mr. Su Chen. How did you acquire so many high-quality pieces? I wonder if you have any more available. I recall seeing your comment on the app about possessing an unappraised ring. I wonder if I might have the honor. Though Wang Zijuan didn't finish his sentence, Su Chen knew exactly what he was thinking. This man had clearly been eyeing him since he sold that gear earlier. Still, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. He still had gear in his possession that hadn't been sold. The reason he hadn't sold them was that many of the items in his possession hadn't been appraised yet. Such unidentified gear typically commanded significantly lower prices if sold. After all, selling unidentified gear is like opening a blind box. It could be top tier or complete junk. But no one knows until it's appraised. Unless the seller pays for a professional appraiser to evaluate it, then you'll have to go with the agreed upon price on the trading platform. That is, a middle value is taken. Regardless of quality, each piece of gear is uniformly priced at 50,000 blue star coins. If it's a good piece of gear, then the exchange makes a profit. If the gear is junk, the exchange won't charge you either. The loss is borne by the trading post. In any case, the principle is fairness, honest dealing for all. But Su Chen clearly wasn't interested in such a deal. He planned to keep these unappraised items for himself first. He'd find an appraiser later to have them appraised. After that, based on the gear he had obtained himself, with the system's assistance, he would undoubtedly obtain a large quantity of high-quality gear. However, Prince Jun's sudden arrival prompted Su Chen to decide to have him appraise the equipment as well. He was confident in the quality of the gear he held. Thus, Su Chen directly retrieved the ring from his system space. In this world, many adventurers possess storage rings or similar equipment. Thus, Su Chen's act of retrieving the ring in front of the two of them didn't raise any eyebrows. After all, storage rings were simply too commonplace. Thank you, Mr. Su. Please wait a moment. Upon seeing the ring, Wang Zijuan immediately sat down, visibly excited. Then, wearing white gloves, he carefully took out a magnifying glass with both hands. He then produced several precision instruments. He sat down on the sofa and began examining it meticulously. Meanwhile, Zhao Yusin brought Zhang Miao a cup of fragrant tea. This fragrant tea wasn't made from tea leaves, but from the leaves of a plant unique to Huaxia in this world. Brewed with boiling water, it produced an exceptionally sweet and delicious brew. Such items came at a hefty price. It was said that a single liang cost nearly 100,000 blue star coins. Only the wealthiest could afford it. Anyway, Su Chen figured he might as well take this chance to try it here once. As for drinking it daily? Well, sorry, that's just not going to happen. Moments later, Prince Jun looked up, his face aglow with excitement. Mr. Su Chen, after my appraisal. This ring of yours is a 60 level, peerless quality ring. Legendary quality. Upon hearing Wang Zijuan's words, Zhao Yusen's expression froze in shock. Never mind peerless quality. Even if it were king tier or world shining tier, would be enough to fetch a good price at the Huaxia trading house. A ring of peerless quality? And one meant for a level 60 professional? In Zhao Yusen's eyes, Su Chen before her was truly extraordinary. This young man was truly remarkable. Su Chen nodded in agreement, taking the ring back to examine it himself. Name, Ring of Life. Equipment level, 60. Quality, peerless. Effect 1, increases the wearer's constitution by 500 points. Effect 2, when the wearer is on the brink of death, instantly restores full health. Usable once every 24 hours. Effect 3, increases the wearer's experience gain by plus 5%. Even with the legendary Xian Yuan sword in Su Chen's grasp, he was still stunned upon seeing the ring he had obtained in the dungeon. Wow, is this ring here to repay me? Mr. Su, this ring is exceptionally valuable. If you're willing to sell it, then our bank would be willing to purchase it for 3 million blue star coins. 3 million? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. That was no small sum. He currently only had 3.61 million blue star coins on hand. Now, a single ring could fetch 3 million blue star coins. This deal was definitely worth pursuing. Besides, Su Chen's profession was that of a fisherman. This ring is actually useless to him. Instead, it suits combat-oriented professions. Rather than letting it sit idle here, he might as well sell it to the trading post. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Wang Zijuan assumed he found the offer too low. He then said, Mr. Su Chen, the prices offered by our Huaxia trading house are always very reasonable. You won't find a higher price anywhere else in the market. So, if Mr. Su Chen is willing, I'd like to make your acquaintance personally. I'll take this ring for 4 million yuan, not through the trading house. Wang Zijuan reiterated. Wang Zijuan acted this way because he intended to give the ring to his daughter. Recently, his daughter had graduated and awakened as a mage. This ring was practically made just for her mage daughter. If only she could give this ring to her daughter. It could at least save her life in critical moments. She wouldn't fall victim to the monsters. That was why, after understanding the true nature of Su Chen's ring, he desired it so intensely. Zhao Yusen, standing nearby, was taken aback. Mr. Wang, she whispered as a gentle reminder. Wang Zijuan waved her off. It's fine. I've already informed the higher-ups. They've approved it. Good. With that confirmation, Zhao Yusen fell silent. Wang Zijuan turned his attention back to Su Chen. Mr. Su. This is the highest price a private individual can offer. If you're still not satisfied, there's nothing more I can do. Alright, deal. Su Chen nodded. Honestly, he just stepped out for a walk and ended up making 4 million yuan. This was truly. The original owner would never have dared to dream of such a thing. No wonder they say it takes a time-traveling protagonist to make things happen. What is luck? This is the protagonist's aura. You gotta understand, aside from those top-tier professionals and second-generation tycoons, who could rake in 4 million yuan in the blink of an eye? And this 4 million is pure profit. No transaction fees or service charges. Why wouldn't you jump at a deal like this? Chapter 14, Huaxia Trading House VIP Card. In just a moment, Su Chen had secured 4 million. Consider this, for the average person. You might genuinely struggle to earn 4 million in a lifetime. But now it was different. In just a moment, Su Chen had secured 4 million yuan. Keep in mind, all this came from defeating monsters in dungeons. Of course, his system played a role too. If he fished for rewards from his system, they'd likely be even better than what dropped in dungeons. But since the goal was to make money, grinding dungeons was the simplest approach. As for the items he'd personally fished up, there was absolutely no need to sell those. Pull any single item out to sell, and it would instantly shock the entire world. But there's absolutely no need. He didn't want to draw too much unnecessary attention at this point. Alright, Mr. Su, if you ever have any good gear in the future, please bring it here. You are our most esteemed VIP. Whenever you visit, I'll offer you a great price. Wang Zijuan said cheerfully. He could tell this young man before him was far from ordinary. Every single piece of gear in his hands was top tier. Therefore, cultivating a good relationship with this young man would open up countless opportunities in the future. Seeing Su Chen's satisfaction, the transaction concluded smoothly. Zhao Yusen apologized to Su Chen once more for the earlier incident. Naturally, with such a thoughtful apology from a beauty, Su Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. A gentleman, after all. Su Chen then rose to prepare his departure. Zhao Yusen hurried after him and politely said, "Mr. Su Chen, this black card is our Huaxia Trading House VIP card. It contains a welcome gift of 1 million blue star coins. Please accept it with our sincerest regards." Hearing Zhao Yusen's words, Su Chen looked genuinely surprised. "But I've already received payment for the goods. What do you mean by giving me money?" Zhao Yusen quickly explained, "This is a token of appreciation for you and the master behind you. Though modest, please accept it without hesitation." Master? Su Chen froze for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So all this time, this beautiful manager had thought he had some mysterious mentor backing him up. But then again, Su Chen wasn't exactly a prominent figure. He was just an ordinary student. A newly awakened individual. Without the system, he'd never have achieved what he has now. Come to think of it, Zhao Yusen really wasn't someone who judged people by their status. This was merely a matter of social etiquette. It was understandable. Moreover, Su Chen asked himself honestly if he were in her shoes, he'd likely think the same way. Who knows if there really is a powerful figure backing them? What if he ended up offending someone? Better safe than sorry. Now it seemed this million was merely a stepping stone for Huaxia Trading House. Consider it an initial contact fee, a token of goodwill. Later developments would depend on the situation. But Su Chen understood perfectly well. The fact that Huaxia Trading House had sent him such a VIP card. It signified that the other party had already recognized his status. "Mr. Su Chen, should you visit us again, we would be honored to extend an invitation to the master behind you as well. Rest assured, Huaxia Trading House never discloses our clients' information lightly," Zhao Yusen said cheerfully. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen could only feign reluctance. "My master, the venerable elder." "Never mind, Miss Xiao. Please take this VIP card back." "Ah, why? You've misunderstood, Mr. Su Chen." Seeing Su Chen refuse it, Zhao Yusen momentarily thought he was rejecting her and hurried to explain. Only then did Su Chen explain, "Miss Xiao, the reason I don't want it is because my master has always lived in seclusion. He doesn't wish to come out, and he wouldn't want this card either. So please take it back." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Su Chen, please don't misunderstand. Huaxia Trading House genuinely wishes to establish a friendship with you. As for your master, if he is willing to visit, we would extend our warmest welcome. If he declines, we still hope to establish a solid partnership with Mr. Su Chen. This card is a token of our sincerity. Please accept it, Mr. Su Chen," Zhao Yusen reiterated. Alright, seeing her like this, Su Chen felt a pang of reluctance himself. Zhao Yusen seemed genuinely sincere. But it was clear why Huaxia Trading had grown so large. It was clear that some skill in navigating social dynamics was involved. "Alright then. Though my master prefers to stay out of the limelight, should your firm ever need assistance, I might be able to lend a hand in the future." Su Chen accepted the VIP card. "I'll also prioritize sending any future materials and high-end equipment to your establishment," Su Chen added. "We look forward to your next visit," Zhao Yusen replied with a nod and a smile. After speaking, she personally escorted Su Chen out of the trading house. Once Su Chen was gone, she turned to the receptionist with a dark expression. "From now on, you're the lobby manager." "Ha? Me?" The receptionist stared at her in disbelief. "Manager Zhao, this. It's fine. As for that man from before, I'll have him fired immediately and blacklisted across the entire industry. If I hadn't shown up in time today, who knows what big shots we would have offended." Huaxia Trading House has always adhered to the principle of doing business properly. The branch manager nearly botched the entire deal. Naturally, he was to be blacklisted and fired. Upon hearing the news, the lobby manager collapsed to the floor. His face turned pale. Being expelled from Huaxia Trading House and blacklisted across the entire industry, he knew exactly what that meant. He understood it all too well. He simply couldn't fathom why such an ordinary man. How could he have been kicked out? This. Not bad, not bad. For a million in gear money plus the 3.61 million I got earlier and another million thrown in for free by Huaxia Trading House. That adds up to 8.61 million. Today really has been a stroke of luck. Su Chen chuckled as he calculated. This trip was truly worth it. After leaving the trading house, Su Chen headed straight to a small eatery and ordered a pork chop rice bowl. Then he settled down to eat with satisfaction. Come to think of it, ever since he'd crossed over, he'd been constantly busy with his own affairs. Meals were always just something quick and simple. But in this world, the pork chop rice was surprisingly delicious. "Owner, another bowl, please." "Owner, the check please." After finishing his meal, Su Chen paid and then strolled around the city. He took the opportunity to look at houses. Now he was a man of means. Whether to buy or rent a house was now entirely up to him. Gazing at the million yuan VIP card in his hand and the 7.61 million yuan balance within, Su Chen finally felt a bit more at ease. Chapter 15, Master, the house is on fire. In this dog-eat-dog world, money and power are always the foundation of everything. In truth, even before his transmigration. In the world Su Chen had come from, money and power were still the foundation of everything. Otherwise, wherever you went, people would look down on you. After leaving the restaurant, Su Chen was about to go look at apartments. Just then, his phone rang. Where are you? Someone's causing trouble at home. It was a text from Lin Xiaoye. Seeing the message, Su Chen hurried straight home. Damn it, that's government-subsidized housing. If anything went wrong, he'd never be able to explain himself. At the very least, he'd have to return it in perfect condition. Plus, there was a lot of equipment stored in his room. And then there was Lin Xiaoye. A girl like her wouldn't stand a chance. The main thing was, he had no idea who was out to cause trouble for him. Su Chen certainly didn't want his home destroyed. He hailed a cab immediately and sped back toward his home's defenses. Driver, my house is on fire. Please hurry, otherwise it'll be gone. The taxi driver perked up at the news. After waiting all these years, today has finally come. I'm ready. I promise I'll get you there. With that, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal. That rush of acceleration. The driver's sudden acceleration sent Su Chen slamming back against the seat. You don't have to be in such a rush, sir. Relax, kid. I know what's on your mind. Let me put it this way, in this capital city, there's hardly anyone who doesn't know my name. You're in luck getting a ride with me today. I've been dying to race like this for ages. Back in my youth, I always dreamed of being a street racing legend for a moment. Never got the chance. Today, even if I don't charge you, I'm taking you back at full speed. Hold on tight. With that, Su Chen leaned back against the seat once more. Holy crap, is this a taxi or an F1 car? Or maybe it's a GTR. Soon, the taxi dropped Su Chen off right at his own doorstep. Su Chen still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. It was way too fast, way too fast. The driver chuckled cheerfully, how about that, kid? Didn't waste any time. Less than 10 minutes total. That'll be 38 yuan. The driver glanced at the meter. Su Chen was genuinely moved by the driver's spirit. Payment received 10,000 yuan. Young man, did you enter the wrong amount? It's 38 yuan, not 10,000 yuan. It's fine, sir. This is my way of thanking you. You drive so smoothly. Ugh. Su Chen opened the door and immediately threw up. Watching Su Chen get out and vomit, the driver couldn't help but shake his head. Ah, young people these days who gets carsick like that. But when he saw 10,000 yuan deposited into his phone, the driver couldn't help but marvel. Young people these days really have money. Young master, be careful, young master. Young master, call me again next time you need a ride, young master. After finishing the fare, the driver let out a hearty laugh and drove off. Truly a veteran driver of the capital city. Su Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then, Su Chen headed toward his home. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw a man in a black suit leading a group of people who had surrounded Lin Xiaoye. One of them even slapped her hard across the face twice. Lin Xiaoye was already petite and frail, and her daily life was marked by malnutrition. How could she possibly stand up to these men? She was beaten mercilessly, her face bruised and swollen, blood trickling down. Talk. Where is that kid? I knew he was no good. He actually ditched you and ran off, leaving you, a scrap collector, to take this beating. But you're pretty tough for a scrap collector. You actually injured several of my guys while my men weren't around. If you don't make that Su Chen bastard come back and pay 5 million yuan plus medical expenses for my brothers, I'll cripple you today. First I'll break your arms and legs, then make you a cripple for life. Su Chen had never seen the man speaking before. But the suit he wore was undeniably expensive. Moreover, based on the information Su Chen had gathered, this man possessed formidable strength. His level was around 30. His class was likely mage. However, this did pique Su Chen's curiosity. This person seemed to recognize him, and he couldn't figure out why the other knew his name. Could he be one of Zhou Changyuan's people? No, could it be someone from Chen Feng's camp? Su Chen had no doubt about that. Only Chen Feng would orchestrate something like this. Last time, over the street stall incident, he and Chen Feng had crossed swords. This time, it was likely one of Chen Feng's underlings who'd seized the chance to cause trouble for him. At that moment, the man roared angrily, "You nearly pulled off a sneak attack, you filthy beggar!" The man brushed dust off his clothes before viciously stomping down on Lin Xiaoye's hand. Lin Xiaoye writhed in agony. But she didn't cry out. This man was Zhou Peng, and he really was one of Chen Feng's underlings. Though called a subordinate, he was actually a somewhat well-known rich second-generation heir. But since the Zhou family relied on the Chen family for business, Zhou Peng followed Chen Feng around like a shadow every day. If nothing else, it was to secure some advantage for the Zhou family. This time, hearing that Su Chen had humiliated Chen Feng and snatched away Lu Rushiang, whom Chen Feng favored. This had infuriated Chen Feng to no end. As his underling, Zhou Peng naturally felt compelled to stand up for his boss. Thus, today he came to settle the score with Su Chen over this incident. The only problem was that while he knew Su Chen didn't know him. Zhou Peng had even boasted that with so many men in tow, he'd surely make a grand show of force today. Who could have predicted that upon arriving at Su Chen's residence? Su Chen wasn't home, and instead, a scrap collector suddenly charged out from the side and started fighting with his men. Not only did he injure several of his men, he nearly stabbed Zhou Peng through the heart. That's when Zhou Peng really lost his temper. Well, he was, after all, a rich kid. He'd been bowing and scraping to Chen Feng all this time, but that was for the Zhou family's sake. Even if it pissed him off, there was a reason for it. What? You, a lowly beggar, dare pull this stunt on me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, who in the capital will respect Zhou Peng in the future? Thus, he ordered his men to knock Lin Xiaoye to the ground. He showed not a shred of the magnanimity expected of a rich kid. He intended to cripple Lin Xiaoye right then and there. But precisely because of this, Zhou Peng ended up as Chen Feng's lackey. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up begging for scraps from Chen Feng's hand. Speak! Where the hell did that good-for-nothing Su Chen go? Zhou Peng roared furiously. His foot crushed down hard on Lin Xiaoye's left hand. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Chapter 16, you've already chosen your path to death. Oh ho, you're quite the tough one. Zhou Peng's anger turned to fury. He'd expected this stinking beggar to spill the beans immediately. But he never expected such defiance. What kind of magic does this kid Su Chen have? How come everyone who follows him, even a stinking beggar like him, becomes so stubborn? You filthy beggar, if you're really this eager to die, don't blame me. Cut out her tongue. Let's see if she can still talk tough then. Oh, and break all her limbs too. If I'm satisfied, I'll grab some gear from the trading platform. Whoever performs best gets it. Hearing this, the henchman immediately perked up. Brother Peng, rest easy. Leave this to us. We'll make sure that Brat learns a lesson she won't forget. The thugs Zhou Peng had brought along were overjoyed. After all, they loved hanging around with Zhou Peng and enjoyed working alongside someone as ruthless as him. Don't be fooled by Zhou Peng's usual scatterbrained demeanor. But he was genuinely good to his underlings. Because of this, his underlings were utterly devoted to him. They knew exactly what gear was available at Zhou Peng's trading house. When the time comes, even a small share will significantly boost their strength. You've got to stick with Brother Peng. You little brat, if you spill now, Brother Peng might just let you off if he's in a good mood. But if you don't talk now, your tongue won't survive this. Don't blame me for not warning you. I'll go easy on you since you're a girl. It's your call. Lin Xiaoye lay sprawled on the ground, her body covered in bruises and welts from the beating. Already injured, she was now being beaten by so many people. She had no strength left. You little brat, you've got some nerve cursing our Brother Peng. Confess now, and we'll let you off easy. If you don't confess, this won't be so simple. Zhou Peng's henchmen, each wielding an iron hammer, surrounded Lin Xiaoye. Judging by the situation, they truly intended to cripple her hands. For a moment, a flicker of despair crossed Lin Xiaoye's eyes. Yet there was no trace of fear. She had always lived in such a harsh environment. She had witnessed more than her share of evil. She no longer cared. Yet the thought that her hands might truly be rendered useless. That thought still left Lin Xiaoye feeling utterly hopeless. But Su Chen was truly a kind person to her. He was a ray of light in her dark life. Therefore, Lin Xiaoye refused to reveal Su Chen's whereabouts at any cost. She couldn't tell. At worst, it meant death. Recalling how Su Chen had gone out to look at apartments, saying he'd take her to live with him someday, a wave of joy washed over her heart. She was truly happy. Yet deep down, her heart remained fragile. Su Chen, I can't watch over your house anymore. As the iron hammer seemed poised to come crashing down on her, Lin Xiaoye clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to utter a word. As Lin Xiaoye was about to be struck, Su Chen immediately spoke up. Who the hell do you think you are, you little punk? Coming here to cause trouble? Su Chen roared furiously, instantly charging toward the group. Then, a flash of brilliance erupted. The sword's blade instantly shattered the iron hammers in the thug's hands. At the same time, Zhou Peng's men all felt a tremendous force slam into their bodies. The next second, all the thugs were sent flying. Who's there? Zhou Peng and the other thugs froze in shock. Had a master fighter arrived? That move just now was simply unbelievable. At the very least, they must be top-tier professionals at level 60. However, when Zhou Peng and the others got a clear look at the newcomers, there was no top-tier level 60 expert in sight. It was Su Chen. Lin Xiaoye's expression relaxed slightly upon seeing Su Chen appear. She thought she was going to die here today. Thankfully, Su Chen had returned. Su Chen walked over silently, the Xianyuan sword in hand. With every step, the immense pressure made Zhou Peng and the others tremble inwardly. When did Su Chen become so commanding? He walked up to Lin Xiaoye and helped her to her feet. It's okay. I'm here. He then examined her wounds. External injuries, no internal damage. Not bad, no life-threatening injuries. Lin Xiaoye was petite and not very old. Her only advantage was her swiftness. Her formidable combat prowess stemmed from her reckless fighting style. Ordinary people wouldn't risk their lives in a fight, so naturally they couldn't match her. But if she encountered someone like Zhou Pang, who came with a group of enforcers, things would get complicated. Today, it was only because Su Chen returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Chen, I told you I'd watch your place. My job is done. Lin Xiaoye collapsed after speaking. Seeing her like this, Su Chen immediately picked her up and carried her inside. He paid no attention whatsoever to Zhou Pang and the others. Zhou Pang and the others, however, were still reeling from Su Chen's earlier move. They could only stare in disbelief as he carried Lin Xiaoye inside. Soon after, Su Chen emerged with a cold, grim expression. His eyes burned with fury that had reached its peak. He had examined Lin Xiaoye's body. Though she had no life-threatening injuries, her condition was far from optimistic. Compounded by long-term malnutrition and the assault by Zhou Pang's thugs, her already frail body was pushed to its breaking point. She was now at her physical limit. After dealing with these men, Su Chen would need to tend to her injuries. I am Su Chen. Have you come to my home seeking death? Su Chen stared coldly at Zhou Pang and his men. His rage had reached its peak. At this moment, Su Chen radiated a palpable aura of danger. In his eyes, these scum who dared to cause trouble at his home while he was away were already dead men. He silently watched as they retreated. The fury radiating from him grew more intense by the second. Well, Su Chen, you finally showed up. And you call yourself a turtle hiding its head? Zhou Pang sneered contemptuously. He clearly had no idea he was teetering on the edge of courting death. You actually dared to cross my big brother Chen Feng? You must be tired of living, Zhou Pang sneered. In his eyes, Su Chen was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. So what if he was a professional? What good is a fishing lifestyle profession? You know what my profession is? Mage. I'm a mage. At that moment, Zhou Pang and his gang of thugs were mocking Su Chen with utter contempt. After all, what could a mere fisherman do? Did he really think he could fly? What kind of pipe dream are you chasing? Remember when Su Chen first awakened his fishing master class back in school? It had sparked a roar of laughter. That's why Zhou Pang and the others never took him seriously. Chapter 17, I'm a mage, damn it. Although Su Chen's move just now sent those thugs flying. In Zhou Pang's eyes, it was merely a sleight of hand by that damn fishing guy. Perhaps it was all just bluster. Seeing Zhou Pang and his crew still daring to mock him brazenly. Already seething with rage, Su Chen no longer bothered with words. He slowly approached Zhou Pang. With each step, the air around him vibrated faintly. But Zhou Pang and his henchmen paid no heed, not even noticing. In their eyes, Su Chen was nothing more than a fishing enthusiast who had awakened the fishing master profession. What good could he possibly be? Could he possibly go toe-to-toe with us for 300 rounds? You better believe this mage can roast your butt red with a single fireball spell. Listen, Su Chen. If you kneel down right now, kowtow 3 times, and apologize to young Master Chen Feng, and promise to leave Miss Lu Rushi alone, I'll let you off. Otherwise, I'll break your legs today. Zhou Pang sneered coldly. Oh, and about beating up my guy at the junkyard earlier, you owe 5 million for medical bills and emotional distress. If you're short even a single penny, you won't be walking out of here today. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Zhou Pang grew irritated. Hey, kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Let me make this clear, I'm only going easy on you because you're just some fishing guy. Otherwise, you'd be dead meat today, you piece of trash. If you kneel before me, kowtow, and become my dog, then I might consider letting you off. With that, Zhou Pang burst into unrestrained laughter. His henchmen beside him joined in with equally brazen laughter. Zhou Pang, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Today, you're dead. But don't blame me. If you, Zhou Pang, choose to be someone's dog, that's your own problem. Rest assured, I won't make it too painful. I'll be quick about it. You'll die painlessly. Su Chen said coldly. Only then did Zhou Pang realize something was terribly wrong. This guy seemed off. Zhou Pang's eyes widened instantly, staring at Su Chen as if he didn't recognize him. Wasn't this guy the fishing master? How could his aura be so terrifyingly powerful? Moreover, judging by the power now erupting from Su Chen, this isn't the kind of aura a fishing enthusiast should possess. Could he be? Though Zhou Pang couldn't be sure, the aura emanating from Su Chen was indeed beginning to unsettle him. This guy really seemed different from before. Only now did Zhou Pang suddenly realize that Su Chen had indeed undergone a profound transformation. And then he recalled that golden flash Su Chen had just unleashed. That scene sent a chill down Zhou Pang's spine. You little brat, Zhou Pang narrowed his eyes, looking at him with disbelief. Are you telling me that fishing can actually be a combat profession now? Su Chen remained silent, merely staring at him coldly. Under Su Chen's gaze, Zhou Pang instantly felt every hair on his body stand on end. For some reason, Su Chen's gaze felt bone-chillingly cold. It felt like a sharp blade pressed against his own throat. This guy. Impossible. You're just a fisherman. How could you possibly have any combat ability? You're a lifestyle class. Even if you know a few half-baked moves, you can't be that good. You know I'm a mage, right? A mage. A mage. Yet Zhou Peng was already panicking. In just a few seconds, his speech had become incoherent. Though he was a rich kid and had always been a bit of a playboy, he wasn't stupid. Something was definitely off about Su Chen's transformation just now. Otherwise, this useless piece of trash couldn't possibly have stopped my enforcers. Could it be he'd obtained some kind of offensive weapon or equipment? It must be that. Otherwise, how could a fishing enthusiast possibly have any combat ability? This loser was clearly bluffing. The more Zhou Peng pondered it, the more convinced he became that his reasoning made perfect sense. This guy must have some kind of weapon that grants him special effects when equipped. With such an effect, he could unleash attacks he didn't even know about at critical moments. Wouldn't that let him deceive his opponents when the opportunity arose? Besides, other professionals were selling gear too. It was only natural that Su Chen had gotten lucky and found one. Besides, Zhou Peng himself is an awakened mage. What threat could such a fishing-based lifestyle profession possibly pose to him? Su Chen, I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Otherwise, today will be your last day. Yet, facing Zhou Peng's threats, Su Chen remained silent as he walked forward. An eerie aura of killing intent now radiated from his entire body. It was so intense that one dared not look directly at him. Even Zhou Peng began to feel a chill run down his spine. What the hell is this guy doing? Why does he radiate such terrifying killing intent? Let me tell you, Su Chen, even if you really have some gear, you still can't beat me. You should know how vast the gap is between combat professionals and those who live for their craft. As a mage, do you seriously think I'd be afraid of your piece of junk gear? You worthless piece of trash. Do you really think that junk gear of yours could threaten me? As Zhou Peng spoke, he drew his staff and began chanting incantations. In an instant, a searing fireball erupted from the tip of his staff. Boom! The fireball blazed with intense flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise significantly. A group of henchmen cheered him on from the sidelines. Boss, you're awesome. Brother Peng's the man. Teach that cocky brat a lesson. Zhou Peng felt a bit giddy from his henchman's flattery. Su Chen, you better understand I'm a mage. I wield both water and fire magic. You'll see what it's like to experience both ice and fire at once, you know? Zhou Peng sneered disdainfully. Clearly, he still looked down on Su Chen. Just then, the fireball on Zhou Peng's staff began to slowly grow larger. It even showed signs of spreading further. It looked like it might engulf Su Chen's house entirely. Brother Peng is awesome. Brother Peng is mighty. Ha, witnessing Brother Peng in action today is truly a blessing in my lifetime. Once Brother Peng makes his move, this piece of trash is as good as dead. A crowd of henchmen fawned over him with flattery. But Zhou Peng was thoroughly enjoying the praise. You see, in this world where everyone is ordinary, mages were indeed a rare breed. And a mage proficient in dual-element magic? That's even rarer. Due to their class, dual-element mages can fuse spells. Once successfully fused, the resulting fusion spells unleash tremendous power. Chapter 18, You're the Sucker. This is precisely why Zhou Peng could be so brazen. Truth be told, this guy truly had the capital to be arrogant. Primarily because, after activating his dual-element magical attributes, he stood at the pinnacle of the mage profession. Thus, even if some found his demeanor arrogant and unruly, he genuinely possessed the confidence and skill to back it up. Su Chen, you worthless piece of trash, you actually dare challenge this young master? If it weren't for this young master's appreciation, you'd already be dead. I was originally planning to just beat you up on behalf of young Master Chen Feng. But you just don't know when to quit. Fine then, since that's the case, I'll show you what this mage's power is all about. Zhou Peng burst into laughter as he spoke. As he spoke, waves of magic swirled around him, red and blue lights intertwining in a dazzling display. Su Chen, this is your last chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll let you off. Yeah, Su Chen. Why aren't you kneeling before our boss? What are you waiting for? Su Chen, are you deaf? Our brother Peng said if you just kneel and kowtow, he'll let you go. You don't want this once-in-a-lifetime chance? By now, Zhou Peng had realized Su Chen was genuinely intent on fighting him to the bitter end. That's why he pulled out his ultimate move. But he didn't care. Since this fool dared to defy him, he might as well just kill him outright. He was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Dead was dead. The lackeys surrounding Zhou Peng were naturally furious. Their boss had been humiliated. If Su Chen didn't back down now, they'd make sure he paid dearly today. Su Chen, however, continued to stare at them with utter disdain. In his eyes, these men were nothing but insignificant trash. But he wasn't rushing to make a move because he wanted Zhou Peng to strike first. Only when Zhou Peng initiated hostilities would he have a legitimate reason to retaliate. He valued having a legitimate reason to act. In Zhou Peng's eyes, Su Chen dared to confront him so boldly because he must have something to back himself up. But Zhou Peng couldn't care less, because this guy was trash at the end of the day. Even if he had some gear, it was still junk gear. How could he even compare to a prodigy like himself? How dare such trash go after Miss Chen Feng's woman? Besides, even if Chen Feng didn't count, Lu Ruxiang should have been his anyway. Some trashy fishing guy who knows where he got the nerve? Therefore, if Su Chen dared to cause trouble now, Zhou Peng would be the first to stop him. He was ready to unleash his magic, determined to make Su Chen, this mere life-skilled amateur, understand the chasm between this worthless nobody and a true genius. He should abandon any delusions of grandeur. However, just as the magic surged wildly around Zhou Peng, Su Chen remained utterly unmoved, continuing to walk toward Zhou Peng. I was wondering why you're so cocky. Turns out you've already reached your first job advancement. No wonder you're so full of yourself. But Zhou Peng, do you really think relying on your family stuffing you with pills and shots will make you stronger? How naive. After speaking, Su Chen stood less than 3 meters away from Zhou Peng. At that moment, the surging magic emanating from Zhou Peng was about to reach him. To the onlookers, it seemed Zhou Peng could crush Su Chen on the spot with just a flick of his little finger. He wouldn't need to make any additional moves. For Su Chen to act so recklessly, he truly didn't know the meaning of death. Haha, Su Chen. I truly never expected that a good-for-nothing like you would actually show some sense. Yes, I've completed my first-class change, becoming a novice mage. I've even awakened 2 skills exclusive to novice mages. Zhou Peng hesitated before continuing with a laugh. Though I'm not yet at the level of a magician after their second job advancement, it's still far beyond what a worthless fool like you could withstand. Oh, and here's some news that'll make you even more desperate. My family bought 2 advanced skills from the exchange specifically to help me level up quickly for my second job advancement, Flame Dragon and Water Light Sphere. If you have any sense, you should know how powerful these spells are. If you kneel now, I might spare you. Kneel down and call me daddy. Ha! Su Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing his words. Seeing Su Chen's mocking expression, Zhou Peng felt an uneasy twinge in his gut for some reason. What are you laughing at? You idiot! I was wondering who that sucker was. Turns out it's you, you fool. Su Chen laughed so hard he clutched his chest. When Su Chen heard about the 2 advanced magic skills Zhou Peng had learned, he nearly laughed himself silly. Well, those 2 skill books were the very ones he'd sold at the Huaxia trading house. He'd been wondering why anyone would shell out nearly $1 million for those 2 books. While the books were indeed solid and suitable for apprentice or novice mages. But it had to be said, both skills were extremely mana-intensive, and their attack ranges were far from ideal. So, in terms of cost-effectiveness, they weren't exactly a bargain. Honestly, the market price for both together was only around 100,000. Su Chen had originally priced them at 1,000,000 yuan, simply thinking, if I can make a profit, great, if not, no big deal. He never expected to actually sell them. But who could have predicted this guy would actually? Moreover, Su Chen only now noticed that the gear worn by Zhou Peng's henchmen were all the dungeon items he had sold off. Damn, so it turns out that out of the 3.61 million he made earlier, Zhou Peng was the sucker who contributed his share. Oh, and that doesn't even include the money from the gear master Wang Zijuan appraised for him. This guy was interesting, alright. It was now practically certain that Zhou Peng was the one who bought everything he'd looted from the secret realm dungeon. He distributed some gear to his men, while keeping the 2 advanced skill books for himself. 1 ice elemental, 1 fire elemental. While they align with a dual element mage's class. But honestly, this guy really is a sucker with deep pockets. Man, you're such a sucker. I honestly don't know how else to describe you. If I had a few more suckers like you, I, Su Chen, would never have to worry about making a fortune. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen shook his head, unable to stop laughing. The efficiency of Huaxia Trading House was truly remarkable. The moment he completed the transaction, Zhou Peng received the goods. But then again, considering the Huaxia Trading House had casually handed him a hefty reward and a VIP card. Such efficiency meant buyers receiving their goods in minutes was only to be expected. It was no challenge for a major institution like Huaxia Trading House. Su Chen, I never expected you'd dare to insult me even as you face death. Fine. If I don't torture you to death today, I'll change my surname. Chapter 19, Come at me all at once, I'm in a hurry. Zhou Peng's expression had twisted into a hideous grimace. He simply couldn't fathom why Su Chen would humiliate him like this. But he didn't realize he himself was the sucker who'd bought Su Chen's gear. Therefore, he had no desire to beat around the bush with Su Chen any longer. Su Chen, my patience has run out. You brought this upon yourself. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant you your wish. My mercy has neither the time nor the energy to spare for you, Zhou Peng snarled. There was one thing Su Chen genuinely didn't know. The reason Zhou Peng spoke to him this way stemmed entirely from his own lingering sense of guilt. It was mainly because of Su Chen's reactions and behavior since his appearance. Had made Zhou Peng suspect Su Chen might have some hidden advantage. Otherwise, Su Chen's behavior was simply too bizarre and peculiar. If Su Chen truly possessed hidden strength, then wouldn't that mean? But after being humiliated by Su Chen just now, Zhou Peng couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. He had to take Su Chen down to prove his own worth. If he couldn't take Su Chen down, how could he ever lead his underlings again? How could he curry favor with young Master Chen? How could he continue to reap benefits from the Chen family? Besides, at the end of the day, Su Chen was just a fishing enthusiast who'd awakened a survivalist profession. He, on the other hand, possessed the invaluable combat profession. Even if he killed this angler and the Alliance found out, the Alliance wouldn't punish him. After all, a combat profession is far rarer than a life profession. Oh? So you're saying you want to take me on? Su Chen gave a cold laugh. Go ahead and try. Su Chen stood rooted to the spot, arms crossed, his face utterly expressionless. Then die. Zhou Ping roared. The next instant, a white frost shield suddenly appeared around his body. Then, crimson flames coalesced into a razor-sharp battle blade. Immediately, temperatures began to rise within at least 100 meters around him, and blades of flame surged towards Su Chen. But that wasn't all. To ensure a fatal strike, Zhou Ping cast a freezing spell beneath Su Chen's feet, creating an icebound area beneath Su Chen's feet, trapping Su Chen's body in place. He was unable to move, leaving him to be burned alive by Zhou Peng's flaming blades. A sinister grin spread across Zhou Peng's face. He believed his plan was flawless. Even if that kid Su Chen had a bit of luck, he'd be crippled if not killed outright. Su Chen, you're incredibly fortunate, Zhou Peng sneered coldly. To die by the advanced magic skill I bought for 3 million, consider yourself blessed beyond measure. A look of mockery and triumph now spread across Zhou Peng's face. In his eyes, Su Chen was as good as dead this time. He couldn't possibly resist. His high-level skill wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. This was the confidence of a dual-element mage. Frankly, if someone survived being hit by 2 high-level spells at once, Zhou Peng might as well slit his own throat for a quicker end. After all, if the opponent possessed such prowess, how could he possibly stand a chance? Oh? So this is your high-level skill? Su Chen's expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. Facing Zhou Peng's powerful magical assault, Su Chen showed no sign of panic, merely standing his ground with a mocking expression. Then, he raised his arm slightly. The next instant, a golden glow erupted from Su Chen's right hand. It was a sword, an ancient, immensely powerful divine blade imbued with primordial memories. From the moment the Xianyuan sword appeared, it signaled that Zhou Peng's fate would not be a pleasant one. Zhou Peng, if you hadn't come looking for trouble today, none of this would have happened. But I never imagined you'd dare come to my house to cause trouble. Fine, I'll grant your wish. As Su Chen finished speaking, the Xianyuan sword was already in his palm. Then, with a single flick of that blinding golden light, the next second, Zhou Peng's icefire magic vanished instantly from where it had been cast. All of this was achieved with just a casual flick of Su Chen's wrist. Zhou Peng's 2 advanced skills vanished without a trace. This left Zhou Peng utterly dumbfounded. Moreover, with Su Chen's single move, not only did the 2 advanced spells Zhou Peng had cast vanish, but even the magical aura surrounding them disappeared. It was as if they had never existed at all. This finally caused Zhou Peng's expression to change drastically. What the hell? Su Chen, what kind of illusion did you use? Zhou Peng couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had prided himself on being cautious and never underestimating his opponents. Though he acted arrogantly, Zhou Peng was no fool. He knew all too well that villains die by talking too much, or perishing from underestimating his foe. That's why, from the very first move, Zhou Peng had gone all out. Yet he never imagined that with just one move from his opponent, his 2 most powerful advanced skills would vanish. These were his ultimate killing moves. Though publicly claimed to have cost 3 million, he'd actually shelled out 1 million for those advanced skills. How could these 2 skills, acquired at such a high cost, prove utterly ineffective against Su Chen? Was this really the same Su Chen from before? He couldn't believe it. What exactly was that golden light? Brother Peng, what's going on here? No way, Brother Peng. Your skill, this kid. Brother Peng, have we run into a tough nut to crack? Brother Peng, should we retreat? At this moment, not only Zhou Peng, but even his men were all expressing shock. The combat prowess Su Chen had just displayed was simply too much to accept or believe. Most crucially, they had never witnessed such an overwhelmingly dominant skill and attack style before. At that moment, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. No one dared utter a word in front of Su Chen. They all feared drawing Su Chen's attention. You useless bunch, get at me. What are you standing around for? Attack him together. Does Su Chen think he can kill all of you? His men were stunned. Wait, is the boss sending us to our deaths? That's not right. Bullying men and women, swindling food and drink, that's fine. But if you're talking about actually fighting? That's going too far. Is this measly sum even worth getting involved over? However, in Zhou Peng's view, he'd spent a fortune providing them with weapons and equipment. That money wasn't spent in vain. Weren't these guys supposed to step up when it mattered? What are you standing around for? Charge! Zhou Peng roared. Yes, brother Pang. Though each of his men harbored their own ulterior motives, they ultimately dared not defy Zhou Pang's orders. Mainly because they had indeed benefited greatly from Zhou Pang. With gritted teeth, the group charged toward Su Chen. Even those who had been injured by Su Chen earlier gritted their teeth and rose to charge. You know what? Zhou Pang's money was well spent. Chapter 20, all of you, get the hell at it. But in Su Chen's eyes, these guys were literally asking for death. They hadn't witnessed Su Chen's fighting prowess before, which is why they dared to act so arrogantly toward him. Su Chen didn't blame them for that. But now that these guys had tasted his power, and they still dared to pull this stunt on him, he couldn't be blamed for striking ruthlessly. In a world where might ruled supreme and the weak fell prey to the strong, if Su Chen didn't demonstrate his strength, those people would swarm him like hyenas, tearing him apart, even devouring him whole. Past experiences had already proven Su Chen's reasoning correct. These enforcers knew full well why they followed Zhou Pang. Was precisely because they had no money of their own. If they had money, who would want to be Zhou Pang's enforcer? So these enforcers had no choice. As long as Zhou Pang actually paid them, they'd grit their teeth and do it. After all, thugs kept by a rich second generation like Zhou Pang had no right to refuse his orders. Even if Su Chen really beat them to death, they'd just have to accept their own misfortune. Bunch of sellouts, Su Chen sneered, eyeing the thugs with contempt. With skills this pathetic, they actually dared to act cocky in front of him. As the thugs charged forward, each looking like a demon incarnate, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Then, the Shenyuan sword in his hand flashed with golden light once more. In the next instant, every thug was sent flying. As an ancient artifact, its power was beyond question. There was no doubt about that. In fact, its power was so terrifying and astonishing. In fact, Su Chen had already restrained its power to the absolute minimum when wielding it. Otherwise, a single misstep could obliterate everything within a 100-mile radius. At that point, the awakened alliance would be investigating him in no time. And then, even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. While the professional alliance might consider recruiting him based on his strength, but Su Chen was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Without absolute power, keeping a low profile was the best way to stay alive. You never know how many unknown powerhouses still lurk in this world. At least for now, Su Chen was far from standing alone above all others. Given that, he must maintain a low profile and focus on development during the early stages. Otherwise, he might provoke some unknown powerhouse. That would be the end of him. Still, even so, Su Chen must deal with these reckless thugs. In his eyes, these thugs were nothing more than trash at this moment. He saw no need for further deliberation. A flash of golden light erupted from Su Chen's hand. In the next instant, the thugs dissolved into a sky-filling mist of blood. Ah! Zhou Pang was utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. The other thugs still lurking behind were equally stunned by Su Chen's combat prowess. No one knew the other was this formidable. This wasn't a battle at all, it was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. And such a brutal, one-sided slaughter at that. Because of this, even the most arrogant enforcers began retreating one after another. Not a single one dared to take another step forward. Impossible, you. At the same time, Zhou Pang's expression grew even more incredulous. A flicker of fear and wavering began to surface within him. He truly hadn't expected Su Chen to be this formidable. How on earth had he mastered such terrifying power? This defies science. No, it's not right. What on earth had he gone through? Get the hell out of the way. All of you. What the hell are you backing off for? You've been freeloading all this time, and now you're all retreating? Charge. All of you, charge. Zhou Pang's expression was savage, his tone an unquestionable command. Yet, faced with the bloody scene before them, none of the thugs dared to move. Instead, they just looked at each other. After all, Su Chen standing before them was someone who could genuinely kill them. Compared to money, well, their own lives were still more important. Zhou Pang, however, paid no heed whatsoever, relentlessly urging his men forward. He knew full well. This time, he'd come looking for trouble with Su Chen to stand up for young Master Chen Feng. He had already made an enemy of Su Chen. If he didn't kill Su Chen today, Su Chen would never let him off the hook. Moreover, once Su Chen eliminated his men and freed up his hands, the next target would undoubtedly be himself. This realization plunged Zhou Pang into profound terror. He intended to use his henchmen as cannon fodder while seizing an opportunity to ambush Su Chen. Only then would victory be possible. Otherwise, Zhou Pang faced certain death. But credit where credit's due, at least the kid knew not to abandon his men and run. He was somewhat capable, after all. Zhou Pang now knew for certain that he was no match for Su Chen. He didn't know what had happened to Su Chen, but he understood Su Chen's power was terrifying. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall, nor does he sit beneath a leaking roof. Since he had men under him, he wouldn't engage in a one-on-one fight. You bastards, get the hell at him. I've been the one feeding you all this time. If you don't move now, what good are you? Let me remind you, when you joined me, you signed a contract. I, Zhou Peng, have given you plenty of benefits. If you back down now, once the contract takes effect, you'll learn the meaning of regret. Don't worry, though. This Su Chen is just a bait-and-switch artist. He's probably got some gear that's boosting his strength. All of you, attack together. His power won't last long. We'll take him down soon. Zhou Peng egged them on from the sidelines, hoping his words would spur the thugs into action. Of course, he could only rely on the small favors he'd granted them over the years to keep them in line. Otherwise, these thugs might just abandon him and run off. Brother Peng's right. Let's all go at him together. What's this Su Chen gonna do, turn the tables on us? Exactly. Charge. These enforcers knew full well how the Zhou family handled business. If they didn't act today, they'd likely meet their end either at Su Chen's hands or the Zhou family's. Even if they escaped today, the Zhou family would certainly make their lives miserable later. Especially since Zhou Peng's words had reminded everyone. This Su Chen was originally just an unemployed angler. His current prowess likely stemmed from some special gear or equipment he possessed. But he couldn't possibly stay this strong forever. As long as they wore him down over time, Su Chen would be as good as dead. With that thought, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Yet as they charged forward, a pang of regret washed over them. What if the gear in Su Chen's hands really was unlimited? They'd assumed this kid was just a newly awakened life class student and fishing enthusiast, posing no real threat. But who could have imagined they'd stumble and fall right here today? This was simply Fireball. Charge. Dual wielding. Chapter 21, What kind of monster are you? The enforcers threw caution to the wind, charging forward one after another with reckless abandon. Countless skills rained down upon Su Chen. The air crackled with the sound of explosions. Yet, each and every one of these attacks ultimately dissolved into massive clouds of blood mist. Watching his henchmen die one after another, Zhou Peng, who had clung to a sliver of hope, began to panic. His body trembled slightly, fear etched deeper into his expression. His legs began to buckle and tremble. It's over. This Su Chen must truly wield some kind of devastating weapon. But he knew all too well that he couldn't give up at this critical moment. If he fled now, Su Chen would kill him immediately. He had to deliver a fatal sneak attack against Su Chen. Only by rendering Su Chen incapable of fighting could he have a chance to survive. Finally, several enforcers charged forward simultaneously, momentarily blocking Su Chen's line of sight. Zhou Peng saw it. Perfect opportunity. Now was the moment. Since his two advanced skills were still on cooldown, he could only unleash his two basic abilities. But even so, if they connected with Su Chen, they could still cripple him if not kill him outright. Die, Su Chen. Today is your day of reckoning. With that, Zhou Peng frantically unleashed his basic skills. He had no time for anything else now. He could only choose to attack with reckless abandon. Even if these skills risked injuring his own enforcers, Zhou Peng had to strike. He had no choice. If he didn't, Su Chen would surely kill him. In an instant, a massive blade of ice surged toward the crowd. Wherever it passed, enforcers were struck down by the blade, collapsing to the ground. Brother Peng, ouch! What are you doing? The other enforcers never expected their boss to stab them in the back like this. Zhou Peng unleashed his skill without a second thought. He didn't even consider whether his own skill might also harm his brothers. This Zhou Peng was truly worse than a beast. Attacking his own brothers? That's too much, way too much. Brother Peng, call off your divine power. Ouch, what are you doing? The enforcers now regretted it immensely. They had to fight Su Chen while also guarding against Zhou Peng's attacks. What's the definition of bad luck? This is what you call bad luck, the worst kind of bad luck. But there was nothing they could do. Even though these guys knew Zhou Peng and Su Chen wouldn't let them off the hook. They'd become cannon fodder. But fighting had reached this point. Retreating was no easy task. In that instant, that massive blade of ice instantly surged towards Su Chen. At that very moment, Su Chen's eyes flashed with icy resolve. The Xianyuan sword blazed with golden light once more. Then, under the power of the Xianyuan sword's golden radiance, the ice blade shattered instantly. It failed to inflict any lethal damage upon him. Yet the instant it touched the sword's golden glow, the icy blade dissolved. Su Chen, I thought you wouldn't fall for it. Now die. Suddenly, Zhou Peng's face lit up with delight. This time, he had learned his lesson. After all, he was a dual-element mage. How could he be so easily taken down? If only he hadn't underestimated Su Chen earlier. Zhou Peng was still one of the top students in the school. Therefore, he knew that the Frostblade would absolutely fail to harm Su Chen. Given that, he had to find another approach. And precisely for this reason, Zhou Peng acted in that instant, not waiting for Su Chen to react. He conjured a fiery blade from his left hand and swung it towards Su Chen. Su Chen, since my skills can't hurt you, I refuse to believe you've got any tricks left in close combat, you fishing scoundrel. Take this blade. Die. Zhou Peng roared furiously, his speed increasing with each strike. The surrounding air heated rapidly from the fiery blade. Wherever it passed, nearby henchmen caught in its path burst into flames. Shrieks of agony echoed in rapid succession. But none of this held any meaning for Zhou Peng. He knew full well these thugs were merely stepping stones on his path to success. As long as he could eliminate Su Chen, there would be no shortage of cannon fodder to sacrifice. After all, though the Zhou family couldn't match the Chen family, they certainly had enough resources to maintain their own enforcers. As for the rest? That wasn't Zhou Peng's concern. Kill Su Chen first. Zhou Peng, are you really confident you can kill me? Facing Zhou Peng's fierce assault, Su Chen showed no sign of panic. Instead, he wore an expression that seemed to say, "Is that all you've got? Do you really think your measly skills make you some kind of combat genius?" Su Chen sneered coldly. In his view, if Zhou Peng were truly a smart guy, he would have taken his men and fled by now. With Su Chen busy tending to Lin Xiaoye, and likely wouldn't cause him any trouble. But to his surprise, the guy refused to change his ways and still tried to fight. Well, if that was the case, Su Chen wouldn't be blamed for showing no mercy. For Su Chen, possessing a divine artifact like the Xian Yuan sword, he'd actually welcome the enemy to engage in close combat. If you couldn't defeat me at range, how could you possibly stand a chance in close combat? The sheer terror of the Xian Yuan sword's power was the main factor. He didn't want to stir up any unnecessary trouble here in the capital. If the commotion grew too loud, it wouldn't benefit him in the slightest. There was no doubt about that. Besides, Lin Xiaoye was still nearby. If he unleashed too much power, there was a high chance Lin Xiaoye would die too. This poor little girl was practically family to him. He couldn't possibly kill his own kin, could he? At that very moment, Zhou Peng's flaming blade had already surged toward Su Chen's face. It was a matter of inches. Yet Zhou Peng could not touch Su Chen. He couldn't deliver that final, fatal blow. The next instant, the flaming blade suddenly transmitted a tremendous force. Before Zhou Peng could comprehend what was happening, Su Chen had already seized the flaming blade. Then, with a loud bang, it shattered. Zhou Peng was stunned. His own flame blade shattered. He'd paid good money for that thing. It's over. That was the first thought that flashed through Zhou Peng's mind. He was utterly shocked, stumbling backward in disbelief. Zhou Peng might be arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. He had dared to engage in close combat solely because he relied on his superior skills and weaponry compared to Su Chen. Plus, he had the element of surprise on his side, a calculated move against an unprepared opponent. That alone should have boosted his chances of success. But who could have imagined that Su Chen would shatter his equipment out of thin air? This kid, had he encountered a god? What kind of monster are you? Zhou Peng stared at him, terror etched across his face. Zhou Peng's earlier arrogance had vanished completely. Instead, his entire body was now trembling. He finally knew fear. Chapter 22, Level 100 Flame Beast. Who the hell are you, Su Chen? Why are you so damn powerful? You're not human, you're a monster, right? After keeping several meters away from Su Chen, Zhou Peng's entire body finally began to tremble. Truth be told, if not for his shield blocking the flame blade just before it vanished, Zhou Peng would likely be dead by now. Zhou Peng stared fixedly at Su Chen before him, gasping for breath. His heart trembled incessantly, his hands trembling slightly. He knew he was no match for Su Chen. He also knew that today, he was likely doomed. Glancing around, he saw that all 20+ thugs who had come with him had been taken out. His own magic had been utterly useless against Su Chen. Zhou Peng couldn't fathom it. Just days ago, Su Chen had been nothing but trash. How had this guy become so formidable in just a few short days? Moreover, judging by Su Chen's current performance, this guy was likely far more complex than he had ever imagined. What, out of tricks? No other options? Su Chen stared at him with a mocking smile. Why don't you think of something else? Let's see what other ways you have to tickle me. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Peng felt for the first time what they called the voice of death. Su Chen, however, remained utterly unconcerned, continuing to watch him with a cold smile. Go ahead, make your move. What? No more tricks? Looks like you're ready to die, huh? Without another word, Su Chen took a cold step forward. Seeing this, Zhou Peng instead retreated step by step, fear already etched across his face. Su Chen, I'm warning you. Think carefully. I'm the only son of the Zhou family. Let me make you a deal. Let me go today, and I'll give you 5 million. How about that? That's 5 million. I won't bother you again. What do you say? And of course, the Zhou family will never come after you either. What do you say? Zhou Peng backed away while his voice trembled. However, Su Chen didn't utter a single word. He simply advanced step by step toward Zhou Peng. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand flared with golden light once more. Su Chen, please don't be impulsive. We were classmates after all. Can't you spare me for old time's sake? Spare me this once, will you? Seeing the golden light in Su Chen's hand, Zhou Peng felt as though he were facing the Lord of Death himself. His face drained of color once more. Su Chen, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I'll give you money. Consider a compensation for your emotional distress 5 million yuan. Do you have any idea how many years it would take you to earn that much? I beg you, Su Chen. If that's not enough, name your price, I'll pay whatever it takes. That's the power of a rich kid. To save his life, he was truly willing to throw caution to the wind. Especially when he saw Su Chen's expression cold and ruthless, as if he wouldn't blink at taking a life. Zhou Peng became even more certain. Su Chen genuinely intended to kill him. Yet Su Chen remained utterly silent. Su Chen, think carefully. If you kill me today, the Alliance won't let you off the hook. Neither will the Zhou family. Why go to such lengths? Do you really want to spend the rest of your life on the run from the Zhou family? Though he spoke these words, Zhou Peng himself harbored doubts about their validity. Surviving today was already uncertain. Much less the future. Besides, the situation no longer allowed him the luxury of contemplation. Even though he was practically begging, Su Chen remained unmoved. It seemed he was dead set on killing him. Fine, you won't let me go, huh? You forced my hand, Zhou Peng suddenly snapped angrily. Suddenly, Zhou Peng halted in his tracks. After a brief pause, he swiftly produced a scroll. It was a high-grade magic scroll. It was meant to save his life in critical moments, given to him by the Zhou family. The scroll was indeed priceless, and Zhou Peng had genuinely been reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. The Zhou family had also given him a teleportation scroll back then, but he had accidentally used it up. Put simply, this magic scroll was his only chance to save his life. Fortunately, Zhou Peng wasn't foolish. He knew to prioritize survival at this critical moment. Flame Beast. The next second. After Zhou Peng silently recited the scroll's unique incantation, in an instant, a ball of flame burst forth from the scroll, rapidly coalescing into a colossal creature. This monster stood nearly 10 meters tall, its entire body composed of a massive ball of flame. At its core, a fiery red heart glowed intensely. Its torso resembled a brick heated to a glowing red, or perhaps solidified rock. In short, the entire flame beast radiated an eerie aura and intense heat. Its arms featured two massive fists, with muscles bulging impressively. Moreover, bursts of flame erupted from its fists. Su Chen was slightly startled upon seeing this flame beast. This creature was at least around level 100. Zhou Peng truly lived up to his reputation as a wealthy second-generation heir with considerable resources. He could produce such a scroll to save his own life at a critical moment. Truth be told, the Zhou family possessed considerable influence. And this level 100 flame beast alone was already more powerful than many elite fighters in the Alliance. Su Chen, I gave you a chance. If you don't seize it, don't blame me. Let this flame beast fight you. I'm leaving now. I'll make sure to finish you off when the chance comes. With that, Zhou Peng turned and fled without looking back. The flame beast summoned from the scroll was actually lifeless. It could only unleash its peak combat power through a brief burst of energy. But within that time frame, its overwhelming level 100 advantage was more than enough to deal with Su Chen. Zhou Peng refused to believe Su Chen could defeat it even under these circumstances. Take him down. At Zhou Peng's command, the flame beast instantly locked its gaze onto Su Chen. The level 100 flame beast's eyes blazed with fury. Flames erupted from its fists like balls of fire. Then, it unleashed a brutal punch straight at Su Chen. Su Chen, a level 100 flame beast. What level are you? You're dead meat, ha ha ha. Zhou Peng taunted him relentlessly as he fled. To Zhou Peng, no matter how skilled Su Chen was, there was no way he could defeat a level 100 flame beast by fighting above his level. It was absolutely impossible. Even if Su Chen possessed some secret technique or treasure, he would still be crushed by the level 100 flame beast. There was no other possibility, so he wasn't worried at all. But the real reason Zhou Peng was running for his life? He'd been scared out of his wits by Su Chen. Flight is the best strategy. We'll talk about it later. Chapter 23, Kid, you've got quite a lot of stuff. Plus, Su Chen's methods were undeniably formidable. Zhou Peng's confidence in the flame beast was no longer as unwavering as before. If that Su Chen could actually take down this level 100 flame beast, then he truly would be at a loss. To be honest, things weren't as simple as he imagined. The psychological shadow Su Chen had cast over him was truly indelible. Just recalling that bloody scene made Zhou Peng feel sick to his stomach. Su Chen, I'll admit defeat today. You're the better man. I'm no match for you. But don't get cocky. Once I've recovered and honed my skills, I'll be back to settle this with you. And you better make it through today first. However, just as Zhou Peng was preparing to flee, the scene unfolding behind him shattered him completely. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The level 100 flame beast was instantly consumed by Su Chen's terrifying golden light. Then, the flame beast vanished from existence. Holy, is this even human? Zhou Peng was utterly numb. A level 100 crimson flame beast. Was this guy even human? Could nothing kill him? Su Chen, are you even human? I'm seriously impressed, man. Zhou Peng, did I say you could leave? The next second, Su Chen materialized before Zhou Peng, blocking his path. Su Chen's level had already risen significantly. Moreover, his attributes had also increased substantially thanks to fishing rewards. Under these circumstances, it had to be said that Zhou Peng's so-called level 100 Crimson Flame Beast was nothing but a joke. Put simply, if Su Chen had wanted to, Zhou Peng would never have gotten away. Just like the situation right now. Based on Su Chen's current attributes after receiving the reward buff, his agility is at least 5,000. With 5,000 agility, catching up to that little piece of trash Zhou Peng is a piece of cake. Su Chen, are you even human? You must be a ghost or something. How the hell did you catch up? I beg you, please have mercy. Spare me, I'll do anything you ask. In Zhou Peng's eyes, Su Chen was now a being more terrifying than any demon. There was no way around it, this guy was simply inhuman. He covered that distance in no time flat. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they go mad? He was simply not human. Meanwhile, Su Chen gave a cold smile. To him, Zhou Peng before him was nothing more than a rat. Zhou Peng had exhausted every trick in his arsenal, yet still couldn't escape Su Chen's grasp. In other words, Zhou Peng was now utterly consumed by despair and terror. It was a world apart from his previous arrogant and bullying demeanor. Let you go? So you can come back and cause trouble for me later? Su Chen sneered coldly. No, brother Zhou Peng, do you take me for a fool? Su Chen, father, grandfather, I beg you let me go. Spare me this once, and I swear I'll never cross paths with you again. I won't cause you trouble again either. Our Zhou family will have absolutely nothing to do with you anymore. I beg you, I'll give you anything you want. Zhou Peng believed there was still hope. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Too late. Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out, followed by the swift descent of the Xianyuan sword. The silent blade instantly reduced Zhou Peng to a cloud of blood mist. The Zhou family's measly resources aren't worth my attention. Go die in peace. This is the fate of those who cross me, Su Chen. With that, Su Chen turned and walked away without looking back. He didn't believe a single word Zhou Peng had said, not even a punctuation mark. Someone like Zhou Peng, who dared to scheme and deceive him if he let him off this time. Do you think he'd spare me next time? Mercy shown to an enemy is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. Zhou Peng was the kind of scum whose very core was rotten. And he even brought people right to his doorstep, nearly killing Lin Xiaoye. Keeping such a person alive would be nothing short of inviting disaster. The Su Chen of today is no longer the soft-hearted original. In Su Chen's eyes, living in this world meant seizing every opportunity to skin alive anyone who crossed him. There can be absolutely no room for mercy. With a clang, a pile of potions appeared before him. Wow, killing this dimwit actually dropped loot? Su Chen examined them closely and found a large number of high-value potions. Among them was a highly valuable life potion. This life potion was considered the pinnacle among potions. The Zhou family was one of the more renowned pharmaceutical families among the many aristocratic clans in the imperial capital. Regardless of other matters, the Zhou family's expertise in potions was truly exceptional. Su Chen had heard before that once consumed the Zhou family's life potion, no matter how severe the injuries, they would be fully restored. As long as there was a single breath left, survival was guaranteed. Zhou Peng, you spoiled brat. You had everything going for you as a rich kid. You had access to incredible resources, yet all you did was cause trouble. Now look at you, you've lost everything. Your family spoiled you rotten, yet you went and sought death. You really don't know when to quit. A level 100 Flame Beast Scroll, high-grade life potions, and Zhou Peng's pocket money alone amounted to millions. Countless skills and gear. Even Su Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Damn it, Zhou Peng really had it made. Comparing people really kills you. At least I don't have his kind of luck. Not to mention, if Zhou Peng's family background were his own, combined with his fishing system, he wouldn't claim it would be lightning fast, but he could absolutely reach the pinnacle of cultivation in an extremely short time. He could reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Getting to at least level 100 wouldn't be a problem. Damn it, I forgot about Xiaoyu. Su Chen suddenly remembered the gravely injured Xiaoyu. He quickly gathered all the potions and rushed toward Lin Xiaoye. After all, he had rescued her himself. He had promised to let her follow him and live a good life. Naturally, he had to keep his word. Now that she was beaten like this, he absolutely had to heal her. Su Chen dashed into the room and scooped up the unconscious Lin Xiaoye. He then forced the life potion down her throat. Seeing the severity of Lin Xiaoye's injuries, Su Chen was furious. Zhou Peng had died far too easily just now. He knew full well that Lin Xiaoye wouldn't have been dragged into this mess if not for his own carelessness. Had he known that Chen Feng would take out his anger over Lu Rushi on him by sending Zhou Peng to cause trouble, he would never have gone to the trading house alone. He absolutely would have brought Lin Xiaoye with him. But then again, Su Chen couldn't wrap his head around it. Just how bored was Zhou Peng? Why was he causing trouble so early? Couldn't you just focus on leveling up instead? Chapter 24, From now on, you're my partner. Looking at the unconscious Lin Xiaoye in his arms, Su Chen found the situation rather amusing. You know what? Lin Xiaoye really is a woman of her word. Though they'd only known each other a short while, he hadn't expected her to be so true to her word. Once she said she'd do something, she did it, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. She even endured being beaten to a pulp by that kid Zhou Peng. She'd rather be beaten like this than reveal her whereabouts. Alright, Lin Xiaoye could definitely be a like-minded friend. Su Chen looked at Lin Xiaoye, feeling a surge of emotion. People as pure as her were rare these days. Su Chen had now resolved to make Lin Xiaoye his partner. If before he had admired her skills, now he valued her character above all else. In this dog-eat-dog world, only such a companion by his side could bring him peace of mind. Only then could Su Chen pursue greater ambitions with confidence. Otherwise, he might not even know how he ended up dead. Moreover, given Lin Xiaoye's character, if given the right resources, her future accomplishments would undoubtedly be impressive. Cough cough cough. After drinking the life potion, Lin Xiaoye's body reacted immediately. Her wounds visibly began to heal before her eyes. You have to admit, the Zhou family really knows their potions. Su Chen, I feel much better now. Lin Xiaoye looked down to find herself lying in Su Chen's arms and panicked for a moment. After all, men and women are different. She instinctively pulled away from Su Chen's embrace. Then she pushed Su Chen aside. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, girl, you don't have to be like this. I was trying to save you. Save me. Wait, my injury. It's healed. At that moment, Lin Xiaoye stared at Su Chen in utter shock. It had to be said, her injuries were healing remarkably fast. Not only that, but Lin Xiaoye distinctly remembered having internal injuries. But now they were gone, not just gone, but vanished in an instant. She clearly remembered being beaten senseless by those men before losing consciousness. And now, Lin Xiaoye could confirm her body not only felt no pain. Her energy levels had even improved significantly. It's incredible. Alright, stop worrying. It's over now. I took care of all of them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye instantly turned her head and saw the ground covered in bloodstains. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Su Chen, you killed all these people? Yep. Su Chen admitted nonchalantly. You're this strong? That doesn't make sense. Before, you weren't. Seeing Lin Xiaoye stammering like that, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What? You think I didn't go all out when we fought before, so you assumed I wasn't strong enough? Lin Xiaoye nodded directly. It wasn't entirely her fault for thinking that way. The main reason was that during their previous encounter, she hadn't realized just how formidable Su Chen truly was. Moreover, she had fought those thugs herself and knew their capabilities. In her view, even if Su Chen had held back during their fight, he couldn't possibly be this formidable, capable of wiping out these thugs in mere moments. After all, many of these thugs were around level 30. And the leader, that man named Zhou Peng, was nearly level 40. Even if Su Chen possessed some skill, he couldn't possibly come out unscathed. Yet, to her surprise, she had underestimated Su Chen's true strength. He had killed them all. Su Chen, let's get out of here fast. We definitely can't stay here any longer. That leader seems to be the young master of a prominent family in the imperial capital. You killed him, the Zhou family won't let this slide. Lin Xiaoye suddenly realized Su Chen had likely caused a major problem, which was why she urgently urged him to leave. But Su Chen didn't seem to care. The Zhou family might be formidable, but so what? He was countless times more formidable than the Zhou family. If it came down to a fight, he had no doubt the Zhou family wouldn't stand a chance against him. If they wanted to die, he'd grant them their wish. Lin Xiaoye, however, was worried about Su Chen. After all, he was the one who had saved her life. If not for her, Su Chen wouldn't have killed anyone. Therefore, she couldn't allow such a good person to be targeted for revenge. Moreover, she was well aware of the Zhou family's power. It wasn't something someone like her, from the lowest strata of society, could possibly oppose. Therefore, while they hadn't been discovered yet, they had to leave immediately. Leave the imperial capital, the farther, the better. Lin Xiaoye, don't worry. Of course I know who that kid is. Otherwise, how could I have used their family's life-saving potion to rescue you? But rest assured, the Zhou family doesn't faze me. My feud with him goes back years. You just focus on recovering. Even if you weren't here today, I wouldn't have let Zhou Peng off the hook. And don't panic. Didn't you see? I took out every last one of them. Not a single one remains. The Zhou family will only know Zhou Peng is missing. They won't know it was me. So don't worry. I'm confident I can handle this much. Besides, a young master from a prestigious family and awakened dual-element mage no less actually ventured into this poverty-stricken government-subsidized housing area. And get taken out by a useless nobody who only awakened a life-type profession. Do you think anyone would believe that? So relax. The Zhou family will never come here, nor will they ever know I killed Zhou Peng. Once we clean up the scene, it'll be as if nothing ever happened. Besides, no wealthy families ever come here anyway, Su Chen said cheerfully. He didn't give Zhou Peng's death a second thought. Lin Xiaoye also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Chen's words. You're right. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and clean up. We can't let the Zhou family find any trace of Zhou Peng. Su Chen, I'm really worried about you, Lin Xiaoye suddenly said softly. Caught off guard by her words, Su Chen paused before offering a faint smile. Thanks for your concern. We're partners. We'll stand together through thick and thin from now on. With that, Su Chen grinned and went inside to fetch cleaning supplies. The two quickly began cleaning up the scene. Though it was a bit disgusting, it was manageable enough. After nearly 3 hours, the entire scene was cleaned up. Except for the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Nothing else remained. Seeing the scene cleaned up, Su Chen finally wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, finally done. Honestly, Xiaoyu, I'm genuinely curious, who were you before? Why did you keep wandering? Chapter 25, Moving into the New Home. Lin Xiaoye's expression shifted slightly at Su Chen's words. Don't ask. I just don't want to talk about it. If I ever want to tell you, I will. And don't pry so much. I don't want to drag you into this. Lin Xiaoye's expression darkened noticeably. She felt this was her own business and didn't want to trouble others. All right. I understand. We're partners now, after all. But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. You know me. If you ever need help, just let me know. I'll do whatever I can to assist you, Su Chen said. All right, thank you. Then Lin Xiaoye added, Su Chen, I hope we can fight together from now on. If I could fight alongside you, I believe my strength would improve rapidly. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoye looked at him. Su Chen thought for a moment before nodding. Of course. You can follow me with confidence. I promise to take good care of you. Su Chen's words were sincere, deeply touching Lin Xiaoye. I think your strength is quite impressive. It's just that you were held back earlier, which led to your current situation. But don't worry, from now on, you'll be training and running dungeons with me. I believe you'll get your chance to improve soon. Besides, I'm sure you don't want to spend your whole life stuck here dealing with trash, right? Su Chen added. Lin Xiaoye listened intently and nodded. Then she said, all right, I'll go adventuring with you. Great. From now on, you're my partner. But there's one more person in our team. Another person? Lin Xiaoye stared at him with wide eyes, curiosity evident. Clearly, she didn't know Lu Ruzhuang. Lu Ruzhuang, my fiancé. You have a fiancé? Lin Xiaoye looked utterly shocked. But then, a palpable sense of disappointment washed over her expression. Truthfully, she had already guessed that Su Chen had a fiancé. First, she didn't want to believe it. Second, she didn't want to pry into such matters. Hearing it directly from Su Chen still made her heart skip a beat. You'll meet her in a few days. All right, get some rest. I still need to look at apartments. I told you we're moving again. After that, Su Chen took Lin Xiaoye out for a meal. He also bought her several new outfits. Then, Su Chen finally let Lin Xiaoye go home first. He, however, went to look at the new place. He now held nearly 9 million yuan in his hands. Su Chen could afford to buy a house in the capital city. But the problem was that properties in the capital were indeed quite expensive. While 9 million yuan was a substantial sum, it wouldn't get him anything particularly impressive. Truly good properties command a hefty price tag. With just 9 million yuan, Su Chen couldn't afford anything truly exceptional. But renting was a different story. For Su Chen, renting posed no significant problem. Simply raising the rent slightly would allow him to secure a decent place almost immediately. Ultimately, Su Chen secured an excellent 300 square meter split-level apartment in a prime location for 10,000 yuan a month. After paying a year's rent upfront, he promptly moved in with Lin Xiaoye to the spacious apartment. Seeing the new place, Lin Xiaoye was genuinely stunned. Su Chen, this is the place you rented? How much must it cost? Su Chen smiled faintly. It's not that expensive, just 10,000 yuan a month. We'll live here from now on. You don't have to worry about the Zhou family coming after us anymore. We're completely cleared of suspicion now, Su Chen said cheerfully. Lin Xiaoye finally let out a sigh of relief. Even if the Zhou family suspected anyone, it would never fall on the two of them. First, no one knew Zhou Peng had been killed by Su Chen. Second, there was no living witness to make accusations. Therefore, there was absolutely no need for concern. Moreover, as long as the Zhou family hadn't found the body, they could only assume he was missing. It couldn't be confirmed as a death. That makes it even less of a problem. Still, Lin Xiaoye was quite shocked. Su Chen's financial resources are truly substantial. He's surprisingly wealthy. A monthly rent of 10,000 yuan really is no big deal. Alright, you'll be staying here from now on. Don't worry about the rent. In a few days, we'll start tackling the dungeon. We need to get this sorted out anyway. Lin Xiaoye nodded. After that, Su Chen told Lin Xiaoye to go handle her own affairs. He headed off to find Lu Ruzhuang. When he saw Lu Ruzhuang again, she looked displeased. I thought my fiancé had abandoned me, Lu Ruzhuang muttered gloomily. Su Chen hadn't sought her out at all these past few days. Naturally, this left the young lady feeling quite upset. At that moment, Su Chen smiled and said, Alright, Ruzhuang. I brought a girl home these past few days. What? Lu Rushuang stared at Su Chen in utter shock, but quickly regained her composure. Tell me, why did you bring this girl home? What else? Isn't it to strengthen our squad? Su Chen then explained the situation with Lin Xiaoye to Lu Rushuang. Don't worry. Lin Xiaoye is staying in her own room, and I'm staying on the other side. I'm telling you this now because I plan to take on a job change quest. But you're a lifestyle class. Do you even need to change jobs? Lu Rushiang looked surprised. As a six-winged angel paladin, she'd never heard of lifetime professions needing job change quests. But Su Chen himself wasn't entirely sure either. He simply replied, I don't know either, but since I'm planning to give it a shot, that's why I came to tell you. Once I complete the job change quest, then we can officially start running dungeons. You know how I've been struggling with them lately. Anyway, whatever gear you need, I can get it for you. I'll even hook you up with a nice new set. Su Chen said cheerfully. Ever since arriving in this world, Su Chen had been constantly busy. He was feeling quite worn out. If not for that, he wouldn't have put off the job change quest until now. Truthfully, Su Chen intended to tackle the job change quest precisely to test whether lifestyle professions could undergo a job change. After all, his current profession was legendary tier. Moreover, dealing with Zhou Peng's affairs had taken up most of his day. Now that he finally had some free time, he decided to take a break and try out this job change quest. If it worked, it would truly be a win-win situation. Chapter 26, The Job Change Hall. That said, dealing with Zhou Peng today had taken a considerable toll on Su Chen himself. At least he could finally take a breather. Since his arrival in this world, Su Chen had been constantly juggling numerous tasks. It had taken a toll on his mental energy. He wondered if every transmigrator faced the same predicament. A mountain of tasks always awaited him. When he first awakened the fishing master profession, he'd considered attempting a job change quest. According to this world's rules, it seemed that lifestyle professions didn't have job advancement options. But he was different, he was a time traveler. Maybe he could give it a shot. Su Chen, aren't you a lifestyle class? A job change? I thought that wasn't possible, right? Lin Xiaoye looked at him with some surprise. Yeah, I know. To be precise, I'm not entirely sure if I can actually change jobs either. But over the years, while they've never explicitly stated that lifestyle professions can change jobs, they've also never said they can't. I see. Lin Xiaoye nodded. You're right. We can give it a shot. It just puzzles me since you're a lifetime class and only level 30, why are you so powerful? And also, that weapon in your hand. Lin Xiaoye hadn't seen Su Chen wield her Xianyuan sword. But with so many people present, Su Chen had single-handedly taken them all down. He must have wielded an exceptionally powerful weapon. Otherwise, such combat prowess would be impossible. If he didn't wield a divine artifact, how could he possibly take down a dual-element mage like Zhou Peng and over 20 henchmen single-handedly? That seemed downright impossible. If it truly came down to sheer personal strength alone, then Su Chen's power level was genuinely terrifying. Su Chen's peculiar abilities and strength completely shattered Lin Xiaoye's understanding of reality. It's just not very logical. This can no longer be described as monstrous talent, it borders on the abnormal. Su Chen, with your current strength, you really don't need to grind dungeons like a slave anymore, do you? You could be doing something far more meaningful, Lin Xiaoye remarked. Though Su Chen had accepted her as his partner, facing such an exceptionally powerful and outstanding prodigy, Lin Xiaoye still felt a bit intimidated deep down. Her level had remained stuck at 15. Besides her dire living conditions forcing her to scavenge for scraps instead of grinding monsters for experience, she also genuinely lacked confidence in her own abilities. Now that Su Chen had demonstrated such formidable strength, she worried that once Su Chen grew even stronger, he might abandon her. Lin Xiaoye's worries and inner conflict stemmed partly from genuine concern for herself. Don't worry, Su Chen said, sensing her unease. He gave her a reassuring smile. Rest assured. Nothing like that will happen. No matter where we go, you'll always be my partner. With Su Chen's assurance, Lin Xiaoye felt much more at ease. With such a formidable partner by her side, Lin Xiaoye truly had no reason to fret about her own leveling progress. Truthfully, she possessed a certain natural talent as a professional, but her previous hardships had forced compromises. She had been forced to compromise. Now, if Su Chen was willing to lend her a hand, things would become much easier. To put it simply, with Su Chen's terrifying strength, taking her on a trip to the wilderness, or a dungeon or secret realm, equipment and experience would pour in like water. Plus, the dropped gear and materials could be traded for a tidy sum. Honestly, if Lin Xiaoye could just follow Su Chen without worry, she wouldn't have to fret about her future at all. From Su Chen's perspective, having dealt with the hassle of Zhou Peng, he wouldn't have much else demanding his attention in the near future. He could now focus entirely on grinding monsters, leveling up, and clearing dungeons. This would naturally yield a steady stream of gear. Making money? That was merely a side effect. Besides, he'd already moved into a new place. Even if the Zhou family wanted to investigate Zhou Peng's death, they probably wouldn't trace it back to him. Even if they did trace it back to him, by then, Su Chen would be someone the Zhou family couldn't afford to cross. If the Zhou family knew what was good for them, they'd pretend they knew nothing. Perhaps they could preserve some semblance of dignity. But if the Zhou family insists on stirring up trouble, Su Chen wouldn't mind wiping them out with a single move. It would just be one less problem for him to deal with, why not? Fine, from now on I'll guard your gate and be your loyal little sidekick, Lin Xiaoge said cheerfully. It was their first day in their new home. Su Chen had specially bought a lot of good ingredients. The two of them happily ate a meal at home and celebrated. The next day, Su Chen hailed a taxi and headed to the job change hall in the heart of the capital. Ever since gaining sufficient power, events had been unfolding one after another around Su Chen. He felt like he was spinning like a top. Now, he needed to complete his job change quest as quickly as possible. Stepping out of the cab and gazing at the job change hall before him, Su Chen couldn't help but stare in awe. This is the job change hall. It must be said, the job change hall was indeed quite impressive. A massive gate stood before the vast plaza. And a building distinctly styled in the Chinese architectural tradition. The plaza was teeming with capital city professionals arriving to undergo their class change. Every city in the entire nation of Huaxia boasts such a job change hall, primarily serving local adventurers seeking class changes. Of course, some travelers passing through the capital also took the opportunity to change professions here. Watching the constant flow of people, Su Chen felt a pang of emotion. His former self had been utterly despairing about his future prospects. Little did he expect that upon his transmigration, everything would change. It was truly hard to believe. After all, as a lifestyle professional, from the moment he awakened the fishing master profession, two paths lay before Su Chen. Give up. Turn fishing into raw materials ingredients for special buffs, potion ingredients, and such. Beyond that, there was no other prospect. Had he been the original host, he likely would have hanged himself the moment he awakened as a fishing master. He would have already hanged himself. This meant his future was likely to be utterly bleak. Fortunately, Su Chen arrived at the critical moment. He had saved the original body's life. After glancing at the class change hall ahead, Su Chen walked straight over. Yesterday's delays had prevented him from coming. Today, he finally had the time. At that moment, the entrance to the entire job change hall was crowded with numerous adventurers. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough. Even with so many adventurers present, it felt far from crowded. Chapter 27, The quest difficulty remains high. Upon entering the hall of transfers, Su Chen saw massive pillars towering all around. These pillars supported the dome-shaped ceiling above the entire hall. Along both sides of the pillars stood rows of counters that looked quite impressive. Behind each counter sat a beautiful young woman. Each of these lovely ladies wore a uniform work outfit. Each wore an identical professional smile. However, to Su Chen, these girls seemed utterly fake. How to put it? While they looked beautiful and were quite polite in their interactions, but in reality, the moment you actually interacted with them, it felt like conversing with a group of robots devoid of any thought. Not a shred of genuine emotion, just pure technique. Su Chen watched for a moment before walking over to a girl who seemed somewhat pleasant. She seemed like a newcomer. She was different from the other beauties. She seemed to possess a certain spark of life. The others, however, were as robotic and professional as machines. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The beauty greeted Su Chen as soon as she saw him. This was standard procedure in the job transfer hall. They had to initiate inquiries with the professionals first. Otherwise, if a professional filed a complaint, their monthly salary would definitely take a hit. Of course, this was also a KPI the job transfer hall needed to meet to ensure a positive impression among job seekers. Workers everywhere are essentially forced into service. Hello, I'm in a lifestyle profession. May I inquire about changing my job? Su Chen asked directly. Hearing Su Chen's words, the woman paused for a moment before nodding. Please wait a moment. Please provide your ID card so we can verify your information. Once verified and approved, we'll check if you're eligible for a career change. Hearing this, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the job transfer hall to be so convenient these days. Not bad at all. He handed over his ID card, and the receptionist placed it on the card reader. Su Chen, profession, angler. The woman verified the information while muttering to herself. Then, her brow furrowed slightly, though she said nothing. Instead, her fingers flew across the keyboard. Su Chen remained unhurried, sitting in the chair and waiting patiently. This was standard procedure. No matter where you were, whether in China or abroad, professionals' information always required registration and documentation. However, Su Chen's information was indeed somewhat peculiar. It seemed this beautiful woman had never encountered a professional like Su Chen before. This left her momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, she didn't have a bad impression of Su Chen. Mainly because Su Chen was undeniably handsome. Having grown accustomed to seeing many broad-faced, overweight professionals, this sight brought her a touch of pleasant surprise. Men and women are alike in this regard. Seeing beautiful women and handsome men both boosts one's mood. After several keystrokes, the woman finally looked up at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Hello, Mr. Su Chen. Your profession is listed as a fishing-related lifestyle occupation. To be honest, I've looked into it, and it seems there's no suitable job for you to transfer into. None? Su Chen froze for a moment. Though he'd anticipated this outcome, Su Chen still couldn't quite accept it. It wasn't that he absolutely needed to change professions. But if he could upgrade from a legendary occupation like fishing enthusiast to an even more legendary one like fishing master, that would be better than being in no-fly zone, right? Mr. Su, yes. I've thoroughly investigated and verified this for you. There truly is no class that matches your requirements for a job change. However, the woman paused here, seeming hesitant to continue. Seeing her hesitation, Su Chen prompted, Go ahead, miss. Just say it. I actually did my homework before coming this time. Though I'm in a lifestyle-related profession. But according to some records in the books, lifestyle professionals can actually undergo career transitions too. It's a lot more complicated than for combat-oriented professions, right? Su Chen grinned at her. Seeing such a handsome man staring at her with such a bright, cheerful smile, the beauty blushed instantly. Oh my, a handsome man's charm is truly boundless. The beauty finally replied, well, it's not entirely impossible. But in reality, you could advance to a silver rank angler. Silver tier angler? Su Chen froze for a moment. He'd never heard of this profession before. Yes, silver rank angler. It's a specialized advancement path for lifestyle-oriented fishing professionals. Due to the unique nature of these professions and the scarcity of awakened practitioners, hardly anyone seeks to change professions into them. And since they're lifestyle occupations, their combat prowess is generally quite weak. Yet the transition quest for this silver rank angler profession is exceptionally difficult. Mr. Su Chen, I wouldn't recommend attempting such a high difficulty job change quest. Of course, as a staff member, I'm only offering advice. The final decision rests entirely with you. The beautiful woman looked at him as she spoke. Not bad. This young lady truly has a kind heart. She even took the trouble to explain the risks clearly. If it were any other receptionist, wouldn't have bothered with me at all, just dumped the quest on me. Do whatever you want. After all, it's not her life on the line. Why bother getting involved? Just for the sake of this beauty offering him advice like this. Su Chen needed to give it some serious thought. Seeing Su Chen lower his head in silence, the beauty continued, Mr. Su Chen, while the danger level of the job change quest isn't particularly high, the mortality rate is still significant. Moreover, the monsters encountered in job change quests are randomly generated. It doesn't guarantee an easy time. So please think it through carefully before accepting. Our staff at the job change hall always try our best to remind and advise those seeking life-related professions about the risks. Moreover, after years of refinement, the difficulty of job change quests has been thoroughly standardized by the professional guilds across all nations. Even so, the difficulty remains around S rank, and unexpected situations can still occur. If you draw an SSS-Rank job change quest, we strongly advise against proceeding with it, Mr. Su Chen. Moreover, due to their unique nature, job change quests must be completed solo. Even if you have powerful allies assisting you, it remains inadvisable. Therefore, as a lifestyle-oriented professional, it's best to proceed with caution. Chapter 28 SSS-Rank Job Change Quest. Su Chen nodded upon hearing the beauty's words. She was right. Though Su Chen believed this so-called job change quest wouldn't be difficult for him. In fact, he was certain he could handle it once he got started. But better safe than sorry. The other party meant no harm. Still, if he didn't change jobs, this trip would be for nothing. Silver rank angler? That title is rather interesting. Mr. Su, please note that the job change quest can only be attempted twice. If you fail the second time, you will never have another chance to change jobs. Such strict conditions? Su Chen hadn't known about this rule. He knew there were restrictions on job changes, but he hadn't realized it was limited to just 2 attempts. This was a bit troublesome. Though Su Chen didn't doubt his ability to succeed, having only 2 chances. It was indeed a bit troublesome. Therefore, Mr. Su Chen, you must be absolutely certain. Once you decide to proceed, you cannot easily give up. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. The receptionist explained. No problem. I've made up my mind, I'm in. Su Chen agreed without hesitation. Having made up his mind, he was determined to do it right, especially since it wasn't such a big deal. He was confident he could pass on the first try. In that case, Mr. Su Chen, the door behind me is the entrance to the Zhuangzi quest. You may enter at any time. The receptionist gave him a deep look, her eyes brimming with admiration and awe. Who wouldn't admire a man with such courage and determination? Su Chen was also grateful to this receptionist. She had told him all this. After all, she was looking out for his best interests. Otherwise, why risk offending him by saying such things? Without hesitation, Su-Chen stepped through the magical portal. The receptionist watched him with a look of concern. Unaware of his true capabilities, she feared he might face challenges beyond even her own ability to overcome. Well, even though I talked his ear off and he didn't take a single word to heart, I have to admit he's got guts and determination. Though somewhat resigned, the receptionist accepted Su-Chen's decision with composure before returning to her duties. There were many job-changing adventurers, and she had other matters to attend to. But just then, the beauty noticed the information on the computer screen again. He's a lifestyle class, already level 30, and he's cleared level 50 dungeons and secret realms? Whenever any adventurer clears a dungeon or secret realm, their ID card records the corresponding information. There was absolutely no need to worry about it not showing up. The receptionist had been too busy explaining things to Su-Chen earlier to check his details. But now, seeing Su-Chen's terrifyingly impressive resume, she was stunned. This adventurer seemed far more formidable than she had imagined. This guy looks so low-key, yet he's actually a pro? A fishing pro who cleared a level 50 dungeon and secret realm? Did he get help? Impossible. His ID card shows he cleared it solo. Soloing a dungeon like that? Is he even human? The beauty pondered earnestly. Seriously, not only is he incredibly handsome, but he's also incredibly low-key, incredibly skilled, and incredibly polite. Who on earth is dating a guy like that? The receptionist had encountered countless adventurers in her daily work. But in her experience, even those with deep connections and vast resources rarely cleared level 50 dungeons and secret realms solo. At best, they managed level 20. And those were beginner dungeons. But with such backing and resources, clearing a level 20 dungeon shouldn't be difficult. But this Su-Chen. The receptionist found herself increasingly captivated by Su-Chen. Meanwhile, the moment Su-Chen stepped through the entrance, the surroundings instantly transformed. The surroundings dimmed abruptly, revealing a magical matrix before him. Is this the job change space created by the job change hall? Su-Chen wondered in surprise. After a moment of darkness, the magic matrix suddenly glowed with a purple light. Without hesitation, Su-Chen stepped directly before the matrix. With a hum, a massive interface panel materialized before him. Name, Su-Chen. Level, 30. Class, Angler Life Skill. Available advancement quests. Single class change quest, Heart of the Flame Demon. Difficulty, SSS-Rank. Quest description: within the job change instance lies a mysterious ancient cavern filled with treacherous lava. The flame demon reigns as its ultimate boss. Dedicated adventurers must enter the exploding cavern and defeat a specific number of crimson flame beasts. Upon reaching 100 kills, the final boss, the flame demon, will appear. Note: after defeating the flame demon, retrieve and carry its heart to complete the quest. Hint: the less time you spend in the instance, the higher your rating will be, which directly impacts your final class change outcome. Time limit: 24 hours. Warning: if the quest exceeds 24 hours, it will automatically fail, and the transferee will be returned to the Transfiguration Hall. Holy! Seeing the prompt on the quest panel, Su-Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. SSS-Rank. Seriously? So they really think I'm some guy blessed by a system, that's why they're pulling this stunt on me, huh? No way. Everyone else is S-Rank. If I were a lifestyle-type professional, I wouldn't complain if you gave me an S-Rank. But I'm a lifestyle class, and you just go and trigger an SSS-Rank quest for me. What exactly are you trying to do? Su-Chen was genuinely impressed. His very first job change quest had to be this ridiculously high level. As expected, transmigrants never take the conventional path. Still, Su-Chen wasn't worried. After all, this job change quest was meant for level 20 adventurers. He was at least level 30 now, significantly higher in level. His legendary gear was beyond what ordinary adventurers could hope to match. Not to mention he possessed ancient artifacts like the Xian Yuan sword. Back in that level 50 dungeon, when he swung his sword, that wasn't just overwhelming, it was a dimensional strike. This level of difficulty? A mere drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, on the class change screen in the class change hall, a red alert suddenly flashed. Attention, transferee Su-Chen has successfully activated an SSS-Rank transfer quest. Staff are instructed to prepare reception arrangements. Upon exiting the transfer gate, medical personnel must be immediately assigned to treat the transferee. Chapter 29, Frost, I'm worried you'll be deceived. Huh? The beautiful receptionist stood up from her seat in utter shock, her mouth hanging open for a long moment. Clearly, she never imagined this angler would actually activate an SSS-Rank job change quest. After all, not a single transferee in the entire nation of Huaxia had activated even an S-Rank transferee quest in at least 1,000 years. Let alone an SSS-Rank one. This man named Su-Chen. His luck must be utterly terrible. Countless tyrants in the main hall were also stunned by this news. This Su-Chen guy has such incredible luck? Straight to SSS rank? I heard that activating an SSS quest grants a hidden class upon completion. Holy crap, S-rank job change quests are already tough enough. An SSS rank? If I were the Su-Chen guy, I'd quit right now. But quitting means losing your last class change chance. He'll fail anyway, so why waste time? Maybe he'll get lucky and activate an A-rank job change quest instead. That'd be a breeze. Exactly. It's just a job change, why make it so complicated? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ruzhuang was stunned by the news before her. That kid Su-Chen actually went to change jobs behind her back. Wait, he's a fisherman, why would he choose a market trader job? Wasn't it said that lifestyle professions couldn't be changed? But the problem was, the big screen clearly showed Su-Chen had activated an SSS rank job change quest? Could it be, this Su-Chen wasn't the Su-Chen she knew? With that thought, Lu Ruzhuang decided to call Su-Chen's phone. Busy tone. Out of service area. Oh no, could it really be him? Lu Rushi felt uneasy, yet she couldn't reach him. In the end, she decided to wait in the job change hall for this person named Su-Chen to emerge. To see if it was really him. An SSS rank job change quest. You really hit the jackpot, kid. Chen Feng was also in the job change hall. He had come today specifically to change jobs. As the heir to the Chun group, his resources and connections were formidable throughout the imperial capital. But precisely because of that, Chen Feng had made a special trip today for his job change. And he happened to spot Lu Rushuang. He had been wondering why Su-Chen hadn't come along. Recalling that the kid was a fishing enthusiast, he intended to thoroughly humiliate Su-Chen in front of Lu Rushiang. But unexpectedly, the information on the big screen stunned him. That good-for-nothing actually managed to activate a class change quest? I'll be damned if I don't see how this good-for-nothing passes an SSS tier job change quest. Fan Gang, the sycophant beside Chen Feng, quickly chimed in to curry favor. Young Master Chen, this Su-Chen is nothing but a lucky loser. Besides, everyone knows his abilities are nothing special. He just got lucky before. Now his true colors are showing with this SSS rank quest. Young Master Chen, I doubt this kid will even make it out alive. Fan Gang's words made Chen Feng burst into laughter. You're absolutely right. If that kid dies in there, I'll treat everyone to a feast tonight. Tomorrow, everyone gets a full set of level 30 golden gear. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Fan Gang and his sycophantic henchmen immediately began fawning over him. Brother Feng is so generous. That good-for-nothing Su-Chen? He's no match for our Brother Feng. Exactly. A piece of trash like him dares to challenge Brother Feng? That fool doesn't know when to quit. When they carry his corpse out later, I'll go take a piss on it. Meanwhile, Chen Feng made his way toward Lu Rushuang. Lu Rushuang sat resting on the sofa. Seeing Chen Feng arrive with his henchmen, her expression immediately soured. A white-haired elder beside her whispered, Miss, shall we? No need. I have no connection to him. Why should I avoid him? The elder nodded and stood aside with his hands behind his back. At that moment, Chen Feng approached the two of them. He first called out, Rushuang. Then, he politely addressed the white-haired elder beside her, Master Dufenghua, it's been a long time. Seeing his courtesy, Dufenghua returned the gesture and said, It's been a long time, young Master Chen. I wonder if you're here for a career change too, Ruzhuang? What does it matter to you? Lu Ruzhuang replied coldly. Chen Feng's expression flickered slightly, and the atmosphere grew awkward. But he forced himself to suppress his anger. I'm here for a job change too. I saw on the big screen that Su-Chen activated the SSS rank job change quest? Yes, what about it? This is problematic. Ruzhuang, you know Su-Chen's abilities and background. An SSS rank figure like him probably won't pass. Besides, he's in a lifestyle profession. His future prospects are bleak. That's between Su-Chen and me. Young Master Chen, if you have no business here, please keep your distance. I need to rest. Lu Ruzhuang responded coldly. Master Du, please have young Master Chen leave. Only after receiving Lu Rushiang's order did Du Fenghua directly address Chen Feng. Young Master Chen, you heard our young lady's words. Please leave. Fan Gang immediately stepped forward. Old man, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our young master like that? Are you out of your mind? Du Fenghua, seeing this lowly lackey appear out of nowhere, snorted coldly. Chen Feng, are these lackeys by your side unaware of their own mortality? This is the job change hall. It's inconvenient for this old man to take action here. Would you like your lackeys to step outside to talk? At this, the henchmen immediately began cursing and preparing to attack. Chen Feng merely gave a cold snort. Old Master Du, I'm only worried that Rushuang might be deceived. That's Su-Chen. When did it become your place, Chen Feng, to meddle in matters concerning me, Lu Ruzhuang? Lu Ruzhuang said coldly. Rushuang. Young Master Chen, please leave. Du Fenghua stepped between them, separating Chen Feng and Lu Ruzhuang. Chen Feng's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck. You. Fan Gang, seeing this, immediately moved to act. But Du Fenghua grabbed his arm and sent him flying with a kick. The commotion quickly drew the attention of security personnel in the career transition hall. Soon, a group of security personnel surrounded them. Every single one was at least a level 50 professional. Moreover, they were all high-level professionals who had undergone secondary class changes. No excessive behavior is permitted in the Transfiguration Hall. What are you doing? One security guard demanded angrily. Ah, Teacher Du, you're here. Upon recognizing Du Fenghua, the lead security guard immediately adopted a deferential tone. Teacher Du, what brings you here? My young mistress wishes to be left undisturbed. Lu Yong, you'd better escort young Master Chen Feng and his lackeys out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Chapter 30, Why are there others in the dungeon? Su Chen stared at the large screen before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He truly hadn't expected his first job change quest to be this thrilling. However, he quickly relaxed his mood. After all, he had the Xianyuan sword and a full set of gear to protect him. With the system's boost, this job change quest wasn't actually too difficult. The job change quest instance was essentially just a special type of instance. This space essentially existed as a parallel, independent realm to the real world. Enemies within the secret realm possessed unique abilities and formidable combat strength. Compared to the wild monsters outside, they were far beyond. To put it bluntly, the name Exploding Cavern alone made it clear to Su Chen that this was an extremely dangerous place. This is precisely why the receptionist kept repeatedly warning Shu Cheng to be cautious. Generally speaking, ordinary adventurers would rarely encounter such a mission. Most daily quests only reach S-rank difficulty, a standard established over millennia as humans gradually deciphered the world's rules. Humans had gradually familiarized themselves with the world's rules over time. Yet Su Chen had activated an SSS-Rank class change quest. A task of such terrifying magnitude would be nearly impossible for Su Chen to complete alone. To be precise, it was impossible for Su Chen to complete such a task alone. If Su Chen were to assemble a party to tackle it, that might be feasible. But going alone? That was definitely out of the question. That's why the receptionist had cautioned him so earnestly. But it was useless. Su Chen was dead set on completing this job change quest this time. Of course, if Chen Feng had encountered this task today, it would have been quite simple for him. The Chen family possessed ample resources and wealth to support such endeavors. If some of the Chen family elders stepped in to assist, Chen Feng would undoubtedly succeed. But for a professional like Su Chen, who had no such background, facing an SSS rank mission like this presented an incredibly high difficulty. Unless one possesses sufficient wealth to hire mercenaries or similar forces. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to accomplish alone. Therefore, even in this world, wealth and connections remain essential for personal advancement. Only then can one's path to advancement proceed smoothly. This, of course, is an inherent advantage. Being able to avoid detours is better than anything else. Yet Su Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why was he the only one to receive an SSS tier character? Even the receptionist at the front desk was curious. Why did everyone else receive a rank to S rank assignments while his was SSS rank? This was truly baffling. I can't shake the feeling that something's playing tricks on me, or maybe the staff at the job change hall deliberately ramped up the difficulty for me? But that was clearly impossible. If the job change hall could truly manipulate mission difficulty, then the challenge of changing professions would be drastically reduced. Wouldn't it be simpler to just set everyone to the lowest C rank? This way, there's no need to worry about professionals being unable to change jobs. With that thought, Su Chen shrugged. Thankfully he had the system, otherwise, relying solely on raw strength, he might have had to give up. Still, Su Chen didn't view the situation as entirely bleak. At least this way, it had some challenge. If the quest was too easy, the battle would likely end before Su Chen even got to exert himself. How boring would that be? Soon, Su Chen made his way into the exploding cavern. The blast cavern was filled with scalding lava everywhere. The air itself was unbearably hot. Even after entering, Su Chen found himself struggling to breathe under the relentless heat wave. Fortunately, as a seasoned adventurer, he quickly acclimated. Otherwise, completing this mission would have been impossible. Amidst the sweltering heat enveloping the surroundings, Su Chen made his way deeper into the cave. The outermost cave contained no monsters. Not a single one. Though curious about the situation, he still hurried deeper inside. Following the map, he pressed forward. Soon, he reached a narrow path. Suddenly, a violent burst of flame erupted. It slammed heavily against the nearby rocks. The entire cave shook violently. Su Chen frowned upon witnessing this. What kind of monster is that? Seems incredibly powerful. Fire magic wasn't something Su Chen had never encountered before. But he had to admit, a display of power like that was truly rare. To be precise, it was the first time he'd ever witnessed it. What was most terrifying was how the flames, upon striking the cave walls, unleashed such immense destructive force. It was genuinely terrifying. Moreover, what mattered most in this world where everyone could change professions? Fire magic stands as one of the deadliest forms of sorcery. Any profession that incorporates fire elements can pose a significant threat. This is precisely why the fire mage profession is so popular. Their damage output is absolutely explosive. Moreover, it's not just about the damage output. The most formidable aspect of fire mages is their exceptionally wide area of effect. Often, all it takes is one fire mage positioned safely in the center of the party, well protected. They can become the team's most powerful damage dealer. For instance, a single area of effect spell can instantly cripple a large portion of the enemy forces. If they can add a burning effect to that, that's just insane. Consequently, many factions and professionals seek to befriend these fire mages. That way, when forming parties later, they'd have a powerful damage dealer. This fire mage's power is seriously impressive, Su Chen remarked cheerfully. Though he wasn't particularly worried about the monster casting the spell causing any real trouble. But a basic level of seriousness was still required. Just then, several voices chimed in. Brother Tian, you're seriously impressive. That fire magic is incredibly powerful. It took out dozens of monsters in one go. Brother Tian, I'm joining your team from now on. Please look after me. I promise to be a great support to you in the future. I just hope you'll give me a chance. Su Chen. How could there be people in this exploding rock cave? This can't be. Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Isn't this a class change quest? Shouldn't this place be accessible only to me? How could this be? Just as Su Chen was still puzzled and surprised about encountering other adventurers here. In the distance, the man in the fiery red mage's robe who had just activated his skill was basking in the flattery of several others with a smug look on his face. The man was of average build but remarkably ugly. Judging by his facial features, he was truly unremarkable. Yet, at that moment, he was so caught up in the praise from the other adventurers that he was completely flustered. Chapter 31, Brother, hold on. Su Chen was curious at first, but he quickly realized what was happening. Although this was a class change quest instance, it was ultimately a secret realm. Since it was a secret realm, others could naturally come in to level up. It wasn't his personal domain. It made sense. So it seemed these adventurers leveling here must possess considerable strength and high levels. With that thought, Su Chen secretly readied the Xianyuan sword. He was ready to guard against any sudden attack. Though according to the laws of the Adventurers Guild, professionals are strictly forbidden from fighting each other. And severe punishment awaits those who violate them. But one must always be wary of others. Therefore, Su Chen remained prepared for potential conflict. Still, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused by the man in the fiery red mage's robe. These people were clearly flattering him on purpose, hoping he'd take them along for leveling. Yet this man had no clue about his own limitations. A few words of praise, and he actually agreed to lead them in leveling up without even demanding any compensation. Moreover, this mage wasn't even the strongest professional in the party. On the contrary, another professional in his squad possessed the greatest strength. But this person kept a low profile, and that was the most crucial part. During the recent battle, Su Chen had already caught on to the pattern. The warrior had consistently acted as a meat shield, drawing aggro for the mage. Without him, the mage wouldn't have had a chance to show off here. The entire party would likely have been wiped out by the cave's monsters long ago. Though mages were considered top tier in the professional hierarchy. Especially in leveling grounds like this, mages are practically unstoppable gods. Especially a fire mage with such terrifying power. So, any adventurer in this group looking to level up fast would naturally gravitate toward the mage. There was no helping it after all, a fire mage's area of effect spells were simply too overpowered. But in Su Chen's view, this was entirely unnecessary. Being the sole member of his own team was far more satisfying than anything else. Even with Lin Xiaoye joining, it wouldn't hinder him. At most, he'd just have to share some experience points with her. But the lion's share would still go to him, the team leader. Su Chen glanced around, shook his head, and prepared to leave. As someone who had traveled through time, his perspective was naturally more mature than most. Such dynamics within a team were perfectly normal. The only reason he lingered was to ensure they wouldn't ambush him. Or, more accurately, whether they might introduce unnecessary complications to his class change quest. Soon, Su Chen continued onward toward the defensive line at the cave ahead. Just then. Brother, wait a moment. Before Su Chen could take a few steps, he was called back by the fire mage. Curious, he turned to look and saw the fire mage already striding toward him. My name is Wu Tian, a fire mage. May I ask your name? Wu Tian extended his right hand toward Su Chen. Su Chen. What do you want? Su Chen frowned slightly and didn't extend his hand. He wasn't sure why this Wu Tian had suddenly stopped him. Could this be some kind of scheme? Wu Tian was straightforward. This exploding rock cave is extremely dangerous. I noticed you came in alone. You must be a newly awakened practitioner, but the power radiating from you is formidable. I wouldn't mistake it. As a mage, I possess a unique sixth sense. If you're willing, Brother Su Chen, why not join our party? As you've seen, our team has every class. If you join us, our combat speed might just pick up. And concerned Su Chen might refuse, Wu Tian pressed on, I can guarantee you'll level up quickly here and gain maximum experience. After speaking, Wu Tian looked at him expectantly, hoping Su Chen would agree. Especially when he caught sight of Su Chen's gear, a hint of greed flickered in his eyes. Though Wu Tian's words seemed sincere, Su Chen knew better. This guy just didn't feel like a good person. Su Chen never warmed to people driven by ulterior motives. Moreover, even though this guy appeared kind-hearted, Su Chen couldn't shake the feeling that he had some ulterior motive. However, as a lifestyle-oriented angler, he lacked the combat prowess of a true fighter. His prowess stemmed entirely from the immense assistance provided by his system. Without the fishing system helping him reel in a divine artifact like the Xianyuan sword, he would never have attained his current combat prowess. What surprised Su Chen, though, was that Wu Tian could actually discern the immense power within him. This kid had something going for him. What he didn't know, though, was that within these secret realm dungeons, there exists a particularly despicable breed of adventurers. They were known as the mountain bandits, outlaws, and robbers among adventurers. These scoundrels often roamed the secret realm maps in packs. Their sole purpose is to scout for potential prey. Their typical modus operandi is as follows. Using a powerful, fast farming class within their group. Upon spotting a target, they issue a party invitation to lure unsuspecting adventurers, especially those new to the game. Since new players are focused on leveling up, they instinctively fail to recognize such scams. Instead, they lower their guard, thinking a powerful player is helping them level up. Thus, once the newbie players are lured into the party, these bandits begin their sinister plan. For instance, they lure players to areas swarming with monsters, then ambush the target. They force the victims to hand over their weapons, equipment, and other items. They are then abandoned to fend for themselves amidst the monster horde. If a player puts up fierce resistance, the bandits will kill them outright, swiftly stripping them of all equipment and possessions. Of course, these bandits don't target just any adventurer. They primarily target inexperienced players who lack strength, are gullible, and carry substantial wealth. After all, they wouldn't dare mess with adventurers who possess genuine strength. Getting counter-killed by their target would make them a laughingstock. Therefore, these bandits were quite skilled at selecting their targets. Take Su Chen, for instance. His age alone marked him as a newly awakened novice. Plus, his gear was quite impressive. It could fetch at least a few million. So, isn't he just some rich kid? Wu Tian's gang had been operating as bandits in China for quite some time. Combined with Wu Tian's sharp eye for talent, they quickly recognized Su Chen's novice status and strength at a glance. Chapter 32, I have no interest in joining you. However, Wu Tian's flattery towards Su Chen. Wu Tian was merely trying to gain trust. Such was the standard rhetoric in this line of work. Su Chen, however, remained unaware, genuinely believing the other could discern his true strength. Thus, as a seasoned angler, he was perplexed as to how the other knew of his formidable skills. But in Wu Tian's eyes, Su Chen was just a rookie. Young and fresh out of school, lacking experience, a few words were enough to leave him completely disoriented. Besides, this wasn't the first time his crew had pulled this kind of stunt. Thus, spinning lies came to them with effortless ease. No thanks, I'm not interested in teaming up with anyone. Su Chen waved him off, his tone icy. Wu Tian hadn't expected this youngster to refuse outright. This shouldn't be happening. Had he been exposed? Impossible. Wu Tian believed his disguise was flawless. Su Chen hadn't actually figured out that Wu Tian and his men were bandits. But in truth, from the moment he first laid eyes on Wu Tian and his crew, Su Chen had felt nothing but distrust. Especially that unmistakable greed in Wu Tian's eyes. This made Su Chen deeply repulsed and irritated. After all, in the presence of his Xianyuan sword, he didn't give a damn about anyone or anything below level 60, whether they were adventurers or monsters. Therefore, he saw no need to join any squad. Moreover, since he was heading out to complete his class change quest, it was even less necessary. His job change quest was rated SSS tier. If he were to team up with these people, he'd likely be dragging them down. Thus, Su Chen decisively declined Wu Tian's invitation. Ignoring the group, Su Chen walked straight ahead down the path. However, Wu Tian and his companions were utterly shocked. They genuinely hadn't intended to fight, yet this young man named Su Chen showed such utter disregard for a fire mage. After all, with his fire magic skills and the display he'd just given, was more than enough to make most adventurers eager to join their party. In the past, it was always other professionals begging to join their squad for leveling up. This was the first time Wu Tian had ever actively invited a professional, only to be rejected. This was turning the world upside down. Hey kid, have you lost your mind? I'm a fire mage with insane damage output. If you tag along with me, we'll farm monsters in no time. Your EXP would shoot up like crazy. Seriously, think it over. Team up with us. I guarantee you'll be ready to tackle higher level zones with us within a month. Don't you want to level up in Beast Valley? You actually refuse? Clearly, Wu Tian was quite upset by Su Chen's refusal. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. This young man wasn't even tempted by his invitation. Given their squad's lineup, with him, a fire mage anchoring the group, and given that he had extended the invitation himself, what rookie adventurer could resist such a tempting opportunity to level up? Yet Su Chen had actually declined. Not only did he decline, but he even carried a hint of aloofness. Could this be a big fish? Young man, the exploding caverns are extremely dangerous. For a novice adventurer like you, it's genuinely quite dangerous. Leveling up alone in this area probably won't do you any favors. But if you join us, we can ensure your safety. Wu Tian reiterated. Meanwhile, several other adventurers nearby chimed in with their own persuasion. Yeah, why not join our group? Under Brother Tian's leadership, we can easily get you to level up once a day, no problem. Hey, I just joined this group yesterday, and look, I've already leveled up 4 times today. Let me tell you, if you level up with us, the benefits are truly numerous. Don't you want to be the first big shot among your classmates? Seeing Su Chen ignore them, these individuals naturally stepped forward one after another. Faced with this situation, they had obviously rehearsed their approach. Their strategy? Persuasion by group. For a genuine newbie adventurer, such persuasion could easily sway them to follow the crowd. Especially that girl, her voice was so sweet it was almost unbearable. She was undeniably attractive, with a figure to match. Moreover, as she spoke, she deliberately brushed against Su Chen as she leaned in. It was practically as if she was inviting him to embrace her. But seeing how attentive these people were, it only made him grow more wary. They were actually resorting to the beauty trap? Su Chen was undeniably handsome and popular with girls. But precisely because he was popular with girls, he had a deep understanding of whether a girl truly liked a man. From the moment this girl first laid eyes on him, had held no affection for him whatsoever. Her gaze held less genuine emotion and more calculated scheming. Therefore, Su Chen wasn't fooled by her actions. Instead, his guard grew ever higher. As someone who had traveled through time, he understood all too well the saying, unprovoked kindness is either treachery or theft. This girl suddenly showering him with such attentions could only mean trouble. He knew his own strength was formidable. He had not displayed it in front of these people. So how did they know of his prowess? Moreover, Su Chen had observed the class distribution within this group. A team with such balanced roles was practically begging others to join them. Others begged to join them. When did it become the other way around, with them seeking him out to join? And so eagerly? A single area of effect fire mage alone was enough to draw waves of novice adventurers. There simply wouldn't be enough spots for everyone in line. Su Chen was well aware of all this, which only heightened his wariness toward them. I have no interest in joining your group. I have matters to attend to. If you persist in pestering me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. If I strike, you might not be able to withstand my wrath, Su Chen declared. In an instant, a colossal aura surged from Su Chen's body. This pressure sent a chill down the spines of everyone present, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. None had anticipated this youth possessed such terrifying strength. It was as if a hidden powerhouse had suddenly unleashed his full might. His combat prowess far exceeded their wildest imaginings. It felt as though the young man could slaughter them all in the next instant. Wu Tian fell silent at that moment. He said nothing more. Chapter 33, The Crimson Flame Swordsman. Seeing the others cowed by his imposing presence, Su Chen decisively distanced himself from Wu Tian and the others. Now was not the time to get entangled with these people. As long as they didn't make a move against him, there was no need to waste his time. What he needed now was to find the flame demon as quickly as possible. If he could slay a few more monsters along the way to gain some experience, that would be a bonus. According to the map, the entrance to the exploding rock cave lay along a nearby path. Brother Tian, something's off about that kid. Should we follow him? Maybe ambush him when the chance arises? Some members of Wu Tian's party were reluctant to let it go. Especially the warrior class member, who was itching to pursue immediately. No, don't make any rash moves. We don't want to alert him. Wu Tian waved his hand. Seriously, this guy's got something off about him. We haven't even seen what class he is yet. What if we act rashly and he turns out to be incredibly powerful, someone who could take out all of us solo? That would spell serious trouble for us. Wu Tian was indeed cautious. As the leader of this team, his constant deliberation was necessary. Having pulled off so many heists and taken advantage of so many rookie operatives, he understood all too well the saying, haste makes waste. If Su Chen became thoroughly wary and guarded against him and his crew, getting close to him would become incredibly difficult. Moreover, Wu Tian was utterly convinced that Su Chen possessed something valuable. In his view, Su Chen was a rookie professional who dared to openly confront his entire group. Perhaps he possessed some divine weapon or artifact. Or perhaps a powerful artifact. That would explain his audacity. If that were the case, Wu Tian would absolutely not let him off the hook. After all, possessing such valuable assets would ensure that even if his own team betrayed him, Wu Tian could still turn the tables and come out on top. In this line of work, no one is more loyal than anyone else. And as it turned out, Wu Tian's hunch was spot on. Su Chen was undoubtedly carrying a wealth of valuable items. Just that Shenyuan sword alone, if Wu Tian and his crew could get their hands on it, their power would likely terrify every professional practitioner. However, all these treasures were locked away in Su Chen's system space. Even if Wu Tian and his crew wanted to get their hands on them, it was simply impossible. Thus, Su Chen truly is a prime target, a juicy prize whose riches are undeniable if captured. But this fat lamb bites back, and that complicates matters. Thus, a long-term plan was essential. Let's create some distance and quietly follow him. Watching Su Chen hurry along his way, Wu Tian decided to test the waters first. See what kind of skills this Su Chen actually possessed. Then we'll discuss finding the right spot to strike. Meanwhile, after walking for some time, Su Chen finally found the entrance to the exploding cavern following the directions. However, the area was shrouded in thick mist. Looking at the entrance before him, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Once inside, this job change quest would officially begin. Not far behind him, Wu Tian and his team were stealthily following Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen standing at the entrance, Wu Tian finally understood. This kid must be out of his mind. He really is a clueless newbie. This is a job change dungeon. A rookie adventurer coming here alone? He's either insane or genuinely possesses formidable strength. Brother Tian, this is the exploding rock cavern. They say this job change quest dungeon is at least a rank or higher. He went in alone? What was he thinking? The other members of the party were puzzled. Wu Tian himself was a bit puzzled. How dare he? Meanwhile, Su Chen had already sensed danger. A massive fireball hurtled toward him. Though Su Chen was now level 30. But thanks to the system's assistance and the Xian Yuan sword's enhancement to his attributes, his actual attributes were exceptionally high. Thus, facing this sudden attack, Su Chen merely sidestepped it. He emerged unscathed. The fireball shot past him in an instant. It slammed into the execution post, smashing a large crater into it. This blast cave is actually quite dangerous. Su Chen drew his weapon while preparing to confront the enemy approaching ahead. Clatter! Just as Su Chen finished preparing, the next second saw a monster engulfed in flames, wielding a long sword, charging straight toward him. The creature resembled nothing more than a ball of flame. Its body appeared as though forged from molten lava. The long sword in its grasp blazed with raging fire. Looks like you're the one attacking me, Su Chen sneered coldly. He didn't rush to counterattack, instead carefully studying his opponent. Only then did he realize this creature was formed from a mass of molten rock. However, Su Chen soon realized that the reason this lava could take human form was entirely due to the corpse it enveloped within. To be precise, it seemed a professional had entered, been killed, and then transformed into this ghastly form. Who'd have thought this thing was actually formed? Bad luck for them, Su Chen remarked, staring at the monster before him. Still, he was curious what kind of power existed within it. How could it compel a deceased professional to fight for them? It was truly baffling. Could it be the Flame Demon? Su Chen suddenly recalled the final boss of this mission, the Flame Demon. He said this because, based on current evidence, the only plausible candidate was the Flame Demon. Moreover, he recalled seeing books about the Flame Demon in the library before. It seemed the Flame Demon possessed some sort of magic that could control others. Though he couldn't be certain, Su Chen felt it was close enough. Monster slain, Crimson Flame Swordsman. All 10 Crimson Flame Swordsmen defeated. Proceed to the next stage. Warning, the Flame Demon possesses psychic control over the exploding caverns. Adventurers must exercise extreme caution once subjected to mind control, death is highly probable. Seeing this warning appear on the job advancement panel caught Su Chen off guard. This came as a bit of a surprise to Su Chen. Who would have thought this Flame Demon possessed such formidable abilities? However, rather than fear, Su Chen felt an increasing surge of excitement. This was much more interesting. Without this, the battle would be utterly meaningless. He wouldn't bother with a mission lacking any challenge. But while this Crimson Flame Swordsman might pose a threat to others, but for Su Chen? He could handle it with his eyes closed. Chapter 34, This man is a genius. Su Chen was now utterly delighted and exhilarated. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a mission like this. Had it not been for his class change, he likely would never have encountered such a mission. But since this so-called Crimson Flame Swordsman possessed such formidable strength, then Su Chen was eager to see what he was made of. Let's go. Show me what you've got. Soon, Su Chen swiftly moved forward. Already bolstered by the rare treasures bestowed by the system, his inherent attributes were exceptionally high. His agility, in particular, made his movement incredibly swift. In an instant, he charged to the side of a magma monster. Before the magma monster could even comprehend what was happening, it was instantly slain by Su Chen's sword. With the monster vanquished, Su Chen immediately charged forward. He plunged back into the swarm of monsters, continuing his slaughter. Not far away, Wu Tian and the others watched Su Chen fight. Couldn't help but sneer coldly. This guy really is an idiot, charging into such a swarm of monsters to fight. Honestly, I have no idea what he's thinking. Doesn't he realize that the monsters here, especially that Crimson Flame Swordsman, can directly command other monsters to attack adventurers? What an idiot. Wu Tian sneered coldly as he watched Su Chen in the distance. Clearly, they were waiting for Su Chen to be surrounded by monsters or even killed outright. That would save them the trouble of intervening. A rookie is a rookie. To venture alone into such danger, this sort truly doesn't know the meaning of death. That Crimson Flame swordsman can directly command other monsters. He's not someone ordinary people can compare to. Moreover, in a normal run of this dungeon, the top priority is to lure the Crimson Flame swordsman away and take him down alone. This guy doesn't care about any of that, just charges into fight. He really has no clue what he's doing. Newbie's a newbie. Wu Tian sneered as he spoke, having assumed the opponent was just a newbie. But it turned out to be a clueless rookie. This kind of thing is just... Wu Tian shook his head as he spoke. Anyway, now they were just waiting for Su Chen to get killed by the monsters. Then they could swoop in and pick up the pieces. So, Brother Wu Tian, should we follow him in? Or wait until this kid dies? If he really gets killed by those Crimson Flame swordsmen, we can't exactly go in and fight them too, can we? Those Crimson Flame swordsmen can control people's minds. The woman spoke with equal curiosity. Just then, Wu Tian suddenly sensed something. Oh, right, this is an opportunity. Opportunity? Everyone present looked utterly baffled. What kind of opportunity, boss? Wu Tian stared wide-eyed at Su Chen before him, seemingly deep in thought. From what I saw, that kid showed some real skill when he moved earlier. He must be a pretty capable professional. Since he's willing to enter this exploding rock cave, he must be aware of the conditions inside. He's no fool, daring to fight like that. After taking down the Crimson Flame swordsman, he kept fighting amidst the monsters. That's not foolish. He deliberately lured all the Crimson Flame swordsmen over. Using the Scarlet Flame swordsman's mind control skill, he could draw all those monsters together, then pile them up for the kid to slaughter. His real goal is to level up using these monsters, while also clearing them out. That way, he can take on the final boss, the Flame Demon, all by himself. As Wu Tian spoke, he realized something himself. The Su Chen before him was likely a genius. As Wu Tian spoke, his mind began to ponder. It must be said, Wu Tian had already guessed the truth with near certainty. In truth, Su Chen was indeed thinking along those lines. Although he had come to complete a job change quest, the monsters within this quest were quite rich in experience points. And let's be honest, these monsters might also drop some decent gear. While Su Chen's primary goal was completing the quest, snagging some good loot along the way wouldn't hurt. Naturally, the fact that the Crimson Flame swordsman could mentally control monsters to surround and attack him was the best possible outcome. Only then could he save time. Taking them all down together would be the ideal outcome. Otherwise, if he had to lure them one by one, who knows how long that would take? Wu Tian was no fool either, quickly catching on to Su Chen's plan. Boss, what should we do? We can't just wait around. If that kid gets away, we'll be left empty-handed today. That's the whole point of never letting the thief get away. So the team waited, waiting for Wu Tian's command. Wu Tian glanced at the speaker. What's the rush? What exactly do you think we're going to do now? Help him clear the monsters? With so many of them, you think you can take them on? Let's wait a bit. Wait until this guy actually takes care of all the monsters and his stamina is nearly depleted. Then we'll make our move. This was far more advantageous than simply stealing someone's loot. After all, it was obvious when you thought about it. If Wu Tian's plan succeeded, Su Chen wouldn't just be robbed blind, he'd be eliminated too. Wu Tian's scheme was truly brilliant. Just thinking about it made his heart race with excitement. Seeing Wu Tian so delighted, the girl beside him giggled. Boss, you're really something. Following you around, I'll be rolling in it for life. The girl certainly knew how to butter him up. But it must be said, as the squad leader, Wu Tian was indeed quite sharp. In many critical moments, the entire squad relied on him to complete missions. Or rather, escape death. It was precisely because of his capabilities that the team members trusted him so deeply. Consequently, everyone naturally followed Wu Tian's words and plans. At this moment, a considerable number of monsters had already gathered around Su Chen. Outside this circle stood at least 20 Crimson Flame swordsmen. These Crimson Flame swordsmen radiated eerie blue flames from their bodies. They commanded all the monsters to surround and attack. Were it not for Su Chen's formidable combat prowess, he truly would have been killed by these monsters. Amidst the battle, a passageway suddenly appeared before him. Entrance to the exploding cavern. The most perilous instance in the class change quest. Do not enter without a party unless absolutely necessary. Solo adventurers, proceed with extreme caution. Party limit, 50 players. 50 people? This class change dungeon is definitely something else. Chapter 35, Unbelievably Lucky. A 50-player dungeon even for high-level adventurers is still quite challenging. Requiring a maximum of 50 players to form a party, it naturally stems from the dungeon's exceptionally high combat difficulty. But to be honest, Su Chen wasn't afraid. He had previously soloed those level 50 dungeons alone. He'd even obtained a lot of gear. And today, facing this class change quest dungeon? It was naturally no challenge for him. Without hesitation, Su Chen charged straight into the dungeon. Watching Su Chen enter the dungeon entrance, Wu Tian beckoned with a wave. "Let's go, we're in too." Soon, Wu Tian led his team members in after him. Once inside the cavern, Su Chen realized it was surprisingly dim. Visibility was limited to just a few meters ahead. Faced with this situation, Su Chen could only feel his way forward. As the cave gradually grew brighter, Su Chen began striding forward with purpose. He now stood at a crossroads. Surrounding him was bubbling lava. Occasionally, small fire demon monsters appeared from the surrounding areas. Of course, these creatures were no match for Su Chen. The air was unbearably scorching, with wave after wave of heat radiating through the air. This made Su Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. Though he knew such high-temperature dungeons were unbearable, he persevered, pushing deeper into the labyrinth. Occasionally, the air carried faint whiffs of scorched flesh. Upon closer inspection, he saw that some of the other monsters within, they'd been carelessly shoved into the molten lava by those Shaoyin demons. Damn it, that's attacking your own kind. Attention, you have entered the exploding cavern. Stay alert. The Crimson Flame Swordsman's mind control persists. Avoid being surrounded by monsters at all costs. The warning had barely finished appearing when several fire bats charged toward us. These bats were engulfed in flames, even spewing fire from their mouths. Su Chen was taken aback. He had never encountered such monsters before. Mainly, being covered in flames like that, doesn't that feel unbearable? Monster, Fire Bat. Level 30. Characteristics, Flying Monster with Flame Attacks. Capable of unleashing fireballs over a certain range. Immune to fire-based magic but inherently vulnerable to water-based magic. It made perfect sense. But for Su Chen, fire or water magic meant absolutely nothing. His Xianyuan sword defies them all. Most importantly, this bat wasn't particularly powerful. Su Chen wasted no time, flashing the Xianyuan sword in his hand. A golden sword beam flashed, and the fire bat was instantly cleaved in two. The remaining fire bats swiftly flew off to the side. They did not attack Su Chen. Seems they're just a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak. Su Chen smiled faintly, saying nothing. He sheathed his Xianyuan sword and continued walking forward. Wu Tian and the others watched Su Chen's swift action from behind. Were taken aback. Earlier, when Su Chen was surrounded by so many monsters, they couldn't truly gauge his strength. Moreover, those monsters themselves weren't particularly formidable. Naturally, Wu Tian and the others hadn't grasped Su Chen's true capabilities. They had hoped this fire bat would give them a clear understanding of his capabilities. But unexpectedly, Su Chen had instantly killed it with a single move. This left Wu Tian feeling a bit hesitant. If the opponent was too powerful, then the squad would stand no chance against him. But such a fire bat was actually something he could kill instantly himself. It wasn't exactly a formidable monster. To judge this kid's combat prowess based solely on a single fire bat? That seems a bit hasty. The problem was, the strength Su Chen displayed did indeed feel off. It surpassed my expectations and imagination. But just then, Su Chen had already entered the inner area. And around him, more and more little fire demons appeared. Yet these little fire demons were peculiar. They chose not to attack Su Chen. This left Su Chen quite surprised. Since these creatures weren't initiating attacks, Su Chen saw no reason to engage them. After all, there was no point in inviting trouble. Meanwhile, Wu Tian and the others trailing behind him couldn't help but curse under their breath. Who could have predicted these creatures wouldn't attack him? This made it difficult for Wu Tian to gauge Su Chen's combat strength. Ah well, better to keep following and wait a bit longer. After walking for about half an hour, Su Chen suddenly halted in his tracks. The air around them grew noticeably hotter. From ahead came faint, strange sounds. Su Chen listened carefully. Was someone praying? Chanting? Though unsure of the situation, curiosity drew him forward. Moments later, the scene before him left Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. Before him, atop a lava-streaked rock formation, hundreds of fire demons knelt on the ground, hands raised high, emitting strange sounds from their mouths. From their posture and chanting, Su Chen sensed they were performing some peculiar ritual. This only fueled Su Chen's curiosity even more. Monsters in these dungeon realms actually do things like this? As a professional adventurer, Su Chen's aura naturally differed from those of the monsters. Therefore, the moment he approached, the fire demons detected his presence. Hundreds of them turned to face him almost simultaneously. Name, Flame Fiend Jr. Level, 40. Characteristics, the most numerous monsters in the exploding caverns, and the successors to the final boss of the class change quest. Some fire fiends grow into new greater fire fiends through internal struggles or battles with professionals. Innately immune to fire magic, with a massive weakness to water magic. Each of these small flame demons was engulfed in flames. Their eyes blaze with searing flames. Their hands resemble two pieces of rock joined together. As for their legs, they were nothing short of mosaics assembled from drill bits. How did this kid end up encountering these fire imps praying here? Why are they all gathered here? Where's the great fire imp? Wu Tian looked utterly shocked. Then, his expression shifted to wild excitement. Guys, we're in for a fortune. These fire demons are only around level 40. And their combat prowess isn't anything special. Let this kid fight them until they're both battered and bruised, then we'll make our move. Then it'll be our world. We'll just pick up the pieces. Wu Tian said excitedly. Today's luck was truly incredible. Wu Tian never imagined such a golden opportunity would fall into his lap. Su Chen actually stumbled upon a gathering of flame demons performing a ritual here. The great flame demon wasn't here yet? What incredible luck! Chapter 36, you show up now? Boss, with so many flaming demons here, that kid won't stand a chance. But we're no match for him either, one of the team members chimed in. Yeah, boss. The thing is, these little flaming demons seem to be praying. They might summon something soon, and will probably get caught in the crossfire too. The girl beside him also looked at Wu Tian with concern. Yeah, boss. Looks like we're going to come up empty-handed this time. Hearing this, Wu Tian grew annoyed. Are you guys being too timid? Have you forgotten what my class is? I'm a mage, after all. You think I'm incapable of this? Let me explain. While I specialize in fire elemental magic, my ability to fight in this explosive cavern stems from my mastery of water elemental spells. What are you afraid of? Water magic is a natural counter to these fire elemental monsters. Others might struggle, but if I step in, these monsters won't last a minute. Hearing this, the girl beside him finally let out a sigh of relief. I trust the captain. Whatever he says is right. And, Wu Tian added with a smug look, I've got a level 100 magic scroll in my possession. This scroll is specifically for taking down the biggest boss in here, the flame demon. If things really get out of hand, I'll activate this scroll immediately. It can wipe out all these monsters in one go. Even if we need to retreat, it'll be a breeze. But this scroll is incredibly valuable. I won't pull it out unless we're truly backed into a corner. So if any good gear drops later, I get first pick, got it? Wu Tian declared. No one present objected to Wu Tian's words. Mainly because Wu Tian was right, these people were all tagging along for the ride. If they didn't let Wu Tian pick first when there were benefits to be had, he might just abandon them. Then none of them would get to play. Because of this, Wu Tian had established his own rules outright. Boss, I never knew you had such good stuff. I was wondering why you stayed so calm facing all those flame demons, the girl said with admiration. Don't worry, boss. Since you're our leader, you call the shots. Besides, we know you should pick first anyway. Seeing the items in Wu Tian's hands, coupled with his formidable strength, the team members were naturally convinced. Without Wu Tian, none of them would have made it this far. Therefore, it was only right that Wu Tian should choose first. Wu Tian glanced at the group but said nothing. He simply stared silently at Su Chen. The most crucial question now was, just how powerful was this Su Chen? Truth be told, he'd always harbored a certain apprehension. This Su Chen was truly something else. Wu Tian had fought countless battles and robbed many professionals. But none had ever left him with such an unsettling feeling as this kid named Su Chen. Now, Su Chen stood before these little flame demons. The little fire demons didn't attack him at all. Instead, they turned their heads away. They kept performing their strange ritual. Su Chen was utterly baffled. You guys, do you really look down on me that much? Is this even possible? Su Chen scratched his head. Wait, aren't these little fire demons supposed to attack their own kind? The creatures he encountered today while doing his job change quest were truly bizarre. First, he'd run into a few who inexplicably wanted to take him leveling. Now these little fire demons he kept running into weren't even bothering him. How ridiculous is that? Su Chen was starting to doubt whether he was even on a job change quest. Someone unaware might think I'm here on vacation. Behind Su Chen, Wu Tian and the others were left speechless. Everyone, stay calm. These little fire demons might be performing some kind of important ritual. Once these rituals conclude, the little fire demons will finally make their move. Let's wait it out. No need to worry, but it's about time we made our presence known, Wu Tian said. Wu Tian's plan was straightforward, strike first before these little fire demons made their move. He could strike first. That way, he might just be able to take Su Chen down. Then he'd have a way to kill those fire demons. That way, he could see Su Chen, loot his gear, and gain experience. Why not? Truthfully, following his usual approach, Wu Tian should have led his squad to hide far away and watch the battle unfold. He'd wait until Su Chen and the monsters were both battered and weakened. Then he could step in with his men to reap the benefits of their struggle. But it must be said, this plan was truly flawless. It was also the best approach for the squad. But this time, the situation was different. The main issue was the sheer number of little flame demons. Wu Tian couldn't tell if Su Chen was truly their match. If he wasn't, then to save his own skin, the kid would likely use up all his valuable items. And once he did that, all the waiting Wu Tian and his men had done here would be for nothing. Even if they managed to take down Su Chen, the spoils of victory would be severely diminished. Therefore, Wu Tian made his decision if he was going to act. He would strike now and eliminate both Su Chen and the monsters. That way, at least he wouldn't have to worry about the spoils shrinking. That was the calculation in Wu Tian's mind. After all, the precious scroll in his possession was no cheap acquisition. If he didn't use it, that was one thing. But once he did, he demanded a return. If there was no payoff, then this whole thing would be a complete waste. With that thought, Wu Tian waved his hand and led his team straight into the fray. Kid, hand over everything you've got. We'll make sure you live, Wu Tian declared. Su Chen showed no surprise upon seeing Wu Tian and the others closing in. In truth, he knew these men had been following him all along. He just hadn't called them out, wanting to see what they were up to. At that moment, Su Chen gave a cold snort. So you've been following me all along. You only show yourselves now? I thought you'd wait until I'd finished fighting these flame demons before coming out to reap the rewards. Honestly, you guys have no class at all. Su Chen's face was filled with disdain. From the very beginning, Su Chen had been well aware of why these individuals had been trailing behind him. He simply intended to see how things would unfold. So he'd kept pretending not to notice them. But he never expected these guys to show up at this very moment. This left Su Chen utterly baffled. Didn't they know the saying about watching the tigers fight from the mountain? Chapter 37, One move to take you all out. Wu Tian was genuinely surprised. You knew we were following you? Clearly, Wu Tian genuinely hadn't expected the young man to be aware of his tailing. Su Chen merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. To him now, seeing Wu Tian and his crew was no different than looking at a bunch of fire demons. To put it bluntly, could these trashy fools possibly be a match for Su Chen? And if he so desired, these men would be no different from wild monsters. They were just fodder. Kid, you're pretty smart, but you knew we were following you and still dared to activate the quest? Looks like you don't know what death means, one of the team members remarked. Since we're all here in this dungeon, Captain, there's no need to waste words with him. Let's go, the team member said. Hearing the team's words, Wu Tian turned to look at Su Chen. Kid, we know what you're capable of. Here's the deal, hand over the item voluntarily. Then we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, if it comes to a fight, you'll die for sure. Why risk your life over a few trinkets? Wu Tian asked, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen only sneered coldly, you scum actually think you can be my match? Poof. You're just a kid, yet you dared to venture into this dungeon alone. And look at all the goodies you've got on you. You're clearly some rich kid. We were planning to lure you into our group and then find an opportunity to rob you. Turns out you're actually pretty sharp, didn't buy our act. Well, in that case, don't blame us. We just didn't expect you'd actually accepted a quest. Looks like it's connected to that flame demon. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found this flaming demon's lair. Now that we're here, this is our turf. Hand over everything of value you're carrying. Especially your weapons. If you do, I might consider sparing your life. After all, for a rich guy like you, money's no problem, but you only get one life. Wu Tian said. In his own eyes, he was being remarkably merciful. He was even considering letting him off the hook at this moment. Wasn't he being merciful? Besides, if this kid didn't know his place, he really couldn't blame himself. Meanwhile, Su Chen watched as Wu Tian actually conjured a fireball in his hand. Suddenly, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Hey, Wu Tian, have you lost your mind? You bunch of trash, and you dare try to rob me? Well, I've got plenty of stuff here. Just wonder if you've got the guts to actually take it. But I doubt trash like you could even stomach it, Su Chen chuckled. Seeing this, Wu Tian erupted in fury. Kid, you're getting way too cocky. I've seen plenty of spoiled brats like you. Just a bunch of idiots fawning over you day in and day out. Do you really think you can take us on? Or do you actually believe you're that formidable? Fine. Since you refused the wine offered, then don't blame me for making you drink the punishment wine today. Go! Teach this brat a lesson he won't forget. Wu Tian roared. With a wave of his hand, the entire team charged forward. At this moment, Wu Tian was beyond furious. Faced with Su Chen's easygoing demeanor and relaxed composure, Wu Tian felt utterly humiliated. Had it not been for Su Chen, this matter would likely have taken a far more serious turn. Kill him. At Wu Tian's command, a group of team members prepared to attack Su Chen. But just then, suddenly, all the flaming demons over there turned their gaze towards Su Chen's direction. It seemed as though Su Chen and his companions' words had enraged them. They even abandoned their prayer ritual entirely. They turned and closed in. Su Chen now found himself in a dire situation. Ahead lay the squad led by Wu Tian. Behind him were these flame demons. This truly made Su Chen feel troubled for a moment. Quick, everyone come over here. These flame fiends are closing in on us. Everyone gather around me. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move, Wu Tian declared. As the surrounding fire demons closed in, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Though these fire demons were only around level 40. But it must be said, their combat prowess was formidable. If they really got surrounded by these fire demons, it would be quite troublesome for Wu Tian and his companions. For this very reason, Wu Tian urgently summoned the others to come over. Once everyone had gathered, Wu Tian immediately began to unleash his scroll. Advanced Magic Scroll Infinite Ocean. With a thunderous roar, Wu Tian hurled the scroll into the air. Within mere seconds, the scroll transformed into a brilliant blue light. Then, the scroll materialized into seawater. It surged madly towards Su Chen and the flame demons. Is that all you've got? I thought you lot were supposed to be formidable? Su Chen wore a look of utter indifference. In his eyes, Wu Tian's strength was clearly limited to this. If it weren't for his desire to prolong this farce a little longer, these people would likely already be dead. Just as the seawater surged wildly toward the Yanma and other monsters. At that moment, Su Chen's Xianyuan sword flashed in his hand. In the next instant, a colossal blade aura shattered Wu Tian's scroll skill. Simultaneously, the sword's radiance enveloped the entire exploding rock cave. With just that single strike, over 100 flame fiends were instantly annihilated by Su Chen's sword aura. In a single move, these monsters were reduced to dust. Even the skill scroll Wu Tian had unleashed, they were shattered instantly. With just one strike, a level 100 scroll skill and over 100 level 40 fire demons, gone in an instant. Completely annihilated. Wu Tian and his men were instantly obliterated by Su Chen's sword chi. All turned into a mist of blood. Su Chen watched the scene unfold before him, saying nothing. He simply walked away in silence. Even in their final moments, Wu Tian's squad never grasped what had transpired. How could such a thing have suddenly occurred? They simply couldn't fathom how a youth so young possessed such terrifying strength. In just an instant, both themselves and the monster were reduced to dust. Indeed, my level has risen and the power of my weapon has increased. Su Chen smiled faintly. Chapter 38, Another Secret Realm Destroyed. Congratulations on defeating the Flame Demon Jr. You have gained 1500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Flame Demon Jr. You have gained 1500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the Elite Flame Demon. You have gained 300 EXP. Congratulations. Holy crap. Watching the experience notifications flash non-stop across the screen, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Although he couldn't continue leveling up due to his upcoming class change, all this experience would be stored for him. In other words, once he completed the job change quest and successfully transitioned, all this experience would instantly boost his level. Not bad at all. But just as Su Chen was basking in his satisfaction, suddenly, the entire cavern began to shake violently. Subsequently, the secret realm centered around this magma cavern experienced wave after wave of massive tremors. The surrounding magma churned and boiled incessantly. Witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding welled up in Su Chen's heart. Holy crap, what's going on? Why does it feel like this exploding rock cave is about to collapse? This noise is like a major earthquake. Get out of here. Speed up. Just as Su Chen was hastily making his escape, nearby adventurers leveling up could barely stay on their feet. Some fell straight into the fissure's opening beneath them. They were done for. The remaining adventurers fled in panic. At the same time, the dungeon beneath the ground shook with increasing intensity. Soon, massive cracks began appearing across the dome ceiling. After unleashing his technique, Su Chen faced the devastated secret realm. He felt no lingering attachment to the scene. Though this wasn't his first time experiencing such chaos, he had to admit. With the experience gained from his previous secret realm encounter, he remained remarkably composed. Instead, he deliberately took time to seek out his own spoils of war. This was what Su Chen intended to obtain. Truth be told, when he came here for his job change quest, he never expected to encounter such a bandit group. This truly caught Su Chen off guard. Still, what truly delighted Su Chen was the glittering array of equipment scattered across the ground. These pieces were truly exceptional. All treasures dropped from the Flame Fiends and other Crimson Blaze swordsmen. During his search, Su Chen also found the Flame Demon's heart required for his job change quest. Good heavens, he never imagined his Xianyuan sword would prove so formidable. Not only did it instantly slay everything in one strike, but it even obliterated the Flaming Demon, the very boss of his quest, in an instant. Is this even human? Su Chen couldn't fathom why his strength had grown so formidable. But the thought of how effortlessly he'd managed to change jobs. He felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Soon, the tremors within the exploding cavern intensified. Warning, the exploding cavern's secret realm is about to collapse. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Warning, the exploding cavern's secret realm is about to collapse. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Seeing the alert on his interface, Su Chen's expression darkened. Alright, so they really weren't giving him a chance to loot the spoils. Another secret realm gone. Truthfully, Su Chen himself didn't realize how complex this situation truly was. The exploding rock cavern's secret realm was vast in scale. It essentially supported a significant portion of the surface terrain. Therefore, the sudden collapse of this secret realm would inevitably cause a corresponding area on the surface to sink. However, Su Chen hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. His attention was entirely focused on his quest items and the gear that had dropped. Suchen quickly ran out of the exploding cavern's secret realm. He assumed this incident was similar to the previous secret realm. It was merely a secret realm being destroyed. It wouldn't have much impact. But who could have imagined the repercussions would be this severe? Suchen didn't know either. He simply sought out a secluded spot and began taking stock of his loot from this expedition. This feeling was just like opening a package before he had traveled through time. The feeling was truly delightful. Now that these treasures were in his hands, Suchen wanted to experience them for himself. Golden Dagger. Type, Weapon. Level Requirement, 40. Effect, Strength plus 300. Durability, 100. Additional effect, Kidney Shot. Golden Armor. Type, Equipment. Level Requirement, 40. Effect, Defense plus 500. Durability, 300. Additional effect, Stealth. Golden Greaves. Type, Equipment. Level Requirement, 40. Effect, Sprint plus 10%. Durability, 300. Additional effects, Stamina Increase, Speed Increase. Suchen stared at the loot in his hands, his mouth practically splitting from ear to ear. Who would have thought he'd snagged so much golden gear right here? To be honest, he didn't need any gold gear. In his eyes, these items were trash. But the truth was, if he sold this gear, there were plenty of buyers throughout the imperial capital. Those wealthy young masters and ladies, along with the second-generation elites, would undoubtedly be his biggest customers. If he could bundle them into a set for sale, the price would be even higher. But now wasn't the time to think about that. This place was about to collapse. Suchen had to figure things out quickly and get out. There were also some other pieces of equipment that hadn't been appraised yet. Though unidentified, Suchen knew full well. Typically, once such unidentified gear was appraised, it would inevitably yield top-tier quality. Therefore, Suchen carefully stored away each piece of unidentified gear. Whether he could strike it rich depended entirely on this one chance. Indeed, having just arrived in this world, he had managed to accumulate his first fortune in such a short time. That was better than anything else. At this moment, he was happily inspecting his loot. Meanwhile, the entire security apparatus of Huaxia was in an uproar. In just a few short days, 2 secret realm instances had been destroyed in China. And each time, it had been done with considerable force. Such power was truly unseen among human practitioners. It seemed to carry the weight of some ancient curse. Faced with this situation, every single agent within the Huaxia State Security Bureau was left with nothing but headaches. This was simply too outrageous. One capable of unleashing such overwhelming power to obliterate a secret realm instance. Even if the Security Bureau summoned their most seasoned veterans, they might not stand a chance. Even these agents might not stand a chance. What are the younger generation of operatives in the Security Bureau supposed to do? This is practically a death sentence. 2 secret realm instances have already been destroyed. That's a major issue. If we don't find a solution soon, China's adventurers won't even need to go out to level up anymore. They might as well just wait to die. Chapter 39, Who on earth is this? Minister Luo, what should we do? Based on our current investigation, we can essentially confirm that whoever unleashed such terrifying power to destroy the secret realm instance is either a reclusive master, or some malevolent force targeting our nation, issuing a warning that they intend to wage war against us. Otherwise, there's no explanation for why 2 major secret realm instances of our nation could be destroyed one after another. When the exploding cavern was obliterated by Su Chen, Yi Zizhou, director of the Imperial Capital Branch of China's Security Department, immediately relayed this intelligence to Minister Luo of the Security Bureau. Whether this was a premeditated event or an isolated incident, that remained unknown at present. For Yi Zizhou, if this were merely the whim of some reclusive master or an accidental overkill while eliminating monsters, then the matter would be manageable. The state could step in, bearing gifts to pay respects to this reclusive master. Perhaps they could even assist in cultivating professional talent for China. But if this reclusive master deliberately destroyed the 2 secret realm dungeons to issue a warning to China, then the situation would be grave. Because the Security Bureau has yet to uncover any hostile forces targeting China. If this isn't thoroughly investigated, the entire Security Bureau might as well pack up and go home. They might as well all go home. Minister Luo looked at Yi Zizhou before him and fell into deep thought for a moment. Then he turned his gaze to a young woman standing beside Yi Zizhou. Chen Wenna, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chen Wenna, a newly transferred staff member from the Security Bureau to the capital. She had previously worked in local offices. Due to her outstanding work performance, she had been transferred to the capital. Not only was Chen Wenna beautiful, but she also possessed a fiery temperament. She approaches tasks with a fiery, decisive energy. She never drags her feet. Rumor has it that Chen Wenna has countless admirers, with suitors lining up from the capital all the way back to her hometown, a queue stretching as far as the eye can see. Yet despite being such a stunning beauty, rumors persist that she has never been involved with any man. Still, some say Chen Wenna is actually quite arrogant at heart. She looks down on men. Thus, throughout her long tenure at the Security Bureau, Chen Wenna had never been linked to any rumors involving anyone. That said, Chen Wenna certainly had every reason to be proud. This was a world of elite professionals, and to secure a position within the Imperial Capital Security Bureau. Whether it's ability or other qualities, they are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Despite her youth, she was already a level 60 triple element mage. A triple element mage: water, fire, and wood. Such a feat was truly extraordinary within the entire professional community. Her resume is nothing short of flawless. At 15, she was exceptionally admitted to Imperial Capital University. At 16, she was recruited by the military department for her exceptional talent as a triple element mage. By 18, she had been honored with the title of Special Grade Combat Hero by the highest authorities of Huaxia Nation. It's said that when this news broke, the entire nation was stunned. By age 20, having caught the attention of Minister Luo of the Imperial Capital Security Bureau, he was transferred to the Imperial Capital Security Bureau. 3 years have now passed. Chen Wenna is now 23 years old. She is now one of the independently responsible leaders within the Imperial Capital Security Bureau. It could be said that throughout the entire Imperial Capital Security Bureau, everyone recognized Chen Wenna's bright future. It was widely believed that the position of director would inevitably be hers in the future. Regardless, Chen Wenna, you are the rising star of our Security Bureau. We absolutely must get to the bottom of this matter. You will lead the investigation team. We must uncover the truth behind this sudden development. Even if some sinister force is targeting our nation, we must uncover the reason. They wouldn't attack us without reason. Otherwise, I'll have no way to account for this to the higher-ups. Wenna, you understand, right? At that moment, Minister Luo looked at Chen Wenna with a serious expression as he spoke. Meanwhile, Yi Zizhou felt utterly helpless. As the newly appointed director of the Security Bureau, he was already severely derelict in his duties. He hadn't taken any action when the Secret Realm instance was destroyed last time. This time, with such an incident occurring, it was no longer a simple matter. At this point, he had done all he could. But clearly, this matter was far from simple. Given that, it might be best to let Chen Wenna handle the investigation. If possible, he would step aside. Moreover, Yi Zizhou understood clearly. This so-called reclusive master might not be targeting the Security Bureau at all. He understood this well. For all these years, the Security Bureau had diligently carried out its duties without provoking trouble. Would such a reclusive master really stoop to this level of retaliation? Not to mention that Huaxia Nation was now focused on cultivating its own operatives. It hasn't stirred up trouble abroad either. Why would this reclusive master target the capital for revenge? If it were just an ordinary prefecture-level city, that might be understandable. But this is the imperial capital. Faced with this situation, Yi Zizhou was powerless. To target the capital city, this was no ordinary professional. A thorough investigation is imperative. This blast cave instance being destroyed is just like that secret realm instance in the southern city before. Both were suddenly destroyed without any warning signs. Which means this doesn't look like a terrorist attack or anything like that. But the question is, someone with the power to destroy a secret realm dungeon wouldn't deliberately do something like this, right? Yi Zizhou said in astonishment. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Frankly, if there were reclusive masters with such power, if they truly had demands, they could just voice them directly. Everything could be negotiated. Why resort to such extreme measures right off the bat? With that kind of power, whatever conditions they demanded, China would surely agree to them. But now, after being played by this master, China finds itself on the back foot. Let's just hope this isn't targeted at China, but merely a whim of the master. Who knows what will happen next? For now, this is where things stand. In any case, Yi Zizhou was powerless to intervene. Now it all hinges on whether Chen Wenna can find reliable intelligence, or uncover the truth of the matter. At that moment, Chen Wenna nodded in agreement with Yi Zizhou's assessment. Minister Luo, I agree. This incident is far too peculiar and bizarre. Someone with such formidable hidden abilities wouldn't stoop to using such crude methods for a terrorist attack. They could simply engage in direct dialogue with the high-level officials of our nation. If there are any needs, we can certainly find ways to accommodate them. Like Director Yi, I'm also concerned, could this be nothing more than a prank? Destroy it simply because they dislike this place. Chapter 40, oh no, this has escalated. Chen Wenna's words left Minister Luo feeling awkward and deep in thought. It now seemed that this might indeed be the case. If it really is some reclusive master acting out of boredom or amusement, then it would be easy to handle. But now, the truth behind this incident must be uncovered. Minister Luo nodded in agreement. Alright, no matter what, Zane must protect the practitioners, especially the newcomers. They are the foundation and future of our nation, Minister Luo stated. Yi Zizhou nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Minister Luo. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau will successfully complete this mission. Soon after the order was issued, the entire Security Bureau sprang into action with various arrangements. Chen Wenna led her team out of the minister's office at top speed. Following Minister Luo's directive, Chen Wenna issued a citywide call for professionals to join the Security Bureau's mission. Soon, the Security Bureau's recruitment notice surged to the top of internet search trends. In this information-rich world where everyone was connected, it wasn't long before a large number of professionals from the imperial capital rushed to submit their resumes. The minimum requirement was a professional level of 50. There was no way around it. This mission was genuinely difficult. News of the blast cavern's explosion and collapse spread rapidly among the professional adventurers. Everyone knew something major had gone wrong at the blast caverns. This incident was likely far from straightforward. Therefore, anyone who can help the Security Bureau resolve this matter will undoubtedly be in high demand. Therefore, everyone rushed over to help as soon as possible. However, given the current situation, the matter at hand doesn't seem quite so straightforward. At least, when Chen Wenna arrived at the scene with the State Security Bureau personnel, she discovered that the collapsed area of the explosive cavern had triggered a large-scale surface collapse. Except for a few lucky professionals who managed to escape by sheer luck, all the other adventurers were trapped here, unable to move. Although the collapse below had only just begun, the situation was extremely complicated and dangerous. Many adventurers had been caught completely off guard by the sudden collapse, leaving them no time whatsoever to defend themselves. Even the most experienced professionals were utterly helpless when confronted with such sudden collapses. Thus, many professionals are simply unlucky. They were directly pinned beneath the collapsed debris. Fortunately, while many professionals lost mobility, only a small number have perished. The majority of the other professionals are still alive. But cries of distress filled the air. Chen Wenna and her team witnessed the scene and immediately organized rescue efforts. "Quick, everyone, rescue them!" Chen Wenna shouted while directing the group to assist. After all, the situation was extremely urgent. If they didn't act quickly, more professionals might sacrifice their lives. This was not something Chen Wenna wished to see. She led the group in a frantic rescue effort. However, the collapsed area was simply too vast. This left Chen Wenna unable to conduct effective rescue operations. Such a massive collapse was simply beyond her capacity to manage. Seeing the devastation before her, Chen Wenna felt a surge of anger welling up inside. Does this reclusive master have no feelings? No compassion whatsoever? Is he going to destroy my imperial capital like this? Destroy my entire nation? Though Chen Wenna was busy with rescue efforts, witnessing this scene, she couldn't bear it. In her view, this matter was far from simple. It certainly wasn't something that could be brushed off lightly. To put it bluntly, this matter was far more complex than anyone currently realized. In Chen Wenna's view, the gravity of the situation had already exceeded her expectations. The injuries sustained by the professionals across the entire imperial capital were far too severe. It had completely surpassed her understanding. Even if every professional in the imperial capital mobilized now, they still couldn't implement any effective rescue measures under these conditions where collapse could happen at any moment. To put it bluntly, the situation here is completely beyond control. The subsequent consequences were likely to be even worse. This situation has left Chen Wenna utterly perplexed. Regardless, given the current state of affairs, we must spare no effort in the rescue operation. Commander, the collapse is still spreading. The number of casualties keeps rising. Many newbie adventurers were beginning to despair. What was once a peaceful zone for leveling up and slaying monsters has now become a living hell. This enraged Chen Wenna. Damn it, if only we had a level 80+ adventurer to help. Chen Wenna was drenched in sweat, but she couldn't give up now. As the lead agent assigned by the Security Bureau to handle this matter, she couldn't back down now. The reason the Security Bureau hadn't dispatched higher-level operatives was to first investigate the cause thoroughly and avoid unnecessary conflicts. After all, what exactly the other side intended to do, what demands they might have, remained unknown to everyone. Therefore, the best course of action was to find a way to stabilize the situation with the adversary for now. As for the adversary's true nature, that is a matter for the future. But seeing the plight of these newbie professionals truly pains Chen Wenna's heart. Many new professionals simply cannot be saved. Even if they survive, they'll likely be left with lifelong disabilities. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already taken stock of his gains in mission items from this venture. But upon emerging from the secret realm, he realized his earlier battle had completely obliterated the entire exploding rock cave secret realm. Moreover, as Su Chen observed, the collapse of the exploding rock cavern seemed to be continuing. It showed no signs of stopping. This is bad. This massive dungeon and the surrounding leveling area were likely destroyed by his own actions. And judging by the situation, the collapsing around us shows no signs of stopping. There was simply no way to stop it. No wonder this time it felt bigger than before. It's been completely obliterated. Oh no, did I do something wrong? Su Chen stared at the scene before him in utter shock. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. His attack had been far too powerful. But the problem was, the damage was already done. Even if Su Chen wanted to do something now, there was likely no opportunity or way left. If things continued this way, he would likely have no choice but to remain ignorant. He would have to hide this secret for the rest of his life. Otherwise, once it became known that he was responsible, all factions within Huaxia Nation would inevitably demand an explanation from him. Could Su Chen account for it? He couldn't, could he? Chapter 41. Oh no, I've made a huge mistake. Su Chen was now panicking. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. He truly hadn't imagined such a thing could happen. Before him were newbie adventurers crying and fleeing in panic. Rescue teams from the Imperial Capital Security Bureau were arriving. Everyone was desperately struggling. Clearly, in the face of such a massive disaster, individual capabilities were utterly inadequate. Snap! Suddenly, on the surface area above the collapsed cavern, a massive crater formed once more. That area had originally been supported by the ceiling of the exploding rock cave. But due to Su Chen's sword strike, the ceiling of the exploding rock cave was shattered. Ultimately, it could no longer bear the immense pressure. Finally, with a thunderous crash, a massive crater was formed. Countless fragments of rock also caved in. Help! Save us! Countless adventurers cried out from below. Some professionals were utterly stunned by the sight. If such a massive chunk of rock were to crash down on them as they desperately tried to save themselves, and the rescuers attempting to save them, it would truly be a catastrophic disaster. Fellow operatives, you are all heroes of our security bureau. No matter what, we must rescue these new operatives during this mission. We cannot stand idly by. They are the future of our nation. We'll give it our all. Whatever we can save, we will. Each of your names will be remembered. You are all heroes of the Imperial Capital, heroes of our nation. Form the array. Chen Wen suddenly bellowed, then issued the command to form ranks. By now, the situation had surpassed her expectations. Unless she unleashed her ultimate move directly, there seemed to be no other way out. With the disaster now so severe, there was no viable solution. Only the final resort remained. Employ the secret formation of the Security Bureau. Sacrifice. At that moment, the Security Bureau operatives who had received the order all took their designated positions. They now sadly realized. At this point, it seemed there was no way to resolve the situation. If they did not perform the sacrifice and activate this final formation, it would be too late to rescue anyone. But the cost of activating this grand formation, the cost is unbearable. Yet without the sacrifice, without paying the price, there is no way to rescue them. The price of this grand formation is the life force of every practitioner involved in its deployment. It could be said this was the Security Bureau's last resort. However, spurred on by Chen Wen's encouragement, everyone present understood there was no time left for hesitation. They must find a way to face death with resolve. Only then could they survive and keep the rescue operation going. At that moment, practitioners throughout the entire rescue zone simultaneously channeled their life force, concentrating their life force ceaselessly into the center of the array's focal point. The massive array gradually brightened. Countless luminous spheres, brimming with life force, swiftly flew toward the array's center. But just then, a figure shot swiftly past the crowd. In an instant, it plunged beneath the rapidly descending dome. The next second, Su Chen delivered a single punch that utterly shattered the dome. The immense force transformed the dome, which could have crushed people, into countless fragments of sand and stone. Though it still fell upon the professionals waiting below for rescue. They posed no threat whatsoever to the professionals. He acted this way because Su Chen understood clearly. All of this was his doing. No matter what, he couldn't simply ignore the consequences of his actions and pretend nothing had happened. Thus, though he had always preferred to stay out of others' business, but this incident had been entirely his doing from start to finish. He absolutely could not stand idly by. This time, the commotion was truly enormous. He never imagined he could stir up such a massive commotion. It had even prompted the full mobilization of the Security Bureau's operatives. If all the operatives from the Imperial Capital Security Bureau were to perish here, then the entire nation of Huaxia would likely mobilize at least 100 top-tier operatives who had undergone 5 class changes. At that point, he had no confidence he could evade the investigation. If the investigation pinpointed him as the culprit, then Su Chen would be absolutely screwed. Even with the system, what good would it do? This thing couldn't possibly help him fight an entire nation. Swish! A flash of white light erupted from Su Chen's hand once more. In the next instant, the falling boulders were shattered into gravel by his strike. Now, the professionals below were finally safe. Witnessing this, everyone present was stunned. Holy, who is this guy? With combat prowess like that, is he even human? This young man is simply... Bro, how about I be your little sister? The rescue workers who witnessed this scene were all terrified. The same went for the many safety officers lying on the ground. One by one, they stared in stunned disbelief at Su Chen before them. The scene was utterly shocking. So much so that regardless of gender, every single person let out a holy. In the eyes of the crowd, Su Chen now seemed like nothing short of a superhero. A crisis that so many people working together couldn't stop had been resolved by this young man before them. Good grief, is this even human? Could this be what they call a miracle? This young man is the true hero. We're not heroes. Kid, you're seriously awesome. Someone in the crowd of rescuers spoke these words. Instantly, countless others snapped back to reality, all eyes turning toward Su Chen. There was no denying it, Su Chen's performance had been utterly extraordinary. Once Su Chen landed, the crowd rushed forward to surround him. Each of them stared at him as if they'd spotted some rare animal. Honestly, the sight was truly beyond words. But because of the power Su Chen had displayed, they all held back. Make a move. What is this youth's background? How could he possess such formidable power? This feeling. Could he be the one behind all this? Chen Wenna, watching from afar, felt a surge of curiosity. Watching Su Chen, such thoughts unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. The power unleashed by Su Chen's earlier move felt all too familiar to Chen Wenna. Because when the Southern City dungeon realm was destroyed earlier, she had been the one to investigate. The residual power left behind in that dungeon at the time was identical to the power Su Chen was displaying now. Chen Wenna hesitated at that moment. Could it really be this youth? If it really was him, what could his motive be? Chapter 42, Little brother, aren't you going to say anything? Chen Wenna couldn't understand why he would do such a thing. Why would this young man commit such a horrific act? Was he deliberately targeting China? But it didn't seem likely at all. The mysterious magical energy left behind this time was equally perplexing. Chen Wenna stared at the young boy, Su Chen. Her heart raced wildly, utterly at a loss for what to do. If he's connected to the destruction of both secret realms, why would he come to save people? And then there's the fact that this youth appears to have only just awakened his profession. How could he possess such overwhelming power? How could he unleash such a powerful forbidden-level magic skill? What on earth is this? Good heavens, this young man's power has likely surpassed my comprehension and imagination. Chen Wenna sighed inwardly. She dared not act rashly now. She didn't know why he was acting this way, and deep down, she wasn't entirely sure what had driven Su Chen to act this way. If he hadn't done anything outrageous, then it might be manageable. Because, in Chen Wenna's mind, there might be other reasons behind his actions. Like, perhaps it was an accident? If it was an accident, given that he had just saved someone's life, it wouldn't be unreasonable to show leniency, provided he was willing to become a useful professional within Huaxia Nation. With this thought, Chen Wenna silently made her way through the crowd. Then she took out a device resembling a camera. Young man, wear this. It will help you. Chen Wenna embraced Su Chen and handed him a pair of sunglasses. Then, turning to the others, she announced, this young awakened one is our benefactor. Let's take a photo with him to commemorate overcoming this crisis. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the device. Chen Wenna promptly pressed the shutter button. The next second, a blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily stunning everyone. Then, just as everyone regained their senses, a miraculous scene unfolded. Their memories vanished. All their previous memories vanished. They looked around in a daze, filled with curiosity. Clearly, they had no idea why they were here. But after a moment of curiosity, they all began to leave. No one lingered here. Only a few injured operatives, unable to move, remained. Security Bureau personnel summoned medical teams to transport them to the treatment zone. At that moment, the entire ruin was left with only Chen Wenna and the other Security Bureau personnel. Of course, Su Chen was here too. Young man, there's no need to worry. Our Security Bureau always handles matters with the utmost caution. The device you saw earlier is specifically designed for memory erasure. It can erase specific memories from specific targets, any memory we choose to eliminate. We use such devices when our Security Bureau's missions require confidentiality. So, young man, you probably don't want all these professionals knowing about that trick you just showed off, do you? It'll be all over the place tomorrow. Then you'll be a big name in the capital, and you won't be able to live a normal life anymore, Chen Wenna said cheerfully. Chen Wenna looked at Su Chen, her tone surprisingly earnest. It seemed as though she was genuinely considering the matter for him. Su Chen nodded in response. Thank you. This was the first time Su Chen had ever heard of such a memory erasing device. The Security Bureau had indeed thought things through thoroughly. However, even though everything had settled and the capital's major crisis had been resolved, Su Chen still felt a pang of unease. The main reason was that this incident was indeed connected to him. If something were to go wrong, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Moreover, he knew exactly what kind of organization the Security Bureau was. If they decided to take action against him, then this incident was largely due to Su Chen's own carelessness, failing to consider the implications. That's why it escalated into such a major incident. The current situation is that a large number of operatives were injured. Fortunately, only a small number have perished, with most surviving. Thus, Su-chen's timely intervention could be seen as closing the barn door after the horse has bolted. The female security officer before him, however, was watching him with an amused expression. That look was, "Alright, since things are settled, I'll be heading out now." "I still need to get home and cook dinner," Su-chen said with a hint of irritation. Su-chen didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. If he couldn't get away quickly this time, he'd be in deep trouble. So he planned to make up some excuse and get out of there fast. But just as Su-chen was about to leave, Chen Wenna stopped him. "Young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Then, Chen Wenna led a group of State Security Bureau officers to escort Su-chen away. "Young man, you just saved so many lives. That's no small matter. You can't just walk away like this, can you?" Hearing this, Su-chen felt helpless. He had intended to let the matter blow over quietly. But unexpectedly, the situation kept escalating. He understood these people had already caught on to something. The main issue was that, in the heat of the moment, Su-chen had revealed his full capabilities without reservation. To put it plainly, the level of power he had just demonstrated. Few in the entire capital possessed such prowess. And given how young Su-chen was, the State Security Bureau was bound to take an interest in him. He truly couldn't leave even if he wanted to. "Sir, I truly have an urgent matter at home," Su-chen quickly said with a smile. At that moment, Chen Wenna offered a faint smile, her gaze fixed on Su-chen without a word. But her expression clearly said she thought he was an idiot. Su-chen understood perfectly well that others wouldn't believe his explanation. Because he didn't believe it himself. "Young man, don't you want to tell me the truth even now?" Chen Wenna could see right through Su-chen's evasiveness. His abilities were far from ordinary. How could such a formidable professional have remained completely unknown until now? It was impossible. The intelligence capabilities of Huaxia's relevant departments couldn't possibly be so negligent. A professional of this caliber could alter the combat strength of an entire province. How could such a terrifying professional have emerged without any prior warning? It could only be said that this person's sudden emergence had allowed Chen Wenna to glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Still, Chen Wenna harbored some reservations. After all, in this world, many things exist simply because they are meant to be. As long as he exists, there must be a reason for it. Take a top-tier expert like Su-chen, for instance. Chapter 43, Never admit it, even if it kills me. However, Chen Wenna's mind was now filled with suspicion. This suddenly emerged top-tier expert, Su-chen, is he the son of some prominent clan or aristocratic family? Or perhaps he had some powerful connections behind him. Had he come here to experience life? If that were the case, things would get complicated. Because if it escalated, she'd have to explain herself. How could he possibly make them account for it? I might even have to give explanations myself. Well, I really don't have much to say about this. I'm just a newbie professional here to complete a job change quest. When I saw everyone in danger, I stepped in. I believe any professional with conscience and ideals would have done the same. I genuinely didn't think beyond that, so I really have nothing else to say. Su-chen's own words made him chuckle. When did he become so clever, able to come up with lines like this? This was practically a speech he'd crafted just for himself. Playing dumb. But he had no choice. All Su-chen could do now was play dumb. After all, he couldn't possibly admit that all this had anything to do with him, could he? If he did admit it, then how exactly? How could he possibly explain his motives? Just because you wanted to complete a dungeon quest, you ended up destroying the entire dungeon? Who would believe that? And then there's the matter of the casualties, that's the most serious consequence. In truth, thanks to Su-chen's timely intervention, this incident didn't escalate into a bigger disaster. But several adventurers still had the misfortune of dying in this incident. If Su-chen admits he was the instigator of this incident, then wouldn't the families of those deceased professionals come looking for trouble? Could he possibly avoid giving them an explanation? Moreover, 2 secret realms within the imperial capital had already been destroyed by his actions. If this were pinned on him, even if they scraped him clean and sold him off, it wouldn't be enough to cover the damages. Under no circumstances can I admit to this. Absolutely not. If I admit it, I'm finished. No matter what others say. That's all you want to say? Faced with Su-chen, such a slippery character, Chen Wenna was momentarily rendered speechless. She genuinely didn't know how to respond. Though she was highly confident this matter was connected to Su-chen. The problem was, it was merely her personal conjecture. Evidence, you need evidence. Without proof, what good is all this talk? Did she seriously think someone would arrest someone based solely on her conjecture? Add to that Su-chen's earlier demeanor, this guy could very well be some aristocratic playboy. His background is unfathomably deep. And his talent? It's undoubtedly exceptional. He must be a prodigy secretly cultivated by some powerful clan. If I rashly escalate this matter with such a young master, or even confront him directly, then the forces behind him might very well come after her with deadly intent. Chen Wenna didn't believe her own abilities could handle all this. Without concrete evidence, certain matters and words simply couldn't be spoken lightly. Over the years in the capital, Chen Wenna had seen it all. Therefore, working in the capital demanded utmost caution and vigilance. Otherwise, one careless move could lead to offending people without even realizing it. Thus, though Chen Wenna harbored her suspicions and was certain Su Chen was the mastermind behind both incidents. But since he had just saved so many lives, it could be considered a trade-off between his merits and demerits. Most importantly, this young man's background was unfathomably deep. It was best to stop at that point. Thus, Chen Wenna replied cheerfully, "Since you put it that way, young man, then we shall trust in your sincere intentions. It's just that we may not be very familiar with each other yet, but that's fine. My name is Chen Wenna, and I work for the Imperial Capital Security Bureau. Due to the consecutive destruction of the capital's two major secret realms, I've been dispatched here under Minister Luo's orders to investigate." As she spoke, Chen Wenna's gaze casually drifted toward Su Chen. Su Chen, however, looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear a word. He had made up his mind these matters had nothing to do with him. Not a single penny's worth. They wanted him to confess and pay compensation? That was absolutely out of the question. If it was just about paying compensation, Su Chen could pay. It's just money. Money's a bastard, spend it, earn more. But the problem now is, this isn't just bull talk. This is a crime. 2 secret realm instances were destroyed. And professionals died because of it. If he confessed, he'd be stuck with this colossal charge. He absolutely cannot admit to it. Therefore, he naturally had no choice but to adopt this stance to express his perspective on the matter. Of course, besides working for the Security Bureau, I also hold the position of Vice President of the Imperial Capital Professional Alliance. The Professional Alliance? Su Chen looked at her with surprise. This was something he hadn't anticipated. The woman before him, Chen Wenna, actually held such a position. It was indeed quite surprising. The Professional Alliance was the largest faction in Huaxia Nation outside of the military. For in this world, everyone was a professional. Without exception. The distinction lies only between combat professions and civilian professions. The military department is Huaxia Nation's official institution, where most members belong to combat-oriented professions. It operates under the unified administration of the Huaxia state. It stands as one of the empire's most formidable forces. The Professional Alliance, however, originated as a civilian organization. After years of development, the alliance has gradually formalized its structure. Not only that, but its membership and scale have steadily expanded to reach its current level. It can be said that the Professional Alliance has become an institution wielding significant influence within Huaxia. The establishment of the Professional Alliance naturally intertwines with the intricate web of internal factions within Huaxia. Certain sectors within Huaxia provide varying degrees of support to its members. Thus, the relationship between the two sides can be considered one of mutual cooperation. Over time, the alliance grew increasingly large, and all professionals within Huaxia took pride in being able to join the professional association. However, the alliance's selection criteria for practitioners are exceptionally stringent. All professionals eligible for membership in a professional association must be leaders in their respective fields. They must possess truly exceptional qualities. Otherwise, if you're merely average, you absolutely lack the qualifications and strength to join. Of course, the Professional Alliance does not intend to abandon the vast number of ordinary practitioners. These ordinary practitioners also establish their own organizations to establish various lower-tier guilds. Chapter 44, Save where you should, spend where you must. Of course, being ordinary practitioners, these guilds simply cannot be compared to specialized professional guilds. But regardless, they did have their own organizations. As for the entire Professional Alliance, that was a different story. The entire Professional Alliance has been fully recognized by the Chinese government. This means the alliance not only possesses the authority to engage with Huaxia's military, but can also coordinate with various civilian organizations. Therefore, guilds are comparatively more of a mixed bag. However, maintaining a guild is actually quite troublesome. First and foremost is the financial aspect. The financial demands are substantial. If you can't cover these expenses, you simply won't be able to sustain it. Therefore, only those professionals with substantial power and deep pockets can establish private guilds. Some large guilds are quite formidable. They've essentially reached a certain level of prominence, capable of negotiating with local high-ranking officials. Some even possess the clout to stand on equal footing. Meanwhile, some smaller guilds might consist of just 3 or 5 professionals. They're hardly noticeable. In short, guild dynamics are incredibly complex. Across the entire Huaxia region, you'll find every kind imaginable. Yet there are no specific requirements. But once they cultivate a talented professional, they can recommend them for membership in the professional association, becoming household names throughout the entire nation. The woman before them, Chen Wenna, was not only a member of the Security Bureau but also the vice chairwoman of the Professional Alliance. Such dual status alone was sufficient proof of her formidable power. Young man, I saw your impressive skills earlier. If you're willing, would you be interested in joining our Professional Alliance? I can use my position as vice chair to sponsor your admission into our Professional Alliance. After revealing her position as vice chairwoman of the Professional Alliance, Chen Wenna immediately began observing Su Chen. Especially when she noticed his apparent interest in the alliance. Chen Wenna seized the moment to press her advantage. Young man, you should seriously consider this. It could be very beneficial for your future prospects. If you're willing, feel free to contact me anytime once you've made up your mind. Of course, you can also come directly to the Professional Alliance headquarters in the capital city to find me. After speaking, Chen Wenna pulled out a business card and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the card and examined it carefully. It would be a lie to say he didn't want to go. After all, he was a professional with a system at his disposal. Now that he'd been recognized, it only made sense to find a way to hitch a ride with the organization. Even the most skilled freelancer, without an organization backing them or someone to lend a hand in critical moments, is essentially useless. But the problem now was that the Professional Alliance was teeming with formidable experts. I'd heard before that the waters within the Professional Alliance run deep. It's home to many super elite figures. Many professionals aspire to join its ranks, yet gaining entry proves exceptionally difficult. Yet here I am, unexpectedly landing such a golden opportunity right in my lap. Young man, I don't even know your name yet, Chen Wenna suddenly asked. Her words snapped Su Chen back to reality. My name is Su Chen. Oh, so your brother Su Chen. Alright, I heard you mention you're here to complete a job change quest. Looks like you've already finished it? Chen Wenna asked casually. But the moment she finished speaking, she immediately felt a bit foolish. One strike was enough to shatter the blast cavern. With that kind of power, completing a job change quest would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Her question had been downright stupid. To cover her embarrassment, she didn't wait for Su Chen's reply. Chen Wenna immediately offered, we're heading back anyway and we'll pass by the job change hall. Why don't we give you a ride? By now, Chen Wenna had pieced together most of Su Chen's background. That such a professional existed in the imperial capital of Huaxia. She must report this to Yi Zizhou immediately. This matter was too significant. She couldn't possibly explain it all by herself. Therefore, she must hurry back. This time, she had personally assured both Minister Luo and Yi Zizhou. She would thoroughly investigate the destruction of the imperial capital's secret realm in Huaxia Nation. If she couldn't get to the bottom of it, then this matter would become impossible to explain. Thus, Chen Wenna must return immediately to inform Yi Zizhou regarding Su Chen's situation. But before that, Chen Wenna naturally hoped to spend more time with Su Chen. Only by understanding his background could she provide Yi Zizhou with a detailed report upon her return. Otherwise, when Yi Zizhou inquired later, she wouldn't be able to provide answers. After all, judging by the strength and talent Su Chen had demonstrated thus far, a prodigy like him, once admitted into the Professional Alliance and subjected to systematic training, he would undoubtedly become the greatest asset to the Professional Alliance. Then thank you. Su Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, the other party was being so kind. If he refused everything outright, things might get awkward. Of course, there was another crucial reason Su Chen hadn't mentioned. He could hitch a ride back. Save money. As the saying goes, save where you should, spend where you must. As the saying goes, even a fly is meat. Besides, the system hasn't rewarded me much lately. He had to wait a little longer. The first pot of gold had to be saved carefully to accumulate. So he lived frugally during this period. Thus, Su Chen boarded the Security Bureau vehicle alongside Chen Wenna. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Career Transition Hall. After saying goodbye, Su Chen entered the Job Change Hall. Chen Wenna, meanwhile, departed by car. Each had their own business to attend to. Su Chen was busy with his job change. Chen Wenna was rushing to submit her report. Ah, you actually came? The receptionist, a beautiful woman, stared at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Me? What's wrong with me being here? The receptionist quickly explained, you just went to the exploding caverns not long ago. Then we got word of a massive collapse over there. Many adventurers were injured, and several tragically lost their lives. I immediately thought of you. I was worried you might be hurt, but I'm relieved to see you're fine. That's truly wonderful. The receptionist was genuinely kind-hearted. Seeing Su Chen unharmed, she genuinely felt happy for him. Looking at the receptionist, Su Chen felt genuinely pleased. Regardless, among all the strangers he'd encountered, this receptionist was one of the kindest. Combined with Su Chen's own handsome appearance, he naturally held a certain appeal. Moreover, his mission involved the only SSS-level target to date. How could this not make the beauty utterly smitten? Chapter 45, I'm here to turn in my mission. Seeing you're unscathed, you must not have made it to this job change mission. But it's no big deal, next time is fine too. Besides, it was just a collapse. I think we can request to cancel your job change assignment, it won't count. After all, it was an act of God. You can't be held responsible for natural disasters or accidents, the receptionist explained. I can definitely process that for you. Your situation qualifies for approval, the receptionist said cheerfully. Su-chen smiled upon hearing this. No worries, sweetheart. I'm here to turn in my quest, Su-chen said cheerfully. Su-chen genuinely hadn't expected this girl's imagination to run so wild. But credit where it's due, she was genuinely kind. At least she knew to show some concern. Moreover, if not for her words, he wouldn't have realized. Turns out, such natural disasters and man-made calamities, force majeure events, could be applied for cancellation. Through special means, she could have her job change quest revoked. It wouldn't count toward the previous failed attempt. Otherwise, he'd only have one remaining job change opportunity. So Su-chen was genuinely touched. I'm here to turn in my quest, Su-chen said cheerfully. Thanks for your concern, but I've already completed it. What? The receptionist stared at him in disbelief. You're here to turn in a quest? You mean you completed that SSS-Rank job change quest and you did it in that collapsed area just now? After hearing Su-chen's words, the receptionist's eyes widened as she stared at him. Yes. Su-chen nodded earnestly. You're not injured? The receptionist stared at him, utterly disbelieving. Not at all. Su-chen smiled and spun around in front of her. Does I look like I'm hurt? The woman also sensed that Su-chen didn't seem to be joking. She scrutinized him closely, then gasped in astonishment. You're incredible. You're truly the first newbie adventurer I've ever heard of who completed their class change quest without a scratch. And it was an SSS rank quest, no less. This is truly. The receptionist couldn't believe her ears. She touched her forehead, clearly overwhelmed by Su-chen's abilities. At that moment, her mind was reeling with astonishment. Seeing the receptionist's expression, Su-chen couldn't help but chuckle. If he told her that not only was he unharmed, but had also rescued a group of professionals, wouldn't she be utterly in awe of him? But Su-chen couldn't be bothered to say anything. The main thing was that the security bureau agents were starting to suspect him. Su-chen dared not act recklessly, it was better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if the security bureau uncovered something during their investigation, he'd be the one footing the bill. Such a major incident, and twice, no less. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford the damages. At that moment, the beautiful receptionist stated directly, since you're here to submit your mission, let's follow the standard procedure. With that, the receptionist tapped a few times on her screen. Quest item, Heart of the Flame Demon. Please hand it over. Su-chen nodded and retrieved the Flame Demon's heart from his storage ring. It's huge. The receptionist looked utterly astonished. To be honest, Su-chen didn't know why the Flame Demon's heart was so large either. Earlier in battle, he had killed all the Flame Demons on the altar with a single strike. Moreover, he had instantly wiped out that entire squad with a single strike. He hadn't even seen where this Flame Demon was. Yet now, its heart had appeared right before him. You could say this boss was truly unlucky. Before even seeing his challenger, he was taken down. So when Su-chen obtained the Flame Demon's heart, he was astonished by its sheer size. But as for the Flame Demon itself, he hadn't actually seen what it looked like. After the receptionist uttered a sigh of admiration, she finally placed the heart into a specialized storage container. Specialized staff then retrieved it for inspection. Once confirmed to be in perfect condition, a message would be sent to the receptionist to proceed with the next step. Soon, a confirmation message popped up on her computer. The receptionist's eyes lit up once more. This handsome guy before her was truly incredibly impressive. She then turned her gaze to Su-chen. There are two ways for professionals to change jobs. One is through a public job change ceremony. All the transferees' information will be displayed on the public screen in the transfer hall. The other is a private transfer, where you enter a dedicated private space. No information about the transferee is disclosed, and the entire process is completed in a highly confidential environment. No one outside the transfer hall can dig up the transferee's information. So, Mr. Su-chen, which method would you prefer? After the receptionist finished speaking, she turned to look at Su-chen. In her mind, she assumed Su-chen would undoubtedly choose the public option. Mainly because, if she were in his shoes, she would choose public transition as well. Her reasoning stemmed from the fact that Su-chen's job change quest was the first of its kind in a millennium. Moreover, Su-chen had not only completed the task but accomplished it single-handedly. He had done so without a single scratch. The sheer difficulty of such a quest was truly unprecedented, unmatched by any before or after. If it were her, she would absolutely make her class change public. This was a golden opportunity to make a name for herself. For professionals, publicly changing jobs truly serves as a way to enhance their future prospects. Numerous major guilds are actively recruiting skilled professionals. Even guilds like the Professional Alliance show great favor towards skilled professionals. If Su-chun chooses to publicly announce his job change, he would quickly catch the attention of the Empire's high command. For a professional, being able to immediately embark on a smooth path is absolutely a dream come true. To showcase one's formidable strength and gain favor from various factions. This is what every adventurer dreams of. Therefore, Su-chen's decision to publicly announce his class change was highly feasible. Once discovered by high-ranking officials or major factions, marry a rich and beautiful woman, become the chairman of the association, and reach the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it gives me a little tingle. After all, in this world, only professionals with formidable strength will be courted and courted by major factions. You must understand that within the job change halls of every city, numerous faction representatives lie in wait. Their sole purpose is to discover promising professionals. They aim to recruit them, thereby strengthening their own factions. Moreover, whether major or minor factions, they engage in such practices. Some smaller factions, in their eagerness to recruit talent, may even offer better terms than larger ones. This is precisely why many choose to publicly change their profession. So, Mr. Su-chen, what is your decision? Chapter 46, Successful Job Change. Su-chen met the beautiful woman's expectant gaze. He, too, had made his decision. I choose a secret job change. Upon hearing Su-chen's choice, the woman froze in surprise. Secret job change. Doesn't this professional even consider his future prospects? The receptionist couldn't believe her ears. Mainly because Su-chen's choice was utterly counterintuitive in the game. In just this one short day, Su-chen had shattered her preconceptions multiple times. After all, the receptionist had worked in this job change hall for quite some time. She could be considered quite worldly. She'd seen all kinds of adventurers come and go through these doors. But someone like Su-chun, whose profession defied all common understanding. She'd never encountered anyone like him before. The thing is, if someone possessed his level of power and circumstances, it would likely have been publicized worldwide long ago. Exposure meant traffic, and traffic meant money and opportunities. Now Su-chen had chosen to secretly change professions. Wasn't that essentially throwing away his promising future? Seeing the receptionist staring blankly, Su-chen offered a faint smile. Hello, may I begin my job change now? The receptionist's reaction made Su-chen chuckle inwardly. His thoughts remained unchanged. There was no need to draw everyone's attention to himself too early. He was well aware of the benefits of publicly announcing his job change, but if it caused a huge stir in the city, that wouldn't be good for him. For now, he simply wanted to quietly cultivate his strength. First, he would use the fishing system's features to obtain higher tier rewards. Then, step by step, he would forge his strength toward the pinnacle of invincibility. Once he reached a certain level, he would then consider whether to go public. After all, while his current strength was respectable, but there are always those more skilled than oneself, and the sky has no limits. He must conceal his abilities as much as possible, avoiding becoming a target for everyone. Otherwise, if I reveal myself too soon and flaunt my abilities, then many eyes would be fixed on me. At that point, who knows what strange people and situations I might encounter. Take the original host, for instance. It was precisely because his reputation preceded him that Zhou Peng's brat targeted him like that. Honestly, if Su-chen hadn't arrived in time, this original body would have truly met a miserable end. He had no interest in repeating that same fate. Certainly, absolutely. This choice is entirely according to your wishes. The receptionist nodded quickly. But are you certain you wish to choose a covert job change? While a secret job change prevents your information from being leaked, it offers absolutely no benefits for your future prospects. Are you sure about this? The receptionist addressed Su-chun earnestly. Yes, I've made up my mind. I choose the secret transfer. With Su-chan's reaffirmation, the receptionist opened the portal for the covert career change. Without hesitation, Su-chen stepped through the spatial portal. Seems this young man must be the son of some prominent family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so low-key. Who knew such a low-key young master actually existed in this world? Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. Watching Su-chen's receding figure, the receptionist murmured to herself. Upon entering the job change space, Su-chen proceeded as he had last time. He directly entered one of the spaces. Detected, job change requirements met. Proceed with job change now? Yes. Su-chen selected yes without hesitation. After making his choice, a halo of light appeared before him. Su-chen stepped into the center of the light circle. Then, a peculiar force surged forth. Su-chen could feel this energy continuously surging into his body. Every pore on his body was being flooded with an unceasing stream of strange energy. Congratulations on successfully changing your class. Your current level is 30, with all attributes increased by 50 points. Congratulations on gaining an additional 50 free attribute points. Congratulations! Your accumulated experience has raised your level to 35, granting an additional 250 points to all attributes. You have additionally gained 250 free attribute points. Seeing the information displayed on the interface, Su-Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to gain so many attribute points this time. Moreover, his level had reached 35. He had been fighting constantly, accumulating a great deal of experience. It was only because he hadn't changed jobs that his level hadn't increased. He never imagined he'd suddenly hit level 35 like this. However, after changing jobs, his new profession had become fishing elite. This left Su-Chen utterly bewildered. Though it was still a legendary class, evolving from fishing enthusiast to fishing elite. The evolution in between was still a bit bittersweet. Glancing at his stats panel, he noticed no other significant changes. He allocated the extra attribute points to his 5 core stats. Strength and agility stats have also surpassed the 1000 mark. Despite being a fishing-focused class, his combat stats actually surpassed those of other classes by a significant margin. This, of course, was largely thanks to Su-Chen's system assistance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained so many advantages. Who'd have thought this job advancement would come with so many perks? Awesome! Su-Chen's lips curled into a satisfied grin. As a perk of being a transmigrator, he'd certainly gotten his share. When Su-Chen emerged once more from that hidden job change space, well, nothing about him had actually changed. He was still that ordinary, unremarkable fisherman. The only difference was that his job title had changed to elite angler. Naturally, the receptionist beauty froze for a moment when she saw him. Level 35, fishing elite. She genuinely hadn't imagined such a profession existed in this world. It was genuinely hard to wrap her head around. Though she'd seen plenty of professionals, someone like this was truly a rare sight. This is the first time I've ever seen a fishing elite profession, and you're actually level 35? This is truly. How much experience did you accumulate? It's simply incredible. The receptionist gazed at Su-Chen before her, her tone brimming with disbelief. It was truly astonishing. This guy actually possessed such reactions and abilities. Truly an extraordinary professional. After all, if it were an ordinary adventurer, would be eager to finish their job change quests and rush off to grind monsters. While she knew about methods like accumulating experience to level up. She'd heard about it before. But he'd never actually seen anyone put it into practice like this. Today, he finally witnessed it. This youth before her eyes was truly a prodigy. Chapter 47, Chainmail Golden Armor. Thank you, Su-Chen said to the beauty before turning to leave. Though outwardly, he appeared largely unchanged. The boost to his attributes had him feeling incredibly satisfied. This class change had boosted nearly all his attribute points by at least 1000 each. To put it plainly, his attribute points alone now allowed him to hold his own against at least a level 50 professional. No, to be precise, he could outright crush a level 50 professional. Against a level 60, he might fall slightly short. Watching Su-Chen leave the job change hall, the receptionist couldn't believe her eyes and pinched her own arm. Am I dreaming? Ouch, that stings. For a moment, the receptionist couldn't tell if the boy before her was real or not. It was all just too surreal. It must be said, Su-Chen had truly struck gold this time. Although his job change this time didn't grant him any new skills since he was in a lifestyle profession. At the very least, his title had changed. From fishing enthusiast to fishing elite. But Su-Chen didn't care in the slightest. With his fishing system, he could simply focus on angling. What could possibly be beyond his grasp? Moreover, Su-Chen had already reaped quite a few valuable rewards from his fishing during this period. As long as he kept at it, he would surely accumulate a great deal. To say nothing of the Xianyuan sword in his possession, it alone was enough to make every practitioner envious. Oh right, he hadn't gone fishing today. The thought struck Su-Chen, and he immediately headed back to his home. Back home, Su-Chen commenced his daily fishing session. Fishing across worlds system activated. Host, shall you proceed with fishing now? Yes. Fishing commencing. A scene resembling a lake appeared before his eyes. Su-Chen's fishing rod stood quietly in the center of the lake. 1 minute passed. Not a single ripple disturbed the surface. This puzzled Su-Chen. Why wasn't there any action at all today? That shouldn't be happening. Then another 5 minutes passed. Still nothing. Su-Chen was baffled. Could his system be malfunctioning? Finally, 10 minutes later, the fishing rod stirred. The float began to bob up and down. Without hesitation, Su-Chen reeled it in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful catch. Host has obtained fishing reward, Chainmail Golden Armor X1. Chainmail Golden Armor? Su-Chen couldn't believe it. He quickly retrieved the Chainmail Golden Armor from the system. A piece of armor resembling a soft inner layer appeared in his hand. The material of this Chainmail Golden Armor was unknown. Yet it felt remarkably supple. Yet the entire chainmail radiated an indescribable sense of power. It seemed that merely wearing this thing, it would grant Su-Chen's body unparalleled defensive power. Name, Golden Chainmail. Type, Equipment. Quality, Divine Weapon. Description: possesses overwhelming defensive power, granting immunity to all physical attacks. Simultaneously reduces all magical damage by 50% and has a 30% chance to completely negate magical attacks. Awesome! Absolutely fantastic! It actually grants immunity to all physical attacks. In other words, as long as Su-chan wears this chainmail golden armor, he can directly become immune to all physical attacks. Doesn't this give him an unfair advantage? As for magical attacks, damage is reduced by half. Plus a 30% chance of complete magic immunity. What else could this be but a treasure? Truly worthy of the system, truly worthy of being a divine weapon. With a flick of his thoughts, the chainmail armor vanished from his hands. Then, it instantly enveloped his entire body. The chainmail armor also appeared over Su-chan's entire body. Then it vanished. Upon closer inspection, there was no trace of the chainmail golden armor on his body. As if he had never worn it at all. But Su-chan knew a strange power was protecting his body. This realization filled Su-chan with inexplicable excitement. What a treasure, and he'd managed to reel it in himself. Still, today's fishing expedition was over. Now he possessed the Xianyuan sword and the golden chainmail armor. That meant he had no major weaknesses in either offense or defense. With that settled, he had no reason to worry. After tidying up the system, Su-chan began to ponder. What should he do next? Lin Xiaoye had stepped out on business while Lu Rushiang was busy leveling up. She hadn't had time to visit him lately. He did have a lot of gear he'd looted from dungeons earlier. Plus some raw materials. Well, carrying it all around was pointless anyway. He made up his mind and headed straight for Huaxia Trading House. Welcome to Huaxia Trading House, Mr. Su. Upon learning Su-chan had returned, the beautiful manager immediately set aside her work to personally greet him. After all, the high-grade materials and various equipment Su-chan had acquired last time had earned the Huaxia Trading House a hefty profit. Especially those level 60 sovereign tier sets and similar gear. Huaxia Trading House had only paid 1/5 of the original price for them. While Su-chan appeared to profit, the Huaxia Trading House actually made far more. That's precisely why the beautiful manager was so delighted and welcoming when she saw Su-chan arrive. She was genuinely delighted and welcoming. He was a veritable moneymaker. If they didn't treat him well, he might take his business elsewhere, and then Huaxia Trading House would be the ones losing out. Though this sum was hardly significant to Huaxia Trading House. Su-chan's capabilities alone had already proven his worth. If they could properly entertain Su-chan and provide him with excellent service, then Su-chan will undoubtedly bring even greater and more substantial profits to Huaxia Trading House. Such a person must be treated as a VIP client of Huaxia Trading House. He must not be neglected. Upon seeing the beautiful manager, Su-chan greeted her cheerfully. Hey, Manager Zhao. You look even more radiant than the last time I saw you. Judging by that glow, it seems good fortune has been following you lately. Manager Zhao smiled faintly at Su-chan's words. Mr. Su-chan, your visit to our exchange is the greatest blessing for me as manager. So, what materials or equipment are you here to sell this time? Last time, the materials and gear you sold through us fetched a very good price, Manager Zhao said cheerfully. We're very much looking forward to working with you again. Manager Zhao walked up to Su-chan in a pair of black high heels. She then addressed him with a delighted expression. It was clear that this stunningly beautiful manager was genuinely sincere. She was already stunningly beautiful, and today she was dressed so seductively. Made her even more dazzling. Chapter 48 Epic Level Gear? Su-chan smiled faintly before laying out all the gear and raw materials he intended to sell this time. Wow, is there really this much? Manager Zhao stared at Su-chan in disbelief. To be honest, the raw materials and gear Su-chan brought this time were far superior to his previous offerings. The reason for this was entirely due to the job change dungeon Su-chan had entered this time. It was an SSS tier difficulty. Therefore, the equipment and raw materials dropped within the instance. Were superior to anything else. In fact, several of the weapons were even legendary tier. If sold on the market, they'd start at tens of millions. These are all top tier items. Not to mention the extremely rare raw materials. Even the Huaxia Trading House itself doesn't possess many such rare materials. It's truly hard to believe. This young man possesses such formidable connections. He can procure materials that even the Huaxia Trading House lacks. The sheer quantity is staggering. Manager Zhao examined it carefully. Only then did he speak up. Mr. Su, the items you've brought this time appear to be of exceptional quality. I'll immediately seek out Master Wang Zijuan to assist with the appraisal. What do you think? Manager Zhao proposed. Su-chan nodded and was about to leave. But then, his eyes were drawn to a staff among the pile of equipment. After all, Manager Zhao had been a manager at Huaxia Trading for many years. He naturally possessed his own discerning eye and expertise. Among the gear Su-chan had brought, this staff stood out remarkably. An unidentified item? Manager Zhao picked up the staff and examined it. Yes, I obtained these items from dungeon runs. I'd appreciate it if Mr. Wang Zijuan could help appraise them. The appraisal fee will be deducted from our final transaction price as usual, Su-chen said cheerfully. He was actually quite curious about the quality of these items he held for appraisal. After all, this dungeon was rated SSS tier in difficulty. According to the receptionist at the job change hall, this was the first time in 1,000 years. Unprecedented in history and unlikely to be seen again. Therefore, the gear dropped here should undoubtedly be top tier. Of course, whether the gear is truly valuable ultimately depends on the appraiser's assessment. His own opinion doesn't count. Manager Zhao smiled faintly. Mr. Su, you're joking. As a VIP client of Huaxia Trading House, how could we possibly charge you such a small amount? Please relax in the VIP lounge. I'll go fetch Mr. Wang Zijuan immediately. After speaking, Manager Zhao summoned several staff members to collect the equipment and raw materials from the table for appraisal. Meanwhile, he instructed another attractive female staff member to bring Su-chen a cup of premium fragrant tea. Soon, Manager Zhao arrived at the VIP lounge with Mr. Wang Zijuan. Upon seeing Su-chen, Wang Zijuan immediately greeted him warmly. Young friend Su-chen, we meet again. Hello, Mr. Wang. Su-chen cheerfully stood up to greet him. Mr. Wang Zijuan smiled and said, Manager Zhao mentioned you brought an impressive piece of unappraised equipment this time. I dared not look at it, but this equipment is quite impressive. Su-chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively at Wang Zijuan's words. It's just an ordinary piece of equipment. Nothing to write home about. Hearing Su-chen's words, Wang Zijuan and Manager Zhao exchanged glances. Shock was evident in each other's eyes. It must be said that both of them were thoroughly impressed and astonished by Su-chen. Just who was this young man, and how had he managed to acquire such gear? Yet from his mouth, it all seemed so effortless and casual. What these two didn't know was that Su-chen wasn't just putting on airs. He genuinely had the credentials to say so this staff was merely an ordinary piece of gear. Why? He possessed divine weapons like the Xianyuan sword and the golden chain mail. Compared to these divine weapons, that piece of equipment was utterly insignificant, wasn't it? Of course, Su-chen noticed the peculiar expressions on both their faces. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Is there something wrong with this staff? Su-chen asked curiously. Mr. Su, if I may be so bold, where did you acquire this piece of equipment? Manager Zhao inquired curiously. What? You doubt it's mine? Su-chen frowned. Manager Zhao's question was indeed problematic. As a trading house, it was absolutely forbidden to inquire about a customer's possessions. That was the rule of the trading house. The trading house acted solely as an intermediary, responsible only for purchasing and selling goods. As for the origin of the goods, they never inquire. If the trading house suspects any issues, it may involve relevant law enforcement agencies for investigation. But that is not something a trading house should say. Therefore, Su-chen couldn't help but wonder if Manager Zhao had lost his mind, asking such a question that violated the guild's rules. No, Mr. Su, you've misunderstood, Manager Zhao hastily clarified. We have absolute confidence in the origin of your equipment. There's no question of distrust. Rather, this particular piece of equipment after being appraised by Mr. Wang Zijuan just now has been confirmed as an epic tier item. Mr. Su, as you know, such an epic tier item is truly astonishing. We simply wish to understand where exactly it was obtained. Earlier, you mentioned it dropped in a dungeon. You must understand, weapons capable of dropping gear of this caliber would be celebrated and widely publicized across the entire nation. Therefore, we're also inquiring about this matter to seek your opinion. Could this epic tier equipment be promoted globally through our trading platform? The advantage of doing so is that both domestic and international adventurers seeking this item could see it and contact you to purchase such an exceptionally valuable piece of gear, Manager Zhao explained. Epic tier equipment? Su-chen was stunned by Manager Zhao's words. Wait, this item is actually epic tier? This was beyond his expectations. While the Class Change Quest dungeon was rated SSS tier. To put it bluntly, it was just a level 30 dungeon. What kind of top tier gear could possibly drop from it? Su-chen hadn't even considered these questions from the start. He hadn't even cared or paid it much mind. But hearing Manager Zhao's words now, Su-chen realized he'd underestimated this dungeon before. I got this in the Exploding Caverns dungeon after accepting the job change quest. It's actually epic tier? Mr. Wang, are you sure it wasn't misidentified? Su-chen asked curiously. Wang Zijuan nodded cheerfully. Mr. Su, absolutely not. Epic tier equipment is different from other gear, it can't be misidentified. Chapter 49, This is Trust. Wang Zijuan was visibly excited. After all, this was the very first epic tier equipment he had ever appraised himself. It was truly a moment worth commemorating. Mr. Su, this isn't just any ordinary epic tier equipment. Its attributes are exceptionally high, it's a top tier epic. Plus, this weapon has several unique additional attributes. Having worked in this field for years and appraised countless items, I can confidently say this staff's value absolutely rivals that of legendary tier equipment. This piece of gear is truly worthy of being promoted worldwide, Mr. Su. Wang Zijuan also wore an expectant look. As he spoke, Manager Zhao promptly displayed the equipment's details for Su Chen. Name, Neptune's Staff Epic. Type, Weapon. Level requirement, 50. Effects, Mental Power plus 1000, Mana plus 2000, all magic effects plus 20%. Durability, 1000. Additional effects, Immune to Confusion, Immune to Water Magic, Fire Magic Effectiveness reduced by 50%. Ha! Su Chen stared at the weapon's attributes Manager Zhao was displaying before him. He was stunned. Though it couldn't compare to the Xian Yuan sword and the chainmail golden armor in his possession. But to be fair, this weapon was truly a masterpiece among masterpieces worldwide. Of course, there were still weapons superior to this one. But keep in mind, this weapon was merely a level 50 piece of equipment. Among weapons of the same level and below. This Sea King staff calling it the absolute best would be no exaggeration. No wonder Manager Zhao and Prince Jun were so excited and eager. If this weapon were promoted worldwide, some wealthy young masters would surely pay a fortune to acquire it. A masterpiece, truly a masterpiece. It's practically tailor-made for mages. Any mage, regardless of class or level, who equips the Sea King staff will experience a quantum leap in power. In fact, it can be said that for weapons below level 100, any with a lower level than this one is completely out of the question. Within level 80, nothing surpasses it, no need to look elsewhere. Within level 100, weapons that don't reach at least orange quality need not be considered either. This weapon truly can be used directly beyond level 100 without any issues. This weapon is indeed excellent, but there's no need to broadcast it to the entire world. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Since I'm bringing it to your exchange for trading, I naturally trust your exchange. Just name your price. We've worked together before. If I find it reasonable, I'll sell it to you outright. As for how much profit you make, that's entirely up to you. I won't interfere. Su Chen had no intention of revealing himself too soon. This weapon was indeed among the finest on the entire Blue Star. If it were truly publicized worldwide, he would inevitably become the target of widespread scrutiny. There was no need for that. His top priority now was to keep a low profile. Only by staying low could he have a chance to develop slowly. Drawing too much attention would inevitably invite trouble down the line. If he really caused a huge uproar, wouldn't that just expose himself to the entire world? Then, the incident of the Blast Cave instance being destroyed. It wouldn't be impossible for people to make the connection. If it ever came out that I was the one who caused it, then I'd be in real trouble. Would it be compensation or jail time? Neither option appealed to Su Chen. Therefore, he must keep a low profile, never draw attention to himself. Even if the staff could fetch a hefty sum, he certainly didn't want to risk losing his freedom over a little money. Don't be foolish. Mr. Su, this. Clearly, Manager Zhao hadn't expected Su Chen to respond this way. She couldn't believe Su Chen placed such trust in Huaxia Trading House. This wasn't just a matter of a little trust. After all, selling such top-tier gear to the trading house versus selling it to a third-party buyer. The difference in price was no small matter. Manager Zhao couldn't fathom that this Mr. Su Chen, merely a professional she'd casually assisted, would willingly cede such a substantial profit margin to the trading house. At that moment, she genuinely felt that Su Chen was unlike any other adventurer. And she genuinely felt this job held profound meaning. The feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. Not only could Su Chen bring such top-tier gear to the trading house, but he also possessed vast quantities of precious raw materials. It seemed the forces backing this adventurer were undoubtedly formidable. Regardless of the motives, maintaining a good relationship with Su Chen and pursuing long-term cooperation was an essential priority for Huaxia Trading House. Manager Zhao now felt profoundly fortunate. He was grateful for his keen insight back then, for not neglecting Su Chen. Otherwise, the Huaxia Trading House wouldn't even be in the running now. With so many trading houses out there, Su Chen could easily have gone elsewhere. Moreover, by securing Su Chen, a seasoned professional, Manager Zhao could confidently say he had firmly established his position within the exchange. Mr. Su, I truly appreciate your trust in our exchange and your support for my work. Manager Zhao's voice trembled slightly this time. He had truly latched onto a powerful ally. However, to ensure your interests are protected, we can offer 2 sales options for your equipment. First, for the King set and the gold tier equipment you brought, we'll offer a flat price of 30 million to take them off your hands. As for this epic grade Sea King staff, our exchange offers a flat price of 50 million. After that, we will find buyers ourselves. If you agree, we can immediately transfer 80 million yuan to your bank account, the fastest and most direct method. Of course, this isn't the most profitable approach. The second option is auctioning them. An auction will undoubtedly fetch a higher price. After the auction house takes its commission, the remaining funds will still be higher than selling directly to us. It would just require waiting a few weeks. It's up to you, Mr. Su, to decide which option you prefer. Although Su Chen had indeed shown him considerable favor, Manager Zhao understood clearly. When it came to matters of profit, he had to be absolutely watertight. This wasn't a small deal worth a few $1,000s. We're talking about tens of millions here. He couldn't let Mr. Su feel shortchanged. Otherwise, if he offended this influential figure, and he actually goes to another trading house, then it would be no wonder if I got chewed out by the higher-ups. At that point, I'd definitely be packing my bags and getting the boot. Chapter 50, Mr. Su truly a dragon among men. Mr. Su, which sales method would you prefer? Su Chen heard her words and waved cheerfully. Manager Zhao, ever since my first transaction at this exchange, you've been incredibly helpful. I know how to recognize kindness, and I've always remembered your favors. So, just handle these items as you suggested, hand them directly to the exchange. I don't like complications. We'll settle it at a fixed price, and that's that. As for how much your exchange can sell them for, that's entirely up to your skills. If you manage to turn a tenfold profit, I won't begrudge you a bit. Conversely, if you end up losing money on it, don't come looking for me. Su Chen said cheerfully. Su Chen's words clearly stated his position. In short, he trusted Manager Zhao and the trading house. There was no need to complicate things. Most importantly, Su Chen didn't want to waste his time on this. He had plenty of other things to attend to. Moreover, after changing professions, his own influence grew alongside his level. He simply didn't want to spend too much time on these matters. Frankly, the gear he could craft with his fishing system was superior. It simply wasn't worth the effort to deal with all that nonsense. With that time, he could fish more or run dungeons. Wouldn't that be better than anything else? Ah, well. Manager Zhao Yi stared at Su Chen in surprise. Such magnanimity from him was truly. For a moment, Manager Zhao felt a genuine sense of recognition. This was a difference of at least 30 million yuan. 30 million yuan just like that, no hesitation. That kind of decisiveness was undeniable. Handsome, charismatic, easygoing, no airs whatsoever, and incredibly wealthy to boot. This Su Chen must be the scion of some prominent aristocratic family. An ordinary person simply wouldn't possess such refinement and poise. Manager Zhao had assumed Su Chen would choose the second option from the two proposals he presented. After all, the second option clearly maximized profits. But unexpectedly, he chose the first one outright. Moreover, if Manager Zhao remembered correctly, Su Chen had been dressed rather shabbily during his first visit. That clearly marked him as someone from an ordinary family. Such individuals inevitably placed great importance on money. Given that, maximizing profit was undoubtedly the way to go. Besides, even if the auction process took a few days, it wouldn't actually consume much time. The key point is that it could yield at least an additional 30 million. Anyone who isn't truly desperate would naturally choose the second option. But unexpectedly, Su Chen opted for the first option outright. This was truly. To be honest, Manager Zhao had previously thought Su Chen was formidable because he likely had some powerful figures backing him. Like some kind of powerful connections or background. But now, she felt she needed to reassess Su Chen. Offering a 30 million yuan favor like that's not something just anyone could pull off. Manager Zhao, please process this immediately. I have matters to attend to and truly can't afford to waste any more time, Su Chen said, glancing at his watch. Seeing both Manager Zhao and Wang Zijuan looking utterly stunned, Su Chen couldn't help but urge them on. It was only a difference of around 30 million. He wasn't short on funds, so why waste time on this? Still, Manager Zhao's astonished expression was rather amusing to watch. Then Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Would you kindly follow me now? With that, Manager Zhao promptly led Su Chen to complete the transaction procedures. 80 million yuan deposited. Although the transaction amount was substantial for Huaxia Trading House. Such a transaction amount is substantial for an individual, it's nothing for a trading house. As one of China's largest trading houses, Huaxia Trading processed daily transactions starting at a minimum of 10 billion yuan. 80 million yuan was naturally no big deal. Thus, the transfer confirmation arrived remarkably swiftly. At that moment, Su Chen looked at his bank account, which now included the previous deposit. The total came to just over 102 million yuan. He felt a bit emotional inside. He never imagined achieving a small goal so effortlessly. The rich were right after all. If you want to make money, start by setting a small goal. For instance, I'll start by earning 100 million. Oh, Mr. Su, the equipment you asked me to repair earlier, I've fixed it for you. After saying this, Manager Zhao brought out the repaired gear. Su Chen nodded, took the gear, and stowed it away in his spatial storage. With that, the two were even nothing else remained between them. Thank you for that. You're too kind, Mr. Su. But this ring of yours is quite an antique. It clearly has many years of history. Typically, such antique equipment, due to its craftsmanship, wouldn't break easily. However, I had a specialist inspect it. This ring must have endured some intense combat to end up in its current state. This ring holds significant collectible value, Mr. Su. You must take good care of it. Manager Zhao explained the ring's condition to Su Chen with genuine care. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, thank you for your advice. I'll keep it in mind. Now that Su Chen had money in hand, his mind was at ease. However, his fishing system hadn't yielded anything worthwhile lately. Only the chainmail armor was somewhat decent. As for the rest, well, nothing worthwhile had appeared. Since Mr. Su has other matters to attend to, I'll have someone escort you back, Manager Zhao promptly offered. She could sense that Su Chen seemed genuinely preoccupied with something, his mind clearly elsewhere. Therefore, she immediately arranged for a dedicated vehicle to escort Su Chen away. In the eyes of Huaxia Trading House, Su Chen was already a VIP client worth hundreds of millions. Arranging a dedicated escort vehicle for such a client was practically a given. If she hadn't made the arrangements in advance, Manager Zhao might as well have quit her job. Back at home, Su Chen took some time to rest properly. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Su Chen rose early to begin fishing. Today, he had a feeling he would definitely get something good. At the very least, it should be an S-grade item or higher, right? Thus, Su Chen immediately began fishing. As the fishing rod entered the pond, Su Chen held his breath, waiting quietly. Before long, his premonition began to violently shake. Su Chen instantly grabbed the rod. The pull feels pretty strong. He yanked the rod upward. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught an SSS-grade item, the Sharingan. Chapter 51, from now on, I have Sharingan. Waterfa? Su Chen froze in place, momentarily speechless. It was early morning. He hadn't washed his face or brushed his teeth. He wasn't even fully awake yet. How did fishing land me a Sharingan? Was it Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan? The realization struck Su Chen like a bolt from the blue. This was the Heavenly Eye, famed in the Naruto world as the strongest vision capable of piercing through the three realms. One of the ultimate eyes. Of course, compared to Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes, it probably falls a bit short. Unexpectedly, it had been lured out by him. Host, do you now understand and accept the Sharingan? Yes. What's there to wait for? If I don't accept it right now, I'd be an absolute fool. Sharingan integration in progress. Please wait. The next second, Su Chen felt a strange surge of information flood into his mind. This included, but was not limited to, the Sharingan's abilities and some of Uchiha Itachi's combat techniques and experience. Unexpectedly, it took Su Chen a full 3 hours to fully assimilate all this knowledge and the Sharingan's abilities. Acquisition complete. Skill type Dojutsu top tier complete version, blindness weakness removed, eternal Mangekyo. Current proficiency 0% novice, slightly accomplished, utter devotion, mastery, return to simplicity, ultimate simplicity. Skill Amaterasu, capable of unleashing vast flames to incinerate opponents. The flames persist until the target is completely consumed. Known as the eternal divine fire, once it touches an object, it must burn it to ashes. Tsukuyomi, an illusion technique that pulls an opponent's consciousness into an illusory space. Within Tsukuyomi's illusory realm, all elements including time, location, and physical properties are absolutely controlled by the user. The opponent endures immense suffering within this illusory world. Shackle nail technique, after an opponent enters the illusionary space, the Sharingan user can manifest massive iron spikes from the illusion, piercing the opponent's body to immobilize them. Mirror heaven and earth reversal, if subjected to an enemy's genjutsu, the user can dispel it and reflect the illusion's effects back onto the enemy. Susanoo eternal form, as the ultimate manifestation of the Sharingan's power, a successful activation of Susanoo condenses the greatest colossal energy warrior. This warrior possesses unparalleled strength, excels in both offense and defense, and wields extraordinary power. Susanoo manifests in 4 distinct forms, which the host can freely switch between, with consistent magical energy consumption for each. Magatama. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. His once ordinary pupils instantly transformed into a blood-red hue. The next second, the single Magatama evolved into 3, which then interlocked, forming a blade-like shape. System, oh system, it wasn't until today that I realized you're my true partner. Su Chen was genuinely thrilled. Such an incredible thing, and he'd actually managed to reel it in himself. He had been complaining that the system's recent rewards were utterly worthless. But today, it had rewarded him with something this incredible. Seems I cursed this system too soon. From now on, he'd have to figure out how to time his curses better. Who knows? Maybe cursing it once will get me something good. Alright then, I'll keep at it tomorrow. If it doesn't give me something good, I'll just start cursing. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. Seeing the number on the screen, Su Chen was a bit stunned. He answered, and it was Lin Xiaoya's voice on the other end. Brother Su Chen, the orphanage where I grew up is in trouble. Can you help? Su Chen froze upon hearing this. An orphanage? Lin Xiaoya? Right, Lin Xiaoya had indeed grown up in an orphanage. But since she grew up in an orphanage, she naturally had no connections or background. But none of that mattered. The real issue was that Lin Xiaoya actually called me at this moment. That means she must be in real trouble and has no other options. Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling me at this hour. With that in mind, he cut straight to the point. Go ahead. How can I help you? Director Zhang got beaten up, and the kids are terrified. I tried fighting them off, but I'm no match for them. So, the orphanage is going to be shut down. Upon hearing this, Su-chen immediately replied, I'll be right over. He hung up. Su-chen rushed out the door, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the orphanage. Fortunately, Su-chen now had money, and his newly rented apartment building was right in the city center. Though not exactly close, it wasn't far either. A half-hour drive was all it took to arrive. Though he'd never lived in an orphanage, his own past had been far from easy. Having lost both parents, he understood the hardships faced by orphans in such institutions. That's precisely why Su-chen understood the gravity of this situation. Besides, Su-chen wasn't one to tolerate bullying the weak. If these people dared to bully even the orphans, then they had no one to blame but themselves. Su-chen was now rushing over at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, a crowd had already gathered around. Though the crowd was large, not a single person stepped forward to help. Only Lin Xiaoye stood with several children, blocking the path of a man dressed in a suit. Behind him stood an entire crew of professional enforcers. Each of these enforcers possessed formidable combat prowess. Though Lin Xiaoye had been steadily leveling up with Su-chen's recent help, but she was only at level 18. Compared to these professional enforcers, she was truly no match. Little girl, is this all you've got? You think you can stand in our way? You've got some nerve. The man stared at Lin Xiaoye, his face twisted into a cold sneer. Several bruises and cuts marred Lin Xiaoye's face. Yet even so, Lin Xiaoye showed no sign of backing down. Just then, a long-haired girl ran over and stood beside Lin Xiaoye, blocking the men's path. Her name was He Lin. Right after graduating from university, she had come to the orphanage to work as the director's assistant. It could be said she had deep affection for the orphanage. He Lin was a genuinely kind and compassionate person. Consequently, many children at the orphanage adored her. Behind He Lin lay directorly, writhing on the ground in agony. A group of helpless children were crying nearby. He Lin and Lin Xiaoye stood with the children, blocking these men outside. You thugs! Why are you beating people? This is an orphanage, not a place for you to run wild. If you don't leave now, I'll go find the security bureau and have them arrest you. He Lin shouted angrily. Her body trembled slightly, clearly terrified by the events unfolding today. Chapter 52, Follow our brother Chen, you won't regret it. Standing beside He Lin was a middle-aged man. His name was Chen Gang. He was a somewhat well-known real estate developer in the capital. He had once been a construction foreman in the capital, relying on his crew of brothers to carve out his own niche in the city. However, with years of experience and a ruthless streak, Chen Gang had successfully completed numerous projects. He made a fortune and accumulated considerable resources. Later, at a dinner gathering, Chen Gang met Wang Wenhua, a major real estate tycoon in the capital. In the real estate circle, Wang Wenhua was a major figure of considerable renown. He possessed substantial capital and a background rumored to be unfathomably deep, and maintained a formidable team of high-level professional enforcers under his command. While he might not control the entire capital, he certainly held sway over a significant portion of it. But Wang Wenhua was meticulous and exceptionally clever. He understands perfectly well the principle that the first bird to peck gets shot. Operating within the capital's sphere of influence, one must find ways to maximize one's own safety. Therefore, he deliberately recruited minor leaders to handle affairs for him. Take Chen Gang, for instance. He was Wang Wenhua's own lapdog. People are driven by ambition. Chen Gang sought to climb the ranks, while Wang Wenhua needed a loyal lackey. Thus, the two found common ground. Chen Gang promptly became one of the minor leaders under his command. Subsequently, Chen Gang leveraged his own capital and certain conveniences provided by Wang Wenhua to successfully enter the real estate industry. Especially with the backing of Wang Wenhua's real estate group, his business grew larger and larger. It even reached a considerable scale. Now, Chen Gang is a fairly well-known real estate developer throughout the capital. No matter how prime the location, once he set his sights on it, there was no way he couldn't secure it. The orphanage's location was considered exceptionally prime. This orphanage had been established in the capital city for nearly a century. From its inception, the location was exceptionally well chosen. Because of this, the orphanage had already occupied this spot long before the capital city developed. But as time passed and the capital expanded, the orphanage found itself occupying prime real estate. The low rent naturally increased accordingly. In order to secure better resources from Wang Wenhua, Chen Gang set his sights on the orphanage's real estate. When Chen Gang shared this idea with Wang Wenhua, the latter showed considerable interest. He hadn't expected such a golden opportunity to arise. Moreover, the orphanage's location was indeed prime. Given that, they definitely had to find a way to acquire it. Therefore, Wang Wenhua immediately agreed to Chen Gang's proposal. He instructed him to take over the orphanage immediately. Chen Gang had built his empire through ruthlessness and brutality, backed by a team of professional enforcers. Over the years, he'd made no shortage of victims among ordinary people in the capital. Now with Wang Wenhua backing him, Chen Gang had come today specifically to carry out the forced demolition. Enough, enough. Stop dragging the State Security Bureau into this, Chen Gang retorted with a look of utter contempt. If you've got the guts, go ahead and do it. Not just the Security Bureau, even higher authorities won't stop us. Get that straight. This land we're occupying is entirely legitimate and compliant. We have the documents, the orders, and the notifications have been issued. It's your orphanage that's being unreasonable. You're going to turn this around on us? Chen Gang looked at He Lin and the others with a smug expression. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood by, watching the spectacle unfold with detached curiosity. After all, Chen Gang was a local power broker. If you just want to watch the show and gossip, fine. But to offend such a big shot for the sake of these orphanage children? That would be a thankless task indeed. That's precisely why everyone was content to watch the show unfold, unwilling to get involved. Listen, young lady, you need to understand we're law-abiding citizens here. By obstructing us like this, you're hindering social progress, you know. Are you saying your orphanage should halt the capital's economic growth? And after we demolish it, we'll build a new commercial district. Do you have any idea how many jobs this will create and how much consumption it will drive? Don't be so ungrateful and don't be so stubborn. Besides, the 30 million yuan relocation compensation for the orphanage has already been allocated. You're still standing in our way, aren't you just asking for trouble? Chen Gang spoke while glaring at He Lin before him. Clearly, he held no regard for a young woman like He Lin. After all, in Chen Gang's eyes, such young college interns were practically worthless. He had plenty of such interns at his disposal. Many had even tried to tag along with him, but he turned them all down. Hey, Chen, this girl's got some charm, you know? Why not just make her your mistress? One of his underlings chimed in, egging him on. He Lin was indeed quite attractive, fresh out of school and young. You couldn't deny she was quite the looker. Her innocence only added to her pure, endearing charm. Therefore, a female student like this was exactly the type that appealed to someone like Chen Gang. Chen Gang wasn't exactly a saint himself, and his subordinate's suggestion immediately piqued his interest. Chen Gang immediately perked up. If you put it that way, then I'll handle this matter for you. But let me make one thing clear first. You'd better get it done right. Big brother, you can count on me. You don't trust my skills? The underling nodded cheerfully in agreement. Soon, a group of thugs surrounded He Lin. What do you want? He Lin stared at the men's sinister grins, utterly terrified. As a recent college graduate, she was truly unaware of the harsh realities of society. Facing this situation now, fear naturally gripped her. Hey, little lady, you have no idea how lucky you are. Our boss has taken a fancy to you. Don't you want to seize this golden opportunity? How much do you make in a month? Join our boss, and you'll live in luxury. Villas, sports cars, you'll have it all. It's way better than scraping by on a few thousand a month here at the orphanage, right? Listen, young lady, we've seen plenty of college girls like you. Every single one claims to be so pure and unyielding. But after a year or two of getting knocked around by society, they quickly realize the benefits of having a big brother. Look at brother Chen, handsome as hell, loaded with cash. Follow him. Your best days are yet to come, sweetheart. You won't regret it. Chapter 53, You'll Die Quickly. He Lin never imagined these people could be so shameless. What era, what society is this? How could such things still happen? He Lin was furious beyond words. But there was nothing she could do. The group across from her was quite formidable. Some of them couldn't even wait, reaching out to harass He Lin. Just then, the sound of a car horn suddenly blared. Then, someone shouted. The young master is here. Young master? Upon hearing this, several people immediately rushed toward the car. The car came to a stop, and a young boy stepped out from the back seat. Looking at the youth before him, Chen Gang furrowed his brow. He found it rather peculiar. After all, this was an orphanage. If the methods were too extreme and witnessed by too many people, that would inevitably lead to complications. Having spent years in the capital and worked in this line of business for so long, he naturally had his own insights and wouldn't let anyone easily catch him off guard. Therefore, this matter couldn't be said to give anyone an opportunity to cause trouble for him. But the problem now was keeping the forced demolition of the orphanage under wraps. He had even preemptively stationed personnel around the orphanage. No vehicles were permitted to enter. People could enter, but vehicles were completely barred. But this vehicle. Thank you, young master. I've received the 10,000 yuan. I'd like to leave now. After dropping off Su Chen, the car turned and drove away. Chen Gang's men, thinking it was the big boss's son who had arrived. But upon realizing it wasn't, they all looked at Chen Gang in utter bewilderment. Boss, who is this kid? Meanwhile, Su Chen was left with a look of utter disbelief. The driver who brought him here was truly pragmatic. Seeing the situation was off, he promptly ditched him and took off. He was terrified of getting dragged into this mess. But it was understandable. After all, these weren't people just anyone could afford to provoke. Standing before the group, Su Chen muttered a few curses under his breath. His entry here was, of course, thanks to the cash in his hands. After all, he was indeed quite wealthy now. A modest goal of 100 million sat in his account. A mere 10,000 yuan for a taxi ride? That was nothing. Looking at the people before him, he spoke bluntly, all of you, picking on a few young girls and a bunch of kids? You must be looking for trouble, huh? Su Chen glanced at Chen Gang and the thugs, instantly grasping the situation. Especially when he saw Director Li lying on the ground, injured. That clearly meant they weren't done yet. This sight made Su Chen's temper flare. He strode directly toward Chen Gang. Brother Su Chen! Lin Xiaoye exclaimed excitedly. With Su Chen here, this matter could finally be resolved. He Lin beside her was also a bit surprised. Xiaoye, you know Su Chen? Yes, I'm staying at his place now. I'm house sitting for him. Don't get the wrong idea. He Lin paused in surprise. Looking after his house? That just sounded so easy to misinterpret. But He Lin couldn't afford to dwell on such things now. The orphanage's situation was now precarious. Only Su Chen could help resolve it. So she could only stand there, hoping Su Chen truly had a solution. Meanwhile, Chen Gang was watching Su Chen with a look of amusement. You're Su Chen, the one who awakened the fishing master life profession during the awakening ceremony, right? Chen Gang laughed heartily with his men as he spoke. I was wondering who it could be. Thought some big shot had arrived. Turns out it's just you, the fishing guy, Chen Gang said cheerfully. Listen, Su Chen. If you get the hell out of here now, I'll pretend I never saw you. But if you don't get the hell out now, well, this matter isn't as simple as you think. Chen Gang couldn't care less about Su Chen. Don't be fooled by his status as a real estate tycoon, he's also a level 40 warrior adventurer. Moreover, knowing that Su Chen's awakened class was that of a fisherman, Chen Gang didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. A lifestyle class like that, facing a level 40 warrior like himself? What else could he expect but to be beaten to death? Why would he need to speak kindly to him? Wouldn't that be a waste of his combat class? From the very start, Chen Gang hadn't given Su Chen a second thought. Especially now, with so many brothers by his side and his own formidable strength. And now this kid Su Chen had to show up at the worst possible moment, ruining his plans. He was thoroughly annoyed. Oh, so this Su Chen is the genius they call the awakened lifestyle class? Life-related profession? Genius? Ha ha ha, you call that a genius? More like a fool, ha ha ha. How amusing. A genius who awakened a life-type profession? A fishing enthusiast, no less. Does that mean Su Chen is exceptionally talented at fishing? Hey, Su Chen, if you're really that good, how about this? Catch me 2 big fish and I'll let you off today. As Su Chen appeared, these people began to mock him with cold sarcasm. After all, no one would look up to a non-combat, life skills class player. That was the stark reality. Besides, these guys had grown accustomed to bullying others while tagging along with Chen Gang. Unless they encountered someone truly important, someone like Su Chen, a nobody. Crushing him would be easier than squashing an ant. Yet, faced with their scornful taunts, Su Chen paid them no mind. Because, in Su Chen's eyes at that moment, were no longer mere fools courting their own demise. They were all dead men walking. He despised nothing more than those who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If these people only bullied adults, that might be tolerable. But to bully children, orphans at that. This crossed Su Chen's absolute line. Such people absolutely must not be allowed to remain in this world. They must be dealt with completely. Otherwise, how could Su Chen still call himself a professional? Is this orphanage the one you intend to tear down? Su Chen stepped before Chen Gang and spoke coldly. Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Chen Gang looked at him with utter contempt. Clearly, Chen Gang held no respect whatsoever for Su Chen. Fine. You're a decent man, a real man. Since that's the case, I'll make sure you suffer more painfully when the time comes. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Gang froze for a moment before breaking into a cold laugh. Fine, kid. You're arrogant and bold. I actually admire that about you. But you said you'd make my death quick? Are you sure? Chapter 54, Why did the moon turn red? Chen Gang was, after all, a level 40 professional. How could he be intimidated by some unknown upstart like Su Chen? Of course, Chen Gang's usual arrogance and tyranny had blinded him to the fact that Su Chen was the real big shot. Without a second thought, he swung a punch straight at Su Chen. Chen Gang's fist moved with blinding speed and terrifying force. The punch was infused with fire elemental energy. As a warrior, his iron fist skill was his signature move. While it wasn't particularly formidable beyond hardening his fists to steel-like toughness, it must be said that he was, after all, a level 40 warrior. This single punch was more than enough to take Su Chen down. Steel fist. Su Chen paid no heed to Chen Gang's attack. Whether it was due to the substantial stat boosts gained from dungeon progression, he remained remarkably composed in the face of Chen Gang's assault. Though Chen Gang's skill was powerful and forceful, by the time it neared Su Chen had already deftly sidestepped. Then, his right hand clenched into a fist and delivered a vicious punch straight to Chen Gang's chest. Chen Gang immediately recoiled in pain, sent flying backward. Not bad, not bad. While this punch isn't quite on par with those SSS tier moves, it's still quite formidable. Su Chen was thoroughly satisfied with his current strength. It must be said that through this instance upgrade, Su Chen's strength had increased significantly. Brother! Brother! Are you okay, brother? Big brother, how are you holding up? A group of henchmen rushed over to help Chen Gang to his feet. You little bastard. No honor in combat, ambushing me? I got careless and didn't dodge. Su Chen, aren't you supposed to be classless? How come you have class skills? Chen Gang was clearly puzzled. Though he wasn't very familiar with Su Chen, he knew a thing or two about professionals like him. After all, he was quite well connected in the capital. After all, he was a well-connected figure in the capital. But he truly hadn't expected someone without a class to be able to use class skills. What was going on? Although Su Chen's earlier move had landed a painful blow on him. But to say it had actually injured him? That was far from the case. After all, he was a level 40 warrior, and his gear offered protection. It wouldn't be easy to injure him with a single punch. Therefore, Su Chen's punch hadn't posed much of a threat to him. What puzzled him was why Su Chen hadn't been knocked out by his own punch. Instead, the kid had turned around and landed a punch on him. Well, I've certainly seen it all now. Hey, you guys are all wimps, aren't you? Didn't you see me get hit? Are you even still with me? Have you been freeloading all this time? Go! Chen Gang looked around at his henchmen. Losing face in front of his own men naturally made Chen Gang furious. He unleashed all his pent-up rage on his men. Get them! Beat the crap out of them! Yes, boss! Seeing their boss lose his temper, the thugs dared not delay. One by one, they charged forward, surrounding Su Chen. Chop this kid into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs. This time, Chen Gang had learned his lesson. He finally understood what Su Chen was all about. This guy was a hidden ace. Don't let his lifestyle profession fool you, he's seriously skilled. He wasn't about to be a fool and charge in to get beaten up again. He'd just have his men gang up on him. Chen Gang refused to believe this guy could fly away amidst his entire crew. Kid, you hit our boss? You're dead meat. Chen Gang's men drew their weapons one by one, surrounding Su Chen and hurling insults at him. These bullies had no shortage of experience picking on others. Now, each of them was ready to teach him a lesson. In the eyes of these thugs, Su Chen was nothing more than a lamb led to the slaughter. He held no value whatsoever. But at that very moment, Sharingan! Su Chen abruptly opened his left eye, instantly activating the Sharingan. In an instant, the originally pitch-black pupil of Su Chen's left eye turned blood red. His pupil instantly transformed into a crimson Magatama. The Magatama began spinning rapidly. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3. Ultimately, 3 Magatama rebuilt a completely new pupil. At the same time, the thugs present couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Above them, the moon suddenly turned blood red. In an instant, the entire orphanage was engulfed in this crimson glow. It was utterly eerie. Su Chen, who had been surrounded by the thugs moments before, had vanished without a trace. What the hell is going on? Are we seeing ghosts? Holy, why did it suddenly get dark? The moon's out? Damn it, this is freaky. Why is that moon blood red? Boss, did we run into something nasty? Holy, that's a blood moon. A bloody hell, why's there a blood moon over the capital? Everyone stared in solemn disbelief at the unfolding changes. The onlookers nearby were so stunned by this bizarre phenomenon they couldn't utter a word. Faced with such an eerie scene, not a single person dared to make a move at that moment. Instead, they all stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. Where'd he go? How did he just vanish? Chen Gang was utterly bewildered. The kid had simply vanished. Even the menacing thug stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Look! There's someone flying on the moon. Hearing this, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. They all looked up to see someone actually flying. What on earth was going on? Could the moon actually carry people? This was utterly absurd. And now, upon the blood-red moon, a human figure stood right in the center. That figure looks just like that kid Su Chen. At that moment, Chen Gang's heart was pounding like crazy. He was no stranger to such things. But something like this? He'd truly never seen it before. Of course, this certainly couldn't be blamed on Chen Gang. The main reason was that no one else had ever seen Su Chen like this before either. Who could have known something like the Sharingan even existed? Anyone would be overwhelmed. Besides, ever since Chen Gang made his fortune, he'd been living it up in the capital, eating, drinking, and enjoying the good life. Who would even think of leaving the city to hunt monsters? Add to that the fact that Su Chen's Sharingan itself wasn't even from this world. Naturally, it terrified someone like Chen Gang. Boss, that kid's up there. The moment the Sharingan appeared on the figure, Chen Gang's henchmen all froze in stunned silence. As if they'd witnessed something they shouldn't have seen. Chapter 55, Grandpa Su, please spare me. At that moment, the thugs suddenly seemed to go mad. Each of them warily eyed the person beside them. The reason for their behavior was entirely due to their startling discovery. Everyone around them had transformed into Su Chen's likeness. "Ah, so it was you, you little bastard. Take him out, the boss promised to split the money with us. Take out Su Chen." One by one, the thugs on the scene shouted orders to kill their own companions. To everyone's eyes, the people beside them were none other than those thugs. Thus, these thugs unleashed their skills one after another. Fireball. Whirlwind. Palm thunder. Under Chen Gang's horrified gaze, his henchmen all turned their attacks on their own men. And each strike was more brutal than the last. "What the hell are you doing? Have you all lost your minds?" Watching his thugs unleash skills indiscriminately, Chen Gang was now utterly horrified. He couldn't fathom what Su Chen had done to his men. Why were his men behaving this way? And most crucially, these enforcers were now frantically unleashing their skills on their own comrades. Watching his enforcers get injured one after another, Chen Gang's panic grew by the second. What the hell is going on? What the hell are you doing? The onlookers were equally bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Aren't these guys Chen Gang's men? Why are they suddenly attacking each other? Could it be that they've been fighting over the spoils all along, and now they're taking advantage of this chance to attack each other? Seems possible to me. Holy crap, this is too terrifying. My mom's calling me home for dinner. By now, the onlookers surrounding the orphanage had all been frozen in shock by the scene before them. They all wanted to leave, unwilling to watch the spectacle. Yet they found themselves unable to move. Only a minute had passed, yet to them, it felt like an eternity in hell. Holy crap, that's disgusting. Once everything around them finally returned to normal, the ground was littered with severed limbs from the thugs. The ground was drenched in bright red blood. At the sight, those with weaker stomachs among the onlookers vomited on the spot. Their eyes were filled with utter terror. The moon remained unchanged, bearing no resemblance to its earlier blood-red appearance. Su Chen remained Su Chen, standing before the crowd with a smile on his face. His entire demeanor radiated an indescribable eeriness. He gave off the feeling that he wasn't human at all, but a devil who killed without batting an eye. At that moment, Chen Gang looked at Su Chen before him, the initial contempt gone. Instead, terror gripped him. His finger trembled violently as he pointed at Su Chen. "Ghost! Ghost! He's a demon! Everyone, run!" Chen Gang was utterly terrified by Su Chen. He could never have imagined such a supernatural phenomenon existed in this world. Chen Gang had intended to flee, but for some reason, his legs gave way and he collapsed onto the ground. At the same time, that foul stench wafted up from his crotch. He couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Just a minute ago, he had been a formidable boss. But within minutes, all his men were gone. He himself had become a coward who wet his pants in public. The worst part was, Chen Gang still had no idea what had just happened. Who could he turn to for justice? In his eyes, everything that had just transpired had long since exceeded his comprehension. Still, Chen Gang had seen his share of storms over the years. Therefore, he forced himself to overcome his fear and approached Su Chen. "Brother Su Chen, I failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. I was blinded by greed. I'm no better than a beast. Please forgive my transgression. I will not demolish the orphanage and I will pay every penny of compensation owed. Brother Su Chen, spare me. I swear, if you let me go today, I promise to stay far away from that orphanage forever and never show my face before you again." Chen Gang had steeled himself as much as possible to appear strong and composed. After all, if he offended Su Chen now, his death was certain. He had no doubt about that. Yet, faced with this situation, Su Chen had no intention of sparing him. "I told you you'll experience the most agonizing death." "What? Did you think I was joking?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Gang collapsed onto the ground. Clearly, he had realized the fate awaiting him. At that moment, Su Chen looked at Chen Gang with utter contempt. "Weren't you acting so tough just now? Didn't you think you were so great? What, you've gone quiet now? But it doesn't matter. I promise you'll die quickly. It won't be too painful." After speaking, Su Chen glanced at Lin. The girl was trembling in fear. Lin Xiaoye, however, was shielding her. Witnessing this scene only intensified Su Chen's desire to kill Chen Gang. His body involuntarily erupted with a powerful aura. The immense pressure sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. In their eyes, Su Chen resembled a primordial beast. His entire being radiated murderous intent and malevolence. "Brother Su Chen, no, father, no, grandfather Su, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me, grandfather Su. I'll compensate you tenfold compensation. Just let me go, and I'll renovate the orphanage myself. All future expenses will be covered by me alone. I have 10 million here. I'll give it all to you. I'll give it all to you. I beg you, Grandpa Su, please spare me, Grandpa Su." Chen Gang no longer possessed the composure and nonchalance he had displayed earlier. Now, driven purely by the desperation to survive, he revealed a side of himself that was utterly repulsive. Chen Gang removed his storage ring and handed it over to Su Chen with both hands. He knew Su Chen was motivated by the orphanage incident, so Chen Gang hurried to declare his intentions. At this moment, words were useless. Making his stance clear was paramount. If one didn't even declare their stance, one wouldn't even know how they'd meet their end. The main thing was that the power Su Chen had just displayed was truly spine-chilling. Such terrifying power is simply beyond what ordinary professionals can possess. Though he didn't know exactly what kind of power Su Chen had acquired. But one thing was crystal clear to Chen Gang. Su Chen's abilities would make killing him an absolute breeze. Therefore, Chen Gang could no longer afford to worry about his pride. When his very life was on the line, what did dignity matter? First, beg for mercy. After begging, then worry about the rest. Chapter 56, Su Chen, you've gone off the rails again? Yet, as Su Chen looked at Chen Gang before him, a cold sneer formed in his mind. He turned to Lin Xiaoye, his eyes asking for her understanding. Lin Xiaoye understood Su Chen's meaning. She said coldly, Brother Su, the orphanage is my life. I cannot lose my life. Hearing this, Su Chen understood her meaning perfectly. Lin Xiaoye was determined to see Chen Gang dead. Of course, Su Chen had no intention of letting Chen Gang live either. But everything still depended on Lin Xiaoye. After all, the orphanage was tied to her. Su Chen had come today for his own teammate. If his teammates were willing to spare Chen Gang, then he could too. After all, this was the capital city. Killing a professional on a whim. The repercussions would certainly be unfavorable. Though he wasn't afraid of anyone seeking revenge. But casually eliminating a professional would still lead to troublesome consequences. Therefore, Su Chen naturally had no desire to do so. But now that Lin Xiaoye had spoken, Su Chen saw no reason to hold back. Chen Gang, you really are being foolish. Su Chen took the storage ring from him. Chen Gang's heart leapt with joy upon seeing Su Chen accept his storage ring. He thought Su Chen was going to let him off the hook. Grandpa Su, rest assured. Today I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. I'll pay for the kindergarten's renovation as soon as I return. From now on, I'll cover all the kindergarten's expenses. Chen Gang hastily pledged his loyalty. Su Chen, however, shook his head with a cold smile. You really are as foolish as you seem. Ha? Chen Gang looked at Su Chen, utterly confused. Kill you? Your money would still be mine anyway, wouldn't it? The words had barely left his mouth. The Sharingan activated once more. Amaterasu. Su Chen's Sharingan spun wildly. Waves of malevolent energy surged from his body, amplified by the lingering power of the previous Tsukuyami world. Su Chen now resembled a living hellish demon. Grandpa Su. Su. Before Chen Gang could finish his words, his entire body was engulfed in raging flames. The pale blue flames instantly consumed him alive. In his final moments, Chen Gang's eyes locked onto Su Chen, his mouth slightly agape as if struggling to speak. But clearly, his body could no longer support him to utter a single word. The pale blue flames lasted only a few seconds. To Chen Gang, however, it felt like an eternity. In the end, he was reduced to ashes by the raging inferno. Oof. This is what happens to those who provoke my teammates, Su Chen said coldly. Then, Su Chen turned his gaze to the scattered limbs and broken arms of the thugs on the ground. The flames flared up once more. Soon, everything was reduced to ashes. Well, everyone, the show's over. Why don't you all leave? Are you planning to follow their example? Su Chen sneered at the onlookers. Impressive, impressive. Mr. Su Chen, you're truly the orphanage's savior. We were just about to offer our help. Yes, our abilities are too weak to be of any use. Please don't hold it against us, Mr. Su Chen. All right, we'll leave immediately. We'll leave right now. At that moment, the onlookers scattered in a panic, scrambling to leave. To be honest, they genuinely didn't want to linger here another minute. Because Su Chen's appearance had finally shown them what true eeriness felt like. How did he manage to unleash such a skill? He wasn't human at all. And clearly, those flames weren't a skill ordinary people could possess. Wait, is this guy even human? Or had he been hiding his true strength all along? Is he only showing his hand now because he has no other choice? Regardless of the truth behind it all. Since Su Chen wasn't attacking them now, they naturally had to get out of there fast. Who would have thought this orphanage had such powerful backers? They could summon such formidable professionals. Who would dare touch this orphanage again? As for those who had planned to take advantage of the orphanage's forced demolition to stir up trouble, had now abandoned such notions. Take advantage of the chaos? Get out of here fast before you get burned. The crowd dispersed at an astonishing speed. Su Chen hadn't expected the onlookers to disperse so swiftly. Some practically wished their parents had given them extra legs. To escape the clutches of Su Chen, that merciless demon who killed without batting an eye. That would be a blessing beyond measure. Director Li. Once everyone had left, Lin Xiaoye hurried over to Director Li. Are you alright, Director Li? Lin Xiaoye asked anxiously. Director Li waved her hand and struggled to her feet. I'm fine. Xiaoye, thank you and your friends. If it weren't for you, Su Chen, and Helin, the orphanage would have faced unimaginable consequences today, Director Lee said. Though severely injured, Director Lee was, after all, a professional. With time to recover, he would naturally heal gradually. However, Chen Gang and his men had truly been ruthless in their attack. Therefore, it would still require a considerable amount of time for him to fully recover. Director Lee, take this medicine. It'll help you recover. Su Chen promptly handed Director Lee a pill. He had purchased it earlier through the trading house. Once ingested, the pill proved remarkably effective. Director Lee accepted the pill and promptly placed it in his mouth. Lin Xiaoye finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Director Lee swallow the pill. Director, are you feeling better? Much better. After swallowing the pill, Director Lee's complexion visibly improved. This pill truly worked instantly. Now, Xiaoyu, who exactly is this friend of yours? How could he be so extraordinary? I've never seen such miraculous skills before. Director Lee was also quite impressed by Su Chen. Mainly, the power he displayed was simply too terrifying. Also, I know about that pill earlier. At the Huaxia trading house, they're at least 50,000 each, right? Hearing the price, Lin Xiaoye herself looked stunned. A pill costing 50,000 yuan was absolutely not cheap for practitioners. She never imagined Su Chen could afford pills costing 50,000 each. And he could casually give one to Dean Li like that. Looks like this guy struck it rich again. She had to hurry and catch up, leveling up diligently. Strive to strike it rich myself. Su Chen grinned cheerfully at that moment. Director Lee, this is just an ordinary skill. Now that it's fixed, focus on recovering. As for the orphanage, don't worry about those people coming to demolish it. Lin Xiaoye quickly added, Director Lee, rest assured. With Su Chen here, no one dares to bully our orphanage. Trust me. Only then did Director Lee nod. On behalf of the children at the orphanage, I thank you and Mr. Su Chen. Chapter 57, The Orphanage Has Me Now. Director Lee then thanked Helin for stepping up at the critical moment. Though Helin was also a professional, her abilities were admittedly quite weak. Receiving such gratitude from Director Lee, she felt a bit embarrassed. Director Lee, it was simply my duty. After speaking, Helin turned to look at Su Chen, her cheeks flushing slightly. Thank you, Mr. Su Chen. If you hadn't appeared in time today, the orphanage might have. Helin now found it difficult to look at Su Chen. In terms of age, she was 2 years older than Su Chen. But in truth, the strength Su Chen had just displayed was enough to earn her profound respect. After all, in an era where strength reigns supreme, power is the ultimate measure of a person's worth. Moreover, throughout history, beauties have always been drawn to heroes. Under these circumstances, coupled with Su Chen's display of ultimate boyfriend material, it was undeniable that Helin's heart was now racing wildly for Su Chen. You flatter me. I was just helping out along the way. If you want to thank anyone, thank Lin Xiaoye. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Only then did Lin Xiaoye speak up, Brother Su Chen, I never knew you had this kind of skill. Is it because you successfully changed jobs? Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. He'd been struggling to find an excuse to explain it clearly. Her question came at just the right moment. He immediately nodded. Yes, it's precisely because I successfully changed jobs that I gained this skill. I'm now an elite angler. Upon learning of Su Chen's successful job change, Lin Xiaoye genuinely felt happy for him from the bottom of her heart. So now that you have such an amazing skill, Brother Su Chen, won't you be unrivaled? Don't be silly. Your big brother Su Chen still needs to keep a low profile. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, a group of children ran over and gathered around him. Seeing these little ones, Su Chen couldn't help but smile warmly. Truth be told, these orphans who'd grown up lacking affection were truly endearing. Besides, Su Chen genuinely liked children. Surrounded by this lively crowd, Su Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Big brother, you're so amazing. Will I be as strong as you someday? I'm going to be just like you someday and defeat all the bad guys too. Seeing these innocent, adorable children, Su Chen couldn't help but feel deeply happy inside. Then you must eat well. When you grow up, train diligently and strive to awaken as powerful professionals. That way, you'll be able to help more people in need and protect those you wish to safeguard. Hearing the children's words, Su Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Regardless, he was willing to give these children hope. Oh, I almost forgot something. Su Chen then handed Chen Gang's storage ring to Helin. Miss Helin, this is the successful storage ring from earlier. I've already checked its contents. There's a total of 10 million in cash. You and the director should take this money and use it for the orphanage and the children. As for the remaining equipment and materials, take them to the trading house and sell them gradually. There's no need to rush. The contents of this ring will be sufficient to sustain the orphanage's operations. At least for the next 2 years, you won't have to worry about any unforeseen circumstances. Su Chen finished speaking and thrust the storage ring into Helin's hands. Helin was taken aback. 10 million. Director Lee, this. Before Director Lee could respond, Su Chen cut in, Miss He, there's no need to refuse. This is my small contribution to the orphanage, my gesture of goodwill. Surely the orphanage wouldn't refuse my goodwill? Hearing Su Chen's words, Helin nodded in understanding. I see. Then, on behalf of everyone at the orphanage, I thank you. Given Su Chen's kindness, there was no need for Helin to refuse. Since matters had reached this point, what more was there to say? She accepted it graciously, anything less would have been beneath her dignity. Su Chen continued, Xiaoye, I have other matters to attend to. Please take good care of the orphanage, the children, and Director Li. Put your energy into that. Don't worry about the money. I'll secure more funds for the orphanage later. Don't worry about it. Get the children some good food. Help them build up their strength, understand? Lin Xiaoye nodded upon hearing this. Brother Su, you're a good man. Ah, this little girl, why is she cursing me? After saying his goodbyes to Director Li and the children. Then he turned and left the orphanage. After all, the matter with Chen Gang had been settled. In his view, no one would dare cause trouble for the orphanage for a while. Besides, if anyone still dared to cause trouble, well, there was always Su Chen. Watching Su Chen depart, Director Li, Helin, and Xiaoyu all felt a new sense of security wash over them. With Su Chen's help, the orphanage wouldn't have to fear being bullied anymore. Moreover, because of Su Chen's exemplary conduct, the children at the orphanage would look up to him as a role model. They would aspire to become great heroes like Su Chen, taking him as their role model. Soon, Su Chen returned to his own home. He was just about to contact manager Zhao to schedule a VIP transaction for 3 days later. After all, the orphanage needed money now. He was also willing to secure substantial funding for the orphanage. But before he could even take out his phone, the roar of a car engine echoed outside the door. Su Chen found it odd. Although the house he lived in was also in the city center, car noise wasn't entirely unusual. But at this hour, a car suddenly pulling up right outside his apartment building? It piqued his curiosity. Could it be because of Zhou Peng? That couldn't be. Even if the Zhou family investigated, it was unlikely they'd trace it back to him. He hadn't left any clues behind. Besides, even if the Zhou family did find out, so what? If they dared come after him, my Sharingan will show them. Forget it. Worrying won't help. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If anyone from the Zhou family comes looking for trouble, I'll just slaughter them all. Knock knock knock. Who's there? Su Chen asked warily. He hadn't expected the visitor to actually be looking for him. Su Chen, right? It's me, Chen Wenna from the Security Bureau. Hearing it was Chen Wenna, Su Chen paused in surprise. But he opened the door anyway. There stood Chen Wenna, smiling cheerfully at the doorway. Miss Chen, what brings you here? Is something wrong? Chen Wenna replied cheerfully, you're such a busy bee, hard to track down. I've been looking for you all day. Finally caught up with you. Well, aren't you going to invite us in for a seat? Chen Wenna spoke while glancing at Su Chen. Chapter 58, The Professional Association's Invitation. Su Chen quickly ushered Chen Wenna and the few State Security Bureau agents inside. I never imagined your place would be so nice, Su Chen. Looks like you didn't skimp on this apartment. Hearing Chen Wenna's teasing remark, Su Chen smiled faintly. I got some pretty good loot from running dungeons recently, so I upgraded my place. Chen Wenna didn't find anything amiss in his explanation. After all, she had witnessed his prowess firsthand. With his level of skill, living in such a place was perfectly reasonable. After parting ways with Su Chen earlier, Chen Wenna had immediately returned to investigate every detail about him. She then reported her findings to Yi Zizhou. Meanwhile, Yi Zizhou had also invited Long Hui, the head of the Imperial Capital Professionals Association, to discuss the destruction of the 2 major dungeon realms. Upon hearing Chen Wenna's report, Yi Zizhou and Long Hui's initial reaction wasn't anger. Instead, they were filled with curiosity about Su Chen. Such a young man, a newly awakened professional, and one specializing in life skills at that. How could he possess such formidable combat prowess? Destroying a secret realm instance was no ordinary feat for a professional. But considering the peculiar circumstances of the previous incident, Yi Zizhou himself felt it would be awkward for him to step forward. Therefore, he asked Long Hui to make initial contact with Su Chen first, to gauge his true intentions. At the time, Chen Wenna had even patted her chest, insisting Su Chen would reach out to her proactively. After all, she represented the Security Bureau. Unfortunately, Su Chen never reached out to her. As a result, time slipped away, and several days passed. With no other choice, Chen Wenna had to steel herself and approach Su Chen. Yi Zizhou's words had really gotten to her. If Su Chen truly was a genius among geniuses, it should be the Security Bureau begging him, not the other way around. Chen Wenna was struck by Yi Zizhou's words, suddenly seeing the truth clearly. Indeed, such a prodigy would undoubtedly attract countless people eager to curry favor and get close. Sitting at home waiting? That would be like waiting for rabbits to come to you. Thus, through the Security Bureau's intelligence network, Chen Wenna finally tracked down Su Chen's current address. To her surprise, Su Chen's residence was actually not far from the Security Bureau. This fact left her somewhat incredulous. Still, it made sense for such a prodigious genius to reside in such a luxurious apartment. He couldn't very well sleep on the streets, could he? Once she confirmed the address, Chen Wenna immediately set out to find Su Chen. If brother Su Chen is willing, the villa district in the capital city is actually quite nice. I can arrange something for brother Su Chen, Chen Wenna said cheerfully. Su Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. Thank you, Miss Chen. It's just a place to stay, and I'm perfectly satisfied here. No need for that. With his system at his disposal, Su Chen had no worries about making money. He wasn't worried about not being able to make a fortune. Under these circumstances, Chen Wenna's offer to help him secure a villa in the exclusive neighborhood. That was truly unnecessary. Unless he wanted to live in a villa but couldn't afford it, that would indeed be a real hassle. But Su Chen had no such desire. And if he wanted to, he could buy a villa right now. So this wasn't a difficult matter at all. Thus, Su Chen couldn't understand why Chen Wenna would bring this up. He suspected the security bureau was trying to win him over. But for him, it simply wasn't worth the trouble. With his current capabilities, his future prospects were boundless. Given that, what was there to worry about? At this point, he couldn't care less about anyone's opinion. Young brother Su Chen is indeed low-key. I misunderstood, Chen Wenna said cheerfully. She was somewhat surprised by Su Chen's words. This young professional appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old. Yet his mindset was remarkably mature. To possess such insights at his age was truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. This only piqued her interest in Su Chen even more. Young man, since we're practically friends now, I'll be completely honest with you this time. I'm here to invite you to join our professional association. I was rash before, thinking that if I gave you 6 ways to contact me, you'd surely reach out. But after reflecting these past few days, I realize I was wrong. A prodigy like you, young man, deserves for me to reach out proactively. Our professional association desperately needs young talents like you. If you join us, it would be a tremendous boon to our organization. Having said that, Chen Wenna turned her gaze toward Su Chen. It must be said, Chen Wenna possessed an exceptionally proud personality. She was not only stunningly beautiful but also an academic prodigy. From childhood onward, she had always been someone who looked down on others. Not only did she hold a position in the security bureau at such a young age, but she was also the vice president of the professional association. With such credentials, handing Su Chen a business card would be a significant concession on her part. And behind her stood the prestigious professional association. How could Su Chen not want to join? If not for Yi Zizhou and Long Hui bringing him back to reality, he might have continued waiting arrogantly for Su Chen to call. A professional capable of destroying 2 major secret realm dungeons. Why would he proactively seek to join the professional association? Powerful factions would be lining up to recruit him, he wouldn't have to lift a finger. The professional association? Su Chen heard the name and nodded. All right. Chen Wenna had been worried Su Chen might refuse, as the association likely held little appeal for him. But to her surprise, he agreed immediately. This outcome genuinely surprised Chen Wenna. What she didn't know was that this was precisely one step in Su Chen's own plan. It was mainly because of Zhou Peng. After eliminating Zhou Peng, Su Chen had been contemplating whether to join a powerful faction. Only then could he secure crucial support when it mattered most. Though he possessed a system, formidable weapons and equipment, and a high level of power. But going it alone in this world, achieving anything meaningful was truly harder than climbing to the heavens. This was precisely why Su Chen had directly invited Lin Xiaoye to become his teammate. Then there was his girlfriend, Lu Rushuang. Ultimately, in this world where everyone is a target, individual strength matters little. But when it came down to teamwork, individual strength becomes utterly insignificant. Unless Su Chen possessed the power to single-handedly destroy an entire planet. Otherwise, he'd be better off joining an organization. That way, when the moment comes, he'll have a powerful backing to rely on. Chen Wenna's invitation was precisely what Su Chen had been hoping for. Chapter 59, You agreed so quickly? With a powerful organization, trustworthy allies, and his own formidable strength. With these 3 pillars supporting him, Su Chen could rest easy. Moreover, his nature was decisive and ruthless, he never accepted losses. Therefore, from the moment he killed Zhou Peng during their confrontation, Su Chen had already been compelled to seek out an organization to support him. Otherwise, the Zhou family would inevitably trace the investigation back to him. When the Zhou family came knocking, who could predict the outcome? Moreover, while the Zhou family wasn't among the top-tier clans, they were far from insignificant in the imperial capital. They possessed connections, resources, and considerable wealth. Who could say whether some far more powerful professional might be hired to avenge the Zhous? That outcome was entirely plausible. That's precisely why Su Chen needed the backing of a powerful organization. It would give him the confidence he lacked. As the governing body overseeing all mercenaries, it was his best option at present. Really? Chen Wenna stared at Su Chen in disbelief. You just agreed like that? No second thoughts? No reconsideration? Hearing Chen Wen's words and seeing the astonishment in her eyes, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. So, Miss Chen, do you actually want me to join the professional association? Or not? You came to invite me, and I've already agreed. Why does it feel like Miss Chen isn't happy about it? Su Chen said, looking at her. No, no. Chen Wen hastily waved her hands. Of course I agree wholeheartedly. I'm very welcoming. It's just, I thought Mr. Su might decline. After all, coming to see you today was rather presumptuous of me. But it's truly wonderful that you agreed, Mr. Su. Chen Wen nodded happily as she spoke. Of course, I'm also honored to join the professional association, Su Chen replied. At that moment, besides feeling thrilled and delighted, Chen Wen also felt a bit puzzled. This Su Chen was truly peculiar. Why did every decision he made feel so impulsive? Yet he always seemed to make the right call? He agreed so easily? Without even mentioning any conditions? For someone of his caliber as a super genius, countless major factions would be clamoring to recruit him. The Professional Association is undoubtedly one of the top organizations in the imperial capital. But to recruit such a prodigy, they'd have to pay a price. Yet Su Chen asked for nothing and agreed just like that. It was truly hard to believe. This situation was highly unusual. Mr. Su Chen, I must ask one last time, are you genuinely joining us? Theoretically, Chen Wen was several years older than Su Chen, so she naturally handled matters with far greater composure. But most importantly, Chen Wen possessed her own pride. In everything she did, she relied on her own experience. She was far more capable than a youngster like Su Chen. That's why she asked again. Miss Chen, I've already stated that I agree to join the professional association, it's just that your association hadn't extended an invitation before. Now that your association has extended an invitation today, and I have long admired the Professional Practitioners Association, isn't this a perfect mutual pursuit? Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Wen finally felt at ease. Alright, brother Su Chen. Since you've made your decision, then it's settled. Su Chen nodded silently. But inwardly, he was stunned by Chen Wen's breathtaking figure. Miss Chen was truly a top-tier beauty. Both her looks and figure were first-rate. Even compared to Lu Ruxiang, she held her own. Such a woman, so close to him. As a normal man, how could Su Chen possibly resist? However, having lived 2 lifetimes, Su Chen wasn't quite so impatient. Though he was a young man brimming with vigor now, his psychological maturity was quite advanced. He could maintain his composure around Chen Wen without batting an eyelid. Alright, brother Su Chen, welcome aboard. We're colleagues now. Should we process your membership now, or at some other time? Chen Wen had completely abandoned any thoughts of testing Su Chen. Since he agreed so readily, there was no need to continue probing. At the same time, her curiosity about this young man grew even stronger. But joining the association first was the priority. That was better than anything else. Then let's do it today. We'll go right now. The sooner she joined the professional association, the sooner she could find peace of mind. Chen Wen immediately took Su Chen to the professional association. The group headed toward the professional association with Su Chen in tow. In the car, Chen Wen asked curiously. Su Chen, I'm curious, why did you agree to join the professional association so readily, without any hesitation? I'm certainly very welcome, but I'm just curious, had you already planned to join? In the car, Chen Wen stared at Su Chen with genuine curiosity. She was genuinely intrigued. After all, recruiting Su Chen had been surprisingly effortless. This mission had gone far smoother than expected. Before coming, she'd braced herself for Su Chen to demand an exorbitant price. But unexpectedly, he had nothing to offer. She merely mentioned it, and he agreed to join. It was truly astonishing. The Imperial Capital Practitioners Association, practically every practitioner knows about it. I've read about your association in books before. Joining is a good thing, it's better than going it alone. Su Chen explained with a faint smile. That's excellent. Let me take this opportunity to properly introduce you to the inner workings of the Professional Association. The Professional Association is the largest civilian guild organization in our nation of Huaxia, boasting the most numerous and powerful professionals. Moreover, every city across the entire nation has a branch of the association. Within mighty China, major guilds, alliances, and factions are countless. But the Professional Association has always held an exceptionally high status, despite the presence of many other major powers. The Professional Association, however, possesses official backing. Therefore, the Professional Association commands the largest pool of professional resources in China. Anyone who joins the Professional Association can easily obtain all kinds of materials, equipment, and other resources they need. Elemental materials are also readily available. With the nation's approval, items of the same grade within the guild are significantly cheaper than those found on the open market. Moreover, the association operates a contribution point system. The more you contribute to the association, the more contribution points you earn. Contribution points can be exchanged for any goods within the guild. Essentially, contribution points function as the internal currency circulating within the professional guild. Chapter 60: The Benefits of Joining a Guild. To earn contribution points, you need to enter designated dungeons or complete specific hunting quests issued by the guild. Of course, guilds also post other tasks, like hunting down red-named adventurers, which also grant contribution points. The more you do for the guild, the more contribution points you'll earn. Additionally, upon joining the professional guild, members gain a hidden advantage: access to the guild's attribute buffs. This is arguably the guild's unique advantage. While other factions may offer attribute bonuses to adventurers, but compared to the professional association, they fall far short. That's precisely why most professionals choose to join the professional association. Chen Wenna earnestly explained all the details about the professional association to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Miss Chen. While Su Chen had already acquired considerable knowledge on these matters, the original host possessed even deeper insights into the Guild of Professionals. In fact, the original body even knew about Long Hui, the head of the association. After all, Long Hui could be considered the most powerful figure within the entire Huaxia nation's professional association. He enjoyed immense renown throughout the entire nation. Moreover, Long Hui's abilities were undeniably formidable. Since becoming president, he had elevated the association to new heights. Numerous powerful professionals have been recruited under his banner. Beyond the president, Long Hui, there are 5 vice presidents beneath him, with Chen Wenna being one of them. Of course, that's how Chen Wenna describes herself. By the way, Su Chen, do you know who the most powerful professionals in the imperial capital are right now? Suddenly, Chen Wenna turned to Su Chen with curiosity in her eyes. Su Chen froze for a moment, then shook his head blankly. I honestly have no idea. He genuinely didn't know. The strongest combatants in the imperial capital were numerous. He hadn't encountered them personally, nor had he fought against them. How could he possibly know who was strong and who wasn't? The imperial capital has 7 top-tier professionals. But it said all 7 suffered heavy losses recently during the last incident where a dungeon was destroyed. They suffered heavy losses at the hands of a mysterious figure. I heard from the guild leader that this mysterious figure is incredibly powerful. Not only is their combat prowess astonishing, but their weapon is also unlike anything we've ever seen. With just one move, he wiped them out before they could even retaliate. I've always called this person the top professional in Huaxia. Chen Wenna blinked and looked at Su Chen. She hoped to catch a glimpse of something in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen, however, looked at Chen Wenna with slight astonishment. Is this true? I've never heard anything like it before. No wonder I heard rumors about a level 50 dungeon disappearing from the city. I thought it was a joke, Su Chen remarked. Su Chen knew full well about this incident and understood Chen Wenna was trying to draw information from him. That dungeon had been eliminated by none other than Su Chen himself. How could he not be aware? But he certainly couldn't admit to it. He had no idea why Chen Wenna was trying to draw him out. But since she was from the security bureau, she naturally had ways to investigate. Still, the fact that she was merely fishing for information proved the security bureau lacked any concrete evidence, proving that the destruction of these 2 dungeon copies was related to him. Therefore, he chose to play dumb. After all, as long as he didn't admit anything or said nothing at all, there was no way they could uncover anything. Everyone who knew about this matter was already dead. So what was there for him to worry about? In short, Su Chen's current strength was nowhere near sufficient to admit to this matter. Thus, until his strength reached a level he deemed sufficient, he absolutely could not expose it. He was also well aware that the professional association he had joined, after all, had official backing. In other words, from this point forward, Su Chen could no longer allow such a major incident to occur in the imperial capital. Otherwise, the security bureau has already begun to suspect him. Should another incident occur, the security bureau would undoubtedly uncover the truth next time. Fortunately, Su Chen had not only strengthened his abilities but also advanced in rank. Most crucially, he now wields divine weapons like the Xian Yuan sword and the golden chain mail. As for skills, he possessed a game-breaking ability like the Sharingan. Whether it was physical attacks or magical assaults. In every respect, as long as Su Chen didn't act recklessly, he had little to worry about. Just then, the car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the professional association. Stepping out, a magnificent skyscraper stood before them. This was the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Professionals Association. Come on, I'll take you to register, Chen Wenna said. With that, she motioned for Su Chen to enter. In truth, Chen Wenna was already certain in her mind that Su Chen was connected to the destruction of those 2 major secret realms. But she chose not to pursue it further. Frankly speaking, someone capable of directly destroying 2 major secret realm instances. If Chen Wenna truly pursued the matter, it would become extremely serious. First off, Su Chen's power far surpassed anything Chen Wenna could match. If he were pushed to the brink, could she even guarantee her own safety? Second, Chen Wenna had no evidence. She knows it was Su Chen, and she knows only he could have done it. But she had no proof. You can't just make baseless accusations that Su Chen did it, can you? If you anger Su Chen, and other factions catch wind of it, With just a few words of provocation, Su Chen might just switch allegiances. The duck that was about to be yours flies right away. It's that simple. Therefore, in Chen Wen's view, since it hadn't caused any serious consequences, there was no need to pursue it further. What's done is done. As for any future investigations from higher-ups, Chen Wen would simply pass it on to Director Yi Zizhou of the Security Bureau and Chairman Long Wei. Let them handle it. She couldn't be bothered to investigate herself. Looks like Chen Wen has swayed the professional named Su Chen. 50th floor, Professional Association Headquarters Building. Yi Zizhou and Chairman Long Wei, who had received the news early, had been waiting in the office for quite some time. It wasn't that Su Chen held much sway. Rather, both men wanted to see for themselves whether this Su Chen was truly connected to the destruction of the two major secret realm instances. If it was confirmed that Su Chen was indeed responsible for this, then this matter would be of immense significance to the imperial capital. To single-handedly destroy two secret realm instances is something only a powerhouse of at least level 300 or above could accomplish. Moreover, it would require the aid of a powerful divine weapon. Relying solely on one's own strength would still be insufficient. And Su Chen is just a teenager, 17 or 18 years old. Having only recently awakened as a practitioner, how did he manage it? Chapter 61. Do we have to welcome just any Tom, Dick, and Harry? If it truly is him, then it means Su Chen is now sufficiently qualified to be a guest of honor in the Huaxia nation. When that time comes, the capital will gain another powerful professional and another force to defend the nation. Gaining such a practitioner is of paramount importance to Huaxia. At the very least, external security concerns could be entirely resolved. At that point, the higher-ups would cease further investigation. The matter of the secret realm instance being destroyed. Let's see if this kid has what it takes. Long Wei took a deep breath. He simply wanted to see if Su Chen was truly such a prodigy. If so, that would be excellent. For such a prodigy, Long Wei must treat him with the utmost importance. Moreover, if the professional association could recruit such a prodigy into their ranks, that would be nothing short of. Just then, the office door creaked open. Long Wei motioned for them to enter. Several professionals in their 30s then entered. These were the same professionals who had been defeated by the mysterious figure Su Chen during their last dungeon run. These 7 professionals could be considered the face of the Imperial Capital Professional Association within the capital itself. Outside circles referred to them as the 7 Masters of the Professional Association. The 7 did not deny this title. Their prowess was undeniable, and such recognition was well deserved. However, the ages of these 7 were all around 35. Among them are 3 mages, 2 warriors, 1 paladin, and 1 healer. Their coordination, however, was remarkably seamless. When they attacked as a team, their combined combat power far exceeded the sum of their individual strengths at least tenfold. Though each possessed solid skills honed through the resources of the professional guild. Even so, they were all defeated by Su Chen alone. This left the 7 utterly perplexed. Chairman Long, isn't this Su Chen just a new recruit? Was it really necessary to call us all in? The leader muttered under his breath. Only Long Wei and Yi Zizhou knew the details about Su Chen that Chen Wen had brought back. The other 7 knew absolutely nothing. Thus, they were naturally dissatisfied with being summoned to meet a mere newcomer. Naturally, they were dissatisfied. To these 7, they were heroes who had earned their stripes through meritorious service to the professional association. Sure, they'd suffered a defeat last time, but surely one loss didn't warrant being sidelined? And now they were being asked to welcome a newcomer to the guild? Was this an insult? Or an insult? Or an insult? Clearly, this newcomer was already outshining them. Naturally, this was utterly unacceptable and unbearable for the 7. After all, they'd been in the Imperial Capital's guild for years. How dare this greenhorn newcomer demand better treatment than us veterans? Director Yi, President Long, Su Chen has arrived. At that moment, Chen Wen led Su Chen to the office entrance. Seeing the figures before him, Su Chen himself froze in shock. Weren't those 7 the very same individuals he'd soundly defeated in the dungeon last time? The other 2 he didn't recognize, but judging by their bearing and demeanor, they were clearly no ordinary individuals. Su Chen was actually somewhat familiar with all of them. Only those 2 people I don't know exactly who they are. But judging by their demeanor, they must be Director Yi and Chairman Long, as Chen Wen mentioned. After all, those 7 harbored deep resentment toward him. Still, Su Chen was curious. During the previous incident, those 7 hadn't even seen his face. Why were they so furious? It made no sense at all. At any rate, Su Chen could clearly sense it. The looks these 7 people gave him were downright hostile. Su Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is Director Yi Zizhou of the Security Bureau, and this is Long Wei, the head of our professional association. And these are the 7 top masters of the professional association, quite renowned figures. Chen Wen introduced each of them to Su Chen one by one. The 7 masters, of course, needed no introduction. It was Yi Zizhou and Long Wei who surprised Su Chen. He had vaguely guessed as much before, but speculation was speculation. If he had actually known them, that would be another matter entirely. Still, Suchen couldn't help but wonder why these two deities had been roused. He didn't consider himself particularly influential. Could it be that news of the destruction of the two major secret realm instances had already reached these two heavyweights? Had they summoned him to demand compensation? No wonder these 7 people had seemed full of resentment ever since he first laid eyes on them. He'd been puzzled earlier, turns out they'd been waiting for him here all along. It seemed he'd miscalculated today. He should never have agreed to join the professional association. Though Su Chen showed no outward reaction, his mind raced with thoughts. It seemed today wouldn't end well. If things went south, he'd make his escape immediately. He couldn't afford to get caught. He couldn't afford to compensate for such massive losses. Director Yi, Chairman Long, Su Chen greeted them calmly. Though Su Chen was accustomed to being free-spirited and unrestrained, he still observed proper etiquette around such high-ranking figures. After all, he intended to join the professional association in the future. Networking with such heavyweights could pave the way for a bright future within the association. After all, even though Su Chen possessed a system and was a transmigrator, he wasn't a fool. Did he really think that being a transmigrator with a system meant he could defy heaven and earth? If one day he really offended someone he couldn't handle or encountered a situation he couldn't resolve, then he'd learn what it truly means to cry out to heaven and earth only to find no one answers. After all, Su Chen's guiding principle in life is this: never ever put himself in danger. That's the most important thing. Chairman Long, Director Yi, I thought the person you were welcoming here would be some extraordinary genius with 3 heads and 6 arms. But it turns out to be just this ordinary-looking teenager. Quite ordinary, isn't he? At that moment, the sole female healer among the 7 masters stepped forward with a displeased expression, mocking Su Chen. Her words even implied that Yi Zizhou and Long Hui were making a mountain out of a molehill. All of this naturally caused Chen Wenna to frown deeply in displeasure. Let's be clear, she was the vice president of the professional association. Su Chen was someone she had personally brought along. To be rude to Su Chen, was that really being rude to Su Chen? It was a direct slight against her. Therefore, Chen Wenna turned her gaze toward Long Hui and Yi Zizhou. After all, with her 2 superiors present, she needed to gauge their intentions before acting. Chapter 62, Archmage? But the 2 bigwigs remained utterly silent. It seemed they were deliberately letting things unfold this way. Witnessing this, Chen Wenna finally understood. The 2 bigwigs were testing Su Chen's mettle. Was Su Chen truly as formidable as she claimed? Was he truly worthy of the attention these 2 heavyweights were giving him? Once she grasped this, Chen Wenna remained silent. After all, as the 2 top figures in the capital's professional circles, it was only natural for them to be cautious. Damn, this plot is way too melodramatic. How the hell did I end up with a bunch of snobs like this? Even if it is, it makes 0 sense, okay? Who in their right mind would constantly trash talk others? Do you think this is some damn novel? Su Chen inwardly rolled his eyes. Since his arrival in this world, he'd encountered countless such individuals. What the hell do you think you're doing, constantly picking fights with me for no reason? Don't you know I have a system? Or that I'm a transmigrator? I'm the protagonist here, got that? But Su Chen didn't show it. He just silently endured it all. He understood perfectly well that these people were hostile toward him simply because he was the newcomer. And yet he was getting better treatment than these veterans. It's no wonder anyone would feel resentful. It was bound to create resentment. When people feel that way, they naturally seek to intimidate others or make them pay. Now it seemed the situation was spiraling out of control exactly as he'd feared. Still, the condescending attitude of these few individuals left Su Chen thoroughly displeased. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing more to say. With these 2 big shots saying nothing, Su Chen understood perfectly well. They were forcing him to show off and get humiliated. Old tricks. Since these big shots weren't objecting, didn't that mean he, Su Chen, could make a scene without worrying about saving their face? Put. If these 7 think they can intimidate him, they've got another thing coming. No matter what, this wasn't going to be easy. With that thought, Su Chen didn't hold back. I've lived in the imperial capital for years, and this is the first time I've ever heard of these so-called 7 masters. Never even heard of them before. I wonder what's going on in the imperial capital these days. Even the most insignificant people seem to think they can speak up now. Su Chen's face was thick with scorn. What's this? I heard you 7 masters were all formidable, but now all you've got left is trash talk? Su Chen's ability to mock was truly formidable. Even his tone dripped with arrogance and contempt. This left the 7 masters utterly dumbfounded by the taunt. Damn it, is this kid here to die? Kid, you looking for trouble? Lu Quan, one of the 7 masters, glared at Su Chen with fury. Unexpectedly, since the 7 masters had made their name, they couldn't exactly claim to strike fear into everyone in the capital. At the very least, they commanded a certain level of respect. Today, they were being mocked by this wet behind the ears brat. No. This brat must learn the true might of the 7 masters. Do you dare repeat what you just said? The 7 masters were all longtime friends, having grown up together since childhood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them childhood buddies. The familiarity between them was beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Thus, these 7 individuals naturally united in their hatred against Su Chen's taunts. With a thunderous roar, each of the 7 unleashed their respective abilities, magic, combat skills, and more. They employed every available tactic. In an instant, the office erupted into chaos. All 7 skills were aimed squarely at Su Chen, poised to deliver a devastating blow. Seeing this, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. You 7 are quite peculiar, aren't you? How pathetic. You actually want to hear someone insult you a second time. Let me put it this way, you're a bunch of mediocre losers, mediocre in strength, mediocre in looks, and mediocre in your professions. Su Chen spoke with deliberate scorn etched across his face. His expression was downright smug. However, even as he spoke, he had already prepared a backup plan. In the blink of an eye, his Sharingan activated. Having just arrived at the capital's Professional Alliance headquarters, Su Chen had no intention of destroying the place. Besides, with heavyweights like Director Yi and Chairman Long present, if he wrecked the place, he'd never be able to afford the damages. Under these circumstances, he certainly couldn't casually destroy the place. But now that things had come to this, what else was there to say? He'd deal with these few first, demonstrate his strength, and then see. With that thought, Su Chen immediately activated his Sharingan. But he didn't bring out the Xianyuan sword. That thing wasn't something to be trifled with. If he brought out the Xianyuan sword, the situation might spiral out of control. If he unleashed too much power, it would be like openly declaring to everyone that he was the one who destroyed the previous 2 secret realm dungeons? 7 overconfident fools. Suddenly, Su Chen's left eye snapped open, revealing crimson pupils and the 3 tomo once more. Then, the 3 tomo began to spin rapidly, merging into the Sharingan's kaleidoscope pattern. This time, it wasn't a mere trial run like at the orphanage. From the very start, he had no intention of holding back. The main reason was the presence of several big shots, coupled with the unique nature of the current situation. He had to demonstrate his true strength before these people. This is a forbidden spell I've never seen before? At that moment, Long Hui and Yi Zizhou both sucked in a sharp breath. Though they tacitly approved of the battle between the 7 masters and Su Chen, it was because they believed they could resolve any conflict, provided it remained within reasonable bounds. If it came to blows, so be it. Besides, it would give Yi Zizhou and Long Hui a chance to gauge Lin Fan's true capabilities. But now the problem was, this Lin Fan. What kind of mystical forbidden spell was this? The power erupting from Su Chen was truly astonishing. Even these 2 seasoned veterans had never witnessed anything like it. What's going on with this Su Chen? Why does he possess such an extraordinary forbidden spell? This isn't just spatial power. Could he be a mage capable of wielding ancient forbidden spells? If that's the case, then this is serious. It means Su Chen possesses forbidden spells we know nothing about, and he's operating as a grand mage right here in the imperial capital. Exactly. Having such a top-tier expert in the imperial capital is hardly a good thing. Still, at least we can confirm Su Chen is willing to join the professional association. That's a silver lining in this misfortune. After detecting the forbidden spell fluctuations emanating from Su Chen, Yi Zizhou and Long Hui had already begun discussing the matter in secret. Chapter 63, You're all trash. Though initially, both had hoped Su Chen's strength would surpass their expectations. But they had to admit, when Su Chen truly displayed his power, their emotions were a mix of shock and delight. Regardless, the professional association had undoubtedly struck gold this time. At that moment, internal disagreements began to surface among the 7 masters. Lu Quan, this guy seems tough to handle. Our current approach probably won't cut it. Exactly, Lu Quan. We should form our battle formation. Without deploying combat formations, we'll never stand a chance against this guy. A female mage chimed in directly. Exactly. This kid seems downright unnerving. He's likely unleashing forbidden level magic, so we absolutely must take this seriously. Form the formation. With a thunderous shout, the 7 masters drew their respective weapons. The 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth converged in unison. Instantly, 7 distinct skills manifested in varied forms within the office. As the 7 forms materialized, the interior of the Professional Alliance building was filled with various magical energies. At that very moment, a small hexagram formation materialized beneath each of the 7 masters' feet. The light reflected off their faces, making them appear profoundly sacred. Their combined power equaled 1/7 of a forbidden spell. This was what the mentor had mentioned earlier. Indeed, these 7 masters are getting serious. Yi Zizhou nodded, still feeling a hint of anticipation. Though, if these 7 masters unleashed their full power, their strength would still be formidable. After all, anyone capable of unleashing forbidden-level magic skills possessed considerable power. But as the guild leader, he would certainly protect the headquarters of the Professional Alliance. There was no way he would let the headquarters building be destroyed like that. This was the foundation built over generations. If it were destroyed on his watch, then he'd truly be the laughingstock of the entire profession. Thus, Yi Zizhou and Long Wei joined forces, enveloping the entire office building in their protection. Then, the surroundings shifted abruptly. It transformed into a colossal arena. This was the effect of the Professional Alliance headquarters' defensive magic array. It could independently create a special space to prevent the headquarters from being destroyed. Let's first observe the outcome of Su Chen's battle against the Seven Masters, Long Wei remarked. Beside him, Chen Wenna watched the arena's events with a solemn expression. She had no choice. Though she trusted and knew Su Chen's strength was more than enough to defeat the Seven Masters. But it must be said, the Seven Masters weren't pushovers. If things came to a critical juncture, they might well fight to the death, taking Su Chen down with them. That was precisely what worried Chen Wenna. However, the forbidden level magic now manifesting on Su Chen's body was something she had never witnessed before. This uncertainty only deepened Chen Wenna's unease. She had no idea what scrolls or other sources of power Su Chen had tapped into to attain his current strength. If his true strength wasn't actually this formidable. And instead, because of this forbidden spell level magic, the Seven Masters had launched a full force attack on him immediately. Then the situation might. Though Chen Wenna felt deeply anxious. She understood all too well that at this point, it all came down to Su Chen's fate. If Su Chen could satisfy Yi Zizhou and Long Wei, then his future path would naturally be one of rapid advancement. If he wasn't satisfied, Su Chen would just have to accept his misfortune. The Professional Alliance was just that unreasonable. It's always been the strong who reign supreme, nothing else matters. Meanwhile, Yi Zizhou and Long Wei stood by, ready to intervene. In a sense, this battle was one sanctioned by all three major figures within the Professional Alliance. Yet none of them had anticipated that Su Chen's first move would be a forbidden level spell. That was a bit generous of him. Hey, you seven have been messing around here for ages, and this is all you've got to show for it? Su Chen stared at the seven with utter contempt. Your combined strength is a huge disappointment. I'd heard you were supposed to be formidable. Who knew it would be this? Su Chen stared at the Seven Masters with utter contempt, his mocking expression impossible to hide. At that moment, a low growl escaped his lips. Susanoo, initial form. Then, Su Chen pressed his palms together, and a vast amount of crimson flame energy began to appear around his body. The fiery red flames danced around his body, seemingly alive with their own will. In an instant, the crimson flames coiled around Su Chen's body. They then transformed into a massive skeleton and an arm. Under Su Chen's command, the arm completely enveloped him. What kind of skill is this? Even Long Wei and Yi Zizhou were utterly stunned by Su Chen's ability. As the head of the Security Bureau and the president of the Professional Association, what storms hadn't these two weathered? Especially Long Wei. As the president, he commanded countless professionals of every kind under his command. What hadn't he seen? But today, someone like Su Chen? He'd truly never seen his like before. Chen Wenna. The next moment, Yi Zizhou turned his gaze toward Chen Wenna, his eyes brimming with doubt and inquiry. The intelligence Chen Wenna had provided earlier about Su Chen's strength and abilities was completely different from what she had actually delivered. I had no idea either, Director Yi, Chairman Long. This kid actually has hidden moves. Chen Wenna was nearly in tears. Damn it, Su Chen was stabbing her in the back at the most crucial moment. She had witnessed him using abilities resembling spatial manipulation. He'd used it to rescue people in the exploding cavern instance. But this current scene completely surpassed her understanding. What new trick did Su Chen have up his sleeve? 7 in 1. With Lu Quan's furious roar, the weapons and armor of the Seven Masters instantly rose into the air. 6 streams of power converged and fused onto Lu Quan's weapon, forming a massive black magic orb. The magical black orb rapidly expanded before hurtling toward Su Chen in an instant. Witnessing this, Su Chen couldn't stop sneering. Look, I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I just want to say this, in my eyes, all 7 of you are nothing but the cream of the trash crop. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Had he not held back, these 7 masters likely wouldn't have even gotten a chance to strike. To put it this way, he had actually spared them a shred of dignity. Who knew these 7 masters would end up discarding even that last shred of dignity? They truly didn't know when to quit. Since that was the case, Su Chen didn't mind giving these 7 experts a proper lesson. Of course, it was merely a lesson. After all, these 7 were members of the Professional Association. As a newcomer, if he actually killed these 7, he'd have a hard time explaining himself. Chapter 64, you claim to be a lifestyle-type professional? Still, those 7 masters should count themselves lucky. They were opponents to Su Chen, not mortal enemies. Poof. Let me show you what true power looks like. Su Chen faced the massive magical orb with utter nonchalance. With a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, the fiery red energy that formed his skeletal armor and arms swat the black magic orb away with a single palm strike. Without pausing, the massive crimson arm continued its forward momentum, striking out again. It's over. This is a full-fledged forbidden level spell, right? What the hell is this guy's background? The seven masters never imagined that their combined full power strike a force that would be counted among the top in all of Huaxia. Yet before this kid, Su Chen, it was shattered in a single move. And it was a one-sided outcome. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to the seven masters. They tried to channel magical elements for a counterattack. However, the next instant, the formation beneath the seven masters' feet was instantly shattered by Su Chen's forbidden level magic. All seven collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Their weapons dimmed, losing all luster. Defend together. At the same time, Yi Zizhou, Long Hui, and Chen Wenna all sprang into action. They immediately unleashed their most powerful defensive skills, transforming into a massive protective barrier. It blocked both the arm controlled by Su Chen and the magic black orb that had been flung away. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. The blinding light from the explosion filled the air. After a moment, as the light faded, the surrounding situation gradually stabilized. Thank goodness I activated the defensive array in time. Otherwise, with that kind of force, our headquarters building would likely be gone. Long Hui remarked, still visibly shaken. With another wave of his hand, everyone reappeared inside the office. Now, observing the situation on both sides, Su Chen remained standing in the same spot. He seemed completely unaffected by the battle. The seven masters, however, looked half dead. Each of them slumped to the floor. Su Chen's form had returned to normal, clearly showing no intention of striking again. Su Chen, I'm curious, aren't you a fishing-type lifestyle practitioner? How come you can still? Having witnessed his earlier display, Yi Zizhou turned to Su Chen with a curious look. I'm just an ordinary life-type practitioner. Su Chen shrugged, offering no rebuttal. He certainly couldn't reveal his true background. After all, when he first awakened, his profession and everything else had been fully documented. If he could just make up nonsense about that, then there really would be nothing left to say. Besides, there was no need to lie. After all, one lie requires countless others to cover it up. He understood this principle well enough, so there was no need to hide anything. Since the other party had asked, he answered honestly. He was just an ordinary lifestyle professional. Very well. As the head of the Imperial Capitals Guild, Long Hui had seen countless professionals. Yet, when faced with a professional like Su Chen, he found himself utterly unable to figure him out. But pressing further was pointless. Because Long Hui understood clearly. In this world, there truly existed peculiar professionals. The events surrounding them were simply too bizarre. No amount of research could shed light on them. Because it simply cannot be fully understood. It's simply impossible to explain. Therefore, Long Hui didn't bother asking either. Su Chen, since you're a life-oriented practitioner, how did you acquire this forbidden-level magical skill? At that moment, Lu Quan also rose from the ground, staring at Su Chen with a look of sheer terror. The others followed suit, rising to their feet. The two female mages among them looked at Su Chen with significantly changed expressions. This was utterly terrifying. The seven masters weren't the absolute pinnacle of experts, but they definitely held their own in the imperial capital. Ordinary people wouldn't dare claim they could defeat these seven. Yet today, they had suffered a crushing defeat at Su Chen's hands. No one could have imagined being defeated by Su Chen in a single move. And Su Chen is still a newcomer. Moreover, judging from the scene, Su Chen didn't seem to have used his full strength. In other words, the seven masters themselves understood clearly. Su Chen had instantly defeated all seven of them. No matter how arrogant the seven masters might be, they couldn't help but concede defeat in the face of such an outcome. After all, his strength was undeniable. What good would it do to refuse to acknowledge it? The strong truly deserve respect. Yet when the seven masters heard him call himself ordinary, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. You, Su Chen, unleashed a skill that instantly wiped out all seven of us. You tell us you're just a lifestyle professional? Why not just say you haven't awakened yet? If this is considered ordinary, then what does that make them those who've been constantly active in combat? Nothing but clowns. Alright, Lu Quan, take your men to the hospital for treatment first, Long Hui suddenly spoke up. Then, the office door opened and over a dozen doctors and nurses walked in. They swiftly carried away the seven elite fighters. The professional association held a high status in every city. Naturally, it also possesses its own exclusive medical system. After all, the professional alliance gathers a large number of elite combatants. As combatants, injuries are inevitable. If they lacked their own medical system and instead shared one with ordinary citizens, then they would be unable to handle emergencies effectively. Therefore, the professional alliance maintains its own medical system. Just as the seven masters were about to depart, suddenly, a stunningly beautiful female mage among the seven masters spoke up. President, Su Chen's strength is truly formidable. Didn't the guild previously discover the miracle fragment? I believe Su Chen possesses the capability. The young mage girl blurted out these words unexpectedly. At that moment, Long Hui and the others were utterly stunned. How did this female mage know about the miracle fragment? Only after the 7 masters departed in agreement did Long Hui and the others finally come to their senses. Speaking of the miracle fragment, there was quite a story behind it. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, this planet had no such thing as professionals. Everyone was just ordinary people. Then one day, a strange new system suddenly descended upon Blue Star. Then, professionals emerged on Blue Star. Alongside them came countless monsters of all shapes and sizes. After thousands of years of exploration and combat, they finally managed to gradually clarify the rules governing the entire world. They were also categorized and classified. The entire world became one massive dungeon. Within this dungeon, 2 major factions exist: gods and demons. Chapter 65, The Secret of the Divine Fragments. To determine the ownership of the entire Blue Star, these 2 factions launched an earth-shattering battle. The conflict proved exceptionally brutal, claiming the lives of countless participants. Some of the most powerful divine and demonic forces and legacies were shattered into fragments during the fierce conflict. These fragments were discovered by adventurers within certain ruins, since human adventurers did not know their true names. Thus, they were collectively termed divine relics. The powerful energy fragments discovered within these divine sites came to be known as divine fragments. Through relentless exploration and conflict, humanity gradually shaped the world into its present form. Humans coexist with monstrous beasts, while various adventurers coexist with energies. According to ancient texts, those who obtain divine relic fragments may extract the divine or demonic power within them. Divine power or demonic power. This has become a widely known secret throughout the world. Therefore, whenever a fragment of divine power appears, it inevitably becomes the object of frenzied competition among the great empires, even the major races and factions. After all, who wouldn't want their faction to gain a superpower or a god-tier practitioner? However, from ancient times to the present, the divine fragments have been scattered across the world among different humans and factions. Yet to this day, no one has truly inherited the power of gods and demons to awaken as a new generation of divine demonic beings. Yet even so, humanity's hope endures. All humanity on Blue Star believes that as long as they persist in searching for and gathering these fragments of divine relics, then one day, someone will surely absorb these powers and once again manifest the divine demonic power of ancient times. Thus, the struggle for these divine relic fragments across Blue Star has never ceased. Within the capital city's Professional Association of China, they happen to possess a fragment of the divine miracle. Specifically, it belongs to the divine faction, not the demonic one. It must be noted that professional associations have branches throughout the nation. This sole fragment of the divine relic resides within the imperial capital's professional association. Thus, from the moment this divine relic fragment was discovered, Long Hui took every precaution to ensure its safety. Fortunately, only a handful of people knew about this matter, including the 3 individuals present here. All 3 were certain that the 7 masters had no right to know about this matter. But how did that female mage find out? This was not a secret the 7 masters should have access to. In truth, ever since the Imperial Capital Guild obtained that fragment of divine relic, they had been searching for the right person. If a suitable practitioner can be found, then hand these fragments over to that practitioner. In that case, perhaps a true god might awaken in the future. When that time comes, the entire nation of China will grow even stronger because of this awakened god. And Long Hui could become a national hero of the entire Huaxia nation. Of course, the most crucial reasons are as follows. Long Hui had once attempted to absorb the fragments himself, but no matter how he tried, the divine relic fragments remained utterly unresponsive. Because of this, Long Hui had no choice but to abandon the attempt. Moreover, if this divine fragment wasn't used promptly, once other factions set their sights on it, Long Hui himself would find no peace. Even if other factions didn't dare to seize it outright, they might openly set traps for him, causing the professional association to be constantly on edge. Such tactics were commonplace. Thus, Long Hui expended considerable effort to suppress the matter. Unexpectedly, the fusion requirements for this miracle fragment proved exceptionally stringent. There was no alternative, no one was a suitable candidate. In fact, Long Hui had even specifically requested sacred artifacts like the Holy Grail from higher-ups. This was intended to enhance the experimental subject's aptitude. Yet the outcome ended in failure. Not long ago, the Holy Grail itself shattered completely. Thus, Long Hui's plan had been stalled from the very beginning. All that remained was to see if any dark horses might emerge unexpectedly. Or perhaps some professional within the alliance might seize a great opportunity. Otherwise, it was truly hopeless. But plans were just plans. Neither Long Hui, Yi Zizhou, nor Chen Wenna had ever mentioned the matter of the divine fragment to anyone. Yet, the female mage among the 7 masters had blurted it out. This sent a chill down the spines of the trio. Something was off. If the 7 masters already knew about this secret, could it still be called a secret? How did the 7 masters find out about this? Yi Zizhou looked at the other 2 with confusion. Such a crucial secret leaked anywhere was a grave taboo. Director, perhaps we should pause this for now. Su Chen has been waiting here for half a day. Should we let him go back and rest? Hold the initiation ceremony tomorrow? Chen Wenna quickly suggested. Right. Yi Zizhou slapped his forehead and chuckled, his face once again softening into a gentle smile. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly, and a woman's voice echoed in. What's going on here? Why is it so lively today? Even the top 7 experts are injured. Are you planning to tear the place apart? The woman's voice was incredibly seductive. Just hearing it sent shivers down one's spine. She appeared to be about the same age as Chen Wenna, though their styles were quite different. Her makeup was meticulously applied, her hair styled in voluminous coffee-colored waves, and her fashion sense was far bolder than Chen Wenna's. A form-fitting skirt paired with a plunging neckline. It had to be said, this woman was top tier in every single way. The sheer black stockings on her legs showcased her long, sensual legs in full view. She was the kind of breathtaking beauty that could make any man's eyes pop out of his head with just one glance. Her appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone present. But she seemed to relish it. She dressed this way precisely for that kind of attention. If no one noticed her, what was the point of dressing this way? Therefore, seeing all eyes fixed upon her, she deliberately flaunted her figure before the crowd. Fei Shui, what brings you here? Weren't you on a mission? Chen Wenna was overjoyed to see Fei Shui arrive. She hurried over and excitedly grabbed Fei Shui's hand. My mission wrapped up early, so I couldn't wait to come see you. Fei Shui beamed as she clasped Chen Wenna's hand. So, as soon as I got back, I heard there's a handsome guy here now. I wondered just how handsome he could be that you'd come to pick me up yourself. So I came to see for myself. But who knew the moment I reached the office door, I stumbled upon the 7 masters getting their butts kicked. Seems our little hottie isn't just good looking, he's got some serious skills too. Chapter 66, You're a greenhorn too. Chen Wenna was amused by Fei Shui's words. What are you talking about? There's no such thing. He is handsome and powerful, but not as exaggerated as you make him out to be. Hearing Chen Wenna's response, Fei Shui finally smiled and said, You're still denying it? I saw it all. Those 7 masters, Lu Quan and the rest, they all got humiliated. To get humiliated like that as a group. That's pretty rare. And it's true our little hottie isn't just powerful, he's got a temper too. Hey, Chen Wenna, haven't seen you in a few days. Did you miss me? At that moment, Fei Shui suddenly wrapped her arms around Chen Wenna's slender waist. Ha! Chen Wenna's face flushed instantly. Though she usually appeared aloof and composed. But Fei Shui's sudden move instantly made her face flush bright red. Director Yi and Long Hui, however, seemed accustomed to such situations. They acted as if they hadn't noticed, wearing expressions that suggested they hadn't seen a thing. Fei Shui, stop fooling around. We have newcomers here. Chen Wenna pushed Fei Shui's hand away with a hint of irritation. Then she led Fei Shui over to Su Chen. Su Chen, this is Fei Shui from our professional association. Don't be surprised, let me introduce you. Fei Shui is a staff member of our professional association and also my good friend. She's one of the association's managers and we're really close. That's why she acts so unrestrained, sometimes don't read too much into it. Chen Wenna's earnest explanation only made Su Chen instantly suspect that things were probably not as simple as they seemed. And the more Chen Wenna tried to explain, the worse it got. In the end, she simply didn't know what else to say. I didn't misunderstand at all, Su Chen said cheerfully. The aura of 2 stunning beauties enveloping him left Su Chen feeling a bit dizzy himself. Yet no one could have imagined such an amusing scene unfolding before his eyes. And they appeared simultaneously. How about that for interesting? And now he got to see 2 top-tier beauties. More of this kind of scene would be welcome. The thought made Su Chen instantly appreciate his decision to join the professional association. So you're the handsome young man who defeated the 7 masters? Fei Shui scrutinized Su Chen with genuine interest. Her eyes sparkled with unrestrained excitement. She glided towards Su Chen with a catwalk stride. Though Fei Shui had a bold and fiery personality and was quite outgoing, this was only how she acted around her best friend, Chen Wenna. Truth be told, she wasn't quite that formidable. Truth be told, that's just how Fei Shui was putting on a front around strangers she didn't know well. Once you got to know her, though, she was a full-fledged tsundere with a dark side. She has a whole arsenal of tricks up her sleeve for playing pranks on people. She often pulls these stunts within the professional association, especially when interrogations are needed. Essentially, it was entrusted to Fei Shui. Besides, Fei Shui had volunteered for it herself. That lovely lady is mistaken, Su Chen chuckled. I didn't defeat it, I one-shot it. As far as Su Chen was concerned, he was a pretty formidable professional himself. Naturally, he felt no inferiority facing a formidable beauty like Fei Shui. He boldly admired Fei Shui. Heh, you're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Bet you're always flirting with girls in your daily life, huh? Fei Shui didn't pause after speaking, instead walking straight up to Su Chen. She was practically pressed against Su Chen's body. At that moment, the distinctive fragrance of a mature woman continuously teased Su Chen's senses. After all, people maintain a certain personal space between each other. Once that boundary was crossed, regardless of whether the person was beautiful or not, one would naturally become guarded. Su Chen appeared calm and expressionless. But in reality, his back and palms were already covered in fine beads of sweat. It must be said, this woman possessed a certain allure. Su Chen understood clearly that this woman was no ordinary person. But regardless, since he had decided to join this professional alliance, then he couldn't let the necessary actions and words slip by. However, Fei Xue was getting far too close. This made Su Chen involuntarily take a few steps back. Only then did he realize his heart was pounding wildly. Ha ha, looks like our little hottie's showing his true colors, Fei Xue chuckled, pointing at Su Chen. Handsome guy, I thought you were so formidable. Turns out it was all just an act. Seeing Su Chen deliberately create distance, Fei Xue finally stopped in her tracks, her face beaming with satisfaction as she took in his flustered state. Su Chen froze at her words. This was the first person since he'd bound the system who'd made him retreat on his own. Well, this woman really had something about her. Still, though he felt uncomfortable, Su Chen wasn't overly angry. He understood clearly. Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, giving him greater depth and cunning than most. But he had to admit, Fei Xue was far more formidable than any woman he'd encountered before. Truth be told, he really didn't have much experience dealing with women. Still, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. He may lack romantic experience with women and have had limited interactions with them. He possessed considerable real-world experience and a natural talent for navigating relationships. It was just that Fei Xue's behavior was far too bold, leaving him utterly unable to respond. Given a little time, he could have thoroughly dealt with this woman. Fei Xue, don't scare Su Chen away. He's a prodigy we've worked hard to recruit for our professional association. Seeing Fei Xue come on so strong right off the bat, Chen Wenna quickly pulled her back. Yes. My dear Miss Chen, you're the boss. I'll stop messing around. Seeing Chen Wenna genuinely on the verge of anger, Fei Xue finally stopped, grinning cheerfully. Then, she cleared her throat and turned to look at Su Chen. Hello, Su Chen, right? Since Chen Na calls you that, I'll call you Su Chen from now on too. Oh, and those guys Lu Quan and the others, you knocked them flying just now, right? Yes. Alright then, you've got some real skills. No wonder my bestie went out of her way to bring you to the professional association. But honestly, I've never liked the 7 masters. I just couldn't say anything since we're in the same department. If no one ever taught them a lesson, they'd think they're some kind of powerhouse. Today, you've really helped your big sis vent some frustration. Alright, even though you're inexperienced with women, with me around, I'll teach you everything. Guaranteed, you'll be unbeatable with the ladies. Fei Xue spoke while patting her chest, revealing a deep cleavage. Su Chen couldn't help but stare, his eyes going wide. Chapter 67, Sister Takes You on a Tour. It had to be said, Fei Xue was truly irresistibly alluring. Phew. She was mature, captivating, and understanding. Are you really just Miss Chen's close friend? Su Chen asked curiously. It was mainly because Fei Xue gave off such an air of mystery that prompted Su Chen to ask such a question. Fei Xue and Chen Wenna stared at him, utterly bewildered. Yes, she's my best friend. What are you thinking about, Su Chen? Chen Wenna knew Su Chen must have misunderstood her, and her face flushed red again instantly. She hurried over, fumbling to explain. His flustered reaction only made Fei Xue burst into laughter beside him. The 7 masters have always been arrogant in their ways, but they're still young and inexperienced. Once they gain more experience, they'll learn that there's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. Then they'll be fine. At that moment, President Long stepped forward. Both of these prodigies belonged to his department. He couldn't possibly let them tarnish the reputation of the professional association like this. He had to salvage the situation. Oh dear, Chairman, please don't overthink it. You know this is just my personality. As for the 7 masters, they're them, and you're you. I think you're doing just fine. Look, Chen Wenna is doing just fine under your leadership, and so am I. Besides, there's Director Yi too, isn't Wenna working under him as well? You know me, I just love teasing those cocky kids who don't know their place. That's why I said those things. Don't get mad, okay? Fei Xue explained cheerfully. It must be said, her explanation was practically no explanation at all. Though honestly, there wasn't much to explain about this situation anyway. But the problem now was this, Fei Xue was clearly at odds with the 7 masters. I think Su Chen is quite capable, strong enough and obedient. He should just become the leader of the 7 masters. Then call them the 8 masters. That way, we can properly discipline those arrogant, overconfident fools. Fei Xue grew more and more excited as she spoke. If not for Chen Wenna holding her back, she might have demanded Long Hui disband the 7 masters altogether. Long Hui cleared his throat awkwardly. Truthfully, witnessing Su Chen's performance earlier had sparked similar thoughts in him. After all, the 7 masters had indeed grown arrogant and self-important. Without making adjustments, it really wouldn't be justified. But it must be said, Long Hui was also reluctant to offend the 7 masters and their master behind them. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have dragged on until today. Director Yi, why don't we let Su Chen take the aptitude test first? I think he has a very good chance of passing. At that moment, Chen Wenna also spoke up. While the divine relic fragment now belonged to the professional alliance, Yi Zizhou did hold a certain degree of authority. At the very least, it wouldn't hurt to consult him about the matter. It's possible, but the specifics would still need to be discussed. This matter isn't that simple. Long Hui nodded. Truth be told, he was quite curious about Su Chen too. Did he truly possess such power? Alright then. Fei Xue cheerfully walked over to Su Chen, reaching out to tug him along. You big shots have matters to discuss yourselves. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take our Su Chen to explore the guild association. Seeing that Long Hui and the others still had matters to discuss, Fei Xue wisely stepped aside. She promptly pulled Su Chen out of the office. She paid no mind whatsoever to whether Su Chen was willing or not. Of course he looked. Su Chen was quite happy to do so. After all, he could feel the warmth of Fei Xue's fingertips through his own. These big shots are so entertaining. I thought joining the professional association would be boring, but it turns out everyone here is fascinating. After being pulled outside by Fei Xue, Su Chen cheerfully uttered these words. Fei Xue, equally cheerful, tugged Su Chen along as she began explaining the ins and outs of the professional association. But Su Chen was indeed a bit distracted. The main reason was that Fei Xue was truly an irresistibly charming beauty. With such a captivating beauty pulling him along, how could he not be distracted? Wherever she led, he followed without question. Soon, only Yi Zizhou, Long Hui, and Chen Wenna remained in the office. That Fei Xue, she just loves acting crazy. There's no dealing with her. Chen Wenna still felt embarrassed by Fei Xue's earlier antics. The strange look in Su Chen's eyes when he looked at her made her wish the ground would swallow her whole. Hey, Chen Wenna, did you really see Su Chen shatter the entire dome of the exploding rock cave with a single move? And rescue everyone without a scratch? And the magical energy he used matched the energy you investigated earlier, the same that destroyed the southern city dungeon? After Su Chen departed, Yi Zizhou hurriedly asked. Yes. Chen Wenna nodded. She had been fully involved in the investigation of the secret realm's destruction. There was no reason for her to be confused, especially since she had witnessed the incident firsthand. She was arguably the most qualified person to speak on the matter. Therefore, her words carried considerable authority. I saw it with my own eyes. That Su Chen truly reduced the entire dome to dust with a single move. I was utterly shocked at the time. I couldn't fathom how Su Chen possessed such power, something none of US professionals could accomplish. Su Chen handled it with a single move. Recalling Su Chen's actions back then, curiosity stirred within Chen Wenna. President, I truly suspect Su Chen is absolutely connected to both of these incidents. Chen Wenna lowered her voice, speaking softly. I do believe what you're saying, but Chen Wenna, are you implying that Su Chen deliberately caused destruction in the imperial capital? At this remark, Long Hui and Chen Wenna exchanged glances. That doesn't make sense, Yi Zizhou frowned. If he really intended to cause trouble, then there'd be no reason for him to come to our professional alliance, let alone join us. That just doesn't make sense. Plus, I investigated his background before. He's genuinely a clean-cut kid. I'd heard about his talent, but for some reason, he ended up awakening as a fishing master. A lifestyle-type practitioner possessing such immense power, it's genuinely baffling. It's quite the mystery. At that moment, Yi Zizhou also frowned and said, No, Director, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I've interacted with Su Chen several times recently, and I'm certain he didn't intentionally cause any disruption. Chapter 68, Taking the Test. Otherwise, he wouldn't have intervened time and again to save so many pedestrians. Hearing this, the others present all froze in surprise. It must be said that Chen Wenna's words made sense. If there were truly other motives at play, it certainly wouldn't be playing out this way. But Chen Wenna was right, Su Chen's abilities were simply too formidable. Therefore, neither Yi Zizhou nor Long Hui could fathom what Su Chen was truly after. Su Chen's strength is truly a mystery, far exceeding our imagination. That's why I later investigated the cause of the 2 instance collapses. It was because the largest and most dangerous secret realm there suddenly collapsed. That's what caused the surrounding domes to collapse. The destruction of this secret realm mirrored the previous incident almost exactly, even the lingering aura of an unknown force in the air was identical. Therefore, I can confidently assert that these 2 incidents are undoubtedly connected to Su Chen. As for why he destroyed these 2 secret realms, I truly don't know the specific reason. For now, we can only investigate discreetly, otherwise, I'm powerless to act. However, since he's already joined our professional association, we should have opportunities to question him gradually in the future. Chen Wenna stated directly. Upon hearing this, Yi Zizhou and Long Hui's expressions slowly shifted to astonishment. Hey, Chen Wenna, you saw his fight with the 7 masters earlier too. The power he wielded was strange, but it doesn't seem related to that kind of magic you described, the kind that can shatter objects. What exactly is this? And the power Su-Chen just unleashed to defeat the 7 masters seemed incredibly powerful to me too. Could it be that Su-Chen, a youth so young, possesses the physical capacity to simultaneously harness 2 superpowers? Has the imperial capital ever seen such a hidden powerhouse? More accurately, has the entire world ever witnessed anything like this? Or could it be that all this power has been nothing but our own speculation all along? Does Su-Chen possess something else entirely? Yi Zizhou didn't think his words were entirely accurate either. He had to admit this matter was truly baffling. Mainly, he himself found it hard to believe. After all, Su-Chen's age was a fact. At best, he's just reached adulthood. How could he possibly possess 2 such immense energies simultaneously? Especially when they were so completely unrelated. And his background wasn't complicated either. They'd investigated Su-Chen was just an ordinary person. He wasn't from any prestigious family lineage, nor was he the last disciple of some grandmaster. That's precisely why Yi Zizhou and Long Wei were so intrigued. How could such a talented young man have such an unremarkable background? It just didn't add up. Regardless, Su-Chen is a stroke of luck for our professional association. What happens next depends entirely on how we handle things. I trust Su-Chen won't cause any trouble. At least he's decided to join our professional association now, which is better than him causing trouble for us. And with him on board, I'm confident our association won't suffer any harm. With us keeping an eye on him, Su-Chen shouldn't get too out of hand. Long Hui added earnestly. Right. Yi Zizhou and Chen Wen wholeheartedly agreed with Long Hui's words. With so many heavyweights keeping an eye on him, Su-Chen wouldn't dare cause any trouble. So then, Chairman Long, what do you think about my earlier proposal regarding the qualification test? Yi Zizhou also turned to President Long, eager to hear his thoughts. No problem. Since Su-Chen possesses the necessary strength, he should be allowed to participate in the test. What if he really is some formidable figure? Then wouldn't that? After all, someone must shoulder the responsibility for the divine fragment. Let's start with Su-Chen. Who knows? He might just prove himself worthy and surprise us all. Long Hui was now quite intrigued by this matter. Truthfully, for all 3 of them, Su-Chen's inclusion would be highly advantageous for the Imperial Capital Practitioners Association. Even if the destruction of the 2 dungeon realms was indeed his doing. As long as Su-Chen refrains from any actions threatening the association. This whole affair could be resolved with a simple compromise. With such a formidable expert on their side, why dwell on 2 lost dungeons? As long as Su-Chen pledged to refrain from reckless actions in the future, the matter would be settled. Publicly, it could be attributed to monster attacks. This scenario isn't entirely implausible. So there's no need to stir up trouble over it. Moreover, Su-Chen has now demonstrated his formidable strength. Such terrifying power might just allow him to inherit the divine relic fragment. Moreover, with his caliber of power, the practitioners of the imperial capital might all benefit in the future. If he becomes the first practitioner to inherit the divine relic fragment, the subsequent advantages would be beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Soon, the 3 of them reached a consensus on this matter. Discussions about Su-Chen's strength and speculations remained known only to the 3 of them. After all, should other factions learn of this, Su-Chen might truly find himself unable to remain in the imperial capital. Other factions would either seek to recruit such a prodigy. They would either attempt to recruit him or eliminate him. There were no exceptions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Su-Chen was being led around the professional association by Fei Shui. This tour proved to be quite an eye-opening experience for him. The luxurious skyscraper he had entered before was merely a small part of the professional association. It was merely an office building. The true professional association was actually a vast complex. Built around the office tower, this complex contained everything imaginable. It was essentially equivalent to a small city. Any professional here could satisfy all their living and training needs. There's absolutely no need to go outside. Indeed, it truly is the largest professional alliance in Huaxia Nation. One must admit, it's incredibly lavish. Su-Chen was utterly astonished. This guild truly had deep pockets. Brother Su-Chen, your sisters truly care for you. And the more we see you, the more we like you. So, why don't you join us sisters for dinner tonight? If you enjoy the meal, I'll make sure you have a night unlike any other tonight. After touring the professional association grounds, Fei Shui extended her invitation directly to Su-Chen. Su-Chen hadn't expected Fei Shui to be so warm and generous. He must admit, Su-Chen was quite willing. But there was one concern gnawing at him. What if she really meant to, well, if he accepted? Chapter 69, Money Talks. Thank you, Miss Fei Shui, but I'm not hungry. I'll pass. Su-Chen decided to decline. There was no way around it. He had to make it clear it wasn't that Su-Chen couldn't handle it. Nor was it that Fei Shui wasn't beautiful. It was simply that Fei Shui was being far too enthusiastic toward him. Such fervor was simply too much for Su-Chen to bear. All along the way, if it weren't for Su Chen's iron will, he would have been spurting blood from his nose all over the place. If Su Chen had actually agreed to have dinner with her, he might have truly. In any case, Su Chen couldn't possibly agree. Not only could he not agree, but he had to find a way to refuse. If he didn't refuse, he wouldn't get a wink of sleep tonight. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Su Chen couldn't figure out this Fei Xue. He didn't believe he possessed such overwhelming charm. Admittedly, as a time traveler, being handsome was a given for Su Chen. But it was impossible for someone to be this kind to him just because of his looks. To put it bluntly, they were all members of the professional association. Everyone had their own little schemes. If Fei Xue were the type to lose her composure over a handsome face, she wouldn't have risen to her current position in the professional association. Therefore, Su Chen couldn't help but feel something was off about Fei Xue's enthusiasm. If he truly believed Fei Xue was genuinely interested in him, he wouldn't even know how he ended up dead. Fine. Since you're so adamant, I'll let it go. I'll have someone arrange a room for you later. Get some rest. Seeing Su Chen decline, Fei Xue didn't press the matter. She took it upon herself to arrange a room for him. Then, she dashed off in a flash and vanished. Watching Fei Xue depart, Su Chen couldn't help but inwardly grumble. This woman is terrifying. Only after entering his room did Su Chen finally relax. Though Fei Xue had always been warm toward him, Su Chen could clearly sense. Her warmth toward him always carried a sense of distance. It was nothing like the genuine interest she claimed to have in him. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of detachment. Though he didn't know the exact reason, Su Chen felt relieved deep down. He hadn't been fooled into believing she was genuinely interested in him. If he had truly believed she was interested in him, he might have ended up paying dearly for it. Thankfully, he'd held his ground. After that, Su Chen began observing his surroundings. This was a high-end suite, featuring 2 bedrooms. There were also bathrooms, recreational facilities, and additional rooms. The room's amenities were fully functional, complete with various electronic devices, a hotel that could be considered quite decent. It was far superior to his own apartment. The professional association really has deep pockets. The facilities are top-tier luxury. Su Chen marveled at the association's deep pockets, while also surprised that they provided such high-grade accommodations for their members. If this was the standard, then what would Su Chen have to look forward to in the future? Once I'm done with the professional association business, I'll have to get back to making money. Though he had a bit of cash now, he was still essentially broke. At least compared to a woman like Fei Xue, he was still penniless. Still, since he was about to become a member of the professional association, he had to see his money-making endeavors through to the end, right? After that, Su Chen washed up and then fell asleep. The night passed without incident. Who's there? Early the next morning, Su Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. Still half asleep, he went to open the door. Su Chen! The door swung open to reveal Yi Zizhou, Long Wei, Chen Wenna, and Fei Xue standing outside. Holy crap! Su Chen's drowsiness vanished instantly at the sight of the 4. What the hell were these 4 doing showing up at his place this early in the morning? Could it be some kind of twisted sense of humor? That couldn't be right, could it? Su Chen, you're finally awake. It's so early the sun's already beating down. Huh, didn't expect you to be such a little devil. Fei Xue looked at Su Chen and was instantly stunned. Clearly, Su Chen's strength far exceeded Fei Xue's expectations. But regardless, this time he had proven his strength to her. Su Chen quickly took a few steps back. Hey, Miss Fei Xue, don't get handsy. With that, he turned and closed the door, then went to get dressed. When Su Chen opened the door again, he was already fully dressed. Su Chen, you don't need to be so uptight. Our Practitioners Association prides itself on being carefree and unrestrained, Yi Zizhou said cheerfully. Though he said that, who would dare to truly be carefree and easygoing? Certainly not Su Chen. Besides, being woken up this early in the morning was utterly infuriating. What the hell was going on? He was completely baffled right now. Why on earth did these 4 people come looking for him at this hour? He couldn't believe it. With Fei Xue present, Su Chen genuinely didn't know what to say. This is terrifying. Please come in, everyone. Su Chen said helplessly. He had no idea why these 4 people were seeking him out so early in the morning, but Su Chen still invited them inside. Su Chen, we've come to discuss something important with you this time. Go ahead, Su Chen nodded. Here's the situation. Every pedestrian who joins the professional association must undergo a qualification test as their first step. That's why we're here. You need to take the qualification test. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Zizhou looked at Su Chen intently as he spoke. Qualification test? Su Chen seemed to recall something. You mean that miracle fragment thing, right? Long Hui nodded. The female mage from the 7 masters had already let it slip yesterday, and Su Chen had naturally overheard. So, even if they guessed correctly now, it wasn't a big deal. After all, if others knew about it, how could they not mention it? Thus, Long Hui stated directly, Su Chen, this matter is of utmost importance. That's precisely why we sought you out. We hope you understand. If you can meet our requirements and pass this qualification test, it will mean you are eligible to receive the divine fragment. But if I fail the qualification test, does that mean I won't be eligible to join the professional association either? Su-chen asked curiously. That was what intrigued him most. Su-chen knew full well that this so-called qualification test was nothing more than a scheme concocted by a few people to deceive him. Frankly speaking, his strength was more than sufficient to join the professional association. Even the 7 masters possessed the strength to join the association. How could he possibly fall short? It was just that these people wanted to gauge his true strength to see if he was genuinely qualified to wield that so-called divine relic fragment. Chapter 70, Advanced Test. Su-chen was well aware of all this. And Long Hui and the others didn't seem to be hiding anything from Su-chen. After all, the truth had already been revealed. Given that, there was no need to hold back. Since matters had reached this point, let's proceed directly with the test. It would prevent any other complications from arising later. However, Su-chen wasn't entirely sure how this so-called test would actually be conducted. This wasn't some conventional examination. Rather, it was specifically designed by the Imperial Capital's Professional Association for prodigies capable of absorbing divine fragment shards. In any case, this test was far more formidable than ordinary assessments. One could even say it was 100 times more demanding. There was no other way. Without such an intense test, who would be qualified to earn such a spot? Therefore, Su-chen had no choice but to endure this qualifying trial. Su-chen's source of power remains unknown, and his strength is inexplicably formidable. Consequently, the professional association has yet to fully grasp his true capabilities. Given this situation, Su-chen must demonstrate his true capabilities. He must prove to the professional association that he possesses the necessary qualifications. Only then could Su-chen advance to the next tier. Su-chen, however, assumed this was merely a routine test and did not refuse. Instead, he agreed immediately and followed along. He was genuinely curious about what this so-called miracle fragment actually was. If he could pass the test, would he be able to walk all over the professional association from then on? Soon, Su-chen followed the others to a massive machine. This machine looked genuinely. Alright, Su-chen felt like he was nothing more than a lab rat. Like a lab rat, at that. The reason he felt this way was entirely because a crowd had gathered around the machine. They were all watching him. As if they were watching a lab rat being experimented on. This left Su-chen utterly bewildered. Wait, isn't this aptitude test supposed to be taken alone? Why are there so many people here? Su-chen looked utterly bewildered. What he didn't know, however, was that because Su-chen was taking this test, many practitioners had come specifically to witness it. Of course, these individuals were unaware that the test was connected to the divine relic fragment. But since none of them had passed the test, and now word had spread that a newcomer might pass it, everyone was naturally curious to see what kind of test they themselves couldn't pass. What gives this newcomer the edge? That is precisely why these people have come. And that's precisely why they all want to see just who this mysterious figure is. Goodness, the chairman and director Yi brought them personally. Good heavens, this young man must be something special. Looks like he's got some real talent. Among the onlookers, some naturally grew envious. Of course, whispers had already begun to circulate. I think I've heard of this guy. Something like Su-chen, right? They say he's a genius with exceptional talent. But I heard he's a life-type practitioner, not a combat class. Strange, can life-type practitioners even take the test? What do you know? That's what they call talent knows no bounds. Maybe he's got the skills for it? Wow, that's impressive. Who says support class practitioners can't make it big? Though these people appeared to be marveling at Su-chen. But in truth, each one was secretly gloating over his misfortune. The underlying sentiment was clear: if even a life skills class can get into this test, doesn't that make us combat-oriented professionals look like complete losers? Naturally, they all hope to see Su-chen fail. This is truly bizarre. I'm a combat class and couldn't pass this test. What makes this kid think he can? And I hear it's an advanced test? What kind of advanced talent does he have? He's probably just some charlatan trying to pull a fast one. These people's words were truly without restraint, showing no regard for Su-chen's feelings whatsoever. Most importantly, they seemed to be waiting for Su-chen to fail. But none of their words could affect Su-chen. As a transmigrator, he was no longer the original host. He couldn't care less about such trivialities. Most importantly, all 4 bigwigs of the professional association were present, and he had to make them recognize his value. That way, the professional association would undoubtedly invest heavily in him going forward. If he wanted wealth and prestige, Su-chen had to demonstrate his worth. If he couldn't even manage that, then what was the point? Su-chen, are you ready? Yi Zizhou's voice suddenly rang out. Ready. Su-chen nodded. Seeing he was ready, Yi Zizhou nodded in turn, preparing to calibrate the equipment and guide Su-chen into the testing apparatus. This testing apparatus was quite formidable. When activated, it emitted a tremendous roar. Essentially, all practitioners nearby would know someone was undergoing testing. Therefore, the mere activation of such a testing machine, it signaled to everyone that someone was undergoing an advanced qualification test. Since almost none of the practitioners who joined the association previously qualified for such testing, therefore, gaining access to this advanced testing apparatus was widely seen as a validation of one's abilities. Now, the fact that a practitioner could actually conduct such a test. Naturally, many practitioners harbor feelings of envy and resentment toward Su Chen. There's no helping it, that's just how the world works. Exceptional individuals inevitably attract others' envy and malice. Moreover, this advanced testing device hasn't been activated for years. No one else was qualified to enter. Naturally, the looks people gave Su Chen grew even more complicated. "Alright, go in," Long Hui said. Su Chen nodded. Then he walked inside. "Begin." With a sweeping gesture, Long Hui sent a burst of blue light hurtling toward the mechanical steel. Instantly, the steel was enveloped in the blue light. Clank! Clank! Amidst a series of mechanical sounds, the massive testing apparatus began to activate. "Place your hand on it," Yi Zizhou instructed. Su Chen followed Yi Zizhou's instructions, placing his hand directly on the palm-shaped indentation beneath the stone tablet. A large display screen stood before him. Su Chen nodded, then walked to the stone tablet and placed both hands on it. The moment he made contact, a blinding white light flared up. The light was blindingly bright. Instantly, the surrounding spectators held their breath. Every pair of eyes remained fixed and unmoving. Not a single person dared to blink. Everyone waited for the final outcome. Countless eyes were glued to the large screen. Chapter 71, 99,000. Yi Zizhou and Chen Wenna, alone, held their breath. Deep down, everyone hoped Su Chen would succeed in breaking through the original barrier and become the most suitable candidate to wield that fragment of divine power. The other practitioners, however, were waiting to see Su Chen fail. Honestly, this whole thing feels like a joke. I don't buy that this Su Chen guy can actually activate this testing device. There's no way his test will pass. See? I told you so. The screen didn't even light up when he tried. Damn, something must be wrong. Why isn't the screen showing any readings? Mine showed 5 last time. Does he have less than 5 combat power? Su Chen's palm remained pressed against the device for nearly half a minute, yet the large screen remained pitch black, showing no reaction whatsoever. As for the mechanical stone tablet, aside from that initial moment of intense reaction, it remained completely silent. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. I knew it. This Su Chen is nothing but a fraud. I told you, this guy's a useless piece of trash. His awakened class was some lifestyle job of fishing enthusiast. Damn it, I actually thought he was something special. Now, this is it? Exactly. And Director Yi and the others even gave him a special advanced test? Unbelievable. What a complete waste of time. At that moment, the gathered professionals began mocking Su Chen in unison. After such a long silence, whether it was the professionals wanting to mock him, even the big shots found it highly unusual. Could Su Chen really be that weak? That shouldn't be possible. He had soundly defeated the 7 masters before. That bizarre skill alone couldn't possibly be faked. Could it be, as others claimed, that Su Chen was merely relying on some bizarre artifact to pull off his tricks? That makes even less sense. What kind of device could possibly allow someone who'd only recently awakened to wield such terrifying forbidden power? Crack! Boom! Just as the crowd was murmuring in astonishment, suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. The mechanical steel, which had remained unresponsive, began to roar violently. The next second, the massive screen on the mechanical stone tablet flashed with blinding light. 99,999. The entire crowd fell silent at the sight of the golden, blazing number. After a long moment, someone gasped. 99,999? Are you kidding me? What kind of lunatic is this? Could such a value even exist? Could he really be the chosen one destined to wield the miracle fragment? Yi Zizhou leapt up from his chair in an instant. He couldn't believe his eyes. 99,999. Such a number far exceeded the requirements for wielding the miracle fragment. Forget the miracle fragment, even if something more absurd were to happen in the future, Su Chen would undoubtedly be the prime candidate. Chen Wenna and Long Hui also shot to their feet. This number was truly unprecedented. Su Chen. The others hurried over to Yi Zizhou's side. Director Yi, is this machine malfunctioning? This can't be possible. 99,999? Does such a number truly exist in this world? Could someone actually achieve that number? Is the mechanical stone tablet malfunctioning? Long Hui asked curiously. Impossible, Yi Zizhou declared firmly. This mechanical monument cannot malfunction. I personally built it and personally maintain it. It's my declaration it won't malfunction lightly. Yi Zizhou's emotions grew increasingly agitated. As he spoke, his entire body seemed to tremble. Su Chen, you're truly unbelievable. How could you possibly have a number like 99,999? Is that number even real? 99,999. This number transcends defying the heavens. To be precise, Su Chen, you are the heavens themselves, aren't you? The professionals who had been mocking Su Chen moments ago now dared not utter a word. Some were even trembling in fear. 99,999. What did this number signify? This means that on traditional qualification testing equipment, such readings could literally blow the machine apart. Especially those who had just been loudly mocking Su Chen, now they dared not utter a word. They all feared Su Chen might come after them. A professional with such terrifyingly high stats possessed combat prowess that utterly dwarfed their own pitiful levels of 10 or 20. Why not 100,000? Su Chen stared at the 99,999 reading, his brow furrowing slightly. As someone with OCD, he found the non-integer value deeply unsettling. Not 100,000? Just 99,999. It felt like a cruel joke. Su Chen, your score is unprecedented and unmatched. So there's no need to worry about such things. Yi Zizhou walked over and said with a smile. The group gathered now, including Fei Xue, were all visibly thrilled and excited for Su Chen. Who would have thought the guild would get so lucky this time, recruiting such an exceptional professional? This is truly wonderful. Progress had finally been made on the secret of the divine fragment. It's just a standard aptitude test, and my score is under 100,000? Seriously? Su Chen stared at them in utter bewilderment. Was that score really that high? It shouldn't be. I'm a transmigrator with a system, for crying out loud. What's so special about this score? What Su Chen didn't know, however. The reason these four were so agitated was entirely because this mechanical steel simply couldn't possibly register a score of 100,000. Because the test measures the compatibility between the practitioner and the energy of the divine relic fragment. Unless you're an ancient god or demon with such energy coursing through your veins, it was impossible to reach a reading of 100,000. Historically, any practitioner who managed to register a reading of 1,000 on this steel was already considered extraordinary. Even that feat had been achieved by only a handful of individuals. Reaching 1,000 merely indicates a certain connection between the tester and the divine fragment. And it's a very faint one at that. Reaching 99,999 signifies a perfect resonance between the individual and the divine fragment. It should be noted that Yi Zizhou once had the 7 masters participate in the test. Yet even among these 7 prodigies, the highest score achieved was merely 950. That's 95. They couldn't even establish a connection with the miracle fragment. This is precisely why Yi Zizhou ultimately refused to allow the 7 masters to participate in matters concerning the miracle fragment. Their strength simply wasn't up to par. Su Chen, come with me. With that, Yi Zizhou led the other 3 elders away, taking Su Chen with them. Only a group of professionals left behind, disheveled and stunned in the breeze. At that moment, words failed them entirely. Chapter 72, you mean? This thing is mine? Inside the president's office. Yi Zizhou entered the office with the 3 elders and Su Chen. Long Hui then locked the office door. After confirming no one else was present, Long Hui walked over to a corner of the office. Only then did Su Chen ask curiously, Chairman, is there no issue with my assessment? Su Chen had no idea what these 4 big shots were up to. At least now, seeing the fanatical expressions on their faces, Su Chen couldn't deny feeling uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling they were about to dissect him for examination. It was a bit unsettling. Still, Su Chen was also curious. With his stats already at 99999, there shouldn't be any issues. But what exactly did Chairman Long and Director Ye's expressions mean? Su Chen. Long Hui didn't respond directly to Su Chen's question. Instead, he walked straight to the corner of the office. Then he pressed his palm against a section of the wall. A safe then slid out from the wall. From within, Long Hui retrieved a small box crafted from rosewood. The small box was encircled by several dazzling magical arrays. Each radiated the pulsing magic of a machine gun. The moment the box appeared, the atmosphere in the entire president's office shifted noticeably. The magical aura swiftly filled the entire room. What is this? Su Chen found himself drawn to the small box as well. This little box was indeed quite magical. Su Chen stared intently at the small box in Long Hui's hands. The magical array on the box's exterior emitted several imperfect forbidden spell level fluctuations. Clearly, whatever lay inside was of great importance. Though he didn't know exactly what it was, Su Chen understood that anything requiring such protection couldn't be ordinary. Su Chen, there's something we need to tell you now. I want you to know this. You alone must know this. You cannot reveal it to anyone. This is a highly classified matter, Long Hui stated. You must promise us you'll keep this secret. Tell no one, not even your closest relatives. Yi Zizhou looked Su Chen straight in the eye, speaking each word deliberately. Chen Wenna and the other 2 also gathered around. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry about Director Yi. I have no family in this world, my parents passed away long ago. I have no other close relatives either. So, Director Yi, Chairman Long, you can trust me with this matter. I will keep this secret to my grave, Su Chen declared. Who would have thought that learning a secret these days would be such a hassle? Agreed. Upon hearing this, all four individuals except Su Chen nodded in consent. Su Chen, what I hold in my hand now is a fragment of the divine miracle. This miracle fragment is an extremely mysterious artifact. As a practitioner, if you can absorb the energy within it, it would bring immense benefits both to yourself and to the entire nation of China. After obtaining it, I conducted extensive research, but its mysteries are incredibly complex, far beyond what an ordinary practitioner could hope to comprehend. After all this time studying it, I've come to understand that it's composed of the spiritual essence of a divine being. I myself am unclear about the specific nature of the power contained within. The test we had you perform earlier wasn't an aptitude test, but rather an assessment of whether you possess the ability to draw upon and channel the power of this divine relic fragment. Su Chen, your test result is 99,999. This means you are 100% qualified to wield the divine relic fragment. Even though some time had passed, Yi Zizhou couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke. This development was simply too thrilling. All those years of waiting and striving had finally paid off. Who would have thought that the professional they'd been searching for so long had finally been found here today? Such high stats. It truly surpassed all four of their wildest imaginations. Su Chen could essentially be called the first of his kind in history. It could even be said that there would never be another like him. What? Su Chen was stunned by Yi Zizhou's words. Wait, is this real or fake? I somehow ended up entangled with these miracle fragments for no apparent reason. It was like walking down the street, buying a random lottery ticket, only to win the grand prize, tens of millions in his hands, equally unbelievable. This was a miracle fragment, after all. He had at least gained some understanding of them through books. He understood the significance of these miracle fragments. But now you tell him he can control this fragment of a miracle, even absorb its energy. How could Su Chen not be stunned? Moreover, according to the texts, each fragment was connected to ancient gods and demons. Moreover, each one represented a practitioner's hope of becoming a god or demon. Such things existed only in legend. Su Chen had only ever encountered it through books in the library. But he never imagined he'd actually get the chance to obtain one himself. Best of all, this thing didn't cost him a dime. This truly made Su Chen overjoyed. Even though Su Chen already possessed 2 SSS tier skills, such a treasure wouldn't come free of charge. What's the happiest thing in the world? Getting something for free, of course. Moreover, even before the miracle fragment revealed its true form, Su Chen sensed a peculiar allure emanating from its energy fluctuations. Of course, he couldn't quite put his finger on why. President, are you saying this item is meant for me according to your instructions? Staring at the small box in Long Hui's hand, Su Chen was utterly baffled. But he couldn't deny it, his eyes were practically glowing green. When something good came along, he was determined to make it his own. On this point, Su Chen was absolutely unyielding. Su Chen, since we had you perform the test, it's only natural we hope you inherit this fragment of divine power. If you can fully absorb it, we also hope you become the next generation of divine beings. This way, our nation of China could become the first place in the world to give birth to a god-demon. This glory will be forever etched in history. In fact, it holds immense positive significance for the entire nation of China. Yi Zizhou grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he held the small box. Of course, whether or not to inherit this power is entirely your choice. After all, while many fragments of divine miracles are known to the world, no one has ever succeeded in fusing them. Moreover, merging these fragments carries certain risks. So, whether to merge them, whether to wield this power. Su Chen, the choice is now yours alone. Chapter 73, Infinite Blue Bar? Su Chen understood now. Chairman Long's words were meant to help him think things through. After all, no one truly knew what would happen once these divine relic fragments were fused. The main issue was that there was no precedent for success. Therefore, no one could truly predict what would happen after Su Chen completed the fusion. Consequently, Chairman Long was acting out of responsibility toward Su Chen, and was doing his utmost to lay out the pros and cons for Su Chen. So Su Chen, once you make your choice, there can be no turning back. History has recorded instances where merging a divine relic fragment resulted in the body exploding in death. Therefore, while we hope you will accept and fuse with the divine miracle fragment, we cannot force you. The risks involved are truly unknown and uncontrollable. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you, Long Hui stated. With that, Long Hui swept his right hand through the air. The forbidden spell sealing the small box instantly dissolved. Only then did he open the small box. In an instant, the entire office was filled with a potent surge of magical energy. It was enveloped by dazzling, brilliant purple light. Is this the legendary fragment of a miracle? Su Chen stared at the object inside the box, a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was a purple crystal stone. Even as a transmigrator, Su Chen had seen his fair share of precious stones in his previous life. Yet this particular object still left him profoundly astonished. It was truly something special. For this fragment of divine power was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating immense energy. It drew Su Chen in completely. It seemed as though it had come from the divine realm itself, carrying an indescribable sense of sacredness. Simultaneously, with the emergence of this divine fragment, an uncontrollable craving surged through Su Chen's body. He could distinctly feel his body craving this fragment more intensely than ever before. This situation genuinely surprised Su Chen. I must fuse with this fragment of divine miracle. Words can deceive, but the body cannot. Su Chen truly desired it. Therefore, Su Chen chose to agree to the fusion. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yi Zizhou and the others were filled with excitement as they handed the divine fragment to him. Su Chen accepted it with both hands. Then, the four elders looked at Su Chen. Have you thought this through? Once you've made up your mind about this, there will be no chance to change your mind. Fei Xue stepped before him, cupping Su Chen's face in her hands. Her beautiful, large eyes gazed intently at him. Her expression and those crimson lips made Su Chen feel utterly helpless. Moreover, a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. After all, Fei Xue was famously known within the professional association as the aloof, Ice Queen Beauty. Not only did she show no emotion toward anyone, but she was also extremely strict with herself. Yet today, Fei Xue had actually begun to stir with emotion toward Su Chen. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Though Su Chen had no idea why Fei Xue was suddenly so concerned about him, or why she was being so warm toward him. At the very least, Su Chen could now sense that Fei Xue's concern for him was genuine. She genuinely had his best interests at heart. Miss Fei Xue. Su Chen looked at her before speaking. Is there even a need to consider it? Such a golden opportunity, and I'm the one and only person in history to ever have it. If I refuse, wouldn't that be a huge loss? If I have a chance to become a god demon, I absolutely must try. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. This is a fragment of a divine miracle. Countless people yearn for a chance to touch it, yet none have the opportunity. Now, President Long is willing to give it to me. What a chance is this? I won't let this slip away. I've decided to fuse with the divine miracle fragment. With that, Su Chen placed the purple crystal stone directly against his chest under everyone's gaze. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The fragment dissolved like wind into a stream of violet energy, shooting straight toward Su Chen's heart. From his heart, it flowed directly into the extraordinary meridians within his body. In an instant, every vein in Su Chen's body glowed with a purple light. The glow lingered for an eternity, a truly wondrous sight. Awesome! Su Chen couldn't help but let out a satisfied cry. It wasn't that he was being overly dramatic at that moment, he genuinely felt his entire body brimming with magical power. You see, whenever he unleashed his Sharingan or other abilities, he could distinctly feel the magical energy within his body being rapidly depleted. Fortunately, the battles he encountered and his opponents weren't particularly formidable. Thus, after a one-hit knockout, he was generally fine. Truth be told, Su Chen knew full well that if he encountered a formidable foe, like those monstrous foes above level 150, then a prolonged battle would inevitably drain him dry. Because of this problem, Su Chen had been constantly seeking ways to increase his mana pool. He was determined to maximize his mana pool. But now, he had encountered this divine fragment. Congratulations! You have inherited the divine power of the water god. This divine power belonged to the water god, the first ruler of the divine race, and possesses the characteristic of unlimited mana reserves. Upon inheriting this divine power, you will rapidly awaken the bloodline of the water god. Your magic will flow like the ocean, endless and inexhaustible. Infinite magic? Upon fusing with the divine fragment, he immediately sensed the information imprinted upon it. Since it was merely a fragment, thus, the divine power information it contained was sparse. Even so, it was more than sufficient for Su Chen. After all, his compatibility with the divine fragment was exceptionally high. Sooner or later, he would inherit more and higher grade divine fragments. Put simply, this fragment had opened a pathway for him to become a god demon. Whether he could truly walk this path to its complete end depended entirely on Su Chen himself. Or rather, how long it takes depends entirely on his own destiny. But this fragment of the water god's miracle was indeed quite favorable for Su Chen at this stage. It truly came as a timely blessing. It was more than sufficient. After all, his SSS tier abilities all possess the destructive power of forbidden spells. These are the kind of skills that drain the mana bar like crazy. Now that he possessed this divine power of the water god, not only could he endure prolonged battles, but even sustained, relentless combat would pose no challenge to Su Chen. Just imagine, if Su Chen wielded forbidden level skills with infinite mana reserves. Who could possibly withstand such an assault? Who could possibly withstand it? You might withstand one strike, but could you endure 3, 10, or even 20? Now, Su Chen will stand unchallenged on the path to invincibility. Su Chen, how do you feel? Has your body undergone any changes? The purple glow enveloping Su Chen persisted for several minutes before slowly dissipating. Chapter 74, My dearest friend, moved by passion. Yi Zizhou and the others watched him with expressions of concern and anticipation. After all, the initial stages of a divine fragment's voluntary inheritance and fusion were the most perilous. But once he got through it, after the first fusion was complete, there would be no further complications. What followed would merely determine how far the inheritor could progress on the path to becoming the next generation of divine beings. Su Chen, has the fusion succeeded yet? Watching Su Chen gradually return to normal, Chen Wenna asked anxiously. Yes, it feels absolutely incredible. I've never felt this exhilarating before, Su Chen exclaimed excitedly. He was overjoyed now. He never imagined that agreeing to such a thing would lead to this. Infinite blue bar. This bug was truly a stroke of luck for him. Seeing him like this, the few big shots finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Su Chen had perfectly inherited the power of this divine fragment. And the fusion had gone remarkably well. I knew it. A value of 99,999 would absolutely ensure a smooth fusion. Su Chen, have you mastered all the information about this fragment? Long Wei, standing nearby, asked excitedly. Yes, I've integrated the divine power of the water god. Su Chen promptly relayed the details he'd just uncovered to the others without holding back. He saw no reason to conceal it. After all, he had obtained this divine power thanks to the assistance of these influential figures. There was no need to hide anything from those who had done him a favor. Who would have thought, old Ji? A fragment of the water god? This is incredibly rare. Chairman Long, it seems we've truly succeeded this time. Just seeing Su Chen's perfect fusion and inheritance makes all the sacrifices we made worthwhile. At that moment, Yi Zizhou was even more excited than Long Wei. As the head of the security bureau, his official role was to oversee the capital's security. But in reality, he was also tasked with helping the capital identify top-tier professionals. Someone like Su Chen. Once found infused with the divine fragment, the capital's security would be assured for years to come. This was precisely what Yi Zizhou had been contemplating. Therefore, upon witnessing Su Chen's flawless fusion with the divine relic fragment, that was why he was so deeply moved. Now that Su Chen had succeeded in the fusion, it meant the Security Bureau would gain a formidable ally. It must be understood that the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth form the foundation of all practitioners' skills in this world. In other words, aside from a few exceptional skills, basically, 99% of practitioners' skills fall under these 5 elements. Moreover, it's no exaggeration to say that the water attribute is one of the fundamental laws governing this world. Without water, this world itself would never have come into existence. This alone demonstrates just how formidable the divine power of the water god that Su Chen inherited and fused truly is. That's precisely why Yi Zizhou and Long Wei reacted with such excitement upon hearing about the fragment of the water god's miracle. By the way, Su Chen, judging by the power you've demonstrated so far, you should be a mage, right? Then why is your class a lifestyle profession? A fisherman? Finally, as the matter concluded, Long Wei voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. Su Chen's class choice was simply too peculiar. After all, Su Chen was now one of their own, so naturally he wanted to get to the bottom of it. His main concern was whether Su Chen had made any deals or compromises to gain energy because of his life-oriented profession. If that were the case, he'd have to find a way to get a big shot to help undo it later. Therefore, he had to get to the bottom of it now. Su Chen was now the darling of the Imperial Capital's Guild of Craftsmen. Possessing the divine power of the water god, he was undoubtedly a key focus of attention. Thus, if Su Chen had previously strayed onto any dark paths, he absolutely must return to the righteous way. I am indeed a lifestyle-type practitioner, but why can I use skills? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself. I suspect it might have something to do with the awakening array malfunctioning on the day I awoke. After all, in the entire history of Huashan Nation or even the entire Blue Star, I seem to be the only lifestyle-focused practitioner who possesses combat-oriented skills. The only explanation Su Chen could muster was flimsy at best. Mainly, he couldn't explain any other possible reasons. That's certainly a possibility, Yi Zizhou nodded. After all, no one could verify this matter, nor could anyone say Su Chen was lying. Still, it was also possible that Su Chen was still concealing the real reason. But he had no way to prove that Su Chen was lying. After all, this was indeed a planet that had fused with a game world. Therefore, what Su Chen said was indeed quite plausible. Since it was plausible, as long as Su Chen didn't stray down the wrong path, he wouldn't pry into his secrets. After all, who doesn't have a few secrets? Just because someone has a secret, does that mean you have to pry into every detail? That would be unwise. Thus, Yi Zizhou chose not to press further. If someone didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. Given Su Chen's current demonstrated abilities and character, he could only bring benefits to the professional association, not harm. That alone was sufficient. The rest was beyond Yi Zizhou's concern. Su Chen, you're becoming more and more endearing, Fei Xue remarked cheerfully as she looked at him. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Fei Xue had always held a favorable impression of Su Chen, and now that he had fused with the divine power of the water god. Now, Su Chen's entire aura seemed elevated to a new level. He was even more strikingly handsome. Who wouldn't be charmed by someone like that? I heard that practitioners who fuse with divine fragment shards gain special abilities. How about? Su Chen, I'll wait for you in my room tonight. Come over, and we can study it together. Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected Fei Xue to express her feelings so passionately. To be honest, Su Chen hadn't seen this coming either. That she would act this way. If Chen Wenna hadn't been holding Fei Xue back, she might have already thrown herself at Su Chen. Ah, that's what they mean when they say passion can drive people mad. Fei Xue, you really need to behave yourself. Truth be told, Chen Wenna found it strange herself. She'd known Fei Xue for years, after all. This was truly the first time she'd ever seen Fei Xue like this. This woman was truly peculiar. Not that Fei Xue was incapable of being warm toward others. But this was just too over the top. After all, Fei Xue maintained an icy demeanor around other men. After all, she is one of the top beauties in the Imperial Capital's professional association. How could she possibly be warm toward men so casually? But why did she instantly transform into this after meeting Su Chen? As her longtime best friend, Chen Wenna could sense it. That little minx Fei Xue seems to have genuinely fallen for Su Chen. Chapter 75, Work hard and I'll make you president. Hey! Fei Xue, can you act a little more properly? Chen Wenna was at a loss for words. Her bestie was acting so. She'd always been so proud around men. What was going on today? Congratulations, Su Chen. Now that you've inherited the divine fragment, you should start considering the professional association more in your future actions. Suddenly, Yi Zizhou looked at him with seriousness. More crucially, Yi Zizhou had already begun setting standards for Su Chen's speech and conduct. He was clearly treating Su Chen as the guild's spokesperson. Everything he said and did was subject to strict requirements. However, Chen Wenna could understand this situation. After all, Su Chen's current status was unique, and he had inherited a fragment of the divine relic. It was bound to be of great use in the future. Therefore, it was crucial to clarify everything upfront and establish clear rules. Otherwise, if Su Chen were to utter something inappropriate or commit an indiscretion, it might truly become. Director Yi, rest assured. I'll be careful and mindful. Su Chen nodded earnestly. Truthfully, he would have exercised caution even without reminders from Yi Zizhou and Long Wei. After all, this was the professional association, and they were treating Su Chen with courtesy. Now that he was officially a member of the professional association, he was part of this organization. And as a member, he certainly needed to mind his words and actions. Su Chen understood that Yi Zizhou and the others had their own motives for treating him this way. But then again, who doesn't have their own interests? Truth be told, if he didn't possess formidable strength, who would even acknowledge him? Likewise, if it weren't for the professional association's reputation, would he have bothered with others? Thus, Su Chen understood perfectly well that this arrangement was one of mutual cooperation and mutual benefit. They needed him, and he needed them. That was what it meant to live as a valuable person. Therefore, Su Chen understood that after joining the professional association this time, he must uphold its interests no matter what. All right, Long Hui said cheerfully. Su Chen, it's great that you see it this way. From now on, we're colleagues in the professional association. By the way, Su Chen, now that you've officially joined the professional association, I'd like to explain the benefits of membership. Our guild is a type of professional guild, but with the backing of the state and its support, we can be considered a top-tier guild. Professional guilds are typically ranked from level 1 to level 10. These rankings are generally determined by the guild's overall strength, membership size, and contributions to the empire. Our professional association is a level 9 Grand Guild, a prestigious organization every talented professional aspires to join. Level 9? Su Chen paused, then asked curiously, President, shouldn't a guild of our size be level 10? Even with the nation backing us, that's a bit stingy, isn't it? Not even granting us level 10, just stopping at level 9? Could there possibly be another guild in this world that can even compare to our professional guild? Su Chen voiced his doubts without reservation. There are, Long Hui explained. Though our guild is already quite powerful. There truly exists an organization within China that surpasses our professional association in power. Oh? Su Chen perked up. What guild is that? The Mages Association. Su Chen. The Mages Association is practically the highest tier guild in every country, because virtually all professional mages join it. This also highlights the importance of the mage profession across all nations. Long Hui's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Su Chen, actually, your dragon president is also a member of the Mages Association, Yi Zizhou chimed in cheerfully from the side. Hearing this, Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Ha? President Long is also a member of the Mages Association? This. Who would have thought that Long Hui, the esteemed head of the Imperial Capital's Professional Association, was also a member of the Mages Association? This was truly eye-opening. Would the association even approve of such a thing? Su Chen looked at Long Hui with some confusion. But immediately afterward, he wished he could slap himself. The question was pointless. He's the president, wouldn't he have the means to handle it? That's a no-brainer. Su Chen, I know you don't understand, Long Hui patiently explained. Generally, no guild permits a practitioner to join two factions simultaneously. But the Mage Association is different. First, it's inherently an open and free guild as long as you're an exceptional mage. So once you pass the Mage Association's trials, you can join the Mage Association. Secondly, all nations grant preferential treatment to professional mages, Long Hui said cheerfully. And since it's a top-tier level 10 guild, other guilds won't object. But the trials and requirements for joining the Mages Guild are incredibly demanding. That's why the Mage Association only accepts a handful of new members each year. If the opportunity arises in the future, I'll definitely take you to the Mages Association to see it for yourself, Long Hui said cheerfully. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. He continued, similar to traditional large guilds, our professional association is also divided into levels 1 through 10. Rankings are primarily determined by a member's contribution to the guild. The longer you stay in the guild and complete its various tasks, the more contribution points you earn. The higher your contribution points, the higher your rank within the guild. One important thing to note is that advancing your guild rank doesn't consume your contribution points. As long as you accumulate enough contribution points, your rank will automatically increase within the guild. Fei Shui will send you more details later. Generally, reaching level 10 qualifies you to run for guild leader. According to our guild's requirements, reaching level 6 also qualifies you to run for vice president. Our Imperial Capital Professionals Association currently has 5 vice presidents, all with high contribution levels. Chen Wenna is level 7, while the others are all level 6. Fei Shui is the one who disappoints me the most. Among these vice presidents, she was the first to join, yet she's also the laziest. Long Hui shot Fei Shui a disapproving look. Fei Shui stuck out her tongue. That adorable expression left Su Chen staring in amazement. What's gotten into this aloof, elegant lady today? But Fei Shui has indeed done a lot for the guild. She just disdains earning those contribution points. Chapter 76, The Perks of Joining a Guild. Upon hearing Long Hui's words, Fei Shui smoothed her hair with a smug look. Guild leader, I don't need that stuff anyway. I'm not after empty fame. Yes. You're so noble and virtuous. Long Hui shot her another disapproving glance. He really had no idea what went through her head day in and day out. But Su Chen, even if Fei Shui doesn't care, don't underestimate the importance of contribution points within the guild. Contribution points are incredibly valuable. For instance, in the guild's internal warehouse, they can be used just like money. In fact, they're even more valuable than money. Many items in the guild warehouse aren't sold externally, you can't buy them with cash, but you can exchange contribution points for them. A lot of these things are exclusive to our guild, you couldn't buy them on the market no matter how much you paid. Hearing Long Hui's words, Fei Shui chimed in. Brother Su Chen, you should know our guild's warehouse is truly packed with amazing stuff. Equipment, materials, skills, you name it, we've got it. And many top-tier gear and skills aren't even available on the market. They're only available in our warehouse. So if you want them, earn more contribution points, and then you can exchange them. Chen Wenna nodded in agreement. Later on, I can take you to see it if you'd like. Of course, according to our guild rules, I'll give you a communicator shortly. This device will let you access the Professional Association's information panel anytime. You can view and exchange items from the warehouse through that interface. After redeeming, you can pick them up at designated locations or have guild members ship them to your specified address, though that takes a bit of time. Oh, right. Chen Wenna remembered something. Besides exchanging items, our guild's contribution points can also be used to hire skilled members for assistance. For instance, if you need to undertake a mission or accomplish something but worry your own strength isn't sufficient, you can use your contribution points to request bodyguards within the guild. High-level practitioners lacking contribution points will then accept the mission you post. That way, you won't have to worry about lacking high-level adventurers to assist you in advanced dungeons. In short, guild contribution points essentially function as an internal currency within the guild, serving a significant purpose. Su Chen listened in stunned silence. He never imagined contribution points within the professional association held such immense value. If Chen Wenna hadn't told him today, he truly wouldn't have known. Seeing Su Chen digesting her words, Chen Wenna added, there's another crucial matter you need to fully grasp. That would be guild blessings. As a member of the professional association, something like guild blessings is incredibly important. Put simply, it functions as the guild's unique mechanism energy, granting attribute bonuses to its members. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Hui nodded slightly beside her. Then, a flash of light erupted from his hand. A glowing orb the size of a basketball floated into his palm. Su Chen, feel this sphere. Isn't that a bit much? Su Chen glanced at Fei Shui and Chen Wenna. Those two had seriously large breasts. Was it really okay to be asked to touch them in broad daylight? The esteemed Dragon Glory leader actually wants me to touch the balls. How incredibly bold of them. Well, might as well give it a shot. Which one should I touch? Just as Su Chen was still agonizing over it, Long Hui beside him was pulling a face. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? I told you to touch the light orb in my hand. Oh. Su Chen snapped out of it. He immediately retorted, hey, President, you didn't make yourself clear. Look how awkward this is. Su Chen quickly placed his palm on the orb, trying to hide his embarrassment. Congratulations on joining the Level 9 Guild Professionals Association. You have successfully activated the Guild Blessing. Congratulations on obtaining the Guild Blessing buff. Before leaving the guild, your physical stamina attribute increases by 30%. Congratulations on obtaining the Guild Blessing buff. Before leaving the guild, your physical agility attribute increases by 30%. Congratulations on obtaining. Congratulations on obtaining the Guild Blessing buff. Until you leave the guild, you will gain 4 hours of double monster killing experience daily. The moment Su Chen touched the light orb, his mind was instantly bombarded by a barrage of notifications. Holy crap! Su Chen was utterly stunned. No wonder it's a top-tier guild. Without using any items or receiving buffs from support classes, his physical stats had skyrocketed so dramatically. Even that was nothing compared to what he now understood. Why so many adventurers would fight tooth and nail to join an adventurer's guild? Why they even strive to join high-level guilds? With benefits like these, wouldn't anyone fight tooth and nail to get in? Brother Su Chen, that look of surprise on your face is absolutely adorable, Fei Xue murmured, swaying her slender waist as she glided toward him. But little brother Su Chen, since you've just joined the guild, you might not realize yet what you've seen so far is just a tiny fraction of the benefits. You'll discover even greater perks after joining. Like me, for instance. Fei Xue pointed at herself with calm confidence. Ha! Su Chen froze. I can actually redeem this Fei Xue? This guild perk is pretty sweet. With so many people watching, Su Chen felt awkward after all, he genuinely wanted to make the exchange. But he couldn't possibly redeem her right here in front of everyone, could he? But honestly, Fei Xue's vast expanse of snow-white skin was quite ahem. You impatient little brat, Fei Xue pouted playfully. Su Chen's eagerness was actually making Fei Xue feel a bit overwhelmed. Alright. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Long Hui interrupted the two. Su Chen, I've already given you all the basic information about the professional association. The rest is up to you to figure out on your own. If you're not too busy later, open the guild's quest panel and take on more tasks. Not only will you gain experience points and guild contribution points, but you might even earn some money. That way, you'll get to know the professional association faster. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask Fei Xue or Chen Wen at any time. Director Yi and I have matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave now. With that, Yi Zizhou and Long Hui headed toward the exit. But after taking just a few steps, the two turned back. Also, regarding the development of that miracle fragment, Su Chen, keep an eye on it when you have time. If anything changes, be sure to let me know. Chapter 77, Sister, this is out of the question. After settling these matters, Long Hui finally left the office alongside Yi Zizhou. Though Long Hui appeared unconcerned on the surface, he harbored high expectations for Su Chen becoming the next generation's divine demon. After all, Su Chen had attained such formidable power shortly after his awakening. Add to that the 99,999 compatibility rating. Honestly, Su Chen might just be the first awakened god-demon practitioner. From this perspective, the rise of practitioners in Huashan Nation held genuine promise. Fei Xue, I have matters to attend to at the security bureau as well. I must be going. I'll leave Su Chen in your hands, Chen Wen said. With that, Chen Wen turned and quickly exited the office. For a moment, the office was left with only Su Chen and Fei Xue. What made matters worse was that when Chen Wen exited, she casually closed the office door behind her. Well, Su Chen never imagined his first time alone with a woman would happen like this. Hee, you little brat. You actually thought about me like that just now? Without my permission, you went ahead and did that to me? You've got some nerve, don't you? Taking advantage of the empty room, Fei Xue spoke while moving closer to Su Chen. It seemed she truly wouldn't let any opportunity to tease Su Chen slip by. Hey, Fei Xue, what are you doing? No, you can't do this. What are you trying to? Sister Fei Xue, ouch, what are you doing? Sister Fei Xue, I have to say this even though you're beautiful and have a great figure, I, Su Chen, am not the kind of person who just goes around with anyone. If you insist on forcing yourself on me, I won't resist. After all, I've just finished absorbing the divine fragment and my body is extremely weak. I simply couldn't fight you off. Seeing Fei Xue press forward without hesitation, Su Chen knew he was doomed today. Well, might as well make the best of it. Come on, you beast. Hot. Ha, you stinky little brother is actually adorable. Fei Xue burst into laughter at Su Chen's reaction. Right now, with his eyes closed and arms spread wide, he looked like he was waiting for Fei Xue to throw herself into his arms. It genuinely amused Fei Xue. First came a burst of silver bell laughter, then she pressed herself close against Su Chen's body. But she didn't do anything excessive, merely standing on tiptoe to ruffle his hair. Is that it? Sis Feishue, I'm not some stinky little brother, okay? I'm quite fragrant and I'm big. Su Chen declared. Su Chen opened his eyes, feeling a hint of disappointment. He thought Feishue would take advantage of the moment to defile him. He'd braced himself for it, only for Feishue to pull this stunt? Touching hair? At a time like this, what hair are you touching? Shouldn't you be touching other places? Having lived 2 lifetimes, Su Chen was no longer a greenhorn. Yet here she was, acting like a clueless girl. At the very least, Su Chen's current mental age and depth of experience easily put him at 35 or older. That's really, really old. Pfft, you little brat, what are you thinking? What could I possibly do to you? You little brat, you wish. Spill it, what are you planning to do next? Everyone else is busy, but I'm free. I can keep you company, Feishue said cheerfully. After teasing Su Chen, Feishue seemed thoroughly satisfied. When it came to this little brat, she simply couldn't resist teasing him. It felt like her days wouldn't be complete without teasing this little brat. But in Su Chen's heart, Feishue was truly a deadly little vixen. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud, they were best kept to himself. I just finished my job change quest today, so I'm looking for any quests that can help me level up quickly. It really would help me level up quickly. As a native of the imperial capital, Su Chen knew its inner workings well. Most of the openly acknowledged powerhouses in the imperial capital today were concentrated within 3 major factions. These 3 pillars were the military department, the government, and the professional association. Among them, Long Hui, the head of the professional association, was a grand mage who had undergone 5 job changes and was preparing for his 6th. His strength was truly unfathomable. Su Chen knew he was no match for Long Hui at present. But given enough time, he was certain he could surpass Long Hui. Moreover, the 5 vice presidents within the professional association were all practitioners who had undergone at least 4 class changes. Though their levels varied, each possessed astonishing strength. Director Yi Zizhou, in particular, was a 7th transformation berserker. However, due to the overwhelming demands of his work at the Security Bureau, his status as a 7th transformation berserker had remained unchanged for many years. There was no other way, he simply lacked the time to level up and complete job advancement quests. The capital's security demands countless critical tasks awaiting his attention. Thus, in terms of strength, Long Hui was rapidly closing the gap on Yi Zizhou. Of course, if Long Hui continues on this path, surpassing Yi Zizhou is only a matter of time. Then there were the so-called 7 elders of the professional association. Each of these 7 elders individually could match either Yi Zizhou or Long Hui. But if all 7 united, the number of professionals in the imperial capital capable of standing against them could likely be counted on one hand. As the heart of Huaxia Nation, the imperial capital naturally attracts a gathering of elite masters. Yet even so, the combined might of the 7 elders of the professional association would still rank among the top 10 in the imperial capital. One can only imagine the sheer power these 7 elders possess. Then there's the military. Rumor has it a level 300, 10th transformation powerhouse commands their forces. His primary role is to intimidate hostile nations. But the military remains shrouded in secrecy. Su Chen currently lacks the standing to learn about the professionals within its ranks. He only vaguely knew of this existence of a 10th transformation super powerful individual. But as for the specific profession of this level 300, 10th tier powerhouse, or whether they are male or female. Still, with such a heavyweight protecting the imperial capital's military, there was naturally little to worry about. What delighted Su Chen most, however, was that such a valuable item as the divine relic fragment. He never imagined it would ultimately fall into his hands, truly an unexpected turn of events. Regardless, this time around, he'd essentially stumbled upon a treasure. That said, Su Chen owed a debt of gratitude to Long Hui and Yi Zizhou for this matter. After all, once he fused the divine relic fragment, he knew he would quickly catch the attention of the leaders of the major factions in the imperial capital. At that point, if he wished to establish a foothold within the professional association and the imperial capital, then boosting his level and strength became his most urgent task. That was precisely why he'd asked Feishue where he could rapidly gain experience and level up. Chapter 78, Sis, you're really good to your little brother. Level up? Feishue paused upon hearing Su Chen's words, then smiled and said, that's quite simple. She then pulled a pill directly from her storage ring. You little brat. If you need help leveling up, just tell your sister. Do you think I wouldn't help you? This is an experience pill. Once you take it, it'll be incredibly beneficial for you. Consider it a gift for joining the guild. How about that? Your sister's always got your back, right? Su Chen hadn't expected this at all. Feishue would actually give him something this valuable. An experience pill. Not even the system had ever given him one before. Feishue administered an experience potion to herself, then activated the guild's 4-hour double experience buff. Combined with Su Chen's Xian Yuan sword's terrifying area of effect damage potential. Wouldn't Su Chen's leveling progress become? Seeing the experience pill in Fei Shue's hand, Su Chen hesitated for a moment. What's wrong, little brother? Don't you want it? Fei Shue looked at him curiously. It's not that, Fei Shue. But if I take something this valuable from you, I'll feel indebted. What do you expect me to repay you with? Su Chen asked, looking at her. He wasn't stupid. Fei Shue was such a shrewd person. She wouldn't just hand over something this valuable so easily. She must have an ulterior motive. If she truly had no ulterior motive, would you believe it? Su Chen certainly wouldn't. This gift is too generous. I can't accept something I haven't earned. Seeing his reaction, Fei Shue couldn't help but giggle. Indeed, those experience pills were the real deal, absolutely top-notch. That goes without saying. Essentially, such items were only within the reach of aristocratic heirs and wealthy second-generation individuals. Ordinary practitioners wanting to use an experience pill? Could you even afford the cost? Different levels have different experience pills. After use, the user gains triple experience points within a set time frame, plus double from guild blessings. This means Su Chen could gain at least 5 times the experience points over 4 hours. Compared to grinding group battles for half a day before, where the experience gains were meager. This single hour yielded 5 times the experience gain. Leveling up would be terrifyingly fast. Combined with the terrifying area of effect attacks of Su Chen's Xianyuan sword. This world truly is unfair. Not only unfair, but for the spoiled brats of noble families and wealthy second-generation heirs. Simply by spending money, they can easily outclass ordinary practitioners. That's the power of wealth. Not only does it save time, but it also rapidly boosts one's strength. What's a little money compared to that? Moreover, Su Chen knew there existed another type of item in this world. Experience pills specifically designed to boost experience points. Those pills were even more expensive. It's said that an experience pill granting 1 million experience points carries a market price of 100 million. Experience points and money are valued at a 1 to 100 ratio. 100 million for 1 million experience points. Don't think it's expensive. Even so, countless young masters from prominent families can't get their hands on it. And forget about second-generation rich kids, they're even less likely to get their hands on it. No one would even sell to them. After all, such valuable items are reserved for those with power and influence first. You little brat, why are you being so polite to your big sis? This is an experience pill that grants 500,000 EXP, just swallow it and you'll get 500,000 EXP instantly. You won't even need to grind monsters to level up. What? This is an experience pill for direct consumption? Su Chen stared wide-eyed at Fei Shue. He couldn't believe Fei Shue would actually give him such an experience pill. This thing was incredibly expensive, worth 50 million. Yeah, did you really think your sister would give you one of those triple experience pills and make you grind monsters like a slave? Sis would feel too bad for her little brother. This 500,000 EXP pill will at least get you from level 30 to 35. It's not much, but at least it'll speed things up. Then, if you want to reach level 40, you can go grind some more. Or you could buy some from the trading post and combine them with guild blessings for maximum effect. The only problem is, Sister Fei Shue here doesn't have any experience pills left. Otherwise, I'd definitely get you one of those million experience pills. We could have our little brother leveled up to 100 in no time, guaranteeing at least a 3rd job advancement, Fei Shue said cheerfully. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Fei Shue truly meant every word she said to him. Such a wonderful woman, he would repay her kindness in the future. Fill her up, properly support her. With that thought, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He boldly took the experience pill. Name, 500,000 EXP pill. Effect, an experience pill for direct consumption. Upon ingestion, the user gains 500,000 experience points instantly, an incredibly potent effect. Seeing Su Chen accept it, Fei Shue finally said, experience pills like this are certainly useful. But for practitioners at our current level, they're practically useless. It happens to be useful for you right now, so you might as well take it. Even if you don't use it, I have no interest in selling it for money. 50 million? That's pocket change. I wouldn't bother. Su Chen? Listen to this, is this even human speech? 50 million? Small change? Not worth my time. Is this even human speech? At this point, Su Chen simply said, well then, thank you, Sister Fei Shue. If 50 million is pocket change, what else is there to say? Fei Shue must be a wealthy woman. Rich and beautiful, what a catch. Seriously. Wow. Then, Su Chen swallowed the experience pill. Successfully consumed 500,000 EXP pill. EXP plus 500,000. Leveled up to level 31, all attributes increased by 2,000 points. Leveled up to 32, all attributes increased by 2,100 points. Level up. Leveled up to level 35, all attributes increased by 2,500 points. Due to your 5-level jump, you receive an additional 10,000 attribute points. Since your level has reached 35 but you haven't completed your second job advancement yet, please proceed with it as soon as possible. Right. Su-chen finally realized. His first job change had been at level 10. But that first job change happened at level 10. The second job change occurs at level 30. Currently, he was level 35 and his previous job change had been at level 10. It was time for his second job change. The third job change occurs at level 50. The fourth job change comes at level 80. Looking ahead, the path to enhancing my strength still stretches far into the future. It will take a considerable amount of time. I'll just take it step by step. For now, the immediate priority is to complete the second job advancement. Chapter 79, Second Job Change already? But this level up was truly satisfying. I never imagined this experience pill could provide such a massive boost. By level 35, although subsequent leveling still requires a lot of effort, at least he could immediately proceed with his second job advancement. Now Su-chen finally understood why these experience pills commanded such high prices yet remained scarce despite their value. They were truly exceptional items. You could even boost your experience without engaging in combat. Feeling the changes brought by his enhanced physical attributes, Su-chen now felt incredibly refreshed and invigorated. After checking his stats, Su-chen decided to allocate all his free attribute points to agility. The reason for choosing agility stemmed from his combat style. To be precise, the Xianyuan sword already provided immense destructive power. Further investing in strength offered little practical benefit. But if he allocated them to agility, his attacks in future battles would become truly terrifying. After allocating the attribute points, Su-chen felt his body grow noticeably lighter. Even his footsteps felt as swift as the wind. Ever since his last battle with Zhou Peng, Su-chen had realized his combat style should be unconventional. Yet agility's importance held considerable weight. Most importantly, he belonged to a life-oriented profession, not a fixed combat class. Take mages or warriors, for instance. At least you could clearly allocate your combat class points into stats like spirit or strength. This aligns with their class-specific stat allocation. But the problem is, Su-chen is a fishing-focused class. There's truly no fixed stat allocation for him. After dealing with Zhou Peng last time, Su-chen had come to realize this. His primary goal was to use his fishing system to obtain a super divine weapon. That was the real objective. As for the rest, that's not something Su-chen needed to concern himself with. For now, he poured all his free attribute points into agility. Combined with his Xianyuan sword, the sheer terror this combination unleashed was beyond words. Consider this, Su-chen's attack speed alone was now at least 3 times faster than before. While others could only execute 1 move, Su-chen would already be launching 3. And these 3 moves were executed with the precision of the Xianyuan sword. Tell me, isn't Su-chen's offensive power formidable? Add to that the water elemental god's buff currently enhancing him. His mana reserves are practically inexhaustible. If he chooses to, whether it's a warrior's basic attack or a mage's spell, he can make his opponents suffer unbearably. Therefore, Su-chen is now exceptionally well equipped in every aspect. With ample agility and mana, other physical attributes were simply unnecessary. Sister Feishue, if you have no other commitments, would you care to accompany me on a small errand? Su-chen's words caught Feishue off guard. That stinky little brother, he might not seem bold, but he sure is smoldering. Previously, she had always been the one to seek him out. Today, unexpectedly, he'd taken the initiative to approach her. It seemed he really had been moved by her after all. Still, for Su-chen, having received so many favors from Feishue, he couldn't keep avoiding her forever. That would make him look like an ungrateful bastard. Fine, but what do you want me to do? Killing or arson, those are my specialties, Feishue said with a sly grin. Su-chen merely smiled faintly. That's not quite how it works. With that, the two headed outside. Then what exactly are we doing? You wouldn't be. Feishue stared at Su-chen with an inscrutable look. Don't think I'm that bad. I just need you to accompany me on a second transition quest. What? You haven't done your second job transfer yet? Feishue stared at Su-chen in disbelief. Yeah, I've been too busy leveling up and farming gear to complete the job change quest. So, I just finished my first job change and now need to complete the second job change quest. Feishue knew Su-chen had joined the professional guild at level 30. With the experience pill he'd just consumed, reaching level 35 was perfectly reasonable. But what she hadn't expected was that Su-chen hadn't even started his second job change yet. You stubborn little brother, you really are unpredictable. You're already level 35 and still haven't done your second job change? You know, the first job change is just for beginners. The second job change is when you officially kick off your career as a professional. Though you're a lifetime profession, that part does surprise me a bit, Feishue said cheerfully. Su-chen offered no explanation. After all, even he found his own path as a professional rather intriguing. What Su-chen hadn't anticipated was how genuinely powerful this guild buff was. With this buff active, he could essentially accomplish almost anything he set his mind to. Besides, he was now the prized asset of the Imperial Capital's Guild Association. The only man capable of fusing divine fragments. Naturally, everyone from the security bureau to the guild president went out of their way to look after him. With such good fortune, he had to make the most of it. The two soon arrived at the job change hall. Gazing at the majestic structure, Su-chen felt his excitement grow. How long had it really been? It hadn't even been a few days since he'd crossed over. His life had truly undergone a tremendous transformation. And the original body was a complete failure. If not for him, there'd be no chance of possessing such power now. Brother of the original body, you'd better thank me for this. Su-chen muttered to himself. Now, at level 35 and the top-ranked member of the professional association, he was truly the king returning. Come on, you little brat, what are you standing at the door thinking about? Fei Xue stood behind Su-chen and gave him a nudge. Only then did Su-chen snap out of his reverie. Together, they headed toward the job change hall. Thanks to the previous job change information he had obtained, Su-chen quickly found his way back to the same beautiful receptionist who had assisted him last time. She had been deeply impressed by his good looks. Therefore, as soon as he approached, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Oh, Mr. Su-chen. It's been a few days. What brings you here today? I'm here to pick up my second job assignment. So soon? The receptionist was taken aback. Is this Su-chen really that capable? Last time, he single-handedly completed an SSS-Rank job change quest. That alone had become a legend throughout the entire job change hall. And now, just days later, he's back for his second job change? Is this guy really that powerful? Is he determined to become the ultimate legend of the entire job transfer hall? Mr. Su-chen. Are you joking? You're saying you want to undergo a second job change? The beautiful receptionist stared at him in disbelief. Yes. Mr. Su-chen, honestly, if you wanted to ask me out, you could just say so. I'd be happy to grab dinner with you after work. No need for such an excuse, right? The receptionist said cheerfully. Chapter 80, another SSS-Rank quest. Su-chen. Does this receptionist eat oil cakes? Where did she get the idea that he was trying to pursue her? Of course, Su-chen had to admit she was stunningly beautiful. But come on, really? Hey, beautiful, I'm here to pick up the second stage mission. As for inviting you to dinner, I haven't made up my mind yet, Su-chen reminded her. Fei Xue giggled beside him. This brought the receptionist back to reality. But you just completed your first advancement. Why are you rushing into the second one so soon? The receptionist looked slightly flustered but forced herself to stay composed. What's your problem, receptionist? Do your job properly. He wants to advance to the second stage. Why are you rambling on about nonsense? As Su-chen's protective guardian, Fei Xue wouldn't tolerate any other woman harboring feelings for him. Seeing this receptionist dare to defy the heavens, she knew she had to teach her a lesson. It must be said, Fei Xue's queenly aura was truly formidable. There was no denying that. But the receptionist wasn't someone to mess with either. Her beauty had always made her the center of attention. When had she ever endured such disrespect? But just as she was about to lose her temper, she suddenly noticed the badge pinned to Fei Xue's chest. That looked like the badge of the professional association. The receptionist dared not provoke her. If she really did provoke someone from the professional association and they filed a complaint, she'd lose her job. Therefore, she could only suppress her anger. Alright, then please provide your turnaround professional information. Su-chen opened his subpage and sent his information to the system terminal. Wait, if I recall correctly, you were level 30 before? How many days has it been? You're already level 35? Are you Superman or something? The receptionist stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, Fei Xue also sent her level information to the receptionist. At that moment, the receptionist's eyes suddenly cleared. Thank goodness she hadn't offended this stunning beauty after all. She was indeed from the professional association and not just any member, but the vice president, Fei Xue. This stunning beauty, Fei Xue, had actually come to the job change hall with this handsome guy to complete his second job change quest. No need to guess, it was obviously to help Su-chen complete his second job change quest. Good heavens! What on earth had Su-chen done to deserve the assistance of Vice President Fei Xue, one of the 5 major vice presidents of the professional association? He must be some noble scion from a prominent family, or at the very least, an illegitimate son. No wonder Su-chen is so handsome. With such privileged lineage and background, the receptionist found herself growing more and more taken with him. I'll process your third-class job change quest immediately. After re-registering Su-chen's information, the receptionist swiftly began inputting data on the screen behind her counter. Before long, the adjacent portal activated. Just like last time, Su-chen and Fei Xue walked toward the portal. Watching their retreating figures, the receptionist felt a pang of melancholy. Ah, if he weren't accompanied by President Fei Xue, I might still have a chance. But now, I'm afraid I can only watch from afar. The receptionist sighed wistfully at the thought. She could only hope that this young Master Su-chen would notice her unique beauty amidst the crowd. Otherwise, she feared she truly couldn't compete with President Fei Xue. But just then, Fei Xue suddenly seemed to sense something. She turned to glance coldly at the receptionist. The receptionist jumped in fright. She knew exactly who Vice President Fei Xue was. Even during the earlier registration process, her level alone had already crushed her own. Not to mention her powerful connections and background. Such a venomous beauty was not someone she could afford to antagonize. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she'd meet her end. With that thought, the receptionist completely abandoned any lingering interest in Su Chen. Handsome guys are nice, but your life comes first. Meanwhile, Su Chen led Fei Xue into the job change space. Just like last time, he placed his hand on the screen. Congratulations on successfully claiming your second job change quest. Quest level, SSS. Quest content, Sacrificial Offering Spirit Heart, Fire Dragon Heart, Water Beast, Withered Demon King Heart, Earth Eater Heart. Quest duration, 24 hours. Adventurers may obtain the 5 required items through combat or trade. Complete the quest within the specified time frame. Failure to do so or death will result in mission failure. Damn, hearts from all 5 of those things? You're ruthless. Su Chen frowned upon seeing the quest items. These represent the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But obtaining the hearts of these 5 monsters won't be easy. First up is the elf heart. You have to go to the elf forest and kill the elf prince to get its heart. This quest was quite challenging. Though for Su Chen, it's not exactly that troublesome, but at least the elf archers within the elf forest are indeed tough to deal with. Of course, these 5 items can also be obtained through trade. However, due to their immense value, they come at a hefty price. Even if Su Chen had the money, buying them would cost him a pretty penny. Money was hard earned, and he wasn't about to part with it so easily. Su Chen couldn't figure it out himself. As a level 35 life-oriented class character, why did every class change quest he activated turn out to be this SSS tier stuff? Damn it all to hell. Is this some kind of bullying? It wasn't that Su Chen harbored any ulterior motives, but the quest rewards were downright punitive. Take the heart of the Withered Demon King, for instance. The heart of this wood elemental boss? That fight won't be easy. One slip up, and he might even get poisoned. Then not only would the mission fail, but he'd be poisoned too. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Glancing at the quest he'd accepted, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. It felt like the system function had colluded with his fishing system. It seemed determined to make things as difficult as possible for him. Even if he bought these quest items individually, each one would cost no less than 10 million. And that's only because he had connections. If he had to buy them from the Huaxia trading house, it wouldn't be possible to get them for less than 15 million. Su Chen had barely scraped together a small fortune, and now it was gone. Who wouldn't feel the sting? He's a poor lifestyle-oriented professional, after all. But in this world, if you truly want to become a powerful professional, you simply can't do it without spending money. Should I spend money to buy quest items, or fight my way through myself? Su Chen hesitated. Spending money saved time, but his funds were limited, and parting with them stung. But if he fought, he wasn't certain he could complete the quests. The main issue was that the bosses for these quests weren't pushovers. Chapter 81, How to Repay a Debt of Gratitude. Su Chen, what are you hesitating about? A second-tier quest you could complete it with your eyes closed. Fei Xue stared at Su Chen in astonishment, as if he were facing a life or death decision. It's just a second transition quest. What's the big deal? Su Chen simply sent Fei Xue the detailed task information. After Fei Xue finished reading the task information Su Chen had sent her, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. You, an SSS-Rank mission? Oh my gosh, you little brat, this is. I never would have guessed. How did you get so lucky? You got an SSS-Rank quest on your first try? Hearing Fei Xue call it good luck left Su Chen thoroughly frustrated. How could this be considered good luck? Sister Fei Xue, I already got an SSS-Rank first stage mission last time. Now this is another SSS-Rank mission, this is the second time already. Hearing Su Chen's words, Fei Xue wondered if her ears were playing tricks on her. Last time was SSS-Rank, and now this? Does this brat have such incredible luck? Why not let me soak up some of that luck? She needed that luck too, she absolutely had to get some. Stop dreaming, you little brat. SSS-Rank missions aren't something just anyone can take on. You've claimed it twice, which proves your strength. That means I have contribution points in the guild. Whatever you need, I can help you exchange for it. It won't cost much anyway. Let's save time wherever we can. Fei Xue was quite generous towards Su Chen. As she pulled Su Chen away from the job change hall, the receptionist girl was left completely dumbfounded. They're already hitting it off? That was way too fast. And judging by Fei Xue's tone earlier, she was planning to exchange all 5 items for Su Chen? Wait, Su Chen activated another SSS-Rank quest. This time, he needs the hearts of the 5 elemental bosses, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Is he that awesome? And Fei Xue just casually offered to exchange the quest items for him, not batting an eye. The professional association might be rumored to be extravagant, but this is just too extravagant. Without even batting an eye? While these materials aren't exactly rare, most guilds don't have them stocked in their warehouses. Many guilds didn't even possess a single one of them. Yet Feishuo simply stated she'd exchange them all. The professional guild is seriously impressive. On the way back, Su-chen felt a bit awkward. Sister Feishuo, I feel terribly awkward about you helping me like this. Alright then, Feishuo said. Tell me one thing, no matter how small, and I'll help you with it. It must be said that from the moment Su-chen obtained the experience pill until now, he owed Feishuo at least 50 million favors. If Feishuo helped him exchange for the hearts of 5 elemental monsters now, then that debt would soar into the hundreds of millions. Though they were both professionals, 100 million meant nothing to a top-tier professional like Su-chen, a man blessed with extraordinary luck. It would amount to nothing. Even so, it was more than enough to deter most adventurers. Because it could genuinely bankrupt them. You little brat, it's simple. If you want to repay me, just pledge yourself to me, Feishuo said with a cheerful laugh. Hearing Feishuo's words, coupled with her seductive gaze, Su-chen stammered in shock. This. Feishuo, I'm being serious here. You? Su-chen forced himself to stay calm. I'm serious too. Feishuo's words left Su-chen speechless. Well, it seemed he truly had no secrets left in front of this older sister. It was clear she wasn't joking. If that was the case, hadn't he just dug himself into a hole with his earlier words? If he couldn't explain himself clearly now, things would get complicated. Sister Feishuo, I need these 5 materials for my class change. Does our Adventurers Guild warehouse really have them? What do you mean really? Take out the really and the do it's there. Feishuo didn't mind Su-chen changing the subject. Our Adventurers Guild is one of the finest guilds in all of Huaxia. There's basically nothing you can think of that our guild can't get its hands on. Stop worrying about nothing. These 5 items you need aren't rare treasures. The warehouse definitely has them in stock. Let's go check now. Even if we don't have all of them, we should easily be able to gather 2 or 3. If we still fall short, I'll accompany you to hunt them down myself. With me by your side, you're worried we won't get them? Feishuo said cheerfully. Well, with her putting it that way, what else was there to say? Su-chen nodded in agreement and followed Feishuo back to the professional association. Back at the guild's warehouse, Feishuo swiped her card and the warehouse doors swung open. The moment they stepped inside, even Su-chen, a man who had traveled through time, was stunned. The array of items before him was truly dazzling. He could scarcely believe that this world held such an abundance of valuable items. No wonder it's a major guild's warehouse, it's packed with so many incredible items, Su-chen marveled. Inside the warehouse, weapons and equipment of every tier were displayed, each boasting at least elite-grade quality. It was truly dazzling. Not only that, but all kinds of spiritual medicine ingredients were also available in abundance. Both in quantity and quality. They were all top-tier, first-class goods. Even renowned pharmaceutical clans would likely pale in comparison. It truly broadened Su-chen's horizons. He had already made up his mind, whenever he had free time, he would focus on grinding guild quests. Only by doing so could he properly utilize the items stored in the warehouse. After all, the warehouse was overflowing with valuable items. Su-chen roughly estimated that if he sold everything he had, it would fetch at least 10 billion yuan to start with. 10 billion. 10 billion. More than enough to last a lifetime. Su-chen wandered around the warehouse, browsing here and there. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to be like an old peasant woman visiting the Grand View Garden. He'd never seen anything like it before. Never seen such things before. Su-chen, I found the elf heart, the withered demon king heart, the water beast heart, and the earth-eating beast heart. Only the fire dragon's heart is missing. After all, these are guild warehouse items. Restocking is completely random. If it's gone, it's gone. So who knows when the fire dragon heart might be restocked. But if we run the fire dragon dungeon, we should be able to get it. I'll go with you. Taking on that fire dragon solo would be tough for you, but I'm not afraid, Feishuo said. As she spoke, Feishuo handed over the 4 items Su-chen needed. Seeing the quest items in Feishuo's hands, Su-chen couldn't contain his excitement. Thank you, Sister Feishuo. No need for thanks. This stinky little brother owes you a huge favor. Chapter 82, Are you a hidden class? Sister Feishuo, I'm already incredibly grateful you could get me these things. I'll go get that fire dragon's heart myself. You've been running around with me all this time and I haven't even properly thanked you yet. Rest first. Wait for me to return and I'll give you a surprise. Su-chen finished speaking and reached for the quest item. But Feishuo instantly recalled it, leaving him empty-handed. I'll go with you. Sister Feishuo, that won't be necessary. I can handle this alone. Su-chen shook his head. He genuinely didn't want Feishuo to keep tagging along with his errands. She'd already followed him around for half a day. It was just the last quest item. If he made her come along for this too, it would be. In any case, Su-chen felt too embarrassed to trouble Feishuo any further. I said I'm going with you. Fei Shue's expression was unwavering, clearly determined to cross the river with Su Chen. Truthfully, Su Chen didn't grasp Fei Shue's meaning. From Su Chen's perspective, he simply didn't want to trouble Fei Shue. But from Fei Shue's perspective, the stinky little brother was trying to ditch her. Fine, then we'll go together. Seeing Fei Shue's expression, Su Chen knew he couldn't refuse. He was helpless, and couldn't figure out why the beautiful woman before him had suddenly gone mad. Since she insisted on going, he certainly couldn't refuse. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Fei Shue arrived at their mission destination. Fire dragons were formidable foes among all low-level dungeons. The fire dragon itself could drop a wealth of raw materials, which could be used as ingredients for crafting equipment. Moreover, the fire dragon's heart is an essential ingredient for many mages crafting potions. To put it plainly, once a fire dragon heart appears in the auction house or other markets, it would be snapped up in an instant. However, the fire dragon is quite high level and packs a serious punch. So Fei Shue's concern for Su Chen is well-founded. Let's go, you little brat. Fei Shue gazed at the entrance to the volcanic crater and spoke softly to Su Chen. The entire mountain was dominated by a colossal crater. Lava spewed from the volcano's interior flowed everywhere around them. Due to the constant presence of magma over the years, the surrounding temperature was extremely high. The moment they reached the entrance, a wave of heat hit them. It's unbearably hot, Su Chen remarked in surprise. He truly hadn't expected the crater to be this scorching. If it was this hot, they might need some cooling potions. At that moment, Fei Shue gave a light wave of her hand. A white ice sphere materialized above their heads. Instantly, the surrounding temperature dropped. Sister Fei Shue, you're truly amazing, Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening. Who would have thought this big sister was such a treasure trove? She had everything truly unexpected. Fei Shue offered a faint smile. Now you know how amazing I am. Come on, today I'll take you to slay a fire dragon. Though Fei Shue had heard of Su Chen's prowess, she'd never witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, the crater was teeming with fire lizards and other monsters around levels 35-40. They were roughly on par with Su Chen's strength. And their numbers were vast. She could see just how formidable Su Chen truly was in combat. If the fire lizards became too numerous for Su Chen to handle, she could step in to assist. Essentially, when Fei Shue intervenes, it's an instant kill. There was little doubt about that outcome. However, to ensure Su Chen's safety, Fei Shue still prepared for battle with utmost seriousness. She drew her weapon. Shortly after, Su Chen received Fei Shue's level information. Name, Fei Shue. Class, 7th Transformation Grand Diviner. Level, 120. You're level 120. And a Grand Diviner? Su Chen stared at her profession details, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, a level 120 Grand Diviner coming to a place like this? That's like a dimension-lowering attack. What, you don't believe in yourself? But Su Chen couldn't dwell on that now. The thing was, Grand Diviner was a hidden class, a 1 in a million hidden class. It wasn't something just anyone could aspire to become. While diviners belong to the support class and are part of the mage lineage, they differ significantly from mages. Not only did they possess potent offensive skills, but they also boasted formidable buff stacking capabilities. Most crucially, they can use divination skills to apply positive buffs to both allies and themselves. Once combat begins, the diviner's importance can even surpass that of some mages of the same level. Even archmages might not be as vital as they are. Of course, this doesn't apply to healers. Even so, the diviner stands among the elite of support classes. They excel in all areas without any obvious weaknesses. You little brat, didn't you know? Your big sister has plenty of secrets waiting for you to discover. Hearing this, Su Chen froze again. Sigh, Fei Shue really? Is she dead set on getting close to me? What on earth should he do? So, are hidden professions really that rare on our blue star? Su Chen asked curiously. Of course not. While hidden professions are powerful, Fei Shue explained cheerfully, if we're talking about actual practitioners of hidden professions, that's actually not the case. Take our Huaxia for example, there are already over 10,000 published hidden professions. So you really don't need to be so surprised by me. My profession is quite common. Fei Shue explained cheerfully. Then she turned her gaze back to Su Chen. It's actually your profession that has me curious. A non-combat, lifestyle-type profession possessing such terrifying combat prowess and skills I've never even seen before. Compared to you, my hidden profession is nothing, Fei Shue said cheerfully. Alright, stick close to me and don't get lost, you little brat. Fei Shue grabbed Su Chen's hand and pulled him toward the entrance of the volcanic crater as she spoke. Who would have thought? My very first time crossing over in life, and I end up meeting a domineering big sister. The plot was cheesy, but it wasn't half bad. Though Su Chen felt a bit annoyed inside, he still followed Fei Shue closely. His strength was undeniably formidable, and such a mission was child's play for him. But Su Chen had an unspoken dilemma. He couldn't reveal his true combat strength in front of Fei Shue. Otherwise, the entire professional association would likely immediately suspect him of being behind the incidents in those two secret realms. At that point, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Two major secret realm instances both wiped out by him. Wouldn't it be strange if the Professional Association and the Huaxia Nation didn't demand compensation from him? Where would he find the money to pay? This is pure suicide. Chapter 83, If I Undress, You Undress. That said, Su Chen still had no choice but to follow Fei Xue's instructions. The main reason was that in this dungeon, besides the fire dragon, most of the fire lizards were the ones causing trouble. He couldn't figure out why the boss here wasn't the leader of the fire lizards. Instead, it was that fire dragon. But then Su Chen realized. It was obvious, wasn't it? No matter how powerful the fire lizards are, could they possibly match the fire dragon? Naturally, the stronger one becomes the leader. The problem was, there were simply too many fire lizards. If an ordinary adventurer went alone, they might get taken out by the lizards before even spotting the dragon. But the current situation isn't quite that complicated. Su Chen's combat prowess goes without saying. And with Fei Xue, a highly skilled professional, joining the ranks. Together, they would be unstoppable, slaying gods who stood in their way and Buddhas who blocked their path. Alright, stay close to me. Let's move. Even as Su Chen was still lost in thought, Fei Xue had already spoken up. Sister Fei Xue, you really are bossy. Su Chen shook his head. But there was no choice. Having just joined the professional association, Su Chen still had much to learn from Fei Xue. Soon, the two entered the crater. Along the way, besides the scorching heat wave hitting them head-on, were the fire lizards. Though not the dominant species here, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Their numbers far exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Originally, Su Chen had assumed there might be at most 100 fire lizards within the crater. But the moment he stepped onto the path leading into the volcano, he knew he was wrong. By visual estimation, the fire lizards Su Chen could see numbered at least 500. And that was just the ones he could see. They were truly swarming in such numbers that it made one's scalp tingle. No wonder there are no other ferocious beasts in this crater besides that fire dragon. Su Chen frowned as he surveyed the ground covered in them. With so many fire lizards, even if other beasts wanted to live here, they probably wouldn't have the ability to do so. Fei Xue smiled faintly. That's one reason. Another is the extreme heat here. Who could endure it? Look at the trees around us, they're already charred black, practically on the verge of bursting into flames. Surveying the sea of flames around them, Su Chen shook his head in disbelief at the harshness of this environment. After walking for only a short while, both of them were already drenched in sweat. Fei Xue, overcome by the heat whether intentionally or not. The stunning beauty simply pulled off her top. Now clad only in a sheer undershirt, her sweat-drenched appearance left Su Chen struggling to maintain his composure. Ah, it's unbearably hot in this godforsaken place, Fei Xue said as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Seeing Fei Xue like this, Su Chen couldn't help but think to himself. This woman is such a temptress, so alluring? Truth be told, Fei Xue did look incredibly alluring right now. She wore a semi-transparent top and a skirt, and because of the sweat, actually lent her an indescribable sensuality. In short, any man witnessing this scene would likely lose control. At that moment, Fei Xue turned her head to look at Su Chen. You little brat, aren't you hot wearing all that? Don't overheat yourself during the fight and end up cooking yourself alive, that would be disastrous, Fei Xue said. As she spoke, Fei Xue's gaze lingered on Su Chen. Her gaze was full of aggression. I'm fine, Fei Xue. You don't know, my body's a bit special. I don't get hot easily. Alright, Su Chen was lying. How could he not be hot? He was practically boiling. The main reason was that he was practically boiling over, but he certainly couldn't just strip off his clothes like that. It wasn't that Su Chen was some paragon of virtue, it was simply that the woman before him was far too tempting, stirring up all sorts of unseemly thoughts. You little rascal. That evasive look in your eyes, what, afraid Sister Fei Xue will eat you alive? Seeing Su Chen's ears turn crimson, Fei Xue naturally intended to properly discipline this handsome little brother. Such a handsome little brother was truly a rare find. She walked over and with a swift motion pulled Su Chen's clothes off. Sister Fei Xue, what are you? Ow? What are you doing? Su Chen tried to resist, but the sweltering heat sapped his strength. He didn't have much strength left, needing to conserve energy for the fight. If he resisted too much, he might not have the strength left to fight later. So he simply let Fei Xue strip him. What are you thinking about, you little brat? I'm worried you'll get heatstroke. That could be life-threatening. I don't just pull off anyone's clothes like this. You're the first one. Truth be told, if we were talking about physical attributes, Fei Xue's stats were far superior to Su Chen's. After all, she was a level 120 powerhouse, far superior to Su Chen, a mere level 35 weakling. Under Fei Xue's hands, Su Chen was stripped bare in mere moments. In the end, only his underwear remained. But boy, was he a little devil. Fei Xue burst into laughter. I knew it. Su Chen, you really had something up your sleeve. Not bad at all. Su Chen was speechless. Did Fei Xue just enjoy teasing him like this? Though it wasn't really a big deal. But Su Chen couldn't shake the feeling that Fei Xue had made him this plate of dumplings just to stir up a little jealousy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Sister Fei Xue, this. If you wanted to see, you could have just asked. It's not like I'd refuse to show you. Well then, it can't be fair if I'm the only one getting the short end of the stick. You've seen so much already, so I want to see too. It's so hot in here, I'm worried you might get heatstroke too. Why don't you take it off as well? Su Chen said cheerfully. After all, he wasn't losing anything. If a stunning beauty like Fei Xue was willing to undress in front of him, why not? After all, seeing it was just seeing it. As for anything else, well, that wasn't his problem. Just then, a group of fire lizards suddenly noticed the two of them. Nearly 7 or 8 of them slowly crawled over from nearby. They flicked their tongues, eyes fixed intently on the pair. Clearly, these inhabitants of the volcano weren't exactly welcoming to the two uninvited guests. Looks like we've disturbed these fire lizards, Su Chen remarked, pointing at them. Overall, these fire lizards weren't particularly large in size. But their sheer numbers were undeniably overwhelming. To Su Chen and Fei Xue, these fire lizards were nothing more than experience points for leveling up. Chapter 84, Is he that strong? Not to mention Fei Xue, a level 120 powerhouse. Even a level 35 newbie like Su Chen could handle these fire lizards. Of course, that was only if he brought out the Xian Yuan sword. But the heat here was unbearable. Both of them wanted to end the fight quickly, unwilling to continue battling in this scorching environment. Fighting in such conditions was genuinely troublesome and exhausting. Soon, groups of fire lizards swarmed around them. They encircled the two, trapping them in the center. Su Chen, the fire lizards here may not be high level, but they're incredibly numerous and work together seamlessly. We need to be careful. You stay behind me and watch how I take care of them. After all, it's just a second-tier quest. No big deal for me. Fei Xue spoke as she shielded Su Chen behind her. With that, she raised her magic staff and a purple glow began to swirl around her. Su Chen? Where did you go, Su Chen? At that moment, Fei Xue suddenly realized Su Chen was no longer beside her. This kid. Fei Xue never imagined Su Chen would disobey her once they reached their destination. Didn't he know the fire lizard's strength? If they surrounded him, 10 of you wouldn't be enough. Just as Fei Xue was frantically searching for Su Chen. Suddenly, a massive golden sword beam descended from the heavens. Its terrifying power left Fei Xue utterly stunned. Although this was the map for Su Chen's second-class job quest, an SSS-level difficulty task, it was still just a second-class quest. How difficult could it be? Yet no one could have anticipated such powerful energy fluctuations here. There shouldn't be any powerful adventurers on this map, right? Judging by this display, just this single strike alone must carry the power of a level 200 berserker. No, how could such a terrifying professional be here? Fei Xue muttered to herself, her alertness rising. She never imagined encountering such a powerful professional in a second transition quest map. What was happening in the imperial capital lately? Why were so many demons and monsters appearing? Fei Xue quickly pulled out her communicator. Such an unusual situation demanded she call for backup. If she didn't call for backup now, and something unforeseen happened, even if she acted herself, it might be too late. But just then, a familiar figure appeared. It was Su Chen, wielding a long sword that radiated golden light. The blade hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Clearly, that earlier strike had come from this very blade. Su Chen, what the? Wait, when did you start flying around up there? Fei Xue stared at Su Chen in disbelief, her eyes wide. However, Su Chen didn't answer her. Instead, he turned and charged toward the surrounding fire lizards. I strike! Su Chen roared furiously. The golden sword beam erupted once more. A massive sword beam surged forward from Su Chen's position. Wherever the golden sword beam touched, not a blade of grass remained. All the fire lizards instantly turned to ash, unable even to utter a sound. The surrounding volcanic crater paths were instantly enveloped by the golden sword beam. Any ferocious beast caught within this golden blade light was instantly reduced to dust. This, even a berserker isn't this powerful, right? Fei Xue froze in shock. Wait, could Su Chen be some kind of brand new hidden class? Fei Xue suddenly realized something. But upon seeing Su Chen's previous information, Fei Xue was once again plunged into confusion. A fisherman couldn't possibly have a hidden class. At best, he was a lifestyle class, hardly someone with formidable combat prowess. Yet the power Su Chen was displaying now was simply. At the very least, this was the caliber of a player who had undergone 10 transformations. But, how did he acquire such power? This left Fei Xue utterly speechless. So shocked was she that she nearly dropped the magic wand from her grasp. She had assumed there might be other elite practitioners within this volcanic crater. But it turned out to be Su Chen. He was only level 35. Hello, this is the Imperial Capital Adventurers Guild. Vice President Fei Xue, how may we assist you? The communicator finally connected and a sweet voice came through. Yet Fei Xue paid it no mind whatsoever. She was utterly captivated by Su Chen's terrifying combat prowess, unable to tear her eyes away. This guy's strength was probably even more terrifying than hers. Did he even need her help? Initially, Fei Xue had only heard from Chen Wenna that Su Chen possessed formidable strength, likely the true mastermind behind the dungeon's destruction. But Fei Xue still found it hard to believe. After all, he was just a level 30 professional. How formidable could he be? If level 30 adventurers were all that formidable, then hadn't she wasted all her effort leveling up to 120? After all, she was already a 6th transformation professional on the verge of 7th transformation. Yet now, the combat prowess Su Chen had demonstrated left Fei Xue with no choice but to believe. He was the one who had destroyed 2 major dungeon realms. Frankly, if she hadn't witnessed it herself, Fei Xue would never have believed it. Yet the scene before her eyes had completely overturned her understanding. Did this guy not even bother to hide anything from her? Was he truly unafraid that the professional guild would discover he was the one who destroyed those 2 dungeon realms? He was displaying it all so openly, without the slightest concealment. This kid seems to trust me quite a bit after all. Damn little brother. The reason Fei Xue thought this way was because Su Chen's strength had only been witnessed once before by Chen Wenna. She herself had only witnessed it here this time. Apart from her and Chen Wenna, neither Director Yi nor President Long had witnessed it. Previously, Fei Xue had treated Su Chen like a child. After all, he just graduated, wasn't he still a kid? Thus, Fei Xue found it effortless to tease Su Chen. After all, she deliberately teased him in the manner of an older sister. But now, Su Chen had gained a rough understanding of the changes in his own abilities. Possessing such terrifying power, this man must have cunning and depth beyond the ordinary. Compared to him, I felt like nothing more than a clown. Because of this, even Fei Xue's gaze towards Su Chen had changed slightly. Boom! Following a barrage of relentless bombardment, the entire path through the volcanic crater. At least 300 fire lizards lay dead, slain by Su Chen. Red powder drifted through the air. Each lizard had been reduced to dust by Su Chen's blade. Congratulations on defeating the fire lizard. You have gained 1500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the fire lizard. You have gained 2000 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the fire lizard. You have gained 2500 EXP. Congratulations. Chapter 85, Second Job Advancement is all that's left. As Su Chen fought, the mechanical voice in his mind kept ringing. However, Su Chen currently has no way to level up. Although he had accumulated a considerable amount of experience points, and the number kept rising with each kill. Each fire lizard slain grants an additional 500 experience points. But the cap is set at 6,000 points, beyond which it won't increase. In other words, killing each fire lizard only grants up to 6,000 experience points. No matter how many he killed afterward, each one would only grant 6,000 points. Though modest, it was a perk granted by the system itself. However, since Su Chen hadn't completed his second job advancement quest yet, all the experience points were being saved up. Once he completes the second job advancement, he'll be able to jump several levels at once. The once plentiful fire lizards within the entire crater had now vanished entirely. Only a handful dared to linger at the edges, stubbornly holding their ground. After all this time spent battling, Su Chen could now say he had mastered a great deal of his own combat skills. This included his Sharingan. However, Su Chen refrained from using his Sharingan. This technique was far too terrifying. Once unleashed, it might overwhelm the entire crater. Besides, it wasn't necessary. If direct combat was possible, then direct combat, it was no need to make a big fuss over everything. Otherwise, he'd likely find himself unable to explain the aftermath. After the battle, within 100 meters around Su Chen, the area was largely cleared. The ground was littered with glittering items dropped by slain fire lizards. Fei Xue promptly stowed away her magic wand. The battle was over. There was absolutely no need for further assistance. Her emotions had cycled from shock to numbness, then back to shock, and finally to numbness once more. Finally, she accepted that Su Chen's actions were reasonable. Her perception and understanding of Su Chen had undergone a profound transformation in such a short span of time. Is he really just a fishing enthusiast? That's terrifying. A fishing enthusiast with combat prowess this terrifying? And what kind of artifact is that weapon in his hands? If we ever go dungeon crawling with him, wouldn't that be ridiculously efficient? Fei Xue inwardly gasped in astonishment. Compared to Fei Xue's astonishment, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. Soon, a massive fire dragon materialized before him. However, before the dragon could even roar, Su Chen delivered a swift, piercing strike with his sword. Su Chen then retrieved the dragon's heart required for the mission. Witnessing this, Fei Xue lost her composure. After all, it was a second-tier quest boss. Was it really that easy? You little brat, are you really just a level 35 fishing enthusiast? Why can't I believe it? Unfortunately, no matter how much Fei Xue refused to believe it, it didn't matter. Because that's exactly how it happened. Doubting it won't change a thing. Su Chen. Is this how you usually grind quests for experience? What else would I do? Su Chen glanced at her, his expression utterly calm. He was still examining the loot in his hands. It must be said that although this map was an SSS tier class change quest, it was still a low-level one. So even if it dropped a lot of gear and items, they weren't worth much in reality. Still, Su Chen was quite satisfied. He'd originally come here just to complete his second job transfer quest. If he truly wanted quality gear, he'd need to venture into dungeons at least level 60 or higher. Or even level 80 dungeons. Finding anything truly valuable here was practically impossible. Su Chen, I suddenly realized that following you here this time seems rather pointless. Fei Xue finally snapped out of it. Earlier, she'd been so arrogant, so protective of this annoying little brother of hers, that's why she'd come alone. She'd even planned to show him what a level 120 professional was capable of. But she never expected the other party to pull off such a massive stunt. And a massive one at that. She had been confident she'd teach this newbie Su Chen a lesson, showing him the gap between them. Now the tables had turned. Su Chen had taught her a lesson. She now understood just how vast the gap between herself and Su Chen truly was. What's wrong, Sister Fei Xue? Su Chen waved his right hand at her. Only then did Fei Xue snap back to reality. Su Chen, you're just too amazing. I feel like I'm not much help to you at all. Who says that? At least you've been a feast for the eyes, Sister Fei Xue. You really are more beautiful than many girls. Su Chen said cheerfully. What? Fei Xue froze for a moment before rolling her eyes at him. You little brat, always thinking about such nonsense. Su Chen remained cheerful. Fei Xue, however, was thoroughly annoyed. Who exactly was this Su Chen? How could he possess such terrifying combat prowess? If she hadn't witnessed it herself, she'd never have believed it. Moreover, where on earth had Su Chen cultivated such terrifying combat prowess? More importantly, could she still tease Su Chen happily like before? A handsome younger brother like this, that's not something just anyone gets the chance to have. Glancing around, Fei Xue quickly called the professional association. She reported the situation here. The entire combat environment at the crater has been 80% destroyed. No other professionals can enter until it's restored. Get this message out immediately. After hanging up, Fei Xue realized she didn't fully grasp the extent of the power Su Chen had left behind here. Though the battle had ended, that immense power had already left the surrounding area utterly devastated. After all, Su Chen hadn't treated her as an outsider, so she was willing to keep some of his secrets. Naturally, she didn't pry further. Matters not meant for her ears simply weren't worth inquiring about. A professional as formidable as Su Chen would undoubtedly bring her significant benefits. Why press further? It wouldn't help her in the slightest. Thank you, Sister Fei Xue. Su Chen cheerfully thanked Fei Xue. The fact that she called to share this information clearly meant she didn't want other professionals to discover the secret here. Given that, it was only natural to express gratitude. Besides, he hadn't destroyed the place, which was already a decent outcome. At the very least, the mission map was still intact. That was a significant improvement over before. At the same time, he had no objections whatsoever to Fei Xue taking the brunt of this battle for him. Truthfully, if anyone were to press him about the strength he'd displayed before Fei Xue today, Su Chen wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. After all, he was only level 35 and played a lifestyle class. What principal could possibly grant such terrifying combat prowess? Chapter 86, Professional Mounts. The reason Su Chen displayed such formidable combat prowess today was precisely in front of Fei Xue. Naturally, it was also to demonstrate his capabilities to the professional guild. After all, in the awakened world, strength reigns supreme. If you lack strength, others won't waste their breath on you. Having just joined the professional association, if he didn't demonstrate some strength, others would never trust him. To earn the organization's trust, one must possess their own strategic value. Moreover, Fei Xue is one of the 5 vice presidents within the professional association. With her eyewitness account, Long Wei, the head of the professional association, would surely learn the details soon enough. By then, his standing within the organization would only rise further. With this thought, Su Chen felt increasingly at ease. The matter of destroying those 2 copies shouldn't cause any further issues now. They couldn't possibly make me pay for the damage again, could they? With that thought, Su Chen finally felt at ease. But Fei Xue was staring intently at Su Chen. Her intense gaze made him feel a bit uneasy. Hey, Fei Xue, what's with the stare? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Chen, tell me the truth. Where did you come from? Are you some hidden master? Did you come to this world just to show off? Fei Xue's words left Su Chen speechless. While it was true that Su Chen was a traveler from another time, he certainly wasn't that extraordinary. Pretending to be a big shot in the mortal world? Still, Su Chen didn't bother explaining. Sis Fei Xue, you're overthinking this. I'm just an ordinary lifetime practitioner, nothing as extraordinary as you imagine. Seeing Su Chen unwilling to elaborate, Fei Xue didn't press further. She understood clearly that Su Chen must have his own secrets. But since he was already a member of the professional association, was there really anything to worry about going forward? With that thought, Fei Xue gave a faint smile. You really are something. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't pry. Stupid little brother. But one day, I'll find out why you're so amazing. With that, Fei Xue gave Su Chen a few playful pats on the shoulder. With the job change quest complete, the two finally left the volcanic crater. Once they reached the safe zone, they were about to hail a cab back. Just then, Fei Xue suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot something important." "What is it?" Su Chen looked at Fei Xue curiously. "I overlooked something. I should have notified the guild later, since this place has been designated a restricted zone. No taxis around here are allowed to drive in anymore. That's why we couldn't get one earlier," Fei Xue said, slapping her forehead. "Su Chen, you know me. Even though I'm the vice president, I'm used to doing things on my own. I don't usually have a driver or anything, so we're screwed," Fei Xue said with a look of utter helplessness. Seeing Fei Xue's adorable expression, Su Chen was speechless too. No wonder he'd been hailing a cab for ages without success. Turns out it was all Fei Xue's unintended consequence. After all, in this newly emerging professional world, scientific and technological advancements were still progressing. Beyond technologies related to the profession, a great deal of transportation technology was also advancing. Naturally, urban transportation was quite convenient. Yet after waiting half a day for a ride today, not a single vehicle had picked them up. This was somewhat unacceptable. "So what do we do now?" Su Chen asked curiously. He had just joined the professional association and had no authority to issue orders to its members. However, the distance from the crater to the city's professional association headquarters was nearly 100 kilometers. The two couldn't possibly march back at a steady pace. Therefore, if they relied solely on their own 2 feet, it would likely take several hours to reach their destination. Got it. Fei Xue suddenly had an idea. She reached into her storage ring and pulled out a card. She tossed the card into the air. With a soft plop, a flash of light erupted. A massive flying bird materialized before the two of them. "Is that a crane?" Su Chen stared in disbelief. "Wow, could this be the origami crane Fei Xue tossed earlier? Vice President Fei Xue is seriously impressive. Who knew she had this kind of power?" Fei Xue, unfazed, casually stroked the crane's head. "Let's go. We'll ride it back." "Sis Fei Xue, that's a paper crane?" Su Chen stared at the flying crane, utterly bewildered. Yet, his eyes were sparkling with excitement. If he could get a flying mount like this, wouldn't that be? That would be so awesome. "This is my flying crane mount. Hop on, what are you waiting for?" Fei Xue said with a cheerful smile. Fei Xue wasted no time, flipping herself onto the crane's back in one fluid motion. "Wait, Fei Xue, is this safe?" Su Chen eyed the crane skeptically. "This thing looks as fragile as a feather." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the flying crane's eyes widened, as if it sensed someone had dared to disparage it to its face. "Of course it's safe. This is my mount, why wouldn't it be?" Fei Xue said, stroking the flying crane's feathers. "Sister Fei Xue, if you had something this amazing, why didn't you tell me sooner? I want one too. With a mount like this, I wouldn't have to worry anymore, right?" Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the flying crane. Clearly, Fei Xue's mount had genuinely piqued Su Chen's interest. Moreover, such an exceptional mount was a rare sight indeed. Though Su Chen had studied mounts for professionals before, he knew they were exclusive to combat-oriented professions. Life-oriented ones didn't have them. Now that Fei Xue's flying crane had appeared, he could seize the opportunity to ask about it. However, Su Chen was well aware that professional mounts weren't something easily obtained. Moreover, taming them required vast resources. If taming failed, there was simply no alternative. Therefore, practitioners who possess their own class mounts are typically at least level 80 or higher. And they're the kind with both money and connections. Otherwise, the resources consumed by the mount alone would be astronomical. Thus, owning a mount serves as the most direct indicator distinguishing established professionals from those without standing. Of course, these matters weren't particularly troublesome for Su Chen. If he wanted it, he could certainly make it happen. What puzzled him, however, was why Fei Xue had only now brought out the professional mount. Hadn't she been able to produce it earlier? To actually make us wait this long, this Vice President Fei Xue. She really wasn't very reliable. Chapter 87, Mounts are Precious Things. Seeing Su Chen like this, Fei Xue couldn't help but laugh and give him a sharp tap on the head. "You stinky little brother, are you genuinely clueless or just pretending? Mounts have a lifespan, and each use consumes a significant portion of it. And replenishing that lifespan requires mount pills. These mount pills are precious items, ridiculously expensive. Even I have to use them sparingly. And it's not just about the money. If it were only about the money, that wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't see it as an issue at all. The problem is, these mount pills are genuinely priceless. You can't buy them even if you have the money. They're priceless, you understand?" Fei Xue explained. Hearing this, Su Chen finally understood. So that's how it was. With that explanation, everything clicked into place. Indeed, this mount was exceptionally precious. If he couldn't obtain the mount pill, his mount would likely consume its lifespan prematurely and retire early. The fare for a ride is cheap, costing next to nothing. But the fertilizer needed to maintain a mount? That's where the real money goes. And even if you spend the money, there's no guarantee you'll get it. That's the real killer, Fei Xue remarked. Therefore, to become a competent professional, one must first learn how to manage their finances. Leveling up, crafting gear, gathering materials, all of that requires massive amounts of money. Mounts are usually for emergencies. I won't bring mine out unless it's absolutely necessary. Stupid little brother, it's not that I'm stingy, it's just how all adventurers operate. Goodies like mount pills are rare finds, you never know when you'll get one. So as a professional, you just gotta simplify things as much as possible. Fei Xue's explanation finally made sense to Su Chen. So that's how it was. Su Chen could understand that. After all, he was a practitioner himself and knew just how terrifying the consumption of materials could be. To put it simply, the phrase priceless but unavailable alone was enough to make Su Chen understand. Once a single mount pill appeared on the market, its price would inevitably be inflated to unaffordable levels. This was not something Su Chen desired. Therefore, Su Chen understood Fei Xue's predicament. If he were in her shoes, he would have made the same choice. Fortunately, he didn't have a mount yet, so he didn't need to worry about such matters. Alright, hop on. We should hurry back. Fei Xue urged. Alright. Su Chen climbed onto the flying crane's back. Immediately, the crane's body went limp. It collapsed onto the ground. Ah, Sister Fei Xue, does your mount have something against me? Refusing to carry me? Su Chen scratched his head. The crane's sudden refusal to cooperate left him utterly baffled. Fei Xue, however, offered a gentle smile. Fly crane, be good. This is a friend. If you don't treat us well and we have to leave, then sister won't like you anymore. Fei Xue was clearly accustomed to Fei He's reactions. That's why she spoke like that. True to form, Fei He let out a peculiar cry the moment Fei Xue finished speaking. Only then did he flap his wings and fly toward the professional association. Su Chen, this crane is a male. That's why he agreed to form a contract with me back then, because I'm so beautiful. Now you understand, right? The crane is actually jealous, which is why it's picking on you like that. Hearing this, Su Chen froze in surprise. Jealous? What on earth are you talking about? It's your mount, after all. How could it be jealous of its own master? Su Chen froze. That doesn't make sense, does it? Su Chen was utterly shocked upon hearing this, but seeing Fei Xue's earnest expression, he realized this must have happened countless times before. If that was the case, then there was nothing more to say. Still, he had to admit that among all the beauties he'd encountered both before and after his transmigration, Fei Xue's looks and figure were undeniably the most captivating. The most captivating one he'd ever seen, both before and after his journey through time. It was understandable that his mount would feel jealous over her. Seeing Su Chen staring at Fei Xue quickly changed the subject. Actually, there are only a few ways for professionals to travel mounts and vehicles. But there's another method, flight skills. Flight skills? Su Chen nodded, looking at Fei Xue with genuine curiosity. He had heard of flight skills before. It wasn't exactly a novel concept. But such skills seemed even rarer than flying mounts, didn't they? Yes, flight skills. They're generally considered a universal ability for adventurers. Any adventurer can learn them. Apart from requiring a certain level of agility, there aren't any other prerequisites. Learning it is quite straightforward. With flight skills, you can not only use it as a means of transportation, but also play an extremely important and unexpected role during combat. But flying skills are quite rare these days. To learn them, you generally need to be a powerful professional, at least at the 8th transformation level or higher. For practitioners below the 8th transformation, it's purely a matter of luck whether they can acquire it by grinding in dungeons or secret realms. Hearing Fei Xue's words, Su Chen remained unconcerned. He already possessed the fishing skill. Perhaps tomorrow while fishing, he might just happen to acquire the flying skill. That's why he wasn't worried. However, the items he'd fished up over the past 2 days were mostly very ordinary resources and materials. Not particularly great, but passable. Once you possess the flying skill, even if your level and strength are average, you can still join the ranks of top-tier professionals. Su Chen, you must find a way to acquire the flying skill. It's incredibly important for a professional, Fei Xue said. After speaking, she gave Fei He's neck a light pat. Then, the flying crane dove straight down toward the ground. In the time it took to exchange a few sentences, they were already nearing the job change hall. Looks like I'll have to find a way to acquire flight skills soon. Even if I can't get it, I'll at least need to find a mount. Su Chen muttered to himself as he gazed down at the class change hall below. This mount was indeed fast. In just a moment, they had arrived. Much faster than riding a carriage. Human transportation still falls short. No wonder high-level adventurers go to such lengths to acquire their own mounts. Having your own mount is truly quite splendid. Whether it's speed or convenience, it's worth having. Chapter 88, you've already reached second job advancement? Moreover, possessing a personal mount also serves as a symbol of one's status and standing. As a professional in this world, it's an essential item. Whoa, is that a mount? What a gorgeous flying crane. Which legendary figure has descended upon the job change hall? Ah, such a magnificent flying crane. I want one too. Stop dreaming. A single feather from that mount is probably worth more than you are. Sigh, too bad my level isn't high enough. Otherwise, I'd get one too. It must be said, the sight of Feishua carrying Su-chen as they descended from the sky atop that flying crane was truly breathtaking. Many adventurers rushed over to gawk. Even those who had been busy with their tasks were stunned by the spectacle. They all rushed over to watch. In that instant, the showboating reached its absolute peak. Alright, we've arrived at the job change hall. Once the flying crane came to a halt, Feishua and Su-chen immediately scrambled off its back. With a sharp snap, Feishua snapped her fingers. The flying crane let out a low chirp, then transformed into a paper crane and flew back into her hand. See? It's quite convenient. Just stow it away in your storage ring. Each time the mount card appeared, Su-chen sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from it. Therefore, Su-chen surmised that this so-called mount card was likely a special manifestation of spatial magic. Let's go, stinky little brother. Feishua beckoned, and under the envious gazes of the crowd, Su-chen followed her into the class change hall. A beauty like Feishua alone was enough to earn Su-chen the enmity of countless male adventurers. But no one dared cause trouble in the job change hall. Hello, Mr. Su-chen. Have you completed the job change quest? The receptionist, a beautiful woman, looked at Su-chen with a hint of surprise upon seeing him again. Yet, upon noticing Feishua by his side, a hint of displeasure flickered across the receptionist's face. That displeasure didn't last long, though. She knew full well that this stunning beauty was probably not someone she could afford to offend. Therefore, she did her best to hide her displeasure. But the receptionist had grown accustomed to Su-chen returning so swiftly. Yes, the task is complete. Su-chen nodded, then retrieved the fire dragon heart from his storage ring. The short-haired beauty in the job change portal accepted the item and promptly processed his job change. The familiar portal, the familiar space Su-chen once again chose to undergo his class change discreetly. No public fanfare, just low-key. That was Su-chen's good character. Proceed with class change? Yes. Soon, he felt a strange magical power begin to merge with his body. Congratulations on completing your class change. You have leveled up to level 36, gaining 1000 points across all attributes. You additionally gain 1000 free attribute points. You have leveled up to level 37, gaining an additional 1100 points across all attributes. You have gained an additional 1100 free attribute points. You have leveled up to level 38, gaining a total of 1200 points across all attributes. You have gained an additional 1200 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV 45, gaining 1900 points across all attributes. You additionally gain 1900 free attribute points. Awesome. Su-chen hadn't expected to level up all the way to 45 in one go this time. Not bad. At this rate, it won't be long before he can directly advance to his third job. He could directly achieve his third job advancement. Oh right, the third job advancement requires level 50. That meant he only needed 5 more levels to reach the third job advancement. Once he reached the third job advancement, things would be much easier. Su-chen glanced at his stats. His agility and stamina were already nearing 100,000 points. His other attributes weren't low either. But as a dedicated angler, his current stat distribution was truly hard to describe. Still, with this much raw stat power, Su-chen could now crush most professional opponents just by relying on his own attributes alone. That was what truly mattered. Surveying his comprehensive stats, a satisfied smile spread across Su-chen's face. Straight to level 45? Not bad, not bad. Meanwhile, the beautiful receptionist beside him witnessed Su-chen's terrifying speed of reaching level 45 in one go. Even after witnessing Su-chen's terrifying leveling speed before, the receptionist couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Having worked in the job change hall for so long, she had seen countless adventurers of all kinds. Most of them were perpetually short on experience points. Day in and day out, they'd exhaust themselves trying to complete quests and accumulate experience points. Once they finally gathered enough experience points, they immediately proceeded with their wildman job change. They hoped that after changing jobs, they would gain various bonuses and benefits, allowing their strength to rise to a new level. But someone like Su-chen, whose level skyrockets with every job change, is truly a first for me. It's important to understand that the higher a professional's level, the more experience required for subsequent level ups. Su-chen was undergoing his second job change. Even after a second job change, gaining 1 or 2 levels would be understandable. But for you to jump up nearly 10 levels like this? Sorry, but I've never seen anything like this before. Even if you're some rich kid or the illegitimate son of a prominent family. This kind of leveling speed is just too outrageous, isn't it? Seems this young master truly isn't short on experience. Judging by this, his family background must be incredibly deep-rooted, something ordinary people could never fathom. Back when the receptionist first met Su-chen, she thought to herself, if I could be with such a handsome playboy, that would be a blessing. She'd be able to skip years of hard work. But now? The receptionist had come to a sobering realization. There was absolutely no chance she could ever catch this playboy's eye. Forget it. Better to give up on such a pipe dream early on. Better to avoid the embarrassment of being laughed at later without even knowing why. Let's go, Su-chen. You finished your job change quest, right? Fei Shui asked from the side. Fei Shui walked straight over, likely to deliberately provoke the receptionist. So Fei Shui reached out, took Su-chen's hand, and turned to leave in a show of defiance. The receptionist watched their retreating figures, her mind going blank. A level 120 powerhouse escorting a prodigious young talent, such a pairing. Could this Su-chen really be a freeloader? But it made sense. In this day and age, you can't even be a freeloader without some real skills. Even if you're living off someone else, you still need to have something to live off. For ordinary people, that kind of opportunity simply doesn't exist. But judging by the looks of it, the Su-chen playboy seems to be the type who eats for free but demands it with force. Chapter 89, Exploiting the Experience Bug. Hold on a moment, you two. Just as Su-chen and Fei Shui were about to leave the job change hall, the beautiful receptionist seemed to remember something. She hurried over to block their path. What is it? Is there something else? Fei Shui frowned, her expression less than pleasant. Her tone carried a hint of impatience as she turned to look at Su-chen, her attitude less than pleasant. Her womanly intuition was sharp enough to sense it. This newly transferred receptionist in the hall, that pretty young thing, had no good intentions toward Su-chen. That wouldn't do. Women are all deceitful creatures. Such a pure-hearted boy like my little brother couldn't be deceived by a wicked woman. Sorry, I forgot something. The beautiful receptionist spoke as she took out a scroll and handed it to Su-chen. According to the regulations of the job change hall, adventurers who reach level 45 after their second job change are rewarded with one random scroll. It's been many years since anyone achieved such a feat within our imperial capital's job change hall. So I momentarily forgot. My apologies for delaying your affairs. With that, the receptionist bowed to the pair before turning back to her station. After all, she and Su-chen were unlikely to cross paths again. When faced with such a prodigy and high-level powerhouse, it was best to remain respectful and courteous. As a longtime employee of the job change hall, the receptionist was quite astute. As a corporate drone, she knew exactly what was expected of her and what wasn't. She knew exactly who to offend and who to avoid. A random scroll? Su-chen glanced at the scroll in his hand with some surprise. Thanks a lot. Who would have thought that reaching a certain level in a job change would come with such perks? Seems this world offers substantial perks for adventurers after all. Still, looking at this item, Su-chen couldn't shake the feeling that it was like manna from heaven. The main question was this thing really free? Just handed out for free? Since it was essentially free, even if the scroll was just a basic one, Su-chen didn't see any issue with it. Take it, Su-chen. The job change hall does have such a rule. I didn't notice earlier that you'd actually leveled up 10 times. Fei Shui only now noticed Su-chen's level and was somewhat surprised. Across the entire Huaxia nation, there were hundreds of millions of professionals. Although every city had its own exclusive job change hall, the job change halls remained the busiest institutions. The sheer volume of adventurers was simply overwhelming. After all, in this world, only those who become main combat or support professions have a chance to rise above the rest. Thus, most individuals were meticulously trained from birth by their families, all for the sake of their children becoming powerful professionals in the future. Thus, to allow adventurers to focus on accumulating experience and levels, thereby reducing the workload of each city's job change hall. The job change halls have specifically enacted this regulation. Any player who directly reaches level 45 or above during their second job change quest will receive one random scroll as a reward. For those who reach level 55 or higher during their third job advancement quest, a random scroll and one piece of silver equipment will be awarded. For those who reach level 85 or higher during their fourth job change quest, a random scroll plus one piece of gold equipment will be awarded. For those who reach level 105 or above during their fifth job change quest, a random scroll plus two pieces of king tier equipment will be awarded. Beyond that, however, there are no further rewards. After all, those who truly reach the sixth job advancement or higher, they'd be regarded as the elite of the elite in any city, receiving special treatment accordingly. Therefore, those so-called rewards likely wouldn't even catch the eye of such titans. Nevertheless, while rewards may be scarce, the status and privileges that come with such high-tier status are exceptionally elevated. Thus, the Transcendence Hall never established rewards beyond the 5th-tier Transcendence. As for those who have undergone 6 or even 7 transformations, the so-called rewards become unrealistic. It's better to grant them status and prestige directly that truly aligns with what the big shots desire. For this very reason, all adventurers strive to accumulate experience points in hopes of securing rewards. They no longer rush to the Transfiguration Hall the moment they reach the required experience points. This approach helps avoid peak periods, allowing those seeking to advance to accumulate sufficient experience before gradually proceeding with their class change. Honestly, for the average adventurer, as mentioned earlier, class change brings significant power increases. This is especially beneficial for subsequent leveling and experience acquisition. Therefore, most adventurers choose to undertake their job change quest immediately upon reaching the required experience threshold. However, following the announcement of these job change benefits, a wave of experience hoarding swept through the player base. For a long period afterward, the workloaded job change halls across the realm decreased dramatically. But as time passed, adventurers gradually realized that the efficiency of this experience hoarding method was actually quite low. Since grinding experience required getting stuck in dungeons, many high-level dungeons and maps became inaccessible. This severely limited their ability to gain experience. Moreover, even after painstakingly achieving the experience-gaining accomplishments required by the job change hall, the random scrolls and gear they received, to be honest, are not particularly impressive. Fundamentally, the further along a player progresses, the less value they place on these hall rewards. My level and strength have already reached their limit. I could get the rewards you offer with my eyes closed. Who'd want to waste time grinding for experience? Besides, there's always the chance the loot you get is absolute junk. Trash worse than trash. So naturally, after a while, no one wants to bother anymore. Of course, since the job change hall has implemented this benefit policy, there are still some professionals who are willing to take advantage of it. For instance, those whose family backgrounds aren't particularly well off. They aim to accumulate high-level gear and scrolls to sell on the market. Others were adventurers who hoped to make a splash after changing professions. Thus, these adventurers would grind levels to hoard experience points. Because once they reach a certain level, their equipment and skills often become unsuitable. Equipment and skills for the next job advancement level also require advanced preparation. Thus, some adventurers deliberately cap their experience at a certain stage and refrain from leveling up. They continuously complete quests and run dungeons within their current level range. Once their accumulated experience nears the cap, they finally undertake the class change quest. When the next class change stage arrives, requiring high-level gear and skills, they repeat this process. This approach actually offers considerable flexibility. Chapter 90, Legendary Flight Skill Wings of the Six Angels. However, such dedicated players remain a minority. And those who pursue it tend to possess exceptional mental fortitude. They approach it with a carefree attitude. After all, a professional's career is all about participation. If they can earn good rewards or roll good items, that's a bonus for themselves. If not, then it's just a game to be enjoyed. It's no big deal either way. Su-Chen, hurry up and open it. I'm dying to see what kind of perk they're giving out, Fei Xue chimed in from the side, her curiosity piqued. I've heard rumors that some adventurers actually manage to roll legendary gear items. Your luck's always been great, I believe in you. Hearing that legendary tier gear and items could actually be obtained, Su-Chen's interest was piqued. If that's really the case, it's not bad at all. At least it would be far superior to what his system fished up. But still, legendary tier? Could such a windfall really fall from the sky? Su-Chen wasn't entirely convinced. Frankly, to unlock such a freebie reward would likely require burning down your ancestral graves. Let's open the blind box. Su-Chen murmured with a faint smile. The skill scrolls rewarded in the job change hall are sealed with a special magic. Before opening, the skill is random. Only at the moment of opening is the skill obtained determined. This couldn't help but remind Su-Chen of his fishing system feature. Each morning's fishing session left Su-Chen feeling utterly helpless. It was like the ultimate blind box system. Good stuff? You ask if there is any? Yes. His Sharingan was unlocked this way. But what about the rest? Just some ordinary items. Su-Chen has even pulled up cigarettes and fruit before. Truly, the angler could reel in anything except fish. Ever since his transmigration, Su-Chen felt like he was constantly opening blind boxes. He couldn't figure out why. But regardless, he might as well open it now. With that thought, Su-Chen casually unwrapped the skill scroll in his hand. Fei Xue stood calmly by his side, anticipating the random scroll Su-Chen would reveal. Random skill scrolls had a certain probability of yielding valuable items. But just how high that probability was remained unknown. The instant Su-Chen activated the scroll, a blinding flash of light suddenly filled the entire hall. Congratulations! You have obtained the legendary flight skill wings of the Six Angels. Detailed skill information will be displayed after learning. Su-Chen! Fei Xue? Hey, little brother, what's wrong? Why are you staring blankly like that? Did you get something good? At that moment, Fei Xue also noticed Su-Chen's unusual state. The light that had just flashed was truly blinding. So much so that every single person in the entire job change hall turned their gaze towards Su-Chen. In that instant, Su-Chen became the center of everyone's attention. Truly the king of awkward moments. Congratulations to professional Su-Chen on acquiring the legendary tier flight skill Wings of the Six Angels. Congratulations to professional Su-Chen on acquiring the legendary flight skill Wings of the Six Angels. Congratulations to adventurer Su-Chen on acquiring the legendary flight skill Wings of the Six Angels. In an instant, the global channel of the Transmigration Hall broadcast the news of Su-Chen obtaining the legendary flight skill to the entire world. Now, the entire world learned through the Transfiguration Hall channel that Su-Chen of Huaxia Nation had obtained the legendary flight skill 6 Angel Wings. Wait. Wings of the Six Angels? A legendary tier flight skill? Seriously? His luck is off the charts. Seriously. Not only does this guy have a stunning beauty by his side, but he also snagged such a top-tier reward? This is a guild random reward, the kind even dogs wouldn't want. How the hell does he get this lucky? Holy, I can't believe it. Dude, tell me this isn't real. Say something, man. Seeing you get something good hurts worse than ing killing me. That adventurer's name is Su-Chen, right? Holy crap, what kind of goddamn lucky bastard is he? I'm speechless. Feishue stared at Su-Chen in utter shock. This damn kid, is his luck really this good? Just casually unlocked it. Just like that. Legendary flying skill Wings of the Six Angels. Damn it, I'm about to swear. Su-Chen, however, was completely dumbfounded. He genuinely hadn't expected that just by randomly unlocking something, he'd end up with a flight skill. And a legendary tier flight skill at that. Wings of the Six Angels. The name alone sounded so damn cool. The receptionist, who had been busy until now, was so stunned by this information she couldn't utter a word. Every professional in the hall turned their gaze towards Su-Chen. You? Su-Chen. Mr. Su-Chen, you unlocked a legendary tier flying skill? The receptionist immediately dropped her work and approached him, her face frozen in astonishment. Her eyes were glued to the skill scroll in his hand. After multiple confirmations, it was indeed a flight skill. My goodness, well, since the Imperial Capital's Job Change Hall enacted this new regulation. It's been 300 years since the Imperial Capital's Job Change Hall enacted this new policy. Mr. Su-Chen, you are truly... I don't even know how to describe your luck. You're practically a walking god of luck. The receptionist exclaimed in astonishment. What else could it be but divine favor incarnate? A second job change, just a level 45 job change reward. And yet, it actually yielded a legendary tier skill. And it was the elusive flying skill. Go ask around the whole world. How many practitioners in this world even possess flight skills? And even if they exist, aren't they all at least 7th class transfers above level 130? Su-Chen is just a level 45 Karami practitioner. Yet he possesses such flight abilities. There are no words to describe this. If one must put it into words, it can only be described as being possessed by the luck of the gods. The goddess of fortune has descended upon him. At that moment, all the other practitioners surrounded Su-Chen and Feishue. Their eyes brimmed with shock and greed, while others burned with anger and hostility. This was precisely why Su-Chen avoided drawing attention. Don't flaunt your wealth. Sometimes, you haven't done anything wrong, yet you still manage to offend people. That's the way it is. Therefore, Su-Chen made every effort to keep a low profile. But he never imagined that in just a few short minutes, he had already received over 1,000 friend requests. Some of these requests came from professionals in the on-site job change hall. The other large portion came from adventurers across the global world chat channels. And these individuals all added Su-Chen at the same time for one reason only. They were all after his flying skill. Chapter 91, Wings Not for Sale. Hello, Mr. Su-Chen, right? Are you selling your flying skill? I'm interested. Big shot Su-Chen, sell me your flying skills. Name your price. Seeking to purchase flight skills, big shot. Name your price, money talks. Watching the messages pile up in his chat inbox, Su-Chen felt his head spin. It wasn't about the volume, but the fact that these people were genuinely well connected. They'd reached out to him this quickly. It seemed his newly released flying skill was genuinely impressive. But he wasn't short on cash either. This flying skill was legendary tier, and Su-Chen naturally intended to keep it for himself. There was no way he'd give it to others. Good things should always be reserved for oneself first, right? But how did these people find out he'd unlocked something so exceptional? Hadn't he specifically requested discretion? What's going on here? I specifically requested a secret job change. Why is it causing such a stir? Su-Chen looked at the stunned receptionist before him and asked. Mr. Su-Chen, I didn't release that information, the receptionist hurriedly explained. You did indeed choose the secret class change, but that's entirely separate from the information revealed when you opened the class change treasure. The treasures revealed by random scrolls trigger mandatory global information broadcasts, a rule no one can alter. The reason for this rule is to let all adventurers know that the random skill scrolls in the job change hall can also yield valuable items. It also facilitates trading between adventurers. The receptionist explained with a hint of grievance. After all, this matter truly had nothing to do with her. At that moment, Fei Shui approached and addressed Su Chen. The situation is indeed as she described. There's no way around it. Expelling someone with a legendary tier flying skill requires announcing it on the world channel. Come on, if you don't want to be swarmed by professionals from the imperial capital seeking your flight skills in a moment, then hurry up and follow me. With that, Su Chen followed Fei Shui out of the job change hall under everyone's gaze. For a moment, neither of them had time for much else. They sprinted straight toward the outskirts. The reason for this was, of course, to evade the attention of other adventurers as quickly as possible. After all, the drop rate for flying skills was truly incredibly low. Even an ordinary flight skill could fetch a hefty price. And this was a legendary tier flying skill in Su Chen's possession. It was practically an invitation for adventurers from all over the world to hunt him down. Thus, Su Chen had effectively become the target of pursuit for numerous elite adventurers. Su Chen and Fei Shui ran together, with Fei Shui initially pulling Su Chen along. But Su Chen possessed exceptionally high agility. Soon, he was the one pulling Fei Shui along. By the time Fei Shui realized what was happening, Lin Fan was already gripping her right hand tightly as they sprinted forward. Seeing this scene, Fei Shui's own face flushed slightly. Honestly, this whole situation left her at a loss for words. She wasn't exactly averse to matters of romance. Yet she still found herself flushed to the ears. They ran for about half an hour. Finally, they reached a secluded, deserted grove. Hey, Fei Shui, are you hot? Your palms are all sweaty. Su Chen stared at her, equally bewildered. After they both stopped, Fei Shui was panting heavily. None of your business. My palms just naturally sweat a lot. Fei Shui rolled her eyes at Su Chen. With you holding my hand like that, it'd be weird if my palms weren't sweaty. Su Chen scratched his head. He hadn't expected Fei Shui's mood to be so unpredictable. One moment she's all lovey-dovey with you. The next second she's giving me the cold shoulder. How peculiar. Su Chen, stop spacing out. Go check out your flying skill. Fei Shui quickly changed the subject. After her reminder, Su Chen finally snapped out of his daze and hastily pulled out the so-called skill. Gazing at the flight skill in his hands, Su Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He knew full well that the flying skill he'd obtained this time was an exceptionally rare item. If he were to sell it, whether through the trading house or a direct transaction, the price would skyrocket. This was a legendary tier flying skill. Few adventurers worldwide likely possessed one. Could it possibly be cheap? The money he'd get in return would easily be enough for Su Chen to live comfortably for the rest of his life. In the past, Su Chen might have hesitated. After all, his own system could also produce valuable items, so he didn't necessarily need to keep this flying skill. At the very least, he could sell it for a hefty price. But now, Su Chen didn't think that way anymore. Ever since Fei Shui introduced him to the concept of flight skills and mounts, a deep yearning for that ability had taken root in his heart. Therefore, the moment Fei Shui mentioned it, Su Chen had already made up his mind. He absolutely had to acquire an incredibly cool flying skill. And as luck would have it, he'd actually unlocked it himself. What a turn of events. Since he'd need a flying skill sooner or later anyway, if he sold it now. Who knows if the system would ever grant me such an excellent flying skill again. In that case, I might as well just use it myself. This was better than anything else. With that thought, Su Chen activated the flight skill scroll. Seeing Su Chen about to cultivate this flying skill, Fei Shui cautioned, you better think this through, you little brat. If you choose to sell this flying skill, it's no small sum of money. Fei Shui naturally had Su Chen's best interests at heart. After all, earning extra money was always beneficial for a professional adventurer. I know, but I'd rather keep this for myself. Su Chen shook his head. With that, he immediately began learning the flying skill. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and the flight skill scroll vanished from Su Chen's hand. It transformed into specks of starlight and entered Su Chen's body. Skill name, Six-Winged Angel. Learning level, no level restriction. Skill description, casting this skill conjures 3 pairs of angelic wings from magical energy. Originating from the first six-winged angel in the heavens, this skill grants magical bonuses, enhancing agility, magical skill attacks, and more. Duration of Six-Winged Angel depends on the user's mental strength. Upon completing the skill's learning, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, 3 pairs of snow-white wings materialized behind him. Chapter 92, Don't Stop, I Like It. These wings were flawlessly white, resembling the feathers of a bird. And because there were 3 pairs 6 wings in total, they were also called Six-Winged Angels. White feathers scattered and fell from the wings. You know what? It actually looked pretty cool. Su Chen was already quite handsome to begin with, and now with these feathers, his handsomeness reached new heights. As Su Chen flapped his enormous wings, winds began swirling around him, lifting his body slowly into the air. All of this was witnessed by Fei Shui. That brat, he's actually this handsome. Gazing at Su Chen suspended in the air, Fei Shui's eyes began to glaze over. After all, this flying skill was a priceless treasure that could be sold anywhere for a fortune. It could fetch a hefty sum. In fact, a flying skill like Su Chen's might even grant him financial freedom outright. Therefore, Fei Xue had assumed Su Chen would immediately sell it for cash. After all, for a professional practitioner, the concept of financial freedom held immense significance. Yet Su Chen hesitated not a moment before choosing to learn it himself. Such boldness was truly admirable. After circling through the air, Su Chen had already begun to adapt to his wings. Then he too accelerated, diving down from the air straight toward Fei Xue. "What are you doing?" Before Fei Xue could react, her eyes wide with shock, Su Chen swept her up in a princess carry. In an instant, the two soared into the sky. They soared toward the Imperial Capital's Professional Association. "Sister Fei Xue, you carried me on your mount earlier. Now I'm carrying you on my wings," Su Chen said cheerfully. As he spoke, Su Chen's enormous wings flapped vigorously several times. Their speed rapidly increased. Fei Xue clung to Su Chen's neck, docile as a little lamb. Who would have thought that Fei Xue, known as the scheming queen within the Imperial Capital Professional Association, could become so girlishly vulnerable at this moment? "Su Chen, aren't you tired?" Fei Xue asked curiously as she clung to Su Chen. Though she lacked flight skills herself, she understood that maintaining such abilities relied heavily on a practitioner's own magic power and mental energy. Right now, Su Chen was carrying a considerable load. The heavier the load, the greater the drain on one's mental energy and magic reserves. That's why Fei Xue worried whether Su Chen might be too exhausted. After all, if he truly grew too exhausted, both of them would plummet to their deaths. "Don't worry, Sister Fei Xue. If I can't hold on, I'll definitely say something. But as a man, I can't admit defeat. I've got endurance. And let me tell you, ever since inheriting the power of the water god, my most fundamental trait is possessing infinite magic. So I can keep flying, and you can keep enjoying it, got it? Oh, and Fei Xue, if you ever feel like you can't take it anymore and want to stop, just tell me. Otherwise, I won't be stopping anytime soon." Su Chen's words nearly made Fei Xue's ears turn crimson. That brat sure knows how to talk. But it must be said, the flying skill truly demanded immense magical power. With the time constraints, Su Chen actually didn't have that worry. "This is my first time experiencing something like this. Don't stop then, I want to savor it a little longer." Fei Xue was utterly captivated by the sensation of genuine flight, especially being carried through the air by Su Chen. It was incredibly thrilling, causing her voice to tremble as she spoke. Seeing Fei Xue speak like this, Su Chen naturally replied cheerfully, "Alright then, Sister Fei Xue, keep enjoying yourself." If Lu Rujuang saw them now, Su Chen wouldn't be able to explain himself. But never mind that. After all, Fei Xue was the one who needed his attention right now. Without Fei Xue, he wouldn't have gotten the hang of things so quickly within the professional association. He held Fei Xue tightly, drawing them even closer together. After flying through the skies with Fei Xue for a while longer, Su Chen finally carried her back to the Imperial Capital's Professional Association. News of Su Chen flying through the skies with Fei Xue soon spread throughout the Imperial Capital. Yet no one knew the identities of the two figures soaring above. They only knew of an Imperial Capital legend, a mysterious, high-ranking figure of unknown profession, carrying a beauty through the skies, from one end of the capital to the other. From one end to the other. It was quite the spectacle. When Su Chen descended from the heavens, his massive six-winged wings flapping as he carried Fei Xue in his arms. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the entire guild association was drawn to them. Who is that? Flight skill? It's actually a flight skill. To arrive at our professional association so openly, is he here to join us? Could it be some legendary 8th-tier professional? No, his appearance is far too youthful. He absolutely doesn't possess the strength of an 8th-tier professional. Could he be some young master from a prominent family? Hey, take another look. Isn't that Su Chen, the new guy who just joined our guild? You're right. That's Su Chen. He made quite a splash earlier, even getting the guild leader to make an exception and let him take the advanced test. No way. It's only been a few days, and he already has his own flight skill? That's ridiculous. That kid, he's got some serious luck. Who does he think he is, pulling this off? Amidst the murmurs of other practitioners in the guild, Su Chen had already landed with Fei Xue in his arms. To avoid drawing too much attention, he swiftly retracted his wings. Even so, the landing was still quite flashy. The tremendous commotion quickly drew the attention of Long Wei, the head of the professional association. As he approached, he witnessed Su Chen retracting his wings. Su Chen, those are wings? How can you have 3 pairs? Even the well-traveled and experienced Long Wei was utterly bewildered by the spectacle Su Chen had just displayed. He had seen this flight skill before, even as the guild leader. But the problem was, these 3 pairs of wings. Had Su Chen mutated? That couldn't be right. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Su Chen's wings. In truth, when the global communication channels broadcast Su Chen's acquisition of the flight skill earlier, Long Wei had already noticed the information. But initially, he hadn't paid it much mind. After all, this world had many professionals sharing the same name. It could easily be another practitioner elsewhere acquiring flight perfectly normal. But who could have imagined such a coincidence? It was Su Chen, who had just joined the professional association, who had obtained it. After all, Su Chen's level was right there for all to see, just a greenhorn rookie. How did he end up with wings? Chapter 93, Pet Breeder? And now, Long Hui had seen the wings on Su Chen's back. And they were 6 wings. This was utterly beyond belief. It's no wonder Su Chen's abilities are so astonishing. Flight skills were rare to begin with, let alone appearing on a young professional like Su Chen who had only recently entered the field. Moreover, it was a high-level, top-tier flying skill. This was beyond shocking. Su Chen, did you really unlock that flight skill yourself? It wasn't given to you by Fei Shui? Long Hui approached Su Chen with a puzzled expression, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Guild leader, that's going too far. You know the value of this flying skill. I'm not unaware. If I had one, why would I give it to Su Chen? I would have sold it to the guild long ago. Seeing Long Hui's agitated expression, Fei Shui tactfully explained the situation to him before stepping back behind Su Chen. Guild leader, I did indeed roll this skill. I have no idea why it randomly dropped. Seeing Long Hui approach, Su Chen saw no need to hide anything. He proceeded to recount everything that had transpired in the job change hall to Long Hui. He recounted every detail, including how he had obtained the 6 winged wings, leaving nothing out for guild leader Long. After hearing Su Chen's account, Long Hui now looked at him with pure envy. You kid, your luck is just too damn good. It must be said that even Long Hui, as the head of the professional association, couldn't help but express his deep envy toward Su Chen's extraordinary experience. After all, Su Chen's story was simply too enviable. How could one not be envious? Just think about it, he casually received a reward from the job change hall. And it turned out to be a legendary tier flying skill. What kind of god tier luck is that? At this moment, Long Hui couldn't help but admit that the Su Chen before him was becoming increasingly baffling. Never mind that the youth's strength had reached such terrifying heights. He unleashed forbidden spells at will, and his luck was unbelievably good. This was simply too enviable. Long Hui was well aware of the promotion hall's reward system designed to incentivize adventurers to accumulate experience cards and level up. But over the years, barely anyone had managed to complete the Transfiguration Hall's achievements. Even those who did achieve it, the items they unlocked weren't exactly junk. It was pretty much the same. And what happened? Su Chen, a second-class Karami, pulled a legendary flying skill right off the bat. Tell me that's not enviable. If that doesn't make you jealous, what on earth would? Su Chen, come with me. Fei Shui, maintain order here. By now, more and more members of the professional association had gathered around to watch. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the leader quickly ushered Su Chen into his office. Su Chen obediently followed Long Hui. The two walked one behind the other toward Long Hui's office. The commotion outside was also brought under control by Fei Shui. Meanwhile, Su Chen followed Long Hui into his office. Su Chen, I must say, you truly astonish me. And of course, I find myself increasingly curious about you. But I know a rule, those with great power always have their secrets. So, if you wish to speak, do so. If not, I won't pry. After all, the divine power of the water god resides within you. This also signifies the Imperial Capital Practitioners Association's absolute trust in you. However, I must say, I've never had any other demands of you, only that you grow stronger in the future. No matter how far you go, just remember the professional association. Long Hui's tone was calm yet sincere. Chairman, you speak as if I'm not the type to repay kindness. You can rest assured on that point, President, Su Chen replied cheerfully. Hearing Su Chen's words, Long Hui finally felt his heart settle. He had long yearned for the Imperial Capital Professional Association to have more young talents as formidable as Su Chen. Yet, if such talents truly emerged, Long Hui couldn't help but harbor deep concerns. After all, the greater the power, the more unpredictable the individual became. Therefore, Long Hui couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy about Su Chen. Su Chen, based on your current advancement pace and performance, the Imperial Capital Practitioners Association intended to reward you as an incentive for your efforts. But recently, with the destruction of the capital's 2 major secret realm instances, higher-ups are now requesting the association's assistance. Consequently, a significant portion of our association's resources and funds have been diverted. At this point, Long Hui deliberately glanced at Su Chen and his companion. Su Chen, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. Mainly because Su Chen himself dared not react in any way. Even if he admitted to being responsible for these incidents, he believed neither the professional association nor the security bureau would hold him accountable. But regardless, Su Chen had no desire to stir up unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he had no intention of speaking up. After all, if he could conceal it, he would. He certainly couldn't go and confess to this himself. That would be truly disastrous. After all, Su Chen didn't want to end up in his current predicament. It would be better to wait until his strength was sufficient before revealing this matter. Of course, Su Chen had another crucial reason. He simply couldn't afford to pay the damages right now. What if the association president and director Yi of the security bureau had set him up? Admitting to this would mean working for them for the rest of his life. That would be truly miserable. Although our association is a bit strapped for cash right now, we absolutely cannot compromise on the rules. Su Chen, your performance has been truly outstanding, so we absolutely must reward you. Seeing no further reaction from Su Chen, Long Wei cleared his throat and rose to open the cabinet behind him. Soon, he retrieved an object from the cabinet, a circular item. When Long Wei presented it before Su Chen finally got a clear look at it. It was an egg. Yes, an egg. But this egg resembled an ostrich egg. Not only was it enormous, but its entire surface was crystal clear and translucent. However, its surface was shrouded in a strange, hazy substance that obscured its details. It seemed as though something was inside. President, is this an ostrich egg? Su Chen asked Long Wei curiously. He knew this egg was definitely no ordinary one. Su Chen still couldn't quite grasp Chairman Long's intentions. Was this thing meant for him? What? Was he supposed to become a pet keeper? Now that would be something new. But it wasn't impossible. Chapter 94, The Egg Worth Over $1 billion. Chairman, what is this? Su Chen stared in astonishment at the egg in President Long's hands. Though he knew this egg was certainly no ordinary thing, he still couldn't quite grasp its significance. Su Chen, this is something I've treasured for many years. Back when I was still young, my teammates and I explored an ancient battlefield dungeon and obtained this egg. We found it inside a cave after defeating the final boss. Though I'm not entirely sure what lies within, one thing is certain: it must be some formidable beast. Unfortunately, by the time I got it, the egg had already begun to petrify for some unknown reason, causing the life within to cease developing. I tried every method I could think of, but none managed to hatch this egg. Now, I offer this egg to you as a reward. While I can't guarantee you'll succeed in hatching the life within, it's my way of acknowledging your worth. Whether you choose to keep it as a memento or auction it off at the trading post is entirely up to you. But Su Chen, don't underestimate this egg. It's a reward dropped by a boss in the ancient battlefield dungeon. Even in its petrified state, it holds immense collectible value, and who knows? It might just hatch after all. In any case, even if you sell it, the price will be incredibly high. Hearing the Dragon Guild leader's words, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, this is seriously amazing. Who knew this thing actually had? It looked like something utterly useless. But who would have guessed it's worth a fortune? Su Chen had originally guessed that this petrified egg was one of Chairman Long's personal collections. But unexpectedly, the other party had gifted it directly to him. It must be said, Chairman Long has been quite generous to me. Thank you, Chairman. Su Chen accepted it gladly. After all, he was now a hot commodity within the professional association. It wasn't exactly free money, but he'd take it when offered. When someone offers it freely, why refuse? You're quite the bold one, kid. President Long couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Su Chen accept it without hesitation. Let me tell you, this egg is an absolute treasure. It's just that I really have no use for it. I'd still prefer you to hatch it if you can manage it. Or at least keep it safe for me, Chairman Long added. Su Chen understood exactly what Chairman Long meant. He didn't want the petrified egg sold off. Naturally, Su Chen understood perfectly well. Rest assured, Chairman Long. I'll keep it safe, Su Chen replied. He couldn't speak for much else, but he knew the value of this petrified egg. He wasn't a fool. Ever since Dragon President first brought it out, he could sense something uniquely special about it. Forget selling it. He wouldn't even let anyone else catch a glimpse of it. This was a valuable item, and he certainly wouldn't just hand it over to anyone. Besides, others might not be able to handle it. But Su Chen was different. He possessed a system. Who knows? He might actually hatch the lifeform inside this petrified egg. Then, who knows? I might even unlock another class. Like a dragon knight? Just imagine a lifestyle class like Fishing Master, riding a massive flying dragon through this world. How utterly badass would that be? Guild leader, I'm feeling rather tired today. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest, Su Chen said. After thanking Dragon Guild leader, Su Chen scooped up the petrified egg and dashed toward his temporary lodgings at the guild. With such a treasure in hand, he absolutely had to examine it immediately. 10 minutes later, the mysterious petrified egg lay on Su Chen's bed. He first examined its appearance in detail. Then, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired, he began mentally analyzing the petrified egg. Based on what he'd learned in his high school vocational classes, Su Chen knew that if this petrified egg could truly hatch a living creature, the creature emerging from it would instinctively regard the first person or creature it saw as its mother. It would also be remarkably easy to form a close bond with it. It would be far easier to tame than a fully grown ferocious beast. A single petrified egg alone is worth at least 100 million. If I could actually hatch the creature inside this petrified egg, wouldn't I be set for life? Su Chen said cheerfully. His eyes were now gleaming with golden light. It must be said, this endeavor was worth pursuing. Moreover, leveling up with Feishua at this time had been incredibly satisfying. Not only had he completed the job change quest, but he'd also acquired the flying skill. Now he'd even received a mountain of rewards. Such bountiful rewards would save Su-Chen a great deal of unnecessary detours. But regardless, the most crucial thing for Su-Chen right now was this petrified egg before him. Let's see if it can be hatched. With that thought, Su-Chen activated the system and initiated a scan and analysis of the petrified egg. A white glow now enveloped his hands. In truth, Su-Chen had a bold idea. He intended to use the system's power to analyze the petrified egg. He wanted to see if he could use the system's power to reactivate and condense the life force within the petrified egg. Much like how he had previously decomposed certain materials and equipment, allowing them to return to their primordial state. Of course, Su-Chen himself wasn't certain of success. But he also knew. If he succeeded, Su-Chen would obtain a newly formed pet egg. An egg capable of hatching a remarkably powerful beast companion. But even if it failed, he wouldn't lose anything. After all, this petrified egg worth hundreds of millions had been in Long Hui's collection for years. Still, Su-Chen worried whether his system might somehow make the petrified egg disappear. That was his main concern. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. There was no point in overthinking it now. He had to take action on the fossilized egg. It could be said that the next few minutes would determine the fate of the petrified egg. System, scan and analyze. Su-Chen issued the command directly to the system. That was his nature. If an opportunity presented itself, he had to take a shot. Otherwise, what was the point of accepting this petrified egg? Was it really just for collecting? The next instant, Su-Chen placed his hands, enveloped in analysis magic, upon the mysterious petrified egg. In an instant, the stone egg was enveloped in a white glow. Within mere breaths, the stone egg's state began to shift. Chapter 95, The Three-Legged Crow. Soon, the petrified egg's form began to slowly undergo changes. With the system's assistance, the petrified egg disintegrated into individual atoms. Then, like scattered sand, it piled itself onto the ground. Then, Su-Chen issued a command. System, reassemble. In the next instant, all the atoms reassembled, gradually restoring the shape of the beast pet egg, but soon Su-Chen's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He realized this task was far from simple. What he was doing now might seem straightforward, but in reality, it was as complex as performing surgery. It demanded meticulous precision, with each step carefully calculated. Otherwise, he risked undoing all his progress and destroying this mysterious beast pet egg. Therefore, he had to reconstruct it bit by bit. Slowly, system, be extra careful. Reassemble it slowly and don't mess up. Su-Chen's heart was naturally filled with worry. If the reassembly went wrong, then what would become of this beast pet egg? Reconstruction was an incredibly arduous process. As time ticked by, sweat soaked through Su-Chen's clothes completely. Success! Su-Chen watched as the final speck of atomic light settled onto the beast pet egg. Then, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He completed the mysterious beast egg in his hands. It had returned to its original, intact form as a single egg. Finally done. Only then did Su-Chen truly relax. Though the system had assisted him, reassembling the beast egg was no simple task. He gazed at the beast pet egg on the bed. The information for this creature is far more complex than equipment, but thankfully it worked. After speaking, he picked up the mysterious beast pet egg and examined it thoroughly from all angles. The color of the reconstructed beast pet egg had become even more vibrant. The previous hazy, misty quality had vanished. But why isn't there any sign of life at all? Su-Chen examined it for a long time, convinced that he had successfully removed the pet egg's petrification. The creature inside the pet egg should be about to hatch. But why, after all this time, was there still no sign of movement? Although the pet egg's petrification has been reversed, all pet eggs require incubation to hatch the creature inside. The petrification being lifted only means the egg has been restored. For the ferocious beast inside to emerge, it will likely require a lengthy incubation process. After pondering for a while, Su-Chen finally grasped the situation through the system's explanation. Indeed, incubating this beast pet egg was far more complex than merely lifting the petrification. After all, lifting the petrification itself didn't require much effort. With the system's functions clarified, Su-Chen naturally stopped worrying about this issue. Knowing what to do next, Su-Chen could finally relax and get some rest. Earlier, he had expended considerable energy to remove the pet egg's petrification. Now he could finally get some proper rest. He had truly been on the move all day and was genuinely exhausted. Though he possessed infinite magic, his physical stamina was not limitless. So, lying on the bed, Su-Chen soon fell asleep clutching his beast pet egg. His sleep was incredibly deep and restful. He didn't dream at all that night, sleeping soundly until dawn approached. Yet even then, he sensed something slightly off. Because the entire room was filled with a series of crackling sounds. What's going on? Su-Chen snapped to attention instantly. As a professional, possessing such reflexes was only natural. But when Su-Chen opened his eyes and saw the scene before him, a gasp escaped his lips. Holy! A tiny bird-like creature was leisurely pecking away at the eggshells scattered across the bed. Hatchling? It hatched already? Su Chen could scarcely believe his eyes. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he never would have believed it. But now the question was, Su Chen had actually witnessed this beast pet egg hatch. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen found himself somewhat perplexed. The incubation process was supposed to take a long time. There was no way it could hatch overnight, no matter what. Besides, he hadn't done anything to facilitate it. A beast that could hatch so easily was probably worthless, right? Though uncertain, Su Chen knew deep down that this matter was far from as straightforward as he'd made it sound. Yet, the current situation left Su Chen utterly baffled. To dismiss it as untrue seemed equally difficult. But to say it was real? It didn't feel entirely fabricated either. Could it be the system helping out? Su Chen was somewhat surprised, though his system was indeed formidable. But the fishing system also had an incubation function? That was something he hadn't anticipated. Well, sort of. This beast egg had already met the conditions for hatching, but it was stuck because of the petrification. So it never hatched? Though not entirely certain, Su Chen was now wide awake. He kept examining the little creature before him, eager to discover what made it so different. Achoo! The bird-like culprit actually sneezed, and its adorable expression amused Su Chen. However, the little bird also noticed Su Chen had woken up. It quickly fluttered closer to him. Its manner and demeanor were remarkably affectionate. This little bird seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Su Chen felt a pang of curiosity, but he still managed to make out its form in the dim light. Overall, though its feathers were pitch black, they seemed to burn with fiery golden flames. It resembled a crow, yet possessed 3 legs. This peculiar form left Su Chen somewhat astonished. A crow with 3 legs? It doesn't quite resemble the cute appearance of typical bird or beast predators young. It certainly didn't look like a good bird. With that thought, Su Chen activated his system to examine it. Soon, a blue attribute panel appeared before him. Name, 3-legged crow. Species, ancient divine beast currently in ordinary state requires evolution. Description, in ancient times, this divine beast presided over the sun, embodying the celestial body itself. Possessing blazing flames capable of devastating the heavens and earth, its power is immense. Note, the juvenile form of the 3-legged crow cannot be contracted at this stage. It requires feeding celestial treasures to grow. Insufficient energy will cause it to fall into a deep slumber. Once it reaches its complete form, a mount contract can be established. Su Chen was stunned. A 3-legged crow. He had actually hatched a 3-legged crow. No way he'd actually gotten his hands on such an ancient divine beast. Chapter 96, You're possessed by the European Emperor. Do you even know what a time traveler's power is? Su Chen now felt he no longer needed to prove anything. This 3-legged crow alone was proof enough of his power. Who could have imagined he'd actually hatch something like a 3-legged crow? Tell me, isn't this thing just amazing? Who else could hatch ancient divine beasts? Su Chen's mind was still reeling. The events unfolding from yesterday to today were simply too overwhelming. Even now, Su Chen struggled to process it all. First came the flight skill, and now an ancient divine beast? One that even commands the sun. When did being a time traveler become such a perk? Su Chen couldn't even begin to describe his current state of mind. So you see, one must cultivate virtue in daily life. Only through accumulating virtue does one gain the chance to receive great blessings. Though the 3-legged crow before him was still in its juvenile form, he wasn't entirely sure how it would enhance his combat prowess just yet. But just the title Ancient Divine Beast alone guaranteed it couldn't be anything but exceptional. Besides, was Su Chen short on money? Now that the 3-legged crow had followed him, it would feast on rare treasures and elixirs from now on. Then it could focus solely on growing stronger. Once it reached its full form, Su Chen wouldn't have to worry about anything else. By then, riding that ancient divine beast, wouldn't he soar to the heavens? Watching the 3-legged crows constantly nuzzling him, Su Chen suddenly recalled his childhood. It seemed he had been just as dashing as these 3-legged crows back then. But what kind of rare treasures and divine herbs would it take to reach its perfect form? Though he held the item in his hands, he still didn't know what kind of rare treasures it required. Thus, Su Chen found himself at a loss. But just then, Su Chen seemed to remember something. He snapped back to reality in an instant. Feeding rare treasures to ferocious beasts? That would be an enormous undertaking. Let's be honest, this thing is a money pit. Though I suppose I could be considered a bit of a small-time tycoon myself. But in a world like this, if you want to become a top-tier professional, where doesn't it require money? Money is a man's courage. Money, they're all intertwined. Because of this, Su Chen simply couldn't afford to spend too much money. If he had any, he'd spend it on himself first. That's just how it is. Man, I finally managed to cross over, but why does everything demand money? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. He needed money before the journey, and he needed money after it. Doesn't that mean I've wasted my time traveling through time? But now, he had successfully hatched the 3-legged crow. He could only sigh helplessly and pat the 3-legged crow's head. Little guy, you'd better be careful with your spending. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that I've got plenty of expenses of my own. Su-chen spoke while pondering how to earn money quickly. He needed his mount to mature into its adult form as soon as possible, so it could quickly form a contract with him and even help him earn money. Upon Su-chen's touch, the three-legged crow instantly transformed into a small card. It flew into his palm, just like Fei Shua's flying crane had before. These cards represented a method of taming ferocious beasts. Beasts transformed into cards could utilize spatial energy for recuperation and restoration. Alright, that settles this matter for now. Still, it was the guild leader who gave it to me. At the very least, I should inform the guild leader, right? With that thought, Su-chen immediately got up to wash up. Inside Long Hui's office. What? You're telling me that petrified egg I gave you after being sealed for over a decade you finally managed to hatch it? And it's an ancient divine beast? Long Hui stared at Su-chen in disbelief, his hands resting on Su-chen's shoulders. He shook him vigorously. Clearly, the president of the Adventurers Guild didn't believe Su-chen's story. Or more accurately, he couldn't believe Su-chen could be that lucky. What did this imply? It meant that after waiting over a decade, someone had managed to hatch it in a single night. What kind of concept was that? Long Hui couldn't accept it. His emotions were running high. He felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Su-chen had never seen Chairman Long lose his composure like this before. It was beyond his imagination. Usually, Chairman Long was always very kind and approachable. His words and actions were always steady and measured. Why was he so out of character today? Truthfully, one couldn't blame Chairman Long for this. The main reason was that President Long had seen it all. Yet even he was stunned by Su-chan's extraordinary luck. After all, what does a mount of ancient divine beast caliber truly signify to a practitioner? The sheer magnitude of its significance goes without saying. Not only did Su-chen possess an ancient divine beast as his mount, but he also wielded his own flight abilities. This was beyond ordinary luck. This is pure divine favor incarnate. Yes, in its complete form, it can directly ascend to the divine race. Su-chen laid out every detail of the information for Kong Hui. He summoned the juvenile form of the three-legged crow and showed it to Long Hui. It was the first time the little creature had appeared before Long Hui. After all, Su-chen only possessed this three-legged crow thanks to President Long's assistance. It would be somewhat awkward not to show it to Dragon President. Therefore, whether out of courtesy or other reasons, this was something Su-chen had to do. After all, he was a member of the professional association. Moreover, the more he showcased before the higher-ups, the more attention he would receive. Thus, Su-chen was utterly convinced. As the president of a professional association, he wouldn't go back on his word. Seeing the divine beast he had hatched, Long Hui would demand it back. Moreover, by revealing the matter of the beast egg fortune sea so early, he had actually intended to provide an explanation to President Long and the Imperial Capital Professional Association. This is the three-legged crow. Long Hui stared at the young three-legged crow before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. This mysterious and powerful aura, no doubt about it, it truly is the ancient divine beast, the three-legged crow. Wait, shouldn't it be called the golden crow once it matures? I never imagined, truly never imagined, that you, Su-chen, would possess such skill. You actually managed to hatch this little one. How did you get so lucky? Long Hui stared at Su-chen with an expression of pure envy. Do you know? Over 10 years. Over 10 years. This little one has been with me as a beast egg for over a decade. I've tried day and night to hatch it, but never succeeded. I entrusted it to you for just one night, and you. Su-chen, how did you get so lucky? Long Hui was so overwhelmed with emotion he could barely speak, his words becoming incoherent. Chapter 97, You just held it and slept all night? I never would have guessed, Su-chen. You really are. Long Hui stared at the three-legged crow with equal excitement. Just imagine what it meant to possess an ancient divine beast. Now they were all here with Su-chen. How could anyone not be thrilled and excited? Moreover, to the three-legged crow, every other creature besides Su-chen was an unfamiliar and threatening presence. Therefore, when Dragon Chairman approached the three-legged crow, the little creature immediately opened its beak, spitting out faint, adorable flames. It seemed to be trying to scare the Dragon President. Seeing the little one like this, Chairman Long couldn't help but grow even fonder of it. The next moment, Long Hui pulled a chair over. Then he sat down right in front of Su-chen and the three-legged crow. Su-chen, tell me, how did you manage to do that? I've had this petrified egg in my collection for over a decade, and I never managed to do it. How did you manage to hatch it in just one night? Long Hui no longer bore the dignified demeanor of the guild leader he usually displayed. He was now nothing but a child brimming with curiosity about the unknown. Su-chen, however, was dumbfounded. How could he possibly explain this to President Long? He couldn't exactly say he had some kind of system, could he? That thing was something he simply couldn't talk about. If he did, it would be utterly inexplicable. What even was a system? Was it some kind of perk for being a time traveler? How could I possibly explain that? It's utterly inexplicable. Su-Chen had come to tell Long Hui this time simply to give him a basic explanation of the matter. But now it seems this matter might not be so straightforward after all. Well, Chairman Long, honestly, I have no idea. I just fell asleep holding this petrified egg. Then when I woke up, this little guy had hatched out of the shell and even ate the eggshell. Su-Chen pondered for a long while before deciding to tell Long Hui only half the truth. After all, he couldn't reveal that he'd atomized the petrified egg with the system's help before reassembling it. Long Hui clearly didn't believe a word of what Su-Chen said. How could it be that simple? He had no idea how many nights he'd slept holding that petrified egg. And he hadn't seen any hatchlings emerge from them. How could you, Su-Chen, hatch it after just one night's sleep? Though Long Hui didn't know exactly how Su-Chen had managed it, he understood that this hatchling's emergence must be connected to the mysterious power within Su-Chen's body. A survivalist capable of obliterating dungeon realms yet possessing strange forbidden power. It must be that forbidden power. Still, Long Hui didn't intend to pry further. After all, Su-Chen was part of the Adventurers Guild, one of their own. Now that he possessed this three-legged crow, it was a boon that could strengthen the Adventurers Guild. Therefore, there was no need to pry further. In any case, regardless of how Su-Chen had obtained it, this was entirely beneficial to the professional association. As for when Su-Chen chose to speak up, that was entirely up to him. This was one reason why Long Hui had served as president for so many years without ever facing criticism. Su-Chen, what level are you now? Fei Shue mentioned you level up pretty fast. Me? I'm level 45 now, almost 46, Su-Chen replied. Hearing this level, Long Hui's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly recovered. As the guild leader, Long Hui naturally had access to reliable intelligence. He was already aware of the news about someone unleashing forbidden magic at the volcano crater. Moreover, Fei Shue was handling this matter. Since she was with Su-Chen, it naturally meant this matter was connected to him. He was pretty sure he had it figured out. However, Long Hui's current assessment was that Su-Chen was likely no higher than level 40 at best. After all, he had just completed his second transformation. But unexpectedly, Su-Chen jumped straight to level 45 and was about to hit 46. What else could this mean? Good, impressive. Su-Chen, your leveling speed is truly impressive. You've been in the guild association for a while now, yet you haven't taken on a single suitable guild quest. Why not do this? You're already at a decent level. Find some time to pick up a few guild quests. That way, you can earn contribution points while also silencing those in the guild who complain that you're a newbie leeching resources without contributing. What do you think? Long Hui said cheerfully. No problem. Su-Chen had already considered this. After the previous test, he knew many veterans in the guild would inevitably harbor resentment toward him. As a professional, if he didn't prove his strength to silence them, then words would be useless. This was something he, as a professional, had always understood deep down. But regardless, since things had come to this point, if he wanted to establish himself within the professional association and gain everyone's recognition, he must complete some exceptionally challenging guild quests. He needed to prove himself through hard work, silencing all the veteran members who harbored doubts about him. Seeing Su-Chen agree, Long Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright then. As it happens, the guild has just refreshed some new quests these past couple of days. Su-Chen, I have faith in your abilities. These happen to be quite challenging. The guild continues to require members to complete these tasks. What do you say? Up for it? Long Hui looked at him expectantly. Meeting Long Hui's expectant gaze, Su-Chen nodded. No problem. There was no way around it. This was clearly a request for him to contribute to the guild. But Su-Chen didn't mind. After all, his original purpose for joining the professional association was to find an organization. With an organization, he could leverage its resources to gain certain benefits. Without one, securing such benefits proved exceedingly difficult. The current situation was no different. Since joining the professional association, he had already reaped numerous benefits. Now it was time for Su-Chen to repay the professional association. Naturally, he couldn't refuse or back out. Alright, President Long, I have no objections. But what kind of mission do you think would suit me? Upon hearing Su-Chen's question, Long Hui finally pulled out his communicator. He tapped the screen a few times. A blue screen instantly appeared before them. Then, an electronic screen display appeared. Ghost Valley Highlands. Wind Blight City. Frontline Observation Post. Plague Zone. Swamp Lands. Valley of Carnage. Twilight Forest. Swarm Sanctuary. As the president of the Imperial Capital Guild Association, it was only natural for Long Hui to carry guild quests with him at all times. However, the dense array of tasks displayed on the electronic screen truly overwhelmed Su-Chen. Chapter 98, The Zhou Pharmaceutical Assignment. Moreover, the difficulty of these tasks truly escalated the higher one went. The highest tier quests were rated SSS. Similarly, the corresponding rewards were greater, but these missions often required teamwork. Going solo was simply out of the question. Of course, if your strength is formidable enough, you could take on these missions solo. Naturally, lower difficulty missions yield lower rewards. The longer they sit in your quest log, the more likely they are to disappear. Dragon President, does our guild have any quests related to Joe's Pharmaceutical? Su-chan asked in surprise. He had been sifting through the guild quests in his quest log when he unexpectedly spotted Joe's Pharmaceutical. Indeed, this Joe's Pharmaceutical was the family of Zhou Peng, the spoiled young master of the Zhou family he had previously taken down. Moreover, Zhou Peng seemed to be the eldest son of Zhou Pharmaceutical, deeply cherished by his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been spoiled into becoming lawless and bullying the weak while fearing the strong. In this world of Blue Star, humans and ferocious beasts coexisted. Though within the explored territories, there were some extremely dangerous hidden locations. The human empire still controlled most of the secret realm instances. However, some locations remained under the control of exceptionally powerful beasts or mysterious forces. Nevertheless, the major dungeons and secret realms currently available are sufficient for human adventurers to enter at any time. They can level up, engage in combat, and acquire resources. In reality, however, the major human empires do not exercise complete control over the explored dungeons and secret realms. They have neither exterminated all the beasts within these dungeons nor tamed them all. Because in this world, you can never fully control everything. Therefore, one can only play by the rules of the Blue Star world. Ultimately, in the Blue Star game world, humans and beasts coexist. No matter how intense the battles become, this delicate balance of coexistence will never be shattered. This was the foundational rule established when Blue Star first ascended into the game world. Thus, when humans control map instances in secret realms, it boils down to merely mastering the rules of entry and exit. In truth, once inside, there are few viable strategies or possibilities. However, allowing human adventurers to freely enter dungeons, secret realms, and other battle zones to continuously enhance their strength is already a significant advantage for Blue Star's adventurers. Thus, there's no need to demand more. However, the ferocious beasts within all map dungeons and secret realms remain utterly beyond control. The human empire can only exert control over them, not achieve complete domination. However, guarding these secret realms demands immense manpower and resources. After all, among the currently known map dungeon realms, a considerable number are already under human control. Therefore, such a vast number cannot be managed solely by the empire and its military. Thus, the empire must make the most of its resources. Smaller, relatively less significant map dungeon realms were opened for public exchange. This entrusts their defense to influential families and local factions. These local factions are responsible for maintaining security within their respective dungeon instances. Naturally, this arrangement involved a quid pro quo. The resources yielded within these dungeons also belonged to these prominent clans. However, in return, these factions must annually remit materials and funds of equivalent value to the Huaxia nation. This mutually beneficial partnership also fosters collaboration between the nation as a whole and its major domestic factions. This arrangement achieves complete mutual benefit maximization. Under this sustained cooperative arrangement, not only are the nation's resources and manpower freed from guarding the dungeons, but also yields material returns that bolster national security and protect ordinary citizens. Families granted guardianship over dungeon realms gain immediate access to resources within these domains. This creates a mutually beneficial outcome for both the state and local factions. Of course, while these clans require resources from certain dungeons, they never personally farm them. The most common practice is to issue quests. They delegate these tasks to major guilds or mercenaries, this being the most common tactic employed by these prominent families. At this moment, Su-chan spotted a quest posted by Zhou's Pharmaceutical Company on the quest board within the professional association. Zhou's Pharmaceutical had posted a secret realm quest. Location: Insect Swarm Secret Realm. Mission name: Venom Collection. Difficulty: SSS. Mission description: travel to the Insect Swarm Secret Realm, slay the Insect Swarm fiends, and obtain 200 samples of venom. Task restrictions: maximum party size is 6 members. Solo play is also permitted. Reward: 20,000 guild contribution points. Upon seeing this quest, Su-chan accepted it without a moment's hesitation. To be honest, Lin Fan already harbored little goodwill toward Zhou's Pharmaceutical. Add in the matter with Zhou Peng, and he and Zhou's Pharmaceutical had already developed a significant rift. This matter between the two sides demanded resolution at the earliest opportunity. Therefore, Su-chan resolved to strike directly at the Zhou family's territory, seizing the chance to deal them an early blow. If he could strike with his most potent forbidden spell, it would be like collecting some early interest. Su-chan, the reward for this mission isn't exactly generous. Long Wei looked at Su-chan with some surprise. After all, while the Insect Swarm Secret Realm mission was rated SSS tier in difficulty, the reward was indeed quite low. Long Wei opened the backend system and confirmed that Su-chan had indeed accepted the Insect Swarm Secret Realm mission. During their pharmaceutical production, Zhou's Pharmaceuticals often encountered situations requiring specific materials. Therefore, they would naturally post what materials were needed and ask others to help them obtain these materials. But Long Hui knew Zhou's Pharmaceuticals was notoriously stingy. Every time they posted a task, the compensation offered was practically the industry's lowest benchmark. It even made people wonder if the head of Zhou's pharmaceutical was named Zhou Skinflint. Otherwise, one simply couldn't fathom why they'd be so stingy. Tasks like this high difficulty, low pay really should be left to mercenaries. Yet Zhou's pharmaceuticals seem to have this persistent notion of recruiting slave labor to do their dirty work. 2 weeks ago, through an insider connection, they posted the job on the Professional Association's platform. As the guild's leader, Long Hui didn't want to antagonize Zhou's pharmaceuticals, so he naturally chose to ignore it. Let it hang there if it must. With that pay, no professional would be willing to take it anyway. Since you've posted it here and I haven't made things difficult for you, don't come complaining about no one helping you solve the problem. Thus, President Long paid it no mind. But unexpectedly, today it was actually taken by Lin Fan. Chairman Long, this is my first time taking a mission. I have no experience. Chapter 99, this president will go with you. I just happened to find this mission appealing, so I took it. But I never imagined there'd be so much involved. Su Chen's explanation made some sense, but it still couldn't account for the most fundamental question. Why would anyone choose such a lousy reward? Even if you're a newbie with no experience, you should at least know the difference between good and bad rewards. It's all about seeking profit and avoiding loss. But after all his explanations, Su Chen clearly hadn't made this point clear. Therefore, had anyone else offered this explanation, it would never have convinced Long Hui. Yet coming from Su Chen's mouth, it didn't surprise Long Hui in the slightest. Primarily because Su Chen's previous actions had consistently defied Long Hui's comprehension, exceeding his wildest expectations. It could be said that Su Chen was a man who never played by the rules. Thus, Long Hui had long since grown accustomed to it. Honestly, Su Chen, the reward for this mission is really too low. No matter which guild or mercenary job you look at. Unless someone was truly desperate, no one would normally take it. Plus, the insect swarm's secret realm is extremely dangerous. Many of the beasts there carry potent venoms, making combat incredibly troublesome. One careless move could mean getting poisoned, and that would be a huge problem. Also, word is a boss-level beast around level 100 has recently appeared in the insect swarm's secret realm. Its power is formidable, making the current insect swarm's secret realm at least 10 times more troublesome than before. Because of this, the task posted by Zhou's pharmaceutical not only increased in difficulty, but they also refused to raise the reward. That's why this mission has been stuck on the quest board. Su Chen, are you really sure you want to take this on? Su Chen chuckled. He couldn't say for sure, nor could he say it outright, otherwise, Long Hui would find out immediately. But given the current situation, there was no other choice. Su Chen was perfectly clear on this matter. He was absolutely determined to complete this mission. Su Chen had his own plans and strategies. No one could stand in his way. Seeing Su Chen so adamant, Long Hui could only wave his hand helplessly. Fine. Since you're so determined, I can't say anything more. But I should still give you a rough idea of the current situation facing the insect swarm secret realm. As the name suggests, this insect swarm secret realm is home to all manner of insectoid beasts. Killing these creatures yields various types of venom with a certain probability. Those are the raw materials Zhou Pharmaceutical intends to use for manufacturing special medications. However, Su Chen, I personally still recommend you switch quests. After speaking, Long Hui enlarged the mission panel. He then maximized the insect swarm's secret realm's information. Su Chen, see for yourself. I won't say more, but Zhou's Pharmaceuticals mission reward is at least 35% lower than other SSS tier missions of the same level. Long Hui still couldn't fathom why Su Chen insisted on taking this mission. Haha, guild leader, you just don't know my personality. I actually quite like this mission. Let me put it this way, I've always wanted an opportunity to explore the insect swarm secret realm. There was no other way. Su Chen could only say this much. He certainly couldn't tell Long Hui that Zhou Peng had been taken care of by him. The real reason he wanted this mission now was to take down Zhou's pharmaceutical. Chairman Long, I'll take this mission. You don't need to worry about it, Su Chen said. Seeing his determination, Long Hui had no choice but to concede. With things having gone this far, what else could he say? Alright then. Since that's the case, I'll explain it in detail. The insect swarm's secret realm is divided into an outer and inner perimeter. While the beasts in the outer perimeter vary in strength, but they are numerous and densely packed. Once you enter the inner zone, being surrounded by them would be extremely dangerous. Seeing Su Chen insist on taking the mission, Long Hui naturally felt compelled to explain the situation clearly. The beasts in the inner zone are far more powerful and all possess deadly venom. That level 100 boss beast is also lurking within. Su Chen, this is your first guild mission. As guild leader, it's my duty to warn you. Here's the deal, I'll accompany you on this insect swarm secret realm mission. We'll party up while we're in the outer areas. With me around, you'll level up faster too. Once your level is high enough, you can venture into the inner zone. At that point, I'll withdraw so I don't hold you back from completing the quest on your own. Long Hui's suggestion was quite sound. Most importantly, Long Hui had his own agenda. First, he could witness Su Chen in action and see just how formidable he truly was. After all, both Chen Wenna and Fei Xue had told him Su Chen possessed formidable strength. But seeing is believing. Without witnessing it himself, Long Hui simply couldn't believe it. Moreover, Su Chen was a godlike figure capable of destroying the capital's two great secret realms. Therefore, he had to witness it firsthand to confirm whether Su Chen truly possessed such power. Secondly, Long Hui also wanted to uncover what made the Bug Swarm secret realm so extraordinary. So much so that Su Chen chose to take on this mission despite the low pay. He didn't buy Su Chen's explanation. But Su Chen wasn't a fool either. He understood perfectly well what Long Hui meant. Therefore, Su Chen found himself in a bit of a bind. Guild leader, I could actually handle this alone. After all, he was just a newbie who had only recently joined the guild. For his very first guild mission, the guild leader was stepping in to act as his enforcer. The spectacle wasn't exactly grand. The underlying implications were all too obvious. His goal was to dispel the prejudices of the guild's veterans, not to stir up resentment. It's settled then. Get ready. We're leaving immediately. Long Hui wasn't about to give Su Chen a chance to refuse. He had to make sure the other party accepted cleanly and decisively. With no other choice, Su Chen could only agree. In less than half an hour, the two had reached the entrance to the insect swarm secret realm. Admittedly, although Long Hui's presence made Su Chen inwardly resistant, traveling with the guild leader was undeniably convenient. The entire resources of the professional guild were at their disposal. Moreover, they'd even arranged dedicated guild transportation for the two of them. This was incredibly convenient. It was incredibly fast, safe, and smooth. In no time at all, they zoomed right to the insect swarm's secret realm. During the journey, Su Chen pondered whether his divine beast, the three-legged crow, once fully grown, could surpass all existing transportation methods as a mount. At the very least, it would be far more majestic than Fei Xue's flying crane. After all, it was a divine beast, how could it be inferior? Su Chen, are you prepared? There are quite a few ferocious beasts here. The insectoid beasts here are no easy foes. You must be extremely cautious. Chapter 100, even the protagonist faces difficulties. But Su Chen couldn't care less about Long Hui's words. After all, in this kind of dungeon realm, Su Chen had already destroyed two with a single move. Opponents of this caliber? Not even worth mentioning, okay? Prepare? Prepare for what? Prepare to take down this dungeon? Right in front of Long Hui? Of course, Su Chen dared not voice such thoughts aloud. For him, this was something he could do, but not say. No problem. Rest assured, President Long. With that, Su Chen nodded. Let's go. We're heading in. The next moment, Long Hui led Su Chen straight toward the entrance of the insect swarm's secret realm. Both men radiated formidable presence. Wow, the chairman personally leading me to farm monsters, I'm almost embarrassed. Watching Long Hui lead the way ahead, Su Chen felt a twinge of unease. This is bad. I have no idea how I'm going to pull this off later. However, when he had previously run dungeons with Fei Xue, he had been able to wield his Xianyuan sword and his own power without the slightest hesitation. He'd even wiped out all the giant fire lizards in the volcano crater with a single strike right in front of Fei Xue. Oh, and that fire dragon? Su Chen had one shot at too. By doing this, Su Chen was essentially telling Fei Xue that he had destroyed both of the imperial capital's major secret realms. And he had always been so secretive about it before. He did so precisely because he feared the professional guild and the imperial capital's high-ranking officials would make him pay for the damage. After all, what Su Chen destroyed wasn't merely dungeon instances, it was the very places where countless professionals leveled up and farmed gear. Now that he'd destroyed them himself, how immense would the resulting economic losses be? But things were different now. He had joined the professional association, becoming one of its members, and had inherited the divine power of the water god. Su Chen could clearly see the trust placed in him by both the guild and its leader, Long Hui. Therefore, a thought had been lingering in Su Chen's mind all along. Should he openly reveal his true strength to Long Hui? To let the upper echelons of both the association and the security bureau know that it was he who destroyed those two secret realm instances. Then, at the very least, the association's leadership would have a clear understanding of his capabilities. His current fearlessness stemmed from a clear realization. These secret realm instances could be considered destroyed. Gone meant gone. But Su Chen, that treasure of a professional adventurer, still existed. In fact, one could say that a professional as formidable as Su Chen still exists. That's far superior to two destroyed dungeons that hold no value whatsoever. So in the future, should the Adventurers Guild face any matters, then he might be able to step in directly and lend the guild a huge hand at a critical moment. It could even save your life in critical moments. Then wouldn't that mean? At this realization, Su Chen understood clearly, since Long Hui insisted on personally bringing him to clear the dungeons. It was because he harbored deep suspicions about him and the destruction of those two instances. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Given this, there was absolutely no way he could conceal his power. As the guild leader, Long Hui wasn't someone to be trifled with. The moment he made his move, his true strength would be laid bare. Given that, Su Chen might as well reveal some information. But not everything. He'll let Long Hui know just enough to get a sense of the situation. But the methods I reveal mustn't be the same ones I'd use in front of Fei Xue and the president. Su Chen pondered silently within himself. After all, Fei Xue had been following him around before, and Su Chen could sense it. This captivating older woman was utterly smitten with him, so there was no need to hide anything from her. But Long Hui was different. After all, he was the president of the Imperial Capital Professional Association. His status was undeniable. He bore the responsibility of guarding the Imperial Capital. Therefore, Su Chen absolutely could not display his power capable of shattering a secret realm in front of Long Hui, causing underground collapses and shattering the Holy Grail. At the very least, now was not the time. Doing so would place Su Chen in an extremely awkward position. Well, one step at a time. Su Chen sighed helplessly. He could only follow Long Hui inside for now. As for the rest, that would have to wait. However, the two men's auras were distinctly different. Su Chen was one thing. As the guild leader, Long Hui possessed an aura that ordinary practitioners couldn't match. To put it plainly, Long Hui radiated the aura of a top-tier expert. The two ventured deep into the insect swarm's secret realm. Only then did Su Chen realize that this insect swarm's secret realm was indeed unlike any other. From the moment they entered, the entire realm was shrouded in a thick, hazy mist. It felt as though toxic fumes permeated the very air. There were no towering trees here, only thickets and swamps. With every step they took, Long Hui cautioned Su Chen to tread carefully, warning him not to sink into the swamps. Otherwise, the venomous insects and ferocious beasts lurking within would devour him in an instant. The two made their way toward the front of the secret realm, seeking a position within the inner circle. Those in the outer perimeter faced little disturbance from ferocious beasts. After all, as a 7th-ranked practitioner, Long Hui's powerful magical energy fluctuations alone were enough to deter any nearby insect swarms or ferocious beasts from making a move. Beasts of prey, once they reached a certain level, couldn't survive long without some degree of intelligence. After all, beasts preyed upon one another. Without wisdom, they risked being killed by their own kind. Thus, none of these insects dared provoke two such terrifyingly powerful beings. Su Chen had heard from Fei Xue before. Long Hui had actually already reached the realm of an 8th transformation age, but he had been suppressing his level and hadn't undertaken the class change quest. Primarily, according to the regulations of Huaxia's profession system, those who reach the 8th transformation must obey the commands of Huaxia's highest authorities. They must unconditionally accept China's administrative personnel assignments and mission directives. It could be said that once you reach the 8th transformation, you were no longer your own person. You no longer belong to yourself. Everything about you must be surrendered to the state. Of course, the Huaxia state provides corresponding compensation in the form of substantial support in resources and material provisions. The status and prestige are beyond comparison with ordinary people. Rumor has it that there are no fewer than 100 such 8th transformation practitioners in the imperial capital. These 100 8th transformation professionals have always secretly guarded the capital's security. Beyond the imperial capital, only the demon capital boasts 100 8th transformation professionals stationed for defense. Other cities have no more than 3 such practitioners at most. Some cities have none at all. One can imagine just how scarce these 8th-tier professionals are. Long Hui did not wish to become one of them. If he truly completed the task to become an 8th transformation professional, he would no longer be required to undertake external missions, but he would be obligated to accept a temporary assignment within the military department. From then on, he would serve exclusively for the nation of Huaxia. Chapter 101, Swarm? Just ants. That alone would be bad enough, but Long Hui would also have to ensure he could appear at the military headquarters whenever needed. The moment the military headquarters issued an order, he would have to appear immediately. Should the military command issue an order, he must immediately report to headquarters to any location where his presence is required. Furthermore, he must constantly report his location and any advancements in his abilities. Long Hui deeply disliked such constraints. He preferred a freer life. Moreover, Long Hui was also a member of the Mages Guild. Therefore, Long Hui had always aspired to become a high-ranking administrator within the Mage Association, not a military officer. All practitioners who reached the 8th-tier strength level were required to return to the Mage Association to work as administrators. They must share the burden of various tasks within the guild. Of course, while they were called management, the Mage Association had far too many such positions. So, it's basically just a nominal position. If you ask what real use it serves, it really didn't. While it's true that after reaching the 8th transformation, every practitioner must make a certain choice. For a powerhouse like Long Hui, becoming an 8th-tier professional would mean losing his absolute freedom. Long Hui only wished to remain in the imperial capital, diligently fulfilling his duties as the guildmaster of the Imperial Capital Professional Association. As for anything else, he no longer gave it a second thought. Thus, Long Hui consistently suppressed his strength and level. He avoids advancement quests. His accumulated level experience had long since reached unimaginable heights. Truth be told, Long Hui was arguably one of the most experienced professionals in the imperial capital. If one were to judge purely by combat prowess and experience. In truth, Long Hui's gear and skills had long since reached the level of an 8th transformation, or even approached that of a 9th transformation. Even if an 8th transformation professional were to fight him now, he likely wouldn't lose. In fact, with the experience he's accumulated, he might be able to proceed directly to the 9th tier quest upon completing it. At that point, the entire nation of Huaxia would be shaken to its core. Su Chen, prepare for battle. Long Hui suddenly spoke up. Only then did Su Chen realize they had already entered the inner entrance of the insect swarm's secret realm. All around them, swarms of insectoid beasts filled the air. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A strange rustling sound filled the air. These insectoid beasts dared not move when the two entered. They had been waiting until Su Chen and Long Hui entered the inner perimeter before daring to make their move. Within the beast community, especially among such numerous beast species, there exists a strict hierarchical system. If the outer ring beasts, out of fear of a stronger foe, offered no resistance and allowed outsiders to enter the inner circle unchallenged, the peripheral insectoid beasts would be killed outright by the higher-level beasts within. For this is deemed an act of betrayal against the swarm utterly intolerable. Therefore, upon seeing Su Chen and Long Hui approach the entrance to the innermost zone, all the hidden insectoid beasts leapt out. Name, corrosive centipede. Species, insectoid. Level, 80. Description, a venomous centipede dwelling within the insect swarm's secret domain. Its potent toxin can induce severe unconsciousness in adventurers. Its carapace is exceptionally hard, granting formidable defense. Vulnerable points include its abdomen and eyes. Skills, bite, centipede venom. Name, red-beaked ant. Species, insectoid. Level, 76. Description, ants inhabiting swampy areas. While their bodies lack toxins, their mandibles contain paralyzing venom. Exceptionally agile and swift, they excel at ambushes and swarm tactics. Upon biting an enemy, they rapidly release large quantities of paralyzing venom, immobilizing the victim. Skills, paralysis toxin, bite, shake attack. Shake people? Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the skill shake people listed among the red-mouthed ant's abilities. Is that really the red-mouthed ant skill? Shouldn't it be shake ant instead? Still, it had to be said this place truly lived up to its name as the insect swarm's secret realm. The swarm was teeming with insects, none particularly large, yet far from small. Each was at least half the size of Su Chen's forearm. Under these circumstances, at least 1,000 insects swarmed around the two of them. The scene was genuinely spine-chilling. Now, he and Long Hui were completely surrounded, with no escape in sight. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, several beetles with hard shells charged forward first. These beetles possessed no venom, but according to descriptions, they possessed incredibly powerful biting force and strength. Once they attacked, any hit would inevitably cause severe internal injuries. Moreover, these beetles were nearly human-sized, slightly shorter than an adult male. They even tower over many women. Surveying the most numerous beetles surrounding him, Su Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Behind these beetles swarmed dense masses of red-mouthed ants. Though much smaller in size, they were still as large as half of Su Chen's arm. Yet these red-mouthed ants differed from the beetles. They were highly organized, capable of strategic planning and fighting in perfect unison. Moreover, each red-mouthed ant's mandibles dripped with a vivid green paralytic toxin. The sight was truly hair-raising. As for those venomous centipedes, they made Su Chen feel utterly uneasy. These creatures crawled densely across the ground. Wherever they passed, corrosive liquid spread. The hard ground was corroded into wisps of mist. The air itself carried a foul, nauseating stench. Fight back. Don't let these insects get the better of you. Long Hui took a slight step back, then calmly addressed Su Chen. Truthfully, before a 7th-rank professional like him, these so-called insects were no different from mere ants. If Long Hui wished, he could wipe out these ants in mere moments. Su Chen, I'll take the front while you watch our backs. Don't let these bugs surround us. Let's work together to finish this battle quickly. That way, you'll maximize your experience gains, Long Hui said. After speaking, Long Hui fixed his gaze on Su Chen's face. He sought to discern any hidden truths in Su Chen's expression. After all, if Su Chen truly was a professional capable of destroying 2 secret realm instances, then these ants wouldn't even be worthy of being his appetizer. He felt rather frustrated inside. Su Chen's face showed no hint of emotional fluctuation. Most adventurers, if truly besieged by such a swarm of insects, it would be impossible to remain so composed. The feeling Su Chen gave him was indescribable. Far too composed. Chapter 102, Stop Trying to Be Clever, Kid. though Long Hui had mentally prepared himself that Su Chen wouldn't react strongly. But honestly, this reaction still left him feeling rather frustrated. After all, these ants were truly insignificant, but Su Chen's behavior was simply. The reason he insisted on coming with Su Chen was precisely to witness Su Chen's moves. He had witnessed Su Chen's Sharingan before. But the last time he'd used them, the damage hadn't been particularly explosive. Now, facing such a swarm of ferocious beasts, that earth-shattering forbidden Sharingan spell. Could it inflict massive damage on this entire horde? This curiosity burned within Long Hui. Therefore, if Su Chen possessed any other means he could deploy, he would certainly unleash them. Very well, Chairman, rest assured. Su Chen didn't mince words. He could tell Long Hui wanted to see him in action. In that case, there was no need for him to hold back. It was only fitting to play along with Chairman Long's performance. Su Chen agreed to the task with surprising speed. He then positioned himself behind Long Hui and strode toward the swarm of insects. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Battle was imminent. Red-beaked ants and beetles launched the initial assault. The venomous centipedes suddenly reared their bodies upright from behind. Then, they sprayed their venom at Su Chen. The beetles charged forward with frenzied abandon. Various iron pincers lunged toward Su Chen. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Mere insects dare to act so brazenly before this guild leader? Hellfire! Long Hui silently chanted the incantation. Instantly, a crimson-red staff materialized in his hand. Flames gathered around the staff, growing larger and larger. Kill! Long Hui roared with fury. Instantly, the flames gathered around the staff shot out before him. A massive wall of fire materialized on the ground before him. In an instant, the massive wall of fire shot skyward. In an instant, the swarm of insects closing in was reduced to ashes. Behind him, Su Chen knew he didn't need to exert himself while standing beside Long Hui. So he casually deployed some basic skills he had acquired earlier. He pretended to be busy weaving in and out before the swarm of insects. Your team members will share 10,000 EXP for each gravity beetle you kill. Your teammate killed a red-beaked ant, team members share 15,000 EXP. Your teammate. Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV46, gaining 1500 points across all attributes. You additionally gain 2000 free attribute points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to LV47, gaining 1600 points across all attributes. You have additionally gained 2100 free attribute points. It must be said, with a top-tier mage like Long Hui assisting, leveling up is indeed much faster. Essentially, Su Chen felt nothing but the mechanical prompting sounds echoing incessantly in his mind, while his level kept climbing. This leveling speed was truly unmatched. The constant stream of notification messages left Su Chen feeling overwhelmed. Before heading out, Long Hui had instructed Su Chen to claim a double experience bonus, combined with the guild's new member experience bonus. Plus Long Hui's massive firewall spell, monster kills were absurdly efficient. Su Chen barely had to lift a finger as the swarm of insects before him vanished. As a result, he felt Long Hui was nearly matching his own monster clearing efficiency when using the Sharingan skill. Most importantly, since Long Hui was primarily casting the skills, the inner courtyard faced no threat of destruction. This experience could be steadily gained across the entire area. This is awesome. The experience points are rolling in like crazy. Su Chen exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Su Chen felt like nothing more than a tagalong. What does it mean to ride someone's coattails? This is exactly what riding someone's coattails means. Guild leader, your magic skills are seriously impressive. I just hit level 51 in one go. If I could always party with you, leveling up would be like riding a rocket. Su Chen put on a show of flattery, showering Long Hui with compliments. At that moment, Long Hui had merely cast a Hellfire wall spell. 80% of the insectoid beasts surrounding the insect swarm's secret realm had been cleared. A 7th transformation peak Grand Mage truly possessed extraordinary power. This was precisely why mages were so highly sought after among all classes of adventurers. Now, the remaining swarm had almost completely lost its combat effectiveness. Even those few still capable of fighting were too terrified by Long Hui's terrifying power to move. The gap between these insects and the dragon was as vast as heaven and earth. Naturally, they had no chance whatsoever to fight back. They were utterly helpless before him. Enough. I've got plenty of sycophants already, you're not needed. Even if you refuse to team up with me, your leveling won't slow down. Long Hui shot Su Chen a dismissive glance, his words deliberate and measured. The implication was crystal clear. Su Chen had thought his playful banter would go unnoticed by Long Hui. But who was Long Hui? Did he even need to be described? Did he really think his little tricks could fool him? But now that things had reached this point, Long Hui seemed to understand something. Su Chen showed no restraint in front of Chen Wenna and Fei Shui, yet he refused to display his true strength before him. He likely feared his position as the head of the association. Perhaps Su Chen harbors some secret. If exposed, it might cause headaches for the professional association as well. Reaching this conclusion, Long Hui addressed Su Chen. Su Chen, as president, this is the extent of my assistance. Taking you from level 45 to 51, that's pretty generous of me, don't you think? Your physical attributes should have improved significantly, so dealing with the inner ring insect swarms shouldn't be a problem. The rest is up to you, Long Hui declared. But President, these bugs are at least level 75. I'm only level 51. Su Chen stared at him in utter bewilderment. Enough with the jokes, kid. Figure it out yourself. Long Hui waved him off. Joking aside, if Su Chen didn't have the skills for this, he should just pack his bags and leave the guild. He might as well not inherit the power of the water god if he can't use it at all. Sooner or later, people would laugh their heads off. With that, Long Hui turned and walked away. He understood one thing clearly. Even without his help, Su Chen would never face any danger here. He merely wished to verify his own conjecture. How long would Su Chen actually take to complete this mission? After seeing Long Hui leave, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no more pretending. What a hassle. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. These little bugs were nothing special. But he had to pretend he couldn't defeat them. Chapter 103, Another Secret Realm Instance Destroyed. Soon, Su Chen stretched his limbs. Then, in no time at all, he disposed of the remaining insects. He then headed deeper into the inner sanctum of the insect realm. Shortly after entering the inner sanctum, a large number of higher-level ferocious beasts suddenly appeared all around him. These beasts immediately surrounded Su Chen. Beast, Death God Poison Scorpion. Species, Insectoid. Level, 80. Description, inhabits the depths of insect hive realms. Possesses terrifyingly corrosive venom within its body, extremely poisonous. Its attack power is also frightfully formidable, and it is exceptionally vicious. The hooks on its back can shatter hard rock and release potent venom, capable of killing adventurers from a distance. Reading this description, Su Chen nodded. Not bad. Finally, a worthy opponent. Moreover, the beasts in the inner sanctum were distinctly different from those in the outer regions. They were extremely aggressive. Even as Su Chen analyzed the situation, these venomous scorpions, each only 2 to 3 meters long, were already charging toward him in large numbers. Their eyes glowed with a sinister green light, making them look utterly terrifying. But Su Chen felt no fear. After all, his abilities were formidable. These so-called poisonous scorpions were nothing more than instant kills for his Shenyuan sword and Sharingan. Still, he held back from acting immediately. He knew that if he acted too quickly, it might arouse Long Hui's suspicion. He needed to stall for time, lest he clear the monsters too swiftly. If he outpaced Long Hui, the latter would be in an awkward position. But just as Su Chen hesitated, dragging his feet without acting, suddenly, a violent aura swept over him. The venomous scorpions around him, which had been brimming with murderous intent moments before, suddenly seemed to clear their eyes. The scorpions instantly retreated swiftly to both sides, clearing a path directly ahead. Soon, an even larger poisonous scorpion staggered out. Name, Anubis the Grim Reaper Boss. Race, Insectoid. Level, 110. Description, the pinnacle of venomous scorpions, this insectoid boss known as Anubis the Grim Reaper rules over the swarm's secret realm. Possessing exceptional intelligence, it can coordinate with other venomous scorpions to form tactical formations, delivering devastating dimensional strikes against adventurers. Anubis. Whoa, that's a name for the ages. Su Chen chuckled. Not only did this scorpion bear such a name, but it actually dared to cross paths with him. It clearly doesn't know what death means. Today, he would make sure this scorpion knew who the real Anubis was. Who the real god of death was. A level 100 boss did have some real power. But that's as far as it goes. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at the venomous scorpion towering nearly 10 meters before him. He felt a surge of relief. He was glad he had come himself. If it had been any other adventurer, they'd likely have encountered this beast the moment they entered. Even if they wanted to grind for experience, they'd have to turn tail and run. Worse still, they might have lost a few members in the process. Whether a secret realm contained boss-level beasts was crucial. A secret realm without a boss is just an ordinary dungeon at best. Even the toughest ones wouldn't be anything special. But if this secret realm has a boss, that changes everything. It signifies that the beasts surviving within this realm have earned the boss's recognition. These beasts will obey the boss like soldiers. They accept its command. Like an army, they obey orders without question. In this case, these beasts, which originally fought alone, instantly transform into well-trained soldiers. Their combat effectiveness skyrockets. No wonder no one takes the insect swarm's secret realm quest. Besides the Zhou family being heartless and offering pitiful rewards. With boss-level beasts like these, the mission difficulty has skyrocketed. Too bad the Zhou family is so stingy, being cheapskates on such a crucial mission. Professionals aren't fools either. Low pay and high risk who'd take on a mission like that. If it weren't for Su Chen wanting to see what the Zhou family was really up to, he wouldn't have the slightest interest in taking it today. Even if they left it open for 10 years, he doubted anyone would take it. He certainly wouldn't take it. Who'd be happy with such a stingy deal? Yet, just as Su Chen was lost in his thoughts, Anubis had already made his move. A massive hook came crashing down toward Su Chen's head. Its speed was jaw-dropping. Truly worthy of a level 100 boss. In terms of strength and tactics, it certainly had its share. Meanwhile, the other poison scorpions followed Anubis's command, forming a formation on both sides while emitting a purple glow. It seemed these scorpions were also awaiting the boss's command. With skills like yours, you think you can take me on? Su Chen smirked, his face betraying utter disdain. Though it was a boss, it was truly nothing to speak of. With Long Hui absent, he felt no fear or concern. If Long Hui were present, he truly wouldn't dare act. Now, he could finally show what he was truly capable of. After all, earlier he'd been forced to watch Long Hui take the lead while he groveled for favor. How utterly frustrating. Xianyuan sword, rise. Without hesitation, Su Chen summoned the Xianyuan sword. Golden sword light swiftly enveloped the entire inner dungeon. The overwhelming sword energy stunned all the poisonous scorpions present. Zhou family, you'll pay for this. I'll come find you. Let you see what happens to those who commit evil deeds. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the blade of the Xianyuan sword in Su Chen's hand erupted with golden sword energy. A golden sword aura instantly enveloped the entire inner circle. From Anubis to the other poisonous scorpions, they were instantly engulfed by the golden sword light. There was no escape. In the blink of an eye, those venomous scorpions, once seemingly ferocious beyond measure, all turned to dust. Even Anubis, the boss-level scorpion, crumbled to dust before Su Chen's overwhelming power, without any means to resist. After Anubis's demise, Su Chen made no effort to restrain his power. He had come this time specifically to cause trouble for the Zhou family. He wasn't about to play the saint. Thus, immense power engulfed the vast insect swarm dungeon instance. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, another dungeon realm in the imperial capital was obliterated. At the same moment, within a building 1 kilometer away from the swarm dungeon instance, the violent shaking sent the man rushing out of the room in terror. Quick, go see what's happening outside. Chapter 104, the third dungeon is gone. If Su Chen could see this man now, he would notice a certain resemblance to Zhou Pang, whom he had eliminated. He was one of the heads of Zhou's pharmaceutical, Zhou Pang's uncle Zhou Wen. In Huaxia, every secret realm guarded by family clans required regular patrols to maintain security. After all, secret realms harboring ferocious beasts if left unguarded. Even after being developed by state-deployed professionals, they still posed significant dangers. Therefore, they cannot be left unattended. The faction responsible for guarding a particular realm bears full accountability for its stability and security. The Zhou family is responsible for managing the insect swarm's secret realm. Zhou Wen was specifically assigned by the Zhou family to oversee these duties here. Zhou Wen patrols the area daily with his men, demonstrating a relatively conscientious approach. Today, Zhou Wen arrived as usual, intending to conduct his routine inspection before returning home. After all, this was just another ordinary day in Zhou Wen's routine over the years. But who could have imagined that Zhou Wen was still taking his afternoon nap? Then came a thunderous crash. Not only was his sweet dream shattered, but the tremendous commotion left him feeling uneasy. Who could have guessed that a professional named Su Chen would destroy this secret realm? And it was the insect swarm's secret realm under the Zhou family's jurisdiction. Where on earth could one go to seek justice for this? Manager Zhou, Manager Zhou. It seems there's trouble in the swarm sanctuary. That explosion came from inside it. Hearing his subordinate's words, Zhou Wen's expression darkened. He hurriedly dashed out of his office. He turned to his subordinate and demanded, "Repeat that. What's wrong with our swarm sanctuary?" "That explosion just now seemed to come from inside the swarm sanctuary," the subordinate explained. Zhou Wen grew visibly anxious upon hearing this. Given the immense commotion, Zhou Wen had already guessed what had happened. As a highly skilled professional himself, how could he possibly fail to sense such a presence? Still, he clung to a sliver of hope, telling himself it couldn't possibly be coming from the insect swarm's secret realm. He had been stationed here for so many years, surely he wouldn't be that unlucky today. But he was a professional after all. With such a commotion happening so close by, Zhou Wen couldn't deceive himself into believing it was false. Therefore, it would be a lie to say his heart wasn't racing. After all, if a secret realm guarded by a clan's forces were to go awry, and caused a large-scale escape and uprising of ferocious beasts, it would truly spell certain death for Zhou Wen. If these beasts then threatened humanity, then the entire Zhou family would be held accountable. At that point, his own death would be the least of his worries. The current head of the Zhou family would likely suffer severe consequences. Therefore, the insect swarm's secret realm held immense importance for the Zhou family. The swarm's secret realm. Manager Zhou, it seems the swarm's secret realm is gone. What do you mean? Zhou Wen froze upon hearing his subordinate's words. How can the swarm's secret realm be gone? A perfectly good secret realm just vanishes? Are you playing house? Clearly, Zhou Wen didn't believe his subordinate's words either. It was a secret realm, a massive one at that. If you said it was destroyed, Zhou Wen might believe you. But to say it just vanished? Are you pulling my leg? Manager Zhou, it's true. The swarm secret realm is gone. That energy fluctuation just now bypassed your insect swarm secret realm and vanished? Zhou Wen paled in shock. As he strode toward the door, his mind frantically replayed recent events in the imperial capital. He knew rumors had been circulating about 2 secret realms being destroyed and vanishing in the imperial capital recently. He had heard about them. If this had happened before, upon hearing his subordinate report a secret realm's disappearance, he would have dismissed the person as a complete idiot. He would have mocked them mercilessly. But given the recent string of incidents in the capital, combined with that bizarre energy fluctuation just now, Zhou Wen dared not take it lightly. An uneasy feeling began to grow within him. If the secret realm truly vanished, Zhou Wen feared he'd be in serious trouble if not dead. Not bad. This time's results are decent. Su Chen grinned as he surveyed the remnants of the insect swarm secret realm before him, now reduced to dust by his relentless efforts. It must be said that the once foul-smelling insect swarm secret realm had now vanished without a trace under Su Chen's relentless efforts. Only a blank void remained. Wow, I never imagined my power would become this absurd. With just one swing of the Xianyuan sword, it wiped the entire secret realm instance clean. Su Chen now had to admit he wielded power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. The Xianyuan sword was formidable, but even he hadn't anticipated it could be this devastating. This truly demanded discussion. What kind of power is this? Ding! Congratulations on defeating boss Anubis. Experience points, 500,000. Successful kill of the poison scorpion. Experience gained, 20,000. Your level has risen to LV52, with all attributes increased by 300 points. You have additionally gained 3,000 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV59, with all attributes boosted by 5,900 points. You have additionally gained 5,900 free attribute points. The delightful notification chime in his mind only deepened Su Chen's affection for his system. It must be said, without his system, he would never have attained such power today. Besides, being able to obliterate the entire insect swarm secret realm with a single strike. What more could he possibly want? Surveying his masterpiece before him, Su Chen finally clapped his hands. The job was done. The mission was accomplished. Perfect. Now it was time to see how the Zhou family would clean up the mess. As the family faction responsible for this operation, if the Zhou family couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, from the patriarch down to the lowest member, they'll all pay dearly. Flight is the best strategy among the 36 stratagems. Retreat. Su Chen immediately turned and sprinted toward Long Hui's location. While he had some reservations about destroying the previous 2 secret realm instances, but now, regarding the destruction of this secret realm instance, Su Chen felt not a shred of guilt. Why? Because this one belonged to his sworn enemy, the Zhou family. That fool Zhou Ping, if he hadn't insisted on sticking his neck out for that Chen guy back then, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Lu Rushiang hadn't asked me to intervene, and I couldn't be bothered with Zhou Ping anyway. But who could have guessed Zhou Ping would come knocking at my door? He deserved to be dealt with. So Su Chen felt not a shred of guilt. Anyway, the matter was settled. The rest could wait. Su Chen swiftly gathered the dense cluster of glowing debris scattered across the ground, along with various materials, storing them all into his storage space. With no time to sort through the spoils of war, Su Chen headed straight back the way he came. Chapter 105, It's over. The Zhou family is coming for trouble. At that moment, Long Hui felt completely numb. Everything unfolding before his eyes made his head buzz. Good grief, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd never have believed it. Su Chen had wiped out the entire insect swarm realm. This must be Su Chen's doing. Long Hui was utterly baffled. He had been standing right at the edge of the secret realm dungeon. The instance was gone. Where the hell was he supposed to go to complain about this? To be honest, just moments ago, when that powerful and mysterious force emerged in the swarm sanctuary instance, he had already begun to sense something was amiss. And after witnessing everything before his eyes vanish into nothingness, Long Hui finally realized. The situation had escalated. It was highly likely that even he might not be able to contain the fallout from this incident. Had he not already heard about Su Chen from Chen Wenna and Fei Shui earlier? He might have even suspected that a super professional from another country had secretly infiltrated China, then destroyed the insect swarm secret realm. That would be tantamount to declaring war on China. However, the thought of Su Chen being inside the insect swarm secret realm itself dispelled that ridiculous notion. After all, who else could have reduced the insect swarm secret realm to this state besides Su Chen, that peculiar fellow wielding forbidden spell power? Who else could it be? The major empires now existed in a delicate balance. Any reckless move would spark war. Therefore, Long Hui understood that this collapse of the secret realm was likely closely tied to Su Chen. It likely had little to do with relations with other nations. Besides, if the true intent was to provoke war, the target would undoubtedly be a major city like the imperial capital. What good would attacking a secret realm do? You can't eat it or drink it. Recalling the destruction of other secret realms earlier, Long Hui was now utterly convinced this incident was deeply connected to Su Chen. It's definitely that kid Su Chen's doing. You've got some nerve, you little brat. Long Hui was utterly convinced this incident was linked to Su Chen. Previously, he hadn't been entirely certain how Su Chen had managed to destroy those two secret realms. But witnessing that overwhelming power just now, Long Hui finally understood. This kid was clearly hiding his true capabilities. Even as a 7th rank mage, he had never witnessed such terrifying power. What kind of monster was Su Chen? He was a freak of nature among freaks. How could he possibly wield such overwhelming and terrifying forbidden spell power? Su Chen, you little brat, have you lost your mind? This is the secret realm guarded by the Zhou family. You've destroyed it outright. The Zhou family will surely come after you with everything they've got now. Long Hui shook his head helplessly. Chairman, you haven't gone back yet. Su Chen came running over to him with a cheerful grin. Su Chen, did you do this? Are you here to complete guild tasks or to cause trouble? Long Hui grabbed Su Chen by the arm. After scanning the area to ensure no one was around, he whispered the question. Su Chen looked at him with an innocent expression. Heaven knows, guild leader, this was truly an accident. I was just grinding monsters, you know? I was grinding monsters, and who could have guessed at the moment I swung my weapon? I was just attacking normally, but who knew this secret realm was so fragile? There was a little hiccup in the middle. Then boom. Su Chen didn't hide the truth about the incident. After all, everyone here was sharp. He knew hiding it from Long Hui would be futile. So there was no point in hiding it. After all, from this day forward, as long as Long Hui wasn't an idiot, he'd figure out that all those previous incidents were his doing. Rather than keep hiding it, he might as well be straightforward. After all, with his abilities, as long as the professional association wasn't foolish, and the higher-ups in Huaxia aren't idiots, they'd definitely protect him. Seriously, a professional who can directly destroy a dungeon realm? That's terrifying power. In the future, which professionals from other nations would dare to oppose China? Go ahead, find one and see what happens. That's precisely why he wasn't worried about Long Hui doing anything to him. You bastard, I've got nothing on you. You're a member of our professional association. I genuinely hope you grow stronger and stronger. But this time, just the two of us took on the Zhou family's mission, and the secret realm ended up destroyed. Even if I wanted to cover for you, it's practically a done deal. There's no way I could hide it, Long Hui said helplessly. Most importantly, kid, could you try to destroy fewer secret realms in the future? If this happens a few more times, even if it's nothing, everyone will know it's your doing. Your forbidden spell power is immense, and your strength is truly beyond measure. But you must understand, in this world, there are always higher heavens beyond the heavens, and greater men beyond men. Not everyone in this world can expect a peerless genius to appear. With you suddenly bursting onto the scene like this, do you think some old fools wouldn't secretly seek your life for their clan's interests? Long Hui stared at him. Su Chen knew Long Hui genuinely had his best interests at heart. The man's words held truth. Though he was formidable now, he hadn't yet reached the pinnacle. Some old fools might genuinely sacrifice him. They might eliminate him without hesitation. Therefore, Long Hui's words held truth. But you needn't worry. Though Long Hui said this, he was determined to protect Su Chen. Who in the professional association would dare touch him? Especially with him, Long Hui, standing up for him. While we may not be in the right here, the professional association isn't something the Zhou family can afford to provoke. If the Zhou family doesn't come, that's fine. But if they do, I have ways to fend them off, Long Hui said. From start to finish, Long Hui hadn't shown the slightest bit of anger toward Su Chen. On the contrary, he was genuinely worried about him. The truth was, a powerhouse like Su Chen was a once-in-a-millennium talent. If he couldn't be protected, and other nations got wind of him, countless factions would undoubtedly seek to make secret contact with him. At that point, they might offer far more favorable terms. Su Chen might simply walk away. For Huaxia Nation, that would be a true case of losing more than gaining. To be fair, Long Hui truly lived up to his reputation as the president of the professional association. He truly understood how to protect his own at the critical moment. Moreover, as soon as the incident occurred, his first instinct was to figure out how to create opportunities for Su Chen. Nothing else crossed his mind. President, let's save the thinking for later. We should get out of here first. Otherwise, if the Zhou family catches us red-handed, it won't be good. Su Chen whispered to Long Hui. Right, let's retreat first. We don't want to be discovered. With that, Long Hui retrieved a specialized transport vehicle from his storage ring. He then helped Su Chen onto the vehicle, and they sped off toward the professional association. Chapter 106, Secret Realm Destroyed, Zhou Plan Enraged. You know what? It's actually pretty handy that this mage can drive. Su Chen never imagined that a grand mage like Long Hui would know how to drive. And his driving skills were seriously impressive. Sitting in the passenger seat, watching the guildmaster's expertly executed high-speed maneuvers, Su Chen felt utterly dumbfounded. He had to admit he hadn't seen enough of him before, never imagined the guild leader was this kind of person. Is this still the same dragon president I used to know? Clearly, he wasn't. Soon, members of the Zhou family also arrived at the scene. Zhou Wen looked at the scene and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, who the hell did this? Zhou Wen stared at the scene before him in utter disbelief. The entire insect swarm sanctuary, save for a few scattered ruins. Everything else had collapsed. Yet not a single soul was to be seen at the scene. Manager Zhou, should we report this to the family head immediately? Should we ask him to come out and take charge? Zhou Wen's subordinate spoke tremulously, staring at the nearly vanished insect swarm sanctuary. What good would reporting this situation to the head of the family do? Even if we did, how could we possibly explain it? The secret realm guarded by the Zhou family has been destroyed. Who destroyed it? We don't know. Zhou Wen had now completely descended into a state of madness. It wasn't his choice. The events unfolding before him left him no alternative but to lose his mind. No one could accept such a situation. A perfectly intact secret realm instance had vanished into thin air. If it happened to you, wouldn't you be panicking? The instance vanished and was destroyed for no apparent reason. Now he has to report to the Zhou family head that the secret realm is gone. Could Zhou Wen possibly shoulder such responsibility? And how would he even explain it? Say the secret realm vanished out of nowhere? Who would believe that? It would be more believable to say a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky and obliterated the insect swarm's secret realm outright. Zhou Wen's face turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. The family head wasn't a fool. How could he possibly explain this? It wasn't that Zhou Wen feared the family head would pin the blame on him. After all, witnesses were present. Everyone could vouch for what happened. The insect swarm sanctuary had been destroyed in an instant. No one could have prevented it. But the problem was, even if it was destroyed, there had to be a reason. If he couldn't explain it clearly, even if the head of the family didn't blame him. But my standing within the Zhou family afterward would likely be utterly ruined. That is what truly matters. Warning, warning. The swarm secret realm has been permanently destroyed and cannot be repaired. Repeating, the swarm sanctuary has been permanently destroyed and cannot be repaired. Upon seeing the alert flash across the blue screen, inside the penthouse office of Zhou Pharmaceutical Group's headquarters, a burly man clad in a black suit stared coldly at the warning message that had appeared before him. He froze in place. Since becoming the head of the Zhou family, he had never encountered anything like this. The swarm secret realm, a domain specifically under the Zhou family's jurisdiction, was gone? If he couldn't explain this away, his days were numbered. In fact, he might even lose his position as head of the family. Zhou Tiancheng's face turned icy as he clenched his fists. Though his profession wasn't a combat class, merely a support role, power surged through his body. In his youth, Zhou Tiancheng had demonstrated extraordinary talent among the younger generation of the Zhou family. Even after awakening as a support class of pharmacist, he still passed layer upon layer of trials to ultimately become the new head of the Zhou family. He held this position for 20 years. He led the Zhou family to remarkable prosperity. Though Zhou Pharmaceutical may not rival Chun Group, it had at least become a force to be reckoned with in the imperial capital. Combined with Zhou Tiancheng's genuine talent and skill, under his stewardship, the Zhou family ascended to new heights. Both wealth and status grew significantly stronger than before. Today, Zhou's Pharmaceutical remains one of China's largest pharmaceutical conglomerates. While not quite the industry leader, it certainly ranks among the top players. Moreover, this world itself is one where everyone is a professional, and combat is ubiquitous. Thus, the demand for pharmaceuticals among countless professionals was unprecedented. Consequently, many in the imperial capital were doing business with Zhou's Pharmaceuticals. Securing bulk purchases of high-grade potions from Zhou's Pharmaceuticals would be an exceptionally lucrative venture. After all, for a professional adventurer, possessing a large supply of high-grade potions during combat, it's essentially like having a second life. This explains why major factions across the imperial capital, indeed, throughout the entire nation of Huaxia, are reluctant to antagonize Zhou's Pharmaceuticals. Even Long Hui, the formidable head of the professional association, upon first learning that the insect swarm secret realm belonged to Zhou's Pharmaceuticals, had to consider ways to help Su Chen decline the request, rather than using his status to forcefully overpower the other party. Now, as the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Tiancheng, though only around 40, was already the undisputed authority within the clan. The entire Zhou family followed his lead without question. Zhou Peng was one of Zhou Tiancheng's sons. As Zhou Tiancheng's son and the eldest heir, Zhou Peng naturally enjoyed immense favor within the family. However, no one could have predicted that Zhou Peng, accustomed to indulgence and arrogance, in the end, he lost his life trying to stand up for Chen Feng. The news of Zhou Peng's death dealt a devastating blow to Zhou Tiancheng. After all, Zhou Peng was the heir the Zhou family had been grooming, and now he was gone. The Zhou family naturally demanded justice. Moreover, Zhou Peng himself was deeply cherished within the Zhou family. From the day he was born, the family had pinned immense hopes on him, investing vast resources and effort. They strove to cultivate him into the next prodigious successor to Zhou Tiancheng. It was precisely because of the Zhou family's intensive cultivation that Zhou Peng awakened as a dual-element mage. This achievement cemented Zhou Peng's reputation as a rising star among the young generation in the imperial capital. But this very privilege was where the trouble began. Spoiled rotten from childhood, Zhou Peng grew up lawless and reckless. Bullying men and oppressing women, such deeds need not be elaborated upon. Not long ago, family members discovered Zhou Peng had left the clan with his entourage and vanished. Shortly after, his life status vanished from the clan's internal attribute panel. This meant Zhou Peng was dead. There was absolutely no doubt about it. The news of Zhou Peng's death sent shockwaves through the entire Zhou family. Especially when Zhou Tiancheng learned that Zhou Peng had been killed, yet not a single clue could be found. He was nearly driven mad with rage. In response, he immediately leveraged his connections to issue a manhunt order. No matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, he would find the murderer who took his son's life. Chapter 107. What does it mean for a secret realm to be destroyed in an instant? And because there was still no news about his son's death, Zhou Tiancheng had grown noticeably haggard lately. Moreover, Zhou Peng's death had also caused internal problems within the Zhou family. Previously, the Zhou family had a clearly designated heir. Therefore, the entire Zhou family was united in purpose, diligently supporting the family head and fully backing Zhou Peng. Now, Zhou Peng is dead. The succession issue has become problematic. Now, some within the Zhou family have begun to harbor ulterior motives. How could they not? Who wouldn't? Zhou Tiancheng flew into a furious rage, issuing a direct order within the Zhou family. Whoever uncovers the truth behind Zhou Peng's death, that person would become the next family head. Well, that was that. Zhou Peng's younger brother, Zhou Hong, along with his cousins Zhou Qingfeng and Zhou Yuan. They immediately stepped forward, vowing to avenge Zhou Peng's death. They vowed to track down the killer responsible for Zhou Peng's murder. Unfortunately, no matter how many resources and leads the Zhou family provided these three, in the end, it all proved fruitless. At best, they uncovered only scant details. Ultimately, the only thing the trio could confirm through their investigation was this. On the day of his death, Zhou Peng had visited a working-class neighborhood in the southern part of the city. And that area still harbored strange energy fluctuations. Beyond that, there was truly nothing else. This left Zhou Tiancheng so furious he could have killed someone. Because of this, the three investigators gained nothing from Zhou Tiancheng and were labeled incompetent. His son's death alone was already unbearably distressing. Then today, he came to inspect the secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he arrived to address the situation, the insect swarm secret realm Zhou Pharmaceuticals' most crucial secret realm had been utterly destroyed. Moreover, he had no clue why it was destroyed or what had destroyed it. This situation was truly unacceptable. Moreover, it happened on the very day Zhou Tiancheng had been contemplating it. How could he not be tense? The insect swarm secret realm wasn't just a secret realm managed by Zhou's pharmaceutical, it was also the primary source of raw materials for their pharmaceutical production. Essentially, 70% of their raw materials came from the insect swarm secret realm. Now that the insect swarm secret realm had been destroyed, Zhou Pharmaceutical would undoubtedly suffer a massive blow. For the Zhou family, calling it a catastrophe that could wipe them out would be no exaggeration. Zhou Wen, where are you? Get your ass to my office immediately right this instant. Zhou Tiancheng immediately contacted Zhou Wen, ordering him to return immediately. Before long, Zhou Wen stumbled into the office. What the hell happened? How could the swarm sanctuary be destroyed out of nowhere? Zhou Tiancheng unleashed a torrent of curses the moment he saw Zhou Wen. Zhou Cheng, however, looked grimly at Zhou Tiancheng. Brother, today's incident is highly suspicious. My team and I were on high alert, not a moment of negligence. The swarm's secret realm was perfectly intact. We were monitoring it from the station just a second ago. Then, in just a few seconds, a massive explosion erupted and the swarm sanctuary vanished. Gone just like that. Zhou Wen too was wringing his hands in frustration, utterly helpless. What do you mean it vanished in seconds? Explain yourself clearly. Zhou Tiancheng roared with fury. His son had been killed, and now the swarm realm was destroyed. What else could it be but the Zhou family's enemies seizing the opportunity to wreak havoc? With the Zhou family's bug swarm sanctuary gone, their strength would be reduced by at least 70%. If the Zhou family's enemies came looking for trouble at this moment, Zhou Tiancheng feared he wouldn't even know how to respond. Brother, the swarm's secret realm was struck by an unknown force and vanished in an instant. It's safe to say the entire secret realm space has been reduced to dust, utterly obliterated. There's absolutely nothing we can do about it, Zhou Wen said helplessly. At this point, Zhou Wen was truly at a loss. He had said everything he could. He truly bore no responsibility for this incident. Who could have predicted the insect swarm's secret realm would vanish in mere seconds? It was utterly unimaginable. The other party possessed such terrifying power. Not just a mere Joewon like himself, even the entire Joe family would likely be no more than ants in their eyes. Therefore, Joewon felt no fear within himself, nor did he dread his elder brother's reproach. This was something no one could have prevented, it wasn't his fault. After all, the monitoring station had surveillance footage and data once retrieved, the truth would be clear. The destruction of the insect swarm's secret realm truly had nothing to do with him, Joewon. Therefore, all Joewon could do now was tell Zhou Tiancheng the whole truth. The rest was entirely up to Zhou Tiancheng. Originally, Joewon had even considered helping his son, Zhou Yuan, secure the position of heir. But now he had no desire to pursue it. With such a scandal erupting, the Zhou family was likely headed for decline from this point forward. Deep down, Joewon even began entertaining thoughts of starting anew elsewhere. Say that again? Zhou Tiancheng clearly found Joewon's words hard to believe. His eyes widened as he stared at Joewon, clearly unconvinced by the notion that a strange force could have destroyed the secret realm in an instant. If that were truly the case, then such terrifying power would be beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. If it were an enemy of the Zhou family, Zhou Tiancheng hesitated to dwell on the implications. But as the head of the household, he couldn't ignore what had happened today. You mean the entire insect swarm's secret realm vanished without a trace? And it was caused by some strange force? Zhou Tiancheng stared at Joewon, his eyes wide with shock. Typically, once a secret realm was accepted by a family faction, it would be bound to the information panel of its designated overseer. This arrangement ensured the clan received immediate notifications of any developments. Although Zhou Tiancheng had just received the notification alerting him to the destruction of the insect swarm's secret realm, he was still stunned upon hearing Joewon's words. This was an entire secret realm, not some minor trinket or trifle. If it had merely been a pharmaceutical base or something similar, Zhou Tiancheng wouldn't have thought much of it. But a secret realm, a major one at that. Gone just like that. Absurdity beckoning absurdity, absurdity taken to the extreme. Brother, I truly have no idea what happened with this matter. That terrifying power truly exceeded my understanding and imagination. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility as a younger brother. But this? I don't even know what exactly happened. Joewon said helplessly. Joewon kept his head bowed, daring not utter another word, awaiting his elder brother's judgment. Joewon. Zhou Tiancheng stared at his younger brother, his fists clenching tightly. His eyes were bloodshot and his fists clenched tightly. But he did not strike. I told you to investigate Zhou Peng's case, yet you've made no progress whatsoever. Not even a single lead on the killer. Neither you nor your son could uncover anything. Chapter 108, Something's Fishy. Tell me, what good are you to me? Zhou Tiancheng seethed with rage. Now our Zhou family's insect swarm's secret realm has been destroyed, and you haven't uncovered a single useful piece of information. You really are my good little brother. Zhou Tiancheng's words were spoken with surprising calmness. But Joewon's heart was filled with unease. Brother, please calm down. Please calm down, brother. This incident truly unfolded in a bizarre and utterly inexplicable manner. It's not that I'm unwilling to investigate, brother. It's just that it happened so suddenly. But I do have some information. Brother, please listen as I explain it to you. Joewon knew his elder brother well. He knew his elder brother had likely lost all hope in him this time. After all, his elder brother still held the position of head of the Zhou family. As his younger brother, no matter how dissatisfied he felt, he couldn't overturn the world. But there was a problem. The next heir of the Zhou family was in trouble. This presented Joewon's branch with a golden opportunity to turn the tables. He must deceive his elder brother effectively, ensuring the elder brother does not turn against him first. Then he and his son, Zhou Yuan, could seize the chance to maneuver for control of the Zhou family's power. But now wasn't the time. First, he had to keep Zhou Tiancheng in check. One step at a time. Thus, Zhou Yuan hastily offered his elder brother more words pledging his loyalty. Only then did Zhou Tiancheng turn his gaze toward him. I'm giving you one last chance, second brother. Hearing this, Joewon's expression relaxed considerably. Brother, I truly don't know the reason behind this matter. But through the investigation letter, I discovered something peculiar. The energy fluctuations lingering in the insect swarm's secret realm are identical to those I previously traced back to Penger's murder. Joewon stated earnestly. What? Are you absolutely certain about what you're saying? Zhou Tiancheng looked at his second younger brother. Absolutely true. At that moment, Zhou Tiancheng shot to his feet. Tell me everything in detail. Yes. Seeing Zhou Tiancheng's change in attitude toward him, Joewon finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was over. His gamble had paid off. After all, Zhou Peng's death had been a devastating blow to Zhou Tiancheng. If he could find the true culprit behind Zhou Peng's murder, Zhou Tiancheng would undoubtedly forgive him for everything he'd done before. Even the disappearance of the insect swarm's secret realm wouldn't matter. Brother, I mean, whoever destroyed the insect swarm's secret realm must be connected to the person who killed Penger. Brother, think about it, the swarm's secret realm has always been our Zhou family's private domain. guarded by our Zhou family, with hardly any adventurers venturing in normally. Only those who accepted missions posted by our Zhou family would come to this secret realm. And through my subsequent investigation, the quest our Zhou family posted for the Swarm Sanctuary was to gather medicinal herbs and vegetables. The location for accepting these tasks is the professional association in the heart of Imperial City. And among the participants is the association's leader, Long Wei. Zhou Wen's words made Zhou Tiancheng's frown deepen. Long Wei? President Long, how could he be involved? Why would he kill his own son? Impossible. The Zhou family had no past grievances with Long Wei nor any recent enmity. Long Wei is also the president of the professional association. Zhou Wen couldn't believe Long Wei would commit such an act. But the problem was, Zhou Wen's words left Zhou Tiancheng with no explanation. If it wasn't Long Wei, then why did he participate in this mission? Why would he have joined? And so conveniently, the moment he joined, the Zhou family's insect swarm secret realm was destroyed. Could such a coincidence truly exist? Continue, Zhou Tiancheng said calmly. Tell me everything in detail. This matter was of grave importance and could not be taken lightly. If mishandled, the Zhou family might well clash with the professional association. He had to be cautious. So you're saying Panger's death is connected to President Long? And that the professional association is also involved in the destruction of our insect swarm's secret realm? Brother, I'm not saying it's definitely connected to President Long or the professional association, but based on my investigation. Those peculiar energy fluctuations are indeed identical to those present when Panger died. Zhou Tiancheng knew his younger brother well. Though he was indeed a man of limited capability, he would never speak recklessly about such matters. If he said it, he must have his reasons. This is strange. Our Zhou family has always held the professional association in the highest regard. Why would Long Hui kill my son? And destroy the secret realm of Zhou Pharmaceutical? What possible benefit could he gain from this? What could he possibly gain? It's utterly incomprehensible. Zhou Tiancheng looked utterly perplexed. Having been in the imperial capital for so many years, Long Hui's strength is naturally formidable. Coupled with his position as guildmaster, his status is exceptionally unique. Our Zhou family has always respected him. If he truly killed Panger, he certainly has the means to ensure our family could never uncover the truth. But if he intends to destroy the secret realm, frankly, his power is likely nowhere near sufficient for that. Zhou Tiancheng frowned. Even a 7th rank mage wielding forbidden spell level power couldn't just casually destroy a secret realm over such a trivial matter. No matter how I think about it, I can't fathom why Long Hui would do such a thing. I've dealt with him many times. He's not the reckless type. Zhou Tiancheng looked at Zhou Wen and said earnestly. You're right, brother. I agree. But the problem is, all the evidence now points to the professional association. You know me well. While I may not be the most capable person, I wouldn't dare lie about something this crucial. Besides, I just can't wrap my head around it. The professional association has been cooperating with our Zhou family. What could Long Hui possibly gain from doing something so detrimental to others and himself? But I recently uncovered some information. A professional named Su Chen has joined the professional association. This kid was completely unknown before, but suddenly the association took notice of him. He was even dubbed a super genius at one point. He used to attend the same school as Panger. After awakening a lifetime profession, he was ridiculed as a complete failure by the entire school. I wonder if it could be him, driven by that ridicule, so he... Zhou Wen didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. Go on, Zhou Tiancheng urged. Brother, this kid named Su Chen was Panger's classmate before. Their relationship wasn't exactly friendly. Panger had openly looked down on Su Chen before, and then Su Chen failed his awakening. I suspect Su Chen harbored resentment over this and used an unusual method to kill Panger. Chapter 109, The Second Brother's Rash Actions. You're saying a useless life-type class user actually killed Panger, a dual-element mage? Zhou Tiancheng stared coldly at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen nodded. Do you think that's possible? Are you saying Panger had become so useless that even a lifestyle class couldn't defeat him? Brother, Zhou Wen continued, in a fair fight, Su Chen wouldn't stand a chance against Panger. But what about a sneak attack? Or other underhanded tactics? Zhou Tiancheng's eyes widened instantly, as if something had struck him. You're absolutely right. After seeing that the Big Brother squad agreed with his words, Zhou Wen continued, though I'm not sure if it's really connected to that kid Su Chen. But given how things have unfolded and considering the circumstances surrounding Panger's death, it's highly likely he's involved. And the connection might be significant. You're not wrong about that, Zhou Tiancheng nodded. But there's a problem. According to your intel, Su Chen is just a failed awakener, a complete failure. I simply can't fathom what means he could have used to kill Panger even if it was a sneak attack. The gap between a professional and a lifestyle practitioner is like heaven and earth. Even if it was a sneak attack, how could Panger, a combat professional, possibly be no match for a lifestyle practitioner? Unless... Big Brother, unless Long Hui helped him, Zhou Wen suddenly interjected. I don't believe it, Zhou Tiancheng shook his head. Long Hui had no motive for doing this. Panger was a hidden class practitioner, a true prodigy. To the Practitioners Association, he was a treasure. He's lucky enough not to be hostile toward our Zhou family. What benefit would killing Panger bring him as guild leader? The more Zhou Tiancheng thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Though he too found the incident suspicious. Reason still told him Long Hui couldn't possibly be involved in Zhou Peng's murder. After all, the man was the guildmaster of the professional guild. Recruiting high-level professionals was his very purpose. Besides, his son was a hidden dual-element mage. Would such a prodigy drive Long Hui mad enough to risk a total showdown with the Zhou family just to kill his own son? Was that really necessary? Does it make any sense? It made no sense whatsoever. Brother, that's not what I meant. I still think this has something to do with that kid Su Chen, Zhou said. Think about it, if Su Chen were truly useless, why would Long Hui let him join? The professional association's membership requirements are incredibly strict. If he's truly useless, what qualifies him for membership? Zhou pressed. That kid must be hiding his strength, or there's something else going on. Panger's death and the disappearance of the secret realm. I can't say for certain whether the professional association or Long Hui are involved. But as a survival-type professional who managed to join the association, Su Chen is definitely a major suspect. Most crucially, after reviewing surveillance footage today, I discovered that before the insect swarm's secret realm vanished, Long Hui personally led that Su Chen into the secret realm. Regardless, big brother, just consider this: the residual energy from the insect swarm's secret realm's disappearance matches the energy present when Panger died. And the destruction of our Zhou family's secret realm, that alone is reason enough for us to investigate Su Chen and the professional association. Zhou said bitterly. Truth be told, he was the one who hated the destroyer of the secret realm the most. He'd been minding his own business, guarding the secret realm, living a nice, easy life. He clocked in on time, clocked out on time, and could enjoy a nightcap with a beautiful woman every evening. If not for the sudden turn of events, he would never have been forced into such a passive position. Therefore, he must get to the bottom of this, especially regarding Su Chen. You're absolutely right. Zhou Tiancheng found Zhou words quite convincing. While the professional association is indeed formidable, our Zhou family won't be pushed around without putting up a fight. If Panger's death is truly connected to them, then even if it means fighting to the bitter end, I will make the professional association give our Zhou family an explanation. If that bastard Su Chen did it, I'll tear him limb from limb. Zhou Tiancheng said bitterly. You're absolutely right, brother. I'll investigate that Su Chen brat immediately. I'll make sure the professional association hands him over to face justice within the family. If the association dares to shield him, I'll be the first to declare war on them. Of course, that was a lie. He had no interest in starting a war with the professional association over his nephew. The best outcome would be for Zhou Tiancheng to fly into a rage and declare war on the professional association. And get himself killed by Long Hui. Then wouldn't everything fall into place for me? Ha ha! Zhou Tiancheng didn't dwell on Zhou words. He agreed on the spot. After receiving Zhou Tiancheng's consent, Zhou immediately began gathering his men to prepare for departure. Hold on. Zhou Tiancheng suddenly called out to Zhou and the others. Second brother, you're still so reckless. Have you considered what happens if this really has nothing to do with the professional association? What if you lead your men to confront them and demand answers? How will you clean up the mess afterward? What a fool. Zhou Tiancheng truly lived up to his reputation as the head of the Zhou family. He certainly had his own way of handling matters. Even at this critical juncture, his mind remained clear. Eldest brother, you're right. Second brother has been reckless. Please make the final decision, eldest brother. Zhou halted abruptly, turning to bow his head as he spoke. After speaking, he stood motionless, awaiting his elder brother's next instructions. For Zhou, this matter was simply not worth rushing to the forefront over. He knew Zhou Tiancheng would certainly try to stop him. As the second brother, how could he not understand his elder brother's nature? But he had to put on a show. Otherwise, would his elder brother ever let him off the hook? His task now was to egg Zhou Tiancheng on to fight the professional association to the death. The rest would be his to reap the benefits. Go meet Su Chen alone. Use the Zhou family's offer of compensation as leverage to get him to come to the Zhou residence. No need to beat around the bush. Let's see if he dares to come. If he doesn't show up, it proves Panger's death is truly connected to him. Then we can use this to make our move. Should the brat resist, we can accidentally eliminate him. Our Zhou family will offer courtesy before force. It'll all be justified no matter what. Then even if Long Hui comes looking for trouble, he won't have grounds to do so. Based on what you've uncovered so far, Su Chen is highly likely connected to Panger's death. But we still need solid evidence. We'll use this to bait him out. If he dares to show up, we'll have ways to investigate him. For now, just get him to come over. As for the destruction of the secret realm, that kid might possess some special equipment or methods. I'll have people prepare in advance. Chapter 110. This is my feud with the Zhou family. When the time comes, don't act rashly. I'll question him first. If he can provide a clear explanation proving he had nothing to do with Penger's death or the destruction of the secret realm, I will let him go. But if he cannot explain himself, I will not let him leave the Zhou family alive under any circumstances. If he dares not show up for the meeting, that will only prove he has something to hide. Having said this, Zhou Tianchang immediately signaled Zhou Wen to kill him. Then you take men and kill him. Yes, elder brother. After hearing this, Zhou Wen couldn't help but inwardly laugh at his elder brother's foolishness. What? Does he think Su Chen is a fool? Would he just follow your lead? If Su Chen came openly and explained everything clearly, would it really have nothing to do with him? Zhou Wen had actually long since concluded that Su Chen must be the murderer of Zhou Peng. The destruction of the secret realm must also be connected to him. It was simple, the energy didn't lie. Moreover, the surveillance footage had already shown it. After Su Chen appeared, the secret realm was destroyed. And the secret realm mission was only taken on by Su Chen. How convenient that the moment he appeared, the secret realm was destroyed. Had he not appeared, the secret realm would have remained perfectly intact. If this incident had nothing to do with him, Zhou Wenjin would be cutting off his own head and kicking it around like a ball. But Zhou Wenkai had no interest in risking his life for his big brother. His primary goal now was to get his big brother to lead the Zhou family into conflict with the professional association. He, meanwhile, would sit back with his son and reap the benefits. Therefore, he quickly chimed in, "Big brother has considered this thoroughly. It was my rashness. I'll follow your lead from now on, big brother." With that, Zhou Wen promptly turned and exited the office. Inside the president's office of the professional association, another secret realm had been destroyed. And it happened right before Long Hui's eyes. He promptly summoned Chen Wenna and Fei Xue. Long Hui sat at his desk, his fingers tapping the surface incessantly. Su Chen stood opposite him, silent and somewhat at a loss for words. There was no way around it, he had destroyed the secret realm right in front of them. Even if he tried to deny it, how could he possibly deny it? Impossible. As for the two beauties, Chen Wenna and Fei Xue, they stood firmly between them, shielding Su Chen. Su Chen was safe no matter what. Though neither knew exactly what Su Chen had done. But seeing Long Hui's expression now, they knew Su Chen must have done something that even the chairman found troubling. The awkward silence stretched on for a long while. Long Hui finally spoke up. "I called you two here for one reason only. Something happened while Su Chen was completing a guild quest earlier. I want to ask you both, should our guild get involved?" Hearing this, Fei Xue spoke first. "Since it involves that stinky little brother of mine, of course we should get involved." "Exactly, guild leader. What happened to Su Chen? He's one of us, so we absolutely have to get involved. That brat destroyed the insect swarm's secret realm." "What?" The two beauties widened their eyes in shock at Long Hui's words, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen stood awkwardly in place, fidgeting with his fingers. "Heh, don't stare at me, you two beauties." Long Hui sighed helplessly. "That's the Zhou family's territory. They won't let this slide. Plus, the Zhou family has always been known for holding grudges." Su Chen accepted the mission they posted. "Everything, like entering the insect swarm's secret realm, is recorded. So the Zhou family will definitely come knocking soon. That's why I called you two here to figure out how we can protect Su Chen. And we need to fool the Zhou family into thinking everything's fine." Long Hui finished speaking and turned to look at Chen Wenna and Fei Xue. In truth, from the moment the two received Long Hui's message summoning them to the office, they had already heard that another secret realm had been destroyed. Both women had interacted with Su Chen before and naturally knew this incident was connected to him. "President, you're the head of our professional association. Why are you being so timid? The Zhou family may be wealthy, but if it comes to a fight, they're no match for our professional association. If they're no match for our guild in strength, what's there to fear? If they don't like it, just take them out." Fei Xue was the most vocal advocate for fighting back. If anyone dared lay a finger on her stinking little brother Su Chen, she'd be the first to object. "Fei Xue, this isn't as straightforward as you think," Chen Wenna shook her head. Her brows furrowed. "While the Zhou family's influence isn't particularly strong, the problem is that Zhou Pharmaceutical dominates nearly 70% of the capital's pharmaceutical market. If the Zhou family really decides to take this seriously, I'm afraid the Chen family and several other clans will come to their aid. Besides, in this incident, Su Chen destroyed their secret realm dungeon. He was clearly in the wrong first. If we clash with the Zhou family now, no one will have a reason to back us," Chen Wenna stated. Hearing this, Long Hui nodded in agreement. Chen Wenna was right. This was precisely Long Hui's greatest concern. Had Su Chen not destroyed the dungeon, he wouldn't be facing such a headache. Members of your professional association destroyed their dungeon instance. And now you're bullying them with your power, refusing to let them seek justice. This situation was truly indefensible. That's precisely why Long Hui was so troubled. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood in the middle, looking deeply moved as he gazed at the three of them. "President, beautiful sisters, this is actually my own business. If the Zhou family really comes looking for me, I'm not afraid. I'll handle it alone." After all, you represent the professional association and it wouldn't be appropriate for you to get involved. I'll settle things with the Zhou family myself. I don't believe they have the means to deal with me, Su Chen declared. By this point, Su Chen had a pretty good grasp of the situation. After all, this was his personal vendetta with the Zhou family. He had no interest in involving the professional association. In the world of all might reigns supreme. Regardless, taking revenge on the Zhou family was something Su Chen had decided on his own long ago. As for his earlier feud with Zhou Peng, Long Hui and the others knew nothing of it. Besides, he had already prepared himself to eliminate the Zhou family. His motive, naturally, was to pave the way for eliminating Chen Feng next. After all, who was this Chen Feng to dare covet his childhood sweetheart, Lu Rushuan? If Su Chen hadn't been so busy lately, he would have gone to see Lu Rushi already. This was perfect timing. Taking care of the Zhou family would also serve as a small warning to Chen Feng. After expressing his gratitude to the three, and turned to leave the office. Chapter 111, Virus Suit. It wasn't that Su Chen was overly arrogant. Rather, this matter truly had little to do with the professional association. Moreover, it was Su Chen himself who had sought contact with the Zhou family, leading to all this commotion. Put simply, Su Chen acted this way precisely because the Zhou family hadn't yet grasped the situation. Before they could seek an alliance with the Chen family, he wanted to strike first to vent his anger and exact revenge. After all, if the Chen family had joined forces, Chen Feng would have come after him because of the Lu Rushi incident. At that point, Su Chen would have been powerless. Besides, he'd acquired quite a few valuable items in the insect swarm secret realm today. He'd better go back and sort through them. He needed to see how much they were truly worth, whether it would be enough to craft some better items for himself. Plus, the system's fishing feature hadn't yielded anything worthwhile lately. It was the perfect chance to see if he could turn his luck around. Su Chen. Watching Su Chen leave, Fei Shui and Chen Wen suddenly followed him out. Hold on, let him go. I have plans for him. Long Hui held them back. He knew Su Chen was highly capable, and the Zhou family absolutely had no way to deal with him. Therefore, there was no need for concern. Come to think of it, someone capable of consecutively destroying 3 secret realm dungeons, even if Su Chen acted alone, was already on par with at least a 9th rank professional. This was far beyond what the minor Zhou family could handle. While the professional association wielded immense power, it sometimes found itself constrained when confronting familial clans. In fact, Su Chen handling matters himself might prove more convenient than involving the association. You can't exactly have the association publicly take Su Chen's side. Put simply, the Zhou family held the moral high ground in this matter. Su Chen, however, does not. If the professional association dared to openly shield its member despite knowing he was in the wrong, it's not that it couldn't be done, but the consequences afterward would likely be far from simple. Therefore, Long Hui had it all figured out. For now, let Su Chen handle negotiations with the Zhou family. As for the professional association, it needn't make a public appearance. Stealthy support at critical moments would suffice. Moreover, Su Chen himself was a talent Long Hui had high hopes for and intended to cultivate. Given that, it was essential to give him opportunities to stand on his own. After all, he would inevitably have to handle various issues sooner or later. Having him face them independently early on was beneficial. Moreover, even if Su Chen truly couldn't hold his own against the Zhou family, the professional association wouldn't simply abandon him. Should the Zhou family overstep, Long Hui would make them pay the price. No one could touch Su Chen. At least not the Zhou family themselves. Chairman, what do you mean? Do you have other plans? Fei Shui asked curiously. Fei Shui cared deeply about Su Chen. After all, he was her favorite little brother. If anything happened to him, Fei Shui would be heartbroken. Therefore, she couldn't fathom Long Hui's arrangement at all. In her eyes, Long Hui's decision was utterly unreasonable. Was he seriously going to send Su Chen alone to face the Zhou family? Wasn't that like sending a lamb into the tiger's den? No one knew what kind of backup plans the Zhou family had in store. Even if the Zhou family wasn't a match for them, how could they possibly send Su Chen alone to confront them? If the Zhou family resorted to underhanded tactics, Fei Shui would surely regret it bitterly. President, I agree with Fei Shui's concerns. We can't send Su Chen alone to confront the Zhou family. This is far too dangerous. Chen Wenna was visibly anxious. Hold your horses, both of you. Listen to my plan. Go find Elder Sun and tell him about Su Chen's situation first. Long Hui urged Fei Shui and Chen Wenna to calm down before revealing his plan to them. Meanwhile, after leaving Long Hui's office, Su Chen headed straight to his residence. He began to inventory the items he had obtained within the swarm's secret realm. Equipment name, Virus Suit Legendary. Equipment type, Set, Effect, Immunity to all toxins. Strength plus 5,000. Agility plus 5,000. Mental power plus 12,000. Poison resistance plus 100%. Durability, 100,000. Not bad, a good find. Su Chen hadn't expected to actually get his hands on such a great item. He'd initially thought it was just a minor dungeon, but never imagined he'd acquire such top-tier gear. At the very least, it grants immunity to all poison-type attacks that alone makes it invaluable. And it's even legendary tier quality. Truly unmatched by anything else. We've struck gold. This set alone should fetch at least 50 million. Su Chen grinned as he stowed away the first batch of treasures. Such a set was truly a rare find. You see, in this world, the probability of a single piece of a set dropping is quite high. But for an entire set to drop at once? That was another story entirely. Such a set commands prices that are absolutely top tier. Moreover, the attribute of immunity to all toxins alone was enough to command an astronomical price for this set. 50 million? Su Chen's estimate was still too low. Legendary tier sets, while not as priceless as cataclysmic or divine tier gear. But this complete set? It's easily worth hundreds of millions. Especially since this is a complete, full set with special effect attributes. Even individual legendary tier pieces command astronomical prices. In any case, Su Chen was bound to make a huge fortune this time. Perfect timing. It's been ages since he last sought out Lu Rusong. After the sale, he'd take Lu Rushi on a vacation. He deserved to enjoy himself properly at least once. Who would have thought the very first sword would drop such a top-tier piece? The gear that follows must be even more valuable. However, Su Chen quickly shifted from ecstatic joy to a bittersweet state. The main reason was that while he had obtained valuable items that could fetch a good price. But upon reflection, Su Chen realized that this so-called virus set would actually benefit him far more. If he equipped it himself, combined with his Sharingan and such, he could obliterate enemies in an instant. This was far superior to selling it off. While Su Chen could technically manage without the gear. But having 100% immunity to all poison attribute attacks was undeniably advantageous to him. Precisely because of these benefits, keeping the gear was far superior to selling it. Take this destruction of the insect swarm secret realm, for instance. In truth, had Su Chen not destroyed the swarm sanctuary and instead continued battling within it, he would likely have been corrupted by the swarm's toxins. For this reason, if Su Chen kept this set for himself instead of selling it, it would actually be far more effective. Chapter 112, Keep it for myself. Though Su Chen didn't truly covet this set, it would still be of some benefit to him. Of course, it still couldn't compare to the 6 angel wings in terms of usefulness to him. Because of this, Su Chen now found himself torn. Should he sell it or keep it for himself? It all came down to his own choice. After much deliberation, Su Chen ultimately decided to keep the virus set. Although he might acquire better gear in the future. At least for now, Su Chen didn't possess any other gear capable of providing 100% immunity to viruses. This was genuinely valuable gear. Where else could you possibly find something like this? Everything else is manageable. I can usually take them down instantly with a single move. But if I encounter a practitioner who unleashes poison elements or a monster, things wouldn't be so straightforward. With that thought, Su Chen immediately donned the virus set. Notice, the virus suit is a legendary tier set with special immunity effects. Once equipped, it will be permanently bound to the wearer and cannot be sold. Confirm binding? He had said he'd use it for a while before selling it secondhand. Little did he know it would actually bind him. Seems like nothing good in this world ever comes for free. Oh well, I need it anyway. Might as well bind it. After confirming, Su Chen proceeded with the binding. Immediately, the virus suit fused into his body. Next, Su Chen examined the other treasures. Soon, he realized that perhaps this legendary tier gear had drained all his good fortune. In any case, during his subsequent inspections, he stubbornly failed to find anything else worthwhile. Everything was junk. Even the raw materials were nothing but junk. This left Su Chen utterly speechless. Sure enough, good fortune never stays with one person forever. But Su Chen wasn't exactly at a loss. He managed to roll a full set of legendary gear that was 100% immune to toxins. That was pretty damn lucky, no matter how you looked at it. What more could one ask for? If only Lady Luck truly favored him. Then he could pull top-tier gear every single time. Wouldn't that be even better? After Su Chen finished his inventory, he now had a pretty good grasp of the situation. The various raw materials and other gear he'd acquired this time were worth around 20 to 30 million. Not a small sum. However, what surprised Su Chen the most was, he had also managed to get his hands on nearly 200 doses of the raw material venom. This venom was precisely the task item requested by Zhou's pharmaceutical. Therefore, it was almost certain that the Zhou family had already identified him. And they had undoubtedly locked onto him as their target. There was little to be said about this. Moreover, Su Chen understood deep down. The Zhou family would come for him sooner or later, and they would come for sure. From the very beginning, Su Chen had never intended to handle this discreetly. His true intention had always been to draw the Zhou family out, to confront them head-on. Only then could he finally settle the grudge between the Zhou family and himself. Most crucially, he had killed Zhou Peng. So how should he clean up this mess? Naturally, he had to take care of the Zhou family. With this thought, Su Chen submitted the task items required by Zhou Pharmaceutical with a wicked grin. His motive was to proactively engage with the Zhou family to see what made them so formidable. Thus, Su Chen had no intention of hiding his intentions from the start. Frankly speaking, Su Chen didn't hold the Zhou family in high regard. Task submission complete. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to LV 60, gaining a total of 6,000 points across all attributes. You have additionally gained 6,000 free attribute points. Host has reached level cap. Please complete your third job change promptly. All quest experience gained before successful job change will be stored. Please complete your next job change promptly. Unexpectedly, in just a few short days, Su Chen had already undergone multiple class changes consecutively. This time, it was even his third job change. Besides needing to transfer jobs to reach level 60, Su Chen had also earned 20,000 guild contribution points. Now, his priority was to complete the third job advancement quest as quickly as possible. Only then could he continue leveling up. All the experience he had gained so far was stored away. But the time wasn't right yet. Mainly, Su Chen was genuinely quite busy at the moment. Besides carving out time to complete the third job change, he also had to deal with matters concerning the Zhou family. He had no idea how far the Zhou family's investigation into him had progressed. This was no laughing matter. If he doesn't handle it properly and the Zhou family finds an opportunity to undermine him, then he'd truly have no choice but to accept his fate. Looking at the resources and gear in his hands, he couldn't help but admit that the sheer volume of items was about to fill his storage ring to capacity. After much deliberation, Su Chen ultimately decided he had to sell these items and convert them into cash. He was now completely cut off from his former life. He had bid farewell to his former existence. But having all these things without money was definitely not going to work. Then there was the matter of Lin Xiaoye. He hadn't heard from her lately. Lately, she seemed to be constantly out and about. When I asked her about it, she mentioned something about her sister needing medical treatment. I'm not sure what their relationship is. If she needed help, I could assist Lin Xiaoye financially. After finishing his preparations, Su Chen immediately headed toward the Huaxia trading house. It was time to clear out his inventory of equipment materials. As the largest trading house in Huaxia Nation, it was undeniably a formidable establishment. The moment Su Chen stepped inside, he was greeted by a sea of people. Moreover, practitioners of every profession gathered here, creating a substantial flow of people. Su Chen was now a VIP at Huaxia Trading House. Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, staff immediately rushed over. Mr. Su Chen, you're here. Manager Zhao instructed me to come and greet you the moment I saw you. Seeing the staff's promptness, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This manager Zhao was indeed quite the formidable figure. He'd managed to secure VIP status at the exchange in no time. But regardless, there really wasn't much to say about the matter. After all, since the other party was giving him face, he should return the courtesy. Before long, the staff enthusiastically escorted Su Chen to the VIP lounge. There, Manager Zhao was already waiting for him. Mr. Su, it's been a while, Manager Zhao said cheerfully. Today, Manager Zhao was dressed quite provocatively. Her body-hugging skirt accentuated her figure perfectly. Chapter 113, Frozen Fruit Complete Edition. Manager Zhao, let's stick to the usual arrangement. Su Chen emptied the storage ring of all the items he intended to sell in one go. He then laid them out on the table. He looked at Manager Zhao. So much loot, Manager Zhao stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Clearly, even though she knew Su Chen was highly capable, she was still stunned by the sheer volume he'd produced all at once. After all, such a vast amount of resources and materials wasn't something an ordinary adventurer could casually produce. That was the most crucial point. Moreover, among this mountain of items were even epic tier equipment. Manager Zhao's eyes lit up. Epic gear, now that was the real deal. The items Su Chen brought were the kind of hard-to-come-by goods every adventurer dreams of. It seemed another lucrative deal was in the making through Su Chen. Thanks to the items Su Chen had provided these past few times, Huaxia Trading House had made a considerable profit. Mr. Su Chen, please wait a moment. I'll have these items appraised immediately. Manager Zhao then summoned several staff members and had them carry out the large pile of materials and equipment. Manager Zhao hurried after them to oversee the appraisal process. A beautiful waitress promptly brought over a cup of coffee and handed it to Su Chen. Sipping his coffee, Su Chen waited for Manager Zhao to return. Before long, Manager Zhao returned with a broad smile. Mr. Su Chen, I've had our team appraise the items you brought this time. Huaxia Trading House is willing to offer a lump sum of 60 million. What do you think? If you're satisfied, I'll have the funds transferred immediately, Manager Zhao said cheerfully. Manager Zhao was indeed straightforward after all, her offers consistently ranked among the highest in the industry. Moreover, Huaxia Trading House's reputation was unmatched by other trading houses. After all, the reason Manager Zhao dared to offer Su Chen such a high price was because Huaxia Trading House possessed extensive trading channels. Combined with the quality of Su Chen's goods, there was no worry about finding buyers. No problem. Same as always, proceed at the price you quoted. Seeing Su-Chen agree, Manager Zhao beamed and said, "Great. I'll have someone transfer the payment to you immediately." With that, Manager Zhao gave a slight smile and turned to stride briskly out of the VIP room. About a minute later, Su-Chen's mobile banking app emitted a notification sound. "Dear Dragon Card user, your account has just processed a transaction of 60 million yuan, transferred from the Huaxia Trading Bank account." Seeing the funds arrive, Su-Chen rose to his feet and prepared to leave. After all, he was here for business, not visiting relatives. With business concluded, it was only natural to depart. Manager Zhao went through the motions of arranging a car for him. "Manager Zhao, no need today. I'd like to take a stroll on my own." With that, Su-Chen waved goodbye to Manager Zhao and departed from Huaxia Trading House. The main reason Su-Chen declined Manager Zhao's offer was that after leaving Huaxia Trading House, he would immediately go for a stroll. This was his little treat to himself. Whenever he had money, he'd buy something to reward himself. Only this way could he justify it. If you don't give yourself a little reward, wouldn't that be a disservice to all your hard work? Su-Chen didn't want the Huaxia Trading House to know too much about him, nor did he want them to discover his real residence. That's why he chose to leave on his own. Manager Zhao understood Su-Chen's temperament. Since he refused, she wouldn't press the issue. Moreover, Huaxia Trading House had its own strict regulations. As a manager, she was absolutely forbidden from inquiring about any customer information. If a client requested confidentiality, the manager had to respect that. Soon, Su-Chen left Huaxia Trading House. He arrived at a secluded spot. Su-Chen opened his fishing interface. Then he began fishing. Truth be told, he hadn't caught anything worthwhile in the past few days. This time, who knew what good things might come his way? If it turned out to be junk again like before, then Su-Chen would truly have no choice but to sigh in resignation. After all, it was his own system, it ought to at least give him something worthwhile. Heaven and earth, divine spirits, Supreme Lord Lao Jun, manifest your power, I'm fishing. With that, Su-Chen flung the fishing rod provided by the system into the pond before him. A burst of multicolored light flashed. The pond suddenly shimmered with dazzling, multicolored hues. "Ah, I hope this time brings something worthwhile. Please don't let it be like last time, some dragon tiger pill or something. What good is that stuff anyway?" Su-Chen was utterly speechless. These past few days, he'd either reel in a gold bar. Gold bars weren't worth much in this world anyway. Other times, he'd reel in dragon tiger pills, supposedly meant to enhance physical constitution. But with Su-Chen's current profession level and attributes, did he really need that little boost to his constitution? Wasn't that ridiculous? Just as Su-Chen took a deep breath, the float suddenly twitched. So soon? Seeing the bait hooked so soon after being cast, Su-Chen couldn't help but feel thrilled. He readied his stance and began preparing to reel in the line. But just as he was about to reel it in, the movement vanished. After briefly getting his hopes up, it had just played a trick on him. Wait, is this some kind of joke? Damn system, you're messing with your own host? A fishing system shouldn't have any Air Force concept, right? Could it be that I'm going to lose the rod today? Su-Chen frowned, staring at the calm pond before him. Still, he waited patiently. After all, he could only fish once a day. If nothing bit, he'd reel in his line and call it a day. Which meant today would be a complete waste of effort. And that would make him want to cry his eyes out. And so, Su-Chen sat on the roadside bench, quietly waiting for the next twitch of his fishing line. Splash! Suddenly, the float began to shake violently. A powerful force yanked Su-Chen's fishing rod forward. Seeing this, Su-Chen furrowed his brow. Perfect timing must be a big one. With that, Su-Chen gave a powerful jerk. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught an SSS-grade item frozen fruit complete edition. Frozen fruit. Su-Chen froze. What? Am I going head to head with One Piece now? No way, bro. This is the universal world. You're giving me pirate skills? Do you want me to become the sun god next? Though Su-Chen couldn't quite wrap his head around it, the ice fruit was undeniably a valuable asset. Going forward, if used for dungeon runs or grinding monsters, it would likely prove more effective than the Sharingan. Warning, the complete version of the freezing fruit falls into the realm of forbidden spells. This skill is immensely powerful. Exercise extreme caution when using it, as failure could inflict unforeseeable damage upon the host. Holy damn system, you're either messing with me on purpose or giving me junk for days before suddenly dropping something huge. Chapter 114, The Zhou Family Comes Calling. This is the ice fruit. The ultimate fruit in the pirate world. One of the Navy's 3 admirals, Akiji, uses this very thing. Who'd have thought I'd actually get my hands on one someday? This is just... At that moment, the ice fruit appeared in his hand. Following the anime's instructions, Su-Chen promptly consumed the ice fruit. How to describe it? Ice cold. After consuming the frozen fruit, he swiftly utilized its power. Moreover, since it was the complete version of the frozen fruit, not only could he freeze water into ice with it, but he could also freeze human flesh itself into ice blocks. Moreover, he could shatter his own body into ice fragments and then restore himself. This essentially meant Su Chun had attained immortality. At the very least, it was theoretical immortality. Holy crap, this frozen fruit is seriously badass, Su Chun murmured, staring at his own body in awe. It was seriously awesome. Put simply, it offered high damage output, strong crowd control, and a thick health bar. Combined with Su Chen's inherent limitless magic pool, meaning he could unleash the frozen fruit's abilities non-stop whenever he wanted. These were its undeniable strengths. It truly lives up to its reputation as an SSS-class devil fruit. Su Chen recalled the anime he'd watched in his previous life, specifically the description of the freezing fruit. His excitement grew with each memory. The most iconic scene involving the ice fruit was the Battle of Marineford. Even the formidable Four Emperors Whitebeard was trapped by Aokiji's ice fruit. A single basic attack had completely nullified Whitebeard's ultimate move. Recalling Aokiji's terrifying combat prowess, Su Chen's excitement surged even higher, his heart racing. He now yearned to find a place and an opportunity to test the true power of the ice fruit. Most importantly, Su Chen possessed deep knowledge of the ice fruit. While its baseline capabilities were low, its ceiling was exceptionally high. Once awakened, Su Chen estimated he could rapidly reach absolute zero. But there was no way around it. Thanks to his exceptionally high attribute points and the enhancement from his Sharingan, he possessed perfect compatibility with such a fruit. Now that he's consuming the complete version, it's practically tailor-made for him. He couldn't help but go mad. Therefore, he was utterly confident he could unleash the full power of the ice fruit in an instant. Freezing time itself. This was the true terror of the ice fruit. Watching the ice rapidly crystallize on his right arm, Su Chen gave it a trial run. Crack! A series of cracking sounds echoed. About 10 meters ahead of where Su Chen's right hand extended, a column of ice formed. And it happened incredibly fast. The entire process took less than a second. The tip of the ice column bore a sharp spike. Under the sunlight, it emitted a white mist while a gleam of light shone from its tip. Witnessing this, Su Chen's heart surged with wild joy. After all, possessing the frozen fruit meant that even a lifestyle-oriented practitioner could instantly become a master. After composing himself, Su Chen decided to head to the Adventurers Guild first. He wanted to see if there were any other quests available to take on, continue grinding for items. He also wanted to test the power of his new ice fruit. After all, he had only just received the reward for the ice fruit. He still didn't know exactly how powerful it was. He figured he'd test it out using guild quests. He had originally planned to find Lin Xiaoye, but now it seemed he could put that off for the time being. With that thought, Su Chen boarded a vehicle bound for the professional association. No sooner had he stepped out of the car, a man intercepted him. "Mr. Su Chen, it's about time we met. You're a busy man, aren't you?" The speaker was none other than Zhou Wen of Zhou Pharmaceutical. Seeing Zhou Wen, Su Chen's heart stirred. He recognized this man, of course. It was this very Zhou Wen who had given Zhou Peng no shortage of bad advice back then. He hadn't expected to encounter him here today. But had the Zhou family already taken notice of him so quickly? Indeed, as expected of Zhou Pharmaceutical, their response was remarkably swift. But then again, it made sense. He had already submitted the task, so naturally the Zhou family would find out soon enough. If the Zhou family couldn't handle something like this, then they truly wouldn't deserve the name Zhou Pharmaceutical. Still, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder just how much the Zhou family knew. Were they still in the midst of suspicion, or had they already confirmed he was the mastermind behind everything? Still, Su Chen wasn't afraid. He was merely curious. Just how much did the Zhou family know now? Su Chen sneered inwardly. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" Su Chen asked upon seeing Zhou Wen. The man clearly hadn't come to confront him, but instead spoke with remarkable politeness. "I just happened to be passing by and saw you, Mr. Su, so I thought I'd stop by and say hello," Zhou Wen explained cheerfully. "That's too kind of you," Su Chen replied coldly. Mr. Zhou represents Zhou Pharmaceutical. The Zhou family is a formidable enterprise. To have such a prominent figure as yourself acknowledge a minor figure like me, I'm truly flattered. Su Chen's coldness was understandable. The Zhou family had always treated Su Chen with neglect and difficulty since the Chun Feng incident. Naturally, Su Chen wouldn't give them any friendly looks either. Zhou Wen, however, felt a pang of uncertainty seeing Su Chen's icy expression. Could it really not be that kid? That can't be right. This matter must be connected to him. But he's just too calm about it, Zhou Wen murmured to himself. Zhou Wen hadn't expected the other party to remain so composed upon seeing him. After a moment's thought, he said, "Our Zhou Pharmaceutical has some history with Mr. Su Chen, you see. After all, as a professional practitioner, the medicinal agents you need to purchase in the imperial capital are mostly connected to our Zhou Pharmaceutical. Moreover, you're bound to sustain injuries during combat. Under such circumstances, most of the medicinal preparations you use are connected to us. Therefore, it can be said that Mr. Su has a significant relationship with our Zhou's Pharmaceutical. Moreover, I hear Mr. Su has now joined the Imperial Capital Practitioners Association and is held in high regard by Chairman Longhui." By all accounts, Mr. Su truly is a prodigy of his generation. Indeed, gold shines wherever it goes. Jo Won remarked cheerfully. Jo Won naturally tested Su Chen upon meeting him. Su Chen knew exactly what Jo Won was thinking. This was clearly an attempt to draw him out. How could he possibly fall for it? Mr. Jo does have a point. It's true I frequently purchase your company's pharmaceuticals. Come to think of it, I suppose I do have a bit of a connection with your company. Chapter 115, We're good brothers, after all. However, Su Chen paused here, raising an eyebrow slightly. When I bought your company's pharmaceuticals, I paid for them every single time. I used to frequently buy your company's drugs from Joe Pang. If I recall correctly, back when we were studying together. Joe Pang always told us he was the heir apparent to Joe Pharmaceutical, Su Chen said cheerfully. But I must clarify, even though Joe Pang and I were classmates, I always paid for the medicines I bought. I never ran up a tab. And I certainly didn't run up a tab just because I knew the crown prince of Joe Pharmaceutical. That's not my style. What? Did Joe Pang tell you I didn't pay for the medicine and is trying to extort money from me? I won't stand for that. Su Chen deliberately said this to Jo Won. He knew perfectly well Joe Pang wouldn't dare speak such words to the Zhou family. But since he was the one who killed him, he intended to humiliate the Zhou family thoroughly. This was also revenge for the original owner. Who asked you Zhou family members to be so shameless? By the way, where's Joe Pang? I haven't seen him in ages, Su Chen asked curiously. Su Chen's words left Jo Won dumbfounded. He never in a million years expected Su Chen to bring up Joe Pang on his own. Wait, shouldn't this kid be scared out of his wits after seeing me? How could this be? Could his previous assumptions and investigations have been wrong? Could this kid have no connection to Joe Pang? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Jo Won was no fool either, maintaining his usual expression. My nephew encountered some trouble earlier due to other circumstances. After speaking, Jo Won watched Su Chen, hoping to detect some reaction on his face. Got into trouble? Su Chen inwardly scoffed at Jo Won's foolish pretense. But outwardly, he remained unconcerned. That kid. I warned you about him back when he was in school. He's just so full of himself. He's not a bad kid, no real malice in him, but unfortunately, he's got all the temperament of a rich kid. Sometimes, for the sake of that illusory sense of pride, he's willing to go to great lengths. It's not uncommon for him to neglect important matters. No need for Mr. Joe to say it. I can guess this time it's over some girl getting into a fight with her boyfriend. Turns out the boyfriend's family background was stronger than the Zhou family's, so he got beaten up and is now lying in the hospital, Su Chen said cheerfully. Seeing Su Chen's smug expression, Jo Won was overcome with self-doubt. Could it really have nothing to do with this kid? The way he spoke so casually, even with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. It was practically indistinguishable from the mutual contempt shared among classmates at school. Besides, Joe Pang did have a habit of flirting with other people's girlfriends. Because of this, Joe Pang had gotten into fights with other people's boyfriends several times, and each time it was his second uncle who brought people to handle the situation. It all fit perfectly with what Su Chen had said. So, did this mean Su Chen and Joe Pang actually got along? If they were truly hostile, how could Su Chen know so many details about Joe Pang's private affairs? Could he have really gotten it wrong? Jo Won couldn't let it go and spoke up again. No, my nephew is gone. Gone? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? He's passed away. Ah. Su Chen feigned surprise. Mr. Zhou, that's a bit of an over-the-top joke. He's a dual-element mage, after all. Not to mention, given Joe Pang's dual-element mage profession, the Mage Association couldn't just ignore it, right? And that's it? Su Chen asked pointedly. Jo Won nodded helplessly. My nephew passed away some time ago due to an accident. This. Su Chen feigned heartache. He was a dual-element mage. How could the Mage Association not value such promising talent? Back when we studied together, he was the most diligent of us all. How could he just vanish like that? Speaking of which, Joe Pang and I were like two peas in a pod. Have you tracked down the real culprit? I know our guild's leader. I can ask him for help. Su Chen looked at Jo Won earnestly. I hope I can contribute my strength to avenging Joe Pang. Su Chen spoke as if he meant every word. But Jo Won was completely dumbfounded. Could this kid really have been Joe Pang's classmate and best friend? It wasn't entirely impossible. After all, Su Chen and Joe Pang attended the same school. If they were truly best friends, it would make sense. But, was any of this actually true? Jo Won was now even beginning to doubt the results of his previous investigation. Judging by Su Chen's expression, his words seemed genuinely heartfelt. And Su Chen himself was thoroughly impressed by his own acting skills. Who knew he had such acting chops? That little golden statue owes him an award. Anyone watching would surely doubt it weren't Su Chen and Joe Pang best buds? Aren't they brothers? Well, it's a long story, Jo Won sighed helplessly. Looking at Su Chen, Jo Won sighed again. The investigation is still ongoing. But since we happen to meet you today, Su Chen, if it's possible, I hope you could pay your respects to Panger at the Zhou family home. Consider it a final farewell for your dear friend. With that, Jo-won opened the back door and made room for him. He motioned for Soo-chan to get in. Seeing Jo-won's actions, Soo-chan understood exactly what he meant. This was an invitation to the Jo residence, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Still, he looked at Jo-won with feigned surprise and flattery. You're actually inviting me to pay my respects at the Jo residence? This is truly giving me, Soo-chan, immense honor. Soo-chan deliberately feigned flattery. Mainly because Jo-won's performance was even more convincing than his own. Therefore, Soo-chan carefully avoided taking his words at face value. Mr. Soo, you jest. You and Penger were close friends and brothers at school. Naturally, you are also honored guests of the Jo family. This time, our family head also hopes to extend an invitation for Mr. Soo to visit the Jo residence. It's a small token of Penger's friendship in life, Jo-won said. Hearing Jo-won's words, Soo-chan finally smiled and waved his hand. I will certainly pay a visit another day. At this moment, the head of the Jo family must be utterly heartbroken. If he were to see me again, wouldn't that? Seeing his hesitation, Jo-won quickly added, precisely because of that, we wish to invite Mr. Soo now. It's mainly because Mr. Soo and Penger were roughly the same age. Seeing you, the head of the family will naturally be reminded of Penger. Perhaps, with Mr. Soo's kind words, our family head might be able to return to his normal life. Chapter 116, Fear? What is there to fear? Jo-won's words also made Soo-chan chuckle inwardly. This fool actually thought I didn't know what he was scheming? But Soo-chan couldn't care less. Since he had dared to kill Jo Ping, he naturally had ways to deal with the Jo family. Besides, Soo-chan was now a man possessing the Sharingan, the Ice Fruit, and the Xianyuan sword. With such power at his disposal, Soo-chan could even raise the Jo family to the ground. It wouldn't be too difficult. Of course, Soo-chan wasn't about to act recklessly. Thus, he nodded in understanding. I see. Since the head of the Jo family has extended an invitation, it would be discourteous of me to decline. In that case, the guest follows the host's lead. Please. With that, Soo-chan boarded the vehicle under Jo-won's arrangements. It seemed the Jo family had already made up their minds to deal with him. But Soo-chan wasn't worried. This incident provided the perfect opportunity to settle the Jo family once and for all. Who knows? He might even gain a valuable opportunity. Upon seeing Soo-chan enter the vehicle, Jo-won happily closed the door. Finally, he'd tricked the kid into getting in. This time, let's see how long you can keep talking tough once you're at the Jo family's place. Soon, the car arrived at the headquarters of Jo Pharmaceutical. During the ride, Jo-won cheerfully addressed Soo-chan. Soo-chan, the family head is very pleased you could come this time. I just sent him a message. He said someone has been arranged to greet you in advance. Soon, the car pulled up beneath the headquarters building of Jo Pharmaceutical. The building occupied an area considerably larger than the professional association. Moreover, from the inside, it resembled a small city. Towering skyscrapers stood everywhere. Jo's Pharmaceuticals truly lives up to its reputation as the leading enterprise in China's pharmaceutical industry. This campus is so vast, it's truly broadened my horizons, Soo-chan remarked. Originally, he had thought the professional association's campus was already large enough. But seeing Jo's Pharmaceuticals headquarters today proved it could be even more magnificent. Welcome to Jo's Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Soo. After Soo-chan finished his rambling, a large group of uniformed professionals actually came to greet him. Though they appeared to be welcoming him, Soo-chan could sense it. They were already covertly surrounding him. However, Soo-chan remained unconcerned, merely glancing at them. Through the system scan, their information was largely processed. All were level 50 professionals. Just a bunch of karami. With Soo-chan's current personal attributes alone, he could easily crush them. Not to mention, he had other advantages. Yet despite their welcoming gestures, a palpable aura of menace emanated from each of them. This meant the Jo family had uncovered something. But Soo-chan wasn't worried. Even if this were a trap, so what? He could still leave safely. After all, this time he had come to settle things with the Jo family once and for all. Worried the Jo family would take action against him? Ridiculous. Mr. Soo-chan, shall I first show you our pharmaceutical production facility? Soon, Jo-won led Soo-chan into a storage room. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the warehouse doors swung open. But inside, it was pitch black. Mr. Soo-chan, please. Soo-chan saw it all and understood perfectly, but he said nothing. He simply nodded and stepped inside the warehouse. Jo-won, meanwhile, was seething with excitement inside. This Soo-chan not only seemed lacking in strength but also appeared to have little guile. He'd fallen for the trap so easily. It seemed he could report back to the family head today. At least he wouldn't have to face the family head's wrath later. This thought made Jo-won even more pleased. He'd already been reprimanded by his elder brother within the family recently over the Jo Ping incident. Now, if he could use Soo-chan's situation to clean up this mess, it would be a fortunate turn of events. Seeing Soo-chan fall for the trap so easily naturally filled him with satisfaction. Soon, the two entered the warehouse, one ahead of the other. Clang! After the group followed Soo-chan into the warehouse. The warehouse doors slammed shut instantly. The next second, all the lights inside the warehouse came on. And in that moment, the dark warehouse revealed its full layout. This warehouse had absolutely nothing to do with pharmaceutical manufacturing. It was simply an abandoned warehouse. There were no medicinal herbs or machinery inside. Only Zhou Tiancheng sat in a chair. Beside him and behind him stood over 100 professionals. Su Chen scanned the room. These professionals were all at least level 80. Every single one had successfully completed their 4th transformation. A few even held 5th transformation, level 100 status. It seemed the Zhou family was determined to eliminate him this time. "You're Su Chen?" As soon as Su Chen entered, Zhou Tiancheng's expression turned icy. With a flick of his right hand, over 100 professionals surrounding him drew their weapons and encircled Su Chen. "Mr. Zhou, what exactly is this about?" Su Chen feigned surprise as he surveyed the crowd. Facing the encircling attack, Su Chen had long anticipated this turn of events and showed no sign of panic. He stared calmly at Zhou Tiancheng, clearly holding no fear for the Zhou family. "Kid, you're pretty cocky." Such a reaction left Zhou Tiancheng utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Wen might be a fool, but Zhou Tiancheng was no such thing. He had already thoroughly investigated Su Chen's background beforehand. Level 60, just completed his 3rd job advancement, and hadn't even gone for his 4th yet. With such meager strength, surrounded by so many high-level adventurers glaring at him, anyone else would have been scared out of their wits long ago. This was overwhelming pressure from superior level and power, the embodiment of absolute dominance. Yet judging by Su Chen's expression now, he showed not a hint of fear. What he showed was surprise. He seemed genuinely unaware of why the Zhou family would treat him this way. This thought made Zhou Tiancheng feel uneasy himself. Was it that this kid possessed some hidden strength, allowing him to be so fearless? Or was it that this kid truly had nothing to do with Zhou Peng's death? For a moment, Zhou Tiancheng found himself growing tense inside. "Kid, aren't you afraid you might die here today?" Zhou Wen also approached Zhou Tiancheng, then looked at Su Chen with an air of superiority. In a situation like this today, Su Chen couldn't escape even if he had wings. A lion doesn't return empty-handed even when hunting a rabbit. Once Su Chen was eliminated, he would be the one to claim all the glory. By then, his elder brother Zhou Tiancheng would have no heir to carry on the family line. The inheritance of the Zhou family would then inevitably fall to his son, Zhou Yuan. This was truly a case of misfortune turning into fortune. After all, Zhou Wen had been the most zealous participant in this entire affair. Fear? What is there to fear? Su Chen stared back at Zhou Tiancheng with unwavering composure. "I say, Mr. Zhou. Wasn't it Mr. Zhou Wen who said you invited me to pay my respects to Zhou Peng? Is this how the Zhou family treats its guests?" Su Chen deliberately scanned the room. "Seems your Zhou family isn't quite the heroic bunch the rumors make out." Chapter 117, if that's the case, don't blame me. "Kid, you've got some nerve." "Exactly. Kid, talking back to our family head like that? You really don't know your place. Think you can get away with this just because we're not in the capital? If you were in front of us, acting so arrogant, you'd already be minced meat." Seeing the crowd growing heated, Zhou Tiancheng gestured for silence. Then, he turned to Su Chen. "Kid, we didn't come looking for you this time to mess around. I have questions for you." With that, Zhou Tiancheng rose from his chair. "Boy, I ask you, did you kill my son, Zhou Peng? How did my son Zhou Peng's storage ring end up in your possession?" "That storage ring was specially commissioned for our Zhou family. Only members of our family should possess it. Why is it in your possession?" Zhou Tiancheng now glared at Su Chen with vicious hatred. From the moment he entered, he knew Zhou Peng had been killed by Su Chen. Because Zhou Peng's storage ring was right in his hand. This storage ring was no cheap knockoff found elsewhere. The storage rings used by core members of the Zhou family were all specially crafted. Both in functionality and quality, they were top-notch. Moreover, to distinguish them, each member's storage ring had its own unique design. No two rings were ever identical. Therefore, the fact that Su Chen possessed Zhou Peng's storage ring made it virtually certain that Zhou Peng was his victim. It was only upon hearing Zhou Tiancheng's words that Su Chen finally understood why the Zhou family was so certain he had killed Zhou Peng. Turns out, all this time, it was because of the storage ring. It seemed he had overlooked one crucial detail. But it didn't matter. He hadn't been worried about this issue anyway. Earlier in the insect swarm's secret realm, he'd been unable to store his loot due to carrying too much. That's why he'd taken Zhou Peng's storage ring to hold his items. He truly hadn't anticipated that the Zhou family would have such a layer of protection in place. So he'd carelessly placed it inside. The result? That single action triggered the unique restriction of Zhou Peng's storage ring. In this regard, he truly had stumbled where he least expected it, a flaw in an otherwise flawless plan. So it was because of this storage ring. Su Chen removed the storage ring. "Since you, the head of the Zhou family, already know about it, there's nothing more for me to say. Yes, I killed Zhou Peng. But no need to thank me. That Zhou Peng was a reckless brat, acting like a tyrant and bullying everyone, men and women alike, just because he was the heir to Zhou Pharmaceutical. If I hadn't dealt with him, someone else would have eventually. Better to get it over with sooner than later. Better to stop him before he caused some major trouble and never learned his lesson. Su Chen said cheerfully. So what if he knew? He never intended to hide anything anyway. He'd even mentioned that if the Zhou family didn't have concrete evidence, he'd play along with them. He could even turn the tables and pin the charge of framing loyal subjects on them. Then he could even ask Chairman Long Wei to come after the Zhou family under the pretext of a legitimate cause. But now that they'd been caught red-handed, what else was there to say? He might as well admit it openly. What difference would admitting it make? These people are no match for us anyway. So what if you know now? Zhou Tiancheng, are you trying to get me killed? Do you really think this bunch of nobodies can stand a chance against me? Su Chen sneered coldly. With that, Su Chen crushed Zhou Peng's storage ring in his hand. With a crack, it shattered into fragments. Su Chen! Zhou Tiancheng's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted into a hideous grimace. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. How dare you kill my son? I'll tear you limb from limb and make you bury yourself with him. I'll subject you to the most agonizing torture this world can offer. I'll rip your flesh from your bones. I'll make you regret ever being born. Su Chen's actions had utterly enraged Zhou Tiancheng. After all, the man dared to act so brazenly and humiliate him like this. If he couldn't eliminate Su Chen, then the Zhou family would have no place left in the imperial capital. Wouldn't that mean any Tom, Dick, or Harry could bully the Zhou family? Zhou Tiancheng roared with fury, and a group of mercenaries immediately surrounded the bookstore. The closest to Su Chen was naturally Zhou Wen. As a level 84th transformation professional, Zhou Wen possessed respectable strength. Moreover, he was an 80-level dual-blade warrior. In truth, his strength was not to be underestimated. Now, his older brother was consumed by fury. And the murderer had been confirmed to be Su Chen. Though Zhou Wen was deeply grateful to Su Chen in his heart. But that's one thing. Gratitude doesn't mean he wouldn't kill him. Therefore, Zhou Wen immediately moved to act, intending to prove himself before his older brother. If he didn't seize this chance to improve his older brother's opinion of him, when would he ever get another chance? With that, he drew his twin blades and charged toward Su Chen in an instant. A flash of cold steel streaked through the air. He swung directly at Su Chen's head. Mr. Zhou, you're being a bit hasty, aren't you? Just moments ago you were all polite and courteous, and now you're already drawing blades against me? Let me tell you, you're just as foolish as that Zhou Peng. Don't you realize that if I hadn't killed Zhou Peng, would you even have this chance? Su Chen sneered coldly. His agility stat had long since left the vast majority of practitioners in this world in the dust. To be precise, if the top-tier practitioners in this world had agility ratings of 1 million, then Su Chen might still fall slightly short. But not by much. Among these practitioners in the warehouse without any hacks, anyone who dared to fight him would be utterly outclassed. They probably couldn't even touch the hem of Su Chen's robe. That was the most crucial point. But precisely because of this, Su Chen possessed the confidence to maneuver among these adversaries. With a swift sidestep, Su Chen instantly evaded Zhou Wen's attack. Zhou Wen, since you insist on bringing your men to fight, then perhaps your Zhou family should just cease to exist altogether. I'm not one to tolerate such threats. All of you, die. With that, the Shenyuan sword suddenly appeared in Su Chen's hand. A golden light slashed out in the next instant. Simultaneously, a fierce chill accompanied the golden light. The frigid air instantly froze everything around them. Many practitioners with slightly weaker abilities were frozen solid before they could even act. This was Su Chen's test to see the combined effect of the Shenyuan sword and the freezing fruit. From the looks of it, the results were quite impressive. Yet the very next second, Su Chen's formidable killing move shattered instantly, as if peeled away. The ice encasing the frozen practitioners shattered and vanished in an instant. Chapter 118, The Sealing Array. Seeing this, Su Chen froze in shock. Damn it! Since arriving as a transmigrator, he truly had been a force that crushed any opposition in his path. He never imagined encountering such an unexpected situation today. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Su Chen was genuinely bewildered. His ice fruit, Sharingan, and Shenyuan sword had all become ineffective. This was what astonished Su Chen the most. What, is this some kind of difficulty boost? Or was this melodramatic plot twist appearing at the worst possible moment? Had his system crashed? Yet, just as Su Chen pondered this, Zhou Tiancheng burst into laughter. Kid, I have to admit, you're genuinely formidable. You've certainly earned the right to challenge my Zhou family. But aren't you being a bit foolish? If our Zhou family has resolved to deal with you, how could we possibly come unprepared? So, have you noticed your skills aren't working now? Does it feel like your body's been drained dry? Hearing Zhou Tiancheng's words, the group of professionals burst into cold laughter. Earlier, these professionals had all been frozen solid by the ice fruit. Yet unexpectedly, they were freed in an instant. This left Su Chen utterly stunned. This was no good at all. At that moment, Zhou Tiancheng approached Su Chen with a face twisted by murderous intent. So it was you, head Zhou, who had this planned all along? Su Chen remained calm. This was hardly something that could faze a time traveler like him. What else could it be? Since I dared invite you to visit the Zhou family, I naturally made preparations long ago. Zhou Peng was our eldest son and the carefully groomed successor of Zhou Pharmaceutical. And you killed him like that. At the moment of his death, we detected a forbidden spell level magical energy. I was astonished. In the imperial capital, practitioners capable of wielding forbidden spells of this caliber number fewer than 20. But among those 20, excluding our Zhou family, only 15 remain. Coincidentally, I know all 15 of them personally, which is why I'm curious. When did another major player emerge among the capital's practitioners that I didn't know? Later, when the insect swarm's secret realm was destroyed, Zhou discovered that the energy that obliterated the realm was identical to the forbidden spell level force that killed Zhou Peng. I knew you had forbidden spell level capabilities, you brat. So, to better deal with you, I made other preparations specifically. Kid, you probably don't even remember why you fought the 7 masters back then, do you? I paid a hefty sum to uncover crucial information about you from a source that you also wield a forbidden spell of fire. An unknown youth who unleashed forbidden spell power from the start. Though my son died by your hand. But I can't help but feel proud of him. At least you had to resort to forbidden level power to kill him. Not like some trash you could just sweep away. But in return, I demand you pay for my son's life. Zhou Tiancheng paused here, leaving Su Chen momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen beside him began calculating silently. You bastard, Zhou Tiancheng. I'm your own flesh and blood. You've always relied on the old man's favor since childhood, eating more, taking more, and even making your own son the heir. Damn it, I worked my ass off for the Zhou family and got nothing in return. And now you've been investigating all this behind my back. I thought the intel I gathered was actually useful. Turns out you've been playing me like a fool all along. At that moment, Zhou Wen's heart was consumed by rage. He'd already harbored resentment toward Zhou Tiancheng. Before, because of Zhou Peng, Zhou Wen had been dissatisfied but hadn't dwelled on it. After all, the Zhou family had capable successors. Moreover, as a dual-element mage, Zhou Peng was undeniably powerful. With him as the next heir to the Zhou family, though neither he nor his son, Zhou Yuan, would ever seize control of the Zhou family, they could at least preserve their basic wealth and status. Thus, neither father nor son harbored any ambitions. Now, Zhou Peng is dead. Since Zhou Tiancheng still dared to play mind games with him. When Zhou Peng died, he had been wholeheartedly investigating the matter. After all, he was his own nephew. But he never expected that Zhou Tiancheng, as the eldest brother, never truly trusted him. He ordered me to investigate publicly, but secretly conducted his own inquiries. Much of the information he'd assumed Zhou Tiancheng didn't know turned out to be known to him all along. Wasn't this just treating him like a clown? This ing. At this moment, Zhou Wen's anger surged even higher within him. So all along, Big Brother never trusted him at all. He had his sights set on Su Chen. This entire banquet had been orchestrated by Zhou Tiancheng from the very beginning. He'd merely been playing the role of a self-important clown in it all. Zhou Wen had hoped that after this incident, his elder brother would at least recognize his hard work and dedication. At the very least, he hoped his brother wouldn't dismiss him outright but might allow his nephew, his own son, Zhou Yuan, to take charge of some specific family affairs. After all, the eldest nephew was dead. The meat would still end up in the pot, wouldn't it? That was why Zhou Wen had thrown himself into this affair with such fervor. But now it seemed he was nothing but a laughingstock. A complete and utter clown. All the information was already known to his elder brother, yet he still made him put on this show. Beyond the rage surging through Zhou Wen, a wave of dread washed over him. He now had no doubt whatsoever. Had he not investigated with utmost diligence, he would have met a gruesome end? Perhaps today I too will die here alongside Su Chen. Su Chen, for you, I've poured years of resources and spent a fortune to establish this grand barrier formation. This barrier array is specifically designed to counter forbidden spell level techniques. Within its coverage, all forbidden spell level abilities are rendered useless. So your forbidden spell techniques are useless today. I don't care what methods you possess to cast forbidden spells, nor do I care about your background. Even if the professional association tries to protect you, it won't matter. You killed my son, so you must die. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. It's only natural. Su Chen, without your forbidden spells, even at level 120, you will die here. After speaking, Zhou Tiancheng seemed like a completely different person. His eyes blazed crimson, and his face flushed scarlet with fury. Clearly, he had lost all reason. To deal with him, the head of the Zhou family had gone to such extreme lengths establishing a massive forbidden formation array. All for the purpose of dealing with him at a critical moment. What a painstaking effort. Chapter 119, The Frozen Fruit Fully Activated. Su Chen paid Zhou Tiancheng's words no mind whatsoever. In his eyes, this fellow truly had money to burn. Oh, so after all that talk, this is all you've got? No wonder my skills stopped working, so this grand formation only targets forbidden spell skills. Well then, thanks for that, Zhou Tiancheng. I really appreciate you clearing things up for me. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Tiancheng was momentarily stunned. He couldn't quite believe it. Instead of the expected fear he'd anticipated. Instead, he burst out laughing. This kid. Could he have already figured it out? As Zhou Tiancheng stood there in stunned disbelief, Su Chen continued, I know you've gone this far just to kill me. I must say, it truly astonishes me. Su Chen walked straight toward Zhou Tiancheng. As he walked, he opened his system space. To be honest, if this barrier formation of yours truly had any other hidden restrictions capable of limiting my power today, then, to be perfectly honest, I might actually feel a bit unsettled. After all, your Zhou family does possess some depth and strength, and these professionals are all higher level than me. While their physical attributes might not match mine, they're more than capable of overwhelming me with sheer numbers. But instead, you've only targeted my forbidden spell techniques. Your Zhou family is truly laughable. Who told you I only know forbidden spells? After uttering these words, Su Chen suddenly burst into loud laughter. The entire crowd fell utterly silent. Everyone stared at Su Chen in astonishment. Could this kid have other tricks up his sleeve? It shouldn't be possible. The formidable array meticulously arranged by the Zhou family, could it really hold no sway over this kid? This was simply. But judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be bluffing. Anyway, many things are beyond our control. At that moment, Zhou Tiancheng roared angrily, Kid, even if you have a backup plan, do you really think you have the strength to defeat us? There are so many of us we could drown you with spit alone. Faced with Su Chen's arrogant attitude, Zhou Tiancheng was furious. He couldn't fathom what kind of confidence this kid possessed. How dare he confront him head-on in such a situation? It was utterly unbelievable, but regardless. This brat had killed his son. He'd finally lured him into the trap he'd set. Today, he would exact his vengeance. In his view, Su Chen probably couldn't accept his fate, which was why he was spouting such madness. The brat had clearly lost his mind. Even if he had other tricks up his sleeve, what difference would it make? With so many professionals here, they could simply overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Who said I'd resort to anything below forbidden spells? Facing Zhou Tiancheng's reckless words, Su Chen's eyes flashed with intensity. He slowly raised his right hand, and a burst of white icy mist erupted from his forearm. He hadn't unleashed the full power of his ice fruit ability earlier. To be precise, he hadn't noticed it, allowing the Zhou family to exploit the opening. With that, Su Chen resolved to confront his opponent using the true power of the freezing fruit. No need to mix in other powers. No need to let those idiots from the Zhou family exploit any weaknesses. Kid, you're playing tricks even as death approaches? What, are you gonna whip us up some ice cream? Mind your own business. I just like a little ice before a fight. Su Chen retorted bluntly. Even prisoners get a last meal before execution, right? What's the big deal if I have some ice cream? Is the head of the Zhou family upset about that? Su Chen chuckled as he reactivated his frozen fruit. Earlier, he'd been careless, infusing the frozen fruit with forbidden spell power. In other words, his ice fruit power had been fused with the power of the Sharingan. That's why his opponent had managed to break through it so easily. But since that was the case, he might as well use its original power directly. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Tiancheng now sneered coldly. Fine. Since you've put it that way, the Zhou family wouldn't be so petty as to refuse. Before you die, I'll let you eat your fill. Enjoy your last meal. Evidently, Zhou Tiancheng was a rather decent man. He reasoned that since the other was already doomed, letting him die with a full stomach was acceptable. So he didn't interrupt him. Unexpectedly, Su Chen now began unleashing the power of his ice fruit. A bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from his entire body. Then, his entire body instantly transformed into solid ice. The ice crackled and spread rapidly across his entire body. Frozen Fruit Complete Edition template loading. The next second, a flood of information appeared in Su Chen's mind. Unlike last time, this time it contained extensive combat data on Akiji. Additionally, numerous combat skills and techniques were included. Who would have thought the damn system would only deliver all this stuff now? Had he not reactivated it himself, the damn system probably wouldn't have given him a damn thing? Perhaps it was due to the system's assistance this time. Within mere breaths, Su Chen had mastered every technique of the ice fruit. Meanwhile, Zhou Tiancheng remained utterly unaware that events were spiraling out of control step by step. Clearly, he still believed Su Chen was a fish in a barrel. Therefore, he felt no need for concern whatsoever. However, Su Chen was utterly astonished by the power the system had revealed for the frozen fruit. He truly hadn't expected the complete version of the ice fruit to possess such terrifying power. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't fathom how terrifying this frozen fruit could be. It seems this time has given me an opportunity. It was the perfect chance to use the frozen fruit's formidable power to wipe out the Zhou family. Even if anyone asked questions, he could shift all blame onto the Zhou family. Staring at the skills granted by the frozen fruit on the system panel, Su Chen could scarcely believe it himself. This complete version of the frozen fruit was simply too powerful. It could freeze absolutely everything truly bugged beyond belief. No wonder the reward prompt had warned him it was exceptionally powerful when he was fishing earlier. Its power could even rival that of the gods. Now, Su Chen no longer held the Zhou family in any regard. With such terrifying fruit powers at his disposal, he had no worries about taking down the Zhou family. To be precise, it was the Zhou family who should be wary of him. Little did he expect Zhou Tiancheng to go to such lengths to set up this formidable barrier array specifically targeting him. He had believed it could kill him. Yet at the critical moment, he still failed to succeed. Chapter 120, Spare Me, Great Hero. You Zhou family, did you really think you could outsmart me today? Since you all enjoy scheming so much, not a single member of the Zhou family will survive today. With such confidence, Su Chen could no longer contain his excitement. His laughter grew even more maniacal. Something's off. That young master seems a bit strange. Yeah, he looks like he's lost his mind. Doesn't seem like a good guy. At that moment, Zhou Tiancheng also sensed something was off about Su Chen. He quickly declared, "No more waiting. Everyone, go all out. Whoever takes this kid down, I promise you all, the remaining reward will be doubled." Zhou Tiancheng wasn't a fool. As the head of the Zhou family, he was naturally well-traveled and experienced. That Su Chen dared to remain so calm and arrogant in the face of so many opponents. He must have something to back him up. If he wasn't careful, he might actually let this guy slip away. Therefore, he couldn't afford to wait any longer. If that kid really caused any other trouble, he'd likely regret it. Thus, he swiftly issued his orders. After all, panic was beginning to set in. And where there's a hefty reward, there are indeed brave souls. The professionals hired by the Zhou family were here for the money. Now that Zhou Tiancheng offered double the price just to eliminate Su Chen. Who among these mercenaries wouldn't be eager to jump at the chance? Such a task was a mere trifle. In mere moments, they'd show this brat what top-tier mercenaries were capable of. And so, one by one, the mercenaries hired by the Zhou family charged forward, howling with excitement. Regardless of how formidable this Su Chen fellow truly was, whether he truly possessed some hidden killing move, at the very least, they had numbers on their side. Could this kid possibly have any other tricks up his sleeve? With that thought, the professionals roared and charged forward. Heaven and earth slash. Cross slash. Thunderfire spell. In an instant, the vast warehouse erupted as a barrage of diverse skills descended upon Su Chen. Su Chen remained utterly still, his expression as calm and composed as ever. Die, all of you. You're nothing but trash. With that, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Then, he raised his right hand lightly. In the next second, countless wisps of white gas began to seep out from Su Chen's body. A crackling sound filled the air. Finally, it gradually condensed into a blue orb of light. The moment the blue orb appeared, the temperature within the warehouse plummeted abruptly. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept through the warehouse. Absolute zero. Su Chen uttered coldly. Then, his right hand slammed the orb violently onto the ground. Crack! In an instant, everything around Su Chen froze solid. Like a surging ocean, it rapidly spread outward in all directions. After the ice appeared, the entire warehouse was filled with frozen ice blocks. At that moment, every skill was frozen mid-air, crystallizing into shimmering ice. What is this kid's background? What kind of power is this? The mercenaries, who had been shouting threats moments before, were now stunned by the sudden, bizarre scene unfolding before them. They halted their attacks, staring at the unfolding spectacle. Clearly, no one could believe what they were witnessing. What kind of bizarre skill had Su Chen just unleashed? Though unclear, at least no one dared claim they could counter his technique. Why is this kid's ice element skill so different from other mages' ice element skills? It's freezing. How did this warehouse get so freezing? Our skills aren't working either. Head Zhou, what on earth is going on? The professionals were all baffled by Su Chen's skill. Clearly, none of them knew how to respond to this situation. Some professionals, unable to withstand the cold's assault, were shivering uncontrollably. As ice crystals continuously crystallized in the air, every professional could feel everything before their eyes slowly turning to ice. Even their own breath began to freeze into ice crystals. Fear, shock, and confusion swirled through every adventurer's mind. None could fathom what was happening. All were stunned by Su Chen's skill. Some professionals were overcome with sheer terror. Is this even a professional? Master Zhou, what exactly are you asking us to kill? Is this still human? Such formidable ice element skills, I've never heard of anything like it. Is this power truly within human capability? This kid must be at least a 10th tier professional, if not a top tier 12th tier professional. 12th tier? I've seen 12th tier professionals before, but never one with this kind of power. No, Zhou family head, you've already set up a forbidden array, right? How could this kid still? This defies logic. This isn't some forbidden spell. This technique is so terrifying it makes even a 6th tier professional like me tremble. This isn't something a mere forbidden spell could explain. Zhou family head, what kind of being have you provoked? This kid is way too off, way too unnerving. How could we possibly kill this kid? We're no match for him. He'll likely turn around and kill us instead. Brother, show us mercy. We're just doing our job for the money. If you insist, we'll drop this matter. We've got no grudges, old or new. Forget it, guys. Let's get out of here fast. If you value your lives, get the hell out now. Big brother, please spare us. We're only in it for the money. Let us go, and we'll be on our way immediately. At this moment, the group of professionals had been completely intimidated by the methods Su Chen had demonstrated. No one dared to make a move. To be precise, no one believed they could stand a chance against Su Chen. Such terrifying ice-based skills were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary professionals. These individuals even began to suspect that Su Chen might not be the ordinary adventurer they had assumed him to be. Perhaps he was actually some kind of legendary figure. If that were the case, things would be far more complicated. At this point, the adventurers had all come to realize that defeating Su Chen was utterly impossible. Better to beg for mercy, surrender, and make a run for it while they still could. That was the wisest course of action. Though the Zhou family was indeed formidable compared to their own lives. What does the Zhou family amount to? Besides, Su Chen probably wouldn't spare the Zhou family today anyway. Whether the Zhou family even survives this is anyone's guess. Preserving my own life is what truly matters. Chapter 121, Power Rivaling the Gods. A group of professionals now stood stunned by Su Chen's display. No one dared to be the first to confront the Zhou family. After all, everyone understood the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Moreover, Su Chen's strength was now widely acknowledged. Though no one knew his true background, at least they could see clearly. This Su Chen might just be 100 times more formidable than they ever imagined. Thus, after the first professional turned and fled, the others followed suit, scrambling to escape. No one was willing to risk their lives for the Zhou family like that. But at that very moment, the mercenaries made a terrifying discovery. Even if they wanted to flee, they couldn't. Their bodies seemed frozen solid by ice. They couldn't move an inch. No, to be precise, the entire area had transformed into a colossal ice cavern. Within this cavern, no one could escape. The awakening ability of the ice fruit was truly terrifying. Su Chen used the awakening skill of the ice fruit for the first time. But the effect truly exceeded his own expectations. You lot. Just moments ago, you were groveling like dogs before the Zhou family, and you've certainly reaped your share of benefits from us over the years. Now you're all clinging to life like cowards. You so-called professionals have no honor whatsoever. After I finish off this brat, I'll settle the score with you lot. At this moment, Zhou Tiancheng clearly hadn't grasped the magnitude of the being he provoked. The gravity of the situation far exceeded his comprehension and imagination. Evidently, Zhou Tiancheng was still clinging to delusions, still harboring thoughts of avenging his son. Zhou family mercenaries, attack. At any cost, avenge my son. Present at the scene were not only the mercenaries hired by the Zhou family at great expense, but also those trained and maintained by the family itself. These mercenaries were paid and maintained by the Zhou family on a daily basis. In critical moments, they were expected to risk their lives for the family. Thus, these mercenaries represented Zhou Tiancheng's last remaining source of confidence. However, the entire Huaxia nation had regulations in place. Private cultivation of mercenaries is prohibited, as it essentially amounts to training loyal followers. Such training is an act of extreme cruelty. Consequently, even prominent families like the Zhou clan must cultivate their operatives covertly. They invest heavily in cultivating their family's professionals precisely so that these individuals will risk life and limb for the family during critical moments. They even become the main force in family rebellions. Because these family-trained professionals can fight without reservation or concern for their own safety. Thus, they can employ life or death tactics in combat. In truth, Zhou Tiancheng held a significant advantage when facing other professionals. After all, being fought with such a life or death intensity is extremely difficult for any professional. Moreover, the professionals cultivated by the Zhou family were nearly all at the 6th transformation level or above on average. This level of combat prowess would be formidable even in major cities. But such power could only be used once. Because a family would never resort to such extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. But now was different. Zhou Tiancheng harbored profound hatred over his son's murder. Therefore, to eliminate Su Chen, Zhou Tiancheng immediately ordered the mobilization of all the family's professional fighters. It could be said that Zhou Tiancheng's hatred for Su Chen had reached a point of no return. Yes, Patriarch. At Zhou Tiancheng's command, the clan's professional operatives sprang into action. In an instant, rows of notification messages flooded Su Chen's vision. Lu Hong, LV-100, 6th Transformation Paladin. Liao Chen, LV-100, 6th Transformation Lance Knight. Kai Kuan, LV-100, 6th Transformation Ranger. Seeing these messages before him, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad, not bad. So this is Zhou Tiancheng, the full extent of your Zhou family's strength? Impressive, but still not enough. After speaking, Su Chen remained utterly composed as he observed Zhou Tiancheng, now seething with rage. Even feeling like laughing. Because in the face of his absolute zero, everything the Zhou family possessed seemed utterly foolish to him. Put simply, the absolute zero skill transcended the traditional concept of occupational skills in this world. It was more akin to a skill that harnessed divine power. The moment absolute zero was unleashed, everything around him became a domain under Su Chen's absolute control. Put simply, no matter how high their ranks or how formidable their strength, before Su Chen, they are all as insignificant as ants. To put it plainly, within this domain, Su Chen was invincible. He could freeze everything at will, entirely at his own discretion. Doing as he pleases is no problem at all. Within this absolute domain, Su Chen was a god. Kill him. The Zhou family's operatives would never refuse Zhou Tiancheng's command. Therefore, no matter how formidable or extraordinary the opponent might be, these professionals must obey Zhou Tiancheng's command and engage Su Chen in battle, even if it meant their own demise. Thus, these professionals unleashed their most powerful skills one after another. They charged toward Su Chen. But just as they made their move, a terrifying scene unfolded. The 30 professionals, seemingly on the verge of reaching Su Chen. One by one, they froze into ice sculptures. Crackle! Crackle! The air was filled with the sound of ice crystallizing. One by one, the professionals transformed into crystalline, translucent forms. A chain reaction commenced. Bang! 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 Snap! 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 One after another, the 30 Zhou family operatives, as if by mutual agreement, they detonated explosives in sequence. In an instant, the entire warehouse was littered with shards of ice from the explosions. This can't be possible. Everyone present witnessed the scene. Each of them was left speechless with shock. Those professionals who had wanted to flee but found themselves unable to move were now desperately racking their brains for any possible way to escape. After all, this professional named Su Chen seemed downright sinister, especially after witnessing the Zhou family's professionals meet such bizarre deaths. It sent shivers down the spines of every professional present. If this was truly how they would die, they might as well end it quickly. Yet no matter how they struggled, their bodies remained utterly immobilized. And Su Chen observed every detail. He watched them all with a look of amusement. Best not to move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't end up exploding like them. The professionals who had been trying to break free and flee froze in place, holding their breath. All froze in place, paralyzed with fear, terrified that the slightest movement might cause them to explode as well. Chapter 122, just like that? At that moment, the entire warehouse presented a bizarre and grotesque spectacle. Each of them stood frozen in place, utterly paralyzed with fear. It was like they were playing a game of statue. After all, no one dared to gamble on whether Su Chen would spare them. What if Su Chen didn't spare them and instantly killed them with a single move? Just like those Zhou family operatives, instantly exploding into ice shards. Terrifying. At that moment, Zhou Tiancheng was also stunned speechless by the scene before him. When he witnessed all the professionals his Zhou family had cultivated perishing violently, Zhou Tiancheng's heart sank to its lowest point. He knew this youth before him was truly not someone the Zhou family could afford to provoke. From the moment Su Chen caused every single professional from the Zhou family to die violently, Zhou Tiancheng knew the Zhou family was finished. Completely finished. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Su Chen would absolutely not let the Zhou family off the hook. After the battle just now, the 30 professionals the Zhou family had cultivated themselves. Even against the professional association, they might not have been at a disadvantage. But now, every last one had been wiped out by Su Chen. This was the Zhou family's backbone, now wiped out in an instant. This was no longer a matter of what cost he would have to pay to resolve it. Instead, Zhou Tiancheng had come to a stark realization. He and the entire Zhou family were no match for Su Chen. If this continued, the Zhou family would inevitably face utter annihilation. The entire Zhou family would be erased from existence not just in the imperial capital, but across the entire Blue Star. Thus, panic began to grip Zhou Tiancheng's heart. Son, what kind of being have you provoked? Why has it come to this? This Su Chen is utterly terrifying. How could such a monstrously powerful professional even exist? Even a top-tier 12th-tier professional probably couldn't match his power, could they? Son, it's not that your father won't avenge you. But if we persist, the Zhou family itself may be destroyed. Son. Zhou Tiancheng trembled uncontrollably as these thoughts raced through his mind. Su Chen's power was too terrifying, too far beyond anyone's comprehension. Humanity's fear of the unknown remains ever constant. Su Chen, what exactly did you do? I clearly set up a forbidden array at the base headquarters. How could you still cast such a powerful forbidden spell? Having come to terms with reality, Zhou Tiancheng now abandoned his calls for Lufthansa's defeat. As the head of the Zhou family, he understood that with matters having escalated to this point, his sole priority was safeguarding the Zhou clan. If Su Chen was willing to spare the Zhou family, then sacrificing his own life would be no problem. There was no other way. Zhou Tiancheng now understood he had no standing to negotiate with Su Chen. The entire Zhou family's destruction hung on Su Chen's whim. Yet as the family head, he could not beg for mercy in front of so many witnesses. Therefore, he could only resort to a delaying tactic. Forbidden spell? Zhou Tiancheng, are all of you Zhou family members so ignorant? Who do you think you're looking down on? I'll tell you. But for Zhou Peng's sake, I'll graciously enlighten you. I've told you before, my skills extend far beyond forbidden spells. What I'm wielding now surpasses even forbidden level abilities. The formation you've set up is utterly useless against me, don't doubt that for a second. What surprises me is that the esteemed Zhou family turns out to be a bunch of incompetents, and you, Zhou Tiancheng, are nothing but a frog in a well. How narrow-minded of you. Su Chen sneered. Faced with Su Chen's scorn, Zhou Tiancheng seethed with anger yet found himself utterly powerless. At this moment, he had absolutely no means to deal with Su Chen. The power the other possessed far exceeded that of ordinary men. Even if he knew Su Chen was insulting him, what could he do? Without the strength to match, he could only endure the humiliation. All he could do was glare helplessly. Zhou Tiancheng never imagined it himself. A seemingly harmless youth possessed such terrifying strength. Had he known Su Chen was this formidable, he never would have risked bringing utter ruin upon his clan. After all, Zhou Tiancheng was the head of the household. Though he loved his son deeply and was willing to avenge him. But all of that hinged on not endangering the entire family. Now, Su Chen clearly possessed the power to destroy the Zhou family. Therefore, he was filled with regret. If only he hadn't sought revenge. Zhou Tiancheng had now been utterly reduced to a laughingstock. Su Chen, our Zhou family is a leading enterprise in the medical industry of the imperial capital. We have made significant contributions to the entire nation of Huaxia. This time, our family accepts defeat. We provoked Mr. Su Chen, and we have no grounds for complaint. Regardless of what happened before, I hope Mr. Su Chen, we can wipe the slate clean. How about it? Zhou Tiancheng hoped his words might soften Su Chen's stance. At the very least, he wanted to preserve the Zhou family's legacy. Enough nonsense. Before Zhou Tiancheng could finish speaking, Su Chen impatiently waved his hand. The next second, a sharp crack echoed. Zhou Tiancheng's expression twisted into a hideous grimace. Ice crystals began to encase his head. Soon, his nose and mouth were completely frozen shut. Zhou Tiancheng desperately reached out with both hands, as if trying to grasp something. He was already beginning to suffocate. His nose and mouth were sealed shut by ice, leaving him utterly unable to breathe. Watching him suffer like this, Su Chen showed not the slightest concern. Zhou Tiancheng, do you really think I'm a fool to believe your lies now? Back then, your son constantly targeted me at school and even teamed up with Chen Feng from the Chun group to bully me. They sabotaged me, causing my combat class awakening to be downgraded to a lifestyle class. I didn't even come after your Zhou family for that. As for killing Zhou Peng, he had it coming. And now you have the nerve to come looking for trouble? You must be drunk. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Su Chen snapped his fingers. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Zhou Tiancheng instantly froze into an ice sculpture. Then shattered into fragments of ice. Zhou Tiancheng, the patriarch of Zhou Pharmaceutical, met his end thus. The remaining people in the warehouse were so terrified by the scene before them that they dared not breathe a word. The scene unfolding before them was utterly bizarre and terrifying. Who could have imagined that a practitioner could unleash such a terrifying skill? After all, Zhou Tiancheng, the head of the Zhou family, was a 6th rank alchemist. Yet he vanished without even a chance to utter a sound. Who the hell would dare to mess with Su Chen now? Chapter 123, The Terrifying Frozen Wasteland. With Zhou Tiancheng's death, everyone in the warehouse now stared at Su Chen with sheer terror. Some professionals even shuddered involuntarily. It was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. No one understood why this had happened. The scene before them was inexplicably eerie. Zhou Tiancheng, the head of the Zhou family, was a 6th rank alchemist. Yet such a professional didn't even utter a sound. Then he was simply disposed of. While Zhou Tiancheng was a support-type professional, his combat prowess certainly couldn't match that of combat-oriented professionals. But regardless, as an alchemist, he was undoubtedly far more capable than a non-combat specialist like Su Chen. Moreover, he possessed ample means to ensure his survival. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, even if Zhou Tiancheng couldn't secure a swift victory in combat, he absolutely has the confidence to preserve his own life. Given Zhou Tiancheng's resources and the Zhou family's backing, even if he encountered an 8th-tier professional, victory would be hopeless. But for an 8th-tier professional to kill him would not be an easy task either. Moreover, the Zhou family's standing and strength are such that even with a patriarch of this caliber. And yet he died like this. He died without a single sign or warning. Can you believe it? At this moment, in the eyes of most people inside the warehouse, Zhou Tiancheng was far more than just the head of the Zhou family. He was a formidable figure, a powerful man with immense strength and vast resources. Yet before this young man's eyes, he died without even a chance to struggle for survival. He died just like that. You're not human. Help! This guy can't be human, he's a demon. Great God, we were just taking money to ward off trouble. We have no grudge against you. Please spare us. Exactly, divine being. We're just trying to feed our families. It's all the Zhou family's fault, we had nothing to do with it. Su Chen never expected these very men who moments ago were shouting threats and curses at him would now display such expressions before him. It was truly hard to know what to say. These people really had no backbone. Just moments ago, each of them boasted about how formidable they were. Now they're all scrambling to distance themselves from him. They're nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Though I knew these guys were truly pathetic. At least it's clear now that they'll stop at nothing to save their own skins. Some are even trying every trick in the book, desperate to escape no matter what it takes. Even if their bodies were immobilized, they still wanted to escape. But no matter what they tried, they couldn't move a muscle. These professionals soon had to confront a truly grave issue. It seemed that today, Su Chen truly had no intention of sparing anyone present. One by one, they stared at Su Chen with expressions of sheer terror. Su Chen sneered coldly, "Spare you? If I recall correctly, every one of you was just moments ago shouting threats and curses at me. And now you want me to let you off? Are you all suffering from a serious case of forgetfulness? I've always been this way. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. You've come knocking for death yourselves. Do you really expect me to clean up your mess?" Su Chen sneered coldly. He genuinely couldn't fathom it. Were these people out of their minds? How dare they say such things to him at a time like this? To put it bluntly, when those professionals had just surrounded and attacked him, not a single one of them held back. Skills were being unleashed everywhere. Someone unaware might have thought it was fireworks. These guys were nothing but lackeys of the Zhou family. Oh, now that they realize they're no match for Su Chen, that he's terrifyingly strong. Want to beg for mercy? Too late. Su Chen has no interest in showing mercy and letting them off. As the saying goes, you must uproot the weeds to prevent them from growing back. Who knows if these scum might come looking for trouble in the future, seeking revenge for the Zhou family? Therefore, cutting the grass at its roots was precisely what Su Chen intended to do now. No need for your wailing and begging for mercy. Today, none of you will walk away alive. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The air began to freeze at an alarming rate. The sound of cracking echoed throughout the warehouse. Ice crystals rapidly crystallized on the surrounding surfaces. Every corner of the warehouse became a realm of absolute zero. Snap! Su Chen snapped his fingers again, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Then, in an instant, the ice crystals in the air exploded into dazzling bursts of light. This was a battle that could be called a feast of death. The warehouse echoed with the constant crackling of shattering ice. Countless shards of ice shattered on the ground. Soon, the ice shards and white mist swiftly enveloped the Zhou family's industrial park. In an instant, the entire Zhou pharmaceutical campus transformed into a white, icy wonderland. Then the entire campus transformed into an ice sculpture like Winter Wonderland. Zhou's pharmaceutical seemed somewhat out of place in the imperial capital. After that, Su Chen casually snapped his fingers once more. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, causing the entire imperial capital to tremble. In an instant, Zhou Pharmaceutical, the culmination of decades of the Zhou family's industry, was reduced to rubble. Nearly all members of the Zhou family, along with the professionals they had trained and those they had hired, were all buried beneath the icy snow. If one could have looked down upon the entire Zhou Pharmaceutical complex from high above at that moment, one would witness a most peculiar sight. The entire imperial capital was bathed in clear blue skies, yet only the Zhou Pharmaceutical campus was blanketed in ice and snow. Heavy snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The air around them was bitterly cold, making one shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, Su Chen surveyed the scene before him and declared bluntly, "Your Zhou family should count yourselves fortunate. I've precisely targeted and destroyed your Zhou family. As for the other innocent people, I haven't touched them." "Well, what do you say, head of the Zhou family?" Su Chen gazed at Zhou Tiancheng, now frozen solid into an ice block not far away. Half of the family head's body had already vanished. The remaining half was slowly being encased in ice. Before long, Zhou Tiancheng would meet the same fate as other practitioners. Be dealt with on the spot by his own hand. Then vanish completely from this frozen world. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen, clinging to his last breath, desperately begged for mercy and terror. "Mr. Su Chen, I know nothing. Please spare me. It's all that bastard Zhou Tiancheng playing tricks. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a lowly errand boy. I hold no real standing in the Zhou family." Chapter 124, Living Ancestor, what are you doing? Seeing Zhou Wen like this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The reason he'd spared Zhou Wen's life was precisely to wait for this moment. Doesn't this kid love it? Doesn't he think he's so tough? Where had that fierce determination gone when he invited me into the car just now? Anyone watching might have thought this kid was some tough nut from the Zhou family. But now it seemed he was nothing special after all. But Su Chen had no patience or interest left to listen to his nonsense. The Zhou family had now sealed their own doom. And letting Zhou Wen know he'd perish alongside the rest of the Zhou family was a deeply satisfying thought. Naturally, Su Chen wouldn't kill him immediately. Su Chen. Master Su Chen, please spare me. I know I've made a mistake. This whole thing is Zhou Tiancheng's fault, I was just following orders. Spare me. If you spare me, everything from Zhou Pharmaceutical will be yours. All the Zhou family's assets will belong to you, Master Su Chen. I, Zhou Wen, swear to be your loyal foot soldier, helping you make a fortune beyond measure. Just spare my life and I'll do anything you ask. I'll even be your dog. Zhou Wen was clearly terrified beyond measure now. To save his own skin, he was willing to say anything. Unfortunately, Su Chen had neither the inclination nor the interest in taking such a man as his lackey. Put simply, the grudge between the Zhou family and him must be settled today. Moreover, Su Chen had always adhered to one principle in his dealings with others. Either he didn't act at all, or when he did, he left no loose ends. Thus, Su Chen looked at Zhou Wen and sneered coldly. True to the Zhou family mold, all cut from the same cloth. Still clinging to delusions even as death approaches. Since your Zhou family lacks backbone, why not just keep your head down and live quietly? Why go around playing tricks? Before I took Zhou Peng down, his arrogance was just like yours. But when death loomed, he was scared out of his wits, begging for mercy everywhere. Just as pathetic as you, his uncle. Su Chen stared coldly at Zhou Wen. If the Zhou family hadn't come looking for trouble, Su Chen wouldn't have bothered to wipe them out. He was a professional, not a born killer. If there were any issues, couldn't we just sit down and talk? Why resort to guns and knives? Well, now that you've chosen to overturn the table, don't blame Su Chen. Therefore, the moment Su Chen stepped into Zhou Wen's car, his resolve to kill had already been set. I, Su Chen, may need dogs, but I certainly don't need your Zhou family's dogs. Rest easy. I've taken over the Zhou family's business. I have my own ways. But remember this, in your next life, choose a better rebirth. Don't come back to provoke someone like me. With that, Su Chen raised his right hand once more and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The surroundings transformed completely into a world of shattering ice fragments. Crystal clear shards danced through the air. Thus, Zhou's Pharmaceuticals' intricate network of influence in the imperial capital was utterly eradicated by Su Chen in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Chen Wenna, who had just returned from an errand outside as ordered by Long Hui, had barely entered the security bureau office. She suddenly felt a chill wash over her. It's so sunny outside, why is it suddenly freezing cold? Chen Wenna stood up, puzzled, about to close the window. But upon seeing the scene outside, her eyes widened in shock. Due to the nature of their work, the Security Bureau's office offered a view of nearly all major buildings and enterprises in the capital. Zhou's Pharmaceuticals was actually not far from the Security Bureau's office building. As a member of the Security Bureau, Chen Wenna naturally kept an eye on Zhou's Pharmaceuticals from time to time. After all, it was an industry closely tied to the practitioners of Huaxia Nation. She herself purchased many quality medications from Zhou's Pharmaceuticals. Yet now, in Chen Wenna's eyes, the once grand and luxurious industrial park of Zhou's Pharmaceuticals had now transformed into a frozen wasteland. Simultaneously, a violent surge of ice and snow elemental energy surged directly toward her. This. Am I seeing things? What the hell is going on? Chen Wenna rubbed her eyes. Clearly, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Holy crap, how did a leading enterprise in the capital end up looking like this? What the hell happened here? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Chen Wenna would never have believed it. She immediately shouted toward the entrance, quick! Notify everyone a massive forbidden spell energy has appeared at Zhou Pharmaceutical Industrial Park. Prepare vehicles immediately. We're heading over to investigate right now. Something major must have happened at Zhou Pharmaceutical. As the section chief of the Security Bureau, Chen Wenna naturally had the authority to issue investigation orders. Yes, ma'am. Upon hearing Chen Wenna's command, her subordinates immediately began organizing personnel. What on earth is going on? And where did that forbidden level energy fluctuation come from? Could it be connected to Su Chen? Su Chen was the first person who came to Chen Wenna's mind, as he was the only one currently harboring deep-seated animosity toward the Zhou family. Moreover, such forbidden spells could only be conjured by Su Chen. It seems no other practitioners possess such power. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, my little ancestor, what on earth are you doing? Destroying 2 major secret realm instances. Now you've destroyed Zhou's Pharmaceutical too. What on earth? My living ancestor. Chen Wenna was genuinely flustered. She genuinely couldn't fathom why Su Chen was doing this. Having known him for so long, she was well aware of his formidable power. But she also knew he was a somewhat reckless youth. He certainly wasn't the type to do something he shouldn't. But today, Chen Wenna couldn't fathom what had gotten into Su Chen today. Was this boy actually planning to destroy every major corporation in the imperial capital? If that were the case, not even the gods could save him. Moreover, he unleashed such immense forbidden spell power. What if the shockwaves hit the city center? Remember, this is the imperial capital. It's teeming with old hands. If he truly provokes any of them, No one could save him. Something's off, Chen Wen has suddenly frowned. This forbidden spell's power is ice elemental. Su Chen doesn't possess ice elemental energy, does he? Could it be someone else? Chen Wen has sucked in a sharp breath. She now grasped the gravity of the situation. Su Chen, a newly awakened life-type practitioner, couldn't possibly possess forbidden spell-level attributes. She believed in Su Chen's exceptional talent. But even the most exceptional couldn't achieve that. Could it be that some powerful figure she didn't know about had arrived in the capital? And the Zhou family, blind as moles, had gone and offended this big shot? Chapter 125, What does Versailles even mean? Chen Wen's mind began spinning with possibilities. The reason Zhou Pharmaceutical was destroyed was because they offended some unknown big shot in the capital. Then it was wiped off the map. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Who would have thought that Huaxia Nation harbored such terrifyingly powerful practitioners wielding forbidden-level control abilities? If such a practitioner were to join the Practitioners Association, who would dare to show off in front of them? Moreover, judging by the sheer scale of that terrifying display, it was undoubtedly beyond the realm of forbidden spells. Terrifying indeed, terrifying indeed. Could that master be a 10th tier practitioner? No, it must be 12th tier. Chen Wen felt a wave of despair wash over her. Forget just China, how many years has it been since a 12th tier professional emerged on the entire Blue Star? A 12th tier professional? That's a godlike existence. This can't be. I have to go see what's going on. With that thought, Chen Wen abruptly stood up and hurried out of the office. Soon, she boarded her official vehicle and headed straight for the Zhou Pharmaceutical Industrial Park. When Chen Wen arrived at the scene with the State Security Bureau personnel, she too was stunned by the scene before her. There stood Su Chen, strolling around as if nothing had happened. Seeing Su Chen, Chen Wen froze in place. Sis Wen, you're here? Su Chen never imagined Chen Wen would arrive at the scene so quickly with Security Bureau personnel. It was indeed surprisingly fast. He had only just finished stowing the loot from the scene into his system space. Before he could even take inventory, she arrived. You two go inside first and assess the situation. See if there are any survivors, Chen Wen instructed. The two exchanged a glance, then Chen Wen hurried over to Su Chen. Chen Wen glanced at the time, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. Under her gaze, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Hey, Sister Wen, why are you staring at me like that? Su Chen, tell me the truth, did you do this? Chen Wen stared at Su Chen with complete seriousness, clearly not expecting what he had done today. Moreover, the incident that had unfolded in the capital this time was truly monumental. Was truly massive. So much so that Chen Wen was now completely overwhelmed. For Su Chen to pull off something like this was nothing short of audacious. This was Zhou's Pharmaceutical, a place where countless practitioners relied on for their medications. Pulling a stunt like this, who could possibly continue operating afterward? Where are practitioners supposed to buy their medicine now? Even if other practitioners stop buying, does that mean you, Su Chen, won't buy any? As the head of security, she naturally felt the pressure. What's more, this happened right under her jurisdiction. How serious do you think this is? But Su Chen just had to be trouble, and he's even in the same guild as me. This situation was bound to be tricky. Heh, Sister Wen, calm down. Didn't I say I'd handle matters with the Zhou family myself? See how well I'm handling it now? Su Chen said. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Wen couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You're handling it exceptionally well. Facing Chen Wen's reproach, Su Chen naturally dared not say much more. After all, Su Chen might be impulsive, but he wasn't stupid. This incident had indeed caused quite a stir. And Chen Wen was the section chief of the Security Bureau. This matter fell under her jurisdiction. He had clearly caused trouble for Chen Wen this time. Realizing this, Su Chen dared not say another word. Su Chen, you truly astonish me. I won't even mention that terrifying forbidden spell power of yours earlier, but a fairy like you actually knows ice magic too? And judging by the residual energy left behind, the forbidden spell you unleashed this time indicates you're at least a 12th tier professional. Seriously, Su Chen, how strong are you really? How much longer do you plan to keep this from me? Now, when Chen Wen looked at Su Chen, her gaze was unnervingly unnatural. This wasn't some cute little guy, he was a monster. A living, breathing monster, the kind you can't escape. Hey, Sister Wen, don't look at me like that. I'm not some kind of monster. Hearing Su Chen's words and seeing his playful grin, Chen Wen couldn't muster any anger. You little brat, if you wanted to say something, you should have said it back when the first instance was destroyed. Seeing Su Chen didn't want to dwell on it, she didn't press further. After all, it didn't really matter much now that the Zhou family had been utterly destroyed. No amount of talking about it now would change anything. We don't want to talk about that either. I just want to ask you, what grudge do you hold against the Zhou family? You want them wiped out outright? Zhou's Pharmaceuticals is a major corporation. To destroy them outright like this, you clearly don't hold the Imperial Capital Practitioners Association in any regard, Chen Wen remarked. Truthfully, even as she spoke these words, Chen Wenna couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who could believe it? The leading enterprise of the imperial capital itself. Zhou's Pharmaceutical, boasting numerous high-level professionals and formidable connections. And yet, in the blink of an eye, it was destroyed by a mere youth. If word got out, who would believe it? People would surely say Chen Wenna had lost her mind. But that's exactly what happened, take it or leave it. Sis Wenna, if I said I didn't know either, would you believe me? Su Chen asked deliberately. What do you mean? Chen Wenna frowned. It's true. The Zhou family invited me over out of the blue, saying it was for a tour and that they wanted to give me a gift. I figured someone was being so polite about giving me a gift, so I came. But once I got there, the Zhou family went completely nuts. A bunch of professionals swarmed around me, saying they wanted to take me out. I had no choice. I couldn't just sit there and wait to die, right? So I got angry and struck back. But I lost control of my power and wiped them all out. Su Chen spread his hands helplessly. After saying this, he wore a look of grievance, as if the whole incident was actually the Zhou family's fault. Right. You didn't know about this. It's not your fault. Who else could accidentally wipe out an entire clan with a single skill? Su Chen, from now on, you can go by Su or Sai. Chen Wenna folded her arms, watching him helplessly. She truly couldn't say anything about this matter. After all, she knew about the conflict between the Zhou family and him. If the Zhou family was truly foolish enough to ambush Su Chen at such a moment, then Su Chen would have every right to wipe them out. Chapter 126, No Need to Fear, Focus on the Aftermath. Tell me, why did the Zhou family come after you right from the start? You'll have to give me a reason, won't you? If you don't, this situation could get messy. Chen Wenna's words caught Su Chen off guard. Well, I honestly have no idea why. I truly don't know, Su Chen replied. But earlier, Zhou Wen from the Zhou family came to see me. He said he admired me and invited me to join their family. I couldn't possibly agree to that, so I refused on the spot. I suspect that's why the Zhou family is targeting me now, Su Chen said. Though she knew this kid's words were rather outlandish. Chen Wenna dared not dismiss it outright. After all, with Su Chen's abilities, the Zhou family might have discovered his formidable abilities and could very well have decided to silence him permanently. But the problem was, well, no matter how Chen Wenna looked at it, Su Chen's words just didn't sit right. It just didn't feel convincing. Moreover, judging by Su Chen's expression, this kid definitely wasn't telling her the truth. So she couldn't possibly believe him that was the truth. Frustrated, Chen Wenna felt like giving him a couple of sharp raps on the head. But in the end, she didn't. Still, no matter what, Su Chen was a member of the professional association. She had to protect her own, no matter what. As for the rest, that was beyond her control for now. And to be perfectly honest, she was the one who had guided Su Chen into the professional guild in the first place. As the vice president of the professional association, she had to protect this newly joined treasure. After all, Su Chen's power was truly formidable. With such a formidable professional in their ranks, one who had even inherited the divine power of the water god. No matter what, he represented the future hope of all practitioners in Huaxia. Should China possess such formidable professionals, other nations would inevitably have to carefully factor this into their diplomatic strategies toward China. They would have to seriously factor that into their calculations. Moreover, Chen Wenna was well aware of the Zhou family's style of conduct. The Zhou family has always been notoriously arrogant and overbearing. They never played by the rules, and Chen Wenna knew this well. Therefore, it was only natural that matters had escalated to this point. Perhaps it was the Zhou family who truly provoked Su Chen first. Given the Zhou family's habits, it was actually a blessing from their ancestors that trouble hadn't erupted sooner. So, even though Su Chen hadn't told the truth, Chen Wenna didn't intend to press the matter. You little brat, what are you doing here? Fei Xue's voice suddenly rang out. Seeing it was Fei Xue, Chen Wenna quickly spoke up. Fei Xue, you're finally here. Quick, save the day. You've always been so clever. Think fast, how can we get Su Chen out of this mess? Facing Fei Xue, Chen Wenna perked up instantly, as if she'd spotted a lifeline. We definitely can't handle it the same way as before. And this time, it involves the Zhou family. The entire headquarters of Zhou Pharmaceutical has been destroyed. An incident of this magnitude won't just involve the security bureau. Unless something unexpected happens, even the higher-ups in the capital will be shaken by this. They'll definitely get involved. This isn't something our chairman or director Yi Zizhou of the security bureau can handle alone. Chen Wenna was visibly anxious this time. Since taking her position as section chief at the Imperial Capital Security Bureau, this was the first time she'd encountered such a situation. Upon hearing Chen Wenna's words, Fei Xue stared at Su Chen in utter shock. You little brat, you really did this? After glancing at Su Chen, Fei Xue turned her gaze calmly toward Chen Wenna. What's the big deal? I'm telling you, you really are clueless, Loran. You weren't always like this. I remember you used to be incredibly composed and confident. Where did that fearless Chen Wenna go? You're the section chief of the Imperial Capital's Security Bureau. What happens here is entirely up to you, isn't it? Besides, you can just make up any excuse later, say it was the result of your investigation. Just say Joe Pharmaceutical had a major explosion during production due to equipment failure. What's the big deal? Fisherman said cheerfully. By the time anyone actually comes to investigate, we'll have already cleaned up all traces of Su Chen's residual energy. Even if they suspect something's off, what good will it do them? Besides, hasn't the chairman already made preparations? The chairman handles matters with the higher-ups. What are you worried about? Hearing Fisherman's words, it truly jolted them awake from their reverie. I knew it would be you, Fisherman. Your mind works so fast, Chen said cheerfully. We'll do it your way. Chen slapped her forehead in realization, then pulled out her phone to mobilize personnel to handle the situation. Thanks for your help, ladies, Su Chen said cheerfully. The fact that these two beauties were willing to help with the Joe Pharmaceutical matter. For Su Chen, that meant absolutely no downside whatsoever. After all, you could ask Su Chen to destroy the Zhou family no problem. But if you asked him to clean up the aftermath, Su Chen genuinely didn't know how to handle it. Seeing he couldn't be of assistance, Su Chen naturally left the matter alone. He simply stepped aside to rest. Fortunately, before the Security Bureau agents arrived, Su Chen had already cleared up most of the battlefield. Essentially, all the valuable items were in his possession. The rest of it wasn't worth much either. Naturally, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to care. The most absurd thing about this incident, however, was probably the professional operatives sent by the Zhou family. They were all highly ranked professionals. The kind who commanded respect wherever they went. Yet no one could have imagined that despite coming together as a group, only to be trapped here by a mere upstart like Su Chen. They all perished in battle here. Where could they possibly seek justice? Moreover, these high-level professionals possessed valuable items. All that loot now belongs to Su Chen. You tell me if that's a good thing or not. You could say Su Chen hit the jackpot today. With a single move, he destroyed the entire Zhou Pharmaceutical Industrial Park and killed over 100 professionals. The immense gains from this need no further elaboration. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, Su Chen opened his system space. He began to take stock of his gains. Top-grade fire element ore. Top-grade water element ore. Life gem. Even just glancing through them, Su Chen's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Today's haul was truly better than anything else. Not only did they include a wealth of rare treasures, but also various equipment, materials, and skill books. Chapter 127, Super Dungeon Token. Su Chen genuinely hadn't expected to acquire so many valuable items this time. Moreover, while taking inventory, Su Chen was astonished to discover a large quantity of materials suitable for feeding his flying mount. Now he had the ingredients for the three-legged crow. Su Chen's heart swelled with wild joy. This battle had truly yielded a bountiful harvest. Most of these rare treasures and precious herbs came from the Zhou family's professionals. Professionals never fought lightly, so they routinely stockpiled vast quantities of rare treasures and top-tier elixirs. All to ensure they could recover from injuries by any means necessary. But now, it was all for naught. All these treasures now belonged to Su Chen. What is this? Just as Su Chen rose to find Chen Wenna and Fisherman, he was suddenly drawn to a peculiar plaque on the ground. The plaque appeared to be forged from mystical iron. Entirely black in color. Curious, Su Chen picked up the plaque. Instantly, a tremendous suction force pulled at him, its intensity leaving Su Chen utterly shocked. Had it not been for his exceptionally high attribute values, he might have nearly activated his Sharingan. What is this thing? Su Chen ran his fingers over the uniquely shaped token, his curiosity growing by the second. He examined it closely. The token was about the size of a palm. Entirely black, it reflected an eerie glow under the sunlight. Etched upon its surface was an object resembling a sword. Though he didn't understand it, Su Chen could tell this token was no ordinary object. For such an object to appear at the scene of the Zhou family's destruction, it was at least a treasure. Just then, the pattern on the token suddenly reminded Su Chen of something. He examined it more closely. Divine Realm Token. Item, Divine Realm Token. Item type, Exclusive Dungeon Access Token. Description, the exclusive key to enter the super dungeon known as the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm is an ancient level instance. Once entered, the Divine Realm battlefield cannot be exited voluntarily. Only upon clearing it can players teleport back to the Blue Star world. The Divine Realm battlefield dungeon is extremely challenging. Failure results in certain death. What? Su Chen stared at the token in his hand in disbelief. A dungeon key? And for the Divine Realm? Now, Su Chen was so excited he could barely contain himself. Super dungeons weren't your average run-of-the-mill instances. Though their difficulty was immense, they were actually filled with opportunities. They were the coveted treasures countless practitioners in Huaxia longed for. Unexpected opportunities lurked around every corner. Just getting to enter one of these super dungeons once. One's strength would inevitably surge to a new level upon emerging. Of course, the loot dropped inside is also enough to make one's wallet swell considerably. What a treasure, and I stumbled upon it myself. Only now did Su Chen truly grasp the meaning of striking it rich. This was truly striking it rich. Anything dropped inside could fetch a hefty sum once he emerged. Naturally, Su Chen couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Su Chen, you shouldn't return to the professional association just yet. I've already spoken with the guildmaster. Find somewhere to stay for a while. Once the dust settles, you can come back. But let me make one thing clear, until I've cleaned up your mess, you're not to cause any more trouble, Chen Wenna stated. As the section chief of the security bureau, Chen Wenna approached matters with considerable caution. Given the magnitude of the trouble Su Chen had caused this time, if he remained in the capital, it was highly likely he'd cause further trouble. Moreover, he had acquired quite a haul of loot. If that were to be exposed, everyone would know the professional association was covering for Su Chen. Therefore, it was best for him not to return to the association for the time being. This approach serves two purposes. First, it protects Su Chen himself. Second, it prevents the capital's leading family businesses from being wiped out, whose chain reaction could drag Su Chen into the mess. Second, it safeguards the imperial capital's professional association from being implicated in such a matter. Don't worry, I understand. I'll take good care of myself, Su Chen said cheerfully. He understood Chen Wenna's well-intentioned concern. This time, both the professional association and the security bureau had joined forces to clean up his mess. He couldn't push things too far. They were helping him out of goodwill. If he didn't cooperate now and something went wrong, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Therefore, after exchanging brief farewells with the two, Su Chen departed first. Who would have thought I'd only get to see that brat for a few minutes before he leaves again, Fei Xue sighed wistfully, watching Su Chen's retreating figure. Still, the thought of eliminating the Zhou family's troubles filled Fei Xue with immense satisfaction. After all, they'd helped the professional association eliminate a major threat. Su Chen, on the other hand, needed to find a place to hide after eliminating the Zhou family. He had also decided to take leave directly. After causing such a major incident this time, he needed to inform Lu Rusong and Lin Xiaoye about it. Moreover, he needed to find a safe place for himself. Suddenly, Su Chen remembered the place where he had first met Lin Xiaoye. That was the garbage station south of the city center. Lin Xiaoye used to live there, though she no longer did. But she had lived there before. If he could get Lin Xiaoye to arrange for him to stay there, then perhaps this matter might. The thought struck him, and Su Chen immediately headed back home. Living at the dump might be a bit inconvenient, but at least it minimized attention from everyone. It was far better than being discovered and dragged out for a beating. Moreover, most importantly, the garbage station could also help decompose and recycle all his unwanted junk gear back into various raw materials. Then he could make money off those raw materials. This only deepened Su Chen's fondness for the dump. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Lin Xiaoye in several days. It was actually convenient to get things done. Lately, Su Chen had been preoccupied with the professional association and resolving major issues like the Zhou family affair. So he'd consistently left Lin Xiaoye to handle matters concerning her sister. Consequently, Su Chen hadn't looked into what exactly was going on. Nor had he properly kept in touch with Lu Ruzhuang. Su Chen hadn't been in proper contact with her either. The main reason was that, with the Zhou family situation escalating, he dared not contact Lu Ruzhuang. If Chen Feng found out, that guy would definitely seize the chance to cause trouble for him. After much deliberation, Su Chen finally called Lu Ruzhuang. On the phone, Lu Ruzhuang naturally acted coy and feigned anger. But soon after accepting Su Chen's invitation, she arrived at his place to wait for him. Chapter 128, Hiding Out at the Dump for 2 days. Soon, Su Chen arrived home. He found Lu Rushuan waiting at his doorstep. Upon meeting, Su Chen said nothing, simply leading Lu Ruzhuang inside first. Only then did they embrace each other. Where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you come find me? If you hadn't contacted me, I was going to go look for you at the professional association, Lu Rushi complained. For Su Chen, Lu Ruzhuang was utterly devoted. Back in school, she had turned down all her suitors. She had pursued Su Chen herself because her love for him was overwhelming. But these past few days, Su Chen had vanished as if he'd evaporated from the face of the earth. He hadn't come to see her at all, which left her feeling incredibly annoyed. Could it be that this guy had found someone better? That's why he'd forgotten about her. Seeing Su Chen again today, Lu Rushiang's pent-up emotions finally erupted. Silly girl, I need to talk to you, Su Chen said earnestly. He then revealed the truth about how he had wiped out the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushiang wasn't overly surprised. I knew the destruction of the Zhou Pharmaceutical Industrial Park had something to do with you. But the Zhou family deserved it. That Zhou Peng, it wasn't even his business, yet he had to go and meddle in it. Are you okay? Lu Rushi asked, looking at Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. Nothing serious happened to me. But because of the destruction of Zhou's pharmaceutical. So the professional association wants me to lie low for a while. I don't want this incident to cause too much of a stir either. That's why I'm back this time, planning to move somewhere else and keep a low profile for a while. Rushuan, I won't be able to contact you during this time. If anyone asks about me, don't mention me. Pretend we've never met, okay? Su Chen said. Though her heart ached, Lu Ruzhuang understood Su Chen was only looking out for her. She nodded, agreeing to Su Chen's request. Alright, I'm heading to the dumpster area soon. I'll be living there for a while. If anything comes up, I'll contact you. But you mustn't reach out to me, understand? Su Chen said. Lu Ruzhuang obediently agreed once more. There was no other way. In her heart, Su Chen's safety was the utmost priority. If anything happened to Su Chen and it was because of her actions, then Lu Ruzhuang would never forgive herself. As long as Su Chen was safe now, even if the Zhou family were destroyed, so what? It would serve as a warning to that brat Shin Feng. No, the Lu family still held influence in the capital. After a brief moment of affection, Lu Rushuan reluctantly returned home. Only then did Su Chen set out to find Lin Xiaoye. Ever since he rescued her, Lin Xiaoye had been acting as his personal attendant. But the girl Lin Xiaoye was actually quite decent. Mainly because after she cleaned herself up and changed into nice clothes. Plus, with the nourishment she'd received lately, she no longer looked like she had been suffering from long-term malnutrition. Consequently, she had gradually begun to regain the vitality befitting her age. Moreover, unlike others her age, Lin Xiaoye possessed a relatively mature mindset. But Lin Xiaoye kept a very close watch on her older sister. They'd been relying on each other since childhood. Her sister had always been kind to her, so Lin Xiaoye cared deeply for her in return. Had her sister not fallen ill, Lin Xiaoye would never have fought tooth and nail at the junkyard, brawling with others to snatch things. All to save up more money for her sister's medical bills. Lin Xiaolan, Lin Xiaoye's older sister, was 1 year older than Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye was 17, while Lin Xiaolan was 18. Lin Xiaoye had once shown him a photo of her sister, Lin Xiaolan. In his eyes, Lin Xiaolan seemed like a well-behaved, sensible girl next door. However, due to her illness, as far as Su Chen knew, the medical bills alone seemed to run into the tens of millions. Conveniently, Su Chen had also considered that he had quite a few valuable items on hand anyway. He planned to take Lin Xiaoye to the junkyard and properly launch his money-making scheme. He couldn't simply hand over the tens of millions medical bill to Lin Xiaoye. She had to earn it herself. There was no question about it. It was perfectly understandable that Lin Xiaoye wanted to treat her sister. But it wasn't Su Chen's responsibility. Therefore, Su Chen saw no reason to take this burden upon himself. As for other matters, they were simply not Su Chen's concern. However, given the current situation, his system reeled in quite a haul each day. Combined with his Sharingan and the powers of the frozen fruit, and the formidable offensive power of the Xian Yuan sword, obtaining high-grade materials quickly wasn't too difficult a task. Turning trash into treasure might not be so easy. But at the very least, Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye could handle everything inside the junkyard themselves. Moreover, with Su Chen's current capabilities, he could easily dominate the garbage station alongside Lin Xiaoye. By then, all the waste in the entire dump would be collected and processed by Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye. To put it simply, the sheer volume of waste generated daily at the dump site, that alone could net him and Lin Xiaoye over $1 million a day. Don't underestimate those pieces of junk equipment piled up in the dump. In reality, these broken pieces, no matter how good or rare they once were, once destroyed, they all became trash. Even if sold to scrap dealers, they'd only fetch scrap metal prices. The prices were pitifully low. But Su Chen is different. He has a way to turn this junk into treasure. Naturally, having him manage the junkyard is the best possible arrangement. Conveniently, due to the Zhou family matter, he couldn't return to the professional association for now. So for now, he'd bring Lin Xiaoye and her sister Lin Xiaolan to the junkyard. That way, he could personally oversee the station. Though the environment at the station was nothing special, it did have a decent break room. It was far better than having Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaolan constantly on the run. Moreover, with Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaolan joining him, the trio could now focus on acquiring as much scrap equipment as possible. Then, Su Chen could use the system's decomposition function to break it all down directly. This way, Su Chen could recover an unknown amount of raw materials daily. He could then sell these decomposed materials directly to the Huaxia trading house. Even if it only fetched 1,000 yuan per ton. How much is 1,000 tons worth? 10,000? 100,000? This was no joke. Lin Fan had good reason to bring the Lin sisters into the landfill. Such a golden opportunity to make money couldn't be wasted. Chapter 129, all for your consumption. That's precisely why Lin Xiaoye readily agreed to Su Chen's request. Truthfully, due to her childhood experiences, she too felt profound despair toward this world. But precisely because of this, after receiving Su Chen's help, she felt immense gratitude toward Su Chen. Without Su Chen, Lin Xiaoye and her sister Lin Xiaolan wouldn't have had a place to stay. Moreover, such a situation would undoubtedly have been detrimental to Lin Xiaolan's condition. Moreover, Su Chen had acquired quite a few high-quality items recently and even provided storage rings for the Lin sisters. Naturally, those who had experienced the harsh realities of life felt the deepest gratitude towards Su Chen. Therefore, Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaolan readily agreed to Su Chen's request. After all, Su Chen had never visited the home Lin Xiaoye had previously shared at the junkyard. As for how to survive in a junkyard, he himself wasn't entirely knowledgeable. But regardless, since Su Chen now needed to lie low for a while due to the Zhou pharmaceutical matter, Lin Xiaoye would naturally stand firmly by his side. Su Chen, I'm sorry for the inconvenience during this time, Lin Xiaoye said. What hardship? I should be thanking you for providing me with a place to stay, Su Chen replied with a cheerful smile. But lately, I've been wanting to see what kind of treasures I can find at the junkyard. I've heard the dump is full of treasures, Su Chen chuckled. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. As soon as he got off the car, he headed straight for the dump. However, upon arriving at the dump, he discovered it was completely empty. The sisters, Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaolan, had also left at some point. They had been in good contact earlier, but now they were nowhere to be found. This left Su Chen feeling rather disappointed. Logically, since Lin Xiaoye needed to care for her sister Lin Xiaolan, it made sense for her to go out shopping. But wasn't Lin Xiaolan still sick? Why wasn't she resting? Why was she insisting on tagging along with her sister? This truly baffled Su Chen. Regardless, collecting trash resources in this world naturally comes with risks. So it's highly possible Lin Xiaoye might get into some kind of conflict with others. But bringing her sister along, especially a sick sister that just fell off, Lin Xiaoye's sister couldn't be beaten. With that thought, Su Chen headed over to Lin Xiaoye's place to take a look. Upon entering the rest area, he found it surprisingly clean. It was also filled with the daily necessities of two people. Seeing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This proved they hadn't left. They were probably out running errands. I'll wait a bit longer. Su Chen didn't mind. After all, he had already made arrangements with Lin Xiaoye and her sister. Today was the day he was supposed to come. He figured they'd probably gone out for a meal. They'd be back before long. After all, with so many things in the lounge, they couldn't just leave them behind. Seeing they were absent, Su Chen retrieved his storage ring. He proceeded to unload all the loot he'd acquired from Zhou's pharmaceuticals earlier and began taking inventory. A mountain of rare treasures, plus piles of raw materials and equipment. Most of it was top-tier quality, even considered rare treasures. After all, while the Zhou family couldn't be called one of the major clans in the imperial capital, but since they could establish a conglomerate like Zhou's pharmaceutical, their financial resources were undoubtedly substantial. With financial backing secured, top-tier equipment and resources were readily within reach. Thus, Su Chen had truly struck gold this time. Su Chen gazed at the items with pure delight. The most valuable items, of course, were the rare natural treasures. As a pharmaceutical company, Zhou's medicine naturally had no shortage of such treasures. Zhou Tiancheng's storage ring alone contained at least 1,000 different varieties. However, despite their immense value, Su Chen had no intention of selling them. The reason? Their immense value, of course. He had finally obtained his own flying mount, the three-legged crow. Naturally, he intended to reserve the finest treasures for his flying mount. Su Chen retrieved a card engraved with the three-legged crow from his storage ring. With a gentle wave of his hand, a golden crow, its entire body ablaze with flames, flew out. Little one, you're looking more and more splendid, Su Chen chuckled as he teased the creature. How can you be a divine beast when you're so tiny and soft and fluffy? What on earth will you look like when you grow up? Su Chen gazed at the three-legged crow, speaking while lost in thought. However, being divine beasts, feeding them ordinary things would truly be a waste. Therefore, it must be nourished with vast quantities of rare treasures and precious herbs. Still, Su Chen couldn't help but feel the pinch. It was just too costly. Though Su Chen didn't know exactly what made this three-legged crow so special. But he knew one thing for certain, the three-legged crow was expensive. And that very costliness was its greatest virtue. Since this three-legged crow chose to follow him, and he had successfully hatched it. What did this signify? It was fate. Since it was fate, he would raise it to adulthood. When the time comes, having such a divine beast as a mount. How utterly formidable and majestic would that be? Regardless, Su Chen now at least possesses a system. Could he possibly be too stingy to feed his own little divine beast? What's a few rare treasures? There's plenty to go around. Eat up, devour it all. Once it grows up, it'll earn even more. With that thought in mind, Su Chen emptied his storage ring, spilling every single heavenly treasure inside onto the floor. In an instant, the rest area was piled high with a mountain of heavenly treasures. If anyone had walked in and witnessed this scene, they might have fainted on the spot. Good heavens, many of these treasures were truly the finest of the finest. These were treasures that ordinary people couldn't buy even with all the money in the world. Especially one particular item, the Tianshan Snow Lotus. That was truly a treasure beyond compare. In fact, one could say that if the three-legged Woya were to consume Tianshan Snow Lotus daily, its growth rate would be incomparable. Su Chen never imagined this rest area could hold such a dazzling array of rare treasures. Woo woo woo. The three-legged crow was swiftly drawn by the aroma of these heavenly treasures. No wonder it's called a divine beast. Upon seeing Su Chen bring out so many heavenly treasures, the three-legged crow immediately came over. Despite the little creature still wobbling slightly as it walked, but for the chance to eat these treasures, it truly persevered, steadying itself to walk right up to Su Chen. Then, its big eyes looked up at Su Chen, as if asking permission to eat. Seeing this, Su Chen was utterly charmed by the little creature's cuteness. Alright, look at you, you're such a little glutton. These things are all for you to eat. Chapter 130, The Three-Legged Crow's Transformation. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the three-legged crow spun excitedly in circles. Seeing the three-legged crow's greedy expression, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This little fellow is quite the glutton. But it truly was a bottomless pit. Though it might enjoy the treat, it still needed to be fed. Su Chen plucked a Tianshan snow lotus and held it before the three-legged crow. The white Tianshan snow lotus emitted a faint white glow from its surface. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. The little creature sniffed the scent and was instantly intoxicated. One moment, the three-legged crow appeared frail and weak. The next moment, after taking a bite of the Tianshan snow lotus, its body grew noticeably larger. Though the change wasn't too obvious, Su Chen could tell the little creature had grown a bit. What happened next left Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. After devouring the entire Tianshan snow lotus, the three-legged crow's body expanded by a full size. Su Chen was utterly bewildered. Little guy, did you overeat? Su Chen couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, this little creature had undergone such a transformation. And it could eat so much. Given its current size, it couldn't possibly have a stomach that big, could it? Yet, it was happening right before his eyes. The three-legged crow that had swallowed the Tianshan snow lotus began emitting a white glow from its body. It seemed to be slowly digesting the Tianshan snow lotus. Before long, the three-legged crow's body, which had been engulfed in raging flames, suddenly turned snow white. Not only did the flames vanish, but its body was now covered in a layer of ice and snow. Su Chen stared in stunned silence at the sight. Little one, you didn't just change your elemental nature after eating that Tianshan snow lotus, did you? He had assumed the three-legged crow would simply adopt the lotus's attributes. Thus, Su Chen was startled by the scene before him. After all, this was his first time feeding it, and he had no experience. Gazing at the now entirely snow-white three-legged crow, Su Chen began to panic. He wanted to help the three-legged crow expel the entire Tianshan snow lotus. But he didn't know how to proceed. Thus, the strange phenomenon persisted for several minutes. As Su Chen grew increasingly anxious and helpless, the three-legged crow's body began to change once more. The layer of snow covering its body slowly melted and seeped into its flesh. Moreover, feathers began to form on its surface. It was quite beautiful. Subsequently, the three-legged crow's body grew slightly larger. In no time, the three-legged crow's size was nearly that of an owl. The three-legged crow gradually resumed its previous form. Its entire body was engulfed in a ball of flame. Witnessing this transformation, Su Chen was both astonished and delighted. Woo woo woo! The three-legged crow let out a cry. Before Su Chen could react, it plunged directly into the pile of heavenly treasures. Then it opened its massive beak and began devouring everything frantically. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen could no longer hold back. Hey there, slow down. No one's trying to take your food. Well, you came for an all-you-can-eat buffet, didn't you? The three-legged crow showed no restraint. It knew full well this was a treat from its master. So why pass up the chance? Soon, the three-legged crow began devouring the food with wild abandon. In less than 5 minutes, every precious treasure in the room was devoured clean by the three-legged crow. Su Chen watched the scene unfold, his entire body going numb. This little creature's appetite was truly insatiable. Though he had some expectations, and had mentally prepared himself for the youngster consuming a considerable amount of these treasures. But judging by what just happened, the amount of divine treasures this little creature consumed was far from simple. This is what matters most. Besides, he just wanted to take stock and see exactly how much there was. He never intended for the little one to eat it all. But clearly, the three-legged crow had no intention of letting Su Chen have his way. Though a divine beast, the three-legged crow was still young. It had never consumed such a vast quantity of celestial treasures in one sitting before. Su Chen wasn't concerned about how much it ate. As long as it could eat, he wouldn't mind how much it consumed. What worried him was whether the little creature could digest it all. Would it end up overeating itself to death? Earlier, the three-legged crow had simply swallowed a single Tianshan snow lotus, and its body had immediately grown by a full size. Its entire demeanor had shifted from before. This time, having swallowed so much at once, it's bound to undergo an even more terrifying transformation. Could it grow so large that it would swallow its own master in one final gulp? But upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. In the entire world, there aren't many practitioners who possess flying mounts. But their numbers aren't exactly small either. He'd never heard of anyone's flying mount growing large enough to devour its master. Besides, Su-chen had intended to keep some rare treasures for himself, just in case. But in a moment of carelessness, the three-legged crow devoured them all. "You greedy little thing," Su-chen chuckled. "Eating so much, don't you worry about indigestion? You know what they say about biting off more than you can chew, right?" Su-chen chuckled. "From now on, you need to eat in stages, understand? You can't stuff yourself into a big fat lump all at once." Su-chen sighed helplessly. The three-legged crow's appetite was terrifying. But the little creature seemed unconcerned, paying no heed to Su-chen's words. The heavenly treasures it had just devoured were now safely tucked away in the three-legged crow's stomach. There was nothing more to be done. Therefore, Su-chen gave up trying to control it. After all, it was his flying mount, he could pamper it however he pleased. After that, the three-legged crow showed no change and made no sound. The lounge returned to its peaceful state. Su-chen thought the matter was settled. He even mentioned taking a break. But just then, the lounge was once again filled with a glow of rumors and an intense fragrance. Su-chen stared at the scene before him, utterly disbelieving. The source of it all was, of course, the three-legged crow. Countless beams of light and waves of fragrance radiated outward from its body. Its beak gaped open, and beams of light shot forth from its eyes and mouth. It seemed the little creature was in some discomfort. But Su-chen dared not act rashly. After all, this was his first time raising a flying mount. He himself was unsure how to handle this situation. It had devoured all those rare treasures in one go. That must have placed a heavy burden on its body. He should have restrained the three-legged crow earlier. But dwelling on it now was useless. Su-chen could only watch helplessly. After about 2 minutes passed. Roar! The three-legged crow suddenly let out a low growl, followed by a crackling sound emanating from its bones. Its form expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 131, Stop Eating, You're Stuffed. Holy crap, little guy, are you growing? Su-chen stared in disbelief at the three-legged crow before him. The little creature grew visibly larger before his eyes. Its feathers, ablaze with flames all over its body, were also growing wildly. But unlike the others, once they reached a certain length, they began to fall off. Then they'd grow back again. There seemed to be no end to the cycle. After repeating this cycle many times, the strange phenomenon on the three-legged crow's body finally began to subside. Inside the rest area, the atmosphere gradually settled back into calm. Witnessing this scene, Su-chen himself was stunned. The three-legged crow's body grew larger and larger, until the entire rest area could no longer accommodate both Su-chen and the little creature. Within just 1 hour, the creature had grown to nearly twice Su-chen's size. It was now large enough for Su-chen to ride. Golden light now shone from its eyes, while its feathers glowed with fiery red flames and icy blue hues. Its entire body looked strangely bizarre, yet remarkably beautiful. The next instant, the three-legged crow suddenly spread its enormous wings. Like a magnificent, blazing inferno. Instantly, the entire lounge was bathed in the blinding radiance emanating from the three-legged crow's body. This scene utterly terrified Su-chen. Name, Golden Crow Divine Bird. Race, Ancient Divine Beast. Description, a divine beast capable of simultaneously commanding both ice and fire across the heavens and earth. It can incinerate all earthly creations or extinguish every flame in existence. With the Golden Crow Divine Bird present, nothing is beyond its reach, from ascending to the heavens to descending into the depths of the earth. When evolved to its complete form, the Golden Crow Divine Bird can serve as a flying mountain companion, aiding its master in battle. However, it requires feeding celestial treasures and earthly delicacies to grow. Upon reaching stage 1, the Golden Crow can sustain itself with stable energy consumption, though it requires 3 daily meals. After completing the first stage evolution, the core entity can absorb cosmic essence to evolve independently, though it may stagnate due to nutritional deficiencies. Persistent feeding of rare treasures will ultimately lead to successful full evolution, granting immensely powerful assistance. Skills: Scorching Sun, Ancient Divine Fire, Frozen Wasteland. Boom! Just as Su-chen finished reading the Golden Crow Divine Bird's information, it suddenly spread its wings. Immediately, a colossal flame erupted. The flames enveloped the entire Golden Crow Divine Bird. It was a spectacular sight. Strangely enough, the sudden burst of flame from the Golden Crow caused the lounge to fill with the smell of burning. Caused a burnt smell to begin permeating the air. This proved the flames were extremely hot. Yet Su-chen felt nothing at all, not even a hint of danger. It seemed that as the master of the divine bird, he truly had no reason to fear the flames of his flying mount. But observing the situation around him, Su-chen frowned. We can't stay in the lounge any longer. If we linger here, something terrible might happen. Su-chen swiftly opened the door, allowing the Golden Crow Divine Bird to leave the lounge. If they stayed any longer, the entire lounge would be engulfed in flames. After all, this lounge was something Lin Xiaoye had cobbled together herself from the junkyard. Su-chen had neither the right nor the ability to cause trouble for this lounge. If Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaolan returned to find their hard-earned lounge in such a state, they might just tear him to shreds. He wasn't about to gamble on the odds. Therefore, this break room absolutely had to be preserved. As a result, after being pulled out by Su Chen, the golden crow god bird immediately retracted its flames. It reverted to the form of an ordinary large bird. "Hey, you little rascal, you're messing with me, aren't you?" Su Chen chuckled. This little fellow had been flailing wildly in the lounge, looking like it was about to set the place ablaze. But once pulled out, it actually became quite docile. What was that all about? Su Chen shot the golden crow divine bird a helpless glance, clearly displeased with the little rascal's teasing. Yet, the golden crow divine bird's expression actually revealed a hint of a smile. Good heavens, it was deliberately mocking him. Playing a joke on me, huh? Still, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. This little creature actually seemed to understand human emotions. To exhibit such human-like behavior, this little creature was definitely no ordinary being. As its master, he'd actually been toyed with by the golden crow divine bird. This was intolerable. That said, Su Chen still doted on his divine mount. Although he had already activated the 6-winged angel flight wings, flying on his own was perfectly feasible. But the golden crow divine bird was his sacred beast. It absolutely deserved his utmost care. Even if it teased him, he'd still treat it like a precious treasure. Besides, the golden crow had devoured so many of his precious delicacies. If it grew displeased and fled due to mistreatment, wouldn't he be left utterly ruined? The golden crow had been on display for so long and had already completed its first stage of evolution. Now it could serve as a mount. Today, he absolutely had to test his new steed. With that thought, Su Chen walked over cheerfully, stroking the golden crow's feathers. He chuckled, "Little guy, now be a good boy and let me ride you." With that, Su Chen swung himself up, ready to mount the golden crow divine bird. But the golden crow divine bird flashed aside, dodging him in an instant. "Hey, are you messing with me? Wait till my 82-year-old temper flares up, you won't be able to handle it," Su Chen warned. "You've eaten all those heavenly treasures I gave you, at least 100 million worth. And you won't even let me ride you?" Su Chen grumbled at the golden crow divine bird. The golden crow divine bird didn't seem angry, though its eyes remained fixed on Su Chen's storage ring. Seeing this, Su Chen froze. Then, as if suddenly understanding something, he quickly stowed his storage ring away. "No way, you greedy little thing. You've already eaten far too much. Keep eating, and you'll burst. Besides, you need to know the difference between eating one meal and eating every single meal. And if you devour all the heavenly treasures inside my storage ring, then I ask you, what will you eat afterward?" Su Chen deliberately refused the little creature, for its appetite was truly insatiable. Su Chen had already experienced it firsthand. If he truly let it continue eating without restraint, it might actually eat itself into trouble. Yet the golden crow divine bird remained undeterred, its gaze fixed on Su Chen's storage ring. By the look of it, it was determined to get something to eat from Su Chen today. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Good grief, it was downright defiant. No wonder it's called a divine beast. Ordinary pets don't act like this. Divine beasts were different. It's not easily fooled. With that thought, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. "How did you know I had more?" Chapter 132, Impressive, my divine beast. Su Chen spoke as he produced the storage ring, then pulled out a pile of rare treasures. "Go ahead and eat. It's all yours anyway." This time, Su Chen didn't take out too many, just 10 treasures in total. When Su Chen had gathered the treasures earlier, the restroom simply couldn't hold them all. Besides, he had to keep some for himself in case of emergencies. But who could have imagined that the enemy within was the hardest to guard against? This left Su Chen utterly baffled. How on earth did the golden crow divine bird find out? Could it be that this little creature possessed some innate ability to detect treasures? If that were the case, a bold idea began to take shape in Su Chen's mind. What if, in future encounters with other practitioners, he had his golden crow divine bird scout ahead first? Wouldn't that be? Ha! Then, whenever someone had something valuable, Su Chen could just take it. Who cares about the details? Get it first, then worry about the rest. He'd just treat it like everyone chipping in to help him raise his pet. How utterly domineering. Plus, having the golden crow divine bird around would be like having a treasure hunting expert by your side. Wherever he went, he'd know exactly where the treasures lay. How could I ever be short on money again? But for now, Su Chen still couldn't figure out the golden crow's temperament, so he could only gradually uncover its secrets. If hidden attributes or skills were to emerge during this process, that would truly be a stroke of fortune. Roar! The golden crow divine bird glanced at the remaining celestial treasures and let out a low roar. Then, with a swift swoop, it charged forward. It began to eat voraciously, shaking its head and swaying its body. In no time, not a single treasure remained. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Though it stung a bit, it was a divine beast after all. It deserved to eat its fill. The golden crow divine bird, thoroughly satisfied, flapped its wings once before striding over to Su Chen and lowering its head. "Hey, little one, that's enough. Looks like you've been eyeing that bite all along." "Such a greedy little thing," Su Chen chuckled. "Tell me, little one, how did you know my storage ring contained heavenly treasures?" Do you have some hidden skill, or something like the fire eyes of discernment? Can you detect treasures, right? Su Chen asked curiously. Instead, the golden crow divine bird only kept urging Su Chen to climb aboard, showing no other reaction. Its current demeanor was a stark contrast to its earlier refusal to let Su Chen mount it. But it amused Su Chen. Still, no matter what, since his beast companion was willing to carry him around everywhere. That was quite nice. Naturally, Su Chen promptly swung himself onto the golden crow's back. Then he gently patted the golden crow divine bird's head. The two instantly established a connection, their mental energies somehow able to share. This came as a bit of a surprise to Su Chen. Mainly because he had never owned a mount before and was genuinely unfamiliar with such matters. But now that he'd experienced this, things were undeniably different. Su Chen now fully understood that he and the golden crow divine bird were bound by a contract. There was absolutely no need to worry about the divine bird abandoning him and running off. His earlier worries had been unnecessary. Though the little fellow might complain or act spoiled, it would never abandon or rebel against Su Chen. He certainly wouldn't harm it. Of course, Su Chen would never harm his own mount. Roar! With a low roar, the golden crow divine bird let out a resounding cry. Then, its wings spread wide and flapped powerfully, its fiery red feathers billowing in the wind. With a few powerful flaps, the golden crow divine bird lifted off, carrying Su Chen skyward. It soared skyward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had burst out of the garbage station. Like a fiery meteor streaking across the sky. It was Su Chen's first time riding his own mount, and the sensation was utterly exhilarating. The only downside was, the little creature was incredibly fast. After a moment to adjust, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes against the fierce wind. This was quite different from his previous rides with Fei Xue on the crane mount. While the crane mount was also swift, its speed was something Su Chen, or more accurately, a human, could comfortably endure. The golden crow divine bird was another matter entirely. Its pace far exceeded what humans could endure. Even with Su Chen's formidable physical constitution, his first flight atop the golden crow required some time to adjust. To put it this way, riding a crane feels like driving an ordinary car. Normal driving poses no major issues. But riding the golden crow divine bird now? That's like riding in a supercar. The sheer force of acceleration made one feel, in an instant, that life hadn't been lived in vain. If anyone looked up at the sky at that moment, they would surely be startled by the sight before them. A fiery streak danced through the sky. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed like a meteor hurtling toward Blue Star. Woohoo, take off! Su Chen shouted cheerfully in the sky. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. An ancient divine beast truly feels incredibly powerful. Little guy, your speed and strength are absolutely delightful. Su Chen soared through the sky atop the golden crow divine bird, cheering loudly. His heart was filled with boundless exhilaration. Even when he activated his own flight skill, the 6 angel wings, its speed couldn't compare to that of the golden crow divine bird. Moreover, the sensation of riding an ancient divine beast was entirely different from flying on his own. This spiritual joy was truly beyond description. Truly an ancient divine beast, utterly extraordinary. Su Chen never imagined riding the golden crow divine bird would yield such an effect. The sensation defied description. Even swift as the wind and lightning fell short. The moment every possible buff stacked up, it flooded his entire being. The dopamine surging through his system was utterly addictive. With this ancient divine beast, he could truly go anywhere he desired from now on. Closer destinations could be reached in mere seconds. Even farther destinations wouldn't take more than 3 hours. He wouldn't have to worry about anything delaying his important business. And most crucially, as an ancient divine beast, the golden crow not only possesses the ability to fly, it possesses the ability to detect treasures. Moreover, it provides formidable combat support during battles. If one can coordinate effectively with their golden crow divine bird, his combat skills might just skyrocket in power. This is more than just adding wings to a tiger. It's like a god of war descending from the heavens. Originally, the taxi ride alone from the junkyard to the imperial city took half an hour. But now, with the golden crow divine bird, it took a mere 5 minutes to reach the heart of Imperial City. Every resident within the capital witnessed this bizarre meteor streaking across the sky. The kind that spewed fire. Chapter 133, from now on, we're set for life. This ancient divine beast is seriously awesome. Su Chen was utterly astonished by his own golden crow divine bird. He had to admit, its power far exceeded his expectations. Ever since mounting the golden crow divine bird, Su Chen had been astonished to discover. His ancient divine beast mount was like a fully charged battery. All kinds of buffs could be instantly maxed out. With this golden crow divine bird, he could go anywhere he desired from now on, truly without a care in the world. He could reach any destination in an instant. No more worries about being late. How awesome is that? Moreover, when battling while riding the golden crow, the power of his skills would likely increase significantly. That's the most crucial part. What does it mean to add wings to a tiger? Originally, just taking a taxi from the junkyard to the Imperial City District. It would take at least 40 minutes. But now, riding the Golden Crow Divine Bird gets you there in just 3 minutes. It's incredibly fast. On that day, every citizen in the Imperial City witnessed a meteor streaking across the sky. Many called it a celestial phenomenon. Absolutely no one could have imagined it was someone riding a flying mount. But then again, it's no wonder people didn't realize that the flying mount truly resembled a meteor streaking across the sky. Awesome! Su-Chen grinned as he patted the head of his Golden Crow Divine Bird. It must be said that after completing its first stage of evolution, it truly gave off an indescribable aura. If Lin Xiaoye and the others weren't still out, he'd have taken them both for a ride. Come to think of it, since he was already out, he might as well ride over to find the sisters. With that thought, Su-Chen mounted the Golden Crow Divine Bird and headed straight for the sisters' location. Perfect timing, he could use this opportunity to do today's fishing. This was actually Su-Chen's first time using a flying mount while system fishing. There really was no other way about it. Regardless, the sensation was undeniably splendid. It was like buying lottery tickets, each draw brought a sense of anticipation. The only difference was that this time, buying the lottery ticket felt like having the God of Wealth tag along. Anyway, Su-Chen was eager to see what treasures he could reel in this time, now that he possessed the Golden Crow Divine Bird. What kind of treasures he could reel in this time? Moreover, he had acquired far too many valuable items during his battle at the Zhou family estate. He had to deal with them quickly. Su-Chen had calculated it all. Apart from the rare treasures needed to feed the Golden Crow Divine Bird, the rest of the gear and such could fetch a hefty sum. Fortunately, he possessed the system space, which could hold a great deal. If it were just a simple storage ring, he wouldn't have any space left. Worried about Lin Xiaoye and her sister, he resolved to handle matters swiftly before seeking them out. As for the matters concerning Huaxia Trading House, online transactions would suffice. While riding the Golden Crow Divine Bird, Su-Chen retrieved the trading platform disk manager Zhao had given him earlier. He opened the dragon disk and uploaded each item he intended to sell onto the Huaxia Trading House platform. He then called Manager Zhao to inform him that the items for trade had been uploaded. Manager Zhao promptly accepted the items. The two parties then agreed on an acquisition price of 150 million. Before long, the 150 million was deposited into his account. If Su-Chen had sold these items himself, he could have fetched a higher price. But he didn't care. The main reason was convenience, with Huaxia Trading House handling things for him. With them handling it, he could naturally offload everything swiftly. Besides, Huaxia Trading House had been his partner for so long. After all, they needed to make a profit too. Plus, Su-Chen found the whole process too troublesome. It was simpler to just go through the Huaxia Trading House for an online transaction. That way, the other party would offer a fair price, and I could quickly sell off my inventory to replenish my funds. That was the most important thing. As for selling to Huaxia Trading House, whatever profit they could make was their business. That was Huaxia Trading's concern, not his. Woo! The moment Su-Chen completed the sale, the Golden Crow Divine Bird began to struggle. It flapped its wings, carrying Su-Chen as it began to descend toward the ground. Seeing this, Su-Chen understood the little creature was exhausted. Hey, little one, don't be in such a hurry. We finally got to fly for a bit. Fly a little longer, it'll help build your stamina. After stowing away the dragon disc from the transaction, Su-Chen turned to the Golden Crow Divine Bird. Perfect timing, let's keep flying a bit longer. I still need to fish, so wait a moment. He had assumed that as the Golden Crow Divine Bird's master, it would heed his words. But this pesky little thing wouldn't listen at all. Seeing the little rascal insist on resting, Su-Chen was at a loss. He simply commanded the Golden Crow Divine Bird to fly to an open field and land. The Golden Crow then lay down beside Su-Chen to rest. Meanwhile, he prepared to activate the system for fishing. The Golden Crow Divine Bird didn't necessarily need to transform into a card, it was mainly because it had just completed its first stage. In truth, it was still just a baby. Being able to carry Su-Chen such a distance was already quite impressive. The energy expenditure within its body was nothing short of astonishing. Therefore, the Golden Crow Divine Bird naturally needed to return to rest. It was just that Su-Chen, being a first-time rider, wasn't quite familiar with the ins and outs of the situation. Su-Chen couldn't be bothered with it. He simply activated his own system. System, begin fishing. Immediately, a fishing rod materialized in Su-Chen's hand. Before him, a massive pond materialized. Within this pool lay numerous rewards. However, what he might reel in today remained unknown even to Su-Chen himself. Gripping the rod firmly, Su-Chen raised his arm and cast it out. The hook plunged directly into the water. With a plop, a blue glow rippled across the water's surface. The glow looked truly splendid. As for fishing, Su-Chen was naturally an old hand at it. Therefore, he had no reason to worry. So Su-Chen sat put, patiently waiting for the system to respond. But for some reason today, there was no response for a long time. This shouldn't be happening. Before, it would take at most a minute to get a response. What's going on today? Did I run into a ghost? Su Chen felt a bit down. What was going on today? Still, maybe today would yield something worthwhile. Based on past experience, the more unusual the situation, the more likely something worthwhile would appear. Perhaps this was what they meant by good things come to those who wait. The main thing was that Su Chen's fishing system was downright mystical. What he could reel in depended entirely on the system's whims. Chapter 134, Double SSS-grade Rewards. Take the fishing session from a few days ago, for instance. Su Chen made sure to fish at least once every day. But the things he reeled in each day were truly worthless. An outsider might think the system had abandoned him, refusing to play along anymore. After all, the things he caught were just too crappy. That's precisely why Su Chen adopted such an indifferent attitude toward each fishing trip. There was nothing he could do about it. He had no control over the rewards anyway. All he could do was wait for the system to hand them over. Fortunately, no matter how meager the catch, the system would at least provide some rare treasures. He used to save them up, but now he could at least feed them to his golden crow divine bird. But this time, the system stubbornly remained silent. That was what had Su Chen thoroughly baffled. Could it be that the system was preparing something big for him? Why couldn't Su Chen bring himself to believe it? Thus, nearly 10 minutes passed. The system still showed no signs of life. This time, Su Chen was starting to get impatient. Hey, system, this is getting ridiculous. How can you handle things like this? I'm your host, after all. You can't treat your host like this. If you keep this up, who's going to trust you in the future? Su Chen grumbled. The moment Su Chen finished speaking, the fishing float suddenly began twitching wildly. What a powerful pull. Su Chen nearly got dragged away by the rod. He had no idea what he'd hooked this time. He quickly pulled the rod up with all his might. But this time, for some reason, whether it was a big fish or not. Either way, the rod felt like it was being held fast by something. Even with all his strength, Su Chen could barely pull it up. Finally, Su Chen summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful catch. You have earned double rewards. Double rewards. Su Chen's face lit up with delight. He knew this time couldn't be that strange. Turns out it was a double reward for him. Well, that's acceptable. At least it's not shortchanging me. Congratulations, host, on a successful catch. You have obtained the SSS-grade item reward, the Senju Hashirama template. Congratulations, host. You successfully caught an SSS-grade item, the shining fruit. Ha! Su Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of luck is this? Did I step in dog poop when I left the house today? How could his luck be this good? 2 SSS-grade items at once? Back in the day, that was something he wouldn't have dared to even dream about. But today, Su Chen had actually stumbled upon it. Su Chen was so excited he couldn't find words. The template for Senju Hashirama, the very first Hokage. Remember, according to the rules of Japanese manga, the older the character, the more powerful they are, and the more ancient, the more unrivaled. And this Hashirama Senju? He's the reincarnation of Ashura. Just tell me, isn't this reward insane? In the original Naruto universe, his power was already so immense he could sweep across the entire ninja world. He was even hailed as the god of ninjas within that realm. And now, a reward of this caliber has actually landed on his doorstep. Su Chen felt his incredible luck had finally arrived. Now possessing the template of Senju Hashirama, combined with the Sharingan. From this day forward, which professional in the entire world would dare to breathe down Su Chen's neck? Step forward and see who dares. Su Chen was utterly confident that once he truly unleashed his power, there truly wouldn't be a single opponent left in this world. What does it mean to be so awesome you have no friends? And that doesn't even include the additional rewards from the shining fruit. Su Chen was utterly at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. Host, do you wish to immediately receive the Senju Hashirama template? Accept. What was there to hesitate about? This was something he needed to do immediately. If you don't accept it now, when exactly do you plan to? Such an immensely powerful SSS tier ability, and one that complements the Sharingan so perfectly. There's absolutely no need for hesitation, okay? Loading Senju Hashirama template. Please wait. The next second. Streams of energy data surged rapidly into Su Chen's mind and body. It contained not only all of Hashirama Senju's chakra information, but also his combat experience loaded simultaneously. This included techniques, combat styles, and more. Only then did Su Chen realize with astonishment. The Senju Hashirama template was far from simple. It genuinely contained every single aspect of the entire Hashirama Senju. It could be said this was Hashirama Senju himself. Powerful. Truly overwhelmingly powerful. The reward Su Chen received this time far exceeded all his expectations. Time ticked by second, until nearly half an hour had passed. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The loading was complete. His strength had grown significantly compared to before. At that moment, Su Chen's body was enveloped in a faint blue glow. Loading complete. Skill type, Ninjutsu beginner. Current proficiency level 0% beginner, first glimpse, minor achievement, growing proficiency, mastery, founding a school. Skill, superhuman strength taijutsu, precisely controls chakra energy, enveloping the entire body to unleash a super powerful air current, maximally enhancing all physical attributes. Shuriken shadow clones, utilizes chakra energy to create multiple shadow clones, each wielding a massive shuriken as a weapon for attack. Ideal for group combat. Would release clones, condenses chakra energy into multiple clones indistinguishable from the real user. Summoning, 5-layered Rashomon, a soul-based ninjutsu that summons 5 ghostly Rashomon gates for defense through specific soul techniques, arguably the strongest defense in the ninja world. Healing. Summit Buddha transformation, true Thousand Hands, a sage mode technique exclusive to Senju Hashirama. The user instantly enters sage mode, summoning a colossal Buddha statue with countless arms. Thousands of arms striking simultaneously can achieve world-ending destruction. Too many, far too many. Su Chen couldn't even keep track himself. He truly hadn't expected the reward from this fishing expedition to be so absurdly powerful. Su Chen wanted to keep a low profile. But his power wouldn't let him. It must be said that after receiving the Senju Hashirama template, Su Chen was essentially indistinguishable from a god. These abilities were best left unused. In this world, what practitioner could possibly stand against him? Especially that final true Thousand Hands technique. Even the strongest practitioner in this world would likely pale in comparison before him. Su Chen could distinctly feel how different he was. Keep going, there's still the shining fruit. Su Chen grinned as he pulled out the shiny fruit. Chapter 135, The Template of Senju Hashirama. Su Chen was starting to wonder if he'd stumbled into a pirate's lair. Why did all these recent rewards keep tying back to the One Piece world? Not to mention the previous time the ice fruit, which had already elevated Su Chen's combat prowess to a terrifying new level. This time, he'd been given Yellow Monkey's shine fruit. What was the point of this? That thing is incredibly powerful. Simply ingesting the berry allows one to transform their body into light elements. As the saying goes, do you believe in light? It also drastically increases one's movement speed. Plus, you can wield laser weapons in combat. In every way, this thing is a game changer. That's precisely why, upon obtaining it, Su Chen immediately felt his fortunes had turned. Now that he had the shining fruit in hand, if he were to consume it, he could possess the same fruit power as Monkey D. Luffy. But there's a problem. Would the powers of the two fruits conflict? According to the world building of One Piece, each person can only possess the power of one devil fruit. Having more is useless. Though Blackbeard possesses two, his case is exceptional. Su Chen himself wasn't sure if he was that fortunate. But if he were fortunate enough, it might not be impossible. But that's the situation right now. If he truly consumed it, the two fruits would be incompatible, causing another fruit ability to vanish. Su Chen would be at a huge disadvantage. Therefore, he decided to stow away the shining fruit for now. He'd consider using it later if the need arose. If not, oh well. He could always sell it later. It would surely fetch a hefty sum. The main reason was that Su Chen had now advanced to possess the flight skill, the 6 angel wings. Plus, he had his own golden crow divine bird. Fundamentally, Su Chen's need for the shining fruit isn't all that urgent. Plus, he had the Senju Hashirama template. While Su Chen might not be a true all-around warrior yet, he was getting pretty close. After all, the Senju Hashirama template encompasses nearly every aspect from offense to defense, from healing to barrier creation and beyond. Unless there was a genuine need, the shining fruit could be put aside for now. With these abilities, Su Chen is now more than capable of dominating the battlefield. At this moment, the shining fruit's emergence actually proved relatively less practical. Still, it is an SSS-grade item. This devil fruit naturally possesses its own merits. It's just that Su Chen needs items more suited to his current needs. Therefore, Su Chen decided to put the shine fruit away for now. As for the rest, that would have to wait for another time. After organizing his rewards, today's fishing session was concluded. He calculated that since his arrival in this world, relying solely on his system, he'd already earned himself several hundred million. He had to admit, this kind of life was actually pretty decent. But speaking of the present situation, Su Chen was now undeniably advancing toward invincibility. If things continued developing this way, who knows? In the future, Su Chen might not even need equipment or gear. His innate prowess alone would be sufficient to dominate the world. Composing himself, Su Chen patted the golden crow divine bird beside him. After resting for some time, the golden crow divine bird had recovered much of its energy. Little one, no more sleeping. Take me back, and then you can rest. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the golden crow divine bird was momentarily stunned. This was his master, after all. What kind of person was this? Couldn't he see how utterly exhausted this divine beast was? Is this even human? Though the golden crow divine bird was utterly unwilling, it still rose to let Su Chen climb aboard. Little one, Su Chen chuckled as he ruffled its feathers. Once we get back, I'll get you all sorts of rare treasures to eat. Hearing Su Chen's words, the golden crow finally perked up. With more heavenly treasures to replenish its energy, that was certainly acceptable. With a flap of its wings, the golden crow flew toward the direction of the garbage station. Soon, they arrived at the garbage station. True to his word, Su Chen fed the golden crow divine bird several more top-tier heavenly treasures. After eating its fill, the golden crow divine bird even let out an adorable little burp. Afterward, Su Chen stored the golden crow divine bird back into its card, placing it into a resting state. However, the card in Su Chen's hand today seemed different from usual. The card shimmered with golden light, clearly distinct from the previous one. It must be due to evolution, Su Chen speculated. Then he walked into the rest area of the garbage station. The break room remained empty. Strange. Where could the Lin sisters, Xiaoyu and Xiaolan, have gone? It's almost evening, why haven't they returned yet? Su Chen wondered aloud. Though curious, he knew things weren't that simple. The fact that they hadn't returned yet clearly meant something had gone wrong. If something truly had happened, Su Chen would definitely go looking for them. Gazing at the empty trash station, worry began to creep into Su Chen's heart. While waiting for Lin Xiaoye, Su Chen had already finished all his own tasks. Yet, even after returning so long ago, the two sisters still hadn't come back. He glanced at the time, it was getting late. Forget it. I'll come back another time to find Lin Xiaoye. After saying this, Su Chen took out a piece of paper from the lounge and wrote a note. He then left a bank card for Lin Xiaoye. This covered the medical expenses for treating her sister, as well as living expenses for both of them. With money now in his hands, Su Chen naturally didn't mind spending a little. Once he was fully prepared in the coming days, he would naturally use the junkyard to make a fortune. That was Su Chen's current plan. After all, Su Chen couldn't accomplish much alone. But if Lin Xiaoye could lend a hand, things would be different. With Lin Xiaolan's recent illness, it was only natural for Lin Xiaoye to be busier. After wrapping up the garbage station matters, Su Chen turned his attention to other tasks. Now he had another matter to attend to. That was the fourth transformation. Previously, he had reached level 60. If he didn't complete the fourth job advancement quest, he wouldn't be able to continue leveling up. However, he'd been so busy that he hadn't had any time for it. Fortunately, today he had nothing else to do. He smoothly took care of the matter. It was a good thing to do. He glanced at his level. He'd been stuck at level 60 for quite some time. Adding the experience gained earlier, he feared that after completing the fourth job advancement quest, he might instantly surge to level 75. Then with a bit of casual grinding, I could reach level 80 and tackle the fifth job advancement quest? Though uncertain, it was at least worth a shot. With that thought, Lin Fan immediately hailed a cab and headed straight for the job change hall. Even though it was already nearly 5 in the afternoon, the job change hall was still bustling with people. Chapter 136, Fourth Job Change Quest. Due to Su Chen's special status, the short-haired beauty immediately came over to greet him the moment he entered the hall. Upon seeing Su Chen, the receptionist beamed and said, "Mr. Su Chen, did Miss Fei Xue not come with you?" Clearly, this receptionist knew Fei Xue. She had no intention of competing for Su Chen's attention. It was best not to entertain such fantasies. "You came alone this time, it can't be for a job change quest, right? If there's anything I can do for you, just ask," said the receptionist. Having worked in the job change hall for so long, she could usually tell when a typical professional was ready to change jobs or level up. In fact, the receptionist could usually figure it out. If memory served, Su Chen had only recently completed his third job change. Honestly, at his age, Su Chen was already exceptionally talented. Calling him a prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Therefore, the receptionist beauty was certain Su Chen hadn't come for a job change this time. After all, even riding a rocket wouldn't be that fast. "You're right," Su Chen nodded cheerfully. "I'm here for the fourth job change quest. Could you help me with the class change?" Su Chen had little interest in the receptionist beauty. Admiring her was one thing. When it came to beauties, Su Chen knew exactly where to draw the line. Admiring them was enough. As for anything else, he hadn't given it a second thought. Besides, while this receptionist was indeed quite attractive, but compared to the women in Su Chen's life, from Lu Rujuang to Lin Xiaoye, from Fei Xue to Chen Wenna, she was rather ordinary. Besides, Fei Xue, that stunning older woman, was practically throwing herself at Su Chen. And then there was Lu Rushuang, his childhood sweetheart. How could Su Chen possibly have eyes for this receptionist? Soon, Su Chen opened his profession panel. The receptionist was stunned upon receiving the information. She had assumed Su Chen was joking with her. After all, this was utterly unreasonable. It had only been a few days, how could he already be ready for a job change quest? "Wait, you're not joking, right?" Even though she suspected he might be joking, the receptionist still found it hard to believe. The whole thing was just too absurd. As everyone knows, in this world, the higher the level a profession reaches, the higher the level, the more experience points are required to level up. And the later you get, the slower the leveling becomes. So how does one gain experience? It can only be done by adventurers grinding monsters in the wild or battling them in dungeons. Only through this gradual accumulation can progress be made. While defeating high-level beasts beyond your level grants more experience. But the danger level is also significantly higher than usual. This is no laughing matter. Therefore, most adventurers wouldn't take such immense risks. Simply to gain a little extra experience. After all, if they are truly killed by a beast, it means real death. Thus, most adventurers avoid exposing themselves to such peril. Instead, they opt for safer methods battling beasts of comparable strength. Only by doing so can they complete level-appropriate dungeons and similar challenges. But gaining experience this way is incredibly slow. Nor does it yield significant rewards. Therefore, even those seeking rapid leveling must accumulate sufficient experience points. And all of this takes time. A professional adventurer can't exactly go without eating or drinking, grinding monsters 24 hours a day. Human stamina and energy are finite. But when the receptionist beauty saw Su Chen's character stats, she finally froze in place. Level 60. The bold number 60 appeared on the screen. Wow, and Su Chen had accumulated a massive amount of experience. Such staggering numbers left the receptionist staring at Su Chen in utter shock. Is this handsome Su Chen even human? What kind of monster is he? It's only been a few days, and he's already hit level 60. What on earth has he been doing? He's only an 18-year-old teenager, yet he's already about to undergo his 4th class change. If he actually completes the 4th job advancement quest, forget everything else, just look at the experience he's amassed. Just how high could this young man's level reach? The receptionist suddenly realized. The Su Chen before her was no ordinary adventurer. He was undoubtedly the youngest and fastest leveling adventurer to achieve 4th class advancement in the entire Blue Star world. That leveling speed, terrifying indeed. Ah, Mr. Su Chen, your leveling speed is enough to make anyone green with envy, the receptionist sighed. Su Chen merely smiled faintly. It's nothing special. I actually feel it's too slow. By the way, could you please process this quickly? I'm waiting to change professions. Hearing Su Chen's words, the receptionist hurriedly apologized. My apologies. I completely forgot. I'll process your 4th job change quest right away. With that, the receptionist swiftly refocused her attention on her work. She promptly began processing Su Chen's request. As staff members of the job change hall, especially seasoned veterans like the receptionist, they were accustomed to professionals begging for their assistance. Thus, this receptionist naturally carried an air of superiority toward any professional seeking her assistance with a job change request. But when it came to Su Chen, she was exceptionally polite and courteous. The reason for this was simply that Su Chen was too formidable. She had never encountered a professional who was both so handsome and so powerful. She couldn't help it if she treated him with courtesy and politeness, who knows? Maybe she could even flirt with him. As it turned out, on each of Su Chen's visits to handle his job change tasks, not only did he come alone, but he also brought a stunning beauty with him. That stunning beauty alone was a 7th-tier professional. Such a formidable professional was someone she couldn't afford to provoke. Add to that Su Chen's rapid leveling this time around. The receptionist beauty was acutely aware that she and Su Chen were likely worlds apart in status. Therefore, she knew she couldn't afford to provoke Su Chen. She couldn't afford to underestimate him either. Naturally, the receptionist treated Su Chen with much greater respect. At that moment, the familiar portal opened. The familiar job change space appeared before her eyes. Congratulations on accepting the 4th job change quest. Quest level, SSS. Quest objective, clear the Dragon's Breath dungeon and defeat the final boss, Smog. Quest duration, 12 days. 12 days. Su Chen stared at the quest panel, somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this mission to give him such ample time. This was something Su Chen hadn't anticipated. Moreover, the mission didn't seem too difficult either. Though it was still rated SSS level difficulty. Chapter 137, this mission is serious. To be honest, when he saw this mission, Su Chen was stunned. How could a class change quest be SSS rank? Damn, the highest tier job change quests other adventurers get are usually S rank. Most were around B rank. Simple and easy to clear. But when it came to Su Chen, it's like they won't give you anything unless it's ridiculously hard. Every single time, he gets SSS level difficulty. Was this job change hall doing it on purpose? But for Su Chen, SSS level difficulty wasn't particularly challenging. His strength was undeniable. Even if there were challenges, they weren't insurmountable. What truly surprised him this time was the mission's timeframe. 12 days. Such an extended mission duration. It was downright excessive. It made Su Chen begin to suspect something was amiss. The mission required him to slay Smog. Could this Dragon's Breath land be part of a massive dungeon? If that were the case, this quest would indeed be quite troublesome. But regardless, since he'd already accepted it, he had to complete it, no questions asked. Previously, the class change quests he'd taken were mostly timed by the hour. He'd never encountered one measured in days before. That was precisely why Su Chen was surprised. And now he had to complete it in just 12 days. Just how difficult could this task possibly be? That it required such a long time to finish. But for Su Chen, the surprise lasted only a moment. After all, he possessed the system and was a time traveler. He was loaded with overpowered skills. What's so difficult about this quest? As a staff member, the receptionist was naturally well versed in Su Chen's job change quest. Upon seeing Su Chen activate the SSS-Rank job change quest once more, the receptionist was utterly stunned. Good grief, what kind of constitution does this handsome Su Chen have? How does he manage to activate such quests every single time? And that alone would be one thing, but this time the quest duration was exceptionally long. Just then, Su Chen stepped out. Thanks for your help. See you later, Su Chen said with a smile. After exchanging greetings, Su Chen followed the mission prompt's interface information and headed straight for the Dragon's Breathland dungeon. Wait, Mr. Su Chen. The receptionist beauty immediately called out to Su Chen. What is it? Su Chen looked at her, completely baffled. Mr. Su Chen, are you planning to undertake the class change quest alone? What else would I do? Su Chen replied earnestly. The receptionist paused for a moment before taking a deep breath. Mr. Su Chen. The mission itself isn't problematic, but you must understand what an SSS rank mission entails, especially with only 12 days to complete it. Based on my years of experience working in the job change hall, this assignment represents the absolute pinnacle of challenges for any professional. Mr. Su Chen, undertaking such a mission alone is likely unsafe. And Mr. Su Chen, have you heard of Dragon's Breath? Surely you know about this dungeon? Su Chen was momentarily dumbfounded by the receptionist's question. To be honest, Dragon's Breath was indeed a very famous dungeon. Its fame stems entirely from its extreme difficulty. But Su Chen hadn't really looked into the other aspects. In his view, none of that mattered. After all, he could breeze through it with just a few powerful moves. If things got tough, he could always bring the Xianyuan sword along. With his Sharingan, the frozen fruit ability, ample chakra reserves, and the Xianyuan sword at his disposal. Forget Dragon's Breath land. Even miracles wouldn't stand a chance against him. That was Su Chen's true inner thought. And precisely because of this, Su Chen was curious, what did this have to do with his mission? Surely he couldn't just abandon it because he didn't fully understand it? Though regulations allowed for abandonment, in his view, this mission simply couldn't be abandoned. The main reason was that Su Chen had worked hard to secure such an assignment. To abandon it now would be a real shame. Moreover, by the rules of this world, greater difficulty naturally meant greater rewards. Therefore, Su Chen didn't give these concerns a second thought. Alright, it seems Mr. Su Chen truly isn't aware, the receptionist said. For your own safety, Mr. Su Chen, I must take a few minutes of your time to explain these points, the receptionist said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded in agreement. Since she was giving him such face, he felt it was only right to listen. Mr. Su Chen, you must understand the principle that knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. This Dragon's Breath land is closely tied to the Dragon Kingdom. It's entirely different from traditional Secret Realm instances. In most common dungeons, you might encounter 1 or 2 boss-level beasts at most. But the dungeons within the Dragon Realm are truly different. The entire Dragon Realm spans 5 distinct maps, each housing its own boss-level beasts. Moreover, they are numerous and immensely powerful. There are even rumors that this dungeon automatically adjusts its difficulty based on the individual strength of the adventurers. In other words, this dungeon primarily adjusts its difficulty level based on the adventurer's own strength. Of course, I have full confidence in your abilities, Mr. Su Chen. But so far, only a handful of adventurers have cleared the Dragon Realm dungeon in the Transfiguration Hall. And all of them were completed by large 50-person teams. Even with a 50-player cap, few teams have managed to clear the Dragon's Realm dungeon. If the Dragon Realm instance allowed 100-player parties, I'm sure everyone would fill their groups to the max. I'm not exaggerating, this dungeon's difficulty is truly staggering. Precisely because it's so difficult, adventurers who enter must clear 5 distinct zones to complete the dungeon quest. Only then will they be teleported out. Most crucially, the entire Dragon Realm instance enforces a penalty system that prohibits mid-run abandonment. In other words, once you choose to enter the dungeon, you either succeed in clearing it or get trapped inside. That's why most adventurers who receive this class change quest simply give up outright. Mr. Su Chen, it's not that I don't trust you, but this dungeon's difficulty is simply too high. After all, it's impossible to complete a task of this level entirely on your own. Unless you hire a professional team to help you complete the job change quest. But that requires a significant amount of money, which isn't something the average professional can afford. Mr. Su Chen, an SSS rank mission is a life-threatening job change quest. It's essentially the highest tier of job change quests. Chapter 138, Dragon Kingdom. Most importantly, Mr. Su Chen, you've received this mission at the level of a 4th class job change quest. If your level were just a bit higher, it might be feasible. With greater funds and strength, you'd have a chance. But right now, to be honest, Mr. Su Chen, your strength. Consider why the Dragon's Breath Land dungeon requires a full 12 days. Therefore, Mr. Su Chen, you must think this through carefully. This is no laughing matter. If you proceed with your original plan, the consequences could very well be failure. And death is permanent. It would be better to gain more experience and gear before considering this again, the beautiful receptionist said. She felt like an angel in that moment. As if she were saving the souls of the mortal world. At the very least, she had done her utmost. Thanks for the reminder, beautiful lady, but I'm still used to fighting alone. For a mission of this difficulty, there's no need to trouble others. Besides, for me, bringing a team into a dungeon just makes me a liability, Su Chen said. He genuinely didn't care about such trivial matters. The main reason was that such dungeon quests posed no real challenge to him. Most importantly, his combat prowess was more than sufficient for such dungeons. Naturally, his performance stood out even more. Truthfully, Su Chen's primary reluctance to call for a team stemmed from the fact that he had to spend money to find a team. That was the real reason Su Chen hesitated. Spending money? That was absolutely out of the question. If he did that, wouldn't he be betraying himself? He worked incredibly hard for every penny he earned. So if he could avoid spending money, he would. Besides, why spend money on such a trashy little dungeon? That'd just be asking for trouble. As long as he stepped in, anything that dared show its face would be instantly wiped out. That's why he wasn't worried about any of this. Mr. Su Chen, are you saying you intend to tackle this dungeon alone? The receptionist stared at him in utter shock. Mr. Su Chen, forgive my bluntness, but you're absolutely insane. Everything I just said was completely wasted on you. The receptionist clearly couldn't comprehend his decision. The main reason was right here, this matter was indeed far from simple. Moreover, the most critical issue now was that Su Chen genuinely intended to go alone. This was utterly insane. The receptionist stared at him in utter shock. Clearly, this receptionist had never encountered a more formidable professional before. That's why she was so shocked by what he said. What's the big deal? It's just a solo dungeon run, right? He wasn't worried in the slightest. Mainly because the dungeon itself wasn't much of a problem. Besides, once he stepped in, everything would be fine. Hey, sweetheart, relax. We've met before, right? If I say we can clear it, we absolutely can. I'm not the type to mess around unless I'm going all out. Can I level up this fast? Su Chen asked cheerfully. With that, he turned and left the class change hall. Truth be told, Su Chen was genuinely grateful to the receptionist. At least she genuinely had his best interests at heart, unlike those who didn't. It seems true geniuses really are madmen, the receptionist shook her head as she watched Su Chen's retreating figure. She had thought she could persuade him, but now it seemed nothing she said would make a difference. I wonder if he'll make it through. I hope he does. Though the receptionist said this, for some reason, she remained unconvinced he could succeed. After all, this wasn't something to be taken lightly. Barring any surprises, this talented adventurer might well meet his end in that dungeon due to his own impulsiveness. As a staff member, she had fulfilled her duty to advise the adventurer. As for the player ignoring her warnings, there was little more she could say. With a shake of her head, the receptionist turned and returned to her workstation. Meanwhile, elsewhere. After exiting the job change hall, Su Chen immediately followed the prompt on his quest panel. He hailed a cab and headed straight for the Dragon's Breath Land instance. The Dragon's Breath Land instance was merely one of the maps within Su Chen's job change quest dungeon. The instance itself was the Dragon Realm instance. The Dragon Realm dungeon was located at a considerable distance from the imperial capital. Nearly 3 hours later, Su Chen finally arrived at his destination. Stepping out of the cab, Su Chen was stunned. Not only was the transportation cost a hefty expense, the location of the instance itself left Su Chen utterly bewildered. This wasn't some dungeon lair at all, it was a colossal, majestic kingdom. Moreover, it resembled an ancient ruin. To begin with, the first thing that caught his eye was a colossal city wall. This wall was clearly different from the walls of human empires. It was incredibly massive. Yet, due to its decay and weathered state, it exudes an air of desolation and profound antiquity. Nevertheless, this colossal wall was constructed from massive bricks. These bricks were truly massive. Su Chen had seen them, at least 2 people might struggle to encircle one. Truthfully, even from these ruins alone, what had once transpired here? Su Chen walked slowly toward the city gate. At that moment, a crack appeared in the gate. Light shone through it. He surveyed the surroundings. The gap should be just wide enough for a slender person to squeeze through. The Dragon Kingdom truly lived up to its name. Who could have designed such colossal walls? Or perhaps the dragon named Smog? A powerful magical aura enveloped the entire realm. Warning, you are about to enter the Dragon Kingdom, an area of extreme danger. Are you prepared to proceed? Suchen glanced at the warning panel and clicked enter without hesitation. Such warnings held no sway over Suchen. The receptionist had already told me that earlier. Since he decided to come, there was no point wasting time. Having already accepted this mission, he had to proceed regardless of its difficulty. Besides, this quest was crucial for his 4th job advancement. If he failed, he'd be stuck at level 60 forever. Suchen had no choice. Attention, adventurer, upon entering this instance, do you wish to prepare for party formation? No. Suchen selected his choice once more. In an instant, Suchen entered the secret realm dungeon of the Dragon Kingdom. Once everything stabilized, the previous prompt vanished. Having made all necessary preparations, Suchen stepped into the Dragon Realm instance. Before him unfolded a desolate, barren landscape. Chapter 139, The Art of the Wood Dragon. The scene before him made Suchen gasp in astonishment. It was utterly desolate. Not a single structure stood, nor was there any trace of vegetation. The entire Dragon Realm felt as though no living creature had ever existed here. It seemed as though this place had become a forbidden zone for life. The hazy gray expanse stretching in all directions only amplified the feeling that this was a vast, alien realm. Everything here clashed sharply with the outside world. Suchen didn't hesitate, stepping forward without a second thought. Before long, a stone monument appeared ahead. Dragon Forest. Upon seeing the inscription, Suchen understood. This must be one chapter of the Dragon Realm's map, the Dragon Forest. The Dragon Realm comprised 5 major maps. Suchen had known this before arriving, but he hadn't expected the first map to be like this. This truly exceeded Suchen's expectations. However, judging by the markings on the stone tablet, where in the surrounding area was there any forest? The land stretched barren and bare in every direction. He wondered if it had been completely cut down by people. In any case, he hadn't seen any forest at all. Lin Fan was also somewhat perplexed. Why on earth was this place like this? Just then, as his body crossed the stone monument, the scene before his eyes left him stunned. Where there had been nothing but barren ground moments before, a dense forest now stood. Moreover, daylight had abruptly turned to night. Not only were there patches of forest before him, but there were also numerous animals. Seeing this, Suchen was utterly dumbfounded. This is way too different. How is this even possible? Suchen muttered curiously as he surveyed his surroundings. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must be dreaming. Yet no matter how much he tried to convince himself otherwise, the scene before him remained unchanged. Is this the wonder of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Fan murmured in astonishment. But just then, the prompt appeared again. Adventurer, welcome to the first realm of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Forest. Suchen gazed at the dense forest before him and slowly stepped inside. This was one of the most imposing instances he had encountered so far. And one of the most grand. No wonder players had to form groups to clear this place. Setting aside the sheer power and high levels of the monsters within, the sheer oppressive atmosphere and vast scale of the map alone were enough to overwhelm a lone adventurer. But Suchen, equipped with his system, wasn't worried about such a map. He had already unlocked several super skills. Naturally, he didn't take it seriously. All monsters and dangers were utterly powerless before his forbidden level skills. If anything felt off, he could simply activate his Sharingan. Besides, he still had the Senju Hashirama template at his disposal. Soon, Suchen reached the central region of the forest. Just as he was about to continue investigating the surroundings of the map, suddenly, an odd commotion erupted from the forest ahead. A dark figure burst out from ahead. Then, the dark shadow charged straight toward Suchen. Suchen froze for a moment before instantly dodging to the side. His physical attributes were already formidable, so evading attacks, even those delivered at great speed, was no challenge. But it was no match for Suchen's lightning-fast evasive reflexes. Monster name, Velociraptor. Species, Dragonkin. Level, 110. Description: a common dragon species within the dragon realm. The Velociraptor possesses typical dragon bloodlines. Having lived in forests for generations, it boasts exceptionally keen senses and blinding speed. Velociraptors are highly aggressive, preferring to ambush prey. Once bloodlust takes hold, they enter a berserk state. Skills: bite, charge. The Velociraptor's initial strike missed its mark, and it immediately charged towards Suchen once more. Holy crap, a Velociraptor? They have monsters like this? This dungeon quest is getting interesting. Suchen knew full well that while the Velociraptor was formidable, it was no match for him. But who could have imagined this Velociraptor would be so formidable, with such a high level too? This left Suchen utterly stunned. This Velociraptor was enormous in size alone. Roughly 3 meters long, its eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Its back was covered in hard, scaly armor. A sharp, elongated horn protruded from the top of its skull. Its massive skull was lined with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. This Velociraptor was truly ferocious. Its 2 front claws were also incredibly sharp. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Fan had ever seen such a creature. However, its level 110 rating far exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. Before arriving, he had assumed this was merely a level 64th transformation quest instance. While it was rated SSS tier, naturally the difficulty was higher. But he'd assumed the monsters would max out at level 80. Who could have guessed this damn instance would pull this stunt? This situation was truly. Seems this top tier 4th job quest truly lives up to its reputation. So this is the monster from Dragon Forest. Looks like it's got some tricks up its sleeve. Since you initiated the attack, don't blame me for what comes next. I didn't intend to wipe you all out, but you brought this upon yourselves, Suchen said calmly. Though such a ferocious beast was somewhat high level. But that was only for other adventurers. For Su Chen, this velociraptor's combat prowess was nothing special. Except for catching me off guard at first. It didn't really affect him much. Wood dragon technique. Su Chen formed hand seals with both hands. Instantly, the once quiet forest began to violently tremble. The wood dragon technique was inherently a wood attribute ninjutsu. Combined with the fact that they were fighting within the dragon forest, a place saturated with wood element energy. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Therefore, Lin Fan wasted no time and struck immediately. Instantly, the surroundings began to violently shake. The earth itself began to violently churn and roll. Witnessing this scene, one couldn't tell whether it was Su Chen's ninjutsu causing the earth to churn, or whether the forest itself had resonated with Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest had undergone a dramatic transformation. Cracks spread everywhere, and countless trees shot straight into the air, transforming into a colossal wooden dragon. Roar! The wooden dragon let out a mighty dragon's roar. Then, the raptor that had just ambushed Su Chen was instantly killed by the dragon's roar. The wooden dragon circled the sky once, spiraling and spreading its form. Its immense form obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. The dragon's roar emanating from its maw proclaimed throughout the entire dragon realm, as if proclaiming itself the true ruler of this realm. Chapter 140, The Forest Dragon. Then, the wood dragon roared angrily once more before diving deep into the forest. Su Chen remained unflustered, maintaining his hand seal posture. His primary purpose was to ensure a steady flow of magical energy. Minutes later, the forest began to shake violently. The once quiet woods now erupted with a frenzied cacophony of sounds. Then, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the woods. In the next instant, a massive fissure split open across the entire forest. Like an earthquake, the fissure split the forest in two. Of course, all this was the work of the wood dragon. The sheer power of the wooden dragon was evident. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen himself was stunned. Holy crap, that's insane. That kind of power is truly terrifying. With that skill, any ferocious beast that comes near would have to take 2 slaps before it could even move. Su Chen was thrilled beyond words. He had originally intended to test out his new reward. But he never imagined this SSS tier reward would be this powerful. It genuinely astonished him. The 1,000-armed Hashirama template unleashed power that was truly extraordinary. Not only did it cleave the entire forest apart, but Su Chen also spread his 6 angel wings. Then he flew straight toward the wood dragon, floating side by side with the wooden dragon between 2 vast oceans. The scene beneath the sea was laid bare before them. The sight was terrifying beyond belief. Thousands upon thousands of raptors had already gathered in one place. The raptor that had just ambushed Su Chen was likely merely a small karami sent ahead to test the waters. The true spectacle Su Chen now witnessed was the vast army of velociraptors below, poised to strike at any moment. These raptors varied greatly in size. The smallest measured about 2 meters, while the largest stretched to 10 meters. Their sheer numbers sent a chill down Su Chen's spine. So densely packed, such overwhelming numbers, if he were to eliminate them all himself, the experience would be ridiculously high. Now Su Chen finally understood why the receptionist had tried to stop him from entering the dungeon alone. It turned out that the Dragon Realm dungeon was genuinely impossible to complete solo. If not for his powerful system, which had equipped him like a cheat code. Otherwise, he'd have no chance of clearing this dungeon. The very first map, the kingdom's borders, already far surpassed any dungeon Su Chen had encountered before. Forget about a single adventurer attempting it. Even a 50-person raid party might not fare well here. If your party composition was unbalanced, you'd likely be wiped out by the Dromaeosaurid horde. But right now, these dromedary herds seemed a bit confused. Who could have imagined that after surviving so long in the dragon forest, they'd never witnessed the forest splitting apart before? Wait, what the hell is going on? The velociraptors, encountering this unprecedented situation, were understandably growing restless. Yet they were powerless against the current situation. Mainly because the current situation completely exceeded their understanding. Su Chen, who had only been here for a mission, faced these velociraptors. With so much experience under his belt, he wouldn't show any mercy. Wiping them all out was the best course of action. Just as he prepared to unleash the wood dragon to wipe out this dense horde of velociraptors and move on to the next map. At that moment, the entire dragon forest suddenly stirred. The 2 forests, previously split apart by the wood dragon, At this moment, all the velociraptors had gathered on the other side of the fissure. Thus, the opposite side of the forest was completely devoid of any ferocious beasts. But just as Su Chen prepared to act, a tremendous dragon's roar erupted from the other side of the forest. The next instant, the entire forest was bathed in a blinding crimson glow. At that very moment, a flying dragon identical in size to the wood dragon soared out from the depths of the forest. Monster name, Forest Dragon. Race, Dragon. Monster level, 150. Description: the legendary ruler of the dragon forest and a loyal subordinate of Smog, a flying dragon possessing immense magical power. Skills: Dragon Breath, Dragon Roar. Su Chen never expected to encounter it here. He must admit, he'd thought this first map would be a breeze, and he'd been feeling quite relieved. But at this critical juncture, such an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. It was simply unbelievable. But regardless, now that the boss had appeared, Su Chen naturally had to take it down. Su Chen looked over and saw a highly bizarre western dragon. Its eeriness stemmed entirely from the fact that its entire body seemed devoid of any flesh. Its entire form was composed of strange red organisms. Blood-red light blazed from its eyes. It resembled a bone dragon, yet it was unlike any bone dragon he had ever seen. In any case, Su Chen had never encountered such a bizarre creature before. And what puzzled Su Chen most of all was the dragon's wings bore not a single shred of flesh, held aloft solely by those crimson, bone-like appendages. Yet it managed to soar this high and fly this fast. How on earth does this creature manage to fly? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. Truly worthy of being the boss of the first map in the dragon realm. It was truly formidable. At the very least, it surpassed any flying dragon creatures Su Chen had encountered before. Facing such a boss-level creature, Su Chen showed no sign of panic. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. This job change quest was actually quite interesting. The previous job change quests had been far too simple. With Su Chen stepping in, the tasks were essentially completed. There was no challenge whatsoever. But this time was different. The forest dragon was a boss-level monster, a formidable foe. At least it would let Su Chen savor the thrill of combat a bit more. True to form, the moment the forest dragon appeared, it let out a furious roar and charged straight at the wood dragon. In an instant, the two dragons locked jaws in a fierce grapple. This wooden forest was a creation of the 1000-armed Hashirama template, super wood release technique. Born for battle, it naturally held no fear for the forest dragon. With a swift dragon's tail strike, it instantly flung the forest dragon flying. Meanwhile, Su Chen soared into the sky using the 6 heavenly angel wings. From above, he observed the battle between his wood dragon and the forest dragon. Though the forest dragon had unleashed tremendous power earlier, it had barely affected Su Chen. Su Chen remained supremely confident in his forbidden spell level skill. But the forest dragon clearly refused to accept defeat. Clearly, the sudden appearance of the wood dragon, challenging its status as the forest's sovereign, and had no intention of letting the wood dragon off the hook. Chapter 141, Passing the First Test. After all, within these forests, it had always been the forest dragon bullying others. No other dragon had ever dared to bully it. Today, a dragon dared to invade its home. This was utterly intolerable. Roar! The forest dragon raised its head and let out a furious roar. The ground began to tremble beneath its feet. The separated saline began rolling relentlessly. It felt as though the very ground was about to split open. The dazed velociraptors from earlier seemed to snap out of their daze, finally grasping what was happening. It was all the doing of this wooden dragon before them. It had split the entire forest apart. Thus, obeying the forest dragon's command, began to roar furiously at the wooden dragon. Moreover, fireballs even shot from the mouths of these raptors. They attacked the wooden dragon. However, the raptor's strength proved inadequate. Those fireballs had absolutely no effect on Su Chen's wooden dragon. Forest dragons, being boss-level monsters, possessed a certain level of intelligence, capable of directing these velociraptors to surround and attack their prey. But judging by the current situation, it wasn't going very well. Regardless of the circumstances, the forest dragon's objective was to maximize its advantage. That was the forest dragon's true intent. Thus, the forest dragon continuously spews flames, attacking the wood dragon. Meanwhile, the raptors continued to follow the forest dragon's orders, relentlessly bombarding the wood dragon from a distance. Even the combat effectiveness of these velociraptors had increased. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen let out a hearty laugh. So you think numbers are everything? Then let's see whose numbers are greater. As he spoke, Su Chen's hands began frantically forming seals. A massive surge of chakra rapidly erupted from his body. This ninjutsu was quite interesting to perform. The chakra transformed into magical energy, rapidly coalescing around Su Chen. Then, a burst of blue light erupted. In an instant, it illuminated the sky above the dragon forest. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Su Chen roared as he chanted the technique. Soon, countless trees throughout the dragon forest were uprooted entirely. Within mere minutes, these trees transformed into colossal wooden dragons. The moment these wooden dragons took shape, they charged toward the forest dragon and the swift dragons. Before the forest dragon could even react, it found itself surrounded and overwhelmed by the wooden dragons. In that moment, the forest dragon felt an illusion of steadily losing energy, trapped in a relentless assault with no means to retaliate. As for the velociraptors, though these velociraptors were usually formidable beyond measure, but when confronted by so many wooden dragons summoned by Su Chen, they stood no chance. Congratulations on defeating the velociraptor. You have gained 30,000 EXP. Reminder, experience points have accumulated significantly. Gained experience will decay. Please complete your class change quest promptly. Congratulations on defeating the velociraptor. You have gained 30,000 EXP. Reminder, experience points have accumulated significantly. Gained experience will decay. Please complete your job change quest promptly. Congratulations on defeating the Forest King. You have gained 3 million EXP. That's it? Su Chen froze for a moment. He had assumed the Forest Dragon would at least put up a fight for a while. But who could have imagined the Forest Dragon was so utterly powerless? He had only summoned a few wooden dragons. It was instantly slain. Still, the 3 million experience points were quite tempting. As the notification panel flashed with message after message, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was all because of level capping. He had accumulated so much experience that the gains from this dungeon was significantly less than what he would normally receive. However, Su Chen's speed in slaying the wood dragons was remarkably swift. In just 20 minutes, throughout the entire dragon forest, at least 1 million velociraptors were completely wiped out by Su Chen's wood dragons. The dragon forest's boss, the forest dragon, was also torn apart and killed by several wood dragons. The body turned into a pile of bones and crashed directly onto the ground, shattering into pieces. The dragon forest returned to its tranquil state. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen smiled. Still want to challenge me? You just had bad luck. Watch where you're going in your next life. Don't get caught in my crosshairs. With that, Su Chen clapped his hands, and all the wooden dragons vanished. They came swiftly, and they vanished just as quickly. After this fierce battle, every monster within the dragon forest had been utterly wiped out. The entire dragon forest was now completely devoid of monsters. Thanks to Su Chen's thorough cleanup, it had transformed into a scenic area. Gazing at the serene and peaceful forest before him, Su Chen felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, I am a genius at clearing dungeon instances. It must be said, Su Chen's words were no exaggeration. The energy he had just unleashed had summoned countless wooden dragons. Its energy level and destructive power had long surpassed the forbidden spell tier. Yet, unlike previous instances, this secret realm's territory hadn't been instantly obliterated. Of course, Su Chen never truly intended to destroy this place from the start. Thus, this could be considered the first time Su Chen had refrained from obliterating a secret realm instance. At that very moment, in the central region of the dragon forest, a pale blue teleportation array suddenly materialized. Upon seeing the teleportation array, Su Chen walked over without hesitation. This was the teleportation array leading to the next map. Soon after passing through the array's transmission, Su Chen found himself in the midst of a mountain range. Surrounded by endless high mountains, several towering ranges resembled volcanoes, occasionally spewing lava. The atmosphere here felt distinctly different from the dragon forest. At the edge of these mountains stood a towering stone monument. Congratulations, adventurer, on completing the Dragon Realm's secret realm Dragon Forest. The adventurer has now entered Chapter 2 of the Dragon Realm, the Fire Dragon Mountains. Due to abnormal flame energy suppression in this area, your body enters a scorched state, reducing agility by 50%. Due to abnormal flame energy suppression, your body enters a scorched state. Your HP is reduced by 50%. Taking. Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected the second map of the Dragon Realm to be packed with so many debuffs. What the hell kind of game is this? Su Chen never imagined that with so many debuffs, if he pushed forward against the odds, he might not even know how he died. Su Chen was utterly speechless at this point. A fourth transformation quest had been turned into something resembling an eighth or even ninth transformation challenge. Add in the massive number of ferocious beasts, and this Dragon Realm dungeon instance was essentially beyond the scope of what was expected. Chapter 142, Why are you all running? Su Chen was somewhat shocked inside. But since he'd accepted the quest himself and his own people were here, then he couldn't shirk any of his responsibilities. Besides, he had inherited the water god's powers and even the fully matured ice fruit. Could he possibly fear this flaming mountain? With that thought, Su Chen lifted his head high and strode toward the depths of the mountain range. Roar! No sooner had Su Chen reached the heart of the mountain range than a commotion erupted. Centered around Su Chen, suffocating waves of heat began radiating from all directions. It felt as though the heat wave intended to completely engulf and consume him. Amidst it all, the furious roars of ferocious beasts echoed. The sheer magnitude of the commotion alone told Su Chen that this beast was likely no small creature. Instantly, his guard was up. He scanned his surroundings. Within the valley, ferocious beasts emerged from every direction. These beasts were all lions engulfed in flames. And these were no ordinary lions. They were lions with wings on their backs. Truth be told, even Su Chen had never seen such monsters before. They were truly formidable and majestic. Monster name, Flame Lion. Species, Lion. Monster level, 105. Description: a lion dwelling within the volcanic craters of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, possessing a trace of dragon blood. It resides year-round near the crater rim, exhibiting a ferocious temperament. Capable of flight, it excels in flame-based attacks. Skills: Fireball, Meteor Strike, Rip. Seeing the skills listed on the prompt panel before him, Su Chen knew he was being surrounded. These fiery lions seemed to hold him in utter contempt. In the eyes of these massive beasts, Su Chen, a mere human, was likely nothing more than a toothpick. Worse still, some of the fire lions, upon seeing Su Chen, actually began yawning. Their expressions betrayed utter disdain. This truly infuriated Su Chen. Who was he? He was Su Chen, a transmigrator and cheat code user. He possessed multiple forbidden level skills. How dare this puny flame lion show such contempt toward him? This was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, in the eyes of these flame lions, Su Chen saw himself being treated like Hello Kitty. Could he possibly tolerate this? Su Chen wasn't one to start trouble, but this was something he couldn't tolerate. At that thought, a cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Today, he would deal with these flame lions. He would reclaim his dignity. Just then, wisps of white mist began to spread across his body. Ice Fruit ability, activate. In an instant, the scorching heat of the entire volcanic range was suppressed. The scorching crater's temperature plummeted instantly. The fiery lions, who had previously held no regard for Su Chen, now began shivering uncontrollably. Some even sneezed, retreating several steps in fright. Something was off about this human before them. The ice fruit itself was a natural counter to fire. Though flames could also counteract the frozen fruit. Ultimately, it all depended on the user's strength. If the user is weak, suppression is inevitable. But if the user is exceptionally powerful, they can overpower their opponent. Clearly, Su Chen's strength far surpassed that of these flame lions. Thus, he was the one dominating the situation. Before Su Chen wielding absolute zero, these flame lions were no different from mere ants. How fierce and pretentious they were when they arrived. Now they were utterly helpless and disheveled. Tens of thousands of flaming lions, once fierce and imposing. Who could have imagined that now, terrified by Su Chen, they were retreating and scattering in all directions? Clearly, the fiery lions had all come to recognize Su Chen's formidable power. None dared to provoke him. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Just moments ago, these beasts had been so formidable, yet now they were cowering. This was just too boring. Especially since these flame lions had looked down on him just moments ago. How could they turn into this now? What a stark contrast. This thought made Su Chen curious. Could it be that this entire map can be cleared just by intimidating them? Clearly, Su Chen didn't fully believe his own conclusion. He'd never encountered a dungeon where mere intimidation sufficed. If such a thing existed, there must be a catch. Though Su Chen secretly hoped intimidation alone would suffice. It was clearly unlikely now. Su Chen still maintained the power of his frozen fruit, slowly advancing forward. The flaming lions, terrified out of their wits by Su Chen, scattered in all directions. Roar! Just as Su Chen was about to reach the vicinity of the teleportation array, a thunderous roar erupted overhead. The sound was filled with rage. Clearly, the voice was displeased with Su Chen's appearance. And from the sound alone, it was certain. This was the Fire Dragon, the boss of this area. Su Chen had been waiting for this very moment. In an instant, the entire mountain range trembled in response to the dragon's roar. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he began to assess the situation. This Fire Dragon's strength seemed formidable. At the very least, it was significantly stronger than the Forest Dragon they had faced earlier. If the bosses in this dungeon quest were getting progressively tougher, then that would be acceptable. At the very least, Su Chen could engage in combat for a bit longer. Just then, the fiery lions that had been frantically fleeing all around. One by one, they all halted their footsteps. However, unlike before, these flame lions did not display fear upon hearing the dragon's roar. Clearly, the appearance of this fire dragon had instilled profound dread in them. Su Chen stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction the sound had come from. He wanted to see what kind of monster it was. Yet moments later, the flame lions that had fled far away all rushed back to surround him. Seeing this, Su Chen looked utterly perplexed. What are these fire lions doing? Didn't they run away? Why did they come back? Su Chen was puzzled, but he caught a glimpse of something in the terrified eyes of the fire lions. It wasn't that they had come back to fight him. Instead, the uncontrollable roar had terrified them all into fleeing toward his location. In other words, the ferocious beast emitting the dragon's roar. In the minds of these flame lions, it was a being even more terrifying than themselves. Just then, the temperature, which had been steadily dropping, began to rise again. The light in the sky dimmed instantly, as if something had blocked it. Su-Chen looked up. A colossal, fiery red western dragon roared past overhead. From head to tail, the dragon was engulfed in flames. It swooped low, skimming the sky. Its massive form, flying so low, seemed to obscure half the sky, casting a shadow that dimmed the entire sky. Chapter 143, Is that all you've got? Wherever the fire dragon passed, it blocked out the sky and sun. Even Su-Chen couldn't help but stare in awe. In an instant, the entire valley became a fiery inferno. Explosions echoed relentlessly across the heavens and earth. The fiery lion that had fled the fastest and farthest was instantly struck by a massive flame explosion. It perished instantly. No wonder these flame lions weren't afraid of him, they were all charging straight toward him. Turns out, all this time, it was because I didn't have a fire dragon to strike fear into them. Monster name, Flame Flying Dragon. Race, Dragon. Monster level, 150. Description, the boss of the flame realm within the Dragon Kingdom, a fire attribute dragon. Its entire body is engulfed in intense flames, and it possesses fiery scales capable of incinerating everything. Skills, world-destroying flames, flame meteor, fission. Upon seeing the prompt, Su-Chen was utterly stunned. After all this time, this fire dragon boss truly is brutal. It didn't even bother to look after its own minions. This situation was truly hard to believe. It was undeniably bizarre. Not a single one of those flame lions had managed to escape the scorching inferno. But why on earth would the fire dragon insist on doing this? Could it be because these creatures fled the battlefield earlier? Just then, the fire dragon suddenly soared toward Su-Chen. But instead of attacking, it slowly descended before him. The moment it descended, it seemed to stand directly before Su-Chen. Yet Su-Chen's form was minuscule, while the dragon's body was immense. The disparity in scale between them was truly staggering. Still, Su-Chen felt no fear toward the fire dragon, mainly because it didn't seem particularly formidable. The dragon's eyes fixed intently on Su-Chen before it. In an instant, the dragon's head drew dangerously close to Su-Chen. Heat waves surged everywhere, and the flames radiating from the dragon's body ignited the entire valley. Yet no matter how formidable the fire dragon appeared, it found itself thwarted before Su-Chen. A chill of icy air emanated from Su-Chen, forcefully repelling the dragon's flames. The flames found it impossible to penetrate. Seeing that this human practitioner possessed such abilities, the fire dragon was utterly astonished. It never imagined that human adventurers could possess such formidable power. Despite its own grand and dashing entrance. Yet this human adventurer seemed utterly unconcerned and unfazed. Moreover, judging by the expression on this human adventurer's face, it seems this guy still wants to provoke me. This was pushing the fire dragon's patience to its limit. No, a human adventurer like this was hard to come by. Since he dared to provoke me, I must give him a proper fight. With that thought, the fire dragon boss lowered its head to scrutinize Su-Chen. The scene instantly transformed into a standoff between man and dragon. The atmosphere felt incredibly imposing. Meanwhile, the fiery lions surrounding them all kept their heads bowed and eyes lowered. Not a single one dared to move, remaining steadfastly by the fire dragon's side. Having long served as the fire dragon's underlings, these flame lions clearly understood their master's fiery temper. From Su-Chen's perspective, it seemed these lions had endured no small amount of bullying from the dragon in their daily lives. Yet no one could have anticipated that today, the fiery dragon leader would actually kill one of his own subordinates. In an instant, every flame lion trembled in fear. Not a soul dared to move. Roar! Flames began spewing from the fire dragon's nostrils and mouth. The power of this flame was astonishingly fierce. If ordinary adventurers or monsters were to come into contact with it, they would be instantly reduced to ashes. But the fire dragon encountered Su-Chen, who possessed the fully matured frozen fruit. Though the flames were fierce, they couldn't touch Su-Chen's body at all. Not only that, but every time the flames touched the icy air surrounding Su-Chen, they instantly cooled down, vanishing without a trace. This enraged the fire dragon. A wave of heat swept over him, yet Su-Chen merely fluttered his hair slightly, his entire body remaining utterly still. Witnessing this, the fire dragon was utterly enraged. After all, he was the leader of these fiery lions. You're making me look bad. If I can't take this guy down right here in front of everyone, how could I possibly maintain my position as leader? At that moment, the fire dragon took a deep breath. Then, with tremendous force, it unleashed a torrent of flames toward Su-Chen. Instantly, the intense flames erupted from the fire dragon's mouth, completely engulfing Su-Chen. Yet in that instant, Su-Chen's body was consumed by the flames. Such a close-range attack. The fire dragon boss was confident it could eliminate Su-Chen. Even if you were made of iron, at such close range, you'd be reduced to ashes. After all, it was one of the bosses of the dragon realm. Its attack power and tactics were formidable. Roar! After unleashing its attack, the fire dragon immediately let out a long, piercing roar to the heavens. Clearly, it took great pleasure in such an act. A mere human adventurer dared to defy its dignity. Now it would learn the true might of a fire dragon. However, the dragon's joy was short-lived. The next moment, the expressions of its subordinate flame lions seemed off. The dragon froze, then seemed to sense something. It abruptly lowered its head to look down. There, where the human adventurer should have been reduced to ashes. Now, he was grinning cheerfully at it. "Is that all you've got?" Su-chan sneered with utter contempt. Even the fire dragon itself was startled by this bizarre scene. It even instinctively took several steps back. This shouldn't be possible. Its flames were capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. How could this human adventurer possibly block it? Alright, it conceded this human adventurer had some skill. But the question was, who could possibly understand the true intensity of its flames better than itself? Even steel would melt instantly in its grasp. How come this human adventurer before it looks so ordinary? He's facing my flames without so much as a scratch. This was utterly infuriating. The fire dragon's heart was filled with rage at that moment. And a hint of panic began to stir within him. Could this human adventurer truly possess some special class ability? Or could this kid actually be a hidden powerhouse? It couldn't be, and it shouldn't be. If he really was some hidden powerhouse, then wouldn't he be completely screwed? Though he knew it was highly improbable, the fire dragon no longer possessed the confidence he displayed upon first entering the fray. Still, failing to take down his opponent in front of so many of his own men. That was a bit embarrassing. Chapter 144, lacking true strength. Now, with his pride utterly shattered, Fire Dragon stared at the human adventurer before him. And he was itching to reduce the guy to ashes. Otherwise, how could he face his own subordinates? Besides, this matter wasn't so simple. If he didn't eliminate this brat, how could he ever maintain his position as leader of these flame lions? Roar! With that thought, the Fire Dragon instantly gathered all its magic throughout its body. Then, it unleashed another devastating fire spell at Su-Chen. This time, however, the fire dragon, determined to deliver a fatal blow to Su-Chen, even commanded the other flame lions to join the attack. The goal was a 360-degree, no angle of escape assault on Su-Chen. Its goal was to finish Su-Chen with a single strike and reclaim its lost dignity. Thus, within the mountain range, a truly astonishing spectacle unfolded. A colossal western fire dragon furiously unleashed flames upon a young adventurer. Simultaneously, it commanded thousands of fiery lions to attack the youth. These fiery lions numbered at least 10,000. The spectacle was breathtakingly magnificent. For a moment, the entire crater erupted with crackling sounds like fireworks bursting. As the fire dragon and the fiery lions closed in for the attack, explosions echoed ceaselessly throughout the crater. Even the earth itself rumbled and shook. The entire assault lasted nearly 10 minutes. And it showed no signs of stopping. It had been ages since any human adventurers had ventured into these volcanic mountains. Nor had it witnessed such commotion in ages. Were outside adventurers to witness this scene, they might well mistake it for some high-tier human mage unleashing a forbidden spell. Just then, a youth's voice rang out from within the flames. "I told you to just have a little fun, but you actually went all out, huh? This never ends. Looks like today I'll have to show you what I'm made of." Su-Chen's voice drifted slowly from the center of the explosive attack. Though his voice wasn't particularly loud. But its penetrating power was exceptionally strong. It forced its way through all resistance, reaching the ears of the fire dragon and the flame lion present. "You think flames of this caliber are enough to take me on? Do you really think I'm a pushover?" Su-Chen said coldly. "Since you think you're ready again, fine. I won't hold back. Today, I'll show you just how powerful my ice fruit truly is." With that, the seemingly frenzied, immensely powerful flames didn't even breach Su-Chen's protective barrier. All the monster's attacks were blocked outside. They were directly repelled by the icy cold and freezing mist. Meanwhile, Su-Chen stood inside, arms folded, completely unscathed. "Since you've all had your fill of play, it's time for me to step in." With that, Su-Chen spoke coldly. "Ice Age." Crack. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of ice forming echoed through the air. In an instant, the world that had been engulfed in flames and scorching heat slowly transformed into a sea of white. White mist emanated from every part of Su-Chen's body. Wherever it touched, it slowly solidified into ice. In the next instant, a frigid chill spread rapidly outward from Su-Chen's body. The white mist moved with astonishing speed wherever it touched. Everything in the vicinity was transformed into ice sculptures. The arrogant flames, in particular, left the fire dragon and the tens of thousands of flaming lions utterly bewildered. They had been relentlessly attacking the human adventurers just moments ago. How could everything vanish in the blink of an eye? This was simply too much. As the white frost spread, within mere minutes, the entire volcanic mountain range was transformed into a vast expanse of white. The mountains that had been erupting flames everywhere were now completely frozen solid. This once steaming volcanic realm had instantly transformed into a frozen wasteland. The intense heat vanished and the volcanoes were encased in icy bonds. Biting cold winds began to rage. Within the volcanic range, the once leaping lava had now solidified into ice. It felt as though snow would begin falling here any moment. This is the power of Su Chen's forbidden spell. Instantly obliterating a realm spanning an entire nation. Instantly altering the properties of an entire world. Overestimating your abilities. Su Chen shook his head and continued walking forward. With each step he took, the colossal ice sculptures surrounding him shattered into dust. He blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment. A notification chimed in. Congratulations on defeating the Flame Lion monster. You have gained 50,000 EXP. Reminder, your accumulated EXP has reached a critical threshold, causing a decay in newly gained experience. Please complete your class change quest promptly. Congratulations on defeating the Flame Lion monster. You have gained. Congratulations on defeating the Fire Dragon boss. You have gained 5 million EXP. Reminder. In an instant, he slaughtered a vast number of ferocious beasts. Su Chen's experience points surged once more. At this point, Su Chen was virtually certain that once he completed the quest, he would instantly level up to 80. At that point, he could directly claim the 5th class job change quest. What the hell was the point of playing anymore? His leveling speed was truly unmatched. He was so ridiculously overpowered, it was almost embarrassing. Su Chen understood that most adventurers only cleared dungeons to complete quests. Or they'd grab the quest items and leave. After all, job change quests are meant for advancing jobs, not grinding levels. But Su Chen was different. He was here to wipe the entire raid. One forbidden spell skill, and everything here was wiped out. After that, he'd forcibly claim all the experience. Who could possibly withstand that? Thus, Su Chen's job change quest unfolded quite differently from that of other adventurers. Suddenly, a portal appeared. Congratulations on clearing the 2nd map of the Dragon Realm. Welcome to the 3rd map, the Wind Realm. Agility reduced by 50% due to abnormal gale energy suppression. Detected abnormal flame energy suppression. Physical and mental stats reduced by 25%. Affected by. Damn it, now I've got even more debuffs piled on top of me. Though Su Chen wasn't afraid, the sheer number of debuffs was overwhelming. No wonder this dungeon requires teamwork. Without teamwork, it's truly impossible. But Su Chen couldn't be bothered with such concerns. He stepped right in with one foot. The next instant, he was teleported to the Kingdom of Wind. Only upon reappearing did Su Chen clearly see the scene before him. It turned out to be a vast desert. Chapter 145, The Wind Country. Needless to say, Su Chen knew full well that the beasts here would undoubtedly be wind attributed. However, Su Chen didn't rush forward just yet. He had already conquered 2 maps. It could be said his efficiency was remarkably high. The system had given him 12 days. With ample time to spare, there was no need for haste. Nor was there any need for panic. Most importantly, by clearing 2 maps consecutively, Su Chen had already collected a substantial amount of items dropped by the ferocious beasts. In such secret realms, many dropped items would instantly transform into points of light and enter the adventurer's storage ring. Originally, Su Chen planned to clear the Dragon Realm first before taking stock of his loot. But alas, the sheer volume of his loot had reached a point where sorting it became unavoidable. What he hadn't anticipated was the sheer scale of his haul. He never imagined that after clearing just 2 maps, he would have acquired such a wealth of gear. There were also vast quantities of elemental materials. Essentially, he had everything. Counting them up, there were nearly 60 pieces. Most of them were elite grade gear meant for level 100 professionals. Let me put it this way, while none of these items had been appraised yet, but their high level and sheer quantity meant they could fetch a fortune even sold casually. Moreover, if any rare or legendary gear were to be identified, the price would skyrocket. What's more, some adventurers actually prefer gear that hasn't been appraised. That thrill of opening a blind box is truly an indescribable feeling. Who knows? One might just hit the jackpot with a top-tier piece. It's just like how addictive his fishing system is. You never know what the next reward will be. It could be good, it could be bad, but it's undeniably addictive. The gear obtained from this dungeon run. Su Chen didn't bother appraising each piece individually. After all, most of the gear that drops is unidentified. Going through them one by one would be a massive waste of time. He decided to wait until the quest was completed. He would head straight to the Huaxia trading post, have them appraised all at once, and then sell them off. Of course, any items he could use himself, he would keep for his own use. However, this secret realm instance in the Dragon Kingdom was truly exceptional. Just 1 map from this secret realm alone yielded such a wealth of gear. If he cleared all 5 maps, wouldn't he be able to fill every storage ring he possessed? Besides, apart from the gear, there were also several skill books. And all sorts of raw materials. All of which could fetch a hefty price. This ultra-hard super dungeon is right up my alley. I just love coming here and I'll be back often. Su Chen mused to himself. He never imagined that just by entering and exiting, he could instantly become a minor tycoon. This was even more profitable than robbing the Zhou family. Most importantly, he wouldn't face any investigations from the security bureau. And here's another thing, he'd cleared this dungeon entirely solo. All the rewards were his alone. While the rewards from team-based dungeons were also generous. But let's be honest, they couldn't possibly clear the entire map. The main reason is that it's far too tedious and complex, so no one is willing to undertake it. Moreover, those who enter this dungeon are primarily focused on completing the quest, clearing it, and returning to advance their class. Who would waste time in a class change dungeon? Another point is that rewards earned solo go solely to Su-chen. But if you clear it with a team, all the rewards have to be shared among the members. That's the real hassle. Given Su-chen's temperament, why should I share with others what I could get all by myself? Keep going, keep going. Su-chen was in high spirits. There were still 3 maps left. Once he cleared all 3 maps, that way he'd get even more valuable loot. The thought filled Su-chen with boundless energy. He lifted his foot and strode forward with long strides. The Wind Country was essentially a vast expanse of desert. And within the desert, all manner of ferocious beasts roamed. Ferocious beast name, Desert Worm. Beast race, Insectoid. Beast level, 130. Description, an outcast of the desert world, slightly larger than other monsters yet capable of inflicting crippling damage with remarkable speed. Particularly adept at swift movement within the desert. Skills, Charge, Venom. Amidst a raging storm in the Wind Kingdom, Su-chen found himself surrounded by a dense swarm of desert insects. It was no exaggeration to say he was surrounded layer upon layer. And towering above these desert insects was a wind dragon, its entire body radiating a brilliant blue glow. When these ferocious beasts first appeared, each one looked truly formidable. But having cleared 2 consecutive maps, Su-chen knew full well. These beasts were essentially all show and no substance. And precisely because of this, the very next moment, Su-chen raised his hand and unleashed a massive forbidden spell. Would release, Wooden Man technique. Combined with the Senju Hashirama template, this ninjutsu could essentially wipe out the entire battlefield. Its overwhelming momentum made it perfectly suited for such a large-scale battle. Don't underestimate Su-chen just because he was alone. Once his skills were unleashed, even 1,000 troops couldn't withstand his assault. Moreover, Su-chen possesses formidable defensive capabilities. His physical attributes are exceptionally high. Thus, while these desert insects might seem highly threatening to other adventurers, but for Su-chen, they posed absolutely no threat whatsoever. This is precisely why Su-chen could stroll through such a top-tier raid instance with such effortless ease. And dominate the scene single-handedly. In an instant, a colossal flying dragon formed from countless trees appeared in the skies above the Wind Nation. Those ferocious beasts and dragons, which had previously seemed enormous in size. Before this colossal dragon, they instantly shrank to the size of tiny ants. Slaughter them all. Su-chen formed hand seals, commanding the dragon. Roar. In an instant, over a dozen flying dragons roared in unison before charging toward the beasts. Despite their massive size, these dragons showed no lack of speed. Their reflexes were exceptionally swift. Each attack by the dragons sent up a vast cloud of blood mist. System notifications streamed in continuously. What astonished Su-chen most was, the Wind Dragon was instantly slain by his Wood Dragon in a single encounter. The experience granted was a staggering 10 million. This left Su-chen utterly stunned. This dungeon truly was a treasure trove, absolutely fantastic. Moreover, besides the Wind Dragon, there were also numerous desert insects. These desert insects also yielded substantial experience points, generally ranging between 200,000 and 300,000. Chapter 146, the 5th card, the Land of Smog. Watching wave after wave of desert insects fall before them, Su-chen's mind buzzed with constant experience notifications. This thrilled Su-chen immensely. Before long, Su-chen handed the map of the Wind Kingdom to his deskmate. Then, he entered the 4th map, the Kingdom of Thunder Dragons. Truth be told, this 3rd map was indeed cleared much faster than the first 2. Su-chen felt this way largely because he navigated it with greater speed this time. The most important reason, however, was likely that he was now well versed in the process. That was likely the reason. But none of that was the main point. The main point was that Lin Fan now had a pretty good grasp of just how challenging this Dragon Realm dungeon truly was. After entering the Thunder Dragon Realm, at this moment, Su-chen surveyed his surroundings, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The entire Thunder Dragon Kingdom was a desolate, ruined expanse. Across the plains, bolts of lightning cracked down everywhere. The ground was constantly pockmarked with craters blasted open by the thunderbolts. Though Su-chen possessed the power of water, one of his most significant passive abilities was infinite mana. Thus, sustained combat was child's play for him. However, the bosses and monsters within this Thunder Dragon realm seemed somewhat off. The guardian of the Thunder Dragon Kingdom is a blue gem dragon. Its followers are a horde of lizards crackling with yellow electricity. Each of these lizards measured at least 10 meters in length. Their skin is entirely yellow. A constant crackling hum emanated from their bodies as electricity surged through them. Not only are their lightning-based attacks ferociously powerful, but also possess thick, tough skin for defense. For most professional teams, encountering them would be a headache for hours. But before Su Chen, there was nothing to worry about. Put simply, these creatures were nothing more than dust in the wind when Su Chen struck. Su Chen wasted no time. From the moment he entered the Dragon's Realm instance, he'd swiftly cleared the first 3 maps. Only the final 2 remained. He'd pick up the pace. Soon enough, he could head straight to complete the quest and then transfer jobs. With that thought, Su Chen snapped his fingers. The Xianyuan sword materialized in his hand. Then, countless golden rays converged upon the blade of the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword itself was a terrifying ancient divine weapon. Wherever its sword energy touched, virtually anything, it would instantly reduce everything to dust. Without exception. The blue gem dragon still sought to rely on its formidable physique and powerful lightning magic to battle Su Chen. The result? A single clash. The overwhelming sword energy instantly obliterated the blue sapphire dragon. Before the sapphire dragon could even comprehend what had happened, it found itself transformed into a sky filled with blue atoms, ultimately vanishing into thin air. With remarkable ease, Su Chen cleared the Thunder Dragon realm. However, unlike previous times where defeating all beasts and the final boss would open a portal for Su Chen to pass through, instead, the entire map of the realm suddenly plunged into darkness. Pitch black, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. The earth shook violently. Everything around him seemed to be warning Su Chen that the realm itself was collapsing. Yet Su Chen paid it no mind. He stood with his arms crossed, surveying his surroundings. His face bore a relaxed expression. For him, nothing happening here could ever instill fear. There was nothing to be done about it. His power was simply too overwhelming. The tremors lasted for about 10 minutes. Finally, everything around him gradually came to a halt. Though the violent tremors had ceased, the surroundings remained shrouded in utter darkness. This left Su Chen somewhat perplexed. Was it time to decrypt? But just then, the prompt board before him suddenly lit up. Congratulations on completing the 4th dungeon of the Dragon Realm Thunder Dragon Kingdom. Welcome to the final realm Smog's world. It must be said, this dungeon quest was quite intriguing. Su Chen felt as though he had entered a world of utter darkness. Then, his entire body seemed to float in midair. Yet he didn't feel like he was flying. He couldn't quite describe his current physical state. Yet Su Chen knew he must be being carried by some unseen force. However, he did not unleash the power of his 6 angel wings. There was no need. Unless he encountered some truly dire peril. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually resort to his flight ability. Although here, Su Chen had lost his vision and other abilities. His extensive combat experience allowed him to sense the presence of others around him. This was largely due to his relentless combat training. In any case, this battle was essentially one Su Chen had brought upon himself. His rapid progress through earlier stages had left him with ample time to spare. Still, he wanted to find a way to clear the stage sooner rather than later. As a transmigrator, Su Chen preferred everything to be under his control. Anything beyond his grasp made him feel uneasy. Moreover, as a seasoned gamer, Su Chen knew this well. In dungeons like this, the faster you cleared it, the richer the rewards. These were essentially hidden rewards for dungeons. If not for these hidden rewards, Su Chen wouldn't be moving this fast. He wanted to test himself, to challenge himself. If possible, he naturally hoped his challenges would yield corresponding rewards. The richer, the better. That's why Su Chen pushed through the levels so swiftly. So much so that he barely rested before entering the final map. Before long, he felt his body slowly descending. Though darkness still enveloped him, he could actually feel his feet touching the ground. He tentatively took a step forward. With a soft pop, a circle of white light rippled beneath his feet. A potent magical aura slowly began to permeate the surroundings. This is actually a magical space? Su Chen stared at the scene before him in surprise. After all, he was practically a half-mage. He was actually quite sensitive to the surging currents of magical power. He could instantly sense the magical aura here. He could even detect any unusual activity here the moment it occurred. Just then, a low growl suddenly echoed from the surroundings. The aura carried an intense sense of oppression. Could this be the boss, Smog? Young one, tell me who you are. If you cannot explain yourself clearly, I shall kill you. An ancient voice boomed. The voice was ancient, yet it seemed to echo from all directions. It filled the entire dark space. Chapter 147, The Divine Fire of Amaterasu. It truly is Smog of the Dragon Realm. Su Chen stared intently at the dark silhouette ahead. Beneath the immense shadow, a colossal dragon's head emerged, its 2 eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. Su Chen did not back down. He stared back just as intently. Each breath the black dragon took sent tremors rippling through the entire magical space. Truly worthy of a dragon-type boss, it had some serious presence. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A boss of this magnitude. No wonder it required a 50-player raid. Even with 50 people, they might not stand a chance against a creature of this size. But Su Chen wasn't afraid. He strode forward, his gaze fixed intently on Smog. Though merely a human, in this moment he stood like a dragon slayer. His fearlessness stemmed mainly from never having encountered such a boss before. After all, this was his first encounter, so naturally, he felt no fear. Faced with Su Chen's almost provocative stance, Smog was somewhat taken aback. Every adventurer who had come before had been terrified. Even 50-man parties usually needed to encourage each other just to face him. Yet despite this, these human adventurers were ultimately no match for him. So much so that Smog himself found it strange. This lone human adventurer before him seemed to radiate an aura that was in no way inferior to his own. Human, do you truly believe you can challenge me alone? Let me make this perfectly clear, not even a team of 50 adventurers has ever successfully cleared this dungeon. If you turn back now, I will spare your life, Smog said coldly. In its eyes, the human adventurer before it was destined to be swallowed whole. To dare provoke it like this, utterly clueless about his own mortality. Enough with the talk. Let's see what you're made of. Su Chen had no interest in listening to Smog's nonsense. This dragon-shaped boss did possess some formidable strength. But compared to him, it was truly insignificant. To put it bluntly, this dragon-shaped boss probably didn't know its own true strength, which was why it dared to act recklessly in front of him. The moment he made his move, this dragon-shaped boss might collapse on the spot. Then it would truly learn what real power meant. Smog never imagined this young upstart would actually dare challenge him to a fight. As the Dragon Star boss, it naturally possessed its pride. A pride that brooked no intrusion from others. Thus, provoked to such fury, Smog's rage ignited instantly. Roar! The colossal dragon's roar sent violent tremors rippling through the entire magical space. The sheer volume of the sound made it impossible to look directly at it. In the air, something seemed to be shattering bit by bit. Without any apparent reason. Boy, it seems you're truly courting death, Smog declared. You overconfident insect, today you shall learn the consequences of daring to provoke Lord Smog. Smog glared at Su Chen, his entire body erupting with a massive surge of dark purple blood energy. This aura looked truly formidable. Su Chen watched the air around him tremble incessantly, feeling a surge of astonishment himself. You lizard dragon do have some skill. But it's only good for intimidating others. Before me, you're still nothing. Su Chen finished speaking, a faint smile curling his lips. Then, his left eye suddenly turned blood red. In an instant, it transformed into the shape of a magatama, spinning within Su Chen's left eye. Sharingan, Amaterasu. Su Chen murmured softly. The next second, the energy particles that had been constantly swirling in the surrounding air abruptly halted, plunging the area into an eerie stillness. An eerie aura began to spread throughout the surroundings. An energy that did not belong to this space suddenly began to spread. Smog immediately sensed the peculiar fluctuations in the air's energy. It launched its attack without hesitation. Roar! Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a thick black shockwave that slammed directly toward Su Chen. The blast struck Su Chen squarely in the face. It seemed certain that Su Chen would be obliterated by the blast. At that very moment, the shockwave miraculously halted. It remained frozen in place, utterly motionless. This scene left Smog momentarily stunned. Before he could fully process it, however, a mass of black flames erupted, instantly enveloping the shockwave. The shockwave's offensive was completely neutralized. This powerful assault could only halt before Su Chen. Simultaneously, the shockwave began to be slowly consumed by the black flames. This bizarre spectacle instantly unsettled Smog. It had no idea who this young man before it truly was. Why did he possess such bizarre and terrifying attacks? Smog had never witnessed anything like it before. But this couldn't be blamed on him. Su Chen's attack skills didn't actually exist in this world. Therefore, naturally, Smog had never witnessed them before. The Amaterasu Divine Fire was originally a technique of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. It was said to be a divine flame capable of consuming all things under heaven. Smog's panic became visibly palpable, for the eerie flames not only consumed his shockwave. It was also consuming his magical space. Even more terrifying, this bizarre flame showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it surged directly toward his body. If this continued, he might well be burned to death. Smog remained confident in his own defensive capabilities and trusted them implicitly. He must admit he had no confidence in withstanding the strange flames unleashed by this youth. Most crucially, he sensed a faint whiff of forbidden spell-level power within the flames. If this truly was forbidden spell-level fire, then the situation would be far from simple. For safety's sake, Smog absolutely refused to suffer defeat here. With a sudden roar, Smog turned tail and fled for his life. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Hey, you're supposed to be the boss here. Is it really okay to just run off like this? However, he chose not to pursue. Because no matter what, Smog couldn't possibly evade his Amaterasu Divine Fire. Sure enough, though Smog was fast, the Amaterasu Divine Fire was faster still. In an instant, the entire magical space erupted in flames. Smog found his path blocked by the flames with no chance of escape. Moments later, the Amaterasu divine fire reached Smog's body. Then, it swiftly ignited his entire body. Arg! Damn it! This fire! It's too hot! Chapter 148. This reward is too generous. Yet the truly terrifying part was yet to come. Smog had barely finished speaking when he prepared to retaliate. The flames instantly engulfed his entire body. Smog scarcely had time to utter a cry. Its entire body was engulfed in a sea of flames. The ultimate boss of this super-secret dungeon was thus reduced to ashes. The entire process took no more than a minute. It could be said that Su Chen's combat prowess had long surpassed everyone's expectations, including Su Chen himself. His prowess was so staggering that even Su Chen himself struggled to believe he possessed such power. Congratulations, professional! You have slain Smog and gained 50 million EXP. Note, experience points have accumulated significantly. Gained experience will decrease. Please complete the class change quest promptly. Sigh, Su Chen felt a bit helpless. Such a massive XP gain, and it was actually being reduced. But even with the reduction, he still received 50 million. What did that even mean? This experience was truly absurdly high. But Su Chen didn't care much either. With Smog's demise, the magical space surrounding Su Chen gradually faded away. Once it vanished completely, a sea of white light surged around him, rapidly streaming into his storage ring. These were the loot rewards obtained after clearing the dungeon. With that, Su Chen had completed the entire Dragon Realm quest. The entire endeavor had taken no more than 3 hours. Especially the final boss, Smog, who had been defeated in a mere minute. Such a record was truly unprecedented and unmatched. It stands as the most formidable and astonishing achievement since the Dragon Realm dungeon's inception. Congratulations on clearing the Dragon Realm dungeon. For setting a new speedrun record, you will receive an additional reward. You have received an additional reward, 10S rank skills and 10 million EXP. Holy! Su Chen was stunned. 10S rank skill books. This reward was way better than those 10 million EXP points. To be honest, even though Su Chen could easily obtain SSS tier skills through the system's fishing feature every time, he had absolutely no need for S-rank skill books. Moreover, in this world, the highest tier skill books were SSS grade. By comparison, S-rank skill books naturally pale in comparison. But this is only relative to Su Chen. Consider this, for anyone else. Obtaining a single S-rank skill book would be sufficient to join the professional association and become one of its core members. From to social standing, it represents a tremendous leap and advancement. Such a skill book is naturally excellent. And this time, clearing the instance directly rewarded 10S rank skill books at once. Though Su Chen had no use for them, he could at least sell them on the trading platform, right? That was precisely what Su Chen had in mind. Not bad, this is outrageous. Money in the bank. Su Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Moreover, he wasn't the least bit worried about finding buyers for the S-rank skills he might unlock. Let's put it this way, skill books like these can fetch a price as long as they're S-rank. Once they hit S-rank, no matter what class skill they contained, they were top tier. Of course, not everyone had Su Chen's luck in obtaining an SSS grade skill. An S-rank skill book starts at tens of millions at the very least. If it contains skills for classes like mages, warriors, or healers, it's worth at least 100 million. Either way, it's a valuable find. Su Chen hit the jackpot this time. 10 books at once? These weren't just skill books, they were like the god of wealth delivering cash. Su Chen wouldn't keep these 10 skill books for himself. The main reason was that his current skills were already quite powerful. S-rank skill books, on the other hand, were just dead weight, no point in holding on to them. That was Su Chen's plan. Once he exited the dungeon, he'd sell them immediately, netting himself another tidy profit. Not bad. If I could run this super dungeon a few more times, wouldn't I become a wealthy tycoon? Su Chen thought to himself with delight. He now understood why this dungeon required a 50-person team. With such high rewards, could a party smaller than 50 people handle it? Of course not. Su Chen could claim all the rewards solely because he had come here alone. Anyway, things were looking good this time, a solid opportunity. 3 minutes remaining until departure. Adventurers, please check your inventory promptly to avoid loss. 3 minutes left to exit. Seizing the moment, Su Chen quickly inspected the rewards he'd received after slaying Smog. Smog's ring epic. Attributes, unidentified. Description, the magic ring carried by Smog. Rumored to possess magical resistance effects. Requires completing the resolve quest to obtain further information. Smog's staff epic. Attributes, unidentified. Description, a staff forged from Smog's own dragon scales, granting enhanced effects to all magical skills. Requires completion of the Trial of Fortitude to uncover further details. Smog's robe epic. Attributes, unidentified. Description, a robe crafted from Smog's own dragon scales and mystical black stone, granting resistance to all magic. Complete the Trial of Fortitude to unlock further details. Water element mage, fire element mage. Holy crap! Su Chen couldn't believe the loot inside his storage ring. Seriously, this isn't a reward. This was practically a blessing from the Jade Emperor himself. Such terrifying rewards since arriving in this world, Su Chen had never seen such an overwhelming haul before. This dungeon was beyond extraordinary. It was so unbelievable that Su Chen couldn't trust his own eyes. The loot dropped by Smog alone was enough to send Su Chen straight to heaven. Honestly, Su Chen was now certain. If he sold all this stuff, he could definitely make a run at the wealth rankings. Not making it onto the wealth rankings with this? That would be a waste of his own potential. Just the full set of Smog's epic gear alone could fetch an astronomical price. And that's before even appraising it. If it were appraised, who knows what astronomical price it could fetch? That's precisely why Su Chen was confident he could make a splash on the wealth rankings. If he could make a splash on that list, who knows? Maybe someday he could live like. Ha. Now, Su Chen had not only obtained these terrifying sets of armor but also so many elemental magic stones. There are 10 in total, with 2 of each elemental magic stone. This was truly the pinnacle of rarity. It's important to note that many classes among practitioners rely on magical energy for their skills. To enhance a professional's combat prowess, elemental magic stones are indispensable. Chapter 149, Setting a New Record. If these elemental magic stones were used to craft equipment, their value would start at a minimum of 10 billion. Of course, it's best to use the right tool for the job. These elemental stones are best reserved for equipping mage-class adventurers. Isn't it ironic that among all professions, magicians, due to their class nature, are actually the wealthiest? Therefore, the 10 magic stones in Su Chen's possession could command astronomical prices right off the bat. Su Chen had always been anxious about not earning enough money. What if he had no savings for his old age? Now, however, his mind was suddenly cleared. Worried about retirement funds? The money was practically falling into his lap. After all, his skills were more than enough to earn a fortune. Plus, with the fishing system helping out, how could he possibly lose? Over here, Su Chen was still basking in his triumph. Meanwhile, the entire Imperial Capital's job change hall was in an uproar. No, to be precise, every job change hall across the entire world was in an uproar. The Dragon Kingdom's record has been broken? What's going on? A practitioner from China? The time was 3 hours? Cheating. This must be cheating. Impossible. I recall our guild leader spent a fortune assembling a top-tier team just to clear this dungeon record so he could run it with his favorite girl. What the hell is going on? Cleared it in 3 hours? That's not even enough time to traverse the first map. At that moment, news of Su Chen's record-breaking clear spread throughout the world's job change halls. The dungeon primarily linked to all the world's job change halls. Thus, even the slightest stir could be known across the entire world. Su Chen was still gloating over his big win. Meanwhile, the entire world had learned that the Dragon Kingdom dungeon had been cleared. And it was cleared in record time. 3 hours. Even rushing through it wouldn't be enough, right? Not to mention, each of these 5 maps is packed with hordes of monsters and incredibly powerful bosses. They cleared it like that? Are you kidding me? Not only were professionals worldwide stunned, but even guilds on par with the Professional Association were utterly shocked. This guild was none other than the Priest Association, an organization nearly on par with the Professional Association and perhaps even subtly surpassing it. Priests have always been one of the most numerous classes among the world's professionals. Unlike mages, priests also rely on magic in combat. But in practice, they primarily function as support combat classes. Every party requires at least one priest, and more priests are always better. Thus, priests themselves can harness the unique nature of their profession to form a formidable force. Truth be told, the Priests Guild wields considerable influence. Were it not for the rule limiting each nation to a single level 10 guild, the Priests Guild would very likely have become the second level 10 guild. The reason the Priest Guild is in such shock and disarray right now, it was entirely because the 50-man raid team they had specifically assembled to clear the Dragon's Realm dungeon. That so-called guild leader was actually a member of the Priest Guild. The guild leader had invested heavily to assemble an exceptionally powerful 50-man team. While this team couldn't be called the strongest in the world, each member possessed undeniably formidable strength. It was only through the guild leader's immense investment that they managed to clear the Dragon's Realm dungeon. They even set a new speedrun record. Unexpectedly, within just a few days, it was shattered. And the new record time? Is this even human? Clearing it in 3 hours? Are you sure they didn't cheat? The guild leader's fists clenched into balls as he slammed them hard onto the table. His face contorted with rage. Most crucially, he couldn't and dared not believe his own eyes. What kind of team could possibly clear this dungeon in 3 hours? 3 hours? Hell, that wouldn't even be enough time to rush through it. So many monsters, plus 5 boss fights. You think this is some kind of joke? Yet the information displayed in the job change hall couldn't possibly be fake. Even if one job change hall could be rigged, it's impossible for the entire world to be rigged. Therefore, this matter now appears to be genuine. I don't get it. Our 50-man team spent a fortune and took 8 whole days to clear it. What kind of team could possibly clear it in just 3 hours? I'll spend whatever it takes to find the team that broke our record. The priest guild leader was furious. He'd finally spent a fortune to make a grand show before the goddess, only to have another team steal the spotlight in the blink of an eye. The goddess doesn't love me anymore. Guild leader, clearing the Dragon's Realm dungeon in 3 hours, a team like that is probably beyond our reach. A professional player whispered from the side. Snap. The priest guild leader's eyes suddenly turned vicious. His right hand seized the adventurer's throat with brutal force. The adventurer's neck snapped instantly. You're part of the priest guild, yet you betray us. The other guild members, witnessing this, dared not utter a word, all lowering their heads and holding their breath. I'll be damned if I don't find out which blind fool dares defy me. Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong, head of the priest's guild. He was ruthless, cruel in his methods, and deeply calculating. He would kill his own trusted confidants without a second thought, showing no mercy whatsoever. Moreover, he was profoundly selfish and cold-hearted, caring only for his own interests and feelings. He exploits others when they serve his purpose, discarding them without hesitation when they become useless. He wouldn't hesitate to sell you out for a profit to line his own pockets. What's worse, Lu Qingsong himself is ugly and obese, and he's also extremely lecherous. For a woman, he'd go to. He's the ultimate dog in heat among dog in heats. The Mage Association and the Priest Guild once shared a connection. It all stemmed from the rivalry over that level 10 guild. The Priest's Guild was no match for the Mage's Guild and ultimately lost. Consequently, Lu Qingsong was so enraged that he fell gravely ill for 3 months. Though his condition eventually improved, Lu Qingsong harbored a grudge against the Mage Association ever since. Over the years, Lu Qingsong never missed an opportunity to sabotage the Mages Association. It was the magnanimity of the Mage Association's president who prioritized the greater good. After all, they were all guilds within Huaxia Nation. Internal strife would only lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, the Mages Association had never stooped to Lu Qingsong's level. But now, Lu Qingsong had just organized a team to clear the Dragon's Realm, an extremely high difficulty dungeon. The top spot didn't even last a few days. The goddess hasn't given him a moment's peace. Damn it, someone else beat us to it. And in just 3 hours. Chapter 150, that kid named Su Chen. Lu Qingsong was absolutely fuming right now. He'd been bragging just days ago, only to get humiliated so quickly. This wasn't over. A petty person like Lu Qingsong would never let it go without getting to the bottom of it. You too, he growled, I'm absolutely furious right now. At that moment, 2 girls knelt before him, their figures undeniably striking. One wore a white dress, the other a black one. Each had stockings on their legs, white and black respectively. Their figures and looks were truly, though not exactly peerless beauties, they were stunning enough to captivate many. However, Lu Qingsong was seething with rage at that moment and had no interest whatsoever in admiring any scenery. He just wanted to vent his rage, then track down the guild or professional who had broken his record. Then kill them. Both women were too terrified to breathe, obediently letting him vent his fury as he demanded. Only after Lu Qingsong had satisfied his rage did he order an investigation into the record-breaking incident. The Dragon's Realm instance was truly remarkable. The level of the ferocious beasts within the instance dynamically adjusted based on the strength of the adventurers. In other words, the higher the level and strength of the adventurers challenging the Dragon Realm, the more formidable the beasts they faced. For a level 9 Grand Guild, clearing the Dragon Realm instance wasn't particularly difficult. However, breaking the dungeon's completion record was another matter entirely. Previously, Lu Qingsong spent a fortune to set the latest record for this dungeon. He shattered the previous records set by other adventurers. This was precisely what angered Lu Qingsong the most. If one were to speak of the first person to clear the dungeon, Lu Qingsong certainly wasn't it. But this record was one he, Lu Qingsong, had established. That's precisely why Lu Qingsong was so furious. Refreshing the record for these 5 maps was incredibly difficult. Unless one possessed the formidable strength of a guild leader like Lu Qingsong, it was simply impossible. And the reason Lu Qingsong went to such lengths in the first place was for the girl he liked. He poured immense resources into accomplishing this feat solely to prove his strength to her. But now, barely a few days into his celebration, his record was shattered. Who wouldn't be furious? Who wouldn't be furious? Lu Qingsong felt that if he didn't vent this frustration, it would fester inside him for the rest of his life. The 2 women who had just helped him blow off steam were named Lily and Lu Rong. Both were capable assistants and secretaries by his side. They were the kind of secretaries who handled everything, both important tasks and trivial matters. They held positions of considerable prestige within the Pastors Association. But faced with President Lu Qingsong's unpredictable temper, they naturally felt helpless. Their only recourse was to quickly calm the boss down and then rush off to complete the tasks he'd assigned. Otherwise, who knows what trouble the boss might stir up next. In truth, it wasn't difficult to verify that Su Chen had set a new record in Dragon's Realm. After all, Dragon's Realm was a globally renowned public instance, albeit one of extreme difficulty. It didn't mean adventurers couldn't access such dungeon realms. Moreover, once Su Chen broke the record, the news would immediately appear in all class change halls worldwide. Naturally, all adventurers were utterly shocked. The shock wasn't merely about clearing the Dragon Realm instance. After all, clearing the instance is just clearing it, nothing inherently wrong with that. After all, others had cleared it before. But the real reason for the shock? The record time was 3 hours. Not 3 days, 3 hours. A dungeon that took 12 days to clear was finished in just 3 days. Who wouldn't be stunned? Thus, word of this feat spread like wildfire across the entire world. Lu Rong and Lily quickly obtained the confirmed news from the job change hall. However, upon learning the precise details, both Lu Rong and Lily were utterly dumbfounded. A single person had cleared the Dragon Kingdom dungeon in just 3 hours. What kind of freak was this? Then, upon investigating further, they discovered that Su Chen was merely an 18-year-old adventurer. They were utterly stunned. They had no idea how to break this news to Lu Qingsong. Even if they told the boss, he might not believe it. Even for a level 9 guild like the Clerics Association, tackling an ultra-difficult mission dungeon like Dragon's Realm required significant investment. The boss had spent a fortune back then and hired numerous powerful adventurers to help clear it. Even then, it took them 8 days, shaving just 2 days off the previous record of 10 days. Now they'd heard that an 18-year-old kid had cleared it in just 3 hours. Who would believe that? If it's true, Lu Qingsong would be furious enough to explode on the spot. That's why Lu Rong and Lily only dared to report this to Lu Qingsong after thoroughly investigating Su Chen's background and information. Truthfully, neither of them believed it at first. They suspected some shadowy organization was trying to cover up the truth. After all, such things weren't impossible. China possessed numerous shadowy forces capable of such feats. But the problem now was that such a mysterious organization was simply. After relentless investigation, they finally confirmed that Su Chen was indeed the professional adventurer who shattered the Dragon Kingdom dungeon record. No one else. Furthermore, the capital's Adventurers Guild had maintained strict secrecy regarding the destruction of the secret realm, making it nearly impossible to connect the incident to Su Chen. Therefore, Lu Rong and Lily only knew that Su Chen was a member of the Adventurers Guild. He had no backing from any powerful factions or family connections. He was just an ordinary person. Upon confirming this information, the two were naturally stunned. How could such an unassuming young man have cleared this dungeon in just 3 hours? Even if they hadn't uncovered any useful information, at least they could explain it clearly upon returning. That was the plain truth of the matter, no other possibilities existed. The two hurriedly drove back to the guild headquarters to report their findings. Sure enough, after reporting the incident to Lu Qingsong exploded with rage. "You two idiots! How could you make up such a ridiculous excuse?" Lu Qingsong roared. "President, that's the truth of the matter. It's the same for every guild in the world. We were skeptical at first too, but after Lily and I investigated, it was indeed this teenager named Su Chen who cleared it. He cleared the Dragon's Realm dungeon in just 3 hours and set a new record," Lu Rong quickly added. Lily nodded in agreement beside her. "That's right, boss. Absolutely true. Chapter 151, Send Someone to Kill Him." Lu Qingsong wasn't about to take their word for it so easily. Seeing the boss's skepticism, the two had no choice but to quickly present all the information they'd gathered. This included videos of the information broadcast in job change halls worldwide. Only then was Lu Qingsong forced to believe them. He frowned deeply, saying nothing. But his expression was grim. "Guild leader, could it be that this kid isn't actually that strong? But maybe he's got some super gear or something, just got incredibly lucky, which is why he broke our guild record so fast? You mean this is just a fluke?" Lu Qingsong looked at Lily. Startled, Lily felt a pang of panic, but she nodded immediately. "Yeah, boss. That kid looks about 18, just a newly awakened practitioner. Unless he somehow got lucky and snagged some legendary gear, there's no other explanation," Lily whispered. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingsong's expression darkened further. Such a coincidence? He actually broke our guild's record? Lily dared not speak further, the situation was simply too hard to justify. As for Lu Rong, she quickly shut her mouth. She certainly didn't want to draw the boss's ire. Whether it's true or not, this kid named Su Chen really rubs me the wrong way. Since he dared to make me lose face in front of my goddess, he'll pay the price. Besides, you've already investigated him, he has no background or connections. That means he's a member of the professional association. Squashing a lowly guild member is easier than crushing an ant. Even if the professional association sent someone to confront me, they wouldn't dare cross the line. Now, you two get moving immediately and find someone to take out that Su Chen kid. Remember, he must not live to see tomorrow." Lu Qingsong's expression was savage. Clearly, he was determined to deal with Su Chen at any cost. Failing to do so would leave him restless day and night. Moreover, Lu Qingsong himself was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. If the target were someone from a powerful family, he wouldn't dare act recklessly, he'd go out of his way to curry favor instead. But now that Su-Chen had no backing, just an ordinary nobody, there was nothing more to discuss. Killing him outright was the only way to ease his own mind. Yes, boss. Li Li and Lu Rong received their orders and promptly departed. At this moment, Lu Qingsan's mood had clearly shifted for the worse. Neither of them wanted to linger by his side for another moment. Since the boss had given orders, fulfilling the mission promptly was the real priority. As for anything else, that wasn't their concern. Once they stepped outside, however, they clashed over selecting an assassin. Lu Rong favored speed and efficiency, finding a skilled professional within the association to execute the task swiftly. Not only would this save money, but having someone they knew well would make things easier. Li Li, however, advocated hiring a professional hitman for the job. Only then could the task be completed cleanly and efficiently. That kid Su-Chen is just a level 60 professional who's only just completed his 4th class advancement quest. Is it really worth spending so much money to kill a level 60 professional? Is that necessary? Lu Rong disagreed. Li Li cut straight to the point. Lu Rong, that's not how you look at it. Sure, he's only level 60. But think about it, he managed to solo the Dragon Realm dungeon. Is that typical for an ordinary adventurer? What if he's got some secret treasure we don't know about? That'd be suicide. The boss has given us this mission. Since we're going to carry it out, we have to see it through. If we fail, how will we explain it to the boss? Think carefully about this. If we really fail the mission, what do you suggest we tell the boss? Li Li looked at Lu Rong. She was naturally cautious, and the boss was already furious. It was clear that if this matter wasn't handled properly, the boss might take it out on the two of them. Naturally, Li Li was deeply concerned. A professional with no background whatsoever? He's just pure luck. What kind of skills could he possibly have? Hey, Li Li, what are you freaking out about? This isn't that complicated. Our guild members alone can handle him. If you're still worried, just assign a level 100 shadow priest from the guild. That should settle it, right? Lu Rong said. She still believed the matter wasn't that complicated. This kid named Su-Chen. He was just a bit lucky. To suggest he had anything else going for him was simply impossible. She couldn't speak for other matters, but at least this much was certain. The most important thing was that this was the current situation. Such a random occurrence was nothing more than sheer luck on his part. Lu Rong, this matter involves the chairman. It's always better to be cautious, Li Li reminded her again. Don't be so stubborn this time. Trust me on this, I'll handle it. Lu Rong and Li Li were incredibly close best friends, in fact. Precisely because of this, they'd been practically inseparable for 3 years. The only difference was their personalities and approaches to handling things. Alright, I'll listen to you then. Lu Rong nodded. But while I'll follow your lead, I'm coming along to see for myself if this Su-Chen guy really has 3 heads and 6 arms. A level 60 professional player who can clear the Dragon's Kingdom dungeon in just 3 hours? Where on earth did this godlike player come from? Lu Rong's curiosity was piqued. After all, she'd never encountered a professional like this before. Well, that might be a bit difficult, Lu Rong. You know our priest guild is one of the top guilds in the entire Huaxia Empire. By imperial decree, private conflicts between major guilds are strictly forbidden. Especially since we're going after that kid Su-Chen, it's clearly a case of the big bullying the small. That would be a serious breach of protocol. If we dare show our faces and get caught red-handed. Let me put it this way, it will inevitably involve the guild. And once the guild is implicated, you know exactly what the boss's temper is like. What I'm trying to say is, we can't drag this trouble into the guild's internal affairs. If something like this gets exposed, we'll both be the scapegoats. You understand what I mean? Hearing this, Lu Rong shrugged indifferently. Hey, Li Li, are you being stupid? That Su-Chen is just a level 60 professional. We could send a level 100 to take him out, it'd be a piece of cake. Chapter 152, just to kill a little brat? Besides, we're both here with him. What are you worried about? You seriously think he could escape? Relax, with us tagging along, Su-Chen won't get far. Then we'll just kill him. What's there to worry about him spreading the word? Lu Rong grinned at Li Li. But? Enough, listen to me. There's no buts about it. Think about it, if we send someone to find him, but we follow along too. That'd be like having insurance, right? Lu Rong said with a serious expression. Clearly, Lu Rong had been persuaded by Li Li's reasoning. Indeed, if we were to send just one assassin, things might go awry. But if both of us went along, given our combined strength, there's no way that Su-Chen could possibly escape, right? She acknowledged Su-Chen had some skill, but he was ultimately just a level 60 professional. Could he really outrun a level 100 assassin and herself? Therefore, Li Li agreed with Lu Rong's suggestion. Alright, since that's the case, we'll go together. It's safer that way. As 2 of the top secretaries in the priesthood guild, their efficiency was exceptional. It didn't take long before they secured an assassin at a high price. A level 100 assassin. This was a genuine professional assassin. But to be extra cautious, Lu Rong wanted not only a powerful assassin, but also one with a proven track record and reputation. This proved rather troublesome. Such assassins existed, but expecting to hire one simply with money was impossible. For this very reason, Lu Rong ultimately had to leverage her connections and sacrifice some personal favors to finally secure a top-tier assassin. This assassin was renowned worldwide. Let's put it this way, such an assassin was not someone ordinary people could even approach. Getting him to agree to eliminate Su Chen was a massive favor indeed. This was precisely why Lu Rong felt so confident. But when the assassin finally arrived, Lu Rong and Lily were stunned. He was a woman. Wait, I never heard that this world-renowned assassin was female. What was going on? But let's not overlook the female assassin's appearance. She was strikingly cold and elegant. To put it plainly, she was the very embodiment of a proud queen. She was a world-renowned assassin, famous since her debut. This female assassin is arguably the most renowned killer globally. Since her debut, she has never failed a single mission, having carried out numerous assignments across the globe. Essentially, whenever she took action, failure was unheard of. Initially, the female assassin was furious about being assigned to assassinate a level 60 professional. This wasn't a mission she should be handling, it was an insult to her abilities. Assigning her to take out a level 60 professional? That's just a kid. Why should she personally handle such a trivial target? If it weren't for the fact that Lu Rong and Lily were members of the Priest Association, she might have slaughtered those two women first. But after hearing the women's description, the female assassin suddenly perked up. Who would have thought someone could solo the Dragon Realm dungeon and break the record in just 3 hours? This kid was clearly no ordinary brat. Moreover, the price offered by these two women was indeed quite generous, so she readily agreed. Since the three were meeting in the imperial capital, it was still some distance from the Dragon Kingdom instance where Su Chen was located. Therefore, they planned to ambush Su Chen before he exited the Dragon Kingdom. The only way to do that was to use the teleportation array directly. Teleportation arrays were a unique mode of transportation exclusive to this world. Key locations across the entire Blue Star were connected by relay points for interdimensional travel. Moreover, if a teleportation array marker point had been established at a location visited by a professional, they could also be transported there via the array. For this reason, teleportation arrays were undeniably convenient. However, there is one major drawback if you wish to use such a teleportation array. The cost is exorbitantly high. The base fee alone exceeds 1,000,000 credits. How could the average professional afford that? The exact cost also depends on the distance of the teleportation. For instance, this time the three of them needed to teleport from the Imperial capital to the Dragon Realm instance, a distance of roughly 500 kilometers. Using the teleportation array for this journey, each person would spend nearly 3,000,000 credits, totaling 9,000,000 for the three of them. For transportation costs, this is absolutely astronomical. But there was no alternative. Lu Rong and Lily were determined to complete their mission. If they couldn't intercept and eliminate Su Chen within a short time frame, they wouldn't be able to account for their failure to the boss upon returning. If they couldn't account for it to the boss, things would get messy. After all, many things weren't as simple as they seemed. Besides, the Priest's Guild itself was extremely wealthy, so this small sum was hardly a concern. The benefits they received from the Priest's Guild on a daily basis were substantial. Naturally, there was little to worry about. Therefore, upon seeing the teleportation array in use, even the assassin couldn't help but marvel. Man, you guys from the Priest's Guild are seriously loaded. You've got all this money. I wish I were as rich as you. Hearing the female assassin's words, Lily shook her head helplessly. This mission is crucial. If we fail, the consequences upon our return won't be about money alone. So spending this money is nothing. I'm counting on you for this mission. Lily addressed the female assassin. The three entered the teleportation array one by one. Soon, it activated in a burst of blue light. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. The trio found themselves transported to the edge of the Dragon Realm instance. At the same time, Su Chen emerged from the Dragon Realm instance. After being teleported out of the Dragon Realm, he reappeared once again at the massive city gates. This time, Su Chen not only effortlessly completed the class change quest but also reaped substantial rewards. Consequently, his mood was exceptionally high. Upon returning, he planned to first complete his class change. After that, he would head to the Huaxia trading post. Then he'd sell off all his top-tier gear to make some cash. At the very least, this haul should net him a cool 10 billion, right? 10 billion. 10 billion. Enough to last a lifetime. Then he'd buy several properties in the heart of Imperial City. That would be the life. By then, reaching the pinnacle of his career would be no problem at all. Chapter 153, Villains Die by Talking Too Much. Yet just as Su Chen was basking in his sweet daydreams, Lily and her two companions had already appeared in a nearby corner. That's him. Lu Rong pointed at Su Chen in the distance. Are you sure it's him? This kid doesn't look like someone who could clear a dungeon solo, does he? The female assassin seemed skeptical, mainly because Su Chen's current state looked downright strange. Why do you think he's so happy? Did he find some treasure? Lu Rong asked. If you were young and single and managed to set a new record for a dungeon this difficult, wouldn't you be thrilled? Besides, he must have gotten some great loot from clearing the dungeon. Of course he'd be happy. Li Li said. Hearing this, Lu Rong and the female assassin suddenly understood. Yeah, if it were them, they'd probably have laughed themselves silly by now. But today would be the last day this kid laughed. Cherish these final days of your life. Please, female assassin, go for it. We're counting on you. Lu Rong looked at the female assassin with complete seriousness. The assassin gave a slight nod before vanishing into the shadows. Given Li Li and Lu Rong's special status, they'd only come to watch the spectacle and had no intention of revealing themselves. Stop right there. The female assassin suddenly spoke up, halting Su Chen in his tracks. Su Chen turned around, utterly bewildered, staring at the woman behind him. Who are you? Seeing the woman appear behind him, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He instinctively sensed an oppressive aura emanating from her. This woman was no ordinary person. Her face was cold as ice, and the killing intent radiating from her body made him sense she was no ordinary person. It had to be said, the woman before him was at least a top-tier practitioner above the 7th transformation. Her presence here must have a reason. Yet even in the imperial capital, the very heart of Huaxia's 7th-tier practitioners were rare indeed. A 7th-tier practitioner like the one before him could be considered the pinnacle even in some 3rd-tier small cities. In extreme circumstances, she could even safeguard the peace of an entire city. It's safe to say that such individuals would receive preferential treatment in virtually any city they visited. But the question remained, why had this 7th-tier female assassin suddenly appeared before him? Though Su Chen had only recently awakened his profession, he understood clearly. This situation was far from straightforward. Since she had suddenly come here, there must be something amiss. Regardless of the circumstances, since he had encountered her now, he naturally intended to get to the bottom of it. What brings you here? Su Chen inquired. You're Su Chen, correct? The female assassin asked calmly. Yes. 7th-tier professional assassin, Imperial China's elite hitman, level 100. As for the assassin organization I belong to, you needn't know. Because the dead have no need for such knowledge. Rest assured, I've never missed a target since I started. Let me put it this way, if I say I'm going to kill someone, I will kill them. So I'll make sure your death is quick and painless. But before you die, I'll tell you this, someone paid for your life. And this person, along with their faction, is someone you can't afford to cross. The reason I didn't strike immediately was to find out how a level 60 professional like you managed to solo the Dragon's Realm dungeon and even set a nuclear record? If you tell me this secret, I'll make sure your death is quick and painless. Speak, the female assassin said calmly, staring at Su Chen. Staring at the female assassin before him, Su Chen was dumbfounded. This assassin claimed to be so formidable, yet why was she wasting so much breath? And from her tone, it sounded like someone had put a bounty on his head? Wait, when did his life become so valuable? But what intrigued Su Chen even more was how curious this assassin seemed about how he'd managed to clear the stage. This was actually quite interesting. He had to admit, this female assassin was making him feel intrigued. But Su Chen still stared at her with a puzzled expression. You're an assassin? Yes, I'm an assassin. Someone paid for your head. The female assassin didn't shy away from the truth. I'm just curious how you managed to clear the Dragon Kingdom dungeon so quickly, and what rewards you got. Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He could understand why someone would pay to have him killed. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had encountered quite a few incidents. It must be said, this matter wasn't exactly straightforward. Besides, he himself had quite a few blood debts to settle. If someone really wanted to kill him, it was understandable. Who doesn't have some friends or relatives involved? But the question was, who would spend money to hire an assassin to kill him at this moment? I can't think of anyone who would. Yet since this assassin had come knocking to announce his presence, he couldn't just let it go without getting to the bottom of it. Still, the assassin's rambling speech left Su Chen utterly baffled. Look, I know you're a level 107th transformation assassin. But what makes you think you could kill me? And since you dared come looking for me, you obviously know my information. So if you already know all that, what else do you need me to say? You're a 7th transformation assassin, a professional hitman, one who's never missed his mark. Don't you know the saying about villains dying from talking too much? Su Chen said cheerfully, looking at the female assassin. He genuinely couldn't fathom how someone like this could be a professional assassin. Totally unprofessional, right? But he had no interest in wasting more words on this woman. What a scatterbrain. Right now, he had only one thought, to quickly sell the loot for cash. Then live a life of luxury he could never spend at all. Otherwise, who'd want to waste time with this female assassin? While this female assassin was passable in looks, she was honestly no match for Fei Shui or Chen Wenna. Not to mention his own Lu Ruzhuang. And the Lin sisters, Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaolan, they were in a league of their own. Su Chen simply had no interest whatsoever. Therefore, Su Chen had no desire to waste words with this female assassin. The idea of exchanging money had completely taken over his mind. Su Chen's reaction left Lu Rong and Li Li utterly dumbfounded. What's his deal? He doesn't seem scared at all. Lu Rong watched from the sidelines, finding Su Chen's attitude downright arrogant. After all, he was just a level 60 third-class professional who had only just completed his 4th-class quest. And he hadn't even settled the accounts yet. How could he be so arrogant? Chapter 154, he's made his move. Su Chen couldn't care less about what happened to that female assassin. His sole thought now was to hurry to the Huaxia trading post to make a transaction. Then figure out a way to get some money or something. As for that female assassin, he genuinely couldn't care less. This Su Chen doesn't seem the least bit afraid of the assassin we called, Lu Rong observed with surprise. Clearly, Su Chen's behavior didn't match the reaction one would expect from a novice professional. At this moment, shouldn't Su Chen have been scared into kneeling and begging for mercy, only to be stabbed to death by the female assassin? How could this be? Watching Su Chen like this, she even began to wonder if he was being a bit too cocky. This was a level 60 triple transition professional, it was simply beyond words. And standing opposite him was a 7th transformation female assassin. Judging by Su Chen's current reaction, Lu Rong almost thought he was the one who had undergone 7 transformations. Could it be that Su Chen truly possessed something special? Had he simply not revealed it yet? Though uncertain, his demeanor suggested it was likely true. Otherwise, only one possibility remained. That Su Chen was a complete and utter fool. Sure enough, even the female assassin was thrown off guard by Su Chen's reaction. In all her years as an assassin, she had never once failed. In this line of work, she stands out as the most dedicated and the most valuable. Countless people sought her out precisely because of her abilities. Who could have imagined that a level 60 triple transition professional would look down on herself so much? This was an insult to her professionalism. This was truly intolerable. Uncle couldn't stand it, and neither could his sister-in-law. Kid, you're asking for trouble. The female assassin roared, drawing 2 poison-coated daggers. With a swift kick off the ground, her figure shot forward like lightning. She lunged straight for Su Chen's throat. The mere sight of the green venom coating the blades made it clear any contact with that stuff would be fatal. Even the smallest wound would likely prove fatal on the spot. This alone showed just how formidable the female assassin truly was. However, at this moment, the female assassin had long since been blinded by rage. She no longer cared about what kind of skills Su Chen possessed, or how he managed to clear the Dragon Realm dungeon solo. She only wanted this brat dead to ease the hatred in her heart. As for the rewards Su Chen had earned, she could claim them after eliminating him. At most, she'd have to share a portion with those 2 women from the Priest Guild. And even if she didn't share, it wouldn't matter. That's just how things work in this line of work. The assassin keeps everything. Seeing the female assassin suddenly attack him, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed. He couldn't quite figure out her motives, but he didn't let it bother him. He knew she was a 7th rank professional, but even that rank held little significance. Ever since he'd single-handedly cleared the Dragon's Realm dungeon earlier, such feats held little meaning for him anymore. The only thing that gave Su Chen pause was the assassin's years of experience in killing. That was something he couldn't possibly match. But it didn't matter. Even so, Su Chen was still confident he could take down the female assassin. At that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze in place. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged toward him from all directions. Only then did Su Chen realize he had underestimated her. Truly, she was a professional assassin. Her offensive power and overwhelming presence were truly extraordinary. Though she stood alone, one could distinctly sense her boundless combat prowess. And that overwhelming hatred. Had anyone other than Su Chen stood here today, the female assassin would undoubtedly succeed. Alright, it's finally begun, Li Li and Lu Rong cheered excitedly from a distance. Though both were professionals from the Clerics Guild, they thoroughly enjoyed such scenes of combat and bloodshed. Moreover, it was now clear that Su Chen was the one who had cleared the Dragon Realm. Killing him would make reporting back to their superiors even more satisfying. Thus, excitement and anticipation surged within them. Yet in that very instant, the female assassin had already charged before Su Chen. In the eyes of the 2 women, this female assassin truly lived up to her reputation. Her first strike was a thunderous assault. She left Su Chen no chance to retaliate. But to the female assassin, fear gripped her heart. Why did this kid seem completely unafraid, even appearing relaxed? What was going on? How could this kid not know he was an assassin? Allowing an assassin to get close to him was incredibly dangerous. Could he really be that clueless? Especially since she was a 7th-tier female assassin. Even setting aside her class advancement, her level alone should crush this young man. How come this young man doesn't seem the least bit afraid? Kid, go ahead and play the tough guy. Today's your last day anyway. Enjoy your last moments of arrogance. Yet, just as the female assassin believed she was about to end Su Chen's worthless life, what happened next left her utterly dumbfounded. Su Chen hadn't intended to dodge. His innate agility was more than sufficient to evade the assassin's attack. Even the 7th rank assassin likely possessed less than half his agility points. But the thing was, he also wanted to see just how formidable this female assassin truly was. How many blows could she land against him? But now it seemed this female assassin was nothing special after all. Su Chen showed no mercy. He shot the female assassin a cold glance. Then, several Magatama symbols flashed in his left eye. A crimson glow instantly enveloped the female assassin. Then, under the stunned gazes of both women, both the female assassin and Su Chen were enveloped within the crimson glow. At the same time, the female assassin was utterly stunned by the scene before her. All around them was a crimson blood mist. Su Chen had vanished from her sight. Instead, she found herself trapped with no escape, as if she herself had been sealed away. The 2 daggers in her hands crumbled to dust in an instant, as if seized by terror. They vanished directly from her palms. This left the female assassin utterly horrified. How could a level 60 professional possess such power? What on earth was happening? After all, the daggers in her hands were legendary gear. Not only was it exorbitantly expensive, it had also been with her for years, serving as her most trusted comrade in arms. And now it's just gone like that. And it vanished without a trace, leaving the female assassin utterly clueless about how it happened. What method did the other party use to make the dagger vanish from her grasp? This was likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Chapter 155, 2 beauties who really know how to play. See? I told you were no match for me. But you wouldn't listen, Su Chen said coldly. You didn't have to die. But you chose to come here to die. There's nothing I can do about that. Tell me who sent you to kill me? Su Chen's voice suddenly echoed from within the surrounding blood mist. The female assassin couldn't see Su Chen, but she could hear his voice. She was utterly shocked. No wonder this man could solo the Dragon Kingdom dungeon. He truly possessed extraordinary strength. In other words, this man was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Yet she couldn't fathom how someone who appeared to be only level 60. Why did he possess such formidable strength? Could it be that he possesses some kind of treasure? But the female assassin wasn't thinking about that now. From the moment her 2 daggers turned to dust, she knew this day would be her last. From the very first day she entered this line of work, she understood that she would meet an untimely end sooner or later. Thus, the female assassin had come to terms with her fate. Don't bother asking. Just kill me. The rules of this trade I cannot betray my employer. Good. You've got guts. Su Chen looked at the female assassin with a hint of admiration. The next moment, her body began to dissolve into dust, bit by bit. She watched her own body disintegrate into dust. Not a shred of pain, not even a flicker of sensation. Before long, the entire assassin vanished into thin air. No pain, no sensation whatsoever. It was as if she had merely passed through once, and then nothing remained. In short, it was all too bizarre for anyone to comprehend what had transpired. This was the terrifying power of Su Chen's Sharingan. It could reduce any object to dust through its unique power. Such terrifying power was also thanks to his system's reinforcement. Hey, Lily, don't you think we should get out of here? Lu Rong froze in place. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated this kid being so terrifying. What he just unleashed was undoubtedly a forbidden level technique. And it was undoubtedly one of the highest tier forbidden spells. Though both women were well-traveled and experienced, they had never witnessed a forbidden spell like the one Su Chen had just unleashed. Thus, both were utterly stunned by Su Chen's display. I knew this kid was no ordinary talent. Oh no, this is going to be trouble. Lu Rong, we need to get out of here fast. Lily grabbed her arm and turned to flee. The 2 women had only one thought now: get out of here fast. Especially Lily. After witnessing Su Chen's bizarre and terrifying skill, Lily's rational mind told her, this kid is definitely not ordinary. Absolutely not ordinary. He was far too dangerous. They had to get away immediately. If he catches up to us, today would be the day both of them met their end. A guy who can instantly kill a 7th-tier professional assassin like that. Anyone who provokes him is a fool. Yes, the 2 of them were fools right now. Especially since, according to the intel they'd obtained, this Su Chen was merely a level 60 Karami who just completed his 3rd advancement and was preparing for his 4th. Yet now he displayed such terrifying power. Lily's concerns seemed justified. This kid is truly a monster. Otherwise, how could he possibly clear the Dragon's Realm dungeon solo? We were too careless. So very careless. No dodge. As for Lu Rong, dragged along by Lily, she was running mostly out of concern. When had she ever witnessed such a brutal scene? She thought that female assassin would take care of this kid in minutes. But who could have imagined that this kid would take down the female assassin in minutes? This was a complete reversal of fortune. She recalled how she had looked down on this kid before. Now, both of them were panicking and scrambling to flee. Thankfully, I was smart enough not to let Lily bring the priest guild along. Otherwise, not only would the priest's guild be exposed, and even if everyone joined forces, they might not stand a chance against Su Chen. Run first, our lives come first. Their speed was impressive. In the blink of an eye, they'd covered a considerable distance. Just as they thought they'd successfully escaped danger. Suddenly, Su Chen's voice echoed from nearby. Hey, ladies, why the rush? I don't eat people. Did you two summon that female assassin? Why the rush to leave? Is there something you haven't finished yet? Hearing this voice, Lily and Lu Rong's expressions instantly turned pale. Terror now etched itself upon both their faces. This stood in stark contrast to their meticulously applied makeup. The next instant, a crimson shadow materialized. Then, the crimson shadow took on human form. Su Chen stood before them. His body radiated the overwhelming power and oppressive aura of the Sharingan. The two women were frozen in place, trembling in fear at the sheer terror radiating from Su Chen. Su Chen looked at them and smiled faintly. I'll give you one chance. Speak. Who are you, and why did you come to kill me? Su Chen understood perfectly well that the female assassin must have been hired by someone. Otherwise, he had no grudge against her. Why would she come to kill him? There must be some hidden secret behind this. Now the female assassin was dead. These two women held the key. Su Chen naturally needed to question them. The reason Su Chen hadn't killed them immediately was precisely to get to the bottom of these matters. Even if he did kill all three of them, he wouldn't have cared. Since they had sent assassins to kill him, they would inevitably come after him again sooner or later. So, if it came to it, he'd simply kill them all together. But since he'd found these two women, there was no need to waste time. He'd simply question them directly. If they tell the truth, let them go back and deliver the message. If they refuse to talk, then killing them outright is also an option. Of course, the most important thing is that these two beauties are truly exceptional. Su Chen was still in the prime of his youth. If he could have his way with them before sending them on their way, it wouldn't be impossible. Although Su Chen had already restrained the Sharingan's energy from spreading. But the sheer power of this ability was simply too immense. Even though the two women weren't directly attacked, the mere overflowing power from the Sharingan was enough to tear them apart. Thus, the two women were trembling in fear. Watching the two women tremble in fear, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, you two beauties, he said. Such perfect specimens. If you were to die like this, wouldn't that be a shame? Su Chen looked at them. It must be said, such a large white tiger was something even Fei Shui and Chan Wenna didn't possess. Not to mention the even younger Lu Ruzhuang. These two women were truly the worst kind imaginable. Who knows who their employer is? They sure know how to play the game. Seeing Su Chen like this, Lu Rong felt a surge of hope welling up inside her. Chapter 156, Big Breasts, No Brain. It makes sense. The youth before her looked to be 17 or 18. Right in the prime of his youth, full of vigor and passion. With her looks, a little flirting. How could this young man possibly resist her? With that thought, she spoke directly, Brother Su Chen, we've fallen into your hands. We accept our fate. Do with us as you will, kill us, torture us, whatever you please. But, could you really bring yourself to do it? Lu Rong suddenly adopted a coy tone. It must be said, Lu Rong was truly a rare beauty. Her voice alone sent shivers down one's spine. Su Chen looked at the two of them and said directly, all right then. Since both of you ladies are being so stubborn, I've got nothing against it. Frankly, I consider you both my enemies now. Since those people are enemies, we can't afford to waste time. So I'll just kill you both outright. With that, Su Chen made a move to strike. Lu Rong and Lily were so terrified their faces drained of color. Lu Rong even let out a startled cry. Brother, are you really so heartless? You're going to kill us? Lu Rong looked at Su Chen with pitiful eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ues. Enough. Stop playing the victim in front of me. Anyone who sends assassins after me can't be a good person. Why play the victim in front of me? Now tell me, who sent you to kill me? If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Chen said coldly. Beautiful women may be lovely to look at, but one shouldn't pity them recklessly. To put it bluntly, these two women weren't simple. If he showed pity carelessly, he'd inevitably face the consequences. He certainly wasn't going to show pity to anyone lightly. But those two's big breasts? Now those were truly a sight to behold. So bouncy and firm you just want to squeeze them. Upon hearing this, Lu Rong and Lily exchanged a glance. But neither of them spoke. Of course not, they dared not speak. If they really mentioned the priest's guild, Lu Qingsong wouldn't let them off the hook. They'd rather fall into Su Chen's hands and be killed outright. If Lu Qingsong discovered they'd betrayed the guild, it wouldn't end with mere death. The mere thought of Lu Qingsong's twisted nature. They felt that falling into Lu Qingsong's hands would truly be worse than death. Thus, they remained utterly silent. All this, of course, was observed by Su Chen. Very well. Since you two beauties refuse to speak, don't blame me for what comes next. I'm in no rush anyway. I just updated the Dragon's Realm dungeon news. Barring any surprises, it should have spread across the entire world by now. The fact that you two could send someone to kill me with such precision means you must have gotten wind of it. I'm sure it won't be long before some curious souls come to see what kind of person I am. Some of those professionals might even remember certain things. When they come snapping away with their cameras, you two looking all disheveled like this. Ha. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lily finally spoke up. You beast. Just kill us outright. A gentleman may die but cannot be disgraced. Oh my. Su Chen sneered, you really do put on a show. Stop pretending. Stop it. Let me tell you this, people really will come soon. I'm sure someone will take pictures. Once they discover the two of you. I'm sure plenty of people in China recognize you too. So why bother? Su Chen watched the two men, smiling cheerfully as he spoke. Anyway, Su Chen didn't care. The upper hand was firmly in his grasp. If these two women didn't give him a satisfactory answer, he certainly wouldn't let them leave. Lu Rong and Li Li understood Su Chen's meaning perfectly well. Moreover, their current predicament was undeniably awkward. If someone were to come along and start snapping photos indiscriminately, things would turn serious. If they were recognized, Lu Qingsong wouldn't let them off the hook. Besides, Lu Rong and Li Li were prominent figures within the clergy guild. If they were caught on camera like this, the priests guild would likely. Su Chen, don't ask. Just pretend this never happened. Let me make this clear, the people behind us are not someone you can afford to provoke. You're not worth the trouble. Once we get back, we'll just say we killed you. Then everything will be peaceful from now on. But if you keep asking questions, it won't end well for you. Lily looked at him as she spoke. Lily was clearly making a last-ditch effort. But clearly, Su Chen wasn't buying it. Listen, you two, haven't you figured it out yet? Do you really think I care about whatever power you're backed by? I couldn't care less, thanks. To put it bluntly, even if your backers are powerful, I soloed the Dragon Kingdom dungeon. What chance does your organization stand against me? Besides, your so-called power isn't all that impressive. The assassin you hired? I took him out in an instant. You two better think hard about how to repay me for sparing your lives. Otherwise, I might just do that thing first before killing you later. After speaking, Su Chen deliberately stared at the two men's pale faces for a few extra seconds. You little brat, shameless at such a young age. Mark my words, don't you dare let me return to the clergy guild, or I'll tear you limb from limb. Before Lu Rong could finish her sentence, her expression changed abruptly, turning deathly pale. Oh no, how could she have mentioned the priest's guild? This was it. She was completely screwed. Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned his gaze toward her. The priest's guild, huh? Well, I really don't know what to call you, sis, a big-breasted airhead? Or just plain airhead? Su Chen's expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. He never expected this woman to blurt it out herself. How on earth did she even get hired by the priest's guild? Lu Rong, you're done for. Lily stared at her, her face ashen. Clearly, both of them knew exactly what kind of person Lu Qingsong was. Now that things have come to this, they've practically confessed without being asked. The two women were now effectively counting down to their deaths. Lu Rong sighed helplessly at this moment. Su Chen, you've already gotten the answer you wanted. Can we leave now? Lu Rong genuinely feared that any further delay would draw attention. If they could leave now. Even if Su Chen knew, the two of them could deny everything. After all, there were no witnesses. But if someone had actually captured anything on camera, then they'd either have to wait for death or flee to the ends of the earth. But clearly, this notion of fleeing to the ends of the earth was unrealistic. That would leave only waiting for death. Hey, you two, no need to panic. You still haven't told me why the clergy guild wants to kill me, Su Chen asked. Chapter 157, Bringing Something for Your Guild Leader. Su Chen's reasoning was perfectly sound. He genuinely had no knowledge of any priest's guild. He had heard of it within the professional association. After all, it was one of the top-tier guilds in Huaxia. It was impossible for him not to know of it. But Su Chen genuinely preferred to remain ignorant. He didn't know anyone from this priest's guild, nor did he harbor any personal grudges against them. Why would the priest guild suddenly come after him? It made no sense whatsoever. Now that he'd captured these two women, he naturally needed to get to the bottom of things. Sure enough, Lu Rong had no choice. She gritted her teeth and said, fine, I'll just tell you straight. I've already said everything I should and shouldn't have anyway. So, I'll tell you myself. I won't drag others into this, Lu Rong declared. It's because you just broke the Dragon Kingdom's clearing record. Didn't you see? That record had always been held by our priest guild. And in just a few days, you shattered it single-handedly in only 3 hours. If you don't make people hate you, who will? Lu Rong's words left Su Chen somewhat taken aback. What was she getting at? He soloed the Dragon's Realm dungeon and set a nuclear record. How exactly did that inconvenience anyone? If you're unhappy, go break it yourself. I never stopped you. Why come here wanting to kill me over something like this? If that's the case, then countless players worldwide have cleared dungeons. Does that mean every adventurer who clears a dungeon deserves to be killed? And it's a level 9 guild doing something this outrageous. If Su-Chen hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed a single word of it. Is your guild leader out of his mind? What the hell is wrong with him? I refreshed the Dragon Kingdom dungeon and broke the record, so what? If your guild leader's got a problem, he can come break the record himself. So basically, they can't beat us, so they're just looking for trouble on purpose, huh? Su-Chen remarked. And they still managed to reach a level 9 guild? Talk about lacking vision. What Su-Chen didn't know was that the Priest's Guild hadn't always been like this. The original founder of the Priest Guild was a formidable top-tier priest who established it 200 years ago. His original purpose in establishing the guild was to unite priests and provide support to those who were powerless. After 2 centuries of development, it had grown to its current scale. But clearly, the current guild master doesn't seem to be a person with vision. Such a petty and envious person, unable to bear seeing others succeed. How could such a person lead the Priest's Guild? Is this guy seriously out of his mind? Su-Chen simply couldn't fathom it. He hadn't provoked anyone, yet things had turned out this way. It seemed he had no choice but to intervene in the Priest's Guild himself. As for Lu Rong and Li Li, they knew they were in the wrong. After all, the guild leader's demand to eliminate Su-Chen was utterly absurd. He was just running a dungeon, and they wanted him dead. What kind of psychopath does that make him? But the two had been personally trained by Lu Qingsong. Calling them confidants wouldn't be an exaggeration. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't possibly help Su-Chen turn against the Priest's Guild over this matter. We've said all we needed to say. Can we leave now? Lu Rong looked at him. Su-Chen glanced at the time. It was about right. He'd teased this beauty enough. He offered a faint smile. I never intended to kill you too. But then again, you were sent to assassinate me. What? You think paying this small price is enough to walk free? Su-Chen said, gazing at them. What do you want? Li Li was visibly flustered. Lu Rong remained silent beside her. If it meant staying alive, she'd just have to indulge him. It wasn't the first time, after all. I'll give you a choice. Either help me deliver something back to your boss. As for the other option, stay and be my assistant until I've had my fill of revenge. Once I'm satisfied, we'll call it even. Su-Chen said cheerfully. Hearing Su-Chen's words, Li Li was about to erupt in curses. After all, both of them had been promoted by Lu Qingsong. If Lu Qingsong had asked them to do something, that would have been one thing. But this Su-Chen? He had no connection to her whatsoever. How dare he? But Lu Rong, standing beside her, stopped her. At this point, both their lives were in Su-Chen's hands. How could they possibly be his match? Still, they were at least the stunning beauties of the 9th rank Grand Guild within the Priest's Guild. They weren't exactly aloof, but they certainly weren't the kind of women anyone could just touch. Now, to be ordered around by this young upstart, it was utterly humiliating. Still, Lu Rong gritted her teeth and resolved to stay behind as his personal assistant. She would do so until he was satisfied. After all, she knew Su-Chen's strength. It was truly formidable. Take that skill he used to take down that female assassin in seconds. Let's put it this way, Lu Rong didn't believe she could block a single strike. Given that he was so formidable, what else was there to say? She agreed. Li Li, I'm staying. Su-Chen, if you need Li Li to bring anything, just say the word. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Su-Chen chuckled. He really did like this Lu Rong. Now that Lu Rong had agreed to stay, he might as well go with the flow. Li Li had intended to refuse. But the terrifying display of power Su-Chen had just demonstrated. It seemed she had little choice in the matter. She could only nod in resignation. Alright, what do you want me to bring back to the guild? Only then did Su-Chen produce a crystal stone. Take this crystal stone back to your guild leader. Su-Chen handed the crystal stone to Li Li. Li Li took it. Anything else? Su-Chen paused, then said, nothing else for now. Just take this crystal back to your guild leader. Upon hearing this, Li Li glanced at Lu Rong before leaving. After that, only Su-Chen and Lu Rong remained at the scene. Lu Rong's clothes had also been torn apart by Su-Chen's earlier aura. What she wore now could hardly be called clothing, more like rags. Seeing her exposed state, Su-Chen couldn't help but offer, sis, I have clothes in my storage ring. Do you want some? Hearing this, Lu Rong flushed crimson with embarrassment. Why didn't you say you had clothes earlier? Of course I'd take them. You want them? How will you thank me then? Though Su-Chen was young, he was actually the original host. As a transmigrator, he'd been a seasoned veteran even before his journey. Flirting like this was child's play. Besides, it was just the two of them alone now. If he didn't seize the chance to collect some interest now, wouldn't that be a waste of his assassination attempt? Chapter 158, You want 5 turns? Lu Rong hadn't expected the youth before her to be so direct. But what could she do? She was exposed like this, completely exposed. Though not fully exposed, it was practically half exposed for free. Therefore, Lu Rong, unwilling to let others see her like this, could only say to Su Chen, "You little brat. Whatever you want to do, you can't do it here. We could go somewhere else, right?" Lu Rong pouted. Seeing her like this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He'd only meant to scare her a little, but he hadn't expected her to actually be intimidated. But Su Chen wouldn't do such a thing. He dreaded trouble above all else and saw no reason to get involved in something so unsavory. So he retrieved his clothes and handed them to Lu Rong. At his prompting, Lu Rong quickly dressed and the two left the place. Nearly half an hour later, Su Chen and Lu Rong had already departed the Dragon Kingdom. "Alright then, Mr. Su Chen, what do you intend to do now? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lu Rong knew she was no match for Su Chen. Since she had become his captive, she might as well assist him. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No rush for now. Find a hotel to stay at first. When I need to activate you later, I'll contact you." Hearing this, Lu Rong offered no objection. Since she was no match for him, she naturally had no choice but to follow his instructions. Meanwhile, Su Chen had made arrangements for Lu Rong. Meanwhile, a group of people arrived swiftly from the Dragon Kingdom. However, these individuals were all adventurers who had heard the news in the job change hall. They had all heard that Su Chen had cleared the Dragon Kingdom dungeon solo and even set a new speedrun record. Curiosity drew them all. They wanted to see who this Su Chen was. That's why so many had come running. But now, to their surprise, they arrived at the scene only to find no one there. Does anyone here actually know who this Su Chen is? No idea. Never heard of him. Weird. What kind of rich kid is he, anyway? To clear the Dragon Realm dungeon all by himself? I doubt Playboy even covers it. He's probably a celestial dragon talent. Yeah, solo, and in just 3 hours? Who wouldn't be impressed by that? As far as I know, since the founding of the Huaxia Empire, no one has ever soloed the Dragon Realm dungeon without a party. Did you hear? The Priest Guild has reportedly started investigating this Su Chen. They all want to know how he managed to solo clear. Ha, I heard too. They say guild leader Lu Qingsan was so furious his mouth twisted. He spent a fortune clearing it himself, only to have someone solo it in just 3 hours. Unbelievable. Who is this Su Chen guy? Never heard the name before. The crowd buzzed with speculation. But without seeing the man himself, everyone eventually dispersed. Within a mere day, Su Chen's name reverberated across every nation worldwide. Every professional player wanted to see for themselves what kind of extraordinary talent Su Chen possessed. How could he accomplish such astonishing feats? Some might not have heard of Su Chen by name, but mention the man who solo cleared the Dragon's Realm dungeon in just 3 hours. And they'd instantly recognize his name. Consequently, media outlets worldwide were now broadcasting this story. Everyone is curious about Su Chen's background. He must be some untouchable figure. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such feats? Meanwhile, inside the capital's job change hall, the receptionist, a beautiful woman, stared at Su Chen before her face frozen in disbelief. Honestly, while she knew Su Chen was formidable, hearing that he had single-handedly cleared the Dragon Realm dungeon, the receptionist blinked in disbelief. "Mr. Su Chen. I mean, you really cleared this dungeon all by yourself?" "Yes. You weren't injured?" "Nope." Su Chen stood cheerfully before her, watching the lobby display screen scroll through the updated records of the Dragon Kingdom's achievements. He knew this dungeon run would become world famous. He couldn't deny that he'd preferred to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, his strength simply wouldn't allow it this time. "Hey, you saw the news too, right?" Su Chen shrugged. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm not doubting you, I'm just curious. Mr. Su Chen, who exactly are you? You're only level 60, and yet..." The receptionist now felt increasingly that this world wasn't quite real. She'd worked in the job change hall for so long, what hadn't she seen? But something like Su Chen? She'd truly never seen anything like it. That was precisely why the receptionist was so shocked and astonished. "Exactly. That's why I'm here to change jobs, right? Once I complete my 4th job change, I can keep leveling up," Su Chen explained. The receptionist finally nodded nervously. Alright, I'll process your job change immediately." She then tapped away at the screen. Soon after, she transported Su Chen into the familiar job change space. Upon entering the space, he followed his well-rehearsed routine. Su Chen completed his job change. However, upon completing this job change, Su Chen instantly reached level 80. The sheer volume of experience he had accumulated proved decisive. As a result, the moment the job change concluded, his experience surged straight to level 80. Now he could directly initiate his 5th job advancement. Even Su Chen was stunned by this. "Well, I've got nothing better to do all day than chase after job changes. But what can you do? The Dragon Kingdom's experience is truly quite rich." And Su Chen had literally slaughtered his way through the entire map. Naturally, the experience gains were substantial. Plus, there's the record-breaking bonus experience reward. That's why he could instantly level up to 80. However, the fourth transformation didn't grant him anything particularly valuable. Of course, this wasn't Su Chen's fault. The main reason was that Su Chen's current attributes were already incredibly high. Combined with the rewards from the fishing system, he genuinely didn't need any additional perks. As long as he maintained his daily fishing routine and could obtain SSS tier skills, that was essentially sufficient. Thus, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to look any further. When he emerged from the job change space, the receptionist was utterly stunned. She had witnessed Su Chen reaching level 80 in his fourth job advancement and becoming eligible for the fifth job advancement quest. The receptionist genuinely couldn't fathom it. Why was Su Chen leveling up so fast? He just decided to change jobs and did it. Was he even human? In all her years on the job, she'd never encountered a professional like this before. In other words, if Su Chen wanted to, he could even complete his fifth job advancement today. Chapter 159, Freak. But isn't this leveling speed a bit too fast? If he keeps this up, no professional in the world will stand a chance against him. Mr. Su Chen, would you like to claim the fifth tier quest directly? The receptionist beauty didn't bother with pleasantries. With someone this formidable, she didn't need to remind him at all. All she needed to do was hand over the quest. Seeing the receptionist's stunned yet composed expression, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. But now wasn't the time to take on the fifth tier quest. Although he had reached the required level, Su Chen had already completed a job change quest today. Shocking the entire world repeatedly wouldn't do him any favors. He preferred to keep a low profile for now. Drawing too much attention risked someone discovering him and quietly eliminating him. Therefore, Su Chen simply shook his head. Thanks, but I won't be taking it today. Seeing Su Chen decline, the receptionist didn't press the matter. If Su Chen declined, he surely had his reasons. There was no need for her to offer advice to such a super genius. This guy was just a freak. In all her years in the business, she'd never encountered a professional this twisted. Besides, Su Chen had more pressing matters at hand. He absolutely had to visit the trading guild. Then he needed to check on the Lin sisters, Xiaoye and Xiaolan. Oh right, didn't you mention before that the fourth job advancement quest directly boosts your level to 65 or above? That rewards a random scroll and a piece of high-grade golden equipment, right? Su Chen turned to the receptionist and asked. Yes, that's correct. The receptionist finally snapped out of her daze. Su Chen had not only met the requirements but exceeded them. Naturally, she had to give him the reward. Thankfully, she reminded him otherwise, if he got reported later, he'd have had his pay. Then please process it for me. The receptionist promptly registered Su Chen before retrieving the random scroll and equipment. The equipment itself wasn't particularly useful, just gold tier gear. Other adventurers might need it, but Su Chen didn't. What truly piqued Su Chen's interest was the scroll. Last time, he'd rolled the wings of the 6 angels directly. This time, who knew what he might get? But Su Chen didn't open it on the spot. Instead, he stowed the reward away in his storage space. Then he left the class change hall. Upon exiting the hall of transfers, he immediately headed for the trading house. It must be said, Su Chen did rather enjoy visiting the VIP lounge of the trading house. At least there, he felt pampered. Well, that's just how people are. Everyone wants to be the center of attention. Thus, Su Chen headed straight for the trading house. Upon arriving at the trading house, Manager Zhao was already standing at the entrance to greet him. Mr. Su Chen, it's been a while. Manager Zhao was dressed quite lightly today. Yet it did nothing to diminish her professionalism. Manager Zhao, your outfit today is quite lovely, Su Chen couldn't help but compliment. Manager Zhao responded with a sweet smile. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su. Well then, lovely Manager Zhao, let's get straight to the point today. I have some truly exceptional gear here. I hope you can offer me a beautiful price, one that's at least as beautiful as Manager Zhao herself. Su Chen's words drew another gentle smile from Manager Zhao. Certainly. Please take a seat in the VIP lounge, Mr. Su. We'll have our specialists conduct an appraisal immediately. Manager Zhao escorted Su Chen into the VIP lounge. She was already well versed in the process, so there was no need to waste time. Moreover, since meeting Su Chen, Manager Zhao's income had been steadily climbing. Every piece of equipment Su Chen brought in generated substantial profits for her. Such clients were highly favored by Huaxiao Trading House. Moreover, major clients like Su Chen were rare. They stated their needs directly, completed the transaction, and left immediately. Such high-quality clients were truly hard to come by. If you were dealing with anyone else, you'd be stuck with nothing but headaches and little profit. The most crucial point? Su Chen was also exceptionally handsome. That's something you can't argue with, it's in his genes. Let's face it, who doesn't appreciate good looks? No sooner had he finished speaking than Manager Zhao ushered Su Chen into the VIP lounge. Then, several specially arranged stocking-clad beauties quickly gathered around to entertain Su Chen. Su Chen was somewhat taken aback. Well, he knew Manager Zhao knew how to play the game, but he hadn't expected him to be this skilled. This was truly. Mr. Su Chen, would you like something to drink? Mr. Su Chen, would you like a massage? Mr. Su Chen, would you like me to drive you back later? For a moment, Su Chen felt overwhelmed. This was no joke with such a stunning beauty right before him. Few could resist such temptation. Still, he managed to resist. After all, he'd been seeing far too many stunning beauties lately. It was becoming a bit much to handle. Besides, there was still Lu Rong. He'd deal with Lu Rong first. Cough cough. Alright, Manager Zhao, let's get down to business. Su Chen awkwardly pulled out the gear he'd obtained from the Dragon's Realm instance. The pile of gear was so dense it nearly filled the entire VIP lounge. At the sight, Manager Zhao and several stunning beauties were so astonished their jaws dropped. One of the beauties massaging Su Chen's shoulders redoubled her efforts upon witnessing the display. The other three kept shooting him flirtatious glances. Good heavens, this couldn't be described as just a big client. Should we call him a big shot? As employees of the trading house who'd seen it all over the years, they knew exactly how valuable the gear Su Chen had brought was. If he sold all this gear, wouldn't Su Chen become the richest man overnight? No, they absolutely had to showcase their own value to Su Chen. If they could win the favor of such a wealthy man, their lives would truly take off like a rocket to the pinnacle of success. After all, who wouldn't want to live the life of a wealthy wife? Su Chen, however, paid no mind to these beauties' thoughts. He only cared about making money. After all, if they were truly stunning beauties, these ladies were passable, but compared to Fei Shui and the others, they fell far short. Naturally, Su Chen possessed remarkable self-control. Mr. Su Chen, regarding these items, please wait a moment. I'll have someone appraise and calculate their value for you immediately. Manager Zhao promptly summoned his staff. Before long, over a dozen burly men arrived and carried all the items out of the room for appraisal. It must be said that the efficiency of Huaxia Trading House was truly remarkable. Within 10 minutes, Manager Zhao returned. In her hand was a detailed appraisal. The most valuable item by far was the Divine Dragon set. This Divine Dragon set was truly top tier. There were also other skill books. Su Chen kept only one skill book for himself, one that increased critical hit chance. He put all the others up for sale at the trading post. Chapter 160, a billionaire worth over 10 billion. The skill books in Su Chen's possession were truly formidable, and these were genuinely top-tier items. Any single one could fetch an astronomical price. That was precisely why Su Chen had kept one for himself. However, if he used the skill book that increased critical hit rate again, he feared truly unpredictable things might happen in the future. Who could predict just how far his strength might soar? Mr. Su Chen, we've had all these equipment and skill books appraised by experts. Our trading house is offering 800 million. What do you say? 800 million. The girls present all widened their eyes in shock. 800 million. That's enough to last a lifetime. Su Chen was actually quite satisfied with this price. Manager Zhao, however, was a bit concerned. After all, with the gear and skill books on offer this time, they could have easily fetched 1 billion. But after appraisal, the trading post naturally hoped to make a bit more profit. Thus, they offered a transaction price of 800 million. Manager Zhao naturally hoped to make a profit himself. With this buy and sell operation, he could realistically pocket at least 100 million for himself. That's precisely why Manager Zhao felt a twinge of unease when quoting 800 million. But for Su Chen, it posed no problem whatsoever. 800 million? So be it. Besides, the reason he accepted this offer was because he had absolute trust in Manager Zhao himself. Moreover, Manager Zhao was a truly capable individual. Su Chen had his own plans. Once he established a good relationship with him, he'd naturally find ways to acquire other things later. So he nodded in agreement. Deal. Ah, Mr. Su Chen, this price is indeed quite favorable, but if you're open to discussion, we could certainly talk it over further. Manager Zhao, are you implying that your offer is still too low? Su Chen suddenly smiled. Manager Zhao nodded awkwardly. Mr. Su Chen, you know how I am. We are friends. The exchange house did tell me the price is negotiable, but they also hope to make a profit. Manager Zhao, are we friends? Su Chen suddenly looked at her intently. Of course. There's no doubt about that. Then let's stick to the old arrangement. Just transfer 800 million yuan to my card. Su Chen stated. Soon, 800 million yuan flowed into Su Chen's account. In an instant, Su Chen's account showed nearly 1.5 billion. Combining his previous funds with this new sum, 1.5 billion yuan truly made him a solidly wealthy tycoon. Su Chen no longer had to worry about running out of money. From the moment he had crossed over until now, it hadn't actually been that long. Yet he had already completed a complete transformation from primitive accumulation. He never imagined he could become wealthy himself. This transaction also marked his largest deal yet with Huaxia Trading House. Manager Zhao now regarded Su Chen with a different look in his eyes. First, Su Chen's words had made his intentions crystal clear. They were friends. Su Chen had demonstrated his capabilities. To befriend such a professional. That was naturally an honor for him as the manager. Secondly, Su Chen was now a billionaire worth over 10 billion. As a manager at a trading firm, I've seen all kinds of people. There were plenty wealthier than Su Chen. But truth be told, someone who amassed such wealth so quickly? He truly hadn't encountered many like him. Such individuals are truly formidable. Soon, with the trading house's grand send-off, Su Chen departed. Nearly a dozen people came out to see him off. For manager Zhao, Su Chen was his cash cow. For the trading house, Su Chen was their most reliable source of income. Each time Su Chen brought in exceptionally powerful gear, it generated staggering profits. Thus, it was no exaggeration to call Su Chen the god of wealth for Huaxia Trading House. Because of this, when Su Chen stepped out of the Huaxia Trading House, he was literally followed by a crowd of people. For the first time, Su Chen experienced what it felt like to be wealthy. Originally, Su Chen had planned to buy a detached villa on this trip. With this much wealth, it would be somewhat unreasonable if he couldn't even afford a detached villa. But after much deliberation, Su Chen decided to put it off for now. Finding Lin Xiaoye was the real priority. It had been a while since he'd seen Lin Xiaoye. Naturally, he needed to check up on what the sisters were up to. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the garbage station by car. Upon arriving at the garbage station, he still didn't see Lin Xiaoye return. But at the garbage station, he witnessed a strange scene. That was the entire garbage station's several warehouses. They were packed to the rafters with discarded gear. To be honest, this gear wasn't worth much. They were indeed junk. But the sheer volume was staggering. Even Su Chen was dumbfounded. How could there be so much gear? Su Chen had no idea. But now that he saw it, he wanted to figure out what was going on. He still remembered the first time he passed by the junkyard and saw Lin Xiaoye. Back then, Lin Xiaoye had just been picking through scraps to get by. Now things had improved. Had she taken over the entire dump? Who would have thought this little girl had acquired so much gear? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. If she were to recycle all this gear as scrap, who knows how much money she could make? Of course, all that money belongs to Lin Xiaoye. He himself isn't greedy. Still, looking at all this gear before him, Su Chen had done the math. All this scrap gear piled up in the warehouse. It could easily fetch a few hundred million, right? Lin Xiaoye, oh Lin Xiaoye, you've become a wealthy woman. Su Chen genuinely felt happy for Lin Xiaoye's transformation. At the very least, she could finally live a decent life. She wouldn't have to resort to other means. Besides, given the current situation, Lin Xiaoye no longer needed to rely on Su Chen to live the life she desired. Wasn't that a good thing? The only problem now is that Su Chen has no idea where Lin Xiaoye is. That girl is acting strangely. It can't be that every time he comes to the dump, she's never there, right? Even if it was for her sister, Lin Xiaolan, it shouldn't be impossible to get in touch with her for this long. So he pulled out his phone to try contacting her. But he still couldn't get through. Just as Su Chen was about to hang up, someone actually picked up on the other end. Hello? Su Chen quickly greeted the person on the line. But there was no response from the other end. This left Su Chen utterly bewildered. Then, he heard the sound of a struggle coming from the other end of the line. Su Chen frowned. Lin Xiaoye, where are you? Have you been kidnapped? Chapter 161, Look at God. No sooner had Su Chen finished speaking. A man's voice came through the phone. Kid, you know this girl, huh? Well, we're at the second waste disposal center right now. This little brat's gotten herself into trouble. If you've got the guts, come help her out. Otherwise, we won't be polite. With that, the man hung up. Su Chen was stunned to hear it was at the second waste disposal center. What on earth was that little brat doing so far away? The second garbage station center in the capital city? That's the outskirts of the outskirts. Generally, ordinary people wouldn't go there. But why on earth would Lin Xiaoye go there? Moreover, this man seemed to hold Su Chen in utter contempt. He just told me where Lin Xiaoye is. It seemed the other party also considered him insignificant. That's why he's acting so brazenly. Still, Su Chen had little to say about it. Since the man had already given him the address, he'd simply go there. What else was there to think about? Nothing. With that thought, Su Chen hopped in a car and headed straight for the second waste station center. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the outskirts of the second waste disposal center. At the same time, inside the station, Lin Xiaoye lay covered in injuries. It was clear she'd been beaten earlier. She was now in a rather sorry state. However, her current condition was far from good. Her injuries were clearly severe. Before her stood a large group of men in black. These were the men who had captured Lin Xiaoye. Not far behind them, a group of scavengers crouched nearby, shivering violently. The scavengers couldn't understand it either. They were just trash pickers. How could they have offended anyone? Boss, the girl's leader should be coming, right? They all assumed Su Chen was Lin Xiaoye's boss. Who knows? Maybe her boss just sees her as a worthless ragpicker and tossed her aside when she was done with her. Then boss, why are we waiting here for him? This place stinks. Hearing his subordinate's words, the boss snapped impatiently. You know nothing. We wait here so we can watch this little get abused. How satisfying. Always complaining about this and that. Just wait till I make you scavenge trash at the dump one day, then you won't complain anymore. The man snapped back, equally irritated. Hearing this, the younger brother quickly shut up. After all, the boss was a man who meant what he said. If he really got sent to the dumpster to pick through trash, he'd be screwed. At that moment, the boss glared at Lin Xiaoye with a fierce expression. Little girl, don't underestimate how ruthless I can be. If your boss hadn't come to save you, today would be your last day. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a golden light suddenly enveloped the area. The blinding radiance forced everyone to squint shut their eyes. Simultaneously, the temperature throughout the entire second waste station surged dramatically. The scavengers crouched nearby were all stunned by this sudden spectacle. Hovering mid-air, Lin Fan rode a massive golden bird. Descending from the heavens. Like a deity descending from the heavens. This. Boss, it's God. My ass. No, this must be a deity. A deity has come to save us. Are you out of your mind? Where would you find a god? Have you ever seen one? This is clearly some big-time professional. What god are you talking about? That mount, that aura. He's got what it takes to take over. Enough with the bragging. Why would a top-tier professional even come to this dump? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Su Chen. Even Lin Xiaoye found herself staring at Su Chen in a daze. She truly hadn't expected that after just a short time apart, her boss had become so incredibly powerful. He even had a mount now. Su Chen's commanding entrance instantly elevated his aura to the max. What defines a king of swagger? This is what it means. But these scavengers were timid souls. They wanted to watch the spectacle, yet dared not crowd around. They could only hide nearby and watch secretly. At the same time, Su Chen landed directly on the ground. Then, he proceeded to stow away the golden crow divine bird. I have no other hobbies, but I do enjoy helping people achieve their desires. People like you, who seek death and love dying, are truly a first for me. Speak. How do you wish to die? As soon as Su Chen landed, he coldly surveyed the crowd. This time, they had truly enraged Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen, the leader of the group froze for a moment. Then he roared angrily, "Kid, you're really arrogant. Think you're so tough?" Su Chen stared back coldly. "You're the one who called me earlier, right? Oh, so it's you, kid." The leader finally caught on. "So you're the little girl's boss, huh? How did you get here so fast? And that ride of yours, where did you steal it from?" Hearing the boss's words, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Turns out after all this time, the boss still had no clue who he was. Well then, they deserved to die. Su Chen remained silent. He already knew what fate awaited these men. He wasn't about to waste breath on their nonsense. All he needed to clarify now was one thing. What had become of Lin Xiaoye? But when he saw Lin Xiaoye, Su Chen's gaze turned icy cold. "I was even considering letting you off the hook," he said, "but you dared treat Lin Xiaoye this way. Enough. You all must die." Su Chen finished speaking and looked at the group. The leader, however, looked at Su Chen with utter contempt, his eyes brimming with scorn. Clearly, in the leader's eyes, Su Chen's words were nothing but wind passing by his ears. What a load of crap. What, you think you're so tough? If you're so tough, come chop me down. What are you doing? Trash. Kid, you really are this little girl's boss, huh? Stop pretending, will you? You're just a hot air balloon. Get real, will you? We've got numbers on you. Think you can take us all on? Let me be blunt with your measly skills, you'd better figure out how to avoid getting your ass kicked by us. With that, the gang leader burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. Behind him, his henchmen joined in, mocking Su Chen with equal arrogance. Clearly, these men still hadn't grasped the gravity of their situation. For Su Chen, if Lin Xiaoye hadn't been seriously injured, he might not have resorted to such harsh measures. But now, with Lin Xiaoye injured like this, their fate was no longer a matter of choosing death. They were as good as dead. Seeing Su Chen's silence, the gang boss immediately continued his taunts. You think having a mount makes you so great? I have a mount too, does that make me great? Chapter 162, This Kid's Uncanny. Facing their taunts, Su Chen remained silent. He merely stared at them. After all, today was their last day alive in this world. He couldn't understand why some people in this world just loved to do things that would get them killed. If they didn't do such things, they wouldn't live properly. Truthfully, these people didn't have to die. But they insisted on capturing Lin Xiaoye. What else could that be but courting death? Hey kid, you don't seriously think you've got any skills, do you? Look at how many of us there are. You're just a kid, yet you're the leader? That's laughable. You don't seriously think you can take on all of us by yourself, do you? The gang leader burst into a mocking laugh. Clearly, these men held Su Chen in utter contempt. Su Chen, however, was straightforward. Since these guys were acting like this, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Kid, I know you've got a mount, but you're probably just some spoiled rich kid. But we're not afraid of you. Let me tell you, we're doing this for our boss. You should know, around here, no one dares mess with our boss. Boss? Su Chen froze for a moment, then walked straight over. The gang leader watched Su Chen's approach and was momentarily startled. But when he realized this guy was just an 80-level 4th transformation professional, his expression turned even more arrogant. After all that fuss, it turned out to be just a level 84th transformation player. His own men were all above 4th transition. Some were even 5th transition. This kid really didn't know his place. So now the gang boss was even more certain that this young punk before him was nothing but trash. Anyone daring to challenge him was essentially signing their own death warrant. But he wasn't stupid. Seeing that Su Chen had managed to get here, he was convinced Su Chen must have some connections or background. That mount wasn't something an ordinary professional could afford. Seems this youngster must be some rich kid from a wealthy family. But really, have the tastes of these young masters grown so peculiar? Ignoring all the beauties lining the streets, instead, he picks a trash-picking girl as his attendant. The tastes of the wealthy truly are peculiar. Still, the crime boss had no real intention of going all out against Su Chen. After all, the crime boss has been in the game for years. If they could discuss cooperation, talk business, or something like that, that would be perfectly acceptable. After all, it wasn't worth getting into a fight with some spoiled rich kid like that. Hey buddy, looks like you're a rich kid from a well-off family. How about this? We become acquainted through this fight. Why don't you tell me your name and background? We can be friends now that we know each other, and maybe even work together in the future. But before the gang boss could finish, Su Chen suddenly spoke up coldly. Sharingan, release. As Su Chen's voice echoed. The next instant, the surroundings that had been perfectly normal moments before suddenly turned blood red. His hands swiftly formed seals, and his left eye transformed into a magatama. The gang boss was startled by the scene. Kid, what the hell are you playing at? Before the gang boss could finish his sentence, the surroundings grew even more eerie. Only then did the gang boss begin to sense something was terribly wrong. Kid, you can still back off now. I'm telling you straight up. You can't afford to cross our boss. Even in the capital, he's a guest of honor among many influential figures. If you stop now, there might still be time. But if you persist in selling, my boss will likely uproot you and your entire family. Kid, you. The gang boss clearly hadn't realized he'd crossed the wrong person today. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen's Sharingan activated. The next instant, a crimson mist of blood enveloped the entire area. The thugs behind the gang boss hadn't even grasped what was happening before they too dissolved into mist, vanishing from their spots. The few survivors who hadn't perished immediately turned to the boss, their eyes wide. Boss, this kid's got something unnatural about him. Yeah, boss, all the men we brought with us are dead. Their voices trembled with fear. The gang boss, however, had a temper. Seeing Su Chen kill his own men sent him into a rage. You dare kill my brothers? Come on, avenge my men. With that, the gang leader charged forward at the head of his men. At this sight, Su Chen couldn't help but snort coldly. Ants. For him, this phrase held no trace of arrogance. Because at this moment, he had already taken out all the others. He spared these last few solely to uncover who was behind them. However, the power of the Sharingan was undeniably immense. At that moment, the entire second garbage station shook violently. Virtually no one was immune to the terror of such earth-shattering chaos. At that very moment, the scavengers scattered around were also terrified by the scene, fleeing in all directions. After all, they were just scavengers. No one wanted to die for no reason. At that moment, the black boss also sensed something amiss with Su Chen. How could this kid possess such incredible strength? Is he even human? Boss, let's get out of here. This kid's got something sinister about him. Yeah, boss, let's get out of here. The once arrogant gang was now terrified by Su Chen's sudden display of power. If they didn't leave now, they might truly be unable to escape. But the problem was, Su Chen never intended to let them leave in the first place. Since they'd come this far, why bother going back? Run! That kid's probably a monster. The gang leader roared in anger, turning to flee with his remaining henchmen. You couldn't blame him. The main reason was that the power Su Chen displayed was too bizarre. Given the situation, how could anyone fight him? It'd be a miracle if anyone stood a chance. Besides, there was something fundamentally off about this guy. He was just doing his job for the money. If things get too tough, I'll call in Mr. Wu. After all, Mr. Wu has extensive connections and influence in the capital. As someone just doing a job for money, saving my own skin is the priority. Think you can escape? Su Chen stared coldly at the group. In his eyes, they were nothing but suicidal fools. Did they really think they could escape? Lin Xiaoya's case wasn't over yet. If he let these people escape, he might as well buy a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Soon, the Sharingan would eliminate every last one of them. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into clouds of blood mist. Even the gang leader didn't have time to scream. Before he knew it, he was gone. Chapter 163. Here, take the shining fruit. Moments later, at the second garbage dump, the thugs who had been there were now reduced to mere minions. The gang leader was taken out by Su-chen immediately. As for the underling, since he hadn't been overly arrogant earlier, Su-chen spared his life. Of course, his future depended on his behavior. Big brother, hero, grandpa, please spare me. I'm just scraping by to make a living. I haven't done anything truly bad. The henchman was so terrified he knelt on the ground. His will to survive was palpable. Su-chen stared at him coldly. You should know what I want to ask. Who is this Mr. Wu you're working for? Hearing this, the underling immediately spilled the truth. We're from the Yongsheng group. Our boss is Wu Taiyong, a well-known entrepreneur in the capital. You must have heard of boss Wu Taiyong's name, the henchman added, trembling with fear. Hero, spare my life. I'll repay you someday. Thank you, hero. The underling was smart enough to know he was no match for them and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Su-chen, however, replied with a serious expression. I seem to have heard of this Wu Taiyong, but I'm not very familiar with him. Tell me, is this Wu Taiyong connected to the Chun group? Yes, boss Wu originally worked under Chen Feng, the young master of the Chun group. Later, Chen Feng helped him establish his own company. That's how Mr. Wu got to where he is today. But he still works for young Master Chen. Hero, I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life, hero. Hearing his subordinate speak thus, Su-chen finally began to sense something amiss. So he was connected to Chen Feng. This matter was far from simple. Chen Feng had been at odds with him ever since the incident involving Lu Ruzhuang. Lately, Su-chen had been preoccupied with his own career transition. Meanwhile, Lu Ruzhuang had been secretly training with her family's assistance. So the two hadn't seen each other in a while. But unexpectedly, Chen Feng had chosen the worst possible moment to make his move. This won't do. He must be dealt with. But Wu Taiyong's relationship with Chen Feng seemed different. He had heard of Wu Taiyong before. It was because of Chen Feng. Never imagined I'd run into him here today. Well, that's a good thing, then. Let's settle all old and new grudges at once. Wu Taiyong? Chen Feng? Oof. Anyone who messes with my people will die. Su-chen stared coldly at the henchman. Chen Feng won't escape either. Su-chen finished speaking and glanced at the henchman. The next second, the henchman turned into a cloud of blood mist. Oof. You're no exception. Su-chen dispatched these men in less than a minute. Those who witnessed the scene nearby were so terrified by Su-chen's power that they dared not utter a word. Who is this youth? How could he? For this kid is terrifying. Can we just say this kid is a demon? How can he possess such terrifying power? Shut up. If this god turns around and kills us next, you're asking for death. I was furious watching so many people beat that girl earlier, but it looks like justice has finally arrived. But this guy is seriously skilled. Dozens of people, all taken out in an instant? That's just terrifying. Let's get out of here. We didn't get involved, so he probably won't bother us. I'm just a scrap collector. This guy shouldn't bother me. Seeing Su-chen resolve the trouble, the slightly bolder scavengers nearby began whispering among themselves. But the scene was so bloody that even these scavengers felt like they might throw up. Xiaoye, are you okay? Su-chen ignored the others and hurried over to Lin Xiaoye's side. Su-chen absolutely couldn't let Lin Xiaoye get hurt again. Therefore, he had been extremely cautious when engaging those thugs. At that moment, Su-chen noticed Lin Xiaoye's vital signs seemed to be fading away bit by bit. He immediately administered the life-saving potion from his storage ring to her. Finally, Lin Xiaoye showed signs of response. Su-chen. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze faint and weak. Lin Xiaoye's injuries this time were too severe. Though she had regained consciousness, her condition remained critical. Her entire body was utterly paralyzed. It's good you're awake. I'll heal you. Don't worry. As long as she was conscious, Su-chen had a way. But Lin Xiaoye didn't see it that way. She merely smiled, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. I got you a ton of gear. You're in for a treat this time. I know. Pull yourself together. I can heal you, Su-chen said. It's no use. This time, my internal organs are damaged. I don't think I'll make it, Lin Xiaoye said weakly. But I feel so guilty for always holding you back. My strength is just too weak. Though Lin Xiaoye was near death, she still worried about Su-chen. Su-chen looked at her, his heart aching. Xiaoye, don't speak. I'll take you away now. Trust me, I will save you. With that, Su-chen moved to lift Lin Xiaoye and carry her away. But this time, Lin Xiaoye waved him off. There's no time. I truly can't hold on any longer. My sister, Lin Xiaolan, I can't leave her behind. Su-chen, please take good care of her for me. Her treatment won't cost much. I'm done for. After speaking these words, Lin Xiaoye's body went completely limp. Seeing this, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Su Chen. Perhaps there was a way. He gently laid Lin Xiaoye on the ground, then swiftly retrieved the shining fruit from his storage ring, the one granted by the system earlier. That shining fruit should be able to save Lin Xiaoye. When he first received this reward, he hadn't yet decided how to use it. Little did he know it would prove so useful now. It was known that consuming the shining fruit, the entire body would transform into light elemental form. It grants immunity to all ordinary physical damage. Truthfully, Su Chen wasn't entirely sure if it would work. But at least it was his only option now. Lin Xiaoye's injuries were too severe, this seemed the only option for now. Therefore, Su Chen quickly produced the shining fruit. He then instructed Lin Xiaoye, eat it. Don't stop. He had no idea whether the shining fruit would actually work on Lin Xiaoye. In any case, to Su Chen, this thing was truly his last lifeline. If it could save her, that would be ideal. If not, Su Chen would make Wu Taiyong and Chen Feng pay with their blood. This matter would never end. If he could destroy Zhou's pharmaceutical, he could destroy Wu Taiyong and Chen Feng too. Eat it. Su Chen steeled his resolve, shoving the shining fruit directly into Lin Xiaoye's mouth. He forced her to swallow it. Chapter 164, We Are Friends. After she swallowed the shining fruit, Su Chen stared intently at Lin Xiaoye. Truthfully, he wasn't even sure if the fruit would have any effect. But with Lin Xiaoye's life hanging in the balance, he had no other choice. It was a case of grasping at straws. Time ticked by, yet Lin Xiaoye showed no signs of reaction. Su Chen grew increasingly anxious. He was a transmigrator, after all. Surely he couldn't fail to save the very person he was meant to rescue? Yet Lin Xiaoye remained unresponsive. Nearly 5 minutes later, Lin Xiaoye suddenly snapped her eyes open. Su Chen, what did you feed me? Lin Xiaoye sprang to her feet. I'm already feeling this awful, and you feed me something this disgusting? The taste is just, ugh. I was about to fall asleep, and then you give me this disgusting stuff? It totally turned my stomach. As she ranted, Lin Xiaoye reflexively reached out to punch Su Chen. The moment her hand moved, a golden beam instantly condensed into a laser on her fingertips. The laser shot straight toward Su Chen. Startled, Lin Xiaoye immediately let go. As if she were born with the ability to control it, the laser vanished the moment her fingers released it. Su Chen, having witnessed the entire sequence, smiled at Lin Xiaoye. Su Chen, what exactly did you feed me? Why did I? I'm only level 20. Lin Xiaoye stared at him in disbelief. Clearly, her own actions moments ago left her doubting her own eyes. The thing was genuinely strange. Moreover, Lin Xiaoye had never witnessed anything like it before. Try again, Su Chen encouraged her. Unable to believe her own abilities, Lin Xiaoye could only stare wide-eyed at her hands. Then, she slowly raised her hands once more, and they transformed into a form of light points. The next second, a golden light coalesced once more. Unlike her earlier panic. This time, Lin Xiaoye was clearly doing much better. Su Chen, tell me honestly, what exactly did you feed me? How did I learn this skill? Lin Xiaoye could scarcely believe the changes happening to her body, it was simply too absurd. Even she was curious about what exactly had happened to her body. How could she have transformed into something resembling a beam of light? Su Chen, however, chuckled cheerfully. It's a special ability fruit I stumbled upon by accident. After eating it, you can learn certain skills. It's pretty decent. Looks like you won't have to worry about getting bullied anymore. Su Chen felt genuine sympathy for the little girl's plight and worried about her being bullied when he wasn't around. Little did he know it would prove so useful this time. After several more attempts, Lin Xiaoye finally began to master the abilities of the shimmering fruit. Then, she grabbed Su Chen's hand excitedly and asked him what kind of special ability fruit he had given her. Well, this special skill fruit doesn't actually have a name. I just gave it one myself, the shimmering fruit. Anyway, now that you've mastered this special skill, you'll be able to manipulate light and use its powers. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye froze in place. Control light? Did such a skill truly exist in this world? If she hadn't already mastered this ability herself, she probably wouldn't have believed it at all. But the problem was, this very thing was happening to her now. And it was happening right before her eyes. It made her doubt her own eyes. Don't worry. Even though your level isn't high yet, with this special skill fruit, you can fully master the ability to manipulate light. From this moment on, you're a practitioner wielding a special skill. Even if I'm not by your side, you'll have nothing to fear, Su Chen said. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Su Chen. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to learn such a skill. You should thank me. You have no idea how precious this special skill fruit is. I ran out of the life-saving elixir I had on me, so I had no choice but to give you this shining fruit. If you don't eat it, you'll truly be waiting for death, Su Chen said cheerfully. After speaking, Su Chen deliberately put on a look of deep regret. I see, Lin Xiaoye murmured, feeling the changes within her body. After all, that warm light element had filled her entire body. But it must be said, this special skill fruit was truly remarkable. It didn't feel fake at all. Therefore, she fully believed every word Su Chen had said. Hey Su Chen, are you crazy? Something this good could fetch a fortune. Why did you give it to me? What a waste, Lin Xiaoye said. Lin Xiaoye was deeply grateful to Su Chen for saving her twice. But she knew full well that this special skill fruit was truly a valuable item. If sold on the trading market, it would fetch at least hundreds of millions. Giving it to her to eat wasn't that. Moreover, she'd always been curious about Su Chen's background. This Su Chen looked every bit the part of a young master from a prominent aristocratic family. If he weren't, how could he possess so many bizarre skills? To possess such peculiar skills, one would first need the financial backing of a prominent family. And that's precisely why Lin Xiaoye found Su Chen increasingly intriguing. Why would such a privileged young master have ended up at the junkyard? Was that even a place a young master from a prominent family would go? Could it be true, as the rumors suggest, that he's actually the illegitimate son of a prominent family? Lin Xiaoye simply couldn't make sense of it. Not to mention how Su Chen had previously given her a large sum of money to treat her sister. Now, with the addition of this shining fruit, Su Chen's kindness toward her was truly overwhelming. Though Lin Xiaoye was still young, she had already experienced life's harsh realities. Being helped like this softened her heart considerably. With such a powerful artifact bestowed upon her, she feared she'd have to sell her very soul to Su Chen in return. It seemed the illegitimate son of a prominent family truly lived up to his reputation, generous and extravagant. To pull off such a grand gesture right off the bat, she truly didn't know how she could ever repay him. Hey, Lin Xiaoye, stop overthinking and spouting nonsense. I saved you because I needed to save a life, nothing else. Just behave yourself. We're friends. I don't need you to repay me for anything, understand? Remember that we're friends. Chapter 165, The Bastard Son of a Noble Clan. Friends. We're friends. At that moment, Lin Xiaoye stood frozen in place. Friends? Someone like me, this marginal trash, actually has friends? Really? Impossible. He considers me a friend? Could a young master from such a prestigious family genuinely consider trash like her a friend? Watching Lin Xiaoye's expression shift from shock to disbelief, then bursting into joyful excitement, Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. What are you doing? I told you I'm helping a friend. Since it's for a friend, stop overthinking it. Just remember this, no one but me can ever bully you, got it? Besides, you've done a lot for me and made me a ton of money. You deserve this. And Lin Xiaoye, before you had no strength, no power, so you had no choice but to be bullied. But starting today, after taking the shining fruit, if anyone still dares to bully you, don't bother coming to see me. You've already embarrassed yourself enough, got it? Su Chen said cheerfully. This little girl was so single-minded she still hadn't snapped out of it yet. But it didn't matter. He'd already fed her the shining fruit. Once she consumed this thing, she'd genuinely be able to boost her strength. Anyway, if anyone dares to bully you from now on, use your special ability to take them down. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiaoye finally nodded happily. Got it. Thanks, Su young master. Ha? Young master Su? Su Chen froze. What was this little girl thinking? I'm not some young master. I know. Lin Xiaoye wore an inscrutable expression. Young masters from prominent families like yours never want their status exposed. After all, once people know you're some big young master, all the pretty girls will come flocking. I understand. But since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Rest assured, I won't reveal your true identity. I'll find a way to keep it confidential, young master. Su Chen was speechless. This little girl must be living well lately. She's become so cheerful she can even joke around now. As for the rest? That truly wasn't something he needed to concern himself with. Still, he had to admit this girl's life had improved lately. She was different from before. She even looked more plump and well-fed. But he had no interest in worrying about such things. After all, that's just how many situations were. As long as Lin Xiaoye isn't bullied in the future, that's all that matters. Everything else? He couldn't care less. The two of them left the place, laughing and joking amidst the puzzled stares of others. The others witnessed the girl, who had been in a near-death state, miraculously revive in the blink of an eye. They were utterly stunned. Hey Lin Xiaoye, why is it that every time I see you, you're beaten half to death? How did you get so unlucky? Su Chen asked in surprise. Lin Xiaoye, however, was clearly annoyed. You've got some nerve saying that. It's all because of you. I'm the one taking the beatings for you. Su Chen couldn't quite wrap his head around this. Why take the beating for her? He hadn't asked Lin Xiaoye to do anything else. He'd been swamped with guild duties lately. When would he have had time to ask her to do anything else? And she got beaten up? Only then did Lin Xiaoye recount her ordeal to Su Chen. Turns out these guys were all from the Yongsheng group. They were also underlings of that bastard Chen Feng. Yongsheng group had long been handling business for the Chen family across the entire capital city and numerous provinces in northern China. Their operations span numerous industries, with their economic scale reaching as high as 50% of North China Province's total GDP. It could be said that within the entire nation, the Yongsheng Group held considerable sway. Although the group's true parent company is the Chen Group, Yongsheng Group itself possessed considerable strength. Lin Xiaoyi also hoped to help Su Chen find some junk gear to dismantle for raw materials. While these junk items are indeed worthless to individual adventurers, but in reality, there are companies worldwide specializing in purchasing such junk gear. Lin Xiaoye proved remarkably resourceful, using the money Su Chen provided her along the way, and managed to snatch business away from Yongsheng Group. As a result, the Yongsheng Group, stung by humiliation, had resorted to today's actions. Oh, so you're the one who got all that gear from the junkyard, Su Chen finally realized. No wonder there was so much gear in the junkyard. He'd been wondering why there was such an abundance of junk gear. Now he understood. But if he dismantled this gear, it could be a huge help to him. In that sense, Lin Xiaoye wasn't entirely wrong when she said it was for his benefit. Of course. It was precisely because I was gathering gear for you that I got caught by the Yongsheng Group guys and beaten up. That Wu Taiyong, if my level had been higher back then, I wouldn't have gotten beaten so badly. Now that you're here, but the Yongsheng Group isn't the kind of people ordinary folks can afford to cross. You'd better be extra careful, Lin Xiaoye cautioned. Although she believed Su Chen was the illegitimate son of some prominent family, she also understood that being an illegitimate child meant he likely lacked extensive support and privileges. Money and backing might be available, but he couldn't just go around offending people. She knew all about illegitimate sons like him from novels. She understood it all too well. One misstep, and they risked being disowned by the family. At the very least, he had saved her twice. Lin Xiaoye certainly didn't want Su Chen to be expelled from the family because of this. That would be utterly heartbreaking. Su Chen, I don't want you to be disowned and expelled from the Great Clan just because you helped me and saved my life. So please, be extremely careful. I expect Shin Feng will come looking for trouble with you then, Lin Xiaoye said. In the eyes of the legitimate heirs of these great families, let's be honest, as an illegitimate child, you carry that original sin. I understand the grudges among these aristocratic families. It's obvious your father never favored you. So, Su Chen, don't act impulsively. Lin Xiaoye said earnestly. Su Chen. Seriously, has she been reading too many romance novels? Her brain must be fried. What the hell does that even mean? What noble family? I'm a fan of Huang Chao, damn it. Still, he could understand Lin Xiaoye's worries. After all, she'd always been struggling on the edge of survival. Bullied countless times since childhood, she'd long since grown accustomed to it. And having endured so much to treat her sister's illness, she knew all too well the dangers and darkness of this world. So her concern for him was entirely justified. Chapter 166, You're going to? Hey, Xiaoyu, weren't you supposed to take your sister for treatment? Why are you alone at the dump today? Where's your sister? Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiaoye finally replied cheerfully, I really have to thank you for this. Hearing this, Su Chen was utterly baffled. Why thank me? Of course I have to thank you. With the money you gave me, I finally got my sister's surgery done. The surgery was a complete success. While it hasn't fully cured my sister's illness yet, it's at least alleviated it significantly. And the doctor said that as long as we continue treatment, my sister has a very good chance of recovery. Plus, my sister's spirits have lifted considerably now. So all of this is thanks to you. Oh, and my sister said she really hopes to thank you in person someday, Lin Xiaoye added. Hearing this, Su Chen felt genuinely happy for her. After all, seeing a loved one recover was always cause for immense joy. Most importantly, Su Chen could sense Lin Xiaoye's genuine happiness. Born into a poor family, she and her sister had relied on each other since childhood. Life had been incredibly difficult. She had never experienced any joy whatsoever. Now, to have such an opportunity presented itself, it was naturally a cause for great joy. As for the rest, Su Chen understood that this matter was likely far more complicated than he imagined. At any rate, Lin Xiaoye's greatest dream now was to earn enough money for herself and her sister. They could build a future for themselves. If they could do that, it would be worth it. But Lin Xiaoye was also acutely aware that her current circumstances and her sister's, Su Chen had played an indispensable role, and he had helped them immensely. Therefore, for Lin Xiaoye, she would gladly dedicate her life to Su Chen. Xiaoye, hearing that puts my mind at ease. Let's keep pushing forward together. Don't worry, Xiaoye. Your sister's illness will definitely be cured, Su Chen said cheerfully. Hearing his words, Lin Xiaoye couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. Is this what friendship feels like? Yes. I have a friend now. This time, Lin Xiaoye could guarantee securing these items for Su Chen. After dismantling them, she'd make a few $100 million. When the time came, she'd give Lin Xiaoye 100 million yuan. The rest would be his own. And in Su Chen's view, since he'd decided to help Lin Xiaolan with her medical treatment, he was determined to see it through to the end. No matter what, as long as he could help Lin Xiaoye, she would most likely repay him handsomely in the future. There was absolutely no need for worry or doubt on that front. As a professional, Su Chen understood that going it alone would accomplish nothing. The most crucial thing was to build his own team. Only by effectively integrating a team could one have the opportunity to create greater miracles. He wasn't a saint, he weighed the pros and cons. A loyal ally like Lin Xiaoye. He absolutely had to cultivate such a person. Only by cultivating such loyal allies could he elevate his team to greater heights. Moreover, Lin Xiaoye also has an older sister, Lin Xiaolan. Both sisters will be my capable assistants from now on. Alright, since my sister wishes to see me, I naturally cannot refuse. But before meeting your sister, I have one more thing to do. I'll be heading to Yongxing Group. To eliminate this menace once and for all, Su Chen declared. Since the Yongxing Group was a menace, he had to find an opportunity to eliminate it. If left unchecked, should the Yongxing Group come looking for trouble in the future, he might not be able to free himself in time. He wasn't stupid, he couldn't afford to be careless about such matters. Therefore, this incident also provided him with a convenient excuse. Having provoked him, the optimal solution was to eliminate them entirely. If you don't eliminate them now, then they'll come after you next. Su Chen, are you really planning to confront the people from Yongxing Group? Lin Xiaoye asked with concern. Of course I trust your abilities, but the ones causing trouble this time are different from before. Yongxing Group is already incredibly powerful on its own, not to mention the Chen Group backing them. Su Chen, if possible, I think we should stop here. Otherwise, it might be hard to clean up the mess later, Lin Xiaoye said. Clearly, Lin Xiaoye was deeply worried about Su Chen. After all, while Su Chen was formidable, this course of action was still reckless. Su Chen, however, saw things differently. For him, possessing superhuman abilities like the Sharingan and the Ice Fruit, what could a mere Yongxing Group possibly be? Not to mention he had the template of Hashirama Senju. With such power, forget about the Yongxing Group. Even if the Chen family came, they'd have to kneel. But Su Chen couldn't tell Lin Xiaoye about these things. At least not yet. Su Chen smiled as he patted Lin Xiaoye on the head, then chuckled, forget about the Yongxing Group. Even if the Chen family came, I wouldn't be afraid. Anyway, just relax. If I dare to go, it's because I have my reasons and my strength. If I didn't have the strength, I wouldn't dare go. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye was taken aback. Su Chen. Well, he seemed to be glowing. For a moment, Lin Xiaoye actually felt a bit embarrassed. But regardless of the circumstances, since things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. In any case, Su Chen definitely wasn't bragging, and she believed he wasn't bragging. Given that, all she needed to do was choose to trust him. Other matters weren't for her to speak of or handle. Alright, then I have one request, I want to go with you. I want to see for myself just how powerful you are, Lin Xiaoye declared. Lin Xiaoye had seen Su Chen fight before, but never witnessed him unleashing such lethal force. She was genuinely curious just how formidable Su Chen truly was. Besides, this was also a chance to avenge herself to eliminate her own enemy. How could the victim herself not be present? You're coming too? Su Chen froze. He hadn't expected Lin Xiaoye to want to come along. Although Su Chen was confident he could protect Lin Xiaoye from harm, it was still far too dangerous. Going alone wouldn't matter either way. But with Lin Xiaoye tagging along, he'd have to split his focus. After all, he had to be mindful of her safety. Xiaoye, I'm only thinking about your safety. You really shouldn't come. Let me put it this way, this isn't as straightforward as it seems. If I go alone, I can come and go as I please, fight when I need to. But if you're with me, I'd have too many things to worry about. Chapter 167, We're going to seek revenge. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye shook her head immediately. No, you're going for revenge. I'm one of the victims too. How boring would it be if I wasn't there? Hearing this, Su Chen was utterly speechless. Indeed, she hadn't been wrong. If the victims weren't there, what was the point of revenge? What a waste. Fine, but you better be sure about this. I'll tell you straight, I'm not afraid of the people from Yongxing Group. But you should also know that the Yongxing Group has many skilled fighters. It's still very dangerous, Su Chen said. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye chuckled cheerfully, have you forgotten? I have the laser fruit. Don't you know about my laser abilities? After eating your shining fruit earlier, my power shot up instantly, Lin Xiaoye declared. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly remembered. Right, he'd completely forgotten. She was a powerhouse who had consumed the shiny fruit. Don't let her level 20 fool you, she's probably another ridiculously powerful professional. Let me test my strength. Lin Xiaoye said cheerfully. Alright, then go ahead. But I'll make it clear you must follow my instructions. Su Chen reiterated. No problem. Seeing Lin Xiaoye so determined, and knowing the shiny fruit's formidable power, he didn't try to stop her anymore. Besides, Su Chen was also curious to see just how powerful Lin Xiaoye would become after consuming the fruit. It was bound to be far stronger than her current abilities. Soon, Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye boarded their transportation. The two headed toward the city where the Yongxing Group headquarters was located. Though the Yongsheng group was formidable, perhaps to avoid drawing attention. So its headquarters wasn't in the imperial capital. Instead, it was located in Hecheng, a city not far from the imperial capital. Hecheng was a decent city, but it couldn't compare to the capital. Still, the journey to Hecheng wasn't particularly long. It was roughly a 2-hour journey. If Su Chen were to take Lin Xiaoye on the Golden Crow Divine Bird Mount, they'd likely arrive in under 10 minutes. But by carriage, it takes 2 hours. Hecheng serves as the provincial capital of North China Province. As a quasi-tier 1 city approaching first-tier status, Hecheng not only boasts a larger area but also exhibits considerable overall prosperity. Of course, it can't compare to cities like the imperial capital or the Magic City. Nevertheless, Hecheng still boasts towering skyscrapers and bustling streets filled with pedestrians. Soon, the two arrived at the headquarters of Yongsheng Group. Gazing at the towering Yongsheng Group building before him, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. I have to admit, this place has something going for it. But seriously, there's something odd about this place. This Yongsheng Group must have some serious clout. Why do they always have to stir up trouble like this? Su Chen remarked as he surveyed the headquarters. Rumor had it that a 7th rank professional was stationed here. Though whether that was true remained unknown. Su Chen was also contemplating what would happen if he forced his way in. Would the 7th tier professionals show up? Moreover, aside from that 7th tier practitioner, it was rumored that many other experts were inside. In short, Su Chen understood that entering this time would be no simple matter. Thus, the headquarters of the Yongsheng Group was jokingly referred to as Hecheng's foremost fortress. However, now that Yongsheng Group's CEO, Wu Taiyong, had been taken care of by him, there should be no one else left within the group. That said, Wu Taiyong certainly wasn't a cautious man. Even after amassing such wealth and building a massive enterprise, he still didn't know the meaning of caution. He actually got personally involved over some trivial matter. One can only wonder how deeply distrustful he must have been of his subordinates. But that didn't really matter. Su Chen understood the situation well enough. Had Wu Taiyong not come personally this time, he'd have struggled to find a pretext to deal with Yongsheng Group. Surveying the heavily fortified Yongsheng Group headquarters before him, Su Chen frowned. He addressed Lin Xiaoye directly. We'll force our way in. Are you sure you can pull this off? No problem, Su Chen. Lin Xiaoye nodded. Alright, let's go. With that, Su Chen led Lin Xiaoye straight toward the main entrance of Yongsheng Group. Seeing the two heading toward Yongsheng Group, a kind-hearted professional standing by the roadside stopped them. You both look so young, only 17 or 18. Are you really heading to Yongsheng Group? The professional asked. Yes, Su Chen nodded. The entire North China province knows what status and authority the Yongsheng Group represents. You two youngsters, it's best not to go there unless you have to, the professional said with a slight smile. We have our own business at the Yongsheng Group headquarters. It's none of your concern, Lin Xiaoye added. Seeing the icy expressions on their faces, the professional guessed they were likely here to cause trouble for the Yongsheng Group. But what kind of people would dare to cause trouble for the Yongsheng Group? Truly, the young are fearless. Still, as a professional, he considered himself a decent, kind-hearted soul. He couldn't bear to see the young people walk into certain death, which was why he'd spoken up to warn them. There's an unwritten rule throughout Hecheng: non-Yongsheng Group professionals are forbidden from entering the Yongsheng Group building without an invitation. If you two try to go in like that, you'll be killed outright. If I were you, I'd turn around and leave. Don't gamble with your lives like that, the man advised. Su Chen replied impatiently, Bro, I know you mean well. But this time, we're going after the Yongsheng Group. We have to do this. Let's put it this way, we're here for revenge. So please, move aside. With that, Su Chen led Lin Xiaoye straight past the man, heading toward the main gate. Hearing the word revenge, the man relented. Well, if they were seeking vengeance, it would be downright tactless for him to interfere. Thus, he didn't bother with further words. Soon, Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye walked through the entrance of Yongsheng Group under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Halt! This is the headquarters of Yongsheng Group. Unauthorized personnel must leave. 2 security guards stationed at the entrance blocked their path. Lin Xiaoye, you wanted to test your strength, didn't you? This is yours. Su Chen said coldly. Lin Xiaoye was thrilled. With a flick of her wrist, 2 golden beams pierced straight through the hearts of the 2 guards. The scene instantly stunned the onlookers gathered around. They killed people from the Yongsheng Group. It's over. These 2 kids have caused a huge disaster. What kind of skill is that? So terrifying? Is it a forbidden spell? Chapter 168, The Bastard Son and Daughter. Alert! Alert! Unauthorized professionals have breached security. Assemble immediately. Assemble immediately. Warning, this building is private property. Unauthorized practitioners are prohibited from approaching. Violators will be shot on sight. Warning, leave the premises immediately or face hostile action. The alarm blared, and the warnings naturally followed. Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. They'd already killed their security personnel. What warnings were there to issue now? We're here to collect you. What else was there to say? Inside the surveillance room, the security personnel had already witnessed the two eliminating the guard at the entrance. Naturally, the security guards stationed at the monitoring room were all stunned. After all, no one had ever dared to kill someone from the Yongsheng group in broad daylight in Hucheng. Were these two teenagers really that bold? It shouldn't be possible. Did they not know the dangers lurking in this world? But it didn't matter much now. Anything said would be useless. With a death on the books, someone had to be held accountable. If no explanation is provided, the security department might as well be disbanded. Consequently, all professionals within the Yongsheng group mobilized. The onlookers gathered by the roadside, witnessing the Yongsheng group personnel being killed, immediately began crowding around to gawk. Truthfully, people had harbored resentment toward the Yongsheng group for quite some time. But considering the group's power, they dared not speak out. Today, someone actually came to kill members of the Yongsheng group. What does that even mean? This was definitely a spectacle worth watching. Otherwise, wouldn't they be letting themselves down? At this thought, one by one, they all started to get excited. Wow, today's gonna be quite the spectacle. Someone actually dared to kill a Yongsheng group man in broad daylight? That's a master among masters. Wonder whose subordinate this is, to be so incredibly bold. Could it be some young upstart desperate for power, driven mad by ambition? That girl, though she started with a forbidden spell level skill. Her strength must be formidable. True. Judging by the skill she unleashed, she's at least an 8th tier practitioner, probably even a 9th tier professional. Damn impressive. Even if they're 9th tier practitioners, two kids like that couldn't possibly stand a chance against the Yongsheng group. Sure, the highest ranked defender at Yongsheng group is only a 7th tier practitioner, but they have overwhelming numbers. Plus, Yongsheng group still has 3 10th tier veterans. How are they supposed to fight that? Regardless, the fact that these two dared to storm the Yongsheng group headquarters is already pretty impressive. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye and Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Let's go. We'll give it a shot today. With that, Su Chen led Lin Xiaoye straight into the building. They paid no heed to the blaring alarms. They were about to enter the building's interior. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, beams of light flared up around the building. These beams converged toward a single point, forming a massive pillar. In an instant, the pillar of light shot straight toward Su Chen. Seeing the laser, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This laser might work against ordinary practitioners, but against him? That probably won't work. After all, in front of Lin Xiaoye, this laser pales in comparison. Xiaoye, you take over. All right. Lin Xiaoye nodded cheerfully. Then, with a swift kick, light speed kick. The next second, Lin Xiaoye suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light. She shot forward at incredible speed. Everyone. This girl, what kind of skill is this? No wonder they dared to come to the Yongsheng group headquarters with just 2 people. They brought a master with them. Could these 2 be the young master and young lady from some prominent family? I guess they're illegitimate children. Probably overlooked by their families, so they came personally to seek revenge. Otherwise, they just send underlings. Could be. Who knew? Looks like even the sons and daughters of prominent families come in tiers. The neglected ones aren't so insignificant after all. Shoo, keep your voices down. Careful, they come looking for trouble. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood with arms folded, watching the spectacle unfold. Lin Xiaoye's abilities were truly formidable. Ever since consuming that shining fruit, her current strength was arguably only slightly inferior to his. If they were to fight outside, Lin Xiaoye could likely take down many high-level professionals. Just then, Lin Xiaoye transformed into a golden light. In an instant, she kicked the laser pillar squarely. As the 2 beams collided, her entire body dissolved into light elements. A thunderous explosion followed. With a single kick, Lin Xiaoye disabled the entire building's defense system and protective barrier. Not only that, her laser pierced straight through the entire building. The barrier system, hailed as the strongest defense in North China province, was destroyed in a single kick by Lin Xiaoye. This girl can shoot that far? Unbelievable. Holy crap, this kid's skills are insane. She's trying to kick Yongsheng group to pieces. Which prestigious family in North China province does this young lady belong to? I've never seen her before. Where did she even get a skill book for such powerful light magic? Is it on the trading post? I need to buy it too. This girl is a goddess. I love you. I thought that boy was the ultimate show-off, but turns out this girl is too. Looks like the rich kids really are out here experiencing life. Today I finally get why novelists love planting aristocratic airs in their stories. This is seriously impressive. Yongsheng group is in big trouble today. I doubt they'll make it through the night. Shoo, keep your voice down. With Yongsheng group's clout, if they hear you, watch out, they'll come looking for trouble. Right, too loud. Too loud. Lin Xiaoye's actions left these onlookers utterly speechless. In any case, Lin Xiaoye's move had thoroughly shocked all the onlookers present. Such terrifying power was simply inexplicable. Even Su Chen hadn't anticipated that after consuming the shining fruit, Lin Xiaoye would possess such terrifying combat prowess. From now on, he could bring her along on dungeon runs. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about facing any problems alone. Having an extra person meant one more mind to consult. However, in Su Chen's view, the degree to which Lin Xiaoye had fused with the shining fruit was absurdly high. How long had it even been since she consumed it? Yet she could already wield its power with such mastery. After all, Su Chen's own mastery stemmed from being a transmigrated protagonist. He was the male protagonist with a system giving him an unfair advantage. Yet Lin Xiaoye was catching up fast. Unbelievable. Chapter 169, So It Was You. Every one of Lin Xiaoye's attacks sparked heated discussions and commotion among the surrounding onlookers. It must be said, Lin Xiaoye's current strength far exceeded the expectations of many, including Su Chen. Su Chen himself was utterly dumbfounded, never having imagined Lin Xiaoye possessed such prowess. Moreover, the attack effects of the shining fruit were truly. At this moment, it seemed Lin Xiaoye and the shine fruit were truly a perfect match. If it weren't, she wouldn't possess such formidable offensive capabilities. How about that? Lin Xiaoye finished tidying up and walked cheerfully over to Su Chen. She was clearly pleased with her own performance. Xiaoye, you're truly amazing. To have reached this level of power already, I really underestimated you. Just imagine how unstoppable you'll be once you advance to a higher tier class. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiaoye nodded proudly. Though it's still unclear, the shining fruit you gave me has definitely boosted my power. I've decided to train diligently from now on. I'll strive to level up quickly so we can run dungeons together. Su Chen genuinely hadn't expected that his casual gesture had actually boosted Lin Xiaoye's power. He knew it wasn't that simple, but at least he no longer had to worry about whether Lin Xiaoye would be capable if he needed help in the future. From the looks of it, Lin Xiaoye shouldn't pose any major problems. Soon, the two entered the building's interior. Taking the elevator, they arrived at a spacious office. Inside the office sat several individuals dressed in suits, each exuding a refined and distinguished air. With a glance, Su Chen could tell these were shareholders of the Eternal Life Group. The largest shareholder, Wu Taiyong, had been killed by him. The remaining few were the other shareholders of the Eternal Group. At that moment, a man with a particularly refined demeanor stepped forward. The man looked at Su Chen and spoke directly, "Sir, this is. I don't know who you are. How should I address you?" Su Chen replied indifferently. Upon hearing Su Chen's name, the man's expression visibly shifted. Though Su Chen didn't recognize the man, judging by his expression, it seemed likely that the man knew Su Chen. However, Su Chen also noticed the several individuals accompanying the man. They were all professionals, each possessing formidable strength. Yet, if it came to a fight, these men stood no chance against him. Protect Elder Chen. Don't let him get close to Elder Chen. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the group closed in, surrounding Old Master Chen completely. They prevented Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye from approaching. Seeing this, Su Chen finally understood. These men were bodyguards after all. He'd mistaken them for shareholders of the Yongxing Group. But honestly, these professional bodyguards were truly formidable. From Su Chen's observation, each of these professional bodyguards possessed at least 5th transformation level strength. To have bodyguards with such formidable strength. Yongxing Group's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. But Su Chen paid them no mind. He had come this time specifically to cause trouble for the Yongxing Group. Thus, he glanced at the so-called Elder Chen. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how formidable the Yongxing Group truly was. Even 7th tier professionals were hard to come by, yet their company had a whole bunch of 5th and 6th tier professionals. But it made sense. After all, professionals need to make a living. Naturally, they'd work for whoever paid the most. But Old Chen clearly hadn't noticed. Things seemed to be getting complicated. "Young friend, why did you force your way into our Yongxing Group today? And killing our men, isn't that a bit excessive? Could it be that we have some grievance with you?" Old Chen naturally knew nothing of this matter. After all, Su Chen's sudden appearance here truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Su Chen, however, let out a cold laugh. "What might your name be?" "Call me Chen Quan," Chen Quan replied. "Mr. Chen Quan, you may be somewhat wronged by this situation, but the Yongxing Group is not," Su Chen said coldly. "Wu Taiyong is your chairman, correct?" "Yes, Wu Taiyong is our chairman." "Then what is your role within the group?" Su Chen looked at Chen Quan. "I'm one of the shareholders. Within the entire group company, aside from Chairman Wu Taiyong, I hold the largest shareholding." Chen Quan made no attempt to conceal this, speaking with remarkable candor. Only then did Su Chen speak up. "Then I can tell you about this matter. Wu Taiyong and his lackeys, I killed them all." "What?" Chen Quan's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for such a revelation. Most crucially, the killer had come right before them. Weren't people already acting so brutally these days? And this was acceptable? Su Chen continued, "I know you must be wondering about this. But let me tell you this, I don't kill innocent people. Your chairman, Wu Taiyong. He brought his henchmen here and nearly killed my friend. I'm here for revenge. If you don't want to die, take your men and leave. Su Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Chen Quan and the others present turned pale. They were aware of this incident. Earlier, Wu Taiyong had mentioned needing to handle something, claiming he was going to deal with someone the Chen group found objectionable. The action was primarily taken on behalf of Chen Feng, the young master of the Chen family. Naturally, the Yongsheng group was well aware of the Chen group's influence. Precisely because of this, everyone had remained tight-lipped about the matter. Still, Wu Taiyong bringing so many professionals along should have been like a lion hunting a rabbit. Unexpectedly, not only were they counterattacked and killed. Now that the enemy had come knocking, Chen Quan knew Yongsheng group was in the wrong. But he had no choice but to take a deep breath. Staying away from you is Mr. Su Chen, right? I know about this matter. Hearing this, Su Chen gave Chen Quan an approving look. Correct. Not all your group's people are scoundrels. You're fairly straightforward. This matter is our group's problem, but as for who tried to kill you, I assume you know who it is. I won't beat around the bush. However, since you killed our chairman, our Yongsheng group can't just let it go. I just didn't expect you to be so bold, kid. Killing our chairman and still daring to come looking for trouble. Chen Quan stared at him. Clearly, Chen Quan approved of the deed itself. What surprised him was that the man dared to show up alone, bringing only a young girl with him. This was beyond his expectations. Mr. Chen Quan, since you've stated it plainly, your group will have to provide me with a satisfactory resolution to today's matter. Chapter 170, Think you've got me cornered? Young man, don't bite the hand that feeds you. You've shown remarkable audacity by coming here today. Youthful arrogance rarely ends well. Enough talk. Take this young lady and leave today. We'll call it even, and we'll pretend you never came. Young man, don't be ungrateful. This is your chance. Chen Quan said calmly. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. It seemed Chen Quan was offering him a chance. What? You think I killed everyone from your Yongsheng group? What the hell are you playing at here? Originally, Su Chen thought Chen Quan was at least a man of his word. If Chen Quan apologized and agreed to keep out of each other's business. As for the grudge between Chen Feng and himself, that was a matter between him and the Chen family. But who would have thought this Chen Quan? Wait a minute. Su Chen suddenly realized something. Chen Quan? What's your relationship to Chen Feng? Su Chen looked at him. Chen Quan paused, then nodded calmly. That's correct. I'm Chen Feng's second uncle. Right, I see. Since you've acknowledged your identity, this matter should be straightforward. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a group of operatives had gathered behind Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye. These professionals were all enforcers kept on retainer by the Eternal Life Group. They were treated to find food and drink in normal times, but when the moment came, they were expected to risk their lives for the corporation. The moment Su Chen entered, the security department of the Eternal Group had already received the alert. Now they were preparing to round up Su Chen once and for all. Thus, the group charged straight in. But Su Chen wasn't concerned. Lin Xiaoye's strength was undeniable. Even if these men did come in and fight him, Lin Xiaoye alone could handle them. But the entire security department never imagined Su Chen would dare bring a young girl into headquarters. It seemed this man had something up his sleeve. Chen Quan, I was originally planning to let you off the hook, Su Chen said calmly. But now it seems that won't be necessary. Hearing Su Chen's words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. You insolent brat. How dare you speak to our old Chen like that? You blind dog. How dare you speak of Chen Lai like that? If I don't skin you alive today, you'll never know what real power looks like. If we don't kill you, how will Yongsheng Group ever operate in China again? After Wu Taiyong's demise, Yongsheng Group had effectively fallen under Chen Quan's sole control. Naturally, these men had no choice but to side with Chen Quan. Most crucially, Su Chen remained so brazenly arrogant. If Su Chen wasn't eliminated today, the Eternal Group would lose all respect in the future. However, Chen Quan was well aware of Su Chen's situation. Earlier, when Chen Feng demanded Su Chen's death, Chen Quan had actually investigated out of curiosity. He discovered it was all because of that young girl from the Lu family, Lu Rushuang. Who could have imagined that his own nephew, Chen Feng, was so determined to have Lu Rushuang? Chen Quan had tried his best to dissuade him with earnest pleas, but there was simply no way to change his mind. Thus, Chen Quan had no choice but to come to Yongsheng Group. Little did he expect that Wu Taiyong's trip there would cost him his life. He had investigated Su Chen too, just an ordinary person. Chen Quan couldn't fathom why that young lady from the Lu family had set her sights on Su Chen. He wasn't some scion from a prominent family. Therefore, the people at Yongsheng Group ultimately concluded that Su Chen was nothing but a piece of trash, someone they could simply eliminate. After all, for an organization like the Eternal Life Group, eliminating a single professional was hardly a significant matter. The professional association wouldn't make a fuss over a dead operative. That was precisely why Wu Taiyong felt no fear whatsoever. But unexpectedly, Su Chen had actually shown up. Chen Quan knew full well that today's affair would likely not end well. Still, Chen Quan wasn't overly concerned. No matter how formidable Su Chen might be, he was ultimately just a newly awakened professional. He might actually be a genius. Wu Taiyong probably underestimated him and ended up paying the price. Therefore, he believed that as long as he remained vigilant, Su Chen, a young man without any background or backing, no matter how capable he was, he couldn't possibly outmaneuver him. That's why he intended to eliminate Su Chen right here. Besides, he had not only the bodyguards of the Eternal Life Group but also the professionals from the Chen family by his side. With over 100 people surrounding him, how could he possibly lose to Su Chen? Not to mention the Chen family had a mysterious organization backing them, the Hunter Organization. Though called the Hunters Organization, it was essentially an assassin group. Across the entire Blue Star, the Hunters Organization was a globally renowned entity. Its internal discipline was ironclad, and its ranks swelled with elite professional assassins. They possessed every kind of elite specialist imaginable. If you wanted someone eliminated, it was remarkably straightforward. Moreover, the Hunter Organization operates on a strict principle: they either take a job or they don't. Once they accept a contract, they guarantee the target's elimination. Therefore, although Chen Quan knew Su Chen was indeed skilled, he wasn't actually worried about failing to eliminate him. If he failed today, the Chen family could simply pay the Hunters Organization to take over. He refused to believe this insignificant youngster could bring down the entire Hunter Organization. Thus, Chen Quan couldn't fathom why Su Chen dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Was Su Chen truly like a newborn calf fearing no tigers? What Chen Quan hadn't anticipated was that a newly awakened professional would actually come knocking on his door. This was truly beyond his comprehension and imagination. Therefore, he intended to observe closely what kind of situation had unfolded. What could possibly lead to such an incident? Today, Yongsheng Group must settle things once and for all with Su Chen. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable to everyone. However, Su Chen managed to bypass Yongsheng Group's security measures with just a young woman in tow. He certainly possessed some skill. There was no doubt about that. Yet he remained utterly composed, showing no trace of fear. Even if Su Chen were standing right before him now, he wouldn't be worried. With so many professionals present. Plus, 2 squad leaders from the Hunter Organization were present. He wasn't worried or afraid that Su Chen could do anything to him. At worst, he'd have the Hunter Organization's squad leaders intervene. It would just cost him some money. Mr. Chen, your Eternal Life Group really does bully others because of your size, Su Chen snorted coldly. We were minding our own business. Wu Taiyong came looking for trouble. If you'd apologized, then this whole thing could have been forgotten. But now the problem is, your men came out of nowhere to kill me. Not only did you refuse to pay, but you even threatened me. What? You think you've got me cornered? Chapter 171, Help! Your Eternal Life Group sent people to kill me and planned to kill my friend too. If I hadn't rushed back in time, my friend would have truly been separated from me by death. This is a major incident, and you, as a shareholder, haven't even offered an explanation. Yet you dare to be so aggressive. I won't stand for this. So today, I'm here for one thing only, to make you and your lackeys pay with your lives. Got it? Facing the fierce group of professionals, Su Chen remained remarkably calm. These guys were as good as dead anyway, no point wasting time feeling sorry for them. When the time came, he would leave not a single one standing. Kid, you've got some nerve, telling me to die? Just you, the 2 of you? Chen Quan raised an eyebrow. Clearly, he didn't believe a word Su Chen had said. The men beside Chen Quan sneered coldly. You're just a wet behind the ears brat trying to impress girls. How dare you spout such nonsense? What a laughable joke. What can you do if you can't take it? The Chun Group isn't something an ant like you can afford to provoke. Kill him, then capture that woman. We'll have our fun first, then toss her to the border town to sell herself off to pay her debts. Today, we'll make sure this Su Chen learns what consequences truly mean. Seeing his men itching to act, Chen Quan gave a sweeping gesture. With a sweeping gesture, his professional operatives surged forward. In an instant, countless skills flared throughout the office. Thunderclap slash. War stomp. Barbarian charge. These professionals were truly formidable. Their first move was aimed squarely at eliminating Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye. They showed absolutely no intention of holding back. Every strike was ruthlessly vicious. Xiaoye. Su Chen called out coldly. Facing the attacker's onslaught, he remained utterly motionless, standing perfectly still. After all, these opponents weren't strong enough to warrant his intervention. In fact, Su Chen himself didn't consider them particularly formidable. Besides, Lin Xiaoye had already intervened earlier. He knew full well that Lin Xiaoye's true strength was evident. If she were to handle this, it would naturally suffice. Therefore, he gave it no further thought. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye nodded and immediately took action. Lin Xiaoye instantly grasped Su Chen's meaning. Her body suddenly flickered with several streaks of golden light. Then she charged toward the people present. Next, golden light flickered from both her hands. As these golden rays plunged into the crowd, she descended like a fierce warrior from the heavens. In the next instant, the golden light slashed wildly, cutting down every practitioner present. The scene was instantly transformed into a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Countless practitioners' bodies were instantly sliced into fragments by the golden light. In just a few short exchanges, the majority of the practitioners were reduced to mincemeat. This woman is unnerving. Everyone, avoid close combat. The remaining practitioners sensed something was terribly wrong. They knew the woman before them was likely exceptionally skilled in close combat. Where had she learned such skills? How could she possess such formidable close combat prowess? Therefore, everyone quickly backed away from Lin Xiaoye. After all, if they persisted in close combat, something truly disastrous might happen. But upon seeing everyone pull back, Lin Xiaoye wore a smug grin. Backing away? Then they'd die even more miserably. Ever heard of mini laser missiles? At that moment, Lin Xiaoye's hands erupted with countless laser beams. The lasers swarmed densely toward the surrounding professionals. In an instant, the entire floor erupted with violent explosions. The entire building began to shake violently. The remaining professionals were all stunned. The sheer power of this strike rivaled the peak magical prowess of a 7th-tier mage. These 5th and 6th-tier practitioners simply couldn't withstand it. However, even though these professionals had already begun to feel apprehensive, there was no way out. Behind them stood Chen Quan and the 2 squad leaders of the Hunter organization. If they retreated, regardless of dereliction of duty, Old Chen and the Hunter organization squad leaders alone would not let them off. Moreover, the Yongsheng group had always been exceptionally generous to them as professionals. Wasn't this precisely what they'd been preparing for? No matter what, since things had come to this, he could only repay them with his life. Soon, the crowd of professionals closed in once more. This time, luck wasn't on my side. Every single mercenary was obliterated into mincemeat by Lin Xiaoye's laser missiles. With laser missiles still remaining, she immediately fired them at the 2 squad leaders. However, the 2 squad leaders seemed utterly unfazed, as if a mountain collapsed before them. As the laser missiles approached them, they vanished instantly. Neither of them seemed to make a single move. Chen Quan's expression, however, was off. He truly hadn't expected that girl to possess such abilities. This skill, forbidden spell level? Impossible. If she truly possessed a forbidden spell level skill, how could she remain unknown in the entire nation? When did 2 obscure practitioners become so unknown? That just doesn't add up. But the problem now is, I genuinely never heard of these 2 before. Yet their strength is undeniably terrifying. This left Chen Quan at a loss for how to explain it. Moreover, Chen Quan himself was a 6th-tier professional. As a member of the Chen family, he had weathered many storms in his youth. What kind of situations hadn't he seen? How could such an incident possibly intimidate him? But the problem was, even someone as seasoned as him, witnessing these professionals instantly reduced to pulp. Such a gruesome, blood-soaked scene. It was all thanks to that girl, Lin Xiaoye, in a single exchange. This forced Chen Quan to reassess the situation. If he were to face this girl, could he even last a single round against her? That seemed highly unlikely. Therefore, even Chen Quan, a member of the Chen family who had weathered countless storms, a sense of dread began to creep into his heart. After all, death was not unthinkable. But to be instantly killed like this, and in such a terrifying manner, is something no one could bear? That was why Chen Quan turned to the 2 of them. Captains, please save me. Unexpectedly, Chen Quan instantly backed down, immediately appealing to the 2 captains of the Hunter organization for help. His face now betrayed a look of sheer terror and unease. The Shining Fruits ability was simply too outrageous. That was absolutely not a skill an ordinary professional could possess. In other words, this female professional was undoubtedly hundreds of times more formidable than he had ever imagined. Mr. Liu, you know the rules. Saving you is no problem. But the Hunter Association's rates. Chapter 172, The Hunter Organization. I know. Rest assured, I'll transfer the payment to you both immediately. Joking aside, when faced with a choice between life and money, any sane person would know which to pick. Right now, only these 2 from the Hunter organization could save him. As for the others, Chen Quan knew he couldn't count on them. Besides, he understood the Hunter's way all too well. No matter who comes, they won't lift a finger until they're paid. If you don't pay up, well, sorry, no action. It's that simple. But the Hunter organization was also remarkably trustworthy. Once you've paid, they'll see the job through no matter what. That's the most important thing. By now, Chen Quan's men have long been reduced to a pile of mincemeat. How could they possibly protect him? Therefore, the only ones who could protect Chen Quan were these 2 captains of the Hunter organization. Chen Quan swiftly transferred the fees to each of their phones via his own device. Only after confirming the funds had arrived did the 2 captains turn their attention to Lin Xiaoye. Alright, since you've paid up, from this moment on, your life is guaranteed to be protected, one of them stated. Hearing that these 2 would join the fight, Lin Xiaoye turned to Su Chen. Leave these 2 to me as well. Su Chen finally nodded. I told you to handle it. Su Chen wasn't worried. Lin Xiaoye had already demonstrated her capabilities in the previous battle. Therefore, Su-chen had no doubt she could handle them. Moreover, this was Lin Xiaoya's first time facing an opponent in combat. Having finally secured such a victory, her confidence was naturally skyrocketing. Now, she was determined to press her advantage. Nothing would be better than making a strong impression in front of Su-chen. Just then, the two captains of the hunter organization erupted with tremendous force, their bodies thundering with power. Seeing this, Su-chen was about to warn Lin Xiaoya to be careful. However, Lin Xiaoya was currently so thrilled and delighted by all the power she possessed. How could she possibly care about such things? In that instant, Lin Xiaoya had already charged to the front of the two. Her laser sword materialized once more in her hand. Though brimming with confidence, Lin Xiaoya remained remarkably level-headed. She wasn't letting the situation overwhelm her. Instead, she chose the most reliable approach. Holding the blade in one hand, a golden flash streaked through the air. Then, the lightsaber was aimed directly at the two squad leaders of the hunter organization. "Girl, you dare strike before us? Do you know what the hunter organization stands for? Since you've shown such audacity today, we'll teach you what real power looks like," one of them snarled. In the next instant, a dark shadow erupted from both of them. Immediately after, a black dragon and a black tiger materialized before Lin Xiaoya. The black dragon's massive claws directly blocked Lin Xiaoya's lightsaber. The black tiger opened its massive jaws, bearing enormous fangs as it bit down on Lin Xiaoya's other lightsaber. With a sharp crack, both lightsabers shattered instantly. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. She never imagined the opponents possessed such terrifying destructive power. After shattering Lin Xiaoya's lightsabers, the black dragon and fierce tiger pressed their assault without pause. In an instant, the golden glow enveloping Lin Xiaoya vanished. This is bad. Lin Xiaoya now regretted her earlier underestimation. These two opponents far surpassed her in strength. Moreover, having just swallowed the shining fruit, he was still unable to effectively harness all its powers. This black dragon and fierce tiger were likely to tear him to shreds. Get lost. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Lin Xiaoya's ear. The next second, the fierce tiger and black dragon actually retreated backward. Terror flashed across their faces. Su-chen! Lin Xiaoya could feel her heart pounding in her chest. The ferocious tiger and black dragon had driven her to the brink of despair. Had Su-chen been even a moment slower, her life would have ended right there. That was precisely why Lin Xiaoya was so terrified. But unexpectedly, Su-chen appeared at that very moment. With the crisis averted, Lin Xiaoya didn't hold Su-chen back. Instead, she wisely stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Su-chen. At the same time, Su-chen's entire body was enveloped in purple magic. His gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon the black tiger and black dragon, along with the two captains of the hunter organization. The magical aura emanating from Su-chen was palpable even to himself. Terrifying indeed. "Kid, something's off about you. This kid's got something off about him." The two captains watched as the fierce tiger and black dragon they had summoned were actually halted in their tracks by Su-chen. Now the two captains frowned. They realized this matter was far from simple. After all, though they were only squad leaders within the hunter organization, even at the squad leader level, they were guaranteed to be level 106 transformation professionals. Moreover, since they were tasked with liaising with the Chen family, both possessed 7th transformation power at level 120. Even if they couldn't defeat Su-chen, it shouldn't be the case that neither of them could stand up to him when fighting together. Yet the strength Su-chen was now displaying had indeed given them their first sense that something was amiss. Most crucially, both captains were dark sorcerers. This class is exceptionally rare and a special hidden class that is extremely difficult to awaken. Once one awakens the Dark Sorcerer class, one gains command over the power of the Dark Sorcerer. They could manipulate all intangible dark matter, transforming it into offensive capabilities. For instance, the Black Dragon and Fierce Tiger they summoned exemplify this. Formless, yet possessing immense power. Moreover, the Dark Sorcerer's skills rank among the most formidable within the profession's repertoire. Therefore, with these two standing together against Su-chen, logically speaking, they should have no major issues. Theoretically, it should be impossible for anything to go wrong. Even other 7th tier, level 120 practitioners couldn't make their mighty tigers and black dragons show fear, or even halt their advance. That would be a different story. But the problem is, it just happened. How infuriating is that? Before this kid, my mighty tiger and black dragon have turned into little angels. That's just not right. The captain of the hunter organization isn't someone just anyone can handle. Yet here we are. At that moment, the two captains exchanged a glance. Each saw the other's true thoughts. If they didn't kill this kid, the organization would surely come after them both later. This was a disgrace to the organization. If word got out that the hunter organization had actually failed a mission, the patrons would surely abandon the hunter organization. No one could afford to tarnish the hunter organization's reputation. Not even the hunter organization's leader could be spared. "Kid, even if the two of us die today, we must kill you." Chapter 173, Must Kill Him. The two had now realized Su Chen was no pushover. Naturally, they must join forces to eliminate Su Chen first. If they failed to eliminate Su Chen, future matters would become far more complicated. Therefore, they unleashed every ounce of their dark sorcerer power. They were pushing their abilities to the absolute limit. In the next instant, a violent, dark, and oppressive force surged forth from their bodies. It then coalesced into monstrous beasts. These beasts ranged from ferocious dragons to mythical qilin. And their sizes were significantly larger than before. With these beasts now present, the two squad leaders' aura surged dramatically. At the same time, dark clouds gathered thickly over the entire city of Hucheng. The combined assault of two 7th-tier professionals could instantly turn the tide of battle. What? 7th-tier practitioners here? Looks like something big is happening in his city. Who knows? We low-level karami practitioners shouldn't get involved. We don't want to get caught up in trouble without even knowing why. Who would have thought? It's been ages since Hucheng saw anything like this. Exactly. These celestial phenomena are terrifying. We'll just have to wait for the news reports. This likely signals a major shift in the power structure of Hucheng. At that moment, crowds of onlookers gathered to discuss the spectacle. Everyone was utterly shocked and curious about this celestial phenomenon in Hucheng. After all, it had been years since anything like this had ever happened. Meanwhile, inside the office, the two captains had already commanded their respective beasts to charge straight towards Su Chen. Facing this scene, Su Chen showed no concern whatsoever. Is that all? He sneered coldly, clearly holding no regard for the two. Su Chen, be careful. This dark mage. We should retreat. Lin Xiaoye urged anxiously. Although Lin Xiaoye possessed formidable strength after consuming the shining fruit, her combat experience still fell short, making her no match for these two. Therefore, Lin Xiaoye was actually quite wary of them. She hoped Su Chen wouldn't get hurt, which was why she was trying to pull him away. However, Lin Xiaoye was still young, and her understanding of the battlefield was limited. Now was not the time to flee. If they fled now, both of them would surely die. Xiaoye, Su Chen said calmly, in battle, you must focus your mind. Don't think about running. Now, watch closely. I'll only strike once. With that, Su Chen patted Lin Xiaoye's shoulder reassuringly. Chen Quan. Su Chen turned his gaze to Chen Quan, who stood behind the two captains, his face a mask of panic. You didn't have to die today. If you'd let those two escort you away just now, you might have lived a few more days. I would have spared your worthless life. But what I didn't expect was that you'd actually dare to fight me. I told you if you genuinely admitted your mistake, this whole thing could have been settled. I had no intention of escalating this further. But I never imagined you'd go after Wu Taiyong of the Yongsheng group. And you actually had the nerve to send your lackeys to attack me? Now you've gone and found some random nobodies to deal with me. You could have lived. But now I can only tell you this. You and these two, you're all going to die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a strange purple-black aura erupted from Su Chen's entire body. His left eye began to form a crescent moon shaped like a magatama. Faced with Su Chen's Ziri transformation, all three were utterly dumbfounded. With each step Su Chen took, the purple-black light on his body flickered. Simultaneously, a glowing circle appeared beneath his feet, spreading outward in all directions. Though they couldn't decipher what skill this was, the trio understood one thing clearly. The skill this kid was unleashing must be a special ability he'd acquired while grinding in a dungeon. This made sense. The world itself held many unique abilities. Naturally, one had to discover them for oneself. The problem was, the skill emanating from Su Chen was truly unlike anything else. Anything touched by the light ring emitted by Su Chen, any object would instantly shatter into specks of light. This left the three of them utterly speechless. Where on earth did this kid learn this skill? Chen Quan was the first to react. As a member of the Chen family, he had seen his fair share of things. But a situation like Su Chen's? He'd never seen anything like it. After all, this office was a specially designed space belt at great expense by Yongsheng Group. It was designed to counteract certain abilities of professionals. It could protect one's life in critical moments. Even every item within this office had been specifically arranged by magicians. Defensive magic had been woven into every corner. Yet even items of this caliber, what kind of power did this kid unleash? It was obliterated as if it were mere foam? Could this kid have mastered some forbidden spatial spell? The two squad leaders exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that the youth before them was no ordinary opponent. If they were to actually fight him, they feared neither of them would stand a chance. Even as the three stood in stunned disbelief, Su Chen now rapidly unleashed another peculiar aura. Immortal mode. Suddenly, Su Chen pressed his palms together, then began frantically forming hand seals. The next second, Su Chen's entire aura transformed completely. This was the ability granted by the system's reward, the Senju Hashirama template. Through this template ability, he could directly unleash an entirely new forbidden spell skill. To the two squad leaders, this sight was utterly astonishing. Just how many secrets is this kid hiding? Could it be another forbidden level technique we've never seen? Where on earth does this kid get all these skills? This is madness, absolute madness. What is this kid's background? Mr. Chen, how did you two even get involved with him? How could one person master so many forbidden spells? No, even if the two of us die today, we must kill him. Otherwise, the organization. As the bizarre forbidden spell skill manifested on Su Chen's body, the two squad leaders instantly realized the Chun family had provoked a formidable professional. The skills displayed by this young man were far from ordinary. No wonder the hunter organization held such high credibility. Even in this situation, what was their first instinct? They must eliminate that kid, Su Chen. Having taken the money, they had to see the job through. They also had to eliminate any future threats to the organization. From a professional standpoint, they were exceptionally dedicated. But from a personal standpoint, they seemed oblivious to a critical issue. Namely, whether they were truly a match for Su Chen? Chapter 174, Escape First. Of course, they were also intensely curious about the secrets surrounding Su Chen. That such a terrifying artifact could be wielded by a youth so young. Such forbidden spell level abilities were truly fascinating. They had never encountered such a skill before, not even during their previous dungeon runs. Thus, they were utterly baffled as to how this youth could wield such a treasure. However, they believed their own hidden skills would be more than sufficient to deal with him. Thus, despite Su Chen's demonstrated formidable skill prowess, they felt no concern whatsoever. A look of contempt even flashed across the faces of the two squad leaders. After all, they were seasoned members of a hunter organization who had seen it all over the years. How could they possibly be intimidated by such a minor display? Besides, they weren't strangers to so-called prodigies either. Even if Su Chen truly was a prodigy, possessing remarkable skill at such a young age. So what? Both of them were high-level practitioners at the 7th transformation, level 120. What could an 80-level professional possibly do against them? The crushing disparity in level and class was simply insurmountable. Yet, just as the two were still grinning ear to ear, the very next moment, all traces of smiles vanished from their faces. Centered on the Yongsheng Group headquarters, the entire city of Hecheng began violently shaking. The ground collapsed and the earth shook violently. Nearly everyone lost their footing. This was no less than an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Both combat-oriented professionals and non-combatant support personnel began scattering in panic. An earthquake? Impossible. Hecheng isn't even on an earthquake fault line. What on earth is happening? Why has it turned into this? Is this a natural disaster or man-made calamity? How could an earthquake strike so suddenly? Hasn't Hecheng ever recorded an earthquake in its history? Such massive tremors can only be explained by a natural disaster. Nothing else could possibly cause a catastrophe of this magnitude. Wait, look over there. At that moment, the onlookers gathered around suddenly noticed the headquarters building of the Yongsheng Group. Within the building, a massive surge of magical energy erupted. This magic glowed with a purple light. A massive wave of energy radiated outward from the headquarters building, spreading rapidly in all directions. The next second, an even more jaw-dropping scene unfolded. As the ground shook violently, the Yongsheng Group headquarters building collapsed instantly. The entire structure caved in completely toward the ground. At least half of the structure caved in due to this event. Immediately afterward, massive trees began rapidly sprouting from the ground. Before long, they enveloped the entire Yongsheng Group headquarters building. From a distance, the building appeared to be enveloped by thick, towering trees. What had once been a building now appeared to be entwined by trees. In the next instant, the Yongsheng Group headquarters building seemed to fuse with countless trees. It became part of the trees, completely obscuring the original form of the skyscraper. What on earth is happening? Is this a forbidden spell level technique? At that moment, Su Chen's entire body radiated a purple glow. With his hands forming seals, he looked eerily strange. The magic coursing through his entire body erupted in an instant. Boom! As an overwhelming force erupted, the building trembled before everyone's eyes, transforming into a colossal Buddha statue. Ah! All the onlookers were stunned by this miraculous spectacle. No one understood why this transformation had occurred. Frankly, if not for witnessing it firsthand, no one could possibly comprehend such an occurrence. At the same moment, the entire city of Hecheng began to tremble slightly due to the Buddha statue's appearance. Numerous vehicles in the vicinity were inexplicably drawn toward the statue. Even when drivers frantically stomped on the gas pedal, they couldn't stop. This bizarre spectacle left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the colossal Buddha statue stood there alone, seemingly doing nothing. Yet it seemed as though it had done everything. How did this kid acquire such terrifying forbidden spell level power? One of the two squad leaders exclaimed in horror. Though they were squad leaders within the hunter organization, their abilities were quite formidable. But against a professional wielding such super forbidden level power, the two of them stood no chance whatsoever. Mr. Chen Quan, why did your Yongsheng group provoke such a monster? This guy is far beyond what we can handle, the squad leader said in terror. Now, both of them fully understood that the youth before them was beyond their capabilities. They simply hadn't noticed it earlier. Despite their complaints, they still shielded Chen Quan, doing everything possible to ensure his safety. The hunter organization's reputation always came first. Having accepted payment, protecting the client's safety was their absolute priority. That was the most crucial matter. As for everything else, the two of them had no chance now. After all, they could barely protect themselves. Carrying Chen Quan, they leaped from the building. Mounted on a divine dragon and a fierce tiger, they prepared to depart. Yet before the towering colossal Buddha, the three of them and their mounts seemed as insignificant as ants. The immense energy surge from the colossal Buddha statue rendered the tiger and the flying dragon's forms increasingly ethereal. They seemed on the verge of vanishing entirely. Though the two squad leaders were filled with terror, knowing they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Yet they remained steadfast in their professional duty. Even if it meant their own deaths, they would ensure the patrons' safety. If they themselves perished, their patrons would be powerless to save them, and that could not be blamed upon them. Defeating Su Chen was now impossible. But at the very least, they could prevent their boss from wasting his life in vain. Guys, that kid just destroyed the Yongxing Group headquarters. Are we just going to walk away like this? Chen Quan said, unwilling to accept defeat. In his mind, with the two squad leaders of the hunter organization present. Not to mention, a level 127th transformation professional should be more than enough to handle that kid. But how could they fail to defeat even a teenager? It was utterly inexcusable. Mr. Chen, we need to face reality. We can still make a run for it now. If we don't leave now, who knows what kind of trouble that kid will stir up next? Haven't you noticed how terrifyingly and bizarrely powerful that kid is? The two of us are absolutely no match for that kid, one of the squad leaders said. There was no choice. This wasn't the time to save face. Escaping from that youth's grasp would be nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 175. What kind of terrifying existence is this? There was no way we could be like Chen Quan, still worrying about the building. That would be nothing short of suicide. Therefore, the two wasted no time in dragging Chen Quan out. After all, they could have abandoned Chen Quan and escaped on their own. After all, with the big shot dead, there'd be no one left to tell the tale. But their professional ethics were just too strong. Little did they expect that Chen Quan was still clinging to his unrealistic dreams. He actually believed he could defeat that terrifying monster. Guys, is this kid really that formidable? Chen Quan frowned. You two combined aren't his match? Chen Quan's words made the two look at him as if he were an idiot. If they could win, why would they need to flee? It was precisely because they couldn't win that they had to flee. Mr. Chen, have you truly grasped the situation? Even with both of us at level 120 and having reached the 7th transformation, neither of us has mastered a forbidden spell level skill. To even have a chance at mastering forbidden spell level skills, you'd need to be at least around the 12th transformation. 12th transformation? What kind of powerhouse is that? How could either of us possibly stand a chance? Mastering such terrifying forbidden spell level skills would elevate one to the rank of a provincial governor, capable of defending an entire region of Huaxia. Look at that kid, his single strike just now caused an earthquake across the entire city of Hucheng. Mr. Chen, tell me yourself. The fact that we risked our lives to rescue you, isn't that proof enough of our professional integrity and trustworthiness? Why dwell on all that nonsense? Exactly. The other squad leader chimed in. Against that kid's colossal forbidden spell level power. Even if we teamed up, we couldn't withstand a single blow, let alone anyone else. We don't know why this youth is so powerful, but just that Buddha statue alone. Delivering a single blow with at least 10th tier power, were no match for it. The two squad leaders were perfectly clear-headed at that moment. After all, they were capable captains within the hunter organization. They possessed a profound understanding of both their own capabilities and those of their adversaries. Not only did they understand, but they were also highly pragmatic. Against such formidable opponents, they stood no chance. Since they were no match, there was no point in wasting time. If escape was possible, they would flee. Ah, this kid, you're saying he's a 12 transformation professional strength? 12. 12 transformation? Isn't that a strength level reserved for those above level 200? Chen Quan was completely stunned at that moment. To be precise, a wave of overwhelming dread surged through him. This youth was incredibly formidable, and he was an enemy of the Chen family. The Chen family was, after all, a prominent and influential clan throughout the entire nation. He had been the leading figure in running the entire city of Hucheng for many years. Even so, the highest level practitioner he'd ever encountered was a 10th tier professional, and that was just once. And he wasn't particularly close with them. A 12th tier professional. That was the pinnacle of the elite among the elite. Such a figure is a welcome guest anywhere in the world. If Su Chen were to utter a single word, any nation would scramble to welcome him with open arms. And precisely because of this, Chen Quan was now panicking. The Chen family is finished. What kind of monster had that kid Chen Feng gone and provoked? Let's go. Quickly. Chen Quan snapped out of it. Let's retreat for now and strategize later. If it comes to it, I'll swallow my pride and beg that youth on my knees. With that, Chen Quan, breaking his usual composure, hurried away with the two captains. The two captains, too, had no time for hesitation. They grabbed Chen Quan and hurried away from the scene. Survival came first. They dared not think of anything else. Yet the three men seemed surprisingly calm. But now, escape was essentially impossible. After all, once Su Chen unleashed that move, he wouldn't spare a single soul. If unleashing such a terrifying forbidden level spell couldn't kill the three of them, what was the point of unleashing it at all? Thus, though the trio attempted to flee swiftly after landing, the two squad leaders silently prayed within their hearts, praying that the colossal Buddha statue hadn't detected their presence. If it did, their lives would truly be forfeit. As top-tier professionals at the 120th level of the 7th transformation, they were figures of some standing. Yet now, they cared not a whit for their reputation. Survival was paramount. Without life, nothing else mattered. As for Chen Quan, he was utterly distraught now. His face was deathly pale. Whatever the two squad leaders said, that was final. All he had to do was follow them in their flight for survival. As for the future of the Chen family, he dared not even think about it now. What's the point of thinking about it? Messing with someone like that? The Chen family was in for a world of trouble. However, Su Chen's Buddha statue didn't perceive objects through its eyes. Instead, it relied on an arcane, mysterious aura. Such an energy aura could naturally detect the presence of enemies within a certain range. No matter how well you hide, it will find you. Thus, though the trio initially fled desperately, they remained entirely within the colossal Buddha statue's grasp. Just as the trio had managed to run a considerable distance away, the colossal Buddha moved. Though its movements appeared slow, the Buddha made only a slight gesture. An immense oppressive force descended upon them. The sky darkened before their eyes. It felt like a suffocating weight, as if dark clouds had gathered and the sky itself was about to collapse. One of them looked up. A colossal palm was already smashing down toward them with brutal force. The sheer force of that blow was enough to obliterate them all in an instant. There was no chance of survival. It must be noted that all three, including Chen Quan, were exceptionally formidable professionals. Apart from the two captains, even Chen Quan was at least a level 106th transformation professional. If it were anyone else, it might be different. But in terms of both overall level and class advancement, all three surpassed Su Chen. Yet they were utterly crushed by Su Chen. And when that colossal Buddha statue's palm came crashing down, the three of them wouldn't last a single round, they'd be dead. We're done for. Run. Damn it. Ah. Terror gripped every one of their faces. The two squad leaders especially were filled with regret. This had nothing to do with them, it was truly a bolt from the blue. If only they hadn't taken Chen Quan's money, they wouldn't have provoked such a monster. Today, they'd likely meet their end here. Why did those idiots Chen Quan and Wu Taiyong have to provoke such a terrifying entity? But the answers to these questions were something neither of them would ever have the chance to discover. As the colossal palm came crashing down, the three were instantly pulverized, leaving only pools of blood mingled with mud. They were dead as a doornail. Chapter 176, The Security Bureau arrives. Once the three had been dealt with, the colossal Buddha statue's palm instantly retracted, and everything around it slowly began to return to normal. The massive trees retreated back to their original positions across the way. The colossal palm that had performed all this then pressed its hands together in prayer before dissolving into massive trees that retreated back into the ground. The colossal Buddha statue vanished as well. Only an abundance of wood element filled the sky, refreshing the atmosphere. At that moment, Su Chen also withdrew his skill. He slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, half of the entire Yongsheng group remained outside. He struck again at the towering building, instantly obliterating it. Witnessing the Yongsheng group headquarters vanish without a trace, the onlookers present were utterly dumbfounded. Yongsheng group is just gone? The onlookers on the ground stared in horror at the unfolding spectacle. Who could believe that the Yongsheng group headquarters building had vanished like that? This isn't some teenager, this is a top-tier professional, right? No, this is a powerhouse capable of guarding an entire region. My goodness, this must be the kind of power only a professional at least at the 10th transformation level or above could possess, right? 10th tier? I'd say even a 10th tier professional couldn't do that. It must be at least a 12th tier professional. 12th tier? Is that even human? Countless onlookers stared in utter shock at the scene unfolding before them. No one could believe this situation had escalated to such extremes. The headquarters building of the Yongsheng group had vanished without a trace. Such power, it was beyond terrifying. This was simply. Apart from a regional commander, I can't think of any other professional who possesses such power. Then it must be a deity. Only a god could possess such power. Honestly, today has been an eye-opening experience. To actually witness such a practitioner, what kind of power is this? It's truly terrifying. A master of this caliber has been hidden all this time. To finally witness it today is truly eye-opening. So you're saying that immature youth possesses the strength of a 12th transformation professional? This can't be possible, right? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all. But now everyone has witnessed it, I'm convinced that boy possesses the strength of a 12th transformation professional. But he's so young, how did he achieve that? It doesn't make sense time-wise. Why would such a powerhouse come to our city? Shouldn't he be defending the frontier or battling in those demonic dungeons? By now, the entire city of Hechang had returned to its usual state following the battle's conclusion. It seemed as if no one had ever fought here at all, everything unchanged from before. Still, when the tower vanished, the onlookers were thoroughly shaken. Soon, word of the incident spread throughout the city. The locals were utterly stunned by today's events. After all, a 12th transformation practitioner was truly a super elite figure. Seeing one in the imperial capital might be understandable. But in Hechang, it was simply. After all, the Yongsheng Group was considered a leading enterprise in Hechang. Countless people yearned to do business with them but couldn't get in. If one could curry favor with the Yongsheng Group, raking in a few million a year would be child's play. Yet now, right before everyone's eyes, it vanished in an instant. It makes absolutely no sense. Who wouldn't feel uneasy? Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. After the skill wore off, the Yongsheng Group headquarters building lay in complete ruins. Lin Xiaoye plummeted from midair. The battle had already drained much of her stamina. Now she had no strength left. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoye felt the sunlight above her head block momentarily. A towering figure caught her in his arms. Holy crap, Su Chen, you actually have wings? Lin Xiaoye could scarcely believe her eyes. 3 pairs of pure white wings had appeared on Su Chen's back at some point. He now resembled an angel. This was the 6 angel wings random scroll he had activated earlier. As the building vanished, Lin Xiaoye began to fall. Su Chen immediately flew up. He scooped Lin Xiaoye into his arms. But this scene was undeniably breathtakingly cool. It made Lin Xiaoye's heart skip a beat. This guy Su Chen, not only is he handsome, but he also has so many hidden talents. It was truly intriguing. At that moment, Su Chen gently lowered Lin Xiaoye to the ground. The onlookers, witnessing this, all took a few steps back. Everyone feared Su Chen might suddenly strike and kill them. After all, a professional capable of unleashing such terrifying abilities was no ordinary person. To make an entire building vanish like that. Who would dare to act recklessly in front of such a person? Thus, everyone stared at Su Chen in terror. Yet at the same time, they were all intensely curious about this suddenly appeared powerhouse. Who exactly was this man? Where did he come from? Why come to Hechang? Why destroy the Yongsheng Group? Was it for the sake of justice? Human psychology often works this way, people crave excitement yet fear it at the same time. At this moment, everyone's thoughts toward Su Chen mirrored this very state. Just then, the sound of sirens suddenly filled the air. This alarm was the distinctive call to action signal of the Security Bureau. The Security Bureau is here, Su Chen remarked calmly. Soon, a Security Bureau vehicle sped toward them. The Hechang Security Bureau had stepped in. But it was only natural. After all, an entire building had vanished into oblivion. The Security Bureau couldn't possibly not show up. If Su Chen wanted to leave with Lin Xiaoye, the Security Bureau certainly didn't have the power to stop him. But he couldn't be bothered to do so. Not only was he a member of the professional association, but he was also good friends with Chen Wenna from the Imperial Capital Security Bureau. How does the saying go? Su Chen wasn't some lowly nobody anymore. He had connections and influence now. He could leverage resources. Therefore, given the current situation, there was no need for him to run. He'd just wait it out. He'll just cooperate with their investigation. Otherwise, the reputation of the professional association might be ruined because of him. Thus, Su Chen made no move, simply waiting with Lin Xiaoye where they stood. Soon, Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye found themselves surrounded by over a dozen vehicles from the Security Bureau. Over a dozen Security Bureau operatives emerged from the vehicles. They cautiously formed a perimeter around the pair. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man. Judging by his uniform, he appeared to be a high-ranking official within the Hechang Security Bureau. Chapter 177, The Big Shot Arrives. Though Hechang couldn't compare to the imperial capital, its security bureau was actually no less capable than its counterpart in the capital. Generally speaking, those who chose to advance within the imperial capital security bureau tended to be ambitious individuals. Those who chose to advance within Hechang's security bureau were either content to coast along, or possess extraordinary capabilities. For this very reason, Su Chen did not provoke the security bureau personnel from the outset. Besides, there was no need to. At that moment, the man stepped before Su Chen and fixed him with a stare. "You." The man was about to speak when the sound of a car screeching to a halt echoed from behind. The vehicle was clearly not one belonging to the security bureau. But why it had come here remained unclear. By now, a crowd had gathered at the scene. Besides those watching Su Chen, the rest were observing how the security bureau would handle the situation. After all, the incident had far-reaching implications, touching upon the security of Hecheng. The security bureau naturally bore full responsibility. Everyone was eager to see what next steps the security bureau would take. After all, if they couldn't provide a clear explanation, the consequences would be severe. After all, the disappearance of Hecheng's iconic landmark was no trivial matter. Moreover, the security bureau hasn't failed to apprehend the culprit. The person is right before their eyes. If the security bureau fails to apprehend and interrogate this individual, who would trust them in the future? And at this critical moment, the sudden appearance of the car certainly drew everyone's attention. The vehicle came to a stop right before the crowd. Then, 4 figures emerged from the doors. Upon seeing these 4 individuals, Su Chen froze in shock. Yi Zizhou, Chen Wenna, and Fei Shui were present, though Su Chen had never met the other individual. An elderly man dressed in white, traditional-style robes. The old man possessed an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. Every gesture and movement commanded respect. Su Chen had indeed never seen this elder before, though the other 3 recognized him. However, the moment the old man appeared, the middle-aged man's expression immediately turned solemn, and he became respectful. Observing the reverence everyone showed him, Su Chen realized this old man must be some kind of important figure. Still, he genuinely didn't recognize him. Never mind. Anyone who helps him is a friend. Oh my, Elder Zhou, what brings you here? Why didn't you call me? I could have come to pick you up, the middle-aged man hurriedly said. The man addressed as Elder Zhou was the honorary elder of the Professional Practitioners Association for the 6 northern provinces of Huaxia. Though titled honorary elder, his standing within the association far surpassed even that of President Yi Zizhou. This was mainly due to his seniority and formidable strength. He held considerable influence within China. Thus, wherever he went, people naturally showed him respect. Though Su Chen had never met Elder Zhou, the elder was actually aware of Su Chen. Why was he aware? When Su Chen first destroyed the secret realm, Old Master Zhou had actually visited the professional association at that time. However, Su Chen hadn't arrived at the professional association yet, so they hadn't met. Yet Old Master Zhou was aware of Su Chen. That time, however, Old Master Zhou was profoundly shocked by Su Chen's destruction of the secret realm. The sheer power he unleashed back then was truly terrifying. Moreover, the divine artifact that Elder Zhou Song had brought to the Imperial Capital's professional association was shattered outright in the resulting shockwave. Upon learning this news, Master Zhou was so stunned he could barely close his mouth. One must understand what kind of power could possibly unleash such terrifying destructive force? It was beyond description. It signaled that Su Chen's strength had reached a truly terrifying level. Though Zhou Lao held the title of honorary elder of the Northern 6 Provinces Professional Association, in reality, he wielded considerable influence within the association. Put simply, in Yi Zizhou's absence, Elder Zhou effectively served as the head of the entire China Professional Association. To be precise, even Yi Zizhou himself couldn't wield the same level of influence over all the branches of the China Professional Association as Elder Zhou could. It's true that all branches would carry out Yi Zizhou's orders. But when it comes to genuine, wholehearted execution without reservation, that truly depends on Elder Zhou. Therefore, Yi Zizhou would actually yield to Old Zhou in matters concerning the association's standing. That said, Old Master Zhou himself is a very courteous man, always mindful of his standing. Naturally, his relationship with Yi Zizhou was beyond reproach. Moreover, Old Zhou himself deeply disliked the role of president and the numerous responsibilities it entailed. Thus, he rarely made public appearances. As for the middle-aged man from the Hecheng Security Bureau, he naturally held even greater respect for Old Master Zhou. Moreover, over the years, Old Master Zhou had amassed numerous disciples and former subordinates who were his students. This only added to his esteemed reputation. Very good, very good. Your Hecheng Security Bureau's response speed is indeed swift, Old Zhou nodded, giving the middle-aged man a brief glance. Then, Old Master Zhou turned his gaze toward Su Chen. His expression grew complex as he scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe. Su Chen, this is Elder Zhou. Come and pay your respects, Yi Zizhou promptly interjected. In truth, when Su Chen clashed with the Zhou family, Yi Zizhou had already formed his own thoughts. Initially, he had agreed to let Su Chen handle the Zhou family on his own. But in truth, Yi Zizhou was also protecting his own. Su Chen was the man he had personally cultivated, the one who had absorbed the water god's power from 2 individuals. It could be said that such a practitioner was precisely the kind of talent Yi Zizhou had prioritized and nurtured over the years. How could he possibly let Su Chen take such a reckless risk? The reason Yi Zizhou dared to take such risks was precisely because he had the backing of Old Master Zhou. In the past, Old Master Zhou had been a significant mentor to Yi Zizhou. Moreover, the two shared a deep bond. This is precisely why Yi Zizhou ascended to become the president of the Professional Practitioners Association in the imperial capital. He held considerable influence within the National Professional Association as well. Yi Zizhou maintained an excellent relationship with Old Master Zhou in daily life. Though they were not master and disciple. In practice, Yi Zizhou always treated him as his mentor. It could be said that Master Zhou was the guiding light and benefactor who paved Yi Zizhou's path to where he stands today. The reason Yi Zizhou invited Master Zhou to Huqing today was to provide a safety net for Su Chen. Several hours earlier, Yi Zizhou had learned through Feishue that Su Chen had arrived in Huqing with his people. Their target was Yongsheng Group. While Yongsheng Group was publicly led by Chairman Wu Taiyong, it was in fact a subsidiary of the Chun Group. Therefore, Yi Zizhou immediately understood Su Chen's intentions. Moreover, Yi Zizhou was aware of Su Chen's incident with Lin Xiaoye at the garbage station, so he fully understood what Su Chen was about to do. Chapter 178, Targeting a Big Shot. While others might be unaware of Su Chen's modus operandi, Yi Zizhou had experienced it firsthand. If you didn't provoke him, that was one thing. But provoke him? He'd tear the whole place apart. Yongsheng Group was formidable, backed by the Chen family as its powerhouse. But in reality, Su Chen's forbidden-level skills operated on no logic whatsoever. If he said he'd wipe out the Yongsheng Group, he'd wipe it out. He wouldn't waste a single breath on you. Moreover, Su Chen had already wiped out the Zhou family and was about to do the same to Yongsheng Group. Even if Yi Zizhou wanted to protect Su Chen, the consequences would be far from simple. Therefore, he immediately took Chen Wenna and Feishue to seek out Old Master Zhou's intervention. If this kid didn't get Old Master Zhou involved soon, he'd likely cause a colossal mess. Su Chen, come meet Old Master Zhou, Yi Zizhou said. Feishue also came over and pulled Su Chen right up before Old Master Zhou. Su Chen was gracious and respectfully bowed. Master Zhou. Very well. You truly are a fine young man, Old Master Zhou said with a smile, nodding approvingly. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Su Chen, tell me honestly, did you take down the Yongsheng Group headquarters building? As he spoke, there was no trace of displeasure in his tone, only a hint of surprise and delight in his eyes. Yes. Su Chen didn't hide it. After all, so many people had witnessed it, how could he possibly deny it? Good. Old Zhou's gaze towards Su Chen grew even more admiring. It must be said, this young man named Su Chen was truly extraordinary. Before arriving, Yi Zizhou had already briefed him on Su Chen's situation. He'd explained why he sought Zhou Lao's assistance, laying out the entire plan to pave the way for Su Chen and extricate him from trouble. Yi Zizhou understood clearly that as long as he could persuade Old Master Zhou to intervene, then essentially, no matter what Su Chen had done, it could be resolved. After all, Old Master Zhou's prestige held sway across the entire eastern 6 provinces, and even within the entire nation of China. If he deemed Su Chen worthy and chose to protect her, few forces within China would dare to touch Su Chen. With that understanding, Yi Zizhou felt reassured. Who can blame the kid for being so clueless? He's always stirring up trouble everywhere. Old Zhou scrutinized Su Chen once more. The more he looked at Su Chen, the more astonished he felt. When Yi Zizhou first approached him, Old Zhou had been utterly skeptical. Having lived this long, what kind of professionals hadn't he seen? What kind of prodigies hadn't he seen? But even the most exceptionally gifted individuals. He had never heard of anyone who could unleash a forbidden spell-level skill on their very first attempt. And certainly not one capable of obliterating a secret realm in a single strike. With such a skill, why bother being a prodigy? They'd be better off starting out as a founding patriarch. Moreover, when Old Zhou heard that Su Chen's compatibility with the water god's power fragment was 100%, he was utterly astonished. All these years, from China to every corner of the world, what kind of prodigy hasn't burst onto the scene? Who could possibly fuse that divine fragment so flawlessly? Seriously, no one. If anyone could truly achieve this, they would instantly become the next generation's god or demon. Such power, such potential, such innate talent. Old Zhou simply couldn't believe it. Even though he knew Yi Zizhou's character and understood he wasn't one to speak lightly. But he still couldn't bring himself to believe it. Mainly because this person was simply too terrifying. Yet since Yi Zizhou had spoken so decisively, it naturally piqued his curiosity. Thus, Old Master Zhou resolved to visit Huqing personally. After all, the last time he'd gone to such great lengths to acquire a divine artifact, it had been destroyed in a secret realm and lost before everyone's eyes. Old Master Zhou himself wanted to uncover the truth behind what had transpired. Now, upon meeting Su Chen, especially witnessing the devastation at the Yongsheng Group headquarters building, and with the residual artifact energy still lingering, Old Master Zhou was now 100% certain that Yi Zizhou had spoken the truth. Such a prodigy truly existed in this world. This terrifying magical power was identical to the force that had obliterated the dungeon realm near the imperial capital. Even now, Old Zhou still couldn't fathom how Su Chen had managed it. How could someone so young possess such terrifying strength? Regardless, Su Chen is now a member of the Huaxia Nation's Professional Practitioners Association. For Old Zhou, this was an exceptionally favorable development. Therefore, Old Zhou had resolved to protect Su Chen no matter what. Yi Zizhou, you've truly found a promising young talent for our Huaxia Professional Practitioners Association. At such a young age, he possesses such extraordinary talent. Truth be told, I've never seen a young man with such remarkable talent. Su Chen, you must train diligently to enhance your strength. Yi Zizhou, cherish a genius like Su Chen. This is a blessing for our nation and our professional association. Alright, now that I've met this young Su Chen, Yi Zizhou, please take him to rest. In the future, I might just need young brother Su Chen's assistance, old Zhou said cheerfully. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Yi Zizhou was overjoyed. To be honest, Su Chen had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. After all, he had consecutively brought down Zhou Pharmaceutical and Yongsheng Group, both leading enterprises across the 6 eastern provinces. Regardless of the circumstances, the Huqing Security Bureau could not possibly let Su Chen walk away scot-free. An explanation for this incident was imperative. If Su Chen couldn't explain himself clearly, death might be the only escape. After all, the repercussions of this incident were truly immense. But now that Elder Zhou had spoken, there was no need to worry so much about it. Thank you, Elder Zhou, Su Chen echoed his gratitude. Only then did Yi Zizhou cheerfully turn to Su Chen and say, let's go, Su Chen. Wait. The middle-aged man suddenly stood in front of Yi Zizhou, blocking the 3 of them. Chairman Yi, I'm afraid you can't leave just yet, the middle-aged man said as he blocked their path. This is Huqing. With such a major incident occurring, the State Security Bureau must investigate thoroughly regardless. Mr. Zhou, this is just routine procedure. Is that alright? The man also looked toward Mr. Zhou. Though the middle-aged man phrased it as such, his tone clearly sought Zhou Lao's approval. After all, he dared not offend old Zhou. But with an incident of this magnitude, if they were to simply let them go, his own superiors would likely have trouble justifying it. Therefore, he had to handle it strictly by the book, no matter what. However, old Zhou's expression darkened. Didn't you hear what I just said? Or has my word lost all weight? Once we reach Huqing, must we pay homage to your faction? Chapter 179, from now on, you are the vice president. Old Zhou's words left the man stunned on the spot. His expression clearly betrayed a mix of alarm and apprehension. Old Zhou, you know me well. How could I dare to think such a thing? It's just. No buts about it. I see it's your Huqing Security Bureau that's so formidable. After all, what face could an old man like me possibly have? This is still Huqing territory. How could an old man like me possibly catch your attention? Old Master Zhou's words left the man utterly speechless. Seeing him scratch his head in embarrassment, Su Chen felt a twinge of pity. Naturally, this man dared not truly offend old Zhou. Who was old man Zhou? Offend him, and you wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Old Zhou snorted coldly and continued, young man, remember this, though I, Zhou, am advanced in years. But I'm not about to die anytime soon. Don't think you can stop me. Even if your boss himself showed up, he wouldn't dare block my path. What? Are my words still valid in Huqing today, or have they lost their weight? Old Zhou's words carried considerable weight. He was making it abundantly clear to the man that Su Chen was his man. As old Zhou's anger flared, an overwhelming aura instantly swept over the area. The man immediately lost his footing, his legs trembling violently. Old Master Zhou, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. You are a man of great virtue and prestige, holding absolute authority across the entire eastern region. How could I dare to stand in your way? It's just that the Security Bureau has always had regulations in place, as you well know. This kid doesn't hold any important position. He's not some high-ranking executive from a guild, yet he's caused such a huge incident. Look around, there are onlookers everywhere. Everyone saw it. I really had no choice. The man trailed off, his expression of genuine distress almost pitiable. He dared not defy old Zhou, but the matter involving the Eternal Life Group was too significant. This wasn't just any ordinary matter, no one could suppress it. For years, Huqing's development had been propped up by the tax revenues from just a handful of major corporations. Put simply, even in this world overrun by professionals, the power of money remained unmatched. Whether for Huqing's future economic growth or other considerations, the Security Bureau had to give Yongsheng Group some face. They had to give Yongsheng Group some face. And because of that, Yongsheng Group also provided Huqing with considerable benefits each year. As one of Huqing's largest sources of tax revenue, the Yongsheng Group was gone just like that. As a member of the Security Bureau, if he let the man go without any explanation, it would be utterly indefensible. Thus, he had no choice after all, he was the head of Huqing's Security Bureau. Releasing the suspect without consequences would risk other factions in Huqing disregarding his authority as Security Bureau chief. That was why he was in such a predicament. Alright, I understand your predicament, but I won't make things difficult for you either. This Su Chen lad is a big shot in the professional guild. Right, Yi Zizhou? Old Zhou shot Yi Zizhou a meaningful glance. Yi Zizhou immediately understood the implication. Yes. You're absolutely right, old Zhou. Su Chen has always been a key talent we've been cultivating in the professional guild. Indeed. I recall he's the vice president of your professional guild, if I'm not mistaken. Exactly. Su Chen is the vice president of the Imperial Capital Professional Association. A talent like his deserves nothing less than that position, Yi Zizhou beamed, his face lighting up with a broad smile. Unexpectedly, this move had completely secured Su Chen's loyalty. This prevents other factions from luring him away with high positions and generous rewards in the future. It was perfect timing to settle this matter today. Old Joe nodded with satisfaction, then pulled a small badge from his pocket. He pinned it onto the left lapel of Su Chen's jacket. Su Chen, young man, this is the badge of the vice president of our professional association. With this, you're now a high-ranking executive of our professional association. From now on, you'll be the face of the Imperial Capital Professional Association. You'd better serve our association well, Old Joe said cheerfully. Su Chen was stunned. This vice president. Seeing Su Chen frozen in place, Fei Shui gave a gentle smile and nudged him. Hey, little brother. Hurry up and thank Elder Joe for promoting you. This badge not only signifies your position as vice president of the association. It's also your pass to all of Huaxia. From now on, wherever you go within Huaxia's borders, any organization or faction will recognize it. Upon seeing this badge, everyone will recognize you as a key figure in the professional association. No one will dare to stop you. After Fei Shui finished, Old Joe added with pride, young man, do your best from now on, understand? Then, Old Joe turned his gaze toward the man. At that moment, the man's expression was grim and resigned. Old Master Joe was clearly intending to protect this young man, and he himself was likely powerless to intervene. And since Old Joe had spoken, what else could he say? This matter could only end this way. But letting Su Chen walk free like this left him feeling deeply reluctant. Thank you, Elder Joe, Su Chen hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Though he'd never been one to show gratitude for such things, when someone like Old Master Joe went out of his way to help him, he knew he had to express his gratitude properly. Failing to express proper gratitude might well lead to serious trouble. Gazing at the gleaming badge pinned to his lapel, Su Chen felt as if he were still in a dream. Since his arrival in this world, the events he'd experienced were so numerous he scarcely knew where to begin. He'd come seeking revenge against the Yongsheng group, yet ended up becoming their vice chairman. How was he supposed to explain this? If only he hadn't gotten promoted and raised so quickly before the transmigration. Well, at least now he was a vice president. He finally had some status and standing. Stinky little brother, now you're my direct superior, Fei Shui said cheerfully. But no matter what, you'll always be my stinky little brother. So I won't call you vice president, I'll just call you stinky little brother. See? Handsome boys really do get all the opportunities. Fei Shui's words left Su Chen speechless. This woman was definitely being sarcastic with him. Sigh, she's great in every way except for that habit of being sarcastic toward him. Of course, Su Chen knew Fei Shui was just teasing him. He couldn't possibly have a real falling out with her. Alright, you two go ahead. I've got some things to take care of. We'll meet again sometime, Old Joe waved to Yi Zizhou and the others. But Old Joe, what about you? Yi Zizhou asked curiously. That's none of your concern. I haven't been to Huqing in ages. I'll take this chance to see how the Huqing Security Bureau is doing now. Oh, and I haven't seen their mayor in ages either. Chapter 180, I thank you. With that, Old Joe waved again, signaling Su Chen and the others to get in the car and leave. Yi Zizhou, worried something might go wrong, hurriedly led Su Chen and the others away in the car. With a burst of acceleration, Su Chen and the others drove away from Huqing. Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye had come to Huqing seeking revenge, not only eliminating another major shareholder of Yongsheng Group, they also destroyed the Yongsheng Group headquarters. Most importantly, Su Chen and Lin Xiaoye emerged completely unscathed. This was truly astonishing. This thrilling scene had indeed left Chen Wenna and Fei Shui utterly astonished. The two chattered incessantly in the car, asking question after question, while Yi Zizhou remained silent. On the way back to the capital, besides asking about Su Chen, Fei Shui and Chen Wenna also noticed Lin Xiaoye by his side. Of course, Su Chen had already told them outright that Lin Xiaoye was his sister. Perhaps because she was Su Chen's sister, the two treated Lin Xiaoye with extra care. They felt that following that brat Su Chen, she must have endured no small amount of hardship. Having spent years caring for her older sister Lin Xiaolan, Lin Xiaoye naturally developed her own philosophy for navigating the world. Her approach was to never easily let others dislike or find her strange. Being all girls, it didn't take long for the three to become fast friends, giggling and laughing together. Fei Shui, you and Wenna take Lin Xiaoye to rest first. Upon arriving at the Capital City Practitioners Association building, Yi Zizhou immediately instructed the two to take Lin Xiaoye to rest. Only after the three girls had departed did Yi Zizhou, his expression turning serious, lead Su Chen to his office. The office was now empty except for the two of them. Yi Zizhou finally couldn't hold back his anger. Su Chen, do you know what you're doing? Yi Zizhou stared at him, his expression stern as he spoke. Seeing Yi Zizhou like this, Su Chen actually felt a bit embarrassed inside. After all, he could tell who was good to him and who wasn't. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he possessed that level of discernment. To be honest, Su Chen knew full well that today's incident had escalated far too much. You went onto someone else's turf and destroyed their major enterprise. That was an entirely different matter. If it had only been killing a professional or two, one could still call it a challenge, a duel. In this world of professional adventurers, that might be acceptable. But the problem was that Su Chen had directly destroyed their flagship enterprise. The vested interests involved are truly vast. If things went wrong, they could easily eliminate Su Chen and he likely wouldn't even be able to resist. Even as a transmigrator with a system, it was utterly impossible for him to single-handedly take on the entire nation of China. That would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Su Chen was about to admit his mistake. You're a damn genius, kid. You handled both situations brilliantly. You've just put the capital branch of our professional association on the map. Honestly, without you, this wouldn't have been possible. I'd been trying to pull this off myself before. Don't be fooled by the fact that our capital city professional association is nominally based here. It's the headquarters of the National Professional Association in the capital. But honestly, outside the capital, our branch is practically worthless. No one listens to me anyway. If it weren't for you, we'd never have made a name for the Imperial Capital branch of the Practitioners Association. Brilliant. You're something else, kid. You truly live up to being the one I've chosen to inherit the power of the gods. Yi Zizhou grew more and more excited as he spoke, his expression shifting from the earlier solemnity to the current thrill. The sudden shift left Su Chen momentarily stunned. Wait, isn't he about to discipline me? Besides, this was the leading enterprise in Haching. Doing this. What if later? Was this even acceptable? Su Chen had braced himself for punishment, even considering it a trade-off to protect himself. He'd agreed to handle a few dirty jobs for the professional association. He had no choice. The mess he created was simply too big. Chairman Yi had no personal connection to him, yet he'd gone out of his way to smooth over such a massive problem. They'd even brought in old Zhou. Could he really expect to get away with it for free? He naturally had to pay a price. But what he hadn't expected was Yi Zizhou suddenly pulling this stunt. This left Su Chen utterly bewildered. Chairman Yi, if you're truly angry, just scold me. There's no need for sarcasm, right? Su Chen froze in shock. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Zizhou chuckled. I've no interest in being sarcastic with you. I genuinely meant to compliment you. You're new here and don't know much about the inner workings of our professional association, even though we're based at the Imperial Capital headquarters. But you know how it is anywhere. Any faction that establishes itself locally develops its own set of vested interests. While we're nominally the central headquarters, we hold no real authority over the local associations. Put simply, we're all part of the Professional Practitioners Association in name, but everyone eats at their own table. It's like you and your older brother, same parents, same family at home. But once you get married, then you each form your own household, living your own lives. Can you really meddle in your older brother's family affairs? Our guild operates the same way. Only when external threats come knocking do we unite to defend ourselves. After all, we must present a united front against external threats. But when there's no trouble, we each mind our own business. But now, as the guild grows stronger, certain aspects of the Imperial Capital Guild, we really can't tell the local associations what to do. They won't listen anyway. We don't have anyone capable of commanding respect. That's precisely why I've been contemplating cultivating someone capable of commanding respect from all factions within. It's also why I've been searching far and wide for practitioners capable of inheriting fragments of divine power. For my vision to materialize, the first requirement is the emergence of a powerful practitioner who inherits the divine power. Then everyone will know that within the professional association, the Imperial Capital headquarters is the ultimate authority. Everyone must heed our commands. That way, everything will run smoothly. Second, we need the Imperial Capital headquarters to accomplish something significant, to make our name truly resonate. What you did today has truly been a tremendous help to me. With you destroying two major industry leaders like Zhou's Pharmaceuticals and Yongsheng Group. Old Master Zhou personally vouched for you, securing your position as vice president of our headquarters. Tell me, how could association presidents elsewhere refuse to give our headquarters face or ignore its directives? With you stepping in, who could possibly escape? Chapter 181, The Time Capsule. Yi Zizhou's words finally made Su Chen realize the other man seemed genuinely complimenting him. But this praise? Wait, could it be that he was truly destined to become the prized treasure of the Imperial Capital headquarters of the Professional Association? Wasn't this happening a bit too fast? Thanks to you, our headquarters has gained recognition. From now on, all the branches across the entire nation will have to look to us for guidance. Su Chen, you've really stirred things up. Great. Tomorrow, all the major news outlets will be coming for you. It'll all be about you. Then, hey. Oh, and with Elder Zhou's prestige still intact, other factions won't dare cause trouble for you even if they want to. The only headache will be the Hunter organization. This time you killed 2 squad leaders from the Hunter organization. Given their style, they never let a grudge go unavenged. The Hunter organization will definitely come for you over these 2 squad leaders. They were already lurking in the shadows. So even old Joe's influence might not save you this time. But I'm not worried. Your strength speaks for itself. You can take down 2 level 127th transformation professionals in an instant. Honestly, if you keep pushing yourself like this, even the heavens themselves won't be able to touch you someday. In this world, strength ultimately speaks for itself. If you're strong enough, whatever you say or do is right. Yi Zizhou's barrage of praise left Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. Still, I have to call you out on this incident. You acted far too recklessly. For such a dangerous operation, you should have at least informed me beforehand so I could prepare. If Fei Shua hadn't rushed to inform me, and I hadn't immediately sought out Elder Zhou, the Haching Security Bureau wouldn't have let you off the hook. Honestly, before coming here, I kept praying you wouldn't come to blows with the Synthetic Security Bureau. If you had actually fought them, that would have meant clashing with the official authorities of Huaxia. At that point, not even the gods could have saved you. After speaking, Yi Zizhou turned his gaze toward Su Chen. I understand, Chairman Yi. Rest assured. Su Chen nodded quickly. He agreed with that point. Though he was a time traveler, he was now a part of this world. Therefore, he could never lay a hand on officials of the Huaxia state, especially those from the Security Bureau. All right. Before you do anything in the future, if you want to tell me about it, think it through carefully first. Some things aren't off limits, but at least consider them carefully and discuss them with me, the chairman. That way, I can prepare in advance. If something can't be done right away, then we'll just have to wait. After all, I can't always protect you. Also, we owe old Joe a major favor today. Should he ever need anything in the future? Su Chen, you must lend him your full support, understand? Yi Zizhou said. Rest assured, I understand the importance of repaying kindness. Su Chen nodded. Good. You must be tired. Go get some rest. After leaving Yi Zizhou's office, Su Chen hurried back to his own place. He had no energy to spare for other matters. He had something far more important to attend to. His storage ring was full again. Just like before, after destroying the Yongsheng group, the vast quantities of equipment and other supplies from the professionals he had eliminated had all ended up in his possession. Essentially, ever since he'd accumulated his first fortune, he'd embarked on an unrelenting pursuit of wealth and material possessions. This presented another prime opportunity to amass wealth. With all these valuable items, if sold at the trading post, it could easily fetch hundreds of millions. With just a few more trips like this, his future would be set for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, he remembered all too clearly what he had seen in the office of the Yongsheng Group headquarters building. He had seen the safe in the chairman's office. There was undoubtedly something valuable inside that safe, no doubt about it. If he'd been more careful when he struck back then, he might have even gotten his hands on whatever was inside that safe. But now, the safe was destroyed. And whatever was inside was gone. Next time I make a move, I'll have to be more vigilant, keep my eyes peeled and ears open. Who knows what rare treasures might have been inside that safe? One item could have fetched 10 billion. 10 billion, 10 billion. Enough to last a lifetime. Su Chen felt a pang of regret. But there was nothing to be done. It was too late now, no amount of talking would change anything. Even so, today's haul was still quite substantial. After all, some things were simply beyond his control. Up until now, he hadn't had time to take stock of the items he'd acquired in Heching today. But regardless of the circumstances, the items in his possession were steadily increasing. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately emptied the storage ring of its contents. Surveying the overflowing pile of gear and supplies filling his home, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Most of the loot this time was gear, along with some skill books. Though he had no use for them himself, they could certainly fetch a good price. But just then, Su Chen noticed something among the items. A peculiar little box. Su Chen deliberately picked up the small box to examine it. On its surface was a yin-yang taiji diagram. After studying it for quite some time, Su Chen still couldn't figure out how it worked. He had no idea how to open it. He was genuinely curious about the little box, but he couldn't open it. Even after trying every possible method, he couldn't manage to open it. With no other choice, he carefully stowed the box away and headed to find Yi Zizhou. Upon arriving at the office, Yi Zizhou was busy handling matters. Seeing Su Chen return, he looked puzzled. What's up? This little box. Su Chen pulled out the small box. You? How did you get this? Yi Zizhou's eyes lit up the moment he saw the box. What is this? You don't know? Yi Zizhou stepped closer, examining the box in Su Chen's hand intently. It's a time capsule. Time capsule? Su Chen was dumbfounded. This thing is called a time capsule? Could it really send someone back 500 years? That couldn't be right. Though he was a time traveler himself and believed in such things. But this thing, a time capsule? This is something else. Yi Zizhou stared at Su Chen in shock. Can I take a look? Here. Su Chen nodded and handed the box over. Yi Zizhou examined it before exclaiming excitedly, it really is a time treasure box. Where on earth did you get this thing? Chapter 182, this thing is absolutely awesome. Seeing Yi Zizhou's reaction, Su Chen knew he'd struck gold this time. Something that could make Yi Zizhou, the president of the professional association, this excited. It must be incredibly valuable. With that thought, Su Chen recounted the entire origin of the device. I suspected Yongsheng Group had something special all along, but I never imagined they'd actually get their hands on the time treasure box. This isn't the sort of treasure a businessman should have access to. Hearing it came from the Yongsheng Group, Yi Zizhou wasn't overly surprised, but his face still lit up with delight. Su Chen, you've truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Chairman, what exactly is this thing? You've seen so much in your life, yet it still amazes you like this. I bet this time treasure box is truly something extraordinary, right? Su Chen asked curiously. Yi Zizhou chuckled heartily before detailing the origins of the time treasure box to Su Chen. The so-called time treasure box was said to be an ancient artifact. It was a type of artifact, yet one that stood above all other artifacts. Essentially, the time treasure box shares the same nature as a storage ring. Of course, it couldn't traverse or leap through time by 500 years or anything like that. But it truly shares the same fundamental nature as a storage ring. Yet it is vastly more powerful than a storage ring. For this time treasure box functions as an absolute realm unto itself. This means that once you possess this time capsule, you can place anything inside it. This includes living beings, even humans can be stored inside. Moreover, its most formidable feature is that the time treasure box contains the laws of time within it. Its owner can freely accelerate or decelerate time within it at will. This means Su Chen can enter the time capsule at any time. This means he possesses his own independent space within this world. Within this space, he could freely control the pace of time. Just imagine. If a practitioner possessed such a treasure, entering it to level up, slowing down the flow of time within, wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? This would be nothing short of an invincible bug in the game world. The only catch is that controlling the time flow depends entirely on the practitioner's strength. So that's how it works, Su Chen murmured, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. As a transmigrator, he understood all too well what such a thing truly meant. No wonder the guild leader's hands were trembling after obtaining this time box. Su Chen truly hadn't anticipated that this item he'd obtained by chance would prove so incredibly powerful. He understood exactly what this object in his hands could do. He had thought his fishing system's capabilities were already outrageous. But it turned out there was something even more outrageous in this world. The time treasure box. If that was the case, then wouldn't he be able to take off? When Yi Zizhou returned the time capsule to Su Chen, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, why are your hands shaking? Really? I wasn't shaking. Su Chen replied, his hands trembling slightly. You kid, Yi Zizhou chuckled. Su Chen, you're the apple of our eye here at the professional association. The future growth and prosperity of this association rests on your shoulders. You must guard this thing carefully. If you ever bring it out, the whole world will go mad for it. I'm not joking. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. He knew its importance, but never imagined it was this significant. Moreover, the fact that such an item could trigger a global frenzy. That meant he couldn't show it to just anyone. This time treasure box had been retrieved from Chen Quan's storage ring. Therefore, Su Chen suspected that Chen Quan probably hadn't figured out how to use this time treasure box either. If he had, there was no way he could have been defeated so swiftly. The main question now was whether the Chen family knew of its existence. Su Chen leaned toward the conclusion that they did not. After all, there was no reason for the Chen family to give such a valuable item to Chen Quan. Although Chen Quan was a member of the Chen family, he certainly wasn't part of its inner circle. The absolute core lies with the current family head, Chen Zhangping, and his son, Chen Feng. It makes no sense that such a valuable item would be given to Chen Quan instead of Chen Feng, the next head of the Chen family. Thus, Su Chen had reasonable grounds for suspicion. Even though Chen Quan was a member of the Chen family, internal rivalries and power struggles existed within the clan. Perhaps Chen Quan intended to secretly obtain this time treasure box and use it to enhance his own power. That way, he might one day turn the tables and become the head of the Chen family himself. After all, they're all blood of the Chen family. It's like meat rotting in the pot. What else is there to say? Su Chen, remember this time treasure box connects to the job change hall. That means you can now directly receive and complete job change quests right here within it. No need to make special trips to the time treasure box anymore. However, I have no idea who created this time treasure box, what its connection to the job change hall is, or exactly how many of them exist. But I recall reading it clearly documented in an ancient text before. As for the rest, you'll have to figure it out on your own, Yi Zizhou said. Hearing this, Su Chen's jaw dropped in shock. This time capsule can actually connect to the job change hall? That's insane! Su Chen exclaimed. For him, this thing was truly an incredibly valuable item. Not only did each trip to the job change hall waste a ton of time, but it also tended to cause unnecessary commotion. Take the last time, for instance, when he was targeted for assassination by the Priests Guild. But now, if he could use this thing for job changes, then he wouldn't have to worry about anyone finding out who broke the dungeon record. This is just too convenient. Guild leader, how exactly do we activate and use this thing? I've been studying it for ages and still can't figure it out. With all the benefits the time treasure box offered, Su-chen was determined to use it. But he had no idea how to use it. There wasn't even a manual or anything. No clue. Yi Zizhou shook his head. Ha? Su-chen could scarcely believe it. Yi Zizhou, who seemed to know everything in his mind, didn't know how to use this thing. Oh no, this is really bad. Having something so valuable but not knowing how to use it was a real problem. Such an amazing thing, and he couldn't even use it. Holding on to it might even get him killed. How was he supposed to proceed? It's like sitting on a mountain of gold and silver but being unable to take any of it. President, you're setting me up. Chapter 183, Blood Oath. Su-chen couldn't help but wonder if President Yi was pulling his leg. How could such a high-ranking president claim ignorance? This is just ridiculous. But seeing Yi Zizhou's expression now, Su-chen realized the other party seemed genuinely sincere. He genuinely seemed unaware. Well then, President, I don't know how to use this thing either. Talking about it won't do any good, and keeping it might just cause trouble, Su-chen said. Not necessarily, Yi Zizhou replied cheerfully. I've read about it in some ancient texts. They say many ancient artifacts can be activated using human blood, as it's the best medium for activation. I can't say for sure if it's true, but at least you can give it a shot, Yi Zizhou suggested. But it all depends on your luck. If your blood fails to activate it, then there's nothing I can do either. Hearing this, Su-chen was utterly speechless. Good grief, he couldn't tell if the guild leader was genuinely trying to help him or just toying with him. But regardless, it was at least a very decent suggestion. Besides, it was worth a shot at this point. He didn't know if it would work, but since that was the case, it wasn't impossible to try. What if it worked? With that thought, Su-chen glanced again at the time treasure box in his hand. This thing was truly remarkable. If this truly worked, then Su-chen's current level of power could be elevated at will from now on. Having made up his mind, Su-chen drew a dagger and plunged it into his own finger. The blood instantly dripped onto the Tai Chi diagram. No reaction. Refusing to give up, Su-chen added a few more drops. Still no reaction. Seeing this, Su-chen shook his head helplessly. Seems this method won't work. To activate this so-called time treasure box, we'll have to find another way. President, I'm afraid it's not going to work. Su-chen glanced at Yi Zizhou helplessly. Yi Zizhou offered a resigned smile in return. He was powerless too. He knew about this thing, but this was truly his first time seeing it. Such a valuable item even he, as the guild leader, had never possessed one. How could he possibly know so much? However, just as Su-chen was about to put the time treasure box away, suddenly, the time treasure box emitted a blinding flash of light. Then, whoosh! It shot out of Su-chen's palm. It hovered directly in midair. Simultaneously, it began spinning midair. At that moment, both Su-chen and Yi Zizhou were stunned by the scene before them. Both watched the time capsule silently. They hoped to see what exactly the time capsule would do. To put it plainly, they were intensely curious about what might happen to this time capsule. They quietly observed the changes in the time capsule. After spinning several times in midair, the time treasure box finally came to a gradual halt. Then, the now stationary time capsule seemed somehow different from before. The original time capsule had been a plain iron box. Now, the time treasure box radiated a white glow all over. After ceasing its rotation, it flew directly into Su-chen's palm. Witnessing this, Su-chen's lips curled into a wide grin. It's activated. It really activated. President, you're truly amazing. You actually predicted it. Yi Zizhou was overjoyed as well. He was even more delighted than Su-chen. Mainly because this solution was something he'd just blurted out on a whim. He just blurted it out on a whim. Who could have imagined it would actually work? If such a method could succeed, couldn't he use the same method to obtain ancient artifacts in the future? Could it be activated using the same method? Su-chen, try it quickly. This is my first time seeing something like this. I have no idea how amazing this thing really is. Yi Zizhou urged Su-chen excitedly. Su-chen, however, remained utterly bewildered. After all, he'd only heard Yi Zizhou's words moments ago and was merely trying it out himself. He never expected it would actually work. The moment Su-chen touched the time treasure box again to activate it, a profoundly mysterious sensation flooded Su-chen's entire body. In an instant, his mind too perceived this sensation. Within his mind, it seemed as though some strange entity was guiding him, drawing his attention into the very heart of the time treasure box. With a whoosh, Su-chen vanished instantly from before Yi Zizhou's eyes. At that moment, the time treasure box vanished from its spot as well. It had vanished. Holy crap, that time treasure box is real. There's actually such a super artifact out there. Su-chen, you're incredibly lucky. Yi Zizhou couldn't help but feel envious. After all, once such an artifact recognized its master through a blood oath. Even if Yi Zizhou wanted it, there was no way he could obtain it. Moreover, this time treasure box possessed a protective mechanism. It could actually cloak itself. This meant that as soon as Su-chan stepped inside, the box would instantly cloak itself. You wouldn't even sense its presence. This thing was truly remarkable. Inside the time treasure box now, everything was shrouded in a vast, white haze. Since entering, Su-chan could indeed sense his ability to control everything within. Moreover, the space was surprisingly spacious. If he were to store his spoils of war here, he could just toss them in anywhere. He suspected the space was infinite. But for now, he had no idea how to utilize it. I absolutely must figure out how this thing works. Such a valuable resource. If I don't thoroughly study it, wouldn't that be a waste? Su-chan was utterly thrilled. This was truly the first time he'd ever encountered such a divine artifact. If he could study it properly, he might just discover something remarkable. With that thought, Su-chan attempted to adjust the flow of time. It wasn't that there were no changes, but under his deliberate control. The flow of time did shift, albeit minimally. It still fell short of being truly effective. Still, Su-chan remained unconcerned. There was plenty of time ahead. It was only natural that he couldn't fully master the laws of time yet. After all, he himself didn't know how to wield this power yet. It required thorough practice. But with plenty of time ahead, he'd gradually become familiar with it. After that, Su-chan looked around the space again. A small hole had unexpectedly appeared ahead. The opening was pitch black, and Su-chan was curious about what lay within. Still, since it was his own creation, Su-chan wasn't worried about any monsters lurking inside to cause trouble. With that thought, Su-chan stepped directly into the dark hole. Once inside, Su-chan discovered it was another small space. The sensation felt exactly like being in the job change hall. With a thought, Su-chan attempted to contact the job change hall. To his surprise, he could indeed handle all the functions of the job change hall. Accepting quests, submitting quests, and completing class changes could all be done here. The process was even simpler than at the actual hall. Chapter 184, You Must Keep This Secret. Impressive, truly impressive, Su-chan couldn't help but marvel. This was truly the first time he'd seen such a marvel. It seemed President Yi was right, the entire job change process was indeed handled here. It was incredibly convenient. Su-chan was overjoyed inside. He'd thought there was no hope at all. But unexpectedly, he had actually activated this thing. With a sudden thought, Su-chan then teleported out of the time treasure box. Yi Zijo saw Su-chan emerge from the time treasure box in an instant. Moreover, the time treasure box automatically returned to Su-chan's hand. This thing was just too awesome. Everything seemed as if nothing had ever happened. Witnessing this scene left Yi Zijo genuinely stunned. Su-chan, tell me what exactly is inside. What's it like in that time treasure box? Is it just like what the books describe? Can you enter the job change hall? Yi Zijo looked at Su-chan with eager anticipation. Su-chan held nothing back, revealing every detail of the time treasure box to Yi Zijo. Yi Zijo was stunned. I never imagined the ancient text's descriptions of the time treasure box would actually be true. Su-chan, you're so lucky. That's amazing, Yi Zijo exclaimed. At that moment, Yi Zijo's entire expression was one of utter disbelief. It was clear he was genuinely fascinated by these time treasure boxes. Su-chan, this time treasure box can no longer be considered merely a treasure. Its existence will undoubtedly attract covetous eyes from across the entire Huaxia nation and even other countries. So remember this, under no circumstances should you reveal its existence to the public unless absolutely necessary. Protect this information at all costs. The existence of this time capsule is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Otherwise, the moment you bring it out, it will undoubtedly cause global upheaval. That much is absolutely certain. I certainly don't want your time capsule to spark a world war. That would be a complete disaster. Yi Zijo's tone was extremely serious as he spoke these words. But he was absolutely right. This time capsule is indeed a powerful artifact. If it were to be activated, it could very well spark a global conflict. If I'm not careful, it'll definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. At that point, the entire nation of Huaxia would inevitably plunge into immense turmoil. I understand, Chairman. Rest assured. Su-chan understood the gravity of the situation. As the saying goes, a man is not guilty for possessing a jade, but the jade itself is guilty. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, he truly had to keep a low profile. If you were to bring out such a precious treasure, regardless of anything else, the internal factions within Huaxia alone would already be stirring with ambition. Then there was the Chen family. If the Chen family learned of this matter, would they come looking for him directly? That was the crux of the matter. For this very reason, Su-chan could never reveal the existence of this treasure. After leaving Yi Zijo's office, Su-chan finally processed everything in his possession through the dragon disc and sold it to the China trading house. He was now firmly in the ranks of the wealthy. After selling everything, his net worth skyrocketed by several hundred million yuan. If he went fishing again and reeled in something valuable, his net worth would undoubtedly increase by an unknown amount. That much was certain. However, Su Chen genuinely enjoyed conducting in-person transactions at the Huaxia trading house. The feeling of being the center of attention was undeniably exhilarating. But having just returned today, coupled with the recent acquisition of the time treasure box, there were still many matters he needed to attend to, so this business would have to be put on hold for now. Then there was Lu Rong. That woman from the clergy guild. This beautiful woman had promised to accompany him for a whole year. Since it's a year, he certainly intends to make the most of it. After all, she was his maid. If he didn't get to the bottom of things, wouldn't that be a disservice to himself? After finding Lu Rong, Su Chen realized that Lin Xiaoye seemed to have been taken elsewhere by Fei Shui and the others. So Su Chen told Lu Rong to stay put at the hotel for now. Lu Rong hadn't expected Su Chen to trust her so completely. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Go ahead and run if you want. I'm not stopping you. But I need to make something clear. I can have the Security Bureau of China investigate your clergy guild's assassination attempt on me. Then, I wonder how your Lu Qingsong will distance himself from you all. That, I can't say for sure. With that, Su Chen turned and walked straight out of the hotel. Lu Rong was utterly speechless. Su Chen was truly formidable. He left Lu Rong paralyzed with fear. After all, he had genuinely seized her Achilles heel. If the Security Bureau really got involved, then Chairman Lu Qingsong would inevitably come after her. He might even have her killed, then publicly disown any connection to her, declaring she had nothing to do with him. She knew her chairman all too well. Because of this, the moment Su Chen made his move, Lu Rong immediately abandoned any thoughts of escape. Where could she possibly run? Where would she even go? It was obvious there was simply no chance. And so, Lu Rong could only resign herself to this fate. She had grown up within the Priest's Guild and held deep affection for it. It was only through Lu Qingsong's recognition that she had achieved her current position. Lu Rong remained deeply grateful. Even knowing she might be killed by Lu Qingsong to fulfill his duty, she felt she could accept it. After all, without the Priest's Guild, she wouldn't have the life she had today. Thus, Lu Rong was willing to serve the Priest's Guild, willingly dedicating herself to its cause. Thus, Su Chen's move to pressure the Priest's Guild by citing the Security Bureau's investigation as justification. This deeply troubled Lu Rong. For now, she could only stay by Su Chen's side obediently. Once things had settled down, she would find an opportunity to escape. It wasn't a major issue. Meanwhile, Su Chen went to see Lin Xiaoye, primarily to check on her injuries. It must be said that since he'd brought her to the city center, she hadn't done anything. This time, she'd been severely injured by the Yongxing group. It was truly infuriating. Su Chen feared she might have internal injuries or other complications, which is why he insisted she undergo a thorough examination at the hospital. However, Lin Xiaoye insisted on checking on her sister first. Su Chen couldn't stop her. But now Su Chen had other matters to attend to. That was today's fishing trip, which he hadn't even started yet. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoye was at the hospital with her sister. Lu Rong's affairs were also settled. All other matters had been settled. Time to fish. Chapter 185, Magma Fruit. To be honest, lately fishing hadn't yielded anything worthwhile. Who knows what today might bring? If possible, he hoped today would yield something better, something truly exceptional. Su Chen was already a wealthy man by now. He no longer needed to rely on selling items from the fishing system to make money. He'd still be happy to reel in something valuable if he could. Moreover, Su Chen had begun making plans to manage his finances. He couldn't just earn money and leave not a single penny behind. He must save money when he can. However, Su Chen had also noticed a pattern in his fishing system. Whenever a valuable item appeared, it would take at least 3 days before another good item would appear. Counting the days, today was the third day. Today should finally yield something worthwhile. Therefore, Su Chen was quite eager this time around. This was the most cost-effective fishing method he'd refined after countless attempts. Of course, to better uncover the system's patterns, Su Chen had put in a lot of hard work. Alright, time to start fishing. Su Chen gazed at the artificial lake before him, then flicked his line. The hook on his fishing rod plunged directly into the artificial lake. The once serene lake began to shimmer with a magical glow. Su Chen settled into a focused fishing rhythm. Before long, Su Chen felt a slight tug on the line. This made Su Chen feel a surge of excitement. He then yanked the rod upward with all his might. Ding! Congratulations, host! Fishing successful. You have obtained an SSS-grade reward, the complete magma fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on catching an S-grade item, the surgery fruit. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if he'd truly stumbled into a pirate's lair. How could all his recent catches be items from the pirate world? It was almost too unbelievable to fathom. Su Chen was well aware of the benefits and powers of devil fruits. He'd witnessed their effects firsthand on Lin Xiaoye. Therefore, he didn't think much of it. But the problem now was that he kept acquiring devil fruits time and again. This left Su Chen utterly at a loss. Such things were truly beyond belief. However, consuming the devil fruit could instantly elevate a low-level practitioner to a high-level one. Moreover, it enabled the casting of various forbidden spell-level abilities. It was truly hard to believe. The power of this item was truly terrifying. This fishing expedition actually yielded 2 fruit rewards at once. Awesome! The magma fruit was even the complete version, truly a colossal reward for Su Chen. This was Akainu's ability, one of the most god-tier Logia-type fruits. Su Chen was well aware of the urgency. Akainu's fruit power could send magma surging into the sky and evolve into a cataclysmic battle scene resembling a giant meteorite crashing from the heavens. A single skill could wipe out entire groups. Su Chen likely possessed the ability to unleash this skill as well. In this blue star world, there was likely no one who could withstand it. Therefore, he hesitated not a moment and swallowed the magma fruit whole. Instantly, the magma fruit's unbearably foul odor nearly made Su Chen vomit. But he persevered. A great skill, this sacrifice was necessary. A look of intense agony contorted Su Chen's face. Devil fruit is one of those things that's incredibly disgusting, but you just have to eat it. Even though Su Chen had eaten one before, he still couldn't stomach this particular devil fruit. According to the standard pirate world setting, most people's bodies can't handle more than one devil fruit. But Su Chen was different. This wasn't the world of One Piece, so its rules didn't apply here. The so-called limitations were practically non-existent when it came to Su Chen. Thus, Su Chen wasted no time and swallowed the magma fruit whole. Magma fruit complete version, loading. As the magma fruit was swallowed by Su Chen, waves of fiery red energy began surging through his entire body. Soon, all of Admiral Akainu's combat techniques and experiential abilities fused into Su Chen's mind and body. Ding, loading complete. Skill, Magma Flame Complete Edition. Current proficiency, 0% beginner, intermediate, advanced, ultimate. Skill, Nether Dog, transforms one arm into molten magma, rapidly extends it to strike enemies with immense force. Great Flame Breath. Su Chen read through the detailed description. After reading it, Su Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Such skills, to put it plainly, would absolutely make Su Chen invincible under heaven. He already possessed forbidden level skills that commanded both ice and fire. He couldn't care less about whether anyone could counter him or not. After all, Su Chen could now wield ice element forbidden level skills. He could wield fire element forbidden spells. Whatever works. To put it plainly, at the very least, this aspect poses no issues whatsoever. Thus, Su Chen is gradually becoming like the late Zhou Peng. He's become a dual-element mage, mastering both ice and fire. Such power was astonishing. In fact, Su Chen himself knew this level of power was anything but ordinary. But the problem lies here, no matter how things turn out. He had essentially completed his own evolution. Therefore, he could now unleash his forbidden level spells without limit. Forget 8th tier opponents even if facing 9th tier or 10th tier practitioners. Su Chen could essentially obliterate them into dust. It could be said that Su Chen's current strength, placed in any empire, he would be considered a top-tier combat powerhouse. There's another surgery fruit. Su Chen examined the surgery fruit. To be honest, this fruit was primarily an auxiliary-type fruit. It held little practical use for him. In that case, he'd stow it away in his storage space for now. It might come in handy someday. After finishing, Su Chen turned and headed toward the garbage station. He needed to deal with the gear Lin Xiaoye had accumulated for him. The warehouse at the junkyard was packed to the brim with gear. If he were to dismantle it all and sell it off, he could make a fortune. But even now, it was clear this wasn't going to be easy. In any case, Su Chen knew full well that obtaining this gear this time was all thanks to Lin Xiaoye. Truthfully, the recycling value of junk gear was quite low. Yet, Lin Xiaoye probably didn't understand any of this. But for Su Chen, it was a different story. From Lin Xiaoye's perspective, collecting so much junk was nothing but a money-losing venture. Moreover, Su Chen had paid Lin Xiaoye a hefty sum back then. He had asked her to collect gear for him. Chapter 186, Overdue Medical Bills? Lin Xiaoye herself couldn't quite wrap her head around it. Why would Su Chen act this way? But regardless, if Su Chen asked her to do it, he must have his reasons. And now that Su Chen had finally acquired so much gear, he must have his own uses for it. Wow, Xiaoyu, you've really given me a huge surprise, Su Chen exclaimed, surveying the gear filling the warehouse before him. The warehouse was packed to the rafters with gear, filling Su Chen with delight. After a quick scan, he realized it contained gear of every level and for every body part. It could be said that Lin Xiaoye's work was truly all-encompassing. Truly, it contained everything imaginable and nothing was out of place. The moment each warehouse door swung open, the gear would pour out like a flood. Su Chen couldn't believe how Lin Xiaoye managed to pull this off. How she managed to procure so much gear. Just how much gear had she collected? But now it was clear. Lin Xiaoye had truly gone all out this time. Alright, we're rolling in it this time. Su Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly, finally ready to make his move in the junkyard. He would carry out his plan to deconstruct and reassemble everything. Jessie and Su Chen spent the entire day dismantling and reassembling every single piece of gear. The sheer volume of work was overwhelming. This was something Su Chen hadn't anticipated beforehand. He'd thought half a day would suffice, but it ended up taking the entire day. Fortunately, with so many items, Su Chen's system proved more than capable. Once the deconstruction was complete, he surveyed the precious raw materials scattered across the floor. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Among them were many rare metals. All were raw materials produced after decomposition. These materials could be used to reforge equipment or serve other purposes. To Su Chen, these were undoubtedly genuine treasures. Alright, let's see how much they're worth. Su Chen promptly retrieved the dragon disc without hesitation. He then gathered all the metal raw materials from the disassembly. He sold them all. Ding! Your bank card has received a transfer of 2 billion yuan. Your current balance is 3,500,000,000 yuan. Ha! Su Chen stared at the bank notification on his phone, unable to believe his eyes. This is actually real? Though uncertain, Su Chen couldn't help but believe it a little. Could this thing really be worth that much? And most importantly, it was a whopping 2 billion yuan. Previously, Su Chen had only given Lin Xiaoye a few tens of millions. And that included medical expenses. But now? He just made 2 billion yuan outright. This profit margin is absolutely terrifying. A business where you make a fortune with just one investment, it's truly unmatched. But then again, only Su Chen could pull off a venture like this. Others probably couldn't pull it off. Therefore, giving the shining fruit to Lin Xiaoye was truly worth it. A whopping 2 billion in one go. Though in this world, it's not actually that high as personal wealth. It still constituted a modest savings. Su Chen was naturally overjoyed. He hadn't misjudged Lin Xiaoye. After all, she was dependable when it came to getting things done. Had he not chosen her so resolutely back then? He wouldn't have this opportunity now. But honestly, those warehouses brimming with gear were truly the result of Lin Xiaoye's hard work. She must have been pushing herself to the limit. Besides caring for her sister, she'd been helping Su Chen collect gear. Su Chen was deeply grateful. After all, Lin Xiaoye would become his most reliable partner from now on. He'd earned 2 billion, so Lin Xiaoye deserved at least 100 million of that. Su Chen was a man who understood the ways of the world. People help you not only out of affection but also for mutual benefit. You can't just pocket all the profits yourself and leave others empty-handed, right? If you did, they'd naturally stop associating with you. Having made 2 billion now, he ought to give Lin Xiaoye at least 100 million. With that thought, he immediately went to find Lin Xiaoye. This was also a perfect opportunity to meet her older sister, Lin Xiaolan. Su Chen was genuinely curious about what kind of person Lin Xiaoluan's older sister, Lin Xiaolan, truly was. After making up his mind, Su Chen left the garbage station. He headed straight for Lin Xiaoye. He recalled that Lin Xiaoye had previously told him the location of her sister's hospital room. Thanks to the substantial sum Su Chen had given her, Lin Xiaoye had finally managed to transfer her sister to the best hospital in the capital. Finding the location was therefore quite straightforward. About half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at the hospital entrance. When Lin Xiaoye learned Su Chen was coming to visit her sister, the little girl actually grew a bit nervous. She even refused several times over the phone. Finally, upon learning Su Chen was truly coming and realizing she couldn't avoid it, Lin Xiaoye could only give him the exact location. Su Chen bought quite a few things before heading to Lin Xiaolan's hospital room. As soon as he reached the door, he heard voices inside. Ms. Lin Xiaoye, your sister's medical fees have been overdue for several days now. Please notify your family to come pay immediately. This delay isn't sustainable. Su Chen froze. Overdue medical bills? What was going on here? If you still refuse to pay, I'll have to ask you to leave. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Chen hurriedly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside, a nurse stood facing Lin Xiaoye, speaking to her. Inside the ward, other patients were present. The nurse was quite blunt, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Medical bills? With over 3 billion yuan in savings, could he really not afford it? But he said nothing, only feeling a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he earned Lin Xiaoye more money? He had thought 30 million would be enough. But he never expected the other party to just collect his gear and then demand the medical expenses outright. This was simply. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen hurried over. Su Chen! Lin Xiaoye froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Su Chen to actually show up. The patients in the ward all turned to look at him. Su Chen's presence was undeniably commanding. Because of this, he didn't say much. He simply strode over to Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye noticed he looked haggard, his dark circles under his eyes pronounced. She clearly looked emotionally and physically drained. On the bed beside her lay a girl 1 year older than her. This was Lin Xiaoye's older sister, Lin Xiaolan. Though ill, Lin Xiaolan's beauty remained undeniable. It was clear these sisters were remarkably alike. Both were natural beauties. You must be Mr. Su Chen? Lin Xiaolan asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Chapter 187, a whopping 30 million. Lin Xiaolan had heard her younger sister Lin Xiaoye mention Su Chen before. But she had never met him before. Today marked her first encounter with Su Chen. The medical expenses for her illness had always been covered by Su Chen. That was the most important thing. And now, upon seeing Su Chen, Lin Xiaolan forced herself to suppress the pain in her body and gave him a faint smile. Oh my, sis, this Su Chen is really quite handsome. Hearing this, the previously fierce nurse instantly softened her expression. She hadn't noticed Su Chen at first. But upon hearing Lin Xiaolan's words, she turned to look. Only then did she realize just how incredibly handsome Su Chen was. Who could resist such a handsome guy? At that moment, the nurse's fiery temperament vanished, replaced by a much gentler demeanor. Excuse me, sir, are you a family member of the patient? Su Chen glanced at her before calmly replying, yes. How much is the medical bill? I'll cover it. Hearing this, the nurse looked at him gently and said, the bill has already reached 1 million. All right. Su Chen nodded. The nurse gazed at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After all, such a handsome man was a rare sight for her, and she rarely had the chance to see one in her daily life. Today, she finally had the chance, so naturally she had to take a good look. Besides, a hunk like Su Chen wasn't someone just anyone could come across. Most importantly, the captivating aura radiating from Su Chen's entire being had the nurse utterly spellbound. This aura was definitely not something he was putting on. Alright, here's 30 million. Get me a private room with top-notch amenities. Su Chen produced a bank card. With billions in his pocket these days, 30 million was practically pocket change. It was practically pocket change. The nurse stared at the bank card Su Chen handed her, her face frozen in shock. 30 million. The nurse stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Such a handsome man, and so wealthy too. The perfect blend of tall, rich, and handsome. Who wouldn't want such a high-quality man? The nurse reluctantly took the bank card and finally left the ward. She didn't want to leave either. After all, a handsome guy with both wealth and family connections is truly in a league of his own. But the nurse walked out anyway. Who knew those two girls actually knew such a wealthy young master? Yeah, he must be from some prominent family. That's impressive. Do you think he's keeping these sisters as mistresses? Don't be ridiculous. Only you would think of such things. That's disgusting. I actually think he's a young master from a prominent family. He's incredibly handsome and clearly very capable. At that moment, everyone else in the hospital room was stunned by Su Chen's actions. Mainly, no one expected Su Chen to be so wealthy that he could just pull out 30 million like that. Truth be told, even in this game world, money wasn't something you could earn easily. That's just how things are. Su Chen's generous gesture significantly improved the conditions of Lin Xiaolan's wish. In truth, Lin Xiaolan had been staying in this hospital room for quite some time. Most people knew these two sisters. They had always assumed these two girls were orphans relying solely on each other, children from a poor family. But who could have imagined that Su Chen's appearance would completely overturn everyone's impression of the sisters? What are you standing there for? Didn't I give you the medical fees? Su Chen suddenly addressed the nurse still standing at the door, staring at him. Su Chen had no interest in caring about others' opinions. At his level, he had long since grown too disdainful to bother with trivial people and matters. You were so eager to collect payment earlier, but now you're not in such a hurry? Su Chen stared at the nurse with obvious disgust, his expression unfriendly. Yes, Mr. Su. Startled by Su Chen's sharp tone, the nurse quickly turned and hurried away. Though inwardly annoyed, she still thought he was incredibly handsome. Wait a moment. Su Chen suddenly called out to the nurse. Mr. Su, is there something you need? The nurse asked, sounding pleased. Could this handsome guy be planning to apologize and treat her to dinner? If so, she'd definitely have to give it some serious thought. Nothing. Take me to see your director, Su Chen said coldly. The nurse instantly felt a pang of disappointment. A man who could casually spend 30 million yuan, she thought she might be able to curry favor with him. But the nurse dared not act rashly. After all, this man could spend 30 million. He was certainly not someone she could afford to offend. Therefore, she promptly complied with Su Chen's request and escorted him to meet the director. Truthfully, Su Chen only wanted to inquire about Lin Xiaolan's condition. Ever since Lin Xiaoye had helped him acquire his gear, Su Chen had come to realize that having 2 extra helpers would certainly benefit him. If he could cure Lin Xiaolan's illness as well, then Lin Xiaolan could become one of his allies in the future. Besides, Lin Xiaolan was just as beautiful as her sister. With girls this beautiful, naturally one must find a way to cure them. If even this couldn't be cured, wouldn't that be a shame? After leaving the director's office, Su Chen's expression grew somber. From the director, he learned that due to previous delays, Lin Xiaolan's condition had mutated. A full recovery was now extremely difficult. Therefore, multiple surgeries would be required to prolong her life. But achieving a complete cure? Given the current circumstances, it seemed impossible. Moreover, this was already considered one of China's top hospitals. Of course, it certainly isn't among the very best hospitals. But let's be clear, if hospitals here can't cure her, then hospitals elsewhere would be equally helpless. Therefore, Su Chen had no better solution. The thought of Lin Xiaolan's beautiful, spirited appearance only made Su Chen feel increasingly irritated. He had always considered himself someone who didn't easily show mercy or pity others. But he had to admit, even someone as ruthless and decisive as him still felt a twinge of softness in this matter. After all, as someone who had traveled through time, he simply couldn't bring himself to be truly heartless. Lin Xiaoye was his ally, and he couldn't simply ignore her sister's plight. When Su Chen returned to the hospital room once more, the entire ward had grown noticeably quieter. The patients and family members who had been murmuring among themselves all fell silent the moment Su Chen entered. All fell silent. Su Chen's earlier intervention had indeed been terrifying. Chapter 188, The Fruit of Surgery Comes to the Rescue. Earlier, when Su Chen had asked the nurse to take him to the director's office, Lin Xiaoye had witnessed it too. Moreover, being as perceptive as she was, Lin Xiaoye understood exactly why Su Chen sought out the director. It must be related to her sister's condition. So upon seeing Su Chen return, Lin Xiaoye couldn't wait to ask him. Su Chen glanced at Lin Xiaolan, then motioned for Lin Xiaoye to step out into the hallway with him. He then explained Lin Xiaolan's condition to her. Upon learning how critical her sister's condition was, Lin Xiaoye instantly burst into tears. After all, this was her own flesh and blood sister, her only remaining family in this world. Though she had mentally prepared herself, hearing Su Chen's words still made Lin Xiaoye break down in tears. Only after she finally calmed down did Su Chen look at her and say, "Xiaoye, I know this is incredibly hard for you. But right now, we need to focus on finding a solution." "That's true, but even the director said there's no cure for this illness. I can't do anything either, I don't know medicine." Lin Xiaoye wiped her tears and replied with a bitter smile. "I thought a miracle might happen, but it seems I was just wishful thinking." Though Lin Xiaoye spoke as if she were remarkably composed. But in reality, Su Chen knew she was merely forcing herself to stay calm. This situation had hit her particularly hard. But just then, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. Right, didn't he have that surgical fruit? How could he have forgotten about it? Earlier, while fishing, Su Chen had rewarded himself with both the magma fruit and the surgery fruit. Well, he'd already consumed the magma fruit. Now he still had the surgery fruit in his possession. Plus, Lin Xiaoye had consumed that shimmering fruit earlier. Wouldn't that instantly restore her and negate all physical damage? If that's the case, could he give this surgery fruit to Lin Xiaolan to consume? If it's possible. Keep in mind, while the surgery fruit isn't considered a top-tier devil fruit in the pirate world, its auxiliary capabilities are exceptionally high. Essentially, consuming this fruit will transform you into one of the world's top doctors. Moreover, consuming this fruit grants instant comprehension of numerous medical principles. In short, it's exceptionally valuable and precious. This was a valuable find for Su Chen himself. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Xiaolan, we're friends and partners. Trust me, your sister will definitely recover." After saying this, Su Chen retrieved the surgical fruit from his storage ring. He then carried Lin Xiaoye back to the hospital room. The surgery fruit was a high-level devil fruit. Consuming it instantly grants the user numerous medical skills they previously lacked. Moreover, after consuming the surgery fruit, it grants the ability to manipulate and freely move internal organs and tissues within other people or objects. The most common ability is creating a special surgical space. Within this space, the user can freely cut, combine, and assemble any object. This includes living organisms. Of course, during this process, the subject feels nothing. This means one can utilize the surgical fruit's properties to precisely incise at specific points and remove all harmful substances from the body, such as diseases, external injuries, toxins, and so on. This is the extraordinary power of the surgery fruit. Su Chen had already recognized that the surgery fruit could perfectly address Lin Xiaolan's current situation. If Lin Xiaolan could ingest the surgical fruit, then relying on its experience and capabilities, she could fully heal her own body. Moreover, this process would be entirely painless. At that moment, Lin Xiaoye also spotted the devil fruit in Su Chen's hand, her eyes immediately lighting up. "Isn't this the same thing you gave me last time?" Lin Xiaoye remembered clearly. Back then, Su Chen had brought this strange thing for her to eat. After she ate it, she ended up like this. She could control light. Though she still didn't know why she could control light. But that's just how it was. Therefore, Lin Xiaoye also had some understanding of this devil fruit. However, seeing Su Chen pull out another devil fruit now, she naturally guessed what he intended to do. "Yes, I'm going to use this to save Lin Xiaolan." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye's heart filled with anticipation. Her previous injuries had been healed this way. If it could work again now, that would be even better. Su Chen approached Lin Xiaolan and looked at her, saying, "Eat it." "Su Chen," Lin Xiaoye suddenly spoke up, "will it work?" Though she trusted Su Chen, Lin Xiaoye couldn't help but worry. After all, it was her own sister. If anything happened to her sister, she would truly have no family left in this world. Therefore, Lin Xiaoye was naturally very worried. However, she was also well aware of just how valuable this fruit was. It was undoubtedly something the entire world would vie for. Precisely because of this, when she saw Su Chen willing to offer it to her sister, Lin Xiaoye felt profound gratitude in her heart. What's the problem? I'm sure it'll be fine. You used one to save me before. Such a precious item, and now you're using it to save my sister too. How can we ever repay you? At this moment, Lin Xiaoye truly had no way to repay him. After all, Su Chen had given her and her sister so much already. From money to devil fruits, to be honest, she had no idea how to repay Su Chen. Even sacrificing her own life might not be enough. But there was no other choice. The situation was urgent now. If her sister didn't consume the devil fruit, she simply wouldn't survive. Su Chen, however, paid no heed to such matters. Repay what? That's ridiculous. What's there to repay? I saved you both for my own sake. You and your sister had better help me properly from now on. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiaoye couldn't hold back her tears. Truthfully, with such a precious artifact, her sister truly had a chance to survive. Su Chen had been so kind to both sisters. With Su Chen speaking like this, Lin Xiaoye felt utterly speechless. All she could think was that one day, she would repay him with her life. Su Chen, however, continued cheerfully, alright, didn't you get me a bunch of gear from the warehouse earlier? I made a killing off that gear. What I'm giving you now is what you sisters deserve. Oh, and the money I'll make you 500 million in a bit. That should cover your expenses for a while. 500 million. Chapter 189 Room Slaughterhouse. Hearing Su Chen was going to transfer 500 million to Lin Xiaoye, everyone present was stunned. He truly was the scion of a prominent family. Who would dare utter such a figure without the means to back it up? That would be laughable. But 500 million could save her sister's life. What kind of godlike tycoon is this? Alright, don't dwell on it. She's your only family left in this world. If she were to be taken like this, wouldn't you be heartbroken? I don't want your sister gone either. Don't let your sister suffer from illness. Take it. Su Chen finished speaking and handed the devil fruit to Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye stared at the devil fruit in her hand. She couldn't quite comprehend it either. She had only done what she could manage, helping Su Chen gather some junk gear. Moreover, the money for collecting the gear had come from Su Chen himself. Moreover, those items weren't even valuable. Lin Xiaoye couldn't understand. Why did Su Chen make such a huge profit? And why was he splitting 500 million with her? Are junkyard items really that valuable? Impossible. Lin Xiaoye wasn't new to dealing with the junkyard. When did junkyard gear become so valuable? But now wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Lin Xiaoye was still worried about her sister. Since Su Chen had made his offer, she could always work herself to the bone for him later. At least she could save her sister first. With that thought, Lin Xiaoye walked straight up to Lin Xiaolan with the surgery fruit in hand. Lin Xiaolan looked at the devil fruit in Lin Xiaoye's hand, though she wasn't quite sure what it was. She trusted her sister implicitly. After all, her sister was her only family in this world. She wouldn't harm her. Sister, eat it. It can cure illnesses. Alright. Lin Xiaolan nodded. Then, ugh. Sis, what is this stuff? It stinks. It tastes awful. Lin Xiaolan was speechless. Taking a bite of this thing, it wasn't exactly, but it was pretty close. How to describe that smell? Like a 9-turn intestine devil fruit version. Now, Lin Xiaolan wasn't a picky eater. She'd lived with her younger sister since childhood. To raise her sister, what hardship hadn't she endured? Frankly, this was just a matter of necessity. As long as it was edible, there was scarcely anything Lin Xiaolan wouldn't eat. But this particular thing her sister had given her to eat was truly intoxicating. Sis, this is a precious tool fruit that can cure your illness. Don't waste it, eat every last bit. Lin Xiaoye said earnestly. Seeing her sister's earnest expression, Lin Xiaolan wasn't one to waste food either. In the end, she forced herself to swallow the entire devil fruit despite the nausea. Sis, brother Su Chen, why are you two staring at me like that? Lin Xiaolan looked at them in bewilderment. The main reason was that she had just finished eating the devil fruit, yet her sister Lin Xiaoye and Su Chen were both staring at her intently. It was just a fruit that gave a pretty intense high, right? Why were they acting like this? It made Lin Xiaolan feel a bit uncomfortable. Could there be something on her face? But just then, without warning, a flood of information surged into Lin Xiaolan's mind. A flood of information poured into her mind. Moreover, a wealth of surgical knowledge and experience merged into her mind. This left Lin Xiaolan utterly bewildered. Lin Xiaolan couldn't believe such knowledge had appeared in her mind. The sudden influx of information overwhelmed her so completely that she fainted on the spot. Sis. Lin Xiaoye panicked and rushed over to shake Lin Xiaolan. She feared her sister couldn't withstand the power unleashed by the devil fruit. She'll be fine. Just give her a moment. Su Chen pulled Lin Xiaoye back, preventing her from disturbing Lin Xiaolan. Others might not understand, but Su Chen knew the nature of devil fruit powers all too well. Frankly speaking, though the fruit was disgusting, its power unfolded gradually. Even a child who ate it wouldn't be unable to handle the power. Excuse me, ladies, has the young girl's condition worsened? Should I call a doctor? The other patients in the ward quickly gathered around to ask. After all, having known each other for so long, it was only natural to lend a hand. Su Chen waved them off, reassuring them there was no need for concern. He then pulled down the partition curtain, shielding Lin Xiaolan from everyone's view. 3 minutes later, Lin Xiaolan suddenly snapped her eyes open. Though her appearance and demeanor remained unchanged, her gaze was utterly transformed. Room slaughterhouse. The next instant, Lin Xiaolan abruptly rose from the hospital bed. With a flick of her right hand, a white, transparent energy shield enveloped her. Seeing that white energy shield, Lin Xiaoye froze in shock. What kind of skill had her sister learned? It was different from her own ability to manipulate light. But this thing was definitely something special. It was a peculiar energy field. A flash of light flickered across the energy shield. Then, in an instant, Lin Xiaolan split her body in two. Ah! Seeing her sister like this, Lin Xiaoye instantly covered her mouth in shock. She trusted Su Chen's device wouldn't harm her sister. But she couldn't deny that after consuming it, her sister's reaction was truly. Sis, what's going on? Lin Xiaoye looked at her sister with concern. It's nothing. Su Chen held her back. Don't worry. Nothing as bad as you're imagining is happening. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiaoye finally calmed down. Though her heart still harbored worries, she refrained from taking any action. Su Chen, however, was quite pleased. Others might not know, but he certainly did. The power of this fruit was truly formidable. To others, this ability might seem like a slaughterhouse. But in the hands of a devil fruit user, it became the ultimate surgical field. Since Lin Xiaolan had already demonstrated her abilities within the pirate world, it's clear she has fully mastered and embraced every aspect of the surgery fruit's experience and skills. If that's the case, shouldn't she be able to heal herself with peace of mind? Witnessing this scene, Su Chen felt genuinely pleased. And seeing Su Chen's remarkably composed demeanor, Lin Xiaolan finally calmed down. She knew Su Chen well, though ruthless enough to terrify enemies in battle. He would never toy with his comrades or friends. Su Chen was the person Lin Xiaoye trusted most. Moreover, Lin Xiaolan's body had become somewhat frightening now. She showed no signs of pain, and no blood flowed from her wounds. Naturally, Lin Xiaolan did not take any further action. The two of them now quietly observed Lin Xiaolan's movements. Chapter 190, A Miracle Occurred. Slowly, the energy shield enveloping Lin Xiaolan began to dissipate. The once frail Lin Xiaolan miraculously regained her vitality. She had fully recovered to a state of health. Sis, what was that amazing thing you gave me to eat just now? Lin Xiaolan stared at the two of them in utter amazement. Before long, the energy shield vanished completely. Lin Xiaolan climbed off the bed with a look of triumph on her face. Then, she happily hugged her younger sister, Lin Xiaoye. I felt so much information and memories flooding into my mind all at once. And there was this voice inside my head guiding me on what to do. It was truly amazing. And when I did exactly as it said, my body actually stopped hurting. Now I feel so comfortable in my body. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye was overcome with excitement. She never imagined her sister's illness could be cured so easily. Just then, a group of people in white coats entered the ward. Did a nurse just say patient Lin Xiaolan fainted? A doctor approached and immediately directed the medical staff present to prepare for resuscitation. However, upon seeing the lively and energetic Lin Xiaolan before him, the doctor was utterly dumbfounded. Ah, thank you, doctor. I'm fine. Lin Xiaolan said happily. The doctor stared at her in utter bewilderment. You're fine? But you just passed out. Seeing that Lin Xiaolan wasn't unconscious, the doctor looked thoroughly puzzled. Could it be a deathbed recovery? But judging by her condition, it didn't seem related to a deathbed recovery. It seemed she was genuinely better. Yet someone had clearly shouted for help at the nurse's station just moments ago. What on earth was going on? Dr. Liu, I'm afraid it really is a deathbed recovery. It seems likely. Look at Lin Xiaolan's condition. Her eyes are bright, her spirits are much improved. Ah, she must have been hospitalized here for quite some time. Her condition is one of those intractable diseases. She's undergone multiple surgeries alone. Her body must have been utterly exhausted. She finally couldn't hold on any longer. Such a lovely young girl with such a wonderful personality to just... The others quickly grasped the situation, realizing this signaled Lin Xiaolan's impending end. After all, patients experiencing a final burst of energy can indeed appear lively and energetic. So the group couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Such a wonderful girl, it seemed she was about to leave this world. That can't be right, doctor. Whose patient in their death throes makes such a racket? Hearing this voice, the doctor began to doubt himself. Indeed, Dr. Liu had seen patients experiencing the deathbed recovery before. But none like Lin Xiaolan. She was literally jumping up and down, her mental state as sharp as could be. This couldn't possibly be related to the deathbed recovery, could it? Prompted by that person's remark, the attending physicians began to notice that Lin Xiaolan truly seemed different. Her current state seemed entirely unrelated to her illness. So they promptly conducted a thorough examination on Lin Xiaolan. Once all the tests were completed, the doctors were all dumbfounded. Miraculous! She's actually recovered. Miraculous! A miracle! Dr. Liu couldn't believe his own eyes. What on earth was going on? Just yesterday he was so weak and sickly, yet today he's completely recovered. Could it be that the patient's body produced antibodies, killing off the virus? That seemed unlikely. Though Dr. Liu wasn't entirely convinced, the evidence was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. By the time Lin Xiaolan was escorted back to her ward by the doctors, by then, even more doctors had arrived at the ward. They crowded the room so densely it was nearly overflowing. Every doctor wore an expression of utter shock. Most of them knew this patient, Lin Xiaolan. Who in the entire hospital didn't know? Many specialists had predicted she had no more than 6 months to live. But unexpectedly, the test results showed Lin Xiaolan's illness had completely disappeared. She was in perfect health. Lin Xiaolan's body is cured? Is that really true? Even the hospital director had rushed over by now. The news was simply too shocking, too explosive. As the director, his medical expertise was beyond reproach. But the problem was, he himself had determined that Lin Xiaolan had at most 6 months to live. How could this be? Today, they were actually saying Lin Xiaolan's health had improved. This is truly. At that moment, Dr. Liu addressed the director. Yes, director. We came as soon as we received word of the patient's coma. Upon examination, we discovered Lin Xiaolan had already regained consciousness. Further examination showed she's fully recovered. Dr. Liu's words plunged the director into deep self-doubt. Had the patient's body undergone some kind of transformation? Otherwise, how could she have recovered so suddenly? This defies science. This phenomenon is truly unscientific. If he just got better like that, then it really would be strange. Something's definitely not right about this. And this time, the examination really showed no issues. A miracle, truly a miracle, the director said, shaking his head in disbelief. There's simply no other way to describe it. How else could it be explained? It was as if some force had suddenly erased the illness from patient Lin Xiaolan's body. She was simply cured. Such a situation was truly terrifying. Dr. Liu, director, before Lin Xiaolan lost consciousness, her family gave her a fruit to eat. After eating that fruit, Lin Xiaolan recovered. A patient nearby interjected. The hospital director's expression grew even more grave upon hearing this. A fruit? What kind of fruit could cure a patient's illness? And Lin Xiaolan's illness wasn't something ordinary people could cure, was it? This was a terminal illness. Nonsense. Although this planet was the world where the game had descended, and professionals were everywhere. But let's be honest, healers and support classes are everywhere. Support and healing classes are plentiful. But generally, they can only heal wounds and restore health during combat. They serve a supporting role. Just as the patient was about to be healed, no one had ever heard of recovering simply by eating a fruit. But the problem is, this is precisely where the current situation lies. It's right here. It's impossible not to believe. Little Lin Xiaolan's illness was personally overseen by the hospital director. Experts were even specially convened for a symposium to study it. There's simply no cure. She has only about 6 months left. If the patient's family truly possessed some special treasure that could cure incurable diseases, why would they waste so much money lingering in the hospital? Isn't that just a waste of time and money? But the family member who just spoke didn't seem like someone who would lie. Young man, as a doctor, I have the right to know what you've given the patient to eat. The director decided to ask Su Chen. After all, only this young man knew. Chapter 191, Discharge immediately. Truthfully, the director's confusion was understandable. After all, the surgical fruit Su Chen had produced wasn't from this world. First, it is a system reward. Second, it has no connection whatsoever to this world. It's only natural the Dean wouldn't know. Dean, this is a fruit I accidentally obtained while running dungeons. It's said to cure all ailments, but I only have this one. I gave it to Lin Xiaolan. It's gone now, Su Chen explained. Lin Xiaoya quickly chimed in beside him, that's right. But the most crucial part was the treatment at the hospital. It was only thanks to the Dean and everyone's help that she recovered. That fruit merely served as an auxiliary treatment, Lin Xiaoya clarified. Exactly, Su Chen nodded in agreement. No wonder it's the best hospital in the capital. Your doctor's medical skills are truly exceptional. Hearing Su Chen and Lin Xiaoya speak so highly, the director couldn't help but beam with delight. Truth be told, he couldn't mention the devil fruit. But since this was a game world, Suchin simply claimed he'd obtained it from a dungeon. It was entirely plausible. It could be a rare fruit that just happened to drop for Suchin. Then he gave it to his friend to eat. That could be considered fate. Therefore, the dean nodded with a smile. You two are too kind, but I understand. Certainly, some dungeons do yield special items, but to cure all ailments. Seeing the dean frown, Suchun cheerfully added, Dean, it's quite possible that your hospital's doctors and nurses diligently administered treatments. Then, coincidentally consuming this fruit created a positive chemical reaction. And just like that, my friend's health was restored. It must be said, Suchun certainly knew how to butter someone up. His words were smooth and made perfect sense. Sure enough, the dean was so thoroughly flattered by Suchen's rainbow-colored praise that he was completely disoriented. Though he was curious, the fact remained that the event had genuinely occurred. Since the patient had fully recovered, there was nothing more to discuss. It actually eased the hospital's burden. With that in mind, the director seized the opportunity to conduct a thorough examination of Lin Xiaolan himself. After confirming there were no issues, she could be discharged from the hospital. After all, even if the hospital wasn't entirely responsible for her recovery, but the hospital had certainly contributed to her recovery through prolonged care. Moreover, the patient's family had already stated that the hospital was merely a place for treating illnesses and saving lives. It's unreasonable to expect them to get entangled with anyone. Therefore, the director said nothing. After examining Lin Xiaolan's condition and confirming her complete recovery, only then did he agree to process her discharge. In the end, the director watched Su Chun lead Lin Xiaolan and Lin Xiaoye out of the hospital with a meaningful look. However, while the doctors no longer cared, the family members in the ward felt differently. Lin Xiaolan had spent countless years and seasons with them in this very ward. Now, just because of this one fruit, she was up and about again. Moreover, the director himself had declared Lin Xiaolan cured. After all, these patients had been hospitalized for so long, suffering from all manner of complex and intractable illnesses. If given the chance, who wouldn't want to recover and go home? Even if it meant spending a fortune. Thus, Su Chen had become their savior. Everyone desperately hoped Su Chen would save them. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, one patient hurriedly spoke up, Mr. Su Chen, no matter what, could you sell me one of those fruits you just had? I'll pay any price. Please sell us one. Our family has gone bankrupt trying to treat his illness. Please, Su Chen, save my son. One by one, the patients looked at Su Chen, hoping he would lend a helping hand. Su Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. He understood their plight. He couldn't help them. To him, this devil fruit held little value. Nor was it precious. After all, it was a gift from the system. As long as the system was willing to give, he could have them anytime. The problem was his daily fishing attempt. Whether he could reel in a fruit was always a question mark. He himself no longer cared. This really has nothing to do with money. The main thing is that he no longer has it. Even if you offered him more money, it wouldn't matter. After all, what could the fishing system possibly yield? He doesn't call the shots. The rewards were all random. If you want a devil fruit, it really comes down to luck. If you're unlucky, you might not catch a single one in a month. And it'd be one with healing effects, no less. Therefore, even if Su Chen wanted to save people, he couldn't. As for asking Lin Xiaolan to step in and save them, truth be told, Su Chen had considered it. But the power of that surgery fruit was too outrageous. If used recklessly, it could even fulfill humanity's dream of immortality. This was the dream of immortality. In the One Piece world, it could even be called the ultimate devil fruit. If Lin Xiaolan were truly tasked with saving people, the information exposed would be far too extensive. Who knows? The world's most powerful old-timers might all show up. What are professional abilities compared to this? Such power would truly be beyond comprehension. Therefore, Su Chen absolutely cannot allow Lin Xiaolan to be exposed now. It's far too dangerous. Besides, he couldn't protect both of them. I'm sorry, we truly have no other choice. I'm not heartless, I genuinely don't have any other options. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, then took the two women to complete their discharge procedures and leave. Then, he hurriedly took the two women out of the hospital. Outside the hospital, Lin Xiaolan was beaming with joy. Having spent too many years confined to bed, she now skipped and jumped with joy. Given her age, she truly was a carefree young girl. Seeing her like this, Su Chen felt immense joy in his heart. This was what life was all about. This was the kind of life that could truly bring happiness. At the very least, Lin Xiaolan could now live peacefully in this world. She was free from illness, living in perfect health. Su Chen knew this well. Lin Xiaolan, who absorbed the surgical fruit. She is now arguably the most skilled physician in the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to remove her own illness with such precision. As long as she can focus on mastering her fruit's abilities, she will undoubtedly become her most formidable ally in the future. After all, the power of the surgery fruit speaks for itself. Upon returning to the junkyard, the moment they opened the junkyard gates, "Sis, let's kneel and kowtow to Mr. Su Chen. He saved both our lives." Lin Xiaolan suddenly blurted out this nonsensical statement. Su Chen was completely baffled. Lin Xiaolan and Lin Xiaoye immediately knelt down to kowtow to Su Chen. But Su Chen was startled. Chapter 192, Serving You Faithfully. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly helped them both up. Then, Su Chen said, "What are you two doing?" "I said it's unnecessary. It's not even New Year's. I won't be giving you any red envelopes for such formalities. Su Chen, you saved both our lives. No matter what, if it weren't for you, we would have died. You deserve this deep bow. If we hadn't met you, my sister and I wouldn't have been able to survive. She might have already died from her illness. And I might have ended up dying in poverty here at the junkyard. So you're our savior, no question about it. Su Chen, from now on, we sisters will serve you faithfully, without a single complaint," Lin Xiaoye said. Su Chen soothed them for a moment before finally letting them sit down. Seeing their emotions settle, Su Chen grinned. All right. This isn't such a big deal. Saving you two sisters has its own benefits for me. My main reason for saving you both is so you can properly assist me in the future. I've come to realize that in this world, going it alone leads nowhere. Even if you manage to scrape together some money, it won't last long. To stay safe and live well in this world, you must have the ability to cooperate and achieve mutual success. So here's the simple deal, I saved you two sisters, not expecting any repayment. If you insist on repaying me, it's simple, just be my right-hand assistants. From now on, Xiaoyu, whenever you and your sister have free time, come to the junkyard to help me collect gear. Just keep the gear neatly stored in this warehouse. Once it's nearly full, I'll come by. As for money, how about I give you two sisters 30% of whatever I earn each time?" Agreed. The sisters nodded. There was nothing more to say. Su Chen was their savior. Naturally, whatever he said went. Alright, I mentioned earlier about transferring 500 million to you. Here's the plan, I'll give each of you 300 million. That way, you sisters can live your own lives. Then use the rest to buy equipment, got it? Hearing Su Chen's arrangement, the sisters naturally had no complaints whatsoever. The main reason was that Su Chen truly had the capability. Ever since the sisters had met Su Chen, their lives had undergone a complete transformation. Moreover, it was precisely because of Su Chen that the sisters had grown stronger. No matter how one looked at it, everything he did was to help the two sisters. Now, Su Chen was their savior. From the moment they left the hospital, the sisters had resolved to repay him for the rest of their lives. "Sis, I've got combat skills in my head now too. I can fight alongside you from now on." Hearing her sister's words, Lin Xiaoye nodded happily. Although Lin Xiaolan had been confined to the hospital due to her illness, she had essentially no chance of becoming a professional. But now things were different. With the aid of this surgical fruit, Lin Xiaolan had gained the ability to protect herself. Moreover, with Lin Xiaolan's extraordinary surgical fruit ability, it essentially guarantees that Su Chen, Lin Xiaoye, and Lin Xiaolan will live forever. Therefore, while Lin Xiaolan might not possess the highest combat prowess among the three, yet her importance is paramount. Deep down, she felt the most gratitude toward Su Chen. After all, while her sister hadn't fallen ill yet, she herself had been perpetually sickly. Had she not encountered him, her illness would never have been cured. Moreover, the director had stated she had only 6 months to live. So Lin Xiaolan had even resolved to spend these final 6 months reunited with her sister before leaving this world. Alright. Su Chen watched the two of them and said cheerfully, "We're all partners here. No need to be so sentimental. From now on, just focus on helping me gather gear and training hard to boost your own strength. Just in case the day comes when I need both of you to fight alongside me, we can charge in together." Su Chen said. "Alright, Xiaoyu, take your sister back to your villa. I still have things to attend to. You and your sister should go back and live well. If I need anything, I'll contact you," Su Chen said. After speaking, Su Chen transferred 300 million yuan each into their bank accounts. Now the sisters were truly wealthy. They would never have to worry about food or clothing again. "Alright, Su Chen. If anything comes up, just contact us immediately," Lin Xiaoye said. "Don't worry. My sister and I will convert every last cent of this money into gear for you. Alright, I told you to buy gear, not to spend every last penny on food. You've got money now, eat and drink to your heart's content. Don't shortchange yourselves," Su Chen said cheerfully. His only worry was that these two sisters would scrimp on food to save money by recycling old gear, surviving on steamed buns and pickles every day. That would be throwing 300 million away for nothing. Therefore, after repeatedly reminding the two, Su Chen finally let them go. Once they were gone, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He had to admit, since his journey began, moments like this filled with such warmth were rare indeed. After leaving the junkyard, Su Chen immediately called Lu Rong. "Where are you?" Lu Rong hadn't expected Su Chen to call her, so she promptly relayed her coordinates to him. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom instance, Su Chen had been preoccupied with other matters. Therefore, he hadn't paid much attention to Lu Rong's situation. However, he had already made arrangements for Lu Rong. He planned to find her once he finished his current tasks. After all, the Priests Guild had previously sought to kill him. Could this matter really be resolved so easily? Lu Qingsong? He would never let him off the hook. Then I'll wait for you at XXX Residential Complex. After sending his location, Su Chen immediately got into his car. Not long after, Su Chen met Lu Rong inside a residential complex. This was an affluent neighborhood. Though Su Chen had no idea why Lu Rong chose to meet him here. Still, he came. Upon arriving at the location, Su Chen finally got a clear look at the villa complex. It was truly magnificent. The entire estate covered an enormous area. He had specifically looked it up. It ranked among the top 10 affluent neighborhoods in the capital's villa districts. While not the absolute pinnacle, it certainly wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Where is everyone? Curious, Su Chen pulled out his phone and made a call. Su Chen. Before Su Chen could even make the call, Lu Rong's voice rang out from behind him. Chapter 193, Need a companion for your leg? Lu Rong appeared before Su Chen with a cheerful smile. Seeing Lu Rong, Su Chen froze for a moment. Good heavens, Lu Rong was a stunner, an absolute stunner. You gotta hand it to Lu Qingsong, he sure knows how to play the game. Having such a stunner as his assistant? That's what I call having fun. Though she wore jeans, they perfectly accentuated her curves. Her crop tank top pulled up just enough to make Lu Rong look youthful and adorable. She was the kind of girl you just wanted to lean in and kiss hard. But Su Chen didn't make a move. After all, he wasn't some lecherous beast. After all, he was the vice president of the professional association. Getting too carried away would only tarnish his reputation. Hey, Lu Rong, your outfit today, not bad at all. Su Chen gave Lu Rong a thumbs up. How about it? Pretty, huh? I think it looks good too, Lu Rong nodded with a smile. Only then did Su Chen get straight to the point. I called you out today for work, not a date. Why go all out like this? You really surprised me. Did you do this on purpose? Su Chen looked at her curiously. It had to be said, Lu Rong was genuinely stunning. And precisely because she was so stunning, Su Chen had reacted the way he did. There was no denying it, this was simply the truth, and Su Chen couldn't be blamed. After all, if Lu Rong had actually pulled something off, Su Chen probably wouldn't have been able to control himself. After all, Lu Rong was simply that stunning. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Rong gave a faint smile. Hee hee, pretty, huh? This sister of yours is a first-rate beauty. I dressed up just to meet you today, doesn't that make you look good? Lu Rong said. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. You know what? This little minx really knows how to please a man. But the issue now was that Su Chen had come to see her for another reason. Therefore, Su Chen got straight to the point. Alright, I came to talk to you about something today. Shall we find a place? Lu Rong smiled and replied, I live right here. Why don't we talk at my place? It'll give you a chance to see around. Hearing this, Lu Rong led Su Chen toward her home with great ease. Before Su Chen could figure out what was going on, Lu Rong had already pulled him into a large villa. Staring at the luxurious mansion before him, Su Chen was dumbfounded. This is your home? This is your villa? Su Chen asked curiously. Yes, this is my villa. I live here. You're really loaded. Su Chen couldn't help but say that, mainly because in his eyes, it truly was something else. The villa had 5 floors, and the interior decoration was incredibly lavish. Every floor was decorated in a style that screamed expensive at first glance. Su Chen made a rough estimate. Just one of the chandeliers inside was probably worth over $1 million. What a wealthy person. Hey Lu Rong, don't tell me you just went and bought an entire villa? Surrounded by the villa's ostentatious, over-the-top opulence, Su Chen stared at Lu Rong in disbelief. He knew the clergy guild was wealthy, but this was beyond his expectations. Yep. What, did you expect me to sleep on the streets of the capital? Lu Rong said cheerfully. Besides, you didn't arrange a place for me last time either. I had no choice but to buy a villa on the spot. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Honestly, he already considered himself quite wealthy. After all, he had held around 10 billion at the time. But he never imagined that truly wealthy people belonged to a different league, the kind who, upon arriving here, and casually buying a villa while they were at it. What the hell kind of game is this? Seeing Su Chen's stunned expression, Lu Rong couldn't help but laugh. It's all because you can't plan ahead. You can't expect me to stay in hotels every day, can you? Besides, hotels aren't comfortable or clean. Only a house you own is truly clean. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Su Chen was utterly stunned. Wow, so Lu Rong is the type who, when she's in a bad mood, just goes and gets herself a villa? Well, if that's the case, he might as well just tag along with this wealthy lady from now on. What extravagance! Absolutely extravagant! Su Chen glanced around and finally noticed the lavish decor. The 5-story structure radiated wealth from every corner. Su Chen made a rough estimate at least 100 million yuan. And that was his conservative estimate. He dared not ask how much it truly cost. It was hard to say. The final cost would likely be even higher, impossible to pin down. At this moment, Su Chen admitted his earlier arrangements for Lu Rong had been inadequate. He hadn't considered how inconvenient it would be for Lu Rong to stay in a hotel. But buying a whole villa outright? She's rich. Absolutely loaded. Lu Rong's family fortune was undoubtedly far more substantial than his own. A woman like this, if only I could live off her. Ugh, what was he thinking? He had business with her. Did you really buy this villa? Su Chen cut straight to the point. Hey Lu Rong, you didn't pull off some shady deal, did you? Just like that, you buy a villa? What's this? Money laundering? Su Chen stared at Lu Rong, utterly incredulous. Truth be told, as a time traveler, Su Chen wasn't ignorant of the lifestyles of the wealthy. But since his arrival, he'd already been spending money with reckless abandon. He'd already shelled out a fortune for his current downtown apartment. Over 1 million yuan. Wasn't that extravagant enough? Yet compared to Lu Rong, Su Chen now seemed downright petty. Therefore, Su Chen couldn't believe how Lu Rong could possibly be so wealthy. Hey Su Chen, who do you think you're looking down on? Lu Rong rolled her eyes. I am one of the 2 chief assistants to the guildmaster of the clergy guild, after all. I'm practically the guild's right-hand man. This little villa? Honestly, it's not even a third the size of mine at the priest's guild. And she doesn't even bat an eye at spending this kind of money. With that, Lu Rong plopped down onto the sofa, settling in comfortably. Only then did Su Chen finally catch on. Yes, she is one of the 2 chief assistants of the priest's guild. So Lu Qingsong couldn't possibly be stingy. If that's the case, what else is there to say? It's just buying a villa, no big deal. Well, what do you think of my villa? Like it? Lu Rong asked cheerfully. I absolutely love it. I'd be thrilled just to buy a few million yuan apartment downtown. You're something else, going straight for a villa. Hey, rich lady Lu, need a pendant for your leg? I've got quite the knack for being an accessory. Chapter 194, The Free Villa. Get lost, get lost. Lu Rong rolled her eyes. You're acting like you're so poor. This villa is for you, Lu Rong suddenly announced. Oh, it is pretty nice. Better than my apartment. What? You bought it for me? Su Chen stared at Lu Rong in disbelief. Was she even speaking human? Had he misheard? Yes, it's for you, Lu Rong nodded. I don't stay here much anyway, just temporarily. But I'm not interested in selling it secondhand either, so I put it in your name. These keys, once I'm gone, this villa is yours. You can live here on your own from now on. With that, Lu Rong handed a set of keys directly to Su Chen. Su Chen froze in place. This is for me? Su Chen's eyes widened. He knew there were plenty of wealthy people in the world. But someone this wealthy? Honestly, Su Chen had never encountered one like this before. Buying a villa not for himself, but for Su Chen. When did he become so charismatic? He had no idea. Yes, it's yours, Lu Rong said earnestly. Su Chen surveyed the villa's surroundings before replying, well, thank you then. Su Chen wasn't the type to be petty. Since she'd offered it to him, why waste time? He might as well just move in. What was there to be shy about? Besides, it was Lu Rong who offered it to him, he hadn't exactly snatched it away. With that thought, Su Chen tucked the keys away. Wow, I never expected this. I never imagined you'd actually give me a villa. Oh my, you gorgeous lady, you're truly beautiful inside and out. Su Chen sat down on the sofa with a cheerful smile. He was much more relaxed than before. After all, it was his own home, he could relax however he pleased. Seeing Su Chen accept the keys, Lu Rong rolled her eyes once more. You're such a shameless guy. I'm giving you a villa, such a huge gift. You didn't even ask why I'm giving it to you? Didn't it occur to you I might have conditions? My lovely lady, Su Chen said lazily, leaning back on the sofa. Look at me, so handsome and so young. Sweetheart, how could your beautiful big sister possibly bring herself to make demands? She's just worried about me, Su Chen chuckled. Lu Rong nearly fainted. This guy was shameless. This is a villa worth hundreds of millions, you jerk. Lu Rong couldn't help but retort. Well, back when you came to kill me and I ended up killing you instead, this is my compensation. I'll forgive you for that. Su Chen continued. That should make you feel a lot better, right? Su Chen said cheerfully. Lu Rong felt like punching Su Chen for saying that. But seeing his handsome face, she lost her temper. Fine, handsome guys have it easy. Su Chen, you've taken this huge villa, and I spent a fortune on it. Does that mean we're even now? Lu Rong's big, watery eyes gazed at him expectantly. There was no way around it, she'd botched this one. Now the Pastors Guild's leverage was firmly in Su Chen's hands. She dared not provoke him. If Su Chen truly lost his temper. Never mind whether Su Chen would use this leverage to cause trouble for the Priest's Guild. Just Su Chen's terrifying combat prowess. And that terrifying forbidden spell skill. The Priest's Guild would likely be unable to withstand the blow. Therefore, Lu Rong's purchase of this villa was also an attempt to soften his stance with sweet talk. Otherwise, this situation would become quite difficult to resolve. This entire villa as an apology, that's quite sincere of me, isn't it? Let me return to the Priest's Guild and we'll go our separate ways from now on, Lu Rong said to Su Chen. Ah, what choice did she have? Ever since being caught by Su Chen, Lu Rong had been daydreaming about how to extricate herself. Now, she could only resort to sweet talk. Lu Rong, don't forget your place, Su Chen said, fixing her with a steady gaze. He stated bluntly, I made it clear from now on, you're my personal big sister. When did I become your personal big sister? Lu Rong froze in shock. This rotten little brother was shameless, pushing his luck. You are now, Su Chen said innocently. I'm telling you, you don't need to be so picky about it. Anyway, your villa is mine, and you're mine too. Don't overthink it. A personal big sister needs to have the mindset of a personal big sister, got it? From now on, call me young Master Su. Su Chen said cheerfully. With that, he got up to explore the house. This would be his villa from now on, with so many rooms. Which one would be the bedroom? Which one the study? All this needed to be figured out. If he didn't get it sorted out first, where would he sleep later? Su Chen was a meticulous man, and a cautious one at that. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that someone as stunning as her would gift me a mansion. What incredible luck I have. Su Chen surveyed the grand villa, secretly basking in the pleasure. With his current assets and previous savings, Su Chen had nearly 30 billion in cash on hand. If he really wanted to buy a villa, it wouldn't be a problem. But Su Chen wasn't about to splurge like that. This was money he'd worked his fingers to the bone to earn. To just let it vanish like that. But when someone gives it away for free, that's a different story. How does the saying go? Eat someone else's sweat, but you'll cry over your own tears. Now, a gorgeous woman offering it to him, what man could possibly refuse? Su Chen, you're going too far. Lu Rong was absolutely furious. Who would have thought this rotten little brother would push his luck this far? Not only did he want the villa, but he also demanded she follow him. If she didn't return to the Priest's Guild soon, she feared the guildmaster might actually come after her. She dared not act so brazenly in front of the guildmaster. If the guildmaster found out she'd failed her mission and worse, had her target snatched away. Back then, the president would really lose his mind. Just thinking about Lu Qingsong when he wasn't losing his mind was terrifying enough. Let alone now. Therefore, Lu Rong was itching to tear Su Chen apart. Unfortunately, she was no match for him, otherwise she would have ambushed him from behind long ago. Sigh, who could have imagined that this stinking little brother? He actually managed to instantly kill a 7th rank assassin. Heaven above. How utterly unjust you are. Lu Rong grew increasingly furious the more she thought about it. She never imagined Su Chen would stoop so low. Not only did he fail to escape, but he also lost a villa for nothing. Hey, Lu Rong, gorgeous, where are you? Lu Rong was still gritting her teeth when Su Chen's voice rang out. Hearing him call her name, she reluctantly made her way to his room. The moment she entered, she saw Su Chen standing with his back to her. He was staring at a wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe, she discovered a collection of quite suggestive outfits. And some themed outfits. Quite the erotic. Chapter 195, The Beauty Trap. Lu Rong fell silent. Heaven knows, when she bought this villa, everything inside belonged to the previous owners. She had no interest in buying such things herself. Besides, she didn't wear them herself. But her little brother's eyes were clearly sparkling with excitement. Does this guy actually want me to wear clothes like this? That's way too suggestive. No way, absolutely not. I have to admit, those sexy outfits really are pretty, and the styles are all quite trendy. But she absolutely couldn't wear them. Su Chen, I'm telling you, these clothes all belong to the previous owner. I bought them but never looked at them. I didn't know, so these clothes can be thrown away. Lu Rong said. Su Chen, however, stared at Lu Rong with a burning gaze, his eyes clearly beginning to look a bit off. You wouldn't be suggesting I wear them, would you? Lu Rong asked, looking at him. Su Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on her. Don't look at me like that. I won't agree to it. Hey Lu Rong, don't forget what you are to me. My personal big sister. Su Chen declared cheerfully. You'd better know your place. And don't feel wronged you brought this on yourself by coming to bother me earlier. Let me tell you, this isn't my choice, you brought it on yourself. Anyway, you figure it out. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Su Chen declared. Lu Rong was utterly devastated. This guy actually, really, has no shame. To be honest, Su Chen never had much regard for the clergy guild to begin with. Add to that the fact that Lu Rong had sent people to kill him. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered to put on a friendly face. Given that, what else was there to say? Su Chen knew full well that now that he had Lu Rong in his grasp, there was no way she could escape his grasp. If escape was impossible, what was there left to discuss? Su Chen, let me tell you this, if you go too far, I won't let this drop. At this point, Lu Rong glanced at him with a hint of uncertainty. You're not seriously making me wear that, are you? Big sis, hurry up. Su Chen ordered in a commanding tone. Fine. You're ruthless. Put it on. Su Chen ordered. With that, Su Chen turned and walked out of the room, leaving Lu Rong alone in the mortal world. Now, Lu Rong was truly at a loss. What should she do? Wear them? Those clothes were far too risque. But if she didn't, Su Chen probably wouldn't let her off the hook as his personal big sister. 5 minutes later. When Lu Rong emerged, she was now clad in an extremely revealing lingerie set. Su Chen glanced at her and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Lu Qingsong sure knew how to play the game. He really had something going for him. He'd hired such an amazing assistant for himself. He decided to fully embrace the situation. From now on, Lu Rong would be by his side. Living the high life was a given. After all, with Su Chen's abilities, he'd undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the professional guild. With his abilities, there's absolutely no problem in turning the professional guild into the most powerful guild in the world. Given all this, what was there to worry about? With that thought, Su Chen glanced at Lu Rong. Her overall appearance was truly evocative. That outfit certainly didn't look like something you'd see on a regular person. If word got out, Lu Rong's figure was absolutely stunning. Wouldn't she attract unwanted attention everywhere she went? With an outfit like this? Forget it. What can you do? I'm no match for that kid Su Chen. As for Su Chen, seeing Lu Rong dressed so provocatively, he couldn't help but admit it. He felt a surge of desire. Though Su Chen was only an 18-year-old boy. But make no mistake, 18 is precisely when a boy's passions burn hottest. A woman like Lu Rong, so close and alluring, who could resist? This was pure temptation. Though he was an 18-year-old boy now, before his transmigration he had been a mature man. This reminded Su Chen of the last time he and Fei Shua went on a job change quest together. Back then, Su Chen had been just as restless as he was today. A personal big sister really has something special. Su Chen stared at Lu Rong, taking her in from head to toe. What he hadn't expected, however, was that Lu Rong had initially refused. Now she had actually agreed. It must be said, she agreed remarkably quickly. One couldn't help but marvel at Lu Rong's ability to adapt on the fly. You little brat, Lu Rong suddenly spoke up. Now that I've put it on, you don't like it? Oh no. Su Chen found himself growing even more restless under Lu Rong's magnetic voice. You gotta hand it to her, big sisters really are the best. Big sisters know how to care. What Su Chen didn't know was that Lu Rong was quite formidable. She was well versed in the art of seduction. Had it not been for this, Lu Rong would never have risen so abruptly among the many young, beautiful women in the priest's guild. She became one of Lu Qingsong's most trusted assistants. Beyond her undeniable competence, there were naturally other factors at play. The primary reason Lu Rong was so compliant with Su Chen was that she understood clearly. There was no turning back for her now. Put simply, her assassination attempt on Su Chen had been foiled on the spot. Her mission had already failed. Given Lu Qingsong's temper, she knew she wouldn't fare well if she returned. Given that, why not try to placate Su Chen first? Then wait for an opportunity to act. Lu Rong wasn't stupid. Su Chen was so formidable it was entirely possible he could eliminate Lu Qingsong. If he could win Su Chen over, or even get him to willingly assist him, then perhaps he could even get Su Chen to eliminate Lu Qingsong for him. Then wouldn't her days of fear and anxiety be over? Though she wasn't certain her plan would succeed. But at least one thing was certain. This matter was worth considering and pursuing. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Rong resolved to employ the beauty trap strategy. Only through this scheme did she see a chance at self-redemption. And that was precisely why Lu Rong resolved to go all in. After all, the outcome couldn't get any worse. In that case, why not turn the tables? If it succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about being tortured to death by that pervert Lu Qingsong. If it failed, she could always pin the blame on Su Chen. Either way, she'd be able to slip away unscathed. Seeing Su Chen's dazed expression, Lu Rong knew her plan was likely to succeed. Listen, you little brat, she said, if you're willing to let me go back, then today, you can do whatever you want with me. I'll come visit you often, how about that? Lu Rong's voice at that moment was utterly intoxicating. Just hearing that voice alone was enough to drive anyone wild. Su Chen, however, heard Lu Rong's words. Cleared instantly. Chapter 196, the clergy guild building was blown up. Hey, bodyguard lady, are you trying to charm me? Su Chen sat on the sofa with a smile. Let me put it this way, your beauty trap isn't half bad. But I, Su Chen, am not so easily swayed by such tactics. Most importantly, this beauty tactic has absolutely no effect on me. I won't just obey you because of a few sweet words. As for letting you return to the priest's guild? Don't even think about it. Su Chen said, crossing his legs. That said, Lu Rong before him was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Even with Su Chen's system keeping his mind sharp, he still found it hard to resist. And let's be honest, the outfit Lu Rong was wearing now was truly fine. Though you're playing the beauty card, I'm no stranger to romance myself. With that, Su Chen didn't wait for Lu Rong to react. He simply hoisted her up and carried her straight to the bedroom. "You little brat, you're going to do it." Priest Guild headquarters. At that moment, Lu Qingsong stared at Li with a face as dark as iron. "I ask you, is what you said true?" Li stood before Lu Qingsong, head bowed. "Chairman, it's absolutely true. The assassin we hired was from a top-tier organization, a level 127th transformation master assassin. He was counter-killed outright, one-shot killed." Hearing Li's words, Lu Qingsong lit a cigarette and took a drag. "Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?" Lu Qingsong stared at Li, his eyes filled with disbelief. After all, a top-tier assassin at level 120, a 7th-tier professional, and one from the premier assassin organization at that. And yet, she couldn't defeat a level 4 professional? Who would believe that? Moreover, the gift Su Chen had Li bring back for Lu Qingsong left him seething with rage. This was a deliberate humiliation. A prestigious level 9 guild, renowned worldwide as the Priest Guild. After investing so much money and having his two most trusted assistants personally intervene, yet one ended up captured as a hostage. The other brought back a gift for him. The insult was beyond measure. Lu Qingsong felt he had never endured such profound humiliation in his entire life. If he didn't exact revenge, wouldn't that mean he'd lived his life for nothing? Fine. I'll kill that bastard. Lu Qingsong's face twisted into a hideous grimace, clearly consumed by fury. But in that instant, the gift containing immense magical power suddenly exploded. In an instant, a deafening blast reduced the entire building of the Priest's Guild to ashes. This was the special power Su Chen had created by fusing the power of Senju Hashirama with the divine power infused with the Sharingan. This gift had been specifically crafted by Su Chen to deal with Lu Qingsong. Thus, the moment this power detonated, it instantly obliterated the entire Priest's Guild building. In an instant, nothing remained but dust and debris. It was entirely the result of this terrifying force exploding. Yet Lu Qingsong remained unscathed. Though the surroundings were already in utter disarray, Lu Qingsong had not suffered a single scratch. The instant the explosion occurred, Lu Qingsong had already sensed the danger. Truly worthy of his title as the Guildmaster of the Clergy Guild. In an instant, he deployed 30 layers of protective shields to shield himself. Relying solely on the sheer strength and sheer number of these shields, Lu Qingsong secured himself within a fortress of shields. These shields themselves were protective measures that had been in place within the Priest's Guild for years. Typically, as a major guild and the headquarters, and the Guild Master's office. Such protective shields would be prepared in advance from the very beginning. Their primary purpose, naturally, was to safeguard the Guildmaster. Usually, such protective shields are never needed. But I never imagined we'd actually need it today. The moment headquarters comes under attack, these powerful shields will deploy instantly. They then safeguard critical targets. Beyond that, these shields serve no other purpose. Consequently, Lu Qingsong and Li remained unharmed. However, the headquarters building was nearly destroyed. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingsong's expression of rage was utterly unmasked. After all, how many years had passed since the Priest's Guild was founded? It had only reached its current state under Lu Qingsong's stewardship. Yet no one could have imagined that the magnificent Priest's Guild building would be so easily destroyed, with more than half of it gone. It was no wonder Lu Qingsong was furious. But this incident truly couldn't be blamed on Su Chen. Truth be told, didn't you bring this upon yourself, Lu Qingsong? Su Chen is a straightforward man. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if you dare to mess with this young master, I guarantee you won't even know how you died. That's precisely why Su Chen had Li deliver this gift to Lu Qingsong. His goal was to deal with Lu Qingsong. What he hadn't anticipated was that the protective shield surrounding the headquarters building of the Priest's Guild far exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Thus, he destroyed the building but failed to kill Lu Qingsong. That said, Su Chen never counted on this alone to eliminate Lu Qingsong. After all, he was the leader of a prestigious level 9 guild. He wasn't going to be taken down so easily. If it were truly that simple, it would only prove that this guy had reached his current position purely by luck. Therefore, Su Chen's purpose in doing this was naturally to deal with Lu Qingsong. But there was also an element of testing Lu Qingsong's mettle. Given Su Chen's temperament, if anyone from the Priest's Guild provoked him, he would have personally gone to deal with them. But Lu Rong's presence made Su Chen decide to deal with Lu Rong first before considering the Priest's Guild. That's precisely why Su Chen chose to spare the Priest's Guild this time. At this moment, Lu Qingshan, the instigator of it all, had paid a bitter price. However, the plan to eliminate Lu Qingsong had still failed. But if Su Chen knew that the Priest's Guild building had been destroyed, he'd be overjoyed. After all, this was part of the plan. The Priest's Guild must understand what happens to those who dare provoke him. Su Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, Su Chen wasn't afraid of retaliation from the Priest's Guild. If the Priest's Guild dropped the matter after this incident, then so be it. But if they dared to come looking for trouble again, then he'd be sorry. Su Qin vowed to make sure no one from the Priest's Guild returned alive. President, are you alright? Lily was already frozen in shock. The utter devastation before her eyes left her numb. This was trouble she couldn't explain away. Sure enough, Lu Qingshan's face had turned the color of liver. And since he was already a deadbeat couch potato, his fleshy face combined with that liver-like pallor made him look terrifyingly menacing. Chapter 197, The Scapegoat. Lily, tell me just who the hell is this Su Chen? Lu Qingsong stared at Lily with a cold expression. Now he was beginning to understand. Why couldn't Lily and Lu Rong take down this level 120 7th transformation assassin? And still couldn't take down this kid. In the end, they ended up with one dead, one captured, and one released. That terrifying display of power just now. Lu Qingsong knew full well that if not for the guild's defensive formation activating in time, he would have been injured, or even killed. By all accounts, this kid was no pushover. However, Lu Qingsong now harbored some regret. He regretted acting impulsively earlier, ordering someone to kill that kid. It was just a record. If it was broken, so be it. Why provoke such a formidable opponent? Just from that one move earlier, he could tell this guy was no pushover. And the headquarters building of the Priest's Guild had been destroyed by this kid. Lu Qingsong still didn't dare to openly confront Su Chen. After all, he was in the wrong here. Though arrogant, Lu Qingsong wasn't stupid. This whole affair was merely about venting his frustration. A personal vendetta. Therefore, everything had to be done discreetly. If he acted openly, the matter would likely become far more complicated. If other major factions found out that he was killing someone just because they broke his record, at that point, the other major factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unite against the Clergy Guild. Therefore, Lu Qingsong now deeply regretted his actions. The Priest's Guild building was destroyed just like that. The foundation built over countless years by the Priest's Guild was nearly wiped out in an instant. Lily, how dare you conspire with outsiders to set a trap for our Priest's Guild? And you brought back this forbidden-level artifact to destroy our headquarters. Lily, all those years of hard work gone in an instant all because of you. Lu Qingsong glared at Lily with fury. Though deep down, he regretted provoking that kid. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be released. And with the gift that kid had Lily bring back, the entire Priest's Guild building lay in ruins. Their foundation was nearly gone. As the guild master, he would inevitably bear the blame. But Lu Qingsong wasn't the type to offer a sincere apology. Therefore, this incident must be Lily's fault. Thus, he erupted in anger. Lily, tell me, what punishment do you deserve? Chairman, no, I. Lily was completely numb. How had this suddenly become her responsibility? She had brought the gift all the way back without incident. But the moment it reached the president's hands, it exploded. Isn't this just bad luck for you, guild leader? By now, many professionals from the Priest's Guild had already rushed over. Seeing the guild hall reduced to ruins, they were all filled with intense fury. Some priests immediately turned their gaze toward Lily. Guild leader, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Lily frantically tried to explain, clearly attempting to distance herself from the incident. But now it seemed to no avail. Forget about clearing her name. It seemed she was truly going to be caught in this mess today. At that moment, Lily felt utterly wronged. She was more wronged than Doi herself. But there was nothing she could do. Even if she knew Lu Qingsong was trying to pin the blame on her, she couldn't shake off this dirty water. Why? Because she was the one who brought the item back. No matter how you slice it, she was the one who brought it back. Lu Qingsong's accusations against her weren't entirely unfounded. Even Lily herself knew she couldn't escape responsibility for this matter. But she had been loyal to Lu Qingsong all these years. Even if I haven't earned any credit, I've certainly put in the hard work. Why must I be dragged into this mess whenever trouble arises? It was utterly unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. But now the Clergy Guild building had been destroyed. As the guild master, Lu Qingsong, this is hardly a glorious situation. Therefore, Lu Qingsong must either admit his mistake himself. But that was clearly impossible. That leaves only one path. That was to make Lily take the fall. After all, she was the one who brought this thing back. Lily, do you still intend to deny it? You colluded with outsiders to destroy the headquarters of my Priest's Guild. What punishment do you deserve? Lu Qingsong pointed at her and roared angrily. In an instant, every priest present glared at Lily with fury. A perfectly good building, gone. President, we can't just ignore reason. I've been loyal to you all along. Lily felt wronged. She truly felt wronged. This incident had nothing to do with her in the first place. But now she was being blamed by her own guild leader. In that moment, Lily's heart grew cold. After all, she and Lu Rong had sacrificed so much of their youth for the Priest's Guild. They poured so much effort into it. Lu Rong had even willingly become that boy's personal big sister for the sake of the Priest Guild. And all of this was ruined by Lu Qingsong's misguided decision. Why did you have to go and provoke Su Chen? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? And look at the outcome. Not only was the Priest's Guild building destroyed beyond recognition, one of us got captured by Su Chen as a hostage. Another one's taking the fall here at the Priest's Guild. At this moment, all that filled Li Li's heart was sorrow and a sense of utter worthlessness. Meanwhile, Lu Rong was being severely punished by Su Chen. Lu Rong herself remained unaware of everything unfolding at the Priest's Guild. After all, she wasn't present. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have been utterly horrified. But right now, she had neither the time nor the energy to spare. At just 18 years old, Su Chen's methods of punishment were truly formidable. Lu Rong's voice was already hoarse. She wished she could clench her hands and feet into fists. This was the price. Huff. Roar. Su Chen finished punishing Lu Rong, panting heavily but satisfied. Then, he lit a cigarette with a satisfied smile. Hey, bodyguard lady, I never would have guessed this was your first time. I'm just curious, how could this be your first time? I don't exactly think your president, Lu Qingsong, is some paragon of virtue. Could he really have passed up a beauty like you? Su Chen sat on the sofa, smoking and watching Lu Rong with curiosity. Meanwhile, Lu Rong took a moment to tidy her appearance. Then she hurriedly cleaned up the scene of the crime. Only then did she turn to glare at Su Chen with a look of resentment. You little brat. You should know that I'm a master of seduction techniques. The pinnacle of this enchantment art is to make the other person hallucinate everything is under my control. Hearing Lu Rong's words, Su Chen finally understood. Indeed, the pinnacle of enchantment arts possessed such power and capability. So it seemed Lu Qingsong had been deceived by Lu Rong all along? Chapter 198, Punish You Severely. But the question remained, if Lu Rong could deceive Lu Qingsong, why hadn't she deceived him? Could it be? Hey, bodyguard sister, did you fall for me? Su Chen looked at Lu Rong, a bit bewildered. Let's be clear, this is just a game we're playing. You're my bodyguard, no emotional attachments. It's too risky. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Rong shot him another withering glance. Truthfully, Lu Rong herself couldn't fathom why her famed seduction techniques. When faced with Su Chen, those so-called illusions lost their power. No matter how she tried, she couldn't conjure them. This was something Lu Rong found utterly perplexing. She had never been taken advantage of by any man before. So why was she like this now? And this stinking little brother Su Chen was her first man in the truest sense. At first, she thought it would be simple. She'd planned to use her old tricks on Su Chen. But who could have imagined? Her illusions had no effect on Su Chen. No matter how she unleashed her illusions, the moment they materialized, they were instantly shattered by the power emanating from Su Chen. They proved utterly useless. All of Lu Rong's enchantment techniques vanished instantly. This left Lu Rong's mind completely blank. Damn it, this was a major slip-up. Thus, when Lu Rong felt herself being severely punished by Su Chen, that overwhelming sensation left Lu Rong utterly speechless. By the end, her voice was completely gone. What could she do? It had reached its peak. How could her voice not go hoarse? Su Chen, you stinking little brother, you. Now, Lu Rong grew angrier the more she thought about it. She genuinely couldn't fathom what kind of terrifying power Su Chen possessed. Why did her skills fail? Su Chen's overwhelming power had already left Lu Rong feeling utterly hopeless. She had even hoped to rely on her secret hidden skill to save her own life. And what was the result? Not only did she fail to save herself, but she also lost a house and herself in the process. It was truly a case of losing both the battle and the bride. Where could she even go to seek justice? Looking at Su Chen's utterly indifferent expression before her, Lu Rong felt bitter inside. Just what kind of monster is this stinking little brother? Why is he so incredibly strong? No matter how hard Lu Rong tried to figure it out, she just couldn't make sense of it. There was simply no way to explain it clearly. In the end, Lu Rong gave up trying to figure it out. After all, what had happened had happened. No matter how much she pondered it, it served no purpose. Could thinking about it somehow turn back time? She had originally planned to outmaneuver Su Chen. But she never expected to be outmaneuvered herself. And this villa worth hundreds of millions? All gifted to Su Chen. What a huge loss. I hate you. Lu Rong had no choice but to blurt out this utterly meaningless threat. Seeing Su Chen like that, Lu Rong could only turn and leave the room, heading back to her own quarters. What else could she do? Was she supposed to wait for that stinky little brother to dish out a second round of punishment? She certainly wasn't willing to. Today had already left Lu Rong feeling suicidal. But, fair is fair. That damn brother was pretty formidable. No, wait, why was she limping like this? Honestly, sigh. Hey, bodyguard sister, you don't need to be so upset. I'll take care of it. Su Chen called from behind. Take responsibility, my ass. With that, Lu Rong slammed her front door shut in a huff. With no other choice, Su Chen returned to the living room. Today's events had indeed come as a complete surprise. But you can't blame him, Su Chen. After all, he was a 17 or 18-year-old young man in the prime of his youth, right? Alone with a woman, who could resist? It was quite ironic, really. Before today, Su Chen had always imagined his first time would be with Fei Xue. Little did he know his first time would be taken by Lu Rong. Ah, it's all fate. But what troubles Su Chen now is this. What exactly was his relationship with Lu Rong now? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Impossible. She had tried to kill him before. Superior subordinate? After pondering it, that seemed to be the only possibility. Whatever. I'll just consider it atonement for myself. After all, she did try to kill me. Su Chen scratched his head. But despite his words, Su Chen left the villa immediately. He headed straight for the capital's most luxurious shopping mall. The kind where luxury goods filled every corner. He spent 3 million on a globally limited edition handbag. Then, he returned to the villa once more. Big sis, I got you a present. Su Chen exclaimed cheerfully as soon as he entered the door. Lu Rong was clattering away in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Seeing Lu Rong like this, Su Chen was completely dumbfounded. What was this supposed to mean? Wasn't she supposed to be his personal big sister? Now she's playing the role of a devoted wife and mother? Oh dear, it seems that women who've been linked and those who haven't are. They really are two different beasts. But you know what? Right now, Lu Rong really is like that. She genuinely cared about my daily life, just like my own personal big sister would. Here, I bought this for you. Su Chen cheerfully pulled out the 3 million yuan limited edition handbag at the dinner table. Lu Rong took it without hesitation. Thanks, you little brat. Lu Rong naturally wouldn't refuse. Though they had once been enemies, after today's events, Lu Rong suddenly felt a different kind of emotion toward Su Chen. Oh well. He'd take the bag for now, he rather liked it himself. As for everything else, we'll deal with it later. And so, over the next few days, Su Chen thoroughly enjoyed his time living the life of a wealthy man in the villa. Of course, he shared these days with Lu Rong. Truth be told, some things are irreversible once set in motion. There's no such thing as a first time. Once you've had the first time, there's bound to be a second, a third, and an nth time. Ah, after all, they were both young. Like dry kindling meeting a flame. During their days at the villa, they barely stepped outside. Even Su Chen found himself marveling. Is my body really this resilient? Early in the morning. Su Chen and Lu Rong had just finished an early morning session. Right after finishing up, Yi Zizhou's phone rang. He answered, and Yi Zizhou's voice came through. Hey Su Chen, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't I seen you at the professional association? Upon hearing Yi Zizhou's words, Su Chen quickly replied, President Yi, I've been busy with some matters at my friend's place. Ever since Su Chen and Lu Rong moved into the villa, he hadn't been seen at the professional association headquarters for several days. You little rascal. Elder Zhou is here and specifically requested to see you. Yi Zizhou couldn't be bothered to ask. Su Chen was always as elusive as ever. As long as he didn't stir up trouble, that was fine. As for the rest, Su Chen was the vice president himself. As the president, Yi Zizhou saw no need to interfere. Besides, he couldn't really control him anyway. Chapter 199, you did this, didn't you? After freshening up, Su Chen hurried to the guild headquarters. He could ignore others, but when old Zhou arrived, Su Chen had to rush over immediately. After all, old Zhou had helped him out back then. Failing to properly host him would be unacceptable. He was a man of principle. If you were kind to him, he would return the favor. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Rong emerged. You're heading out, what business do you have? Are you finally letting me go? Su Chen shot her a dismissive glance. Dream on. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Wait for me to return. Lu Rong said nothing, merely nodding, her eyes softening with tenderness. She even took the initiative to adjust Su Chen's collar. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Su Chen felt surprisingly pleased inside. After all, having a girl take such good care of him. It was a truly wonderful thing, something Su Chen hadn't anticipated before. Now he did. Moreover, the matter with the Priests Guild remained unresolved. He hadn't yet figured out how to handle the aftermath for Lu Rong. Regardless, this matter absolutely had to be resolved. Soon, Su Chen hailed a cab and hurried to the headquarters building. Before long, he arrived at the office entrance. Old Zhou, Su Chen is here. Yi Zizhou greeted him cheerfully from the doorway. Old Master Zhou sat inside his office sipping tea. Dressed in a white robe, he exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Master Zhou, Chairman, I'm here. Su Chen hurried in to greet them. Su Chen, you should have come to the guild earlier. As vice president, you ought to mind your influence, Yi Zizhou remarked deliberately. Su Chen immediately offered a sheepish smile. Yes. I just went to check out a few dungeons yesterday, thinking I'd scout the terrain for our guild brothers and sisters. Su Chen knew full well Yi Zizhou was just giving him a gentle nudge. After all, keeping old Zhou waiting this long deserved some explanation. Alright, little Yi, Su Chen was just looking out for the guild. It's no big deal. I remember back in my youth, you were even more of a wild card, with a private life that was quite the adventure, old Zhou chuckled. Old Joe's words instantly made Yi Zizhou feel embarrassed. Thinking back to his youth, well, he really had been quite reckless. But it didn't matter now. With Su Chen here, his role as guild leader would be much easier going forward. Besides, what rank did Old Joe hold? He was an elder-level figure in the Northern Practitioners Association. Far more influential than this mere president. Even I, as president, have to listen to him. And with Elder Joe so openly backing Su Chen, this is a huge blessing. Naturally, Yi Zizhou wasn't upset. Besides, while Yi Zizhou's authority as guild leader held some sway in the capital. But when it came to local affairs, he really didn't have much leverage. Therefore, everything depended on Elder Zhou's assistance. And Su Chen was someone he personally believed in as part of the new generation. With Elder Zhou's backing, things would be much easier. Master Zhou, please don't laugh at me. That was so many years ago. But you have such a good memory still remembering it, Yi Zizhou said cheerfully. At that moment, Su Chen approached and inquired, Old Master Zhou, did you need me? In front of Old Master Zhou, Su Chen remained quite polite. It was best to keep a low profile when necessary. Yes, Su Chen. I did come to discuss something with you this time, though it's nothing major. Before we get to that, I need to discuss something else with you all. Master Zhou's expression grew slightly stern. Not long ago, I received confirmed intelligence that the Priest's Guild was attacked by a mysterious force. Their headquarters building was destroyed, and the losses were devastating. But what's truly shocking is that not a single member of the entire Priest's Guild witnessed any attackers, and there were no signs of combat at the scene. It was simply obliterated. They say it was a pure force, one of extraordinary magnitude. Consider this, the Priest's Guild has stood for 1,000 years, and the entire building was protected by countless defensive enchantments. To be obliterated in an instant by that force is truly terrifying. Although Lu Qingsong, the guild master of the Priest's Guild, tried to suppress this news, our professional association's intelligence network isn't to be trifled with. I learned of this incident very quickly. Now everyone's speculating, was that petty, ruthless bastard Lu Qingsong just provoking some powerful clan? Or some powerful faction? We've considered many possibilities. But honestly, none of them seem plausible. To instantly destroy a level 9 guild like the Priest's Guild without alerting the security bureau. There are only a handful of major factions in the entire Huaxia nation, but that would be too obvious. No one would do something like that. Moreover, Lu Qingsong of the Priest Guild hasn't shown any signs of targeting those major factions. However, I did obtain a detailed description of that force. No matter how I look at it, that energy. Su Chen, what do you think? After speaking, Old Zhou and Yi Zizhou both turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen. Oh no, I didn't expect Old Zhou to know about it. It seems Lu Rong and Li Li really weren't deceiving me. That Lu Qingsong is truly formidable, and the Priest's Guild is indeed formidable. They'd managed to pinpoint him as their target so quickly. But Su Chen didn't really care. He had amassed such formidable power and now possessed the monstrous abilities of the magma fruit. Even if Lu Qingsong came seeking revenge with the Priest's Guild, without boasting, Su Chen was fully capable of eliminating Lu Qingsong. So it really didn't matter. But since Old Zhou had spoken up, he must have uncovered something. There was no need for him to hold back anymore. When it came to his own people, Su Chen knew he had to take a clear stance. Old Zhou, since you already know, there's nothing left for me to hide. I did it. But Old Zhou, I didn't go looking for trouble with the Priest's Guild. That Lu Qingsong was acting so inexplicably, you know that, right? Master Zhou, this isn't my fault. I've been in the right all along. Surely you won't make me pay for this? Su Chen asked cautiously. At that moment, Yi Zizhou stared at Su Chen, feeling completely numb. What on earth had Su Chen done? The Clergy Guild was a level 9 Grand Guild, just like the Professional Association. Their influence spans the entire nation of Huaxia. What on earth was this kid trying to accomplish? After just a few days apart, he'd destroyed the Priest's Guild. This is going to the moon. So it was you after all. Upon seeing Su Chen admit it, Old Zhou didn't get angry. Instead, his expression shifted to one of mild excitement. You're quite something, kid. Got real talent. This old man's got to give you credit. As for compensation? Why should we pay? Who does he think he is, demanding the professional guild compensate him? Hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. No compensation. That's fine. Chapter 200, The Dragon's Wrath Selection Tournament. Su Chen didn't have much money to begin with. He'd barely scraped together a few billion through sheer effort. Why should he have to pay compensation? Besides, that massive building of the Priest's Guild? Su Chen's meager savings wouldn't even cover the damages. So, under these circumstances, he definitely wouldn't pay compensation. Su Chen, you did a hell of a job, kid. Honestly, the Priest's Guild posed a significant threat to us, and that Lu Qingsong fellow had ulterior motives. I never cared for him either. Originally, relations between the Professional Association and the Priest's Guild were decent enough. But ever since that scoundrel Lu Qingsong became the guild master, he started playing dirty tricks. That guy is extremely selfish and driven by jealousy. I don't care for him, and few people enjoy dealing with him. So when the Priests Guild headquarters got destroyed this time, a lot of the old-timers in our professional association were overjoyed. Lately, our guild's been locked in a major conflict with the Priests Guild over a dungeon issue. Everyone's been fed up for ages. With this incident at the Priests Guild, things should finally settle down for a while. Young man, I absolutely must report this matter to those old codgers and the Council of Elders. You deserve commendation. Old Joe was so delighted he could barely contain his grin. It seemed as though blowing up the Priests Guild building had always been his personal ambition. Heh, thanks, Elder Joe. That Luching song really is a piece of work. He came looking for trouble out of nowhere, so I couldn't just let him off the hook. Seeing that Elder Joe showed no sign of blaming him and was actually overjoyed, Suchen felt relieved. When the incident first occurred, Suchen had been genuinely worried. After all, such a major incident if Suchen were just a lone ghost, completely alone in the world. Then so be it. What I blew up, I'll take responsibility for. The Priests Guild could come looking for revenge. But things were different now. Suchen was the vice president of the professional association. This matter is no longer simple. So if I were to make him pay compensation, Suchen would be heartbroken. Besides, that massive building? 30 billion wouldn't even cover the damages. If he really had to pay up, even loans wouldn't cover it. Suchen, why did you clash with Luching Song? You two had no prior dealings. Yi Zizhou was stunned too. He knew Suchen was no pushover, but destroying the Priests Guild was no small matter. Suchen quickly explained the reason behind the incident to Yi Zizhou. Later, I cleared the Dragon Kingdom dungeon way too fast, finished it in just 3 hours. Then this Luching Song, for some reason, sent people to kill me. I caught his guild members red-handed, and they admitted it. So I made a little gift for them to take back to their guild. I just didn't expect Luching Song and that building to be so fragile. That's all. Suchen spread his hands innocently. He didn't mention anything about Lu Rong. Such a delightful treasure that was something he couldn't share. He hadn't enjoyed her enough yet. He'd deal with that later. The Dragon Kingdom dungeon clear record has always been held by the Priest Guild. Back then, it was Luching Song who spent a fortune to farm it out. I knew Luching Song was petty, but I never imagined he'd come after you over this. Well played, Suchen. Let's see what Luching Song can do about it. Old Joe hadn't anticipated the incident's origins either. Well, he had it coming. They set the dungeon record, and you tried to kill them. What else could it be but courting death? Alright, now that things are clear, there's no need to dwell on it. I came here today to discuss something important. With that, Old Joe instantly grew serious. As you know, too much has happened recently. Your name has been mentioned frequently throughout the entire Huaxia nation. Consequently, the higher-ups in Huaxia have taken notice of you. My visit today is also because the higher-ups have asked me to make contact with you, to gather information about you. But don't worry, since you're part of our professional association, the higher-ups are merely inquiring. It's just routine business, nothing to be concerned about. This time, the higher-ups sent me to extend an invitation for you to participate in China's selection tournament. As you know, many nations in this world have professionals. There's competition among professionals and between nations as well. Therefore, nations send their top practitioners to compete against each other. You understand this, right? Old Joe looked at Suchen and asked. Mr. Zhou, are you saying the higher-ups want Suchen to participate in the Global Professional Practitioners Conference? Yi Zizhou stared at Elder Joe in utter shock. Suchen also looked somewhat surprised. The Global Professional Assembly. Never heard of it. The original body had absolutely no memories or related information about this. Though as a practitioner, the original body wasn't qualified enough, so it made sense they hadn't searched for such information. But there was no reason he shouldn't know about it. Seeing Suchen's utterly bewildered expression, Yi Zizhou quickly explained. The so-called Global Professional Assembly was a competition between nations, held once every 50 years. It is the largest event on the entire planet. The purpose of the Global Practitioners Assembly is to enable practitioners from all nations to understand one another. It aims to eliminate barriers and conflicts, select the most outstanding young talents. These talents are then jointly cultivated by nations worldwide. In essence, it aims to select humanity's strongest professionals to fight for humanity's future. Once a professional wins the championship, every nation on Earth will provide unparalleled support to that individual. They would also be granted unrestricted access to resources across all nations. In terms of status, they rank just below each nation's supreme leader. Their status is exceptionally high. Therefore, sending Suchen to participate in this Global Professional Assembly truly exceeded Yi Zizhou's expectations. Master Zhou, this Global Professional Assembly is so prestigious and you want me to go? Suchen could scarcely believe it. Old Joe smiled and shook his head, not for now. Before that, you must first participate in the domestic selection tournament, the Dragon's Wrath qualifiers. After speaking, Old Joe turned his gaze toward Yi Zizhou. Explain the Dragon's Fury selection tournament to him. With that, old Master Zhou led the two men into his office and sat down. Su Chen, the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament is primarily designed to select participants for the Global Professional Assembly. Any professional who makes a name for themselves at the Dragon's Wrath tournament is recognized as one of the most talented professionals in the entire nation. Chapter 201, Global Professional Selection Assembly. If one can rank within the top 50 in this selection tournament, then the nation will provide resources for intensive cultivation, ensuring they achieve outstanding results at the Global Practitioners Assembly. Because it relates to the Global Professional Assembly, the Dragon's Fury selection tournament is of immense importance. Even if one fails to secure a top 50 position, they will still gain national and even global attention. Not only will their future career trajectory skyrocket, various resources and major family factions will extend offers. For a professional's personal prospects, that represents an enormous opportunity. Achieving a strong result means he could soar to new heights. Do you understand, Su Chen? Su Chen finally nodded upon hearing this. Got it. So it seems the higher-ups in China are testing my mettle. If I perform well, I'll be able to participate in the Global Practitioners Assembly, right? Su Chen asked. At that moment, Elder Zhou spoke up. Su Chen, the higher-ups approached me specifically to request your participation in the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament. Originally, each faction could nominate their own representative, and the higher-ups wouldn't interfere. But your situation is too unique. The Empire has specifically requested you for the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament. This signifies the Empire has high expectations for you. Su Chen, think carefully. You can refuse if you choose not to participate. But if you do participate, you must give it your absolute best effort. You must secure the highest possible ranking. There can be no slip-ups. Are you willing to serve the Huaxia nation? Su Chen. After speaking, old Zhou turned his gaze toward Su Chen. Su Chen's mind began racing with intense deliberation. To be honest, he still hoped to keep a low profile and develop further. Although his current strength was indeed quite formidable. With the system's assistance, Su Chen was now leagues ahead of other practitioners his age. But the problem was, Su Chen had only recently awakened his profession. Acting too conspicuously now could easily invite trouble. But the matter was, old Zhou had spoken up, signifying this was the will of the higher-ups. Refusing would likely disappoint the higher-ups of Huaxia Nation. I'm in. Su Chen agreed immediately. After all, with the system backing him, a time traveler like him was virtually immune to any mishaps. Besides, with all these mysterious abilities at his disposal, why would he worry about not achieving good results? In any case, serving the Chinese nation was a commendable endeavor. Thus, Su Chen abandoned his plans to stay low-key. He would simply do what needed to be done. Good. I knew you wouldn't refuse, kid. So, Su Chen, it's settled then. Seeing Su Chen's acceptance, a relieved smile spread across old Zhou's face. Now, Su Chen, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Rest assured, the professional association will do its utmost to accommodate you. Old Zhou was clearly in a good mood. Old Zhou, if it's possible, could I request to bring an assistant? Su Chen asked. Ha? Both Old Zhou and Yi Zizhou stared at Su Chen with blank expressions. They clearly couldn't quite wrap their heads around Su Chen's request. What on earth would this kid need an assistant for? If you're bringing anyone, it should be bodyguards or enforcers. According to the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament rules, contestants are allowed to bring a first-place attendant. But Su Chen, people usually bring combat-oriented professions. You're bringing a sidekick? What good is that to you? But it's fine. This attendant is the same level as you, right? According to the rules, attendants can't exceed the participant's level to maintain fairness in the competition. Oh, I almost forgot to mention you'll need to sign a life and death agreement when competing in the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament. Keep that in mind. This tournament determines who advances to the Global Professional Assembly, so every participant must give their absolute all. So there's no such thing as holding back. The mortality rate is extremely high. If you bring an attendant, can they match up? Hearing old Zhou's words, Su Chen was stunned. Holy crap, this is a life or death battle. He'd thought it was just a competition, where bringing an attendant meant someone to handle daily chores. But judging by old Zhou's tone, the competitors were going to fight to the death. How could he possibly bring Lu Rong along? Wouldn't that be putting her life at risk? It's far too dangerous. Lu Rong absolutely can't come along. Besides, Lu Rong's rank was higher than his. Su Chen, the professional association will certainly agree to your request. It's your right to decide who you bring. Think it through carefully. Su Chen nodded. Only then did old Zhou continue. Let me outline the process for you. The details of this selection tournament. The Dragon's Wrath selection tournament will officially commence in 20 days. Get ready quickly. We'll depart for Dragon City in 3 days. Once we arrive in Dragon City, you can register and undergo the qualification review. Remember, Su Chen, though this is a domestic competition within Huaxia Nation, every major faction will be giving it their all. No one will take this lightly, so securing a spot this time is crucial. After all, it determines participation in the upcoming Global Practitioners Assembly, so every competitor must be rigorously vetted. So Su Chen, this is a golden opportunity to meet domestic practitioners. You absolutely must not miss it. Upon hearing Elder Zhou's words, Su Chen paused to consider, then nodded. I'll keep your words in mind, Elder Zhou. But is there a level requirement for this selection tournament? Like, can a level 212 transformation professional participate? Su Chen wasn't overly concerned about the issue of attendance, as he had better candidates in mind. His only lingering doubt concerned the level restrictions for participants. Young man, I actually guessed you'd ask this question from the start. Old Master Zhou smiled smugly. This selection tournament is meant to pick young, powerful professionals, not for old farts to show off. Therefore, the tournament has a fundamental rule: participants cannot exceed the 8th transformation. The absolute maximum is 7th transformation, level 120. So prepare yourself, this is undoubtedly the gathering of the most elite young professional talents in all of Huaxia. If you secure a spot in the top 50, you'll qualify for the Global Professional Assembly. Su Chen, seize this opportunity. You'll be stepping into a much broader world. Old Zhou said cheerfully. Hearing this, Su Chen was utterly stunned. The original host had been unlucky, having been possessed by him. Otherwise, the original body might have had a chance to participate too. But then he remembered the original host had awakened as a fishing masterclass. Had it not been for his arrival and the system's support, there was no way the original host could have made it this far. Chapter 202, The Dragon's Wrath Selection Tournament. Su Chen truly hadn't imagined that his transmigration into this life would lead to such a fortunate turn of events. But whether he liked it or not, this matter had now landed squarely on his shoulders. Regardless, since matters had reached this point, there was little else to be said. He nodded in agreement. Alright, Elder Zhou, I understand. I'll do my best. But Old Zhou, wouldn't sending a powerhouse like the guild leader increase our chances of winning? Yi Zizhou might be the president, but his strength was undoubtedly sufficient. He'd certainly be up to the task of competing in such a selection tournament. Old Zhou, upon hearing this, burst out laughing. Su Chen, you youngster never stop to wonder why Yi Zizhou didn't take the bait? He did participate before, but each person can only join once in their lifetime. After saying this, Old Zhou shot Yi Zizhou a meaningful glance. Don't even mention it. I participated in this selection competition before, and my results were pretty mediocre. Yi Zizhou gave an awkward chuckle. By the way, Su Chen, when you go to the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament, you absolutely must be extremely careful and vigilant around the military personnel. Old Zhou reiterated. I hear the military is heavily promoting a remarkably skilled professional this time, roughly your age. But he has a record of defeating a level 140 professional player. I don't know who he is, but apparently he's the youngest competitor in the entire Huaxia nation. You two are both prodigies. Our professional association maintains decent relations with the military, but I hear this candidate they're pushing this time is utterly ruthless. If you end up facing him, I fear there might be conflict. You must be extremely cautious, understand? Old Zhou's tone was grave. This matter was no trivial affair. Upon hearing Zhou Lao's words, Su Chen was taken aback. The military is involved too? This situation is a bit. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This situation was indeed difficult for him to comprehend. It wasn't that the military shouldn't be involved. But as part of the Chinese nation, the military should naturally prioritize internal unity. At the very least, a competition is a competition, there's no need to take it this far, right? But upon realizing participants had to sign a life and death agreement to join the selection tournament, Su Chen felt somewhat relieved. The military is the most unique branch of our nation, both in terms of resources and reserve forces. Both are exceptionally formidable. They serve as the guarantee protecting China from hostile nations. Thus, in this regard, the military holds a unique position. Fortunately, our relationship with them remains solid. In short, Su Chen, prepare yourself within 3 days, and then we'll depart. With that, Old Zhou departed Yi Zizhou's office. Seeing him go, Yi Zizhou stood up and said, Su Chen, this Dragon's Wrath selection tournament is no ordinary affair. It will be far more perilous than any dungeon you've encountered before. You must be extremely cautious and not take it lightly, understand? Yi Zizhou genuinely cared for and looked out for Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was now his ace in the hole. Whether the professional association could consolidate internally and present a united front against external threats, that truly hinged on this very moment. Therefore, Yi Zizhou placed immense importance on Su Chen. This event brings together the nation's elite. Everyone is here to rise above the rest, there'll be no holding back. People's intentions are unpredictable, so you must be extremely cautious, understand? Let me tell you, the mortality rate in every Dragon's Fury selection tournament is extremely high. You must be extremely cautious. I've said what needed to be said and done what needed to be done. Su Chen, I have high hopes for you. Yi Zizhou looked at Su Chen meaningfully, patting his shoulder. Ever since you joined, our professional association has truly taken on a new atmosphere. I know you're no ordinary talent. Sooner or later, you'll become the strongest practitioner in the imperial capital, even in all of China. You'll even carve out a place for yourself on the global stage. I have high expectations for you. You must plan carefully so you can better navigate this treacherous world in the future. Yi Zizhou rarely spoke to Su Chen in such a manner. Today was truly an unusual departure from his usual self. But Su Chen understood perfectly well. He could sense the extraordinary care Yi Zizhou had shown him. Ever since joining the professional association, Yi Zizhou had provided him with comprehensive support in every aspect. Even when he'd made mistakes, Yi Zizhou had always cleaned up the mess for him. Such kindness was beyond question. But eventually, he would have to walk his own path alone. At that point, there would be nothing Yi Zizhou could do to help him. Don't worry, President. I may be impulsive at times, but I'm no fool. I don't pick fights with people for no reason, but if someone dares to mess with me, I won't let them off the hook. And rest assured, President, I guarantee they won't be able to find fault with me, Su Chen said cheerfully. Seeing Su Chen like this, Yi Zizhou breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been worried that Su Chen, being so young, might be tricked by someone. If he couldn't control his temper, it could lead to serious trouble. What Yi Zizhou didn't know was that Su Chen was a time traveler. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had long since grown accustomed to the ways of human nature. Naturally, there was no need to worry about anyone manipulating Su Chen. After leaving the professional association and returning to the villa, Su Chen hadn't mentioned the destruction of the clergy guild headquarters to Lu Rong. Mainly, he didn't know how to explain it to her. After all, it was a rather significant matter. If he explained it poorly, she might think he was showing off. Ah well, with a big sister always by his side, why provoke her? He'd wait for the right moment. When the time was right, a way would naturally present itself. As for participating in the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament, originally, Su Chen had planned to bring Lu Rong. But upon hearing how dangerous it was, he abandoned the idea. Now he'd made up his mind, since he was entering the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament, he might as well bring Lin Xiaoye. As the holder of the shining fruit, there was absolutely no issue whatsoever. If she could properly enhance her abilities, her combat strength would rival that of an 8th tier, level 150 professional. Self-defense would be no problem at all. Though her class level isn't high, it's more than sufficient to compete against the newcomers in the tournament. Besides, she still has herself and her sister, Lin Xiaolan. Lin Xiaolan possesses the surgery fruit. This is practically a game-breaking ability. If Lin Xiaoye were to suffer serious injuries, Lin Xiaolan could step in to assist. Therefore, there was no need to worry excessively. Chapter 203, This Lady Cleans Up Trash? Plus, Lin Xiaoye does indeed meet the competition requirements. Well then, the matter is settled. As for the garbage station work, Su Chen decided to put it on hold for now. If it doesn't work out, he'll have Lu Rong continue helping him with acquisitions for now. Right, there wasn't much else to do anyway. Besides, those junk items would be around forever. Su Chen genuinely wasn't in a hurry. Still, he couldn't afford to fall behind. After all, buying up old gear and dismantling it. This business was incredibly profitable, the margins were downright terrifying. Su Chen wouldn't dream of giving it up. That's precisely why he hadn't pursued other ventures. He simply couldn't afford to halt this operation. He and Lin Xiaoye went to participate in the Dragon's Fury selection tournament, while Lu Rong handled acquiring old equipment for him from the rear. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone, while also maximizing the utilization of human resources. Where else could you find such a golden opportunity? You simply couldn't find it anywhere else, right? Although she'll be slower than Lin Xiaoye, at least it's better than having no one tend to it. Moreover, if Lu Rong were to help out at the garbage station, she could also look after Lin Xiaolan. Though Lin Xiaolan consumed the surgery fruit, it must be said. The surgery fruit is powerful, but Lin Xiaolan's combat strength isn't impressive. Therefore, the best solution was undoubtedly to have Lu Rong care for and protect Lin Xiaolan. With that in mind, Su Chen immediately took Lu Rong to the garbage station. Upon arriving at the garbage station, Lu Rong was utterly dumbfounded. Though she too was born an orphan. But to be fair, one thing was certain. She had been raised by the head of the pastoralist guild. She hadn't missed out on any of the good life had to offer, but she'd never endured any of its hardships. When had she ever seen such a scene as this garbage station? How could Lu Rong possibly adapt to such a filthy environment? Especially when she saw one girl leading another around, buying junk gear from the scavengers lined up in rows. The 2 girls were absolutely thrilled. This was the last straw for Lu Rong. Su Chen, are those 2 girls your assistants too? Lu Rong looked utterly shocked. I never would have guessed. They say men are lustful, but you're just... Su Chen shot her a look. What are you thinking? They're sisters and good friends of mine. They're just helping me out here, and I pay them for their work. Also, you should call me darling wherever we go. Don't forget, you said it yourself. Su Chen finished with a smug look. Lu Rong seemed to recall something. Her face flushed instantly. Don't say that. Lu Rong didn't say anything else to Su Chen at that moment. She had been thoroughly persuaded by Su Chen. Therefore, Lu Rong agreed to Su Chen's arrangement. Still, the scene was. Lu Rong endured the foul stench, her brow furrowed. Su Chen, who is this young lady? I mean, she's all dressed up and you've gotten her dirty. Lin Xiaoye froze upon seeing Lu Rong appear, then quickly stepped in to stop her. Leave the dirty, hard work to us. You clearly haven't endured hardship, you should rest. The Lin sisters were kind-hearted and didn't bully Lu Rong. Su Chen, however, stated directly, this is Lu Rong. She's my assistant. For the time being, I need you, Lu Rong, and Lin Xiaolan to help me handle the acquisition of scrap equipment. As for Lin Xiaoye, I came to discuss something important with you. You'll be joining me in a competition. So this place is being handed over to Lu Rong? Lin Xiaoye looked at Lu Rong with surprise and disbelief. After all, Lu Rong simply didn't look like the capable type for this job. She was clearly a pampered young lady. Leave it to her? I can't trust her with it. Yes, it's being left to Lu Rong. Su Chen nodded. Lu Rong froze in place. You want me to do this? Hey, I'm worth. I'm telling you, this won't do. I'm one of the 2 top assistants in a level 9 guild. If other guild members find out I'm doing this, how am I supposed to face them? Listen to me. This is bullying, you know that? Bullying. Lu Rong was furious. Though she wasn't exactly naive about the ways of the world, she was still high-ranking in a top-tier guild like the Clerics Guild. Being Su Chen's assistant was already pushing it. Now she was expected to manage the garbage station? Was this something a heavenly beauty like herself should be doing? Su Chen, however, gave her no chance to protest. Lu Rong, this is your job and my order. Starting today, you will manage this business for me until I return. As my assistant, you should understand that I'm the one who makes the decisions. You need to obey orders, understand? Su Chen gave Lu Rong no chance to object. She had to follow his orders. Lin Xiaoye, you must also follow my instructions. You're coming with me to the competition. Su Chen glanced at Lin Xiaoye as he spoke. Lin Xiaoye wasn't entirely willing. It was mainly because they were all girls, and having Lu Rong, who looked like a spoiled princess, do these tasks was obvious. Honestly, she felt a bit reluctant. But the problem was, once Su Chen had spoken, she had no choice but to obey. Su Chen, I don't mind joining you for the competition, but I'm not entirely comfortable leaving Lu Rong and my sister to manage the garbage station together. Honestly, Lu Rong clearly isn't the type to handle dirty, hard work. With just my sister alone, I worry the garbage station might. Don't underestimate me, okay? I'm pretty capable too. Lu Rong felt a bit annoyed. How dare he imply she wasn't capable in front of Su Chen? Worried? Worried about what? That I'd be a burden? I'm one of the 2 top assistants in the Priest's Guild. My status is exalted. Plus, I've got tons of combat experience. With a big shot like me helping out, this dump of a station could rise to greatness in no time, okay? Su Chen, what competition are you entering? Can't even a level 127th transformation priest like me help you? If I step in, how many professionals could possibly stand a chance against me? Lu Rong looked utterly indignant. Clearly, Su Chen not bringing her along to the competition had hit her hard. Su Chen, however, remained silent. In Su Chen's view, many things weren't set in stone. But at least one thing was certain now: the junkyard could be safely entrusted to Lu Rong. At the very least, she hadn't shown any other intentions at this moment. The competition we entered has certain level restrictions. Your level is too high, you weren't allowed to participate. Otherwise, I had originally planned to bring you along, Su Chen explained. Well, now Lu Rong was left speechless. Chapter 204, Why did you bring a little girl? Lu Rong had assumed Su Chen simply didn't want to. Little did she know he'd intended to bring her along from the very start. So the organizers rejected her because her rank was too high? Su Chen, tell me what kind of competition this is. Why would the organizers act like this? Isn't this level discrimination? Alright, it can't be helped. Otherwise, the competition itself carries certain risks. If I could bring you, I wouldn't have chosen to bring Lin Xiaoye. But this time, there really was no other option, Su Chen explained. Then he turned to Lin Xiaoye. Xiaoye, you're coming with me to the competition this time, but there's something else we need to do. Your sister is fully recovered now. She can start planning her own life and future. You can't make decisions for her forever, understand? This competition is a perfect opportunity. Lin Xiaolan, you and Lu Rong need to work together seamlessly. The landfill demands heavy workloads and requires vast quantities of scrap gear daily. You must acquire as much scrap equipment as possible. Wait for me. I'll handle it personally. Su Chen's words left the 3 girls speechless. After all, Su Chen's arrangements were sound. Lin Xiaolan was, after all, Lin Xiaoye's older sister. Strictly speaking, if it weren't for Lin Xiaolan's health issues, it should have been her older sister taking care of her younger sister. But in reality, all these years, it has been her younger sister who has been taking care of her. Therefore, Lin Xiaolan actually felt a certain sense of guilt toward her younger sister, Lin Xiaoye. Now that she had the chance to prove herself, she naturally didn't want to miss it. Xiaoye, I believe in you, and you must believe in me too. You and Su Chen go compete. I'll handle the junkyard with Lu Rong. Don't worry. I'm not the same sister I used to be. You really have nothing to worry about. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Xiaoye finally nodded. Okay, but you have to take care of yourself, sister. Got it. I'm an adult now, 2 years older than you, after all, Lin Xiaolan said cheerfully. You two should go do what you need to do. Su Chen hadn't expected Lin Xiaolan to so readily allow her younger sister to accompany him to the competition. But regardless, Lin Xiaolan's health had now recovered. There was naturally nothing to worry about. Lu Rong, my sister has always been in poor health and only recently recovered. I don't know what exactly your relationship with Su Chen is. But I trust Su Chen's character and I trust you too. When I'm not around, if my sister gets bullied, I hope you'll help her. Lin Xiaoye looked at Lu Rong as she spoke. Hearing Lin Xiaoye's words, Lu Rong paused for a moment. Then, she walked over with a smile and wrapped her arm around Lin Xiaolan's waist. This instantly made Lin Xiaolan blush bright red. Oh my, such a pretty little sister, this big sister of yours absolutely adores you. Don't worry. You can go compete with that little pervert Su Chen with peace of mind. I'll take good care of you, okay, Xiaolan? Lu Rong deliberately stuck her tongue out at Lin Xiaolan. Lin Xiaolan and Lu Rong were both stunning beauties to begin with. Now, after Lu Rong's playful teasing, Lin Xiaolan's face flushed even redder. Seeing Lu Rong and Lin Xiaolan come to an agreement so quickly, Su Chen felt reassured. After all, Lu Rong was part of the clergy guild. If she were to take Lin Xiaolan away while he was absent, then later. But now it seemed there was no need for worry. Alright then, Lu Rong and Lin Xiaolan, you two take good care of the junkyard. Don't stir up any trouble until I return. If any issues arise, go to the professional association and seek help from their members. I am the vice president of the professional association. They'll definitely help you out, Su Chen said. With the guild of professionals backing them, the priests guild probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble. 3 days later, when Su Chen appeared before Elder Zhou with Lin Xiaoye in tow, Old Master Zhou was taken aback. Su Chen, this girl looks only 15 or 16. Are you certain you want to take her? Old Master Zhou could scarcely believe his eyes. Back then, when Su Chen said he'd choose someone from his own people to bring along, Old Master Zhou had assumed he would choose someone else. He never expected it would be a young girl. Her practitioner level isn't particularly high either. Taking her along like this, wasn't he worried? Old Zhou, rest assured. Lin Xiaoye is no ordinary girl. You'll see for yourself when the time comes. Su Chen left it at that. Yi Zizhou, however, couldn't help but feel frustrated. Su Chen, I'm telling you, Old Zhou spent ages giving you earnest advice, and you didn't take a single word to heart. Taking a young girl like this, couldn't you at least bring a more skilled professional? This opportunity is incredibly rare. If we miss it, it'll be gone forever. Yi Zizhou was visibly upset. The thing was, Yi Zizhou had seen Lin Xiaoye before and knew exactly who she was. She was nowhere near strong enough to compete in such a major tournament. After all, Yi Zizhou was unaware that Lin Xiaoye had now become a formidable powerhouse possessing the shining fruit. Chairman, rest assured. If I'm bringing Lin Xiaoye, I have my reasons. Don't underestimate her just because she's young. Truthfully, her strength rivals my own, Su Chen declared. To put it plainly, if it came down to a life or death fight, Lin Xiaoye's combat prowess could match that of an 8th tier level 150 professional. Su Chen didn't want to elaborate further. A rough explanation to Yi Zizhou would suffice. However, upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, both looked at Lin Xiaoye with disbelief. Especially Yi Zizhou. Seeing Su Chen's utterly confident expression, Yi Zizhou began to feel uncertain himself. After all, Su Chen's methods had always been something of an enigma. Lin Xiaoye, however, remained silent throughout, quietly staying by Su Chen's side. She paid no heed to others' opinions. She didn't utter another word. Alright, since you say so, Su Chen, we'll trust you. Let's go. Old Zhou said nothing more. Since Su Chen had spoken, they boarded the vehicles. Shortly after, the group boarded the pre-arranged vehicles and headed toward the destination of the Dragon's Wrath selection tournament. The journey passed in silence. The drive from the imperial capital to Dragon City took roughly 6 hours. Though not the capital of Huaxia, Dragon City was in fact where the nation's prosperity first took root. To put it this way, if the imperial capital is considered the central point of Huaxia, then Dragon City is the vital city that could immediately assume the role of central hub should the imperial capital be destroyed. Therefore, while Longcheng lags slightly behind the imperial capital in development, it remains unquestionably one of the nation's foremost cities.